Yoojin lived an everyday life raising his brother, before the gates even appeared. But when monsters started coming out from the gates, he and his brother became estranged and their lives changed. His brother became one of the strongest hunters, while Yoojin was abhorred and ostracized by the public. Yoojin gets to redeem himself when he gets the chance to go back in time before he awakens as a hunter. He plans to live a quiet life, but people, and even monsters, start to follow him, and they won't leave him alone. Gates started appearing all over the world. Researchers studied the phenomenon, but life moved on for everybody despite the concerns. The same applies to Yoojin Han. Yoojin takes a rest from loading boxes in the truck. His colleague throws him a bottle of water. His colleagues learns that Yoojin is working hard to save money for his younger brother's college. With their parents passing at a young age, Yoojin had to drop out of school to support them. Nice. Our MC's serious about responsibility. Yoojin proudly shows a picture of his brother to his colleagues while praising how handsome, tall, good, and super talented that brother of his. His love for his brother became apparent as he droned on about how great he was. And we got an MC with a brother complex. He only stops when he remembers that his brother, Yoojin, will be getting out of classes early. In a different area, a handsome student sits inside the bus as he looks over the gate. This student is probably Yoojin, the object of Yoojin's affection. Yoojin talks with his colleagues regarding the booming moving business. Because people are moving because of the gates, Yoojin looks at the gate in their area and realizes a noticeable change in the gate. Its original blue color has changed to red. Red is definitely bad news. With a loud thud, the truck they are on suddenly stopped. Yoojin climbs off to look and sees a giant bird-like monster on top of their vehicle. With a swoosh, the beast attacks the truck, and Yoojin sees a horde of flying monsters over the city. So, to explain a bit of the story's setting, the gates became portals leading to other dimensions that people later called dungeons. From those gates, monsters got through. It was also discovered that monsters could only get through if the dungeon wasn't cleared, causing monster overpopulation. Yes, they get overpopulated over time. This phenomenon where monsters come out is later called dungeon break, and if dungeon breaks coincide or break in great numbers, it is called dungeon shock. Returning to Yoojin, he runs towards the monster with a stick and calls for his boss. I doubt a stick would do any good in this fight. Suddenly, the boss lady stops the bird-like monster from attacking with her bare hands. This girl is on fire. To give humans a chance to fight against these monsters, certain individuals have awakened. The awakened were later called hunters, responsible for hunting monsters and clearing the dungeons. With the existence of dungeons, hunters became the most essential occupation in the world. And as for Yoojin's younger brother, Yoojin Han, the handsome young man from the bus stands amongst the monsters' corpses. His hands are enveloped in black fire. Yoojin's baby brother, whom he loves so dearly, became one of the world's strongest S-rank hunters that day, an OP character for a brother. 8 years have passed since the dungeon shock. Time skip. A woman shows her awakened powers in a show, explaining the status window and how it shows a list of skills a person can use. This person is Yumi, who has an affinity for mold and moss, and developed phytokinesis as she awakened. She became a hunter after the incident and joined a guild. They go to dungeons to find mana stones, rare gems only found in dungeons. With the existence of S-rank hunters, challenging dungeons can be cleared, and these are also more rewarding. Among them, Yoojin Han is one of the most famous S-rankers in Korea. He has created the Heian Guild and is known as the youngest guild master in the country. And at 25, he is already rich beyond belief, and there's no mention of Yoojin. The program continues with an interview with Yumi, who expresses that E-rankers like her can only dream of becoming rich. The interview cuts to the news that this hunter, featured in Hunter Files' show, recently died in a dungeon raid. Oof, this reminds everyone that being a hunter comes with a great price. The TV droned on as an injured man listened in a crouched position. Wait, is this the MC? A gate is open in one area, and people are littered outside. A man wearing a red jacket complains to his boss about hiring an F-ranker wimp like Yoojin Han in their raid. Yoojin sits in a chair, looking down with 2 crutches beside him. He removes his mask as he acknowledges the complaining person. He's going to enter a dungeon in that condition? The boss stops the complainer from making more ruckus. The red jacket dude complains some more and said how Yoojin gets to survive every raid, while the rest gets wiped out. He kept talking more crap, adding salt by mentioning how Yoojin abandoned Yoojin. No, Yoojin raised him into what he is today. How could he abandon his older brother? What happened in those 8 years? Seriously. Hearing this insult got Yoojin all riled up. He grabbed the complainer. The complainer simply laughs and kicks Yoojin in the chest. The guy mocks Yoojin for thinking he can mess with a D-ranker like him. Yoojin can only curse at him. Their team boss approaches Yoojin and gives him a buff by hardening his bones. While this won't heal Yoojin's legs, he can move more manageably in the following hours. The boss tells Yoojin to ignore the other guy. Yoojin can only grin and accept these words. Yoojin apologizes to the boss for having to mediate between them and encourages the boss while he's at it. The boss smiles and gives his thanks. They both stood up, and the boss walked away and smacked the red jacket dude in the head. The boss scolds the guy for bullying Yoojin and proudly says that Yoojin's a walking encyclopedia on dungeons and monsters. Yoojin's knowledge might save you one day. Yoojin activates a skill and checks his influence. He confirms that guild leader Shop Wu Lim is under his influence. Yoojin doesn't care if he gets called ominous or parasite, because those names are not entirely wrong. The guild leader calls for Yoojin as they'll enter the dungeon. Yoojin swears that he'll survive with his skill. I wonder what his skill actually does. Inside the dungeon, hunters are fighting monsters using their skills. The boss reminds them to be careful, while the others are busy with the hunt. Yoojin is busy mining for mana stones. The red jacket dude tells him to keep up, since the guild will take 80% of everything he digs up. He's basically working for scraps. As the rude guy kept saying crap, Yoojin started imagining him as an evil stepmother who won't stop nagging at Cinderella. Yoojin started singing listlessly as he thought about how his brother abandoned him after awakening. Despite his begging, Yoojin left, and Yoojin got drafted into the military. He still has to serve despite the chaos. At this time, Yoojin built his own guild, Heian, that grew unrivaled in their country. And it looks like his brother has already forgotten about Yoojin. As Yoojin was left behind, he could only think about awakening himself. He chose to take all his savings and go to a broker to help him awaken. The broker tricked him into signing a contract, and Yoojin did manage to awaken. Except, Yoojin only awakened as an F rank. I think this proves how Yoojin cared for his brother to the point that he barely cared for himself. Awakening with a useless rank only made him get criticized by the media and fall into debt. Yoojin had to clean up his mess, and he bluntly states Yoojin's title of nurturer, custodian, or caregiver. We'll stick with caregiver. Whatever it is, Yoojin got the title for raising an S-ranker. Yoojin tells him he shouldn't be so shameless, for he can't nurture him, because all Yoojin does is cling to his feet and drag him down. You're the shameless one, Yoojin. With Yoojin's bad luck, his legs broke in one of his dungeon raids. He asked Yoojin for help, but Yoojin refused to lend his brother a healer. Yoojin even thought it would be better to have his brother's legs broken so that he'll stop going into dungeons. He tells Yoojin to live a quiet life and stop dragging him down. If I was Yoojin, I'd spank his brother until he learns manners, even if that guy is one of the strongest S-rankers. Yoojin grimly grins as he thinks of the past and how he's useless as an older brother. He may be a parasite, but believes he can still survive in a dungeon with his skill. He can give the influence person a small buff with his care and encouraging words. That is his primary skill, but it's insufficient to let him survive. His title as a caregiver has given him a hidden skill that has saved his life every time he is in a pinch. A system suddenly informs Yoojin that his final thanks skill has been activated. The skill lets him gain double the effect of the target's skills and stats. Instead of being glad, this makes Yoojin nervous, and he starts limping to where everyone is. Yoojin's hidden skill, Final Thanks, lets Yoojin gain double the effect of the target's stats and skills for a limited time. He survived a dungeon all this time because of this specific skill, but this skill is ominous. To activate the skill, it means that the target under his care is dead. The skill effects are sound, but the activation cost isn't something a sane person would really wish for. Yoojin rushes as he limps and reaches the hunting party. The ground is filled with blood, and Yoojin finds the body of the guild leader on the floor. He hears growling and looks up. A monster with 3 heads has the rude guild member in its mouth. The red jacket dude curses at Yoojin for jinxing them, and those were his last words as he died. What a way to serve justice. Looking aghast, Yoojin can only stare as the last member dies. He realizes the monster is Raas, the dragon king of venom and curse. Nobody has ever slain it, and it's a tier 1 dragon deemed undefeatable. So what is it doing in a D-ranked dungeon? The three-headed dragon, Raas, looms over Yoojin. Yoojin limps as he ponders why it is in a D-ranked dungeon. Yoojin uses the skill, Fortify Legs, on himself to give him a better chance of escaping. This is the skill the guild leader previously used on him. With its double effects, he runs away as he thinks of a way out. I doubt it'll make much difference. Raas' tail narrowly misses him and hits the rocky ground instead. The monster launches another attack with its tail as Yoojin thinks of how he can survive. The tail thwacks him, and Yoojin flies off and tumbles. He spittles blood from his nose and mouth, thinking he is no match for the monster. The guild leader's memories started entering Yoojin's head, showing him what had happened with Raas. The memories only horrified Yoojin more, and he trembled as he realized he couldn't move his legs. Seeing how a person horribly dies will make anyone squirm. The Raas roars as Yoojin clenches his eyes shut, thinking he doesn't want to die. A loud explosion goes off, and Yoojin is whisked away by Yoojin. Shocked by his brother's appearance, Yoojin can only ask. Yoojin hides Yoojin behind the rocks and tells his brother to stay back. Yoojin turns his back as Yoojin warns him, "Yeah, OP bro is here, but we're still mad at you." Yoojin faces Raas and activates his skill, Blue Willow Leaves. A swirl of blue willow leaves appears, and Yoojin dashes toward Raas by stepping on the leaves. As Yoojin reaches one of its heads, his sword gets wrapped in black flames, and he stabs a monster's head with it. The fast movement of his brother amazes Yoojin, as he thinks this is how an S-ranker fights. Yoojin sees one of the heads gurgling a green substance from its mouth, and he leaps away. Yoojin screams for him to watch out because there is no antidote for Raas' poison, which can cause a curse when it touches him. Big Bro helping Lil Bro with his walking encyclopedia skill. Hearing this, Yoojin activates Titan's shield before Yoojin, but some poison still splashes in Yoojin's clothes. Yoojin can only yell his worry as his brother slashes another head of Raas. This melts Yoojin's blade, and Yoojin observes his brother's constrained movement. Yoojin realizes that it is because Yoojin is protecting him. He ignores his big bro, then saves him now. Yoojin scolds Yoojin as he fights. He told his brother he should have learned his lesson when his legs broke. Yoojin can't help but talk back to Yoojin, but Yoojin just yells at him to hide. "You're confusing everyone, Yoojin." Yoojin's scolding made Yoojin think he was indeed a useless brother. Yoojin hoped that Yoojin was there to save him because they were brothers. But hearing those words from Yoojin only made him feel worse about himself. Yoojin equips his sword as he talks about how having an older brother like him must have been really tiring. Yoojin sees this and tells Yoojin to get back to safety. Yoojin doesn't listen and stabs Raas in the foot, getting a monster head's attention. Stubborn fool. Yoojin tells Yoojin that he should just let him die there since he is only slowing Yoojin down. With him dead in the dungeon, there's no need for a funeral, and Yoojin's guild will be thrilled with his death. Raas roars as it attacks Yoojin. Yoojin squeezes his eyes shut, so he doesn't see Yoojin attack the dragon with his black flames. Is this how he redeems himself? Wondering why he's still alive, Yoojin opens his eyes and sees his brother embracing him with wounds on his back, and Yoojin wonders when things got bad between the two of them. Yoojin and Yoojin were very close. They got orphaned at a young age, and Yoojin has cared for his brother ever since. Yoojin asks Yoojin if he's okay. No, he obviously isn't. Yoojin is all confused as to why Yoojin would still protect him. Yoojin coughs blood as he tells Yoojin that the Raas falls asleep every 5 hours, and will fall back asleep in an hour. At that time, Yoojin should take advantage of this time to escape. Yoojin started thinking that what was happening was wrong. He remembered how Yoojin ignored him when his legs got broken, how Yoojin pushed him out of his life, even when asked for help, and even told him to learn his place. But what is Yoojin doing here? These thoughts ran through his head as Yoojin gave him a gate stone to escape the dungeon. Yoojin rejects it, saying Yoojin should use it himself, but Yoojin says it's useless. He won't be needing the gate stone. Yoojin plops into Yoojin's arms. Yoojin calls for his brother, but a flash tells him it's useless. With his caregiver title in effect, the skill, Final Thanks, gets activated and will last for an hour. The system announces that the skills and stats of Yoojin Han will be transferred at double effectiveness. Yoojin bursts with blue light as he receives it. Even if Yoojin never really activated the skill, Yoojin is still recognized as someone under Yoojin's care. The Rao-Cheetahs attacks Yoojin by stomping its foot on them. Yoojin activates the blue willow leaves to escape with his brother in his arms. As they got to the ground, Yoojin could only scold himself as he embraced his brother's dead body. Yoojin manifests a spear using Yoojin's black flames and gently settles Yoojin to the ground. Yoojin stands up and stabs Rao-Cheetah Su in one of its heads. He comments on how slow Rao-Cheetah's is now that he's twice as strong as his S-ranker brother. I love and hate Yoojin's skills at the same time. As Yoojin fights, he also receives Yoojin's memories. Flashback time. Yoojin learns that his brother is F-rank, so he decides to keep his distance, so that Yoojin will not be seen as Yoojin's weakness, and this will keep him safe. Yoojin commands his people to keep watch of Yoojin. Yoojin scolded his people for letting his brother get hurt, to the point that his legs got broken, and he commands everyone to take out everyone who did this to Yoojin. Yoojin not providing a healer, kicking Yoojin out, and giving him money were all decided by Yoojin, so that Yoojin would stop entering a dungeon. But deep inside, Yoojin is sorry that he has to resort to these actions to keep Yoojin safe. Every bad thing between them happened for the sake of protecting Yoojin. These memories entered Yoojin as he fought Rao-Cheetahs. He leaps on its head and uses it to jump higher, and from above, he slashes Rao-Cheetahs, killing it. It rains inside the dungeon, and Yoojin looks at the fallen monster. The memories he received from Yoojin enlightened him about what he was unaware of. Not only Yoojin, but all of us were also enlightened. But still, Yoojin should have lent some healers for Yoojin's legs. Or maybe, I don't know, tell him why he was doing those things instead of trying to hide it. The skill Final Thanks is reaching its 1 hour time limit. And once it deactivates, Yoojin will soon die because of the dragon's poison. Yoojin can only embrace this death. Out of nowhere, the system lets him know that he unlocked an impossible achievement by single-handedly hunting a dragon, giving him the title of Dragon Slayer. With it, he'll also receive 10 Gate Stones, 5 Tier 1 enchantment drafts, the Red Dragon Great Sword, and a Wish Stone that can grant any wish once. There are lots of Gate Stones, but no one can use them now. Despite receiving a lot of rewards, Yoojin has zeroed in on the Wish Stone. He asks if it can bring back his brother, but the system immediately tells him it can't return the dead. Yoojin could easily wish to be more powerful, become the greatest hunter, and get anything he wants. Still, it is useless since he only wants to have his brother back. With these thoughts, Yoojin wishes to turn back time before his brother's death. Yoojin promises to live a quiet life away from the dungeons. He changes his wish to turn back the time even before he awakens, even if the time comes that he will regret it. Good job on being specific with your wish. The system asks him for confirmation, and Yoojin affirms that he wants to turn back time. He will not let this happen again. And the Wish Stone glows as it grants Yoojin's wish. Give me a Wish Stone. I also want to be a regressor. Yoojin springs up and looks around. He identifies the space as the Heian Guild headquarters and checks that he returned to 5 years ago. Yoojin remembers that this was the day before he went to the Awakening Broker. Yoojin then remembers what is about to happen in that room and looks at the door. The door opens, and Yoojin immediately scolds Yoojin as he comes in. Yoojin tears up as he sees his brother alive. With thoughts on how everything is back to how it was, Yoojin dashes at Yoojin and hugs him tight. Yoojin was shocked, but he lets his brother hug him. Yes, they can make up now. Yoojin starts apologizing to Yoojin. He admits he's wrong and apologizes for everything while hugging Yoojin. Yoojin asks if Yoojin did something, and Yoojin calms him down. Yoojin pats his brother's head as he hugs him, saying how things have been hard for Yoojin, and how he's been a terrible brother for not realizing it. Yoojin pulls back and promises Yoojin that he'll behave from now on, so that Yoojin will stop getting stressed because of Yoojin. Yoojin starts hugging his brother back. Keep your promise, Yoojin. Yoojin feels a bit embarrassed, but he is happy that he can fix his relationship with his brother back to the way it was. Yoojin calls Yoojin baby brother and tells him, I love you, with the resolve to finally forget Awakening. or become a hunter. He suddenly receives a system message congratulating him for his awakening. The system announces that he has gained the legendary Dragon Slayer and Perfect Caregiver titles. With the Perfect Caregiver title, he receives the skill, My Kid is the Best, which increases Yoojin Han's growth speed by 100%. An OP support is born. Yoojin remembers that this was the day he had a huge fight with Yoojin and ran off, but today is very different. Yoojin is in the kitchen cooking dinner for Yoojin. Yoojin can only sit down and feel awkward with the current situation. Yoojin opens his status window while he waits for his brother to finish cooking. He sees he still has the Dragon Slayer title and starts feeling off about it. The Dragon Slayer title is an L rank or legendary rank title higher than S rank. Yoojin clicks on the title and 4 skills appear. It gains 3 L grade resistance for poison, curse, and fear, making him immune to these ailments below the legendary grade, while the last one is a double S grade skill called Rao Chita's Bane, making Yoojin the natural enemy of Rao Chita's and other dragon-type monsters. Cool skills. I wish there was also sleep resistance. Seeing the skills, Yoojin starts thinking he has become one of those heroes who becomes the most powerful person after regressing. Yes, you are, in a way. He starts daydreaming of Yoojin fighting Rao Chita's and how he protects Yoojin from the boss. He even imagines having Yoojin make googly eyes as Yoojin praises him or carrying Yoojin in his arms. Yoojin thinks he'll be invincible with this skill and is now an S ranker or even an L ranker. He taps on his status and sees that the stats are still low, meaning he's still an F ranker. Yoojin can only cry as he imagines how Rao Chita's can quickly kill him with a swipe of its claws. Ha, you wish? Thinking that the L actually stands for loser, he checks his other skills. His dexterity and intelligence boosts are still at E grade, while his title Caregiver upgraded to L rank, and it has new skills under it. His final thanks skill upgraded to L grade, but he dismissed it. Creepy skill. He checks the L grade skill, My Kid is the Best, and learns that the growth rate of the target can be boosted for 3 days if he uses the keyword. Yoojin gets shocked to see that the boost could be doubled, thinking that his brother would be stronger with a double rate compared to other hunters. Yoojin then checks the double S grade skill, My Kid is so great. The skill activates if he cheers the target in front of at least 5 intelligent beings using the keyword. The boost is based on the number of intelligent beings who heard it. So if 100 humans heard it, the growth would be 100%, which is the max boost Yoojin can provide with this skill. These 2 skills are pretty great. Yoojin thinks these 2 skills can make Yoojin the most powerful hunter in the world in no time. And if he uses it with the whole guild, Hey I Am will be the strongest. Yoojin imagines how his skills will make him rich and famous until he sees the keyword, I love you. Yoojin bangs his head on the table, making Yoojin worried, saying, I love you to your brother and in public. I feel you, bro. Might as well forget about that skill if you ask me. The keyword has changed because of his second awakening. Yoojin imagines that saying, I love you to everyone he meets will easily send him to jail. Yeah, saying that to a kid you don't know is kinda, just don't go there. Yoojin looks at the last skill, Promising Sprout. It's an S-grade skill that lets him check the potential of an unawakened individual. Imagining the possibility of using his other skills on a target will help them reach their optimal potential. Yoojin finishes cooking and serves Yoojin food. Yoojin eats and compliments Yoojin's cooking, making his brother happy. Make Yoojin happy and keep praising him, Yoojin. Yoojin expresses his shock at learning that his brother knows how to cook. Yoojin admits that eating his own food is safer to avoid poisons and curses. Yoojin was struck by realizing that some people did this to his brother. Yoojin gets angry and grabs his brother's face, scolding Yoojin for not telling him this. But Yoojin can only say that this is the path that he chose. Don't worry, F-rank big bro will protect you now. Yoojin then admits that he regrets their falling out. He pretended he wasn't close to Yoojin, so that people wouldn't exploit Yoojin. Yoojin didn't want to burden Yoojin with this, and thought Yoojin wouldn't understand. Learning that he was wrong, Yoojin is happy that his brother still cares and loves him, and the two enjoyed a meal together for the first time in a while. You guys should have just talked it out in the first place. They finished their meal, and Yoojin stood to get back to work. Before leaving, he ensured Yoojin deleted the broker's contact information from his phone. As Yoojin leaves, Yoojin says he'll take care of everything before leaving, making Yoojin pause. Yoojin then says that Yoojin will stay with him from now on. He states that Yoojin can't go outside, shocking our MC speechless. We have another brocon. This time it's worse. Yoojin asks Yoojin what he means, and Yoojin smiles, saying it's dangerous outside. Yoojin explains that now that they are close again, Yoojin will not be safe anymore. Yoojin's enemies will be all over Yoojin, and he can't just let him wander outside. Yoojin reiterates that Yoojin will now stay and live with him, overprotective bro. Yoojin makes the run for it, but bars start appearing out of nowhere, and a mover asks for his signature for bringing all of his stuff. We need insta-movers like this in real life. Yoojin says that Yoojin's place is now empty. Yoojin tries to argue, but Yoojin reminds his brother's words of love and how he forgave Yoojin for his previous actions, meaning Yoojin agrees to live together. Wow, saying I love you means you can live together immediately now. Yoojin is stuck in Yoojin's place with his stuff littering the place. He wonders if the reset affected his brother's head in treating him like a kid. Yoojin takes some essentials and decides to bail. But as he opens the door, he sees the prominent figure of a man in a casual suit. The man glares at Yoojin as he asks what he can help him with. Yoojin identifies the glaring man as Song-han Kim, an A-rank hunter of Heian that serves as Yoojin's right-hand man because of his defense skills. Yoojin asks if he can get through, but Song-han refuses because it was the guild master's instructions to keep Yoojin there. Yoojin then argues, but Song-han threateningly tells him to go back inside. Yoojin starts to get afraid like a rabbit before a bear, but a system interface appears as he thinks he can't back down. Yoojin activates his L-rank skill, Fear Resistance, removing the intimidation effect Song-han has on him. Oh, so that's how it works. Yoojin stops fearing Song-han and tells him that detaining him like this is a crime, but Song-han only grabs him by his clothes and lifts Yoojin up. Desperate, Yoojin looks at his other skills and uses Promising Sprout. The use makes him stop and look at Song-han closely. Song-han is currently an A rank, but he can potentially become an S rank, and his S-graded skills are locked. Yoojin concludes that if Song-han becomes an S rank, Heian can have 2 S rankers. Yoojin yanks on Song-han's head as he tries to unlock using his skill. The system informs him that the target is not under his influence. Yoojin needs to use the keywords, and activate My Kid is the best skill to unlock his target's full potential. Yoojin thinks that having Song-han under his wings will grant him his freedom, but saying I love you to the A rank is somewhat cringe. Song-han starts to get irritated, but Yoojin refuses to give up. Yoojin draws a heart with his fingers, making Song-han only stare. Yoojin tries again, but this time with both hands and a wink, only making Song-han angry. He makes Yoojin go back inside. In the end, he can't say the keyword. Our MC can only fall on his arms and knees, thinking the keywords must be changed. Yoojin comes home seeing an almost dead Yoojin in a mess. Yoojin takes his brother from the floor, commenting how he still hasn't unpacked. Yoojin weakly answers that he's only a prisoner. Yoojin says he'll eventually let his older brother out. This snaps Yoojin from his stupor. Yoojin explains that Yoojin will be free once Heian becomes the most powerful guild in the country. Yoojin promises that it will only take a year. Still, Yoojin gets depressed because he knows this took Yoojin 3 years to accomplish. Yoojin promises he'll still let his brother leave the house as long as Song-han or he is there to watch over Yoojin. But Yoojin retracts, saying he can't always take his brother out because clearing a dungeon can take several days. Yoojin treats his brother like a pet that needs his walk. The thought pails Yoojin, and he tries to find a solution using his abilities and knowledge. As a regressor, he knows the hunters that will reach the highest rank, and if he contracts with them, they can be his bodyguards. He can even stop Yoojin from bossing him around if he can do this. With that, Yoojin announces that he'll find an A ranker. Yoojin looks at his brother in confusion, and Yoojin confirms he will. While Yoojin thinks about finding an A ranker or an S ranker that he can easily sway and sweet talk. Outside, in an alley, a girl with poor clothes and shoes looks up at the sky, foreshadowing Yoojin's new recruit. Yoojin asks Yoojin how he'll find an A ranker himself. Yoojin fumbles, and Yoojin leers at his brother, stating that Yoojin has awakened. Yoojin starts barraging Yoojin with questions about how he awakened and his skills. Yoojin panics and thinks about how he can't tell the truth to his brother, or he'll be locked up forever. Yoojin then tells Yoojin that he's only an F rank at most. He can predict whether a person's ranking will be high or low, and how awakening is limited to only once a month. Yoojin thinks about it and admits that it's not enough to make Yoojin a target. Still, Yoojin says that Yoojin's abilities will soon be obsolete because of the development of an awakening center. The center will help people have a safe awakening. Yoojin smiles and says his skills are useless, so Yoojin should let him go out and find himself an A ranker. Yoojin finally agrees, but Yoojin should still stay at Yoojin's place. Yoojin is ecstatic about getting Yoojin's permission. He gets ahead of himself, thinking he can create a guild greater than his brother's. Yeah, but you still have your brother as a warden. The next day, Yoojin, accompanied by Songhan, goes to the Korean Hunters Association Awaken Registration Center. The place is a mouthful. Let's just call it the registration center in the future. People are abuzz with Hae-Ayeon's A-rank appearance, thinking he's accompanying a new big-shot hunter. Nothing to see here, people. Yoojin registers, and everyone learns he's only an F rank. People kept murmuring, even commenting that Yoojin pretended to be an S rank. Well, not his fault. You all jumped to the wrong conclusion. Yoojin takes out an envelope that Yoojin gave him as pocket money for purchasing equipment. His eyes go big when he sees it's 1 billion won. Yoojin's insane, but I want to be his brother. Yoojin headed to the Hunter's Mall on the 6th floor and was welcomed by the staff. They showed him equipment meant to increase his magic power, but those were too flashy for his taste. He takes the studs of Dark Fairy, which adds 29 magic power, Manticore leather gloves adding 61 stamina and 20 strength, and a light fabric belt adding 16 dexterity. Then Yoojin spends the rest of his money on contracts, potions, and more. He's basically a pay-to-win player. Songhan was waiting for Yoojin downstairs by the car. Songhan questions where Yoojin has been, and reminds him to always tell him where he's going. The two of them were about to go, but Yoojin said they still had somewhere to go. Yoojin thinks about the ice witch Yerim Park, who lives around the area. He remembers that she used to live with relatives. Yerim was a well-known A-ranker before the reset, so getting her will satisfy his brother. Yerim is to awaken 3 years from now when she turns 18, so meeting and making her sign a contract while she's barely in high school would be good for him. She's probably the girl previously shown at the end of Chapter 7. Yoojin visits different barbecue places and asks people about Yerim, but everyone he's asked so far says no. Yoojin eats a corn dog and asks Songhan if they should just eat there. Then he sees a girl shouting at an older man. The girl bumps into Yoojin as she leaves, and Yoojin finally identifies the girl as Yerim. Yep, it's her all right. Seeing her run away, Yoojin passes his corn dog to Songhan and runs after her. It was only possible because he equipped the light fabric belt. After some turns, Yoojin finally spots Yerim and calls for her. Yerim ignores Yoojin and just runs away to the streets. She stops when a loud honk and flash of lights come from a running vehicle. Yoojin leaps and saves Yerim from getting hit. Nice. For a second there, I thought Yerim would become an isekai heroine. Yoojin asks if Yerim is okay and laments how he didn't land with a heroic pose. Yerim sits on Yoojin's back with a foot on his face as she asks him if he's a hunter. Yoojin says he'll explain, but she should move first. It could have been a more awkward position than that. Korean barbecue sizzles and Yoojin drools as he looks at it. The art is so good that it's making me drool like Yoojin. Yoojin tells Yerim to dig in, while thinking that it was a good thing that he brought the corporate card. The two starts talking, and Yerim confirms that Yoojin is the Hae-Ayeon Guild Master's older brother, and she wonders why Yoojin is recruiting someone like her. Yerim doesn't really believe Yoojin and decides to leave. Yoojin stops her by claiming that he knows Yerim's parents, who used to help him and his brother when their own parents passed away. Yoojin wants to repay them by helping Yerim out. Yerim returns to eating and says Yoojin's okay since he's not trying to rip her off. The world has been too harsh on you, girl, and you've met a liar. Yoojin tells Yerim that he sees potential in her while thinking about how he could help her. Yoojin explains that his skill can help people get their powers, and he says that Yerim will at least get a B rank. And with Hae-Ayeon's backing, Yoojin can sponsor Yerim, if it's okay with her. I smell a bit of nepotism here. Yoojin reaches his hand out to Yerim and once again offers to sign a contract, and he'll make her a hunter, To make Yerim more inclined, he offers her the terms by pulling out a parchment and a pen from his inventory. Yerim gets excited when she sees this, and Yoojin assures her that she'll also get it when she awakens. Yoojin explains that the parchment is made from materials found in dungeons. Signing on it means she'll enter into an agreement with him. The terms are as follows. Join the Heian Guild after awakening. Never divulge Yoojin Han's skills. And serve as Yoojin Han's bodyguard for a year. Yoojin explains that someone wants to lock him up for being a helpless F-ranker. Then Yerim asks him if he doesn't feel embarrassed for letting a teenager protect him. This stabs Yoojin right in the head. Yoojin then explains that Yerim will be more powerful than him after her awakening. I don't think child abuse applies if the child is an S-ranker, so Yoojin's safe here. Yerim then asks if awakening means she can live on her own. Yoojin explains that awakened minors can gain status as an adult. Hearing this, Yerim decides to sign her name on the contract. Yoojin immediately stops her, telling her to finish reading it first, and add her terms to the agreement. Yerim then realizes that she almost made a mistake. Yoojin explains that she'll be on the losing end if she blindly signs contracts. He teaches her to negotiate her terms carefully. He explains why she would still need a legal guardian to guide her. Yerim asks what if the guardian rips her off, the guardian may take all the money she makes. Yoojin asks what Yerim means when a man suddenly screams at her. I think she's being abused by her relatives, and it's this guy. The man is Yerim's uncle, who starts reprimanding Yerim before Yoojin even introduces himself. Yerim's uncle starts pulling on her, telling her she has to work or she'll be sorry. Yoojin tries to calm the man down and holds onto the other guy's arm, but the man accuses Yoojin of having a relationship with his niece. This shocks and irritates Yoojin so much that he starts squeezing the arm he's holding. The man yells to let him go, but Yoojin ignores him and looks at Yerim. Yerim is standing, avoiding their gaze, feeling uncomfortable. It is when Yoojin sees Yerim's tattered shoes and remembers the previous yelling. Understanding dawns on Yoojin, and he says she is better off without a guardian like this jerk before them. Finding someone who understands her, Yerim agrees and says her uncle is the worst. She starts telling about how her uncle took all of her parents' money and never gave anything to her. She then tells about how he would only give her cheap plastic umbrellas during the typhoon, but those would break and he wouldn't get a new one. So she has no choice but to use plastic bags to remain dry. People around them hear the commotion and start murmuring how this is child abuse. Yerim's uncle gets angry and pushes Yoojin off him. Yep, he's non-biodegradable trash. Yoojin tumbles down loudly, shocking both Yerim and her uncle. Yerim asks if Yoojin is okay, but Yoojin remains seated on the floor. Oof. Now you're causing harm to Yoojin's precious brother. Yoojin was seated on the floor for a second, then suddenly started rolling and shouting that the other guy was beating him up for no reason. He starts crying and acting like a victim who only tries to protect the girl. Yoojin says the guy would beat Yerim like this, acting all pitiful. And the award for Best Actor goes to, rolling on the floor, Yoojin. Yerim's uncle got really angry that he grabbed Yoojin by the collar. Yoojin doesn't miss the chance to tap his foot next to the other guy's foot, making the other person lose his balance and fall on his face on the table. Yoojin then stands up and tells the other that spilled soda made the floor slippery. Not yet done with Yerim's uncle, Yoojin keeps hold of the other's head, asking if he's okay in a loud voice. Yoojin gets closer to the guy and whispers how he shouldn't have ripped off his niece while threatening to put the guy's face in the griller built into the table. Now that is what I call justice. A loud sound stops Yoojin from threatening the other guy. He looks at Yerim, but Yerim only compliments him, thinking that the sound came from Yoojin, smashing her uncle's face to the table. Yoojin says it wasn't him while still holding on to the other guy's head. A loud rumbling sound was heard throughout the area and people started panicking. Songhan then appears, still holding on to Yoojin's corn dog. Good work, soldier. You follow orders well. Songhan tells him they should go because a monster is in the area. Outside, a monster with multiple tentacles, eyes, and sharp teeth is causing havoc. There was a dungeon break and it released this monster. Songhan tells Yoojin to return because it's dangerous there, and he tells them he'll buy them some time. Songhan Fist flashes as he activates his A-rank defensive skill, Terra Shield, on the ground. The ground changes and forms a wall that protects them from the monster. Songhan tells Yoojin to get to safety, but Yoojin is shocked as he thinks this kind of thing didn't happen in his past life. This is definitely a sign of something wrong with the current timeline. Song-han tells Yoojin to go before he leaps and attacks the monster with a falling kick. Song-han realizes it's not the monster's main body, and the tentacles start slithering around him. People are still panicking on the other side of the wall that Song-han made. People were running, and among them were Yerim and her uncle. With her tattered shoes, Yerim falls down, and her uncle sees this. Instead of helping his niece, he only looked back and continued running. I hope he suffers eternal pain. Tentacles come slithering toward Yerim, but Yoojin immediately stops them with a big shield. Yerim is stunned, and Yoojin tells her to run towards a shelter. Yoojin pulls on Yerim's hand as they run toward a shelter. This is how a grown-up should act. Learn from this, Yerim's uncle. The two discover an underground shelter, and Yoojin tells Yerim to hide there. Yerim asks what about him. Yoojin answers that he has to go back as he thinks of what type of monster it is and how to defeat it. As a defense-specialized hunter, Song-han wouldn't have wide-area attack skills that could kill the beast. Yoojin was still thinking of a way when Yerim gripped his arm and told him she would help. She can immediately help if Yoojin awakens her now. Yoojin reminds her that she still hasn't signed the contract, but Yerim promises she wouldn't change her mind after things settle down. Because of this reasoning, Yoojin doesn't want to let her come. Yoojin explains to her that awakening wouldn't make her a great fighter instantaneously. It will safely awaken her and not throw her to battle immediately. Listen to Yoojin, Yerim. Yoojin remembers how Yoon fought on his own when he awakened. Oof, this event is bringing up bad memories for our MC. With this thought, he swears that he wouldn't forgive himself if he let a kid fight alone. Yoojin tells her to get to safety again. Yoojin runs off as he thinks of how to beat the monster. He reaches Song-han on the safe side of the wall with a pole. Song-han asks why he was there and yells at Yoojin to get to safety. Yoojin ignores Song-han's words and just commands Song-han to use his shield skill. Song-han says it's useless, but Yoojin tells him it would be enough since he has a plan. Yoojin and Song-han look over the monsters on top of the thick wall that Song-han made. Song-han readies himself and again uses Terra's shield on top of the border they're in. The earth rumbles and moves in to make a shield. Instead of making another wall, the earth closed in on the monster, covering it from all sides and sealing even the top. As the earth stops moving, Song-han thinks he would never have used his skill this way. Yoojin tells Song-han it's his turn as he leaps off and runs towards the hole left by Song-han's skill. Yoojin plans to use the A-rank black poison pill he bought back from the association earlier. They'll kill the monster by popping one of those in an open shield and immediately closing the barrier. Before Yoojin can even throw it in, he stops, shocked to see that the monster is missing. Wondering where it went, tentacles emerge from the sewage and pull Yoojin by the ankle. He danbles in the air as he realizes the monster hid in the sewer. It was a miscalculation, and he wonders if this is his end. I doubt it's your end since this story can't continue without you. The end of an umbrella thwacks on a tentacle, and Yerim appears with an umbrella extended by a wooden pole. Yerim kept on attacking the monster that held Yoojin. Her attacks worked in a way, and Yoojin dropped to the ground when the monster released him. She's stubborn, but if it wasn't for her, Yoojin might have died for real this time. The two run towards an alley while Yoojin scolds Yerim for not listening, saying she's only a civilian. Yerim talks back by shouting that Yoojin's only an F-ranker. Ouch. Yoojin answers that he's at least an awakened grown-up, unlike her. Yerim reminds Yoojin that he's an adult who wants a teenage girl as his bodyguard. The two kept bantering as they ran. Yerim knows that she's a minor, but is the exact reason why she needs her own powers. When Yoojin saved her, she was relieved to have someone who really wanted to protect her. And at the same time, it made her angry for being helpless. Instead of relying on others' help, she wants the ability to protect herself and the freedom to make her own choices. And to do that, she wants Yoojin to teach her how to be strong. For a teenager, she's really ready to face life challenges head-on. The monster is almost upon them, and they stop running. Light starts to gather as Yoojin grips Yerim's hand. There was a loud boom, and Song-han could only look over from where he was with eyes open wide. The tentacles are frozen mid-attack, and Yerim's hand is stretched upwards with a remaining magic circle. Yerim has cast Frosty Sigh on it, and the system congratulates her for awakening. She looks at Yoojin happily and announces that she got an S rank. She's making me cry with happiness. Yerim shows off her skills at Yoojin, while Songhan can only stare blankly. Yoojin scolds Yerim that she should not tell everyone about her skills. Yerim kept on talking, but the monster was still alive. Yoojin shouts to watch out behind her, as a tentacle grabs Yerim's arm. The tentacles shock Yerim, and she immediately smacks the monster while yelling "Mommy." The attack makes Yoojin and Songhan's faces pale with shock. The monster is stuck on the wall, and Yoojin thinks Yerim is truly an S rank. Yerim is happy and says that she'll take care of the rest. She borrows the poles Songhan was holding, and with a clack to the ground, a blue light appears. Rocks get thrown Yoojin's way, but Songhan protects him with his skill. Yerim activates the Sandals of Hermes, and with a whoosh, she attacks the monster. And more rubbles fall on Songhan and Yoojin. Yoojin screams at Yerim to take it easy, or she'll kill them all. Yeah, she's a bit out of control. While still floating in the air, Yerim apologizes, saying she's still not used to controlling her powers. Yoojin looks up at her, reflecting on his previous life and how they called Yerim the Ice Witch. Instead, what he sees right now is a cheerful girl. She definitely turned into a witch because of that uncle of hers. Yoojin comments on how her awakening is unexpected, and would have been an added bonus if she had an AoE skill. As Yoojin says this, someone beside him says he'll take care of it. With a flare of his hand, Yoojin engulfs the remaining monster in his black flames. Yoojin really loves his brother. This amazes Yerim, as she sees how Yoojin's attack cleanly defeats the enemy in one move. Yoojin looks up at her with a frown on his gaze. He probably thinks this girl is a potential enemy for his brother's affection. Looking at his brother's back, Yoojin comments on how Yoojin came to save him. Yoojin looks at his brother and calls him brother with a dark look. Yoojin rushes to Yoojin and scolds him, thinking he should have locked him up. Yoojin introduces Yerim to Yoojin as Yerim goes back to the ground. He introduces her as a new S-ranker who can keep him safe. Yerim shyly says hello to Yoojin as she realizes that Yoojin is not lying when he says his brother is the guild master of Heian. Well, to see is to believe. Yoojin proudly says that Yerim will sign with him, while Yoojin only comments on how she's still a minor. Yoojin scratches his face as he tells his plan to become Yerim's legal guardian. This shocks Yoojin, and he argues that his brother can be just the girl's sponsor. Yoojin's more shocked by this revelation than by her being an S rank. Hearing this, Yerim asks if there's any difference between a legal guardian and a sponsor. Songhan then explains that a sponsor can't get involved in the personal affairs of the beneficiary, meaning they can't protect the beneficiary if they enter a contract that's disadvantageous to them, while a legal guardian can act as a parent to their ward. Yerim gets shocked that Yoojin will be her parent, and she tells him that he doesn't have to go that far for her. Yoojin agrees with Yerim, saying that she's a total stranger. Lil Bro is panicking. Yoojin calmly tells Yerim that he must do so because Yerim has a jerk for an uncle, but you will still leave the decision to Yerim. This infuriates Yoojin, and he snatches his brother, saying he won't allow it for his brother's sake. Then he tells how there are many cases of powerful minors who assault their weaker legal guardians. He also mentions that an S-ranker would never listen to an F-ranker. Yoojin frowns at Yerim and asks Yoojin what he'll do if Yerim beats him up. Yerim can only say that she wouldn't do such a thing, and that she's a nice girl. Yoojin glares at Yerim and shouts that he'll just do it himself if she really needs a guardian. This irritates Yerim, and she says no thanks, since Yoojin has already volunteered. Yoojin really wants his brother for himself. Yoojin says that Yerim might one day change her mind. Yerim says she wouldn't since there's a contract to keep Yoojin safe. She angrily asks Yoojin if he is sure that he's not the one who's trying to hurt Yoojin. That won't happen, Yerim. The two fought like fire and ice, and Yoojin could only try to calm them down. Hearing his brother speak up, Yoojin puts an arm on his brother's shoulder and starts dragging him away, saying they'll go home. It annoyed Yerim more that she grabbed Yoojin's arm to stop them. Crack. With Yoojin in between two S-rankers, his shoulder dislocates, and Yoojin and Yerim panic. Yoojin can only weakly say that they should leave him alone. It's dangerous to be in between an S-ranker's fight. Yoojin worriedly asks his brother if he should get him a healer or potions. Yoojin points at Yoojin and starts scolding him. Yoojin asks if this is how he raised him. With a finger still pointed at Yoojin tells his brother that it's Yerim's choice if she'll get a legal guardian. Yoojin scolds Yoojin, saying he should be grateful that Yoojin got him a new S rank to join their guild. Yoojin falters and tries to reason, but Yoojin keeps on scolding him. He tells Yoojin that he can't go home yet because he still needs to clean up, and that Songham Kim is waiting for him. He commands his brother to do his job as a guild master and shoos him away. Unable to talk back to his brother, Yoojin hesitantly leaves his brother with Yerim. Yoojin tells his brother that they'll talk later, and he'll be done in no time. Seems like Yoojin can't talk back when his brother scolds him. Yoojin and Yerim watch Yoojin leave with Songhan. Yerim then comments on how she didn't know that Heian's guild master could be such a jerk, and how she liked Yoojin before because he was handsome. Yoojin's a jerk when his brother is involved. Yoojin then points over a rock and yells at Yerim to not come near him and sit on the rock instead. Yerim immediately follows, apologizing for being unable to control her strength, and asks Yoojin about his shoulder. Yoojin assures her it's just dislocated, as he crouches down to pick up one of Yerim's tattered shoes. Yoojin helps Yerim to put on her shoe and comments on how Yerim's uncle gave her worn-out and wrong-sized shoes. He then tells her they should buy a new pair tomorrow. Yerim is happy as she tells Yoojin that this reminds her how it typically happens in rom-com dramas. Before she finishes her sentence, she gets so distracted by a fly that she just smacks at it. Yoojin managed to evade, but he still got hit a bit, causing his nose to bleed. Yoojin says this really got his heart beating fast, except it's out of fear. Yerim can only apologize for what happened. At least the fly's dead. Their serious talk continues. Yoojin mentions that he's only nosy, answering Yerim's question about why he would go so far for her. Yoojin explains to Yerim how he has been in her shoes before, and how things were rough when their parents died. He had wished for someone to help him and his brother out back then, and how he might not be the most reliable guy. Yerim looks at Yoojin and mumbles that Yoojin is reliable. Yoojin smiles at this, and Yerim teases him for wanting her to become his bodyguard. Whatever the case, Yerim looks forward to having Yoojin as her guardian. The two bump their fists as Yoojin thanks her. Yoojin mentions that he may not be able to love her like her parents did, but still, Yoojin tells her, "I love you." This line makes Yerim tear up and laugh hard, saying that it's gross. A system appears and announces that the S-ranker Yerim Park has responded to the keywords and is now under Yoojin's care. Yerim Park was caught. Before the two of them can go, Yerim's uncle appears and tells Yerim that he's worried back then. "Yeah, right. You left her on her own." He then asks Yerim if it is true that she got her awakening, and tells her how she could make a fortune with that. This disgusts both Yoojin and Yerim, as they realize they still have to deal with this jerk. Yerim's uncle tells her again how worried he was when he lost sight of her. He asks if Yerim really did awaken, and Yerim answers that she is, and that she's now an S-ranker. Yerim's uncle is all smiles as he exclaims how they've hit the jackpot. Yerim then tells him she's moving out and has signed a deal with Yoojin. This shocks her uncle, who gets angry, telling her she's only 16. Which, of course, Yerim corrects because she's only 15. Yoojin interjects and explains the special act on hunters, where hunters can live independently at 14. See, you don't even know her actual age. Yerim's uncle shouts that he's never heard of such a thing, but Yoojin simply shows his phone to the man. Yoojin plays a record of their previous argument in the barbecue place. Yoojin tells him they could also get the security camera footage from the restaurant as evidence. Yoojin argues that the man is unfit to be Yerim's legal guardian and runs off without Yerim in her time of need. The uncle rebuts, saying he didn't do such a thing. The two continue to argue while Yerim can only sadly look away. Yerim's uncle swats the phone and grabs Yoojin by the collar, saying he'll sue Yoojin. Yerim can't take it anymore and uses the umbrella to crash it between the two arguing men. Yoojin nervously reminds Yerim that she can't attack civilians. Yerim looks angry as she looks down, but she turns all cute and innocent when she looks up. Wow, she's also an actress. She learns fast. Yerim cutely tells her uncle he shouldn't use violence as she holds the umbrella. Her uncle answers back that Yoojin is the one who's trying to scam him. The umbrella snaps between Yerim's hands. Her uncle looks at her in horror, while Yerim smiles, saying she doesn't know what he means. Yerim continues to crack on the umbrella as she reminds her uncle that he's the one who pushed Yoojin and how he tripped on his own earlier. The crunching sound and aura that Yerim emits horrify her uncle. He starts to wonder if she's the same teenage girl he used to know. because she's like a deadly predator as she crumples the umbrella into a ball. She's a new S ranker. She's obviously fatal. Yoojin didn't turn off his fear resistance, making him immune to whatever Yerim did to her uncle. Yoojin merely thinks that she is scary since she's an S ranker. Ignorance can be bliss. Yerim steps closer to her uncle and tells him she doesn't owe him anything. The metal umbrella is now crumpled into a ball. Yerim asks why a legal guardian can't even provide a kid a proper umbrella. She tosses the metal ball and her uncle plops down to the ground. Yerim then tells her uncle that nothing can stop her from turning him into a ball herself, but she will let it go. Yerim lets her uncle know that it is because he is worthless. He doesn't deserve her time and effort. Yerim tells him to always remember these words and that he shouldn't try to be clingy or trouble the people around her. Yerim proudly says she'll do more than crumple him if he forgets this. Her uncle remains seated on the ground, agape from what just happened. That'll teach you to stop being shameless. Yerim approaches Yoojin, asking if she did a great job imitating him. Yoojin can only think about how he should set a better example for Yerim in the future. And that is how Yoojin recruited Yerim to the Heian Guild and ended his house arrest. But it seems that he has forgotten something. Yoojin wakes up from his sleep when a door slams open. Yoojin sits up. He sees his brother and asks what's wrong. Yoojin stomps his feet toward Yoojin and asks him to hand over the things Yoojin bought from the association. Can't believe he forgot his overprotective brother. This worries Yoojin, and he asks if he has overspent. Yoojin asks Yoojin for the black poison pill. Yoojin shows the pill, and Yoojin immediately snatches it away. Yoojin asks how Yoojin knows he bought those, but Yoojin doesn't answer. Instead, Yoojin asks Yoojin if he can't count on him. Yoojin asks what Yoojin means. With eyes tearing up, Yoojin hugs Yoojin. Yoojin says he knows that Yoojin bought the pill as a last resort. He tells how Yoojin plans to use those if Yoojin's enemies come after him. Yoojin is sure that Yoojin will use the pills to take his own life instead of letting the bad people take advantage of him as a hostage. This freezes Yoojin because he has no such plans. Lil Bro's faith in his brother's selfless love is boundless. Yoojin looks at his brother with love and tells Yoojin that he shouldn't resort to such drastic measures. Yoojin tried to correct him, but Yoojin kept saying he wouldn't let anything happen to his brother and would always be there to save him. Yoojin proved this before Yoojin's reset, even when they had a falling out. Yoojin was planning to use the pills to clear a dungeon, but he thinks he can't tell his brother that he has a legendary grade poison resistance. In the end, Yoojin can only reply with his thanks to his little brother. The two go down the elevator and Yoojin asks his brother if everything has worked out with Yerim. Yoojin says that director Sok has already visited Yerim's uncle. They uncovered all the bad things Yerim's uncle did, and they got him to sign a settlement. This indicates that he'll never contact or approach Yerim, and in exchange, Yerim will drop her lawsuit. Yoojin assures his brother that they used carrots and stick to persuade the guy. You should have just settled with the stick. As they leave the elevator, Yoojin confirms that this is what Yerim wants, and then they drop the subject. Yoojin informs Yoojin that Yerim should have acclimated to her powers since she's in the training room all night. They enter the training room, and Yoojin explains that it was built to withstand damage from S-rank attacks, letting Yerim go all out with her attacks. But what they see is entirely different from what Yoojin just said. Everything in the room is destroyed, and some pillars are still falling. Yeah, built to withstand damage. Bro got scammed. Yoojin remarks on how the room should withstand S-rank attacks, while Yoojin can only mumble. The brothers can only stare at the destruction. The room is unrecognizable with all the destruction Yerim caused. She punches a punching bag which shatters to pieces as it turns to ice. Yerim quickly activates a different skill called Shadowless Day. The skill lets her spread her shadows out. Yoojin wonders what's happening, and if Yerim's okay. With a tug, Yoojin realizes that he can't move his foot that was stepping on one of Yerim's extended shadows. Oh, is this like the shadow possession jutsu from Naruto? Yerim activates the skill, and everything within the shadow gets engulfed by it, including Yoojin. This completely surprises Yoojin, and Yoojin can only call for his brother's name. Yerim's shadow continues to move, and she stomps her feet as she runs and punches the floor. It creates a loud boom and cracks the walls. As the wall crumbles, Yerim takes a rest when she hears Yoojin yelling. This is why the training room is in such a state. Yoojin wakes Yoojin, who faints and becomes white from Yerim's shadow skill. Yoojin manages to wake up and even compliments Yerim for becoming strong. At the same time, Yoojin keeps on yelling, trying to keep him awake. Seeing the state Yoojin is in, Yerim shrieks and tries to wake him up herself. Like a loaning machine, Yoojin starts up and gets shocked. Yerim asks Yoojin if he's okay, as she pulls the hood of her jacket down. Yerim looks brighter and more innocent with her shorter hair. Still out of it, Yoojin asks who she is. Shocked, Yerim reminds Yoojin and asks if he has amnesia. Yoojin finally recognizes her, and Yoojin explains that they gave Yerim a makeover. Wow, perks of being an S-class. The styling team of Heian set it up before she visits the registration center. Yoojin admits that it looks great, and he's sure that Yerim will be able to get offers from sports drink companies. Yerim says she has to look the part because she'll be on television. S-rank means instant celebrity. They then got into the talk of her registration, and Yerim tells all of her skills to Yoojin. She has Frosty Side, which can freeze, the Sandals of Hermes for flying and teleporting short distances, and a Shadowless Day, which can buff and debuff multiple targets. Shadowless Day can boost her chosen stat and skill, and she can absorb the target's shadows to slow them down and add the effect to her buff. This explains why the training room is in shambles. Yerim reveals that she has another skill called White Corpse that lets her collect information from dead bodies. Yoojin comments that it may seem sketchy, and Yerim says she would rather have gotten another attack skill. She could become a detective using this skill. Thinking about it, Yoojin advises Yerim that she can leave it out for now. Yoojin explains how a hunter doesn't need to disclose all of their skills when registering, which also applies when revealing the skill effects. Yoojin's guidance makes Yerim happy, saying that Yoojin is a real expert. Yerim holds onto Yoojin's arm, and Yoojin compliments Yerim for learning to adjust for strength. This exchange surprises Yoojin, and he goes between the two. With a frown, Yoojin tells Yerim that Yoojin learned all those things for him, and that Yerim should keep her distance from his brother. Possessive bro on the loose. Just hope he doesn't go full yandere. This irritates Yerim, saying she wasn't even talking to him. Yoojin says he's only assisting. Seeing the two starting to argue, Yoojin tells him to stop. In front of the registration center, Yerim emerges from a Heian guild-owned luxury car and casual sporty outfit. There are a lot of flashes as news reporters take her picture, announcing that she is the 8th S-rank, combat-oriented hunter to appear in Korea. Behind a pillar, Yoojin looks over with Songhan beside him. Songhan says that Miss Park was very disappointed because Yoojin wasn't tagging along to her registration. Yoojin explains that he had a bad experience with crowds, and now that Yerim is well known, she will hardly miss him. And if Yoojin accompanies Yerim, Yoojin will surely get jealous, since Yoojin wasn't there when he registered. Yoojin can only be happy that she finally has her own life to live. Yoojin thinks about how the snobby ice witch is gone, and a cheerful, outgoing teenager is in her place. He also thinks about the dungeon break that didn't happen before the reset, and is worried that the future he knows is changing. Yoojin can only accept his fate, and just decides to just look for potential recruits. Yoojin scans the crowd and uses his skill, Promising Sprout. Most people are F rank, so he thinks finding another S rank will be hard. Out of nowhere, Yoojin dashes from the pillar, surprising Songhan, who is guarding him. Is it another recruit already? With thoughts that significant changes are already happening, Yoojin thinks it'll be alright if it's for the better. And if a pearl in the mud appears before him, with his skill, Yoojin will polish them and make them shine. Yoojin runs toward a long-haired person in a white shirt and black bag worn in front. Yes, wear your bag in front of you if there's a crowd. As Yoojin reaches him, Yoojin grasps at the person's arm, and Yoojin's skill indicates that the person is Myung-woo-yu, an F rank awakened with a potential F rank. And Myung-woo-yu has an unlockable optimal skill that is double S rank. A new OP target was found. And wow, a double S rank. Is there also a triple S rank? Myung-woo-yu asks who he is, and Yoojin activates his acting skills and speaks cheerfully. Yoojin acts like the two were long-lost friends, and he introduces himself. The confused Myung-woo-yu says that he can't remember. Don't worry, dude, you really don't know this weirdo. Yoojin says it's okay, since it's been ages since they last met. Deep inside, Yoojin thinks that they actually never met before. At the same time, Yoojin checks out Myung-woo's unlockable double S-grade skill. It's called the Master of the Golden Smithy, and it's a crafting skill. With a double S-grade, Yoojin is sure that Myung-woo can create double S-rank equipment, which costs a fortune. Yoojin had never seen anyone with this skill before the reset. If Yoojin helps Myung-woo unlock this skill, everyone will flock to them with money bags. Looking at Myung-woo, Yoojin thinks the slouched, tired-looking man is a walking gold mine, though he really doesn't look the part. Yoojin asks Myung-woo how he has been, and if he got his awakening. Like you don't know. Myung-woo says he did, but he only got an F rank. It may be only F, but it can still get a modest subsidy. Yoojin calls him a buddy and says that he's also an F rank. He then asks Myung-woo if he wants to get basic hunter training with him. Myung-woo rejects it, saying he's only there for the subsidy, and the essential training costs money. As an F rank, no one will hire him. He's broke right now. Yoojin grasps Myung-woo's hand with both of his and says he should come with him to get the training for free at his guild. This confuses Myung-woo, and Yoojin says he'll put a good word for Myung-woo. It's that smell of nepotism again. Suddenly, Yoojin was grabbed by an angry Songhan. Songhan reminds Yoojin that the training is only for guild members. Yoojin makes a face saying that the guild can afford to give a freebie to his friend. Still angry, Songhan tells Yoojin to follow the rules. Yoojin convinces Myung-woo that he deserves it. These words of encouragement make Myung-woo cry, asking if he really deserves it. Myung-woo cries loudly, shocking both Songhan and Yoojin. Yoojin gives Myung-woo a cup of coffee. The sun is already setting, and Myung-woo has finally calmed down. Myung-woo says it has been so long since anyone has been so nice to him. Myung-woo always had a knack for building things, which had won him awards. But as he grows old, these things won't matter, and one has to focus on studying. And Myung-woo is terrible at studying, and his family can't afford to support him. With everything happening in his life, he got into debt, and now he has nowhere to go. Let me give you a pat on the head and a hug, Myung-woo. Yoojin looks down, saying he knows how it feels. The times may have changed, but the people didn't. People still discriminate. They won't be welcome if one doesn't have powerful combat skills or healing skills. Yoojin contemplates how people believe achieving success means following one set of tracks, and how you'll get stuck in the dirt even with a hidden skill. Yoojin thinks this happened to Myung-woo in the past, but he never heard of Myung-woo because of this. This time, Yoojin believes he can change everything. Yoojin stands up and curses. He encourages Myung-woo that the two of them should stop worrying about what others may think. He tells Myung-woo to raise his head and stop slouching, or he'll end up paying for back surgery. With arms stretched up high, Yoojin then yells that he loves himself and that people may not know it yet, but he is extraordinary. Yoojin looks back at Myung-woo and says they should keep telling themselves these kinds of things, and Yoojin tells Myung-woo, "I love you." Great job in inserting the keywords Yoojin. Myung-woo looks at Yoojin with awe and thanks him. The system announces that Myung-woo has responded to Yoojin's keyword and is now under the care of Yoojin. From there, Yoojin thought it would be smooth sailing from there, but what he received for an answer was a strict no. Shimyong-sok, the director of human resources for Heian Guild, explains that the guild can't offer free training to a complete stranger. Yoojin pleads to let it go just this once. Shimyong explains that they can't do that because people will complain about why the guild would offer such a privilege to some rags. Rags for now. The insult makes Myung-woo pale, and Yoojin admonishes Shimyong for saying such words. Shimyong answers that these might be what people will say. Yoojin once again pleads, saying Myung-woo is the real deal. The HR director admits that Yoojin did discover Ms. Park, but it might also have been a fluke. Shimyong fixes his glasses with his middle finger, making Yoojin yell at him. He'll be sorry in the future, Shimyong. Tired of the conversation, Shimyong tells Yoojin that it hasn't been a week since he fell for a scam. He also tricked his brother to let him stay in the guild, and now he's committing nepotism. Yeah, nepotism. With the guild's best interest in his mind, Shimyong questions Yoojin's motives. Myung-woo worries for Yoojin, thinking that Yoojin is receiving all these insults because of him. It's not you, Myung-woo. In Shimyong's eyes, Yoojin is acting super sus. Unable to take it anymore, Myung-woo tells Yoojin to stop and dashes away from the director's office. Outside the guild, Yoojin scratches his head and curses Director Sok. At the same time, Myung-woo only comments on how scary the director is. Hesitant to let things go just like this, Yoojin says he'll contact his brother, but Myung-woo stops him, saying that it was enough to know that he is valued. With Yoojin's encouragement, he will keep on trying whatever he can. Myung-woo then says there's a place that offers job for F-rankers and they are coming right now to pick him up. A black van stops in front of them, as Myung-woo said it. The van door opens and a bunch of thug-like people are inside. The men inside exclaim that Myung-woo can pay his debt since he is now a hunter. Myung-woo really shouldn't trust people that easily. Myung-woo thanks Yoojin and says he'll make an honest living. Yoojin's face sweats with horror while keeping a smile. Unlike Myung-woo, Yoojin thinks that this is very sketchy. We need to save Myung-woo. One of the thugs puts his arm around Myung-woo and asks for the subsidy that Myung-woo received for becoming a hunter, saying it's to pay for his debt. Myung-woo looks for it in his bag, and the thug immediately grabs it when he sees it, claiming it won't be enough to pay off all of his debt. Just how much is Myung-woo's debt to be treated like that? The thugs usher the tearful Myung-woo to the van. A panicked Yoojin asks if they're loan sharks, and where they're taking Myung-woo. The thugs angrily glare at Yoojin, saying it's none of his business. Yoojin pales with wide eyes and a fake smile. He can only say that he wants to come along. Desperate times make you say weird things. And we're sung in. The van moves, and Yoojin and Myung-woo are with the thugs inside it. Sitting beside one another, Yoojin whispers to Myung-woo. Still pale, Yoojin says that Myung-woo has borrowed money from scary people. Myung-woo tearfully murmurs that Yoojin didn't have to come along, since he doesn't owe them money. Forgetting to whisper, Yoojin says he can't let Myung-woo be taken alone. Suddenly, the thug beside Yoojin asks if Yoojin knows Myung-woo, and if he also had his awakening. Surprised, Yoojin admits that he is an F-rank. Myung-woo starts to say that Yoojin is the brother of Haeun's guild master. Still, Yoojin quickly covers Myung-woo's mouth, and instead says that he's childhood friends with Myung-woo. It seems like Yoojin has a plan, since he doesn't want to reveal his connections. He claimed he heard how they were hiring F-rankers and wanted to check it out. The thugs laugh, saying it's perfect, and offer a job of mining mana stones. The thugs explain that they don't discriminate like most guilds. Yeah, right, you clearly act like thugs in broad daylight. Yoojin acts shocked, and a thug asks him if he's in. Yoojin immediately answers yes. Yoojin happily admits that he found them scary, but it turns out that they're really nice. All the thugs in the van laugh at this, and tell Yoojin to sign a contract. Yoojin smiles, as he claims that he didn't know getting a great job would be so easy. Yoojin may be smiling right now, but he knows this mining contract is a scam. They would take 70 to 80% of the earnings under the pretense of a protection fee. Yoojin would really win an award for acting. If one is unlucky, they'll get hurt inside the dungeon or, worse, killed. Yoojin concludes that this is probably how Myung-woo lived his life without reaching his full potential. Bro, and it's good that you're now there to help Myung-woo get it. One of the thugs proclaims that all Yoojin has to do is pick up anything that looks valuable, and he'll be rich in no time. Yoojin smiles, saying it sounds pretty straightforward. He then asks them where their guild office is located, and one of them says it's in Myanmar. Yoojin exclaims that Myanmar is a lot closer than he thought. They reach a 3-floor white old building, and Yoojin exclaims that Hope Errand Services is a great name. Myung-woo holds onto Yoojin's shoulder, while one of the thugs tells him to come in. Yoojin kept chatting, saying that the building may look run down, but he felt hope surging in. He then comments on how their office is on the 2nd floor, and is about to comment about the stairs, but he suddenly gets kicked in the back. That surely hurts. Yoojin plops towards the office floor and asks what the kick is for, but Myung-woo expresses alarm as he gets kicked. Yoojin tries to stand up, but he is held back by one of the thugs. The thug sarcastically apologizes for dragging him there when he doesn't even owe them money. Then, he says that Yoojin should have known better because they won't be able to leave until they say so. You thugs should let him go if you're really sorry. Yoojin supports the battered Myung-woo. Myung-woo cries as he apologizes for dragging Yoojin to his mess. Before Yoojin could reply, he was dragged to his sofa to have him sign a contract. The guild master of the thugs commands Yoojin to place his fingerprint in the paper, and they'll leave him with 20% of whatever he makes minus the fees. He claims this is already a generous offer, since he doesn't owe them any money. The contract is enchanted with a D-rank curse, making Yoojin unable to bail out. There's nothing generous in this offer. Another thug forces Myung-woo to put his print on the contract. Yoojin sees this and asks a favor to compare his contract with Myung-woo, saying he'll feel cheated if they get the same terms. The thugs stare at him, then laugh at how thorough he is. They gave Myung-woo's contract to Yoojin, and Yoojin confirmed that Myung-woo only gets 10%. The thug claims all of that will be put on paying for his debt. Yoojin says it is basically a slave contract, as he holds the top of the contract with two hands. Yoojin asks them if they really think they can scam his friend like this and rips the contract into two. This shocks the thugs, and they ask about the curse. Lol. No curse would work on our MC. A D-rank debuff curse activates after Yoojin tore the contract. Still, it was quickly cancelled out by his L-rank curse resistance. Yoojin grips the sofa for support and kicks the guild master. Yoojin clutches the guild master's head, making the guild master think that Yoojin isn't actually an F-rank. Yoojin whams the guild master's head to the ground, and Yoojin admits he's only an F-rank with items that makes fighting fairer. Pay to win, indeed. The other thugs are angered, claiming that Yoojin will not be able to get out of there alive. Yoojin calmly pulls out his phone, and a thug says it's too late to call the cops. Yoojin smugly says he's not calling the cops since he already called in a long time ago. A locked metal door cracks open and crumbles as Sunghyun opens it with his two bare hands. One of our MC's bodyguards is finally here. The metal door falls with a thump, shocking the thugs inside. Sunghyun raises his fist. As one thug claims there's only one guy. A single guy can easily destroy the building you're in. Sunghyun punches the thug, and with a whoosh, the thug flies and falls to the ground with a loud thud. Sunghyun looks back at Yoojin, saying he's there to get Mr. Han out. The thugs curse at their predicament. Meanwhile, Myung-woo asks how, and Yoojin says it was easy, since he discreetly called Sunghyun once they got into the car. Yoojin just narrated where they were being taken, to make it easy for Sunghyun to find them. So that's why he's chatty on the way. Sunghyun just smacks on any thug that gets close to him. One thug pulls out a dagger and rushes towards Sunghyun. Really? A dagger versus an A rank? Myung-woo screams for Sunghyun to watch out. The thug stabs, but instead of hurting Sunghyun, the thug murmurs his disbelief. He only managed to cut the clothes, but the flesh remained unscathed. Sunghyun's flesh is a literal shield from minor injuries. Sunghyun raises a hand and says that the thug should have brought something that can cut an A ranker. He flicks the thug with a finger, and the thug hits the floor hard. Another thug recognizes that this person is Sunghan Kim from the Haeim Guild. Sunghyun sighs as he looks at his destroyed clothes and commands them to kneel. Everyone plops to the floor, and Sunghyun asks if Myung-woo is hurt by them. Myung-woo looks at the kneeling thugs and says he wasn't really hurt. Myung-woo now feels bad for the thugs, to the point that he forgot how they kicked and hit him. Sunghyun asks Yoojin what he should do with them. Yoojin looks at some papers, saying an eye for an eye. Yoojin then brings out a golden-colored paper, commanding the guild master to sign the S-rank contract. The man looks at the agreement, saying that they have to work for 50 years and they'll only get 10% of the profits. It is a total rip-off. Yoojin smiles as he claims it's a generous offer since they don't owe him any money. Oh, how the tables have turned. The guild master says it's a slave contract, but Yoojin only throws papers at the man. The guy looks at one of the papers, and Yoojin says he found all of these in the guild master's cabinet. All of those papers were contracts made with at least a dozen of F-rankers. Yoojin wonders if everyone still has all of their limbs, while the guild master only smiles, asking who would care. He claims they're not liable, since they all signed the consent form, and half of those guys are still alive. Wow, such trash exists. Yoojin doesn't let the man finish and kicks him in the head. Yoojin says they are scum, and asks the guy if he tossed all those F-ranks to dungeons because they are only F-rank, and there's a lot of them they could lure. Angered, Yoojin lectures them that F-rankers are still living human beings. He then declares that it's time for them to taste their own medicine, even though he really wants to throw them in an A-rank dungeon. To get out of it, one of the thugs apologizes that they got it now, and asks if Yoojin can cut them some slack. Yoojin grins and pats the man's head, but instead of forgiving them, Yoojin squeezes the man's head. He then says that they wouldn't mind paying for their crimes since they get it. Then Yoojin tells Sunghyun to take them away. On the way home, Yoojin slumps into the backseat beside Myung-woo. Sunghyun reports to Yoojin about what happened. The earnings from the labor will be used to compensate the victims. That wraps them up. Myung-woo thanks Yoojin, but Yoojin brushes it off. Myung-woo says it wasn't nothing, since Yoojin has already saved him twice, and tears drip from his face. Yoojin tries to calm Myung-woo down. Myung-woo was so thankful that he hugged Yoojin, saying that Yoojin is his hero. Yoojin tries to get Myung-woo off him by reminding him that he should also thank Sunghin. Though, Sunghin only tells the two to put on their seatbelts. Safety first. Yoojin went off to see director Seok as they got back. He threw a tantrum by lying on the floor by the door to make the guy give Yoojin a dorm room under the pretense of being Yerim's legal guardian, and Yoojin was assigned a dorm room. Yoojin really went to great lengths to get a dorm room. Yoojin and Myung-woo enter the dorm, and Myung-woo says the place is like a fancy apartment. Yoojin says they have 4 bedrooms, as Myung-woo exclaims his disbelief in being able to stay in a place like this during their training. Yoojin asks Myung-woo if he can cook and clean because non-guild members can only stay there if they are housekeepers. Yoojin suggests that Myung-woo pretends to be his housekeeper so that he can stay there even after the training. Yoojin says Myung-woo doesn't really have to do any housework, only so that he can stay till he finds his own place. That's really clever, Yoojin. Yoojin couldn't finish what he was saying as he saw Myung-woo's face filled with tears again. Myung-woo rushes to Yoojin for a hug, saying he's an awesome friend. After some time, Myung-woo finally settled down. Myung-woo now in his own room and sleeps, talks about how he'll clean up and asks Yoojin if he wants dinner or a sponge bath first. Myung-woo talks like a waifu in his sleep. Yoojin decides to go out and get his stuff from Yoojin's place. He wonders how Yoojin will react when Yoojin suddenly gets surprised to find Sunghin behind the door. Panicked, Yoojin asks if Sunghin was sent by his brother and if he was being grounded. Wow, it really is the other way around with these brothers. Sunghin stammers as he says no. He tells Yoojin that he's there for something else, as he points his thumb outside. Yoojin was perplexed when Sunghin then asked him to come with him. What could Sunghin want? Inside a bar, a staff member falters as he greets Sunghin and Yoojin. Sunghin wasted no time asking if the staff knew Minnie Kim, to which the staff member bowed and confirmed that they had been notified of the reservation. Some of the other customers seemed to mistake them for gangsters as they passed by. On reaching their table, they were served the most popular dishes on the menu. This will be a memorable evening for sure. Yoojin looks around as he wonders why Sunghin brought him there since the place seems too hip for Sunghin. Sunghin explains that Minnie Kim, a guild member around Yoojin's age, recommended the place. Sunghin then urges Yoojin to wind down and seriously enjoy himself. Yoojin can only awkwardly agree to it. Yoojin grabs a soju bottle and asks Sunghin what he wants to discuss. Taking the bottle from Yoojin, Sunghin says he wants to apologize before it is too late. Sunghin pours Yoojin a drink and admits that he didn't like Yoojin at first, thinking he's a useless distraction for their guild master. Yoojin couldn't help but wonder if this was an apology. But then Sunghin continued, saying that he was sorely mistaken, because it turns out that Yoojin was actually a decent guy. Saying this with a smile, Yoojin can only look at Sunghin blankly. Wow. Sunghin had a change of heart about Yoojin. Sunghin recalls how Yoojin returned to help him with the dungeon break, how he earned Ms. Park's trust and took care of her issues, and how he even risked his life to save his friend. Sunghin reveals that he now trusts Yoojin to watch over his back. Yoojin pales, thinking that Sunghin got it all wrong, but then realizes this could be a chance to bond and say the keyword. Yoojin clinks his cup to Sunghin's and speaks his appreciation, while thinking Sunghin is on his list tonight. This reminds me of Yoojin's initial attempts with heart hand signs. Sunghin comments on how Yoojin seems to know what to do. He asked if Yoojin was planning a sting operation like that one with the broker deal before. Yoojin just agrees and says he was investigating something undercover. Sunghin reminds us that this operation is dangerous for a single F-ranker. While Yoojin says he knows that his brother wouldn't let him get into danger, it turns out that Yoojin is more overprotective than he'd like. You got to regress because of your brother's overprotectiveness. Sunghin says it's because he's the only family left. Sunghin relates that his grandfather raised him when his parents weren't around. He used to visit during the holidays, even as he grew up. Sunghin's awakening also occurred while protecting his grandfather during the dungeon shock. Sunghin is also grateful to their guildmaster because he ensured that Sunghin could support his grandfather until he passed away from an illness last year. And Yoojin even recruited a caregiver with healer skills from abroad just for them. Sunghin tells Yoojin that his brother treasures family bonds more than anyone. He reminds Yoojin to be understanding, even if his brother's concerns can be excessive. Yoojin agrees and thanks Sungmin for being an understanding right-hand man for his brother. Yoojin should really put some effort into understanding his brother's protective nature. They clink their cups once more, and Yoojin expresses his gratitude. Sungmin then comments on how Yoojin can hold his liquor. Yoojin says that he's actually a lightweight, with embarrassing habits when drunk. Yoojin thinks of using liquor as an excuse to say the keyword. Sungmin comments that for a lightweight, he drank a lot. Yoojin was shocked to see that he had already drunk numerous liquor bottles. He is confused, but then realizes that he can never get drunk because of his poison-resistant skill. Thinking he can't say the keyword sober, he turns the skill off. That's a bad idea. The skill suddenly deactivates and Yoojin drops the cup he is holding. Yoojin suddenly becomes red, realizing that turning the skill off made the liquor hit faster. Yoojin wobbles and his head falls to the table. You forgot to say the keyword. The next day, Yoojin wakes up in his bed with a headache. He had no idea that the skill would turn off like that. A man comes to the room holding a wash basin and offers it to Yoojin. Yoojin was shocked to consciousness by this scene. The man is none other than Sungmin Kim. Yoojin springs up as Sungmin reminds Yoojin that today is his first day of basic training. Yoojin wonders what Sungmin is doing in his bedroom and finds that there are now 4 individuals under his influence, and Sungmin is now one of them. This means that he could say the keyword, and it worked. Good job, drunk Yoojin. But Yoojin is still confused as to why Sungmin would be in his room. Sungmin asks Yoojin if he doesn't remember anything from last night. Sungmin comes near to take a look and only smilingly comments how Yoojin must have a hangover. Yoojin was about to say something embarrassing, but he was stopped when Sungmin placed a kudzu juice into Yoojin's mouth. Sungmin explains it's for Yoojin's hangover. Then he starts doing the necessary stuff, but at the same time uncomfortable to Yoojin. For his hangover. This is seriously next level. Yoojin rejects the potty and asks why Sungmin is like this. Sungmin looks at Yoojin and says that he really doesn't remember. Sungmin then retells what happened. With Yoojin's head on the table, Sungmin asks if he's okay, and tells him they should get home. Yoojin wobbles, grips Sungmin's wrist, and says he has something to tell. Yoojin was serious and told Sungmin, "I love you," while all red in the face. This makes Sungmin question Yoojin, but Yoojin only rubs his head, saying he doesn't know what's wrong with him. Yoojin asks Sungmin if he has already told him "I love you" like a blushing fool while covering his mouth. Still not yet done, Yoojin says it's pretty wild. Once again, saying that he really has to tell Sungmin "I love you." And Sungmin retells how he heard Yoojin say "I love you" 3 more dozen times at that night. The lesson here is alcohol doesn't give you courage. It makes you lose your inhibitions. Let's all learn from Yoojin's experience. Drinking responsibly is the key. Hearing this, Yoojin bows and apologizes to Sungmin. Sungmin says it's okay, and it actually made him happy. Thinking that this was Yoojin's embarrassing drinking habit, Sungmin was reminded of his grandfather. Sungmin would also helps out his drunk grandfather, as the old man proclaims to the world that he has the best grandson. His grandfather ranted that Sungmin is the best in his eyes, and asked Sungmin if he had ever told Sungmin that he loved him. Sungmin reveals to Yoojin that he somehow reminded him of his grandfather, which was how he responded to Yoojin's keyword. Yoojin was shocked to learn that he reminds Sungmin of his grandpa, despite being in his 20s. Sungmin admits that it sounds strange, but Sungmin felt safe with Yoojin, just like he felt when he was by his grandfather's side. This reminds Sungmin of how he tucked Yoojin in as Myung-woo watched by the door. The feeling he felt made Sungmin want to do things for Yoojin. Sungmin promises not to behave ridiculously around others and asks Yoojin if he can visit him from time to time to check on him. Sungmin reasons that it's the least he can do in return for all his grandfather has done to raise him. Yeah, but Yoojin isn't your grandfather. This makes Yoojin think of his perfect caregiver title and if this is its actual effects. Yoojin concludes that telling them "I love you" can serve as a reminder of someone who cared for them, which is different from a romantic perspective. The skill helps them see that person in Yoojin. Yoojin thinks this is why Yerim and Myung-woo are the same, while the effect on Yoojin is more substantial, since Yoojin himself raised Yoojin when they were younger. Yoojin bids farewell to Sungmin, while Myung-woo peeks while shivering. Once Sungmin was out, Myung-woo clung to Yoojin, asking him what had happened. The door suddenly slams open on Yerim's arrival, breaking the door in the process. That power was too much. Yerim was too excited to have Yoojin next door in the dorms. Yoojin is brushing his teeth with Myung-woo still clinging to him. He only tells Yerim that she should try knocking next time. Yerim doesn't say anything about the broken door. Instead, she grabs Myung-woo from Yoojin. Yerim asks who the bum is, and Yoojin calmly answers that the bum is his friend. Wow, something just left, and now it's Yerim. Adding Yoojin to the mix would make this more troublesome for Yoojin. MC got the all-around raise. Yoojin thinks about how the skill effectively brainwashes people, making them completely trust him. He wonders if this could be really dangerous, and why the system gave him such skills. But most of all, Yoojin is relieved that he can easily activate his poison resistance skill. After several days, Yoojin compliments Myung-woo for getting better at cooking. Yoojin looks at the food with amazement, saying Myung-woo didn't really have to cook for him every day, while Myung-woo says that it's the least he can do. Yerim agrees with Myung-woo and comments on how she's living separately. Someone asks where Sung-in is, since he has been showing up daily with Jinseng. Another says Sung-in is with Yoojin, and the two won't return for a few days. It's impressive how Yoojin didn't badger Yoojin for not staying in the same space as him. Yoojin comments on how Yerim will soon do raids, and Yerim agrees and says she'll be rich in no time. And soon, she'll be able to buy a massive mansion for both her and Yoojin, and no Myung-woo to mooch off on Yoojin. She's just as bad as Yoojin. Yoojin tells Yerim not to freeze the soup with her power and tells them to get along since they're going to boot camp together. This shocks both Myung-woo and Yerim. Yerim took it hard and unleashed a cold aura, saying she thought it'd only be her and Yoojin. Everyone has become possessive of our MC. The doorbell suddenly sounds and Yoojin uses that as an excuse to leave the two. He tells the two to behave themselves, and a man by the door comments on how vibrant it is to start the day. Yoojin is shocked to find Shimi and Siak outside with other staff. Shimi hands some documents to Yoojin, saying that the hunter orientation training starts today. He personally came there to fetch them because of a change in schedule. Because the theory class instructor was running late, this means they have to proceed to the practicum first. In the practical exercise, Yerim looks over, while Yoojin and Myung-woo are worried. They were reassured by Shimian that the practicum drill was simple. What they're looking at now is a cage filled with monsters. The cage bars start to rumble up, and monsters now surround them. Shimian's voice could be heard, telling them that all they had to do was kill all the monsters. Easy peasy, but it still looks horrendous. Yoojin yells it's ridiculous, exclaiming that for basic training, shouldn't they take down one at a time instead? On the side, Yerim is so relaxed, asking if that is all they have to do. Shimian laughs, saying that they aim to acclimate them to the presence of monsters, and they'll grow used to them in the process. Yoojin asks what kind of logic that is as the mole-like monsters approach them. Practice is the best way to learn. Yerim runs to where the monsters are, proclaiming that she'll wipe them all at once. She quickly stabs the monster in succession, making a huge ruckus. Myung-woo and Yoojin are a bit blinded by the show of Yerim's combat skills, with Yoojin commenting that Yerim is at least having fun. Yerim shows two monsters dangling on her spear, asking Yoojin if those would taste good on the grill. Adventurous food? Anyone? Yoojin reminds Yerim that she doesn't work for a barbecue joint and tells her to put those down. Yerim then remembers that she should try out some of her skills on the monsters. A woman comes in, commenting that Yerim is an S rank on another level for a rookie. Shimyeon greets the woman while the woman asks if sending many monsters for basic training isn't a bit dangerous. Shimyeon just says to not worry, and he is more concerned about how no monsters might be left for the other two. In the training room, Yerim makes a Christmas tree with much gusto, using fallen monsters. Yerim is just playing around now. Beneath the fallen monsters, a single monster wriggles out and lunges for Myung-woo. Yoojin yells for Myung-woo to stab it, but Myung-woo lets go of his spear and runs for it. The monster is catching up, and Myung-woo is in a panic. Before the beast can even tackle him, Yoojin grabs Myung-woo by the waist, and they dodge the attack. Yoojin tells Myung-woo never to let go of his weapon, and explains that the monsters are F-rank monsters called Fang Moles. He continues, saying those monsters have terrible vision and mostly just run straight towards you. To kill them, they just need to lunge the spear forward. Yoojin prepares to attack, telling Myung-woo to get up. Yoojin's walking encyclopedia skill is added again. Shimyeong says that another reason for many monsters is Yoojin Han. He wants to see what Yoojin will do, since Yoojin seems exceptionally knowledgeable, not only of monsters. Shimyeong expresses his amazement with what Yoojin did with his contract with Yerim, saying it can be used as an industry-standard template. This also makes Xingyan wonder if Yoojin is hiding something. Myung-woo compliments Yoojin for not getting scared like him, and he mentions how it feels like Yoojin has been doing these for years. This alarms Yoojin, thinking he'll be suspected. As the fang mold dashes, Yoojin throws his spear to pretend like a noob, and the monster starts chomping on Yoojin. Yoojin screams, saying he's scared too. Yerim comes to Yoojin's rescue, while Shimyeon thinks he might be wrong as well, and the Oscars goes to. After some time, they finish the practicum. Myung-woo slumps beside Yoojin, while Yerim is still energized and glad to use her skills. Myung-woo apologizes to Yoojin, and Yoojin comments how Myung-woo is really not cut out for combat. Yerim then smiles, saying she was a lot better out there. Yoojin tells Yerim not to compare themselves, and that it's better if they all get along. The others really should stop treating Myung-woo like a piece of useless baggage. Shimyeon appears and compliments them for managing to survive their first introductory practicum. Shimyeon says that Yerim was, of course, flawless, while the other two were somewhat hopeless. Yoojin acts up, saying he'll tell on Shimyeon to his brother. Yoojin loves to practice nepotism. This is already the third time. Shimyeon then introduces their instructor for the theory classes, which is Professor Haeyeon Siak. Haeyeon introduces herself, and Yerim looks curiously, as she comments that she's a professor at a young age. Yoojin recognizes Haeyeon, for she is the most authoritative person in dungeon studies. He remembers that Haeyeon is a genius who went to America and uncovered the principle of dungeon creation. He then says that she is Dr. White. Oh no, Yoojin slipped right there. Haeyeon is pleasantly surprised to be called by this name, saying not many people know it. Yoojin makes an excuse, saying he really is interested in this field, as he wonders if Haeyeon is not yet that famous. Haeyeon says that Yoojin knows many things and that her uncle, Director Siak, has told her a lot about Yoojin. This information bewildered Yoojin as he realized that Haeyeon was the niece of Director Siak, since they even had the same last name. Shimyeon again adjusts his glasses, reassuring Yoojin that this is not nepotism. Haeyeon says she'll stay at Guild Haeyeon for a research project, hoping to get along with Yoojin. Yoojin shakes her hand, saying he hopes the same, while imagining if his life will finally bloom. I doubt it will, and if it is, many will be heartbroken. Inside a dungeon, Yoojin asks Sunghan if they managed to get it. Sunghan confirms since he doesn't detect any vitals. They are looking at a giant red cat-like monster with a single horn on its head. They were able to defeat it because Yoojin was immune to fire damage. Yoojin lifts the monster's limb and Sunghan asks what they should do with it. Beneath the giant monster is a baby monster with the same features. The beast in the covers is finally making his appearance. The group is in their theory class with Dr. Haeyeon Siak. Haeyeon tells about dungeon history, the meaning of dungeon breaks and dungeon shock, how the Awaken came forth, the new technology gained from mana stones, and the establishment of hunters and guilds. And in Korea, S-rank hunters usually associate with corporations to have large guilds. Yoojin already knows all of this, but sees the lesson as a good refresher, since Haeyeon is explaining things really well that can be easily understood. Haeyeon continues the lesson about awakened individuals, how stats and skills determine ranks, and how unique abilities can manifest as a form of self-defense. Looking at the details, Yoojin thinks about how some information is still wrong. He remembers that skills are determined by a person's natural talent or environment. Is he planning to correct them? Haeyeon sadly asks Yoojin if there's something wrong, since Yoojin looks at Haeyeon like her professor used to. She asks Yoojin if there's something wrong with the information she presents. Yoojin scratches his head, looks away, and says he has a personal theory. Personal theory based on the future's findings. Well played, MC. He says the recent increase in skills unrelated to combat can mean that skills don't really have to do with self-protection. He explains that it only looked that easy because of the dungeon breaks, and there may be different factors to determine the abilities. Haeyeon looked at Yoojin thoughtfully, while Yoojin hoped that he didn't give himself away with what he said. Don't worry, Yoojin, you're safe. Haeyeon sadly clasps Yoojin's hand, and she exclaims how she's so impressed that Yoojin is updated on the latest trends in the topic of skill manifestation. Haeyeon looks at Yoojin so excitedly that she asks him to talk with her for 10 hours after the class. Uncertain about how to respond, Yoojin takes her attention from him by asking Yerim if she has any questions for the teacher. Surprised, Yerim hesitantly asks how much S ranks makes. Haeyeon looks at Yerim with a smile, pulls out a money gun, and starts clicking it. Where has she been keeping that? Heian poses with a raised money gun, firing away a lot of money. She enthusiastically says, S-rank hunters can make at least $10 million annually. Yerim looks at Heian with stars in her eyes, while Yoojin thinks about how Heian brought a money gun just for dis. A money gun is one of the best ways to flex your money. Yoojin is relieved to get off the hook, while Heian continues to shoot off money. Heian continues to explain that S-rankers are so rare that you can easily count them with one hand per country. S-rankers are known for risking their lives in high-rank dungeons and bringing loot from S-rank dungeons like mana stones, rare plants and fruits, or even living monsters. In Yoojin's place, Yoojin reveals the monster he brought home from an S-rank dungeon to his brother. The monster is a horned flame lion, and Yoojin planned to tame and mount it. Yoojin assesses the monster, noting its single horn on the forehead, fiery red fur, and fox-like tail. He remembers that the horned flame lion is a tier 2 monster of the unicorn subspecies with high stats, nimble speed, and fire skills. It is a dangerous monster that even S-rankers have difficulty fighting on their own, and before them is an infant version of it. So cool. A magic beast for a pet. Yoojin says it might not be tamed because all the standard taming method doesn't work, even with the owner's token. The owner's token is used to induce the target to accept the bearer of the owner's token as its master. I need that. Yoojin holds the owner's token towards the horned flame lion, commanding it to get down. The red monster flinches and growls. Yoojin says it's working, and it's about to come down. Trembling as it tries to fight the urge, the horned flame lion jumps down, but in an attacking position. Seeing this, Yoojin shoves his brother to get back, and he releases black flames from his hands, causing a small explosion. Yoojin was shocked, saying his brother didn't have to roast it alive. The fire and smoke disappear, but the horned flame lion is unscathed, since it is immune to fire. The horned flame lion continues its attack and slashes Yoojin in the face. Wow, a kitty paw punch. This causes a crash, making Yoojin scream his brother's name. With his clothes in bad shape, Yoojin holds the monster by the nape, throws it inside a terrarium room, and locks it up. Yoojin comments on how feisty it is and asks if Yoojin is sure, even with the owner's token. Yoojin looks at his clothes in dismay and says he'll maybe just get rid of it. Yoojin asks if he means to put it in an auction. Yoojin opposes this idea, saying he won't let the rival guilds take it. Yoojin then shockingly asks if his brother is going to kill it. Yoojin looks through the glass at the horned flame lion, thinking there's no other choice. Still, Yoojin feels bad about it, since it would be the perfect companion for his brother if it was tamed. He appraises its stats, seeing that the horned flame lion is currently a C rank with the potential to become an A or even an S rank. The monster currently has its A rank fire resistance skill unlocked. While its 3 skills, Fire Breath, Fiery Dash, and Gigantification, can only be unlocked once the monster matures. That is potential right there. Please don't get rid of it. Yoojin doesn't remember anyone who managed to tame a monster, even 5 years from now. Sadly, the system notifies him that the keywords have not influenced the target. Yoojin is shocked, realizing that he can possibly affect even monsters. Now we're talking. This startles Yoojin, but Yoojin only kept thinking about how his brother would be unstoppable with the horned flame lion. Yoojin calms down and asks Yoojin if other guilds also have magic beasts that can serve as mounts. Yoojin affirms, but those are all low-rank creatures, which is incomparable to the horned flame lion. Yoojin smiles at his brother and says he'll try taming the horned flame lion himself. Yoojin considers how they might hit the jackpot if they could tame the world's only high-tier mount. OP Lil Bro will soon get an OP sidekick. Monsters started existing because of the dungeons. While most are vanquished, there are still some instances where these monsters can be tamed. The most sought-after tamed monsters can be mounted, since it makes traversing large dungeons easier. Yoojin exclaims that having one with fire resistance will be perfect for Yoojin, since it can withstand Yoojin's fire-related skills, and with its rank higher than the other monsters, Yoojin would be more formidable once it's tamed. Big Bro is looking after Lil Bro. Of course, Yoojin will also be rewarded with lots of cash as a bonus. Sometimes you can't help but think if money is the real intention. The horned flame lion growls at them, and Yoojin asks his brother how he'll tame it. Yoojin thinks for a bit and raises a ladle, with him and Yoojin now wearing aprons. Yoojin claims that they will start with tasty food. Yoojin asks his brother what the monster eats. Yoojin answers that it eats monster meat mixed with mana stones, and must consume at least 1 C-grade mana stone per meal. This shocks Yoojin so much that he spits. It is a fact that a single C-rank mana stone costs 10 million won. That is almost $8,000. And that is only for 1 meal? That's crazy. The minced monster meat is sprinkled with a crushed mana stone, turning this into a luxury magic beast food. Yoojin feels like he poured his heart and bank account into the meal. He pales as he imagines how feeding it 1 meal a day already costs 300 million won per month, over 3.6 billion won annually. And if it is provided for thrice a day, it'll be roughly 10 billion won yearly. This is only the food cost, while it's still an infant, and it doesn't include other maintenance costs. With Yoojin, still pale from thinking about the cost of taming a monster, Yoojin reassures him that he'll be the one to pay for the food. The horned flame lion wags its tail as it happily eats, making Yoojin think is cute. Yoojin starts thinking if the magic beast can understand if Yoojin says the words, "I love you." He thinks his old keywords don't have to be verbatim to work. So Yoojin thinks he can just express his affection whenever he feeds it. Yoojin opens the sliding door to the terrarium room, thinking he should at least get close enough to feed it daily. The horned flame lion becomes wary of Yoojin and dashes toward him to attack. A C-rank magic beast versus an F-rank hunter, Yoojin was prepared and thought that now was the time to play. He pulls out his B-rank belt to catch the magic beast's bite. The horned flame lion kept biting on it, while the shocked Yoojin watched over both. Yoojin imagined how he did pet sitting as a part-time job, playing tug with a dog before, but it's different with the horned flame lion. They're playing the tug of death. A pet dog and a magic beast are way too different. Yoojin holds onto the belt as the magic beast uses its strength and swooshes him around. Yoojin then yells, worried for his brother's safety. They finally stop with the tug of death, and Yoojin asks if Yoojin is okay. Yoojin ignores his brother's question and raises the owner's token, showing it to the magic beast. Yoojin tells the monster that he is its new owner. The horned flame beast initially looks at it angrily and changes its attitude into curiosity. The system appears and announces that Yoojin's title of perfect caregiver has amplified the effect of the owner's token. The target is now starting to feel affection toward Yoojin. The horned flame lion starts to purr and roll, making Yoojin's heart thump. That magic beast is cute. I want one. Yoojin happily claims that the horned flame lion can cuddle with him, while Yoojin cautions that it is still a monster. The beast chomps on Yoojin's hand, making Yoojin worried. Yoojin scolds the beast that it shouldn't bite people, but the monster only acts innocent in front of Yoojin. Yoojin looks at the beast, disappointed that his brother didn't check the bite on him. Yoojin, being an S rank, wouldn't be injured by such an attack. He scratches his nape and tells his young that it's okay, since it's sweet to him. Lil Bro is looking for Big Bro's affection. He expresses that his brother can take care of it, even if it doesn't become a mount. He wants the monster to protect Yoojin. Yoojin smiles at Dis and says that he'll try his best. Thinking that taming monsters is way better than brainwashing people, Yoojin imagines how he could tame more baby monsters that he could keep around him. This possibility might make him be acknowledged as a magic beast tamer or beastmaster. The magic beast is happy in Yoojin's arms, and he says he'll take the little guy once he's ready. Yoojin looks at him and asks if Yoojin will not raise it there. Yoojin replies that his room is big enough. Yoojin asks his brother if he really plans to live separately. Uh-oh, Yoojin is making Lil Bro lonely. Yoojin thinks he'll be locked up if he stays there, but he tells his brother that it would be better, since there's Myung Woo and Yerim. He sadly stops, seeing that his brother looks miserable. Yoojin asks what is wrong, but Yoojin is still bleak. Yoojin answers that they finally made up, but they don't see each other often despite this. Yoojin knows that his brother has his own life, but he thinks they could return to how things were before the dungeons. Yoojin is like a little kid in front of his brother. Yoojin remembers Sungmin's words about his brother. Yoojin figures that his brother hasn't done anything wrong, and if there's anything to blame, it'll be the weird skill he got and the messed up world. Yoojin affectionately pats Yoojin's head, reassuring him that he'll live in both places. Yoojin promises to hang out after the basic training, and then asks if his brother is free the following evening. Yoojin answers that he can make time. Yoojin then invites his brother to drink after the dungeon training, saying they never got a proper drink together since Yoojin reached the legal age. Yoojin imagined how they would have already shared many drinks if the world had been as peaceful as before. The invitation makes Yoojin happy, and he says he's looking forward to it. Spending more time with Lil Bro will appease him. Yoojin then remembers that he should give a name to the infant horn-flame lion. Yoojin smiles as he names the little guy Peace, since the world should be filled with more love and peace. Yoojin thinks it is normal if his brother wants to hang out with him more often, and it has been a long while since they've spent quality time together. It's a new day, and they are outside. People are bustling and murmuring near a dungeon portal. Yoojin has a frozen smile, while his brother smiles happily. Yerim asks what is happening, while Myung-woo can only silently look over. Yerim questions why the guildmaster has to accompany noobs like them to the dungeon, while frustratingly pointing a finger to Yoojin. The latter only smiles, saying he's looking forward to today and can't wait. Oh, the guildmaster uses his authority to spend more time with his brother and protect him simultaneously. Yoojin can't say anything and thinks that there really must be something wrong with his brother. Your brother really loves you a lot. Yoojin's brother complex just happens to be worse than yours. Reporters asked Yoojin and Yerim to pose together for a picture, and they were also interviewed. A reporter asks how unusual it is for a guildmaster to personally escort new recruits on their first raid. Yoojin smiles, saying it's rare to get a new S-ranker, so he really wants to be there, and it's the least he can do as a fellow S-ranker. Behind him, Yerim stiffly smiles at the crowd. Wow, Lil Bro also has Big Bro's acting skills. Yoojin thinks this is a PR stunt, and Myung-woo hopes the people will buy it. Yoojin then thinks about how Yoojin and Yerim make an ideal duo, since they also have contrasting elements. He imagines that if they add Myung-woo's crafting skills and Sungin's S-rank defense skills. Yoojin happily smiles at the thought. It'll be a team of S-classes. Various weapons are lined out, and his staff tells Myung-woo and Yoojin they can borrow weapons for free. They just have to return them afterward. Yoojin is amazed by the decent lineup, while Myung-woo looks at a sword in amazement. The staff then reminds them that they have to pay for it if they break them, jolting Myung-woo away from the weapons. Yoojin looks over and can only think about how Myung-woo will make future masterpieces. Yoojin guides Myung-woo to take higher-ranking weapons, since those would be sturdier, and they should also grab some potions. The staff says only registered guild members can take the consumables for free. Hearing this, Yoojin tells Yerim to take the potions under her name and share them with them later. Yerim does what she's told, and the staff can't protest about it anymore, taking advantage of loopholes. Carrying a weird-looking double axe, Yerim asks Yoojin's advice on picking a weapon. Yoojin asks where she found that hideous thing. Yoojin tells her to pick a weapon fitting her size, since she primarily relies on her skills. Yoojin looks at his brother as this happens, despite being in an interview. Yoojin has never experienced having his brother help him out with these kinds of things. A news reporter asks Yoojin for comments on his outlook on Haeun's future. Yoojin thinks, but not about what he will answer. He's focused on how director Siak was right about his brother knowing many things for a new hunter. With this line of thought, Yoojin concludes that his brother has been working extra hard in researching hunters because he was worried about him. This makes him smile brightly. And a reporter was shocked by the smile, thinking that this must be the guildmaster's answer to his question. The reporter was excited that he told everyone to purchase Haeun's stocks before it skyrocketed. Yoojin walks to his brother and apologizes for keeping him waiting. I want the Haeun guildmaster to be my brother. His conclusions make me want to do it on him. Yerim was disappointed, saying that there were now 2/3 wheels. Yoojin explains that they'll be entering a relatively safe E-rank dungeon with rocky terrains, and the gate will close after an hour once they enter. The dungeon will only open once the boss is defeated or if all the hunters inside perish. Yoojin continues, bringing out a gate stone for them to see. He says that in an emergency, they can use a gate stone, but this is very rare, with only a few in the country. Too bad Yoojin couldn't bring over the gate stones he got from the defeated Rao Chi-Tas. Yoojin was about to continue, but he noticed his brother was looking elsewhere. Yoojin remembered how he was treated like a slave in raids and hated by everyone. But now, Yoojin can go on a dungeon raid with people who like him. Even his loving brother is at his side. He marvels at this change and how a dark future wouldn't come anymore. Or so Yoojin thought. With a flash, Yoojin and the others get transported to the dungeon. Yerim is excited to be in a dungeon. Everyone sees plains and mountains across the horizon. Yoojin reminds her that they're not at a picnic. He tells everyone to return, and Yoojin releases a fire attribute AoE attack. The attack surprised Yerim. asking what Yoojin was doing by setting fire to everything. You gotta love those stickmen drawing. Yerim was agitated, thinking that Yoojin had issues. Yoojin tells Yerim to lie down and look at the scorched plains where monsters are already dead. Yerim realizes then that Yoojin only attacked the monsters that were hiding before. Yoojin then lectures about securing safety upon entering a dungeon, since no one knows what monsters are inside until you come in. This is why the strongest party member will lead in making a path. Then he reminds Yerim that this was taught in theory class. Yerim is the type to space out during class. Yerim scratches her head, saying she did learn it. She reasons that she lacks an AoE skill to let her do the same. Yoojin reassures her upon hearing this, reminding her that the awakened can get a new skill once they reach level 10. Yoojin mentions how they have no sure way of knowing what skill will come up. He toggles on the system in front of him. It is different for Yoojin though, since he can choose a skill to unlock 4 of those influenced by him. That's so convenient. Yoojin chooses Pale Rain for Yerim. This is an AoE skill that Yerim was famous for when she was known as the Ice Witch. The system then announces that Yerim's growth will focus on unlocking the Pale Rain skill. Yoojin confidently says that Yerim will soon get an AoE skill. This makes Yerim happy, saying she'll level up to 10 in no time. Yoojin was listening to their conversation, saying that Yerim could only wish. He explains that the experience points required to level up are vastly different for F rankers and S rankers. For an S rank, they'll require 5-fold of what F rankers are required. Yoojin continues, saying that even if Yerim hunted all the monsters in that dungeon, she won't get anywhere near level 10. What a stoic way to burst one's bubble. Yoojin sadly yells that his brother will be fine with his help, so Yerim should focus on her own level. This angers Yerim, and the two start arguing. Yoojin tries to calm them down, but they won't listen. Our MC is surrounded by brats vying for the MC's sole attention. Having enough of it, Yoojin pulls on both of their cheeks, scolding them in the process. The two point at one another, saying it's the other's fault. This only makes Yoojin shout at them more. Yoojin asks them what they are there for. Yoojin says he's there to guide, while Yerim answers that she's there to hunt and level up. Still angry, Yoojin commands them to stop fighting and focus on hunting monsters. He berates them that he can't waste his time breaking up their fights because he also has to hunt to level up. He tells them that the least they could do is pretend to get along, and if they keep fighting, he's done with them. They'll be the problem children in the classroom, while Myung-woo will be the timid child following teacher Yoojin. This ultimatum makes the two flinch. Yerim and Yoojin look at each other and decide to just pretend. They both reach out their hands to one another for a shake, but both are still exuding strong auras. Yoojin sighs, saying that they'll get closer once they work together. That's dubious when you, yourself, are on the line. He then tells them to stay alert and help him and Myung-woo reach level 10. Something swooshes by as Yoojin talks, getting the attention of both Yoojin and Yerim. The two dash away, each claiming that he or she will be the one who helps Yoojin. The two cause a large explosion, while Yoojin and Myung-woo watch over them. As usual, Myung-woo is crying over the smallest of things. Yoojin imagines that beholding the ideal duo is just a dream. In a different space filled with stairs and platforms that seem to defy gravity, someone exclaims how the guy who turned back time appears to have entered a dungeon. Another person commands him to find that guy immediately, saying they can only intervene if that guy is in a dungeon. They finally find Yoojin, saying they were waiting for him as they call in Honey. Who are these people after our MC? Still inside the dungeon, Yerim freezes the enemies and sends them to Yoojin's way to kill them. Yoojin says that spears can't stab through the blocks of ice. He uses his fire skill, saying it would be easier if the monster's skin had been toasted well. Both Yoojin and Yerim simultaneously say that Yoojin can just stab at them to slay them. They keep on ignoring Myung-woo. Myung-woo is amazed at how Yoojin and Yerim fight like an endless song of ice and fire. Myung-woo then realizes that Yoojin is crouched by the monsters and asks what Yoojin is doing. Holding a mana stone, Yoojin explains that mana stones cost a fortune, and he is getting them from the dead beasts. Our MC needs to save as much money as he can. Raising peace costs a lot of money. Yoojin directs Myung-woo to also stab the fallen monsters so that he can level up. Myung-woo wonders if he'll be able to get a decent skill once he levels up. Yoojin reassures Myung-woo that he will. Yoojin is certain that Myung-woo will be able to unlock his SS rank skill by the time he reaches level 10. Then he discovers that there is another condition to unlock it. Yoojin looks at the system that says from leveling up to 10, manhwa should sharpen to 10,000 something. The unintelligible words confuse Yoojin. While manhwa is glad he's gaining experience, Yoojin remains perplexed by what he just saw. He identifies it as a typo and wonders if the descriptions were manually written in real time. Is it a bug in the system? Manhwa finally reaches level 10, but then he slumps when he realizes that he didn't get any skill on leveling up. Yoojin consoles manhwa as he considers who might be writing it. Yoojin thinks about how the system remains shrouded in obscurity and how it can be a miracle from God. But if it is God, Yoojin wonders if he would make a typo. Yerim points to another side, saying that must be the final area. Yoojin then asks how many times they leveled up. Yoojin answers that they're almost done. Suddenly, a system pops in front of Yoojin, saying he was found. Yoojin is confounded by what he sees, and the system apologizes. Oh, so those people calling in honey before are the ones who run the system. But why are they apologizing? Yoojin and Yerim reach out for Yoojin, yelling for him to look out. Yoojin covers his brother, while Yerim unleashes his skill to protect them. Yoojin asks if his brother is alright, but Yoojin instead asks what it is. Yerim says it's a boss monster. Hearing this, Yoojin exclaims that a D-rank boss monster cannot use a skill like that. Oh, that's bad. Is this what those people running the system are sorry for? Someone screams that the original boss, a giant ram, wouldn't be able to do it, but there's a more enormous bird-like monster that kills the giant ram. Yerim looks in horror as she asks how the gate is supposed to open now, that the original boss is dead. Yoojin calmly assesses the situation, saying the bird is the new boss. They would need to defeat the new boss monster to get out of the dungeon. Why would the boss monster suddenly change? Where did the new one even come from? Yoojin immediately determines that it might be too dangerous, since he has never seen that monster before. He tries to give the gate stone to his brother, but Yoojin only pales as he sees it. Yoojin's heart starts beating fast as he remembers how his brother died trying to keep him safe. He panics, thinking how Yoojin might choose to stay behind again when they are faced with an overwhelming monster. Please no. Yoojin tries to give it again to his brother, but Yoojin clasps on Yoojin's hand, saying they won't need to use it. Yoojin tells his brother that the monster is weaker than he is. Yoojin identifies the monster as a Class 2 gold-beaked Maya with a fire attribute. He says that the monster is equivalent to an A-rank dungeon boss. It uses its beak as its primary weapon, while the skull is softer than its back and stomach, making the head its weak spot. Yoojin directs Yoojin to go for the head immediately, instead of the wings, because the monster has a spare pair. It's a good thing Yoojin is a walking encyclopedia of monsters and anything hunter-related. Yoojin dashes toward the enemy, and Yoojin reminds him to go for the head. Yerim looks at Yoojin, asking Yoojin if he is sure that the guild master would be okay. She suggests that she should go, since she can fly. Yoojin says she'll end up in barbecues if she does. He explains how Yoojin has a fire-resistance skill that works well against monsters with fire attacks. He also mentions that though Yoojin can't fly, he already has the next best thing. Oh yeah, that skill from before. The gold-beaked Maya comes for Yoojin and uses its beak to stab. Yoojin easily dodges, and he dashes for an attack. With a slash, he easily lops off the beast's wings. You didn't listen to your older brother's instructions, Yoojin. Yoojin screams that there's a spare pair of wings. The gold-beaked Maya flies off and breathes fire from its mouth toward Yoojin. Yoojin is unharmed, but he is clearly having a hard time. Yoojin finds it odd that his brother stays on the ground when he's sure that Yoojin can finish it off instantly by hitting the monster's head. He imagines how Yoojin can use blue willow leaves instead of flying. Yoojin ponders whether Yoojin has already unlocked the skill. Oh no, you should check Yoojin. The monster suddenly turns, heading toward where Yoojin and the rest are. They all were surprised and started getting anxious when this happened. Yerim keeps hold of the barrier and asks what to do now that the monster is coming their way. The gold-beaked Maya prepares and charges its fire breath attack. That is really bad. Yerim starts crying, asking Yoojin if the barrier will hold. At the same time, a frantic manhwa clings to Yoojin's neck, making it hard for Yoojin to breathe and think. This is not the time for that manhwa. Desperate, Yoojin uses his blue willow leaves as a distraction. This effectively stops the gold-beaked Maya from continuing its attack. Yoojin sees this and starts to calm down, happy that his brother can at least use the skill. Yoojin starts saying it's now time to finish it, but he suddenly stops when he realizes his brother is only standing there. At least we now know that Yoojin can use it. Yoojin keeps using blue willow leaves on the beast, restraining its movements, and Yoojin looks at his brother with disbelief. Yoojin is waving his hands around, controlling his skill, but not doing anything else to attack the enemy. Yoojin calls his brother's attention and screams at Yoojin to step on them. Yoojin hears his brother, but doesn't understand the first time. Yoojin yells once more, telling his brother to step on the leaves and run. Yoojin was shocked by the directions, but did as he was told. Yoojin steps on a cluster of blue willow leaves and brings up his other foot. He was initially worried, but like a little kid who found a new toy, he started doing it without hesitation. I'm tearing up. Lil Bro was really growing well. He leaps using the blue willow leaves, reaching far higher than the gold-beaked Maya. The monster charges and shoots a fire breath attack at Yoojin. Still, Yoojin ignores it and whooshes toward the enemy with his sword. With a loud boom, Yoojin drops to its back and stabs the gold-beaked Maya in the head with his skill. His attack causes a big explosion, throwing Yoojin off. Yerim kept her skill activated. Manga clings to Yoojin, while Yoojin yells at Yerim to endure it, because she's the only one who can keep them alive. The gold-beaked Maya falls to the ground with a big thud, while Yoojin smoothly lands on the ground, with the help of his blue willow leaves. Yoojin looks over when he hears his brother calling for him. Our MC's Lil Bro is the coolest. Dashing towards Yoojin, Yoojin asks if Yoojin is okay. Yoojin calls his young and grasps him, all excited. He was amazed at how his brother thought of using blue willow leaves to compensate for his lack of flying skills. Using it that way had never crossed Yoojin's mind, and this was the answer he was looking for. Yerim can only scratch her head, letting the guild master gush all he wants to his brother. Yoojin tries to downplay it, but Yoojin is not having any of Yoojin's nonsense. He claims he got an entirely new skill for free because of what Yoojin suggested. Yoojin smiles at his brother's happy face, thinking he's like a kid who got all his presents from all occasions in one go. Yoojin repeatedly expresses how grateful he is and how his brother is the best. It is also good that you came along with them, or everyone will turn to dead meat. Yoojin suggests that he'll look at all his brother's skills when they return. Getting to spend more time with his brother, Yoojin immediately agrees. Yerim then asks Yoojin to look at her skills as well. They finally exited the dungeon, and people asked if they were okay. When the dungeon's rank changed, they all got worried. Yoojin explains the situation with Yerim by his side. Yoojin decides to keep his distance from his brother when they're in public and decides that he'll return the gear he borrowed and go home without attracting anyone. But what Yoojin was thinking is already impossible, because Sunghin is now running towards him. There goes the plan to stay invisible. Sunghin screams Yoojin's name, his face mixed with anxiety. He skids to a bow, asking if Yoojin is okay and how he should have gone together with him. Yoojin is taken aback by this display of loyalty from Sunghin. However, he still manages to reassure Sunghin that he is okay, and everyone's attention is now on them. Sunghin tells Yoojin to climb his back, and they'll go home to have Yoojin rest. Yoojin profusely refuses, saying he's fine. Behind Yoojin, Myungwoo watches this unfold. But then, he looked down as he was thinking of something. Back in the guild, Yoojin visits Yoojin with some snacks and expensive liquor. Yoojin hears the water running from the bathroom and surmises that Yoojin is taking a bath. While waiting, Yoojin decides to visit and play with Peace. Yoojin opens his arms and Peace excitedly jumps to him, hitting Yoojin's stomach hard. He played tug of death with Peace, while saying I love you to the magic beast. He also feeds Peace the luxury magic beast food with a pale face, saying I love you once more. Yes, it's the $8,000 meal, so ensure the keywords work. Yoojin lies on the ground with Peace on top of him, hoping he somehow influenced Peace with everything they did. He smiles as he contemplates how he almost died that day and how the system is acting weird with its typo and chat. The appearance of a high-ranking monster that was supposed to happen years from now is what Yoojin found most baffling. Yoojin sadly sits up, unsettled about how this might affect his turning back time. He broods over what happened, but then concludes that it is none of his concern, since the system didn't make any proper explanations. Yoojin starts complaining about the skill descriptions, grumbling about how he wouldn't have chosen such a keyword if it had been adequately explained. I guess he forgot that it was automatically set when he awakened for the second time. Yoojin clicks his L rank skill, My Kid is the Best, and a book suddenly appears. Yoojin gets confused with a new status window. In a different realm, various beings discuss if their intentions manage to get through. They cannot intervene long, since they force their way through the path. What would have been best to explain everything. They have to make do by adding something that would make it easy to understand. They refer to the update on Yoojin's "My Kid is the best skill." Yoojin looks at the book, where there are pictures of Yoojin and Yerim, listed under influenced subjects with a mark of S on top of it. Yoojin realizes that it's a rule book, though with its kitty art. It looks like a kindergartner made it instead of a teacher. The system designer must be a kid. Yoojin speculates on the system designer's intentions. He notices that the list only includes the S ranks under his influence, and Myung-woo or Sumnan are not included. In the bottom part, Yoojin finds the number 50 with a good luck message. Yoojin enters the terrarium room, apologizing to his brother for taking too long in the bath. He notices Yoojin's pale face and asks about it. Yoojin can only look at his brother as his mind surmises that the system is telling him to tame 50 S-rankers. The system just issued him a quest in the form of a rollbook. A Fang Mole is released and immediately runs forward to attack Peace. Peace easily defeats it with a single slash. Yoojin is recording and narrating the progress of the infant horned flame lion, with an application of a magic beast taming skill. He also mentions Peace's current size and weight, and how it has grown twice the size in just 2 days. Our Peace is growing up well. Amazed by Peace's fast growth, Yoojin compliments Peace. The magic beast lunges at him, but he isn't hurt like before. Yoojin made sure to borrow some gear to raise his stamina and strength. The night before, Yoojin discusses with Yoojin how he got a new skill from leveling up to level 10. He says the skill is called Magic Beast Tamer. Yoojin asks what the skill does, and Yoojin thinks he can't really say that. He can influence everyone and everything. You can't. You'll get imprisoned if you do. Yoojin makes light of it, explaining that it is a taming skill to help him level up monsters. He says he can train top-tier creatures because it's an S-rank skill. Hearing that it is an S-rank skill shocks Yoojin, to the point that he grabs a rope. He lectures his young that having a unique S-rank skill is dangerous for an F-ranker, specifically Yoojin. Yoojin's overprotectiveness is oozing out again. Yoojin gets defensive and yells at his brother to not lock him up. It's now Yoojin's turn to lecture Yoojin. He tells his brother they should exploit this skill instead of hiding it. He portrays a picture of Peace becoming Yoojin's mount and how many other S-rankers could use a mount that he can tame. This will change how hunters traverse massive dungeons and how dungeon raids are conducted. Back to the present, Yoojin is relieved to already have Peace under his influence. He plays and trains with the magic beast, as he thinks taming monsters is way better than influencing people to fill up the 50 S-rankers list that the system requires of him. Yoojin is already exhausted, while Peace cupidly presses Yoojin to have him play with him more. Yoojin is already crying tears, thinking how hard it is to make a fortune. That's real life talking. He collects himself by thinking about how his actions can contribute to dungeon raids, reduce dungeon breaks, and make the world safe. Yoojin rolls around as his conscience takes over his actions. Someone called to him while he was still on the floor. It was the director. Shimyang Siak compliments Yoojin for his diligence in training right after he got out of the dungeon. He is also impressed by how much the horned flame lion has grown in a short period after Yoojin applied his new taming skill to it. Shimyang can't accuse Yoojin of nepotism now. Shimyang sadly bows before Yoojin and compliments him more. Yoojin is appalled by Shimyang's action, but Shimyang apologizes to Yoojin for being rude. He then went on about how Yoojin showed his insight, analysis, and new skill. Shimyang unexpectedly grabs onto Yoojin's waist and implores Yoojin to join their guild. Shimyang has adopted Myung-woo's bad clinging habit. I think this is a calculated move in hopes that Yoojin will find it in his heart to give in. Yoojin managed to loosen Shimyang's hold on him, but Shimyang kept holding on Yoojin's leg. Yoojin flails around to lose Shimyang while saying a firm no. Peace looks at the two, thinking they're just playing a human version of Tug of Death. Our Peace is so cute. Yoojin tries hard to lose Shimyang. He knows Shimyang is wrong about him, since he already saw the future. He also thinks about how he hated Shimyang in the past. Shimyang tells him to reconsider, offering to provide the monster cubs and shoulder the cost of feeding and taming the magic beasts. All Yoojin has to do is tell them what he needs. Yoojin considers and remembers how Shimyang doesn't know Yoojin as the loser he was in his past life. Yoojin can be regarded as a boss right now, and Yoojin smugly tells Shimyang to get lost. Before, it was Yoojin doing the pleading. Now, it's Shimyang doing it. With his nose up in the air, Yoojin informs Shimyeon that Yoon has already promised that he'll cover the expenses. Good job, lil bro. But he also admits that the free room and board is tempting. Latching onto straws, Shimyeon immediately offers to sign a contract with Yoojin. He was interrupted by Yoojin, saying that while he will sign a contract, it'll be a contract of employment instead of signing as a hunter. Yoojin shares his plan to remain unaffiliated as a hunter, to raise more magic beasts for other guilds and make money out of it. He says this while bringing peace up into the air, twirling around. Shimyeon asks Yoojin to reconsider, but Yoojin says it's not his problem. Haeyeon Guild is not even the strongest guild, so considering an exclusive deal with Haeyeon is not something he would even consider. Scratching his ear, Yoojin tells Shimyeon he knows how coveted his skill is since this could multiply the efficiency of dungeon raids. He compares himself to a goose that lays golden eggs and explains that other guilds won't sit back if Haeyeon monopolizes someone like him. That would put his adored brother in danger. Yoojin is aware of the jerks who prefer trampling on the things they can't have, rather than watching others have what they don't. He also mentions that there are already people who readily poison others, and if that happens to an F-ranker like him, he'll be dead in no time. With this logic, Yoojin says it's better to be independent. In exchange for raising a magic beast for each guild, they need to guarantee his safety. Of course, there'll be extra fees. Now that Yoojin is already raising peace, Haeyeon Guild has the first dibs. He'd instead be employed, have the guild's backing, and have his brother's guild manage the details with the other guilds for him. Yoojin also reminds Shimyeon that he needs a monthly salary, incentive pay, and medical perks as well. Shimyeon was left agave at first, but then he laughed since Yoojin had everything already figured out without any of his urgings. Shimyeon agrees with Yoojin's terms and asks if he could take the training video to negotiate with the other guilds. Yoojin gives his consent on this matter. Shimyeon takes the camera and asks Yoojin one more question. He wants to know if Yoojin will sign as a hunter with Haeyeon Guild, if it rises as the top guild in the country. Yoojin looks down, thinks of it, then asks Shimyeon if he is recording it. Shimyeon turns his head, a bit frustrated about getting caught. You can't fool Yoojin. He has too many life experiences that brought him down before. Shimyeon turns to leave, but Yoojin asks him what good it would be if Yoojin signs with them as a hunter. Haeyeon is already benefiting from his skill, and there's nothing more to be gained from him. Yoojin smiles as he tells Shimyeon not to regret his decision. Left alone in the training room, Yoojin plays with peace, happily claiming he is now getting paid monthly with his health insurance covered. He was so glad that he managed to get Shimyeon flustered. Shimyeon walks away, surprised at how Yoojin has no self-awareness of how much he is worth. Shimyeon is continuously getting surprised by Yoojin. Shimyeon is aware of how hunters with unique skills get drunk on power. But Yoojin is different. Yoojin can be arrogant, but he knows where he stands and how to negotiate a deal to his advantage. You can't compare our MC to those people. Yoojin is an MC for a reason. Shimyeon contemplates how he didn't recognize this talent before. He wonders if it was because Yoojin was overshadowed by his brother's accomplishments. Nope, Yoojin just did an excellent job of trying to place the attention on him instead of his brother. Shimyeon thinks about how the Haeyeon Guild is prepared to bear the risk of recruiting Yoojin. But with Yoojin deciding to go freelance, everyone will focus on him instead of the Haeyeon Guild. This means he'll be the sole bearer of not only the benefits, but also the dangers that comes with it. Shimyeon questions Yoojin's understanding of the consequences, which may also be Yoojin's way of protecting his younger brother. Whatever the case may be, Shimyeon is sure of one thing. The Great Three Guilds, and the world will soon focus on Yoojin Han. Shimyeon is sure that Yoojin will quickly find out precious he is. This guy sure thinks a lot. Different people have already received a copy of Peace's training video in other places. Are they the guild masters from the Great Three Guilds Shimyeon was thinking about? And one particular blonde guy found this interesting, that he intends to visit Haeyeon at the earliest possible schedule. Yoojin and Peace are looking at Peace's new home. Peace prowls around, and Yoojin asks if he likes it. Now that Peace lives with him in the dorm, he wants to ensure it's convenient. He says they can move out when the space becomes small for Peace. You'll make you even worry if you move out of the dorms. Yerim suddenly appears, asking about the cute little furry, while Myung-woo looks from the back, asking if it's a monster. Yerim was so enamored with Peace, thinking that it was a cat, but it is different for Myung-woo. He's afraid, since it is also trying to bite him. Yoojin scolds Peace, saying that Myung-woo is not food. Yoojin arrives at this scene, asking to spare a few minutes of his brother's time. Yoojin asks what it is, and Yoojin informs him that the other guild masters are coming to Haeyeon to meet him. Our MC caught their attention. Now it's time to make money out of it. Yoojin tells his Yeon that he can turn them down because he doesn't owe them anything. Yoojin says he can't do that. Yoojin reminds Yoojin that those guild masters are all S rankers, and as an F ranker, Yoojin can't take them lightly. Yoojin says Yoojin has a point. Hearing this, Yoojin quickly decides to turn everyone down, but Yoojin stops him and reminds Yoojin that he's also a guild master and should act appropriately in his role. Your real intentions are appearing low, bro. Yoojin enlightens his brother that the three great guilds masters are coming to Haeyeon instead of the other way around. Haeyeon obviously holds more power in this scene, enough reason to meet with them. For Yoojin, showing up to this meeting is no big deal, and he tells Yoojin that he doesn't want to hear any more but or even so. Yoojin reminds Yoojin that if they choose to negotiate, those guild masters would want to see it for themselves. Yoojin and Yoojin arrive in a conference room filled with people. It's showtime. The severe ambience of the room intimidated Yoojin. Still, he didn't pay much attention to it, because his fear resistance was activated. Peace looks at Yoojin, while Yoojin introduces his brother to everyone in the room. A person comes close and asks for Yoojin's hand. The man explains that he'll be appraising Yoojin's skills prior to the negotiation. Yoojin reaches his hand out, but then realizes what an appraisal really means. He swats the hand away, saying something ambiguous about carelessly holding a young man's hand. Yoojin imagines how everything will turn out once people learn of his legendary and S-rank skills. Once they discover that, he has skills that can influence instead of monster taming. All he has been trying to avoid will definitely happen. He can easily see himself getting locked up by his brother and Sunghan. Why is Sunghan? Never mind. The appraiser tells Yoojin that it'll only take a second, but Yoojin doesn't want it. Sensing Yoojin's distress, Peace leaps toward the appraiser, keeping Yoojin behind him. Yoojin was surprised and he tried to calm Peace down, assuring the magic beast that the man was not a bad person. That's right, you can't mess with Yoojin with Peace around. The people around them start to murmur. The chairman of the Hunters Association ponders if a magic beast detected that skill would be used on its master. Sitting next to the chairman is the guild master Hanshin Guild, Mingyu Park. He comments on how incredible it is that an infant is only at C rank, as he imagines the rank when it grows. A woman with long hair speaks up, saying that the magic beast is protective of its master, and by the looks of it, they wouldn't need to appraise Yoojin's skill. She then asks for confirmation from Yoojin, calling him Mr. Magic Beast Tamer. The woman is none other than Hunamoon, the guild master of Breaker Guild. She gives Yoojin a seat and comments on how the young master of Haeyeon has a reliable older brother. Yoojin looks at the Breaker Guild master, wondering if Yerim will outgrow him someday. Those are weird thoughts, Yoojin. Hyuna says she heard a full-grown horned flame lion is comparable to an S-rank dungeon boss. She then looks at Yoojin and tells him to give it to her guild if he finds another cub. Yoojin looks up from what he's reading and replies that it's not for free and they could trade if the one they're giving has frost resistance. Hyuna surmises that what Yoojin wants is a mount for Yerim and reminds him not to be greedy. Sequan Choi, the guild master of the MKC Guild, complains about how the Haeyeon Guild has already bought the high-tier infant magic beasts off the market. He says exchanging is out of the question when it's already hogged by Haeyeon. Oh, so Yoojin's guild is already buying magic beasts for his brother. Big brain move? Yoojin smiles, saying that it can be exchanged for dungeons in this case. Sequan becomes more angry with this answer because Yoojin is basically saying that they should listen to Haeyeon's demands if they want mounts. He accuses Yoojin's freelancer status as a scheme by Haeyeon. Yoojin can't keep quiet when he hears this accusation against his brother. He stands up and says that his relationship with Haeyeon is a partnership. He's receiving help through them, making this meeting even possible. Yoojin uses logic, asking why he would even offer his services if he's only going to side with his brother. Yoojin tells everyone that there's a limit to how many monsters he can tame. He pokes Peace's cheek as he speaks. Yoojin says everyone in that room is getting the first dibs on getting a top-tier mount than any other guild in the world. With Peace on his shoulders, Yoojin smiles and says this is enough perk for this negotiation. Yoojin can also be cool like his brother. Sequan plops to his seat with nothing to rebut. While Yoojin looks at Sequan, Hyuna chooses this moment to poke Yoojin on the cheek. She compliments Yoojin for having the ability to tame more than monsters. Hyuna finds Yoojin appealing, since Yoojin has a little brother who is a guild master, a ward who is a super rookie, and a magic beast for a pet. She asks if they all come in a package and proposes to have him join the Breaker Guild. P stares at Hyuna with leering eyes. I imagine this is what the others would look like under Yoojin's influence if they also heard this. Yoojin hears this as well, and he starts blazing in black flames. Oh, Yoojin notices this and immediately answers that he is not going anywhere. All he offers is his services. Hyuna asks if he's really not for sale, not even his little brother. Yoojin thinks that Hyuna is a real beauty up close, but he stops himself by thinking that his brother shouldn't burn down the conference room with his flames. Trying to stop these questions, Yoojin says that the only exception is if his brother's guild becomes the best in the country. Yoojin is really getting preferential treatment. The blonde guy with a handsome profile smiles at these words and asks Yoojin if the Sijiang Guild could buy him right now. The man is Hyunji-sung, the guild master of Sijiang Guild, the most powerful guild at that time. Yoojin could not react, but knew his safety would be guaranteed if he joined Sijiang. Yoojin wonders why Hyunji joined so late in the conversation, making the atmosphere hostile. The other guild masters looked at Hyunjae with wary eyes, but Hyunjae only kept smiling. Yoojin wouldn't even be able to accept Hyunji's with the way things are. He just says it's only exclusive to his brother to calm things down. The guild masters paused at this, and the atmosphere completely changed. Hyunjae smiles, while Sukwon sighs. Yoojin is very happy that his brother is confident in Yoojin's ability to make it happen. Hyuna laughs loudly and smacks Yoojin in the back, saying that Yoojin would rather die unaffiliated. She doesn't believe that Hayam will become number one someday. She slaps Yoojin on the back, saying he is stubborn like his brother. Yoojin now feels the pressure and is glad he has the fear resistance, but he can't help comparing himself to a shrimp surrounded by whales. Yoojin has heard how S-rankers are insane due to the life or death situations they've gone through, but to feel intimidation behind their smile is a whole different experience. Yoojin is worried that his brother has been bullied all this time by these other guilds, and listening firsthand to how they treat him like a kid makes Yoojin distressed. You can't do that to Yoojin's brother. Mingyu decides to speak up about how Yoojin started his own guild without knowing his place. Now he knows that Yoojin got the traits from his older brother. Then Mingyu changes his mind, saying that Yoojin is actually milder compared to Yoojin. Yoojin turns his head with a smile, asking what's wrong with his brother. Yoojin shares how Yoojin is a lot nicer than he is, and how out of everyone in that room, Yoojin is the most compliant. This statement got the whole conference quiet. The Hunters Association chairman and the 4 other S-rank guild masters started sweating and murmuring with disbelief. They asked Yoojin if he meant his words. Yoojin became confused by their reaction and seriously wondered if anything was wrong with what he said. Why are they all so shocked? Yoojin is really polite and good dough. Yoojin recalls how Yoojin was still small and sweet as a baby brother. Back then, Yoojin would run up to Yoojin and hug him tight. Yoojin even takes care of Yoojin even though he is the younger brother. Yoojin is the type who always has a ready smile for his older brother. He loves Yoojin to the point that he even tells him that he'll go to med school so that Yoojin wouldn't have to work for another day in his life. Now, I really want Yoojin to be my brother. Yoojin shares with everyone in the conference room that regardless of how busy he is, Yoojin managed to grow up as a kind, upstanding, and gentle young man. Yoojin is the perfect definition of a docile sibling that anyone would want. Ming bams his fist to the table, and everyone tries to hold on to their laughter. They could not do so, and they all laughed at how ridiculous those words were from Yoojin. Yoojin was confused and asked if he had said something wrong. A guildmaster comments how Yoojin is acting polite today, and it's all because of his young's presence in the meeting. Yoojin sees that the guildmaster of Sijiang Guild, Hyunjae, is starting to crack up, which is different from how Yoojin perceived him as someone all serious. So what if Yoojin is only good in front of his brother? This only shows how much affection he has for his young. Hyuna points at Yoojin and cackles, as she tells everyone how Yoojin is acting all coy in front of his brother. This pisses Yoojin a bit. He tells her off and argues they can't bully his younger brother. This only makes Hyuna laugh some more. Even the chairman of the Hunters Association is amazed at how close the two are. At the same time, Mingyu is still laughing so hard, and comments on how the chairman still has tears from laughing too hard. They are really enjoying this. Hyuna tries to smooth things over and hands Yoojin a document so that they can finish the deal. Yoojin was still irritated, but he kept his thoughts to himself. He knows that his brother is a wonderful young man, even though Yoojin can't be nice all the time since he has been a guild master from a young age. This is precisely why your little bro loves you, because you are so understanding and love him unconditionally. Hyuna continues with the meeting, explaining how they had settled most things between the guilds before Yoojin and Yoon even arrived. She tells Yoojin to look at the document to let them know if he needs anything else. Yoojin looks at the documents and asks about the statement about him owning a building. Hyuna asks if Shimyang didn't tell Yoojin about it. The chairman explains that Yoojin will require a facility to breed the creatures, so they decided to have a new building for that purpose, with Yoojin as its owner. Hearing about it, Yoojin was deeply thankful for having Shimyang negotiate this for him. Shimyang is the definition of a great ally. At its essence, the agreement states the 5 guilds present will ensure the security of Yoojin Han and his building. Yoojin will prioritize breeding creatures for the 5 guilds. The construction of the facility is a joint venture funded by 4 of the 5 guilds other than Han, and the building will be under the ownership of Yoojin Han. That is one fantastic deal. Maybe I should sign up to become Yoojin's PA or something. Yoojin tells his brother they only need Yoojin's signature as he hands him a document. Yoojin can't help himself from smiling, but he still tries to suppress it. Yoojin was confused by the look on his brother's face, and Yoojin said it was the nerves, while thinking how blessed he was to have a building in the heart of Seoul. Things are really looking up for Yoojin. Yoojin still thinks he is a shrimp amongst whales, but he is one happy shrimp who can handle that pressure. To have him in his own building protected by the top 5 guilds in the country is a big win. Yoojin is already planning to have Myung-woo and Dr. Siak join him in the building by setting up a workshop and office. Yoojin imagines how he'll be interviewed as the guy who turns Zero into a rich and handsome hero. While raising a glass of wine, he'll claim that there's no secret, since he just happened to drive the best customers in the world. And, of course, peace would be there around his neck, making Yoojin look cool. He really likes to daydream. In real life, Peace is licking Yoojin's raised hand, as he imagines how he wouldn't have to work for another day in his life. If Yoojin could lease the building, he'll be set for life. Hyuna pats Yoojin out of his imagination. She bids her farewell to Yoojin and thanks him for the laugh. Yoojin was still out of it, and he unknowingly told Hyuna it was his pleasure. Yeah, he forgot that the laughter was about Yoojin. Hyunjae chuckles and says he'll keep the promise of Yoojin's exception in mind and see Yoojin around. Yoojin was uncertain, but he still said okay. Hyunjae was referring to how Yoojin said he would join his brother's guild if Haein became the best in the country. But the condition for the other top guilds of Korea is to become the best in the world. Yoojin goes to Yoojin, and Yoojin apologizes for spacing out at the end. Yoojin avoids eye contact, saying his young shouldn't pay attention to what the other guilds say about him. He defends himself, saying he hasn't done anything that would sit well with his conscience. Yoojin pats Yoojin on the back, reassuring him that he knows how Yoojin has to get his hands dirty sometimes as a guild master. As I said, Yoojin is understanding. Yoojin then compliments Peace for being good and calm in his arms, making Peace purr. Yoojin thinks about how everything went well and how life is so beautiful at that moment. Back at the dorms, a wide spread of delicious-looking food is served. Yoojin asks if it is someone's birthday, but Myung-woo says he wants to feed Yoojin well. Yoojin thanks Myung-woo for the food, and he is happy that the food is as delicious as how his life will be in the future. He really is set for life. He even gets to enjoy delicious food every day. Yoojin eats and asks if Myung-woo has a lot of stuff in the dorms. Myung-woo says he does and asks why Yoojin is asking. Yoojin says that Myung-woo should be prepared to pack up and leave soon. Myung-woo was shocked by Yoojin's words, and he started breaking down before Yoojin even managed to explain why. Like a woman who has been suddenly rejected, Myung-woo drops to the floor. Myung-woo cries his heart out and claims that Yoojin is finally kicking him out, making Yoojin spit some of his food out of shock. Yoojin stands up and asks what Myung-woo means by that. Myung-woo says he knew how this would happen someday because he is only a useless F-ranker. Yoojin tells Myung-woo not to say such things since Yoojin himself is an F-ranker. Myung-woo answers that though they are of the same rank, Yoojin is nothing the same. Myung-woo recalls how Yoojin was brave and genius, and for a guy like him who didn't even get a level 10 skill, Myung-woo keeps on crying. Myung-woo really shouldn't compare himself to others. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. In Myung-woo's case, his strength hasn't manifested yet. Yoojin tries to cheer Myung-woo, but Myung-woo claims he's a lost cause. He says that Yoojin is correct, it is time for him to leave. and then he thanks Yoojin for everything. These words make Yoojin panic, and he grabs Myung-woo's clothes. Keep him there, Yoojin, even if you must destroy his clothes. Yoojin asks where Myung-woo will go, while Myung-woo says he can't waste any more of Yoojin's precious time on him. Yoojin yells that it's not a waste of time. He thinks about how Myung-woo has to sharpen 10,000 blades to gain the SS rank skill, and how Myung-woo is vital for Yoojin's plan to retire young and rich. Yoojin knew that Myung-woo wouldn't believe him if he said those words, and he couldn't reveal his skill's secret. Yoojin changes tactics, saying he can't force Myung-woo to stay against his will. Yoojin expresses how he has no idea that this is how Myung-woo feels. Myung-woo looks down and says it's okay. Yoojin says it was too bad because he just came across information that could help Myung-woo while looking disappointed. Yeah, Yoojin's acting again. Yoojin tells Myung-woo not to mind him, since he can't just damp the information on Myung-woo if he doesn't want it. This got Myung-woo all curious, and he asked Yoojin what it was. Yoojin continues to act like he is pondering, letting Myung-woo know that there's a secret that he wants to share with his buddy. Myung-woo doesn't wish Yoojin to be gloomy and asked about it. Way to guilt someone. Yoojin says he might as well say it before Myung-woo leaves. Yoojin makes up a story about how he heard from Dr. Siak that there's a training method to help unlock a particular skill. Yoojin thinks the best way to make someone believe you is to quote someone brilliant or famous. Yes, we're learning from you. Deep inside, Yoojin apologizes to Dr. White for using her name and swears he'll make up for it. In the dark R&D lab of Dr. Hye-yan Siak, Hye-yan is still working. She stretches, relieved that she's done with the paperwork, and all she has to do is wait for their response. Hye-yan looks at her computer, unaware that something is lingering in the shadows. A shadow of a face with unkempt hair then appears. Is the genre turning to horror now? A couple of knives clatter as Yoojin announces, this is the perfect training for Myung-woo. He makes Myung-woo swear not to tell it to anyone, not even Dr. Siak. Myung-woo accepts the condition and asks Yoojin what he should do with all the kitchen knives. Yoojin simply says it's homework, and we learn another lesson from Yoojin on ensuring you won't get busted. Yoojin instructs Myung-woo to use his supporting skills related to weapons in sharpening the knives. Myung-woo affirms and starts sliding a knife into the grindstone. A counter appears, indicating how many blades were sharpened by Myung-woo. Yoojin explains how Myung-woo must repeatedly do the task to unlock a crafting skill and how it is a reliable source of income, making it an absolute gold mine. Myung-woo was shocked by this. Yoojin raises a hand beside his mouth, saying that Myung-woo has to grind about 10,000 to unlock it. Myung-woo was really glad to hear that it was only 10,000. Dude, what are you so happy about? It's 10,000? Myung-woo claims that if he sharpens 100 knives daily, he'll be done in 100 days. Yoojin was shocked and asked if that was what Myung-woo would only do all day. Myung-woo reassures Yoojin that he is excellent at repetitive menial tasks like this. Raising a knife, Myung-woo says that he'll soon show Yoojin. Myung-woo smiles and promises to work his butt off to pay Yoojin back for everything. You're a hard worker, Myung-woo. Yoojin is happy that he managed to secure one of his retirement plans. He thinks that now is the time to ensure the second one. Yoojin visits Hye-yan in her R&D lab inside the Haeim Guild. Dr. Siak shows her enthusiasm in conversing with Yoojin. At the same time, Yoojin is already tired of talking with the doctor for hours. Yoojin apparently forgot that Hye-yan mentioned how she wanted to speak with him for 10 hours. The two are talking about dungeons and how no one really considered if there were rules behind them. Yoojin explains that his theory is more of a hunch with no data to back it up, since there aren't a lot of dungeons in Korea. Dr. Siak agrees and covers her mouth, feeling that she has somehow offended many people by saying that. They carry on with the discussion on how they would get meaningful data if they could investigate more dungeons. This makes Dr. Siak wonder if she should join an international team. This is where the problem lies. Yoojin realizes that this is precisely why the genius Dr. Hye-yan Siak went overseas in the future. He reflects on how the doctor and her team will discover the principle of dungeon formations 3 years from now. This discovery will make America gain royalties from the world. Yoojin tries to devise a way to make Dr. Siak stay in the country until she makes the discovery. Holding a tray with jelly, Hye-yan says she has prepared exactly for this. Yoojin sees that it is a buckwheat jelly. Hye-yan explains how buckwheat jelly and rice wine can attract a dakhaebi, aka Korean goblin, at night with a dark moon. Yoojin is confused and asks Dr. Siak about it. Is she trying to summon the goblin, Kim Shin? Shouldn't she blow a candle instead? Oh, sorry. I forgot that it only works for Euntak. Hyeyan talks about a famous hunter who teleports and dresses like a mischievous spirit from Korean folklore. This hunter is mysterious and has remained in the shadows, and no one really knows the gender or age of this hunter. People only knew that the Dakebi's teleportation ability lets them teleport anywhere they want to save countless lives from dungeon breaks and disasters. This act makes the Dakebi gain a reputation. At the same time, the Dakebi's skill can be threatening to thugs who are up to no good. They can appear in their hideouts and subjugate every thug in a few moves and warn them. It is hard to catch them because of their teleportation skill and knows all kinds of secrets. This ability and knowledge ensure the Dakebi's safety and freedom to travel anywhere while remaining independent. And we have another character with OP skills. Back to Hyeyan and Yoojin. Hyeyan even prepared some roasted buckwheat, and she figured that the Dakebi was bound to know a lot about dungeons. She spreads the roasted buckwheat around and shares that she found a blog saying how Dakebi loves buckwheat. This makes Yoojin question how reliable Dr. Siak's source is. I found a different source, and it says that Dakebis love buckwheat jelly and like to play pranks. Hyeyan is so excited as she continues to spread roasted buckwheat, claiming she has a lot of questions for them. Yoojin tries to calm her down, saying that Dakebi isn't an actual Dakebi from the fairy tales, and suggests that the doctor should request help from the guild instead. Suddenly, the light in the lab turns off, making them question if it was a blackout or something. Yoojin opens his phone for light, and he sees that Dr. Siak is wholly rooted to the spot and starts to have a worried look on her face. She sees a bloodied masked figure with clawed hands standing right behind Yoojin. Yep, time to add the horror tag to this manhwa. Yoojin asks Dr. Siak what's wrong as the figure reaches a hand toward Yoojin. This makes Hyeyan scream so loud, while Yoojin looks back, only slightly shocked at the figure behind him. Hyeyan sadly faints, causing Yoojin to worry. Yoojin's fear resistance has been activated, and he relaxes as he thinks how ghosts don't exist and that what's before them is simply a show aiming to scare. With this thought process, Yoojin finally concludes who the culprit is. It was none other than Dakebi. Fear resistance is really reliable to have. The lights in the lab turn back on, and Dakebi appears, saying there's no need to be salty. The Dakebi says he only swung by to make the lady's wish come true as he removed the scary mask. At this point of the story, we have no idea what Dakebi's gender is, so we'll refer to it as a male. Dakebi asks if it was too much, claiming that he didn't know the lady would faint from it. He tries to make up with Yoojin, referring to Yoojin as a gentle friend. Yoojin focuses on the system before him, letting him know that the Dakebi's name is Yoon, with B rank stats for current and potential stats. Yoon has already unlocked some skills with one that is even S rank. But this is not where Yoojin's focus lies. It is at the system notifying Yoojin that the target has not yet been influenced by the keywords. Realizing that a hunter who's free to roam around without being bound by any guild or country is precisely what Yoojin needs right now. Yoojin plans to influence Dakebi as well. Utilizing Dakebi's skills will significantly help Dr. Hyeyan Siak with her dungeon research. Yoojin stands up as he concludes that this is the perfect chance. He smirks at him and claims that the Dakebi's pranks won't scare Yoojin, so he better drop it. Yoon is shocked by what Yoojin said and says he saw Yoojin trembling earlier. Yoojin makes an excuse, saying it was only because he didn't see him coming. Like a kid, Dakebi hops around, claiming that he did scare Yoojin and calls Yoojin some names like scaredy cat, chicken, coward, etc. The Dakebi is really childlike. Yoojin again says he wasn't scared and won't fall for such childish pranks, while Dakebi claims that those were classic moves. It won't work because our MC has a cheat in the form of fear resistance. Yoojin thinks about how the folklore says that the Dakebi loves to prank to the point that they would put their lives on the line just to do so. Knowing this, Yoojin proposes a wager to the Dakebi while thinking about how the Dakebi just met his match in Yoojin. It is a devious plan for sure. Dr. Hyeyan Siak is lying on the bed and suddenly wakes up, remembering the Dakebi. Yoojin says that the Dakebi is already gone. Hyeyan says the outfit was tacky, like it was something out of a coloring book. Seeing no response to his words, Yoojin reassures Dr. Siak that the Dakebi is gone. The Dakebi would have responded with its childlike personality if it had been there. Hyeyan sighs with relief simultaneously. She is sad that she didn't get to ask her questions. She tells how she has hit a wall in her research and figures out how the Dakebi would be able to help her. Yoojin comforts Dr. Siak and says that he'll be able to help her with this. Hearing this excited Hyeyan, thinking that Yoojin agreed to come with her to grad school. Yoojin calms her down and explains how he has a way to get more information that Dr. Siak needs. So what exactly happened before? Let's watch. The Dakebe expresses how much he loves a good wager and asks what the stakes are as he floats in the air in a lazy position. Yoojin proposes a wager of whether the Dakebe can scare Yoojin or not. If Yoojin wins, Yoojin will serve the Dakebe for 3 years, and vice versa if Yoojin won't get scared. Wow, our MC is such a cheat. The Dakebe laughs at this and claims an F-ranker like Yoojin won't be able to win against an almighty Dakebe like him. The Dakebe then changes the stakes, saying that Yoojin has to serve 20 years to match the 3 years of the Dakebe. He says it's only fair, and this already accounts for the fact that Yoojin is the older brother of Heian's guildmaster. Yoojin surmises how the Dakebe did his research well and created a contract for them to sign. The Dakebe becomes suspicious of how Yoojin is rushing to a losing game and asks what Yoojin is scheming. He says how unlikely it is for an F-ranker like Yoojin to have a fancy skill and wonders if Yoojin plans to outsmart him with items. At least he is not that foolish in just signing a contract. The Dakebe doesn't know that Yoojin has the fear resistance skill, so as long as the Dakebe agrees, it's a sure win for Yoojin. Knowing there is doubt in the Dakebe, Yoojin chooses to improve his acting skills. He says that he is actually Yoonyu's biggest fan while blushing. Yoojin mentions how the Dakebe saved many people and finds the story of the Dakebe's pouch of secrets remarkable. Our MC is such an actor that he can even blush when necessary. Yoojin scratches his head, saying that it would be amazing to win against the Dakebe. But at the same, if he loses, he'll get to work for the great Dakebe. Yoojin says this with great enthusiasm. Yoonyu becomes proud and laughs at how awesome he's while twirling in the air. I take back my word, he's still foolish. The Dakebe claims that he would have never agreed if Yoojin begged to become his minion. Instead, Yoojin intrigued the Dakebe by bringing up a wager and a contract. Yoojin reminds the Dakebe that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a fighting chance. Admiring Yoojin's spirit, the Dakebe finally agrees and says he'll try scaring Yoojin 3 times in the next week. And if Yoojin manages to stay calm in one of those 3 times, he'll make Yoojin his right-hand man. I guess there will be another horrific scene in the future. Back to the present, Yoojin can't say the exact details to Dr. Siak. Still, he will surely get the data necessary for the doctor to conduct her research without leaving the country. Yoojin admits he is not book smart like the doctor. He can only hope that they can share the profits equally. That is, if Dr. Siak's research on dungeon formations bears fruit from the data Yoojin provides. Yoojin is really working hard to secure his second retirement plan. This got the doctor thinking, and she says that she appreciates it. But at the same time, there is no guarantee that she'll find anything. Yoojin encourages Dr. Siak that she will be able to do so. This makes Heian blush, thinking that it's just flattery. Yoojin says he's serious and tries to remember what the date is. Yoojin then predicts the A-rank dungeon that will appear in Ichan. He starts betting that the dungeon will be full of slimes or a coastal setting. Heian is surprised by Yoojin's prediction and how he came up with it. Yoojin is making full use of his knowledge. Yoojin, of course, can't say he came back from the future. Instead, he asks Dr. Siak to seriously consider his offer if it turns out right. He says that it may be outrageous, but he is confident in the potential of Dr. Siak's research. Yoojin stands up and tells the doctor not to worry about the results. Instead, she should ask her uncle to bid for the management rights of that dungeon. Outside the room, Yoojin reassures himself that he never gave anything away and everything will be fine. All that's left to do is to humor the Dakebe for a week. One night, an old granny slams on a window, asking if Yoojin cares for an apple. Is she the witch from Snow White? Yoojin ignores the Dakebe. With Peace in his arms, he pouts and says how Peace only eats meat like the good kitty he is. This marks the first attempt as a failure. In one scene, Yoojin enters the house with a box while looking for Myung-woo. He says that he got more dull knives from a thrift store. Sadly, dark clawed hands appear on the floor and grab Yoojin's leg. Yoojin falls with a thud, while the Dakebe comments on how Yoojin has a tasty leg. Instead of getting scared, Yoojin is angry at Dakebe and scolds him. He reminds him that the bet is to scare and not kill him. The Dakebe floats away, saying he never thought Yoojin would fall easily. Yoojin scolds the Dakebe more. He lectures how Dakebe shouldn't underestimate how weak F-rankers are. And this marks the second failed attempt. The skill is a big cheat. If it was me, I would have screamed my heart out. The Dakebe chooses a dark rainy night for his last attempt in scaring Yoojin. Yoojin yawns and decides to have some water as he opens the refrigerator. As he was about to drink, a big bloody straw doll floated in the air. Yoojin dryly says wow and comments on how the Dakibi put up much effort in his last attempt. Yoojin was about to say how it wouldn't scare him but stopped as he turned his head. He finds a horrifying form clinging to the ceiling with its clawed hands reaching out to him. Yoojin only comments that it's a combo attack. Yoojin's fear resistance has nullified the fear for Yoojin, and Yoojin says it was somewhat scary. But he couldn't complete his sentence because Yoojin bumped into something else. Is it a 3-hit combo? The figure has shoulder-length hair wearing white and on its hand is a knife. Yoojin wonders if it's another of the Dakibi's schemes, then the figure turns around. There was a flash of lightning, and the sky rumbled as it showed the pale figure of Myeonwoo holding a knife. I guess not, but this is scary as well. The Dakibi was so shocked that he screamed how there's a real ghost. At the same time, Yoojin calmly greets Myeonwoo. Myeonwoo said he can't sleep, so he came out to sharpen more knives. Yoojin looks back at the Dakibi and says he shouldn't be a scaredy cat. The prankster ended up getting pranked. Myeonwoo hears Yoojin's words and looks at the figure clinging to the corner ceiling. This scene scares Myeonwoo into fainting. Wow, they really scared each other. Yoojin was worried for Myeonwoo, while the Dakibi was confused about what had happened. And that ends the Dakibi's third and final attempt to scare Yoojin. The Dakibi lost to Yoojin. Our MC got himself a new subordinate. Still wearing a ghost mask, the Dakibi cries his loss and flails around. He complains about how he'll get an earful from his minions for signing a contract on a whim. I'll be your subordinate if it means I can scold you. The Dakibi continues to complain about how he'll be roasted alive. He yells that he won't go back and will just live there with Yoojin. I guess his minions are terrifying. The complaining makes Yoojin's ears bleed, and he tries to calm the Dakibi. He asks how old the Dakibi is. The other answers that he's over 100 while still crying. Yoojin tells Yoon to be serious. Yoon only replies how he really is a Dakibi. Yoojin says it's only an act, and there's no way for a real Dakibi to exist. The Dakibi makes his point by saying how dungeons and humans with superpowers exist, and how even Yoojin's brother can even breathe fire. That is quite logical. Yoojin starts saying that it's the system, then realizes that the Dakibi does have a good point. But seeing this system, he is sure that the Dakibi is also an awakened. Yoojin asks if the Dakibi is really not a human. With a sigh, the Dakibi calls Yoojin boss, and he starts to glow. He explains that he has existed for over a century. At the same time, he only turned 3 recently. That is kinda confusing. Yoojin reckons that the Dakibi refers to the time the system first appeared, meaning he was born then. The Dakibi confirms this. It is said in folklore that Dakibis are created objects with long existence that develop a soul of their own. In Yoon's case, he has been asleep for more than 100 years, and he only woke up when the energy of the dungeon flowed into him. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Yoojin guesses it was plausible since the Dakibi can teleport, which is somewhat similar to how the system connects their world to some alternate space, but to find an actual Dakibi is incredible. Yoojin deciphers the Dakibi's name, Yoon. The first name stands for the Chinese root character for wheel. Adding the information of how old the Dakibi is, Yoojin thinks that the Dakibi used to be a wheel of a watermill that belonged to a family called Yoon, hence the name Yoon. Yoon was so surprised and amazed at his new boss, and asked if Yoojin was also a Dakibi, and if he used to be a fortune teller's crystal ball. Yoojin said no and was amazed that he got it right himself. Man of many skills and talents. Yoojin tells Yoon to just think that Yoojin is worthy of being his boss. Then Yoojin says he has a task for his humble servant, and Yoon makes a face at this. Yoon drops to the ground and complains that he'll never do boring errands. Yoojin explains that he needs Yoon to investigate the dungeons of other countries since other countries prohibit access to foreigners. But this will be easy for Yoon, who has stealth and teleportation skills. This is the real reason why they need Dakibi on their team. Yoon lazily lies on the floor and asks why they should do this. Yoojin smiles and says that Yoon will become a more incredible hero with this. Yoojin explains that gathering data on dungeons would help determine how they are created. This information would prevent more death and destruction from dungeon breaks, meaning it'll save the world. Yoojin says that this will make Yoon the heroic savior of the world. Not only will he be famous, people might also create a line of merchandise for the Dakibi. If their world was the old one, Yoojin would make lots of money if he worked in sales. Imagining Yoojin's description made Yoon smile with proud satisfaction. Yoon stands up and grabs the tablet from Yoojin with a smile. He starts checking the details on the tablet and asks if he really needs to go to other countries. Yoojin asks if Yoon can't just teleport, and Yoon explains he can't teleport that far. Yoojin remembers that Yoon has only unlocked the S-rank skill, Who Am I? And the B-rank skill, Cloud Steps. With these thoughts, Yoojin makes a decision. He calls the Dakebi, and with a straight face, he says, I love you. He's an opportunist, albeit a good one. Yoojin thinks he should help Yoon level up until he unlocks that skill. Yoon is startled at first, but then he yells at Yoojin. Yoojin makes an excuse for how Dakebis thrive on love, so Yoon should get used to loving. Yoon looks at Yoojin dubiously. With sparkling eyes and a flowery tone, Yoojin says they should start greeting each other like that. He says, I love you, Yoon, and asks Yoon to do the same. Yoon is shaking as he tries to say it, but he is so hesitant that he says bye and poofs out of there. It's either Yoon is shy or traumatized by this display of affection. Yoojin was slightly disappointed but still looked forward to working with his beloved servant. It's another new day for our MC. The door opens, and Haeyan and Shimyeon burst through it. The two were so happy as they claimed that Yoojin was right. Yoojin was wearing equipment and taking care of Peace at that time. But he was suddenly lifted up to the air by Shimyeon as he happily announced that it was indeed a slime dungeon. Yoojin was surprised by this, while Peace remained on the floor, shocked to find his owner taken away from him. Shimyeon continues, saying he had doubts, but they hit the jackpot with this dungeon. Peace became angry at them. Yoojin yells to be put down and tries to calm Peace simultaneously. Don't anger our cute Peace. Shimyeon is so happy that the Haeyan Guild has a new cash cow. Slime is considered to be a costly raw material. This means the guild wouldn't have to worry about budget anymore. Shimyeon and Haeyan have incredibly happy, blushing faces as they look at Yoojin. They look like a fanboy and a fangirl meeting face-to-face with their idol. Shimyeon claims that Yoojin is a national treasure, making Yoojin feel a bit creeped out. Haeyan says she has decided to accept Yoojin's offer and will try her best. Yoojin was glad to hear this. Then Shimyeon says he will place a tracker on Yoojin for safety, but Yoojin immediately rejects it. Shimyeon's getting creepier by the second. Yoojin says he already has an overprotective brother to deal with. Pissed, Yoojin holds Peace out and commands to attack Shimyeon, and Peace starts hissing at Shimyeon. Our Peace is adorable even when he's hissing. Shimyeon reasons they can't let a treasured asset like him be unprotected. Yoojin holds on and irked Peace as he tells Shimyeon he's no prophet. He urges Shimyeon to support Dr. Haeyam's research instead, which will help provide the predictive analysis of dungeons. Yoojin then runs off with Peace as he shouts that he's only a monster breeder. Yoojin thinks that he only wants a quiet, comfy life. He really is trying to make his promise from before come true. While his prediction may have been right this time, things could still change, and he doesn't want to be exposed as a liar. Shimyeon and Haeyan look at Yoojin's disappearing figure. Haeyan then praises Yoojin for being a true scholar. At the same time, Shimyeon says Yoojin is a humble man who cares more deeply about the guild than anyone. They are not only fooled but also letting the misunderstanding grow. A maze is showcased, and an announcer says the pet must escape this maze. It is complex for pets and filled with toys and mirrors that distract and confuse them. The host continues to explain that it would take at least 3 minutes for trained cats and dogs to escape it. Peace walks through the maze, and the host wonders how long it would take for a horned flame lion to escape. Oh, so the maze was for Peace. I was confused there for a second. Peace quickly makes his way out before the explanation of the challenge is even finished. Looking all cute, Peace jumps into Yoojin's arms, and Yoojin praises him. The host declares it's a new record, proving how these high-rank monsters are more intelligent. Everyone in the studio was amazed and found the whole experience so admirable, as they clapped their hands for both Peace and Yoojin. Yoojin says his thanks to everyone. So why the sudden TV appearance? Let's have a short flashback. Shimyeon says that Yoojin should be on TV for the Hunter Files series. Yoojin was skeptical and asked why. Shimyeon explains that it is to make Yoojin famous. He knows that it would be hard to hide Yoojin from the public, so it would be best to make Yoojin famous instead. By becoming famous, Yoojin's safety will be better ensured if everyone knows him. Now, let's go back to the present. Yoojin was persuaded by the logic of director Siak to appear in the show, and Yerim also accompanied him as a bodyguard. Yoojin really doesn't like it because it invokes terrible memories from his past life, and he wonders if people will talk trash again. He thinks these bad thoughts as he plays with a very lovable Peace. The people around him are smitten with how cute Peace is, and the host comments how they have never seen such a darling magic beast. The host is so happy that she says it's definitely the highlight of her career. Yoojin is glad of the compliment that he smirks. Yoojin finally admits this is the best decision ever as he plays with peace in front of the cameras. I hope this helps him recover from his bad experience with Amiya before. They are finally taking a break, and Yoojin is satisfied with how things turned out since he could show off peace to everyone. Knowing that everyone else also finds peace cute, Yoojin thinks it's a crime not to share this cuteness overload. He remembers how some people there have suggested that Yoojin should start a social media account and upload Peace's pics. Peace would be an instant online sensation. Yoojin considers this and wonders if he should also sell some merch or even produce an album of Peace. He looks far into the future when Peace will be fully grown and become a world star. At that time, Yoojin will be its manager, and he'll be famous as a monster tamer. Maybe we should count how many times Yoojin daydreams in this manhwa. Yoojin relaxes in his chair and says people should fall in line to have Peace's autograph. A person with long hair says yes, and that she'll be the first in line. Yoojin looked at the person who just spoke, and it was Hyuna, the guild master of the Breaker Guild. Hyuna looks down at Yoojin and asks if the autograph will be a paw print. Paw print sounds like a great idea. Let's have it embedded in plaster or cement. Yoojin and Peace's eyes bulge with surprise at seeing Hyuna. Yoojin falls off his chair with a crash, and Hyuna greets him and asks how the young master Hayan is doing. Still shocked, Yoojin asks why Hyuna is there, while Peace hisses at her. Hyuna explains that having at least 3 A-rank hunters is required when shooting a show with monsters, so she volunteers to catch up with Yoojin simultaneously. It is obviously an excuse. Hyuna reaches out to help Yoojin while the people around them talk about Hyuna's appearance in the studio. Yoojin stands up on his own, thinking about how the spotlight was stolen from him. Hyuna is surprised that Yoojin didn't take her hand and asks if she should have swept him off his feet like a princess. Yoojin immediately rejects the idea and says they should avoid getting tangled in rumors. Hyuna pats Yoojin on the shoulder and says she doesn't care, since Yoojin will be her breeding partner. This makes the people around them gasp and murmur. Yoojin was horrified and yelled that those are the exact words they should not say in public. That term is definitely misleading. Hyuna pats Yoojin's shoulders with both hands, saying she really likes Yoojin, and again extends an invitation to have him work for her. Yoojin picked up Peace and expressed his indignation, reminding her she could only make the offer if she became the world's best. This is one tall order for him to join a guild other than his brothers. Hyuna once again compliments how Yoojin never gets intimidated. Yoojin says is unthinkable, since he has a brother who is also an S rank and how they are all only human at the end of the day. Hyuna smiles at this and again holds onto Yoojin's shoulder, and Peace is alarmed by this. Hyuna says she appreciates the philosophy, but it concerns her a bit. Yerim runs towards them with drinks, but before she even gets near, a blast of wind is raised between them. Yerim tries to reach for Yoojin but is unable to do so. Hyuna looks at Yerim and says she'll only borrow Yoojin for 5 minutes. Yoojin is exasperated by this show of power, while Peace is shocked at what happened. Yoojin surmises that Hyuna has set up a barrier with the stagnant air. Peace becomes angry and growls at Hyuna. With an angry Peace in his arms, Yoojin asks Hyuna what she did. Hyuna smiles, saying she set up a sound barrier with a simple tweak of her skill, and tells him not to worry since her staff will explain things to Yerim. Yoojin wonders if it really was a simple tweak. He knows that Hyuna has already mastered her skills at this time, so a new S ranker like Yerim can't do anything against Hyuna. Hyuna says that they can finally talk in private. Yoojin asked what it was about while Peace was still irked in his lap. Hyuna says she just wants to be careful when talking trash about someone like Yoojin's little brother. Yes, she set up a barrier just to talk behind Yoojin. I think it's a waste of MP. This statement makes Yoojin pause. Hyuna says she's worried that Yoojin doesn't really know his own brother. She looks at Yoojin and comments that he is already agitated when she hasn't said anything yet. Yoojin glares at Hyuna, obvious that he doesn't want to hear any trash talk about his brother. Peace hisses at Hyuna, and Hyuna says to relax since she doesn't mean any harm. She is also smitten with Peace. Hyuna swears she's not there to drive a wedge between the brothers. Patting Yoojin's shoulder, she advises Yoojin to reevaluate his opinion of his beloved brother. She admits that they all laughed back in the conference because they thought the words from Yoojin's mouth were ridiculous. She says that Yoojin can't ignore this if he really wants to get into that kind of business. She asks if Yoojin really has a lot of faith in his brother and if the excellent baby brother really became a guild master simply because he was capable. Hyuna is skeptical at how an orphaned kid grows into a sweet young man because of a loving older brother despite the poverty and hardship. Hyuna says it's so unrealistic. It may seem unrealistic, but she really shouldn't butt in. Yoojin starts to talk back, but Hyuna says that Yoojin really thinks Yoojin is an angel. She asserts that there is something that Yoojin doesn't realize. Angels can't stomp on others to build their guild. She then asks Yoojin if he wants her to tell him what kind of life his brother led as a hunter. I think Hyuna will tell him whether he wants to hear it or not. Let's continue the story with a flashback from the Breaker Guild master. Hyuna was a former athlete. Ever since she awakened, she was disqualified from any competitive sports. Hence, she became a guild master instead. She doesn't know much about managing a guild, so the corporate sponsor ran it. And among the country's top 5 guilds, only 2 guild masters are truly in charge of their own guilds. These were Hyunji Sum of the Sejong Guild and Yu Yoon Han of the Haean Guild. Yu Yoon has rejected offers from big companies and has built an independent guild. He was viewed as a kid since he was only a high schooler then. At the same time, everyone's after Yu Yoon, and some of them even attempt to poison the young man. They're great examples of self-made men. Hyuna admits that she was naive back when she intervened when she heard about an attempt on Yu Yoon's life. Hyuna decides to go and save Yu Yoon since he's only a minor. But what welcomed her is far from what she expects. The whole place is burning. Dark remains are left on the ground. And Hyuna even thought there was a monster attack. She's really the type who worries about others. A man screams for mercy, and Hyuna turns her head. She finds Yu Yoon looming over a man. The man swears that he won't do it again and they will leave Yu Yoon alone. But Yu Yoon was having none of it. It was extermination. Hyuna walks to Yu Yoon and asks if he's okay. However, Yu Yoon is still wary of his surroundings that he attacks Hyuna. Hyuna manages to block it and says she was stupid for worrying when Yu Yoon obviously isn't an ordinary kid. Hyuna even thinks that Yu Yoon is not even human anymore because rage has filled Yu Yoon's complete being at that time. You really can't blame him, he almost died from poison. Hyuna says the incident was covered up and anyone involved disappeared. She finishes her story by saying that Yu Yoon took down those calling shots and took their resources. Those were then used to build the Haean Guild. Yoojin looks at Hyuna with shock, while Peace glares at the guild master. Hyuna says it may be hard to believe, but this is how the world of S-rankers works. Hyuna knows that Yoojin and Yu Yoon used to live apart, and asks if Yoojin didn't notice how his brother has changed. Yoojin only looks away at this. I think Yoojin is more sad that he wasn't there for his brother rather than being scared of what he learned. Hyuna once again pats Yoojin's shoulder and advises him to look at the matter with open eyes, because Yu Yoon isn't who Yoojin thinks he is. From Hyuna's experience, Yu Yoon is a monster. Yu Yoon may only be pretending to be a docile little brother, and he might bare his fangs at Yoojin one day. She says it is unsafe for Yoojin to stay close to Yu Yoon, as a phone vibrates in her pocket. Hyuna takes the phone from her pocket and looks at it. The name on the phone says Jerkwad number 2 is calling her. Hyuna says it is Yu Yoon. I'm betting Jerkwad number 1 is Hyunjae. Hyuna looks at Yoojin and asks if he wants to keep his distance from his brother. If he does, she is willing to give Yoojin a hand. Yoojin mumbles how Yu Yoon has gone through hell as well. Yoojin sadly grabs the phone in Hyuna's hand, shocking her. Yoojin answers the call, and Yu Yoon immediately threatens Hyuna Moon, but stops when he hears his brother's voice. Yu Yoon asks if Yoojin is okay, and if the woman told him anything stupid. Yoojin thinks that Yu Yoon had to bloody his hands to get to where he is today. Then he answers his brother in an annoyed tone, saying how Hyuna was talking trash about Yu Yoon. I admire their strong relationship. Yoojin doesn't really care if his brother has done those things before. Though Yu Yoon is acting strange. Yoojin knows how cruel people can be. Yoojin himself doesn't have clean hands. He was guilty of surviving all those years while everyone around him died. Yoojin remembers how Yu Yoon protected him in his past life. After experiencing that, there is no way Yoojin wouldn't defend his brother. Yoojin says that Hyuna has underestimated him. He casually talks to his brother about returning the favor by talking trash about Hyuna. He starts mentioning something that happened last year in April. Hyuna became horrified when she heard this from Yoojin. It was about the most embarrassing moment in Hyuna's life that would be revealed to the country in 4 years. An eye for an eye, Hyuna can't just bully the MC's lil bro without experiencing something bad in return. Yoojin continues that it was around 5 p.m. on April 2 at the CS convenience store in Icheon, Gyeonggi province. Before Yoojin can tell everything about it, Hyuna snatches the phone from him and crushes it with her bare hands. Now I'm curious about what really happened. Red in the face, Hyuna glares at Yoojin and asks how he knows about it. She starts shaking Yoojin, trying to make him talk. Peace is enraged at this, while Yoojin is calm and says he just heard it somewhere. Hyuna threatens Yoojin, making Peace hiss in anger. But still calm, Yoojin dares her and says she won't have any super special mount. Yoojin smirks at Hyuna and tells her she shouldn't have talked about his brother that way. He says this even though he is still in Hyuna's clutches. Hyuna is angered, but she knows that Yoojin has a point. I hope Yoon looks it up so we may also know the deets. She lets Yoojin go with a sigh and says that she should have realized how the apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. Yoojin thinks about how everyone will learn the truth anyway as he takes peace from the ground. With a snap, Hyuna released the barrier, saying that she thought Yoojin would be different from Yoon. So she tried. She's at least relieved that there's nothing to worry about if the other guild masters approach Yoojin. Yoojin wonders if Hyuna is trying to warn him while peace continues to leer at Hyuna. Yerim sadly yells and complains at Hyuna. Yoojin reassures Yerim that he's okay while Hyuna pats Yoojin's back, saying it was just adult talk. She whispers to Yoojin that he better not utter a word about that. Hyuna makes it sound different. Yerim sees this and headbutts Hyuna's stomach, thinking that Hyuna is threatening Yoojin. Everything else in the studio is as normal as the two S-rank bickers. A staff tells Yoojin that the shoot will resume in 5 minutes and hands him water. Yoojin looks at the two, wondering when they got so close, and if it is because they are the only female S-rank hunters in the country. Yoojin looks at the scene where Hyuna playfully grapples Yerim. Yoojin ponders if Yerim will go to the Breaker Guild once her contract with Heian ends. I doubt she will. She'll definitely be following you around. Yoojin thinks back to how the Breaker Guild wouldn't last long, because Hyuna doesn't like taking orders. The same goes for Sukwon Choi of the MKC Guild. Yoojin feeds water to Peace as he thinks if he should recruit Hyuna to their side instead, since she would make a powerful pair with Yerim. Another reason is that he needs to have more S-rankers under his influence. Yep, 50 slots must be filled. So far, the only S-ranks Yoojin has influence over are Yoon and Yerim. There are 48 to go. Yoojin speculates whether Hyuna would be a better mentor for Yerim rather than him. He sadly hears Yerim saying that Yoojin is not just Hyuna's breeding partner, since Yoojin will also help Yerim breed. The water from Yoojin's mouth fell out when he heard this. He immediately shouts at Yerim to get away from Hyuna, since Hyuna is obviously a bad influence on her. People around them were murmuring about how Yerim was a minor. That was embarrassing. At home, the TV show Hunter Files airs the story of Yoojin and labels him Monster Daddy. Yerim makes fun of Yoojin, while Yoojin droops, thinking he told them it should be Monster Tamer. Myeonwoo comforts Yoojin, saying that he is now famous. With a title like Monster Daddy, everyone will now associate that name with Yoojin Han. He's the dad of everyone. Yoojin and Myeonwoo are walking in the hall, carrying knives that need sharpening. Myeonwoo is amazed that he is being lent a workspace in the armory. Yoojin says he asked a favor from the guild, since he can't have Myeonwoo sharpen knives in the kitchen every night. Myeonwoo reflects on how he scared Yoojin's friend then and how he passed out later. Myeonwoo refers to Yoon, the Dokebi. Yoojin claimed that Dokebi was a friend who was only visiting. Yeah, a friend who visits late on a rainy night. It's a wonder why Myeonwoo didn't find it sus. Yoojin says it would be nice if Myeonwoo gets to know the people in the armory, since they might work together. Myeonwoo admits he wouldn't want to go on more raids, so this is an excellent opportunity. Yoojin agrees since Myeonwoo is not exactly built for combat. Yoojin hums as he thinks that Myeonwoo will soon become an SS-ranked blacksmith, so the armory is the better fit for him. I'm guessing the stats will be the same, but the skills will be SS. Kinda similar to how Yoojin is an F-rank with L-rank and S-rank skills. Yoojin and Myeonwoo reach the armory of Heian Guild, and they were welcomed by the heat. The armory is a large place with people working on various things. Yoojin and Myeonwoo walk in, and Myeonwoo sees a large chunk of mana stone in one area. He was about to touch it when he was suddenly stopped by one of the workers there. The staff asks them if they are authorized to be in that area. Yoojin simply smiles at the man and asks if HR has contacted them about lending a workspace for his friend. The man then recognizes them and bows as a greeting. He says they received word that his friend has a grinding stone skill. Yoojin looks at the man's size and wonders if Myeonwoo could become a blacksmith. Myeonwoo's body will probably become fitter once he's used to doing these things. The staff then leads them and asks if Myeonwoo has used a blade sharpener before. Myeonwoo says that he did as a kid. Myeonwoo was amazed to find an industrial blade sharpener and looked at it closely. He is excited and gushes about how the machine can work for you with just a few commands. The staff says it is for the staff, so Myeonwoo can't really touch them. He then leads Myeonwoo to a room, saying they'll be his workspace. Myeonwoo and Yoojin go inside and finds a shabby room filled with scraps and some old tools. The staff says that the blade sharpener can be used by Myeonwoo. Though it is usable, the blade sharpener is obviously musty. Wow, I can't believe they're stingy. The staff leaves them to it, leaving Yoojin shocked. Yoojin tries to call the man back and asks if he is joking. Myung-woo stops Yoojin and says it's okay. The workers in the armory glare at them, and they start hearing the whispers of how that guy used his connections when they go even higher F-class awakened. Another mentions that they must cater to nepotism despite things being hectic. Myung-woo says Yoojin can't blame them because, from their perspective, Myung-woo must have pulled some strings to be there. Myung-woo smiles at Yoojin and says he is glad he can work using a professional tool and will do his best. Myung-woo is really tender-hearted. Yoojin feels terrible about this, but Myung-woo keeps a positive outlook. Myung-woo pulls on a chair before the blade sharpener to get started. Yoojin asks if Myung-woo is okay since it has been a long time since Myung-woo used a tool like this. Myung-woo says he'll try it as he takes one of the dull knives and starts the blade sharpener using a foot controller. Myung-woo and Yoojin were glad it was working, and Myung-woo started grinding the blade. Yoojin is amazed and confirms that using a tool like this still counts in unlocking this skill. Myung-woo checks the knife and says it'll work. Yoojin thinks it is better that Myung-woo uses a manual tool like this instead of the big machine outside to unlock his skill. It'll also help Myung-woo get better in the actual process. Myung-woo is feeling happy. He ties his hair up and starts grinding more knives. Yoojin tells Myung-woo to be careful, but he stops himself when he sees how Myung-woo quickly finishes sharpening one knife after another. Yoojin had never seen Myung-woo this focused before. Myung-woo looks really cool as he works. Yoojin remembers how Myung-woo is a crybaby who is easily scared and intimidated. Seeing Myung-woo focused and at ease in what he's doing is far from how he usually is. Yoojin's alarm goes off, pulling him back to reality. He says goodbye to Myung-woo, since he needs to train peace. Myung-woo looks up, realizing that Yoojin is still there. Yoojin admits he got engrossed in watching Myung-woo work. Myung-woo apologizes for taking up Yoojin's time and asks if Yoojin wants to be walked out. Yoojin reassures Myung-woo that he'll be fine, and that they'll just see each other at home. Yoojin leaves and realizes how he can't stop watching Myung-woo work. He compares Myung-woo to a fish out of water that finally managed to return to his own domain and is now swimming freely. Yoojin is sure that Myung-woo was born to do this, and that he doesn't have to worry about him. Or so Yoojin thought, because the next day, Myung-woo is lying face down in bed with many pain relief patches on him. Myung-woo groans about how it's only been a day, but he's already hopeless. While Yoojin puts on more patches on Myung-woo to help him get better, Myung-woo had to take a day off because he was sore all over. In the armory, a female staff comments about how that guy didn't show up today. Another staff says that the string puller called in sick. The female staff laughs at this and says he must be faking it. She thinks the guy must have thought it's a cushy job since he got in by connections, but after a day, he's given up on how hard it is. Another asks if someone wanting a relaxing job can pull that off, making another ask him to pull off what. The staff says that there are 1,000 knives, and the string puller has sharpened all of them in one day. Wow! Myung-woo said before that he'll sharpen 100 knives daily, but he surpassed himself this time. A staff looks inside Myung-woo's workspace, and he finds hundreds of newly sharpened knives in boxes there. As this happened, Myung-woo was lying in bed, sad that he can't do any work today. You should pace yourself better, Myung-woo. A week later, Myung-woo's workspace is now filled with boxes of knives. The armory staff is looking at Myung-woo with amazement. His current progress is now at 5,600 out of 10,000. You're halfway there. A hearty meal is on the table, and Yoojin asks if Myung-woo's sharpening blades have also sharpened his cooking skills. Yerim is so amazed at all the food before her that she asks to live happily ever after with Myung-woo, and starts referring to him as Upa. Yerim cries as she eats, while Yoojin asks if Yerim seriously just called Myung-woo Upa. You should up your game, Yoojin. You're still being referred to as Adrasi by Yerim. Yerim continues eating and says that she needs to eat up since she can't have this kind of stuff in the dungeon. Yoojin remembers that Yerim has a raid that day. Yerim complains that it is so dull that she has to go to B-rank dungeons because she's only a minor. But she has to do it since she wants to level up, get new skills, and get rich. She wonders out loud if she should go on raids every day and use all her skills to clear dungeons. Yoojin warns her about this, explaining how easy it is to tell when the health is low, but it is not the same with mana. Yoojin patiently explains that Yerim wouldn't want to run out of mana in the middle of a dungeon and pass out. The system doesn't show an HP and MP bar, so hunters must be wary of this. Yoojin starts explaining MP potions, but then asks how much mana Yerim has. Yerim answers 102, making Yoojin feel incompetent with his base MP of 2. With an additional 29 from his equipment, Yoojin forgot about explaining and starts brooding at how Yerim's MP is 51 times his and still 5 times more if he counts his equipment. He laments how he is in no position to worry about her. Yerim just ignores this and looks at Myung-woo. Calling him Upa, she asks when Myung-woo will go on his next raid. Yerim suggests that Myung-woo should join as his chef and he'll be rich in no time. Myung-woo laughs at this, saying that he's not sure. Myung-woo can't say it straight, that he doesn't want to enter dungeons anymore. Yoojin looks at Myung-woo's worn-out hands and asks Myung-woo if he's not pushing himself too much with the daily grinding and cooking. Myung-woo assures Yoojin that he's having a great time. Still concerned, Yoojin hands his gloves to Myung-woo and says he should use them. Myung-woo asks if it's okay, since these are expensive and an A-grade item. Yoojin makes an excuse that he hardly uses them, since it's hot, and tells Myung-woo to use them until he's done with his knife grinding. Myung-woo tears up at this and squeezes Yoojin. He thanks Yoojin and promises to never take the gloves off. Yoojin is shocked and tells Myung-woo to get off. Yoojin also reminds Myung-woo to at least take them off when he goes to the bathroom. That's gross. Although it took time, the people in the armory started to warm up to Myung-woo. One afternoon, he was feeling hot, and one of the staff gave him a towel laced with mana stone to help him maintain his body temperature. Yo, we need that kind of stuff for summer. The staff says it gets really hot in the armory, and Myung-woo is thankful for it. One night, Myung-woo finished late. He went out of his workspace and finds that everyone is gone. He sees the mana stone he was looking at before and looks closer. Myung-woo is amazed at how it can glow on its own. Yeah, it'll make the perfect night lamp. A voice shouts that he can't touch it, spooking Myung-woo upright. Myung-woo turns, saying he didn't touch it, and realizes it was the staff from when he first got in. The man explains it is an S-rank mana stone that can fetch at least 1 billion won. That's more than $760,000. I'll just buy myself a lamp from IKEA. Myung-woo was so shocked to hear this. The staff continues to explain how fully intact stones of this size are rare. The armory has left it as is for now, since they're not sure what's best to do with it. He says it's disappointing that even with a big armory crew, they don't have anyone to handle a beauty like this. The man softly knocks on the mana stone as he says this. Myung-woo's not allowed to touch it, but the staff obviously can. He says he did not mean to offend him, but an F-ranker like Myung-woo can never even attempt anything on the mana stone. The staff then changes the subject and asks if the other staff are still giving him grief for getting into the armory using connections. Myung-woo stammers a no, but the other man only continues to explain how this place is run on meritocracy. Many people must prove themselves skilled to be accepted. Myung-woo scratches his head and accepts this. The man then says that some people need the chance to shine in life. He compares it to a diamond in the rough that hasn't been polished. Myung-woo looks up at this, and the man reveals that he knows that Myung-woo even sharpened the crew's tools and that they look brand new. He's really been outdoing himself every day. He compliments Myung-woo for his diligence. The man wants Myung-woo to prove him wrong. If Myung-woo really wants to get in, he must prove that he didn't get in because he pulled strings. Even if Myung-woo doesn't have enough strength stats, gears can overcome this. Myung-woo says he will try his best and smiles at the man. Things were finally moving on smoothly until one particular moment. A door slams open and a female staff asks for Hunter Myung-woo. The female staff member has a worried look on her face and asks for Myung-woo to come with her. She says that they need to investigate the disappearance of Hunter Yoojin Han. What? Yoojin's missing? A particular little bro will blow up at this. Myung-woo's face paled when he heard this. With disbelief, Myung-woo asks if he heard it right and if Yoojin is missing. Myung-woo asks what they mean because he knows for a fact that Yoojin will be at the guild the whole day. Yoojin didn't even receive any calls from anyone suspicious. The one confirms if they can rule out Yoojin purposely getting off the grid. This would make one wonder if Yoojin did purposely get off the grid. Yerim suddenly bursts into the room and asks where Yoojin is. Myung-woo is surprised at Yerim's appearance, since he knows that Yerim has a scheduled raid for today. Yerim says she was on the way there, but returned when she heard the news. Another staff leads Yerim to where the guild master is, and they all start leaving Myung-woo. Myung-woo stops them and asks if there's anything he can do. One of the staff says that it would be best for Myung-woo to stay there for his own safety, and he respectfully says there's not much he can do in this situation. The reality dismays Myung-woo, and he can't do anything about it. It's the truth, but it still hurts to hear it. So what really happened to Yoojin? A few hours ago, Yoojin was relaxing, since everything he had hoped for was now slowly coming true. He has nothing to worry about anymore except that Peace has thrashed the place, even the couch. Peace purrs and starts tugging at Yoojin's head. Understanding how Peace feels cooped up there for too long, he decides to head down and train with Peace. He opens the door and sees a man. He tells the man that they'll be stepping out for a bit. If Yoojin was taken, this guy would be suspect number 1. For Yoojin, having a bodyguard feels like an overkill. After negotiating with the top guilds, everyone agreed to take turns sending bodyguards for Yoojin. Yoojin believes the guilds are only trying to win him over in the pretense of protection. Oh, it's for Yoojin's protection. I guess this is how those guilds are ensuring Yoojin's safety. Yoojin looks at the current bodyguard with his skill and learns that the man is a B ranker from the MKC guild. The man contacts another person in his earpiece, then asks if Yoojin will go to the training room as they enter the elevator. Yoojin says they're heading to the second basement floor. Peace goes over his shoulder and presses the B2 button on the wall. This shocks Yoojin, and he starts complimenting Peace for being clever. We all need intelligent Peace in our life. He proudly shows off Peace to the current bodyguard, but the man ignores him completely. Feeling embarrassed, Yoojin falls silent and just picks Peace up. Yoojin is surprised this bodyguard is not amazed by Peace. He remembers how the bodyguard yesterday was fawning at Peace. Yoojin concludes that not everyone has to like Peace. No, that man is sus. Who wouldn't like Peace? The elevator door opens, and other people in red suits get in. One of the guys in the red suit apologizes for the big luggage. Yoojin says it's okay. Then he uses his promising sprout skill on them to check their ranks. He identifies that the men are low-ranked to be working for Heian. Now we have our suspect number 2. It kinda adds up since they can overpower Yoojin with their number. A bit suspicious, Yoojin asks them if they're from another guild. One of them answers that they're from the Bricks Guild, a subsidiary of Heian. He explains they're there to borrow the training room and test some of their items. He even makes a point of saying that they passed the security check and they're not suspicious. It's more suspicious that you'll claim you're not. Everyone laughs at this while Yoojin joins them, saying they aren't. They reach the second basement, and everyone gets out, with the men in red heading to a different room. Yoojin thinks those guys were suspicious as he, and his bodyguard head in the opposite direction. Yoojin glares as he believes they're suspicious because none of them complimented Peace's cuteness. Disregarding this, Yoojin just concludes that not everyone would be comfortable with a magic beast around, no matter how cute it may be. No, Yoojin, they're also sus. I just can't wrap my head around how some people would find such rare cuteness and not comment. Reaching one of the training rooms, Yoojin lets Peace roam. Peace immediately takes a tied rope and looks at Yoojin, acting all cute. Yoojin smiles, commenting on how Peace wants to play tug, but Yoojin says he has to get ready. Yeah, it's the tug of death. You have to get prepared. Unbeknownst to Yoojin, the men in red from before are now behind him. They are holding a rope and a bottle with some weird substance in it. It was right to be suspicious. Yoojin turned his head and a red powder was thrown to his and Peace's way. The system tells him that it is the Watchman's fruit and his poison resistance activates, canceling the effects of the item. Peace was surprised at this, and he inhaled some of the powder. He growls, but then he plops down with a whimper. Yoojin screams for Peace, but one of the men clasps a handkerchief to his nose and mouth. The men in red are surprised that Yoojin is still awake. One of them says it might be a piece of equipment. Yoojin realizes that those were the men from Bricks Guild. He fights back by kicking the man in front of him. He wonders how they got in, and he manages to escape these men. One of them is so surprised, commenting on how Yoojin was supposed to be an F-ranker. He's a pay-to-win F-ranker. Yoojin makes it to the door and finds his bodyguard just outside. He yells for help, but the bodyguard punches him instead. The bodyguard tells the others to get it together and says that Yoojin must have some fancy equipment that he got from his brother. He commands them to remove the equipment from Yoojin. You are absolutely right to be suspicious before Yoojin. Everyone you come across is out to kidnap you. The man removes Yoojin's gloves and belt, decreasing his strength and dexterity stats to single digits. He ponders if MKC has betrayed them. Yoojin tries to focus and looks for a way to escape this situation. The man holding him notices Yoojin's studs and wonders if those have antidote buffs. The man forcefully removes it from Yoojin's ears, removing 29 points of his mana. Yoojin thinks back to how many times he used the promising sprout skill. Without the studs, Yoojin felt weak. Remember the lesson on MP that Yoojin gave to Yerim before? This is what happens when you lack MP. The men in red are finally relieved that Yoojin has settled down. They threw Yoojin in peace in their big luggage, and they were confident they could get out, since they'd already passed the security when they came in. Before Yoojin totally passes out, he curses inside. He thinks he should have known that anyone who doesn't find peace cute is suspicious. Lesson learned. Water splashes on Yoojin, and he wakes up coughing. His hands were tied, and before him was a thug with some sort of tattoo on his left eye. Yoojin identifies the guy as a B ranker named Wooja Kim using his skill. Yoojin tries to remember anything about the guy, but doesn't recall it from anywhere. Yoojin thinks that with a B rank, this guy might be the guild master or deputy of a kidnapping guild. Even kidnappers are in a guild now. Wooja stands up and says he feels terrible for bullying the weak F ranker but wants to immediately get to the point. Wooja yanks on Yoojin's head and asks Yoojin to hand over the owner's token of the horned flame lion. Wooja tells Yoojin that he shouldn't hope for anyone to save him and should just hand the token over. From what the man just said, Yoojin deduces that they haven't killed Peace yet, and Peace was brought with him. Yoojin comments on how Wooja is confident for someone who has the top 5 guilds and the Hunters Association after him. The MKC guild is probably behind this. The man is unthreatened and looks at his phone. He shows Yoojin how his bodyguard had been reporting to Wooja that there were no issues. He informs Yoojin that his bodyguard is still standing by the training room, and no one knows that Yoojin has been taken. Wooja is confident they'll never be caught, since they'll be gone by the time they even catch on. Wooja continues to be proud, because their location is on a wharf with thousands of similar containers. Before they even finish searching, they'll already be in Japan. For a kidnapper, he sure likes to let his victim know the kidnapping details. Hearing this information, Yoojin asks if the Japanese were behind this. Wooja smiles, saying that not precisely. It's just where Yoojin will be sold for auction. Wooja even explains how they'll gain half of the winning bid and a sponsorship package once they turn Yoojin over. Yoojin finally understands how they plan to sell them overseas, since they can't do it in Korea, which is the primary purpose of their kidnappers. Yoojin ponders if he'll be rescued in time. He is sure the guilds and association will get help from the Coast Guard once they learn Yoojin is gone. The main problem is when he is carried to international waters. At best, Yoojin must stall them. It really helps that he has fear resistance, which will keep him from panicking. Wooja smirks and tells Yoojin to just hand over the owner's token. Yoojin chuckles at this and says that he wouldn't give them the token just like that. Wooja is perplexed, but Yoojin says that Wooja just let him know how valuable he is, so there's no need to be scared, since they need to get Yoojin there in one piece. Wooja compliments Yoojin for being smart. Yoojin raises a finger and tells Wooja that he just happens to be more stupid and ugly. Yoojin mocks Wooja that he won't be able to use the token properly even if he has it. Even Yoojin had a hard time with Peace though he had the owner's token before. Wooja sadly knees Yoojin, clearly irritated as he says that Yoojin doesn't understand his situation. Yoojin looks up at Wooja and tells him that he does. He describes how he has been taken before by thugs with crappy skills. B-rankers like Wooja are so common that even a dozen of Wooja are nothing compared to Yoojin. Wooja lifts his foot and stomps on Yoojin. Yoojin's leg cracks on the impact, making him scream in pain. Wooja admits that Yoojin is too valuable and that he can only go as far as this. You're dead once little bro finds you. Wooja continued to step on him, then Yoojin was suddenly lifted by the collar. In Yoojin's head, he wants Wooja to continue. He doesn't care how hurt he'll be as long as he can buy more time before being sold off. Wooja drags Yoojin and opens a container door. Wooja says that he'll introduce Yoojin to a friend of his. He then throws Yoojin by a cage. Wooja says they also have a pet. Yoojin asks what Wooja means, then a black tentacle slithers to Yoojin, making him scream in shock. Wooja smirks, commenting on how Yoojin is finally getting scared. I doubt Yoojin is worried. The black tentacle belongs to a monster with yellow eyes. Wooja explains that the magic beast is Creek, a C-rank dungeon monster cursing its prey with poison in its tentacles. Once affected, people will end up drooling or crawling for half an hour. Wooja says Yoojin will still be in good shape to be sold, so he doesn't have to worry. This kidnapper likes to explain things in detail. Wooja pushes the container door to a close, saying that he'll give them some privacy for 30 minutes. And the door completely shuts, leaving Yoojin in darkness, that they'll buy him some time somehow. In Hayan Guild, Yerim slams a door open and approaches Yoojin, who is wiping his hands. Yoojin says that MKC has reached out, but Yerim yanks on Yoojin's clothes, demanding an explanation. Yerim is angry as she asks how Yoojin claimed that Heian has the best security and no harm would come to Yoojin. So how did something like this happen? I'm sure Yoojin is only calm on the surface. He's definitely angry. Dolby's not showing it. Yoojin says that it wouldn't have happened in normal circumstances. He explains how subordinates of S-rankers who experienced dungeon raids together wouldn't betray their bosses, especially if the dungeon they raided was an S-rank. He compares this to how wild animals submit to their alphas to survive. Hunters are also instinctively bound to their superiors. It's a hunter thing. Yoojin says that the hunters appointed to be Yoojin's bodyguards are direct subordinates of guild masters. But what happened today is different. The bodyguard sent by MKC isn't the one who they were supposed to send. Someone in MKC squawked it at the last minute. Yoojin continues to explain how MKC is run by influential unawakened individuals, so the power structure is split into two. It was the sponsors who schemed to take advantage of the situation. And this just shows how Sukwon has little control over his guild. This is probably what Yoojin was referring to before from chapter 33, when he mentioned how Breaker Guild and MKC won't last long. Duh, what's happening earlier this time. Yoojin admits how he knew that the two factions were about to clash. He didn't expect one faction to partner with a subsidiary of Heian Do. He also confesses that these people used low-rank hunters, but he should have been more cautious, since Yoojin is an F rank, making him not safe from anyone. Yerim gets to the point and asks what the MKC guildmaster said and where Yoojin is kept. Yoojin says it is why he called for her, as he removes the hand on his clothes. Yoojin confirms if Yerim can use White Corpse. The White Corpse is Yerim's skill that can collect information from dead bodies. It was first mentioned in chapter 14. Yerim's eyes leer at this, and she comments on how it smells like blood in that place. She asks if the guy is in the room and if it's the dead bodyguard's memories. Yoojin confirms and instructs Yerim to learn where they might be keeping Yoojin. Yoojin opens the room door and says that he has informed MKC that Heian will be taking care of the bodyguard. Yerim comments on how this would be more reliable than making the guy talk. Yoojin warns Yerim that Yoojin must never know about this. Yerim agrees as she passes Yoojin. They always seem to compromise when it comes to Yoojin's safety. Back in the wharf, Woo-jae looks at his phone. He is wondering why the bodyguards stopped texting him. He wonders if they were already found out. Woo-jae dismisses it and focuses on getting the token, even if they fail the operation. He means that even if Yoojin dies, their priority is the Horned Flame Lion, so they'll still make a fortune. Woo-jae opens the container door and happily asks if Yoojin had a lovely time. He finds Yoojin lying face down on the floor. He taps Yoojin with his foot and wonders why Yoojin passed out when the curse doesn't have that effect. Yoojin lifts his head and Woo-jae laughs. Woo-jae asks if Yoojin fainted from all his screaming and kicking. Yoojin mumbles and Woo-jae asks what he's saying. Yoojin calls for Inky to do it now. The creek from before is now sticking atop the door behind Woo-jae. Woo-jae smirks, asking who Inky is, and he is suddenly attacked by the creek. Ha! Yoojin has influenced Creek. Woo-jae manages to avoid it first, but Inky's tentacle catches his arm. With disbelief, he looks at Yoojin, who caresses Inky's face. Woo-jae screams at how they were informed that Yoojin can only tame infant monsters. Yoojin smiles as he says that it is normal for hunters to never reveal the true extent of their skills. And with that, Yoojin commands Inky to bite the evil man. New pet acquired. Woo-jae curses at his current predicament. He complains about not being informed that Yoojin could do something like this. Yoojin smirks at how befuddled his enemy is and admits that he can do many things, even if he is an F rank. What exactly happened after Woo-jae closed the doors on Yoojin and the creek? Let's have a flashback. The rope still bound Yoojin's wrists, and the creek approached him. Yoojin was horrified by the tentacles, as he thought how he'd be okay with the curses, since he also had a curse-resistant skill. For him, the real problem is if the creek chooses to physically attack him. Yoojin stands up despite the throbbing of his injured leg. He takes a knife from his inventory, relieved he can still access it. Using the blade, the rope on his wrist snaps, and the creek flinches. Yoojin is unsure if he'll last half an hour against the C-class monster, but as he thinks this, the creek leaps back away from Yoojin. No, is the creek afraid of Yoojin? Really? Yoojin was confused about why the creek would step back, and he observed that it was terrified for some reason. The creek starts sweating, and Yoojin is dumbfounded, since he is only an F rank. The system shows Yoojin that the Dragon Slayer title and the skill Raochita's Bane have been activated, doubling the effects of all his skills against the creek. Yoojin realizes that this is the reason why the creek is terrified. He deduces that this title and skill he got from slaying the King of Curse, and poison-tech dragons can also influence other dragon species of the same type. Oh, our MC is lucky somehow. The creek is wary of Yoojin and growls. Yoojin has no offensive skills, but he's sure the keyword's effect will be doubled. He lets the knife slip from his hand, clinging to the ground. This makes the creek flinch. Yoojin gets a vial from his inventory and tries calming the creek down by giving it a pet name. He calls the magic beast Inky. He lifts the vial and offers the creek some grounded C-rank Man of Stone. I guess those were supposed to be snacks for peace. Back to the present, Yoojin says he can't go into much detail. He can only say he got lucky, and he and Inky, the creek, just made a connection. Yoojin removes his hand from caressing Inky and points at Woojay. He says that he has gained a new friend thanks to him. Yoojin commands Inky to attack, and Inky lunges for Woojay. It's impressive how Yoojin completely tamed the creek in less than 30 minutes. Woojay pulls his arm to rip it away from the tentacles that got him. The tentacles snapped, and it also made a mark on enemy's forearm. Woojay looks at his arm, claiming that this can't stop him. Stab. Yoojin has stabbed Woojay in the upper arm, and Woojay asks what he was doing as he throws Yoojin off him. Yoojin tumbles back, but smirks as he says that even a B-ranker's body can be softened once poisoned. Humans and monsters are sturdier the higher their rank is. This makes Woojay red with anger as he curses. Yoojin doesn't let Woojay take a break and once again commands Inky to attack. Woojay declares it's only a C-rank monster as he grabs a crescent blade from his inventory. He swings it at Inky, beheading the magic beast, and Inky falls to the ground with a thud. No! Yoojin's new friend is gone. Just like that. Woojay glances at the fallen monster and laughs, claiming that that thing can't take him down. He tells Yoojin that he can't be a B-ranker like him with just a few tricks. Yoojin crouches by Inky and touches the magic beast. A purple mist emerges from Inky's body, and it envelopes Woojay. Woojay tries to threaten Yoojin, but he suddenly feels woozy. He plops down to the ground, confused about what's happening. With his whole body trembling, he asks how it is possible, when he has already killed the monster, and he also claims that the curse was too weak for his rank. The system announces that the skill Final Thanks is activated. Now, tentacles are coming from Yoojin's back, and his eyes are glowing yellow. The system informs the skills and stats of Inky are transferred with double effectiveness. With the Raochita's Bane in effect, the Final Thanks skill effects are also doubled. Does this mean it has an S-grade impact or more? Yoojin looks down at the curled-up Woojay as he explains that, although Inky was a C-rank, when the double of the curse's effect is also doubled, they'll definitely hurt Woojay. Woojay tries to look up, and Yoojin says he shouldn't look at him like that. Yoojin's yellow eyes are still glowing, as he says all he wanted was a little peace in his life, but they just have to go and stir the hornet's nest. He grips Woojay's head and says it is his turn to ask. He demands where they have put his lovely little piece. Instead of answering properly, Woojay curses and threatens Yoojin. You're one hard nut to crack, dude. Yoojin leers at Woojay, understanding that he'll not learn anything from the guy. He claims that there's no need to spare him then. Venom starts to drip from Yoojin's hands. It drips on Woojay's head, down to his body. Yoojin has activated one of Inky's skills called Toxic Ooze. Woojay can only scream at this. Whoa, we should never get on Yoojin's bad side. He can be decisive when it comes to this kind of thing. Yoojin looks at Woojay and apologizes. He says no one can know about his skills, mainly a Final Thanks. Yoojin lets go and says they've only brought this to themselves when they kidnapped him. He wanted to avoid killing as much as possible this time. Woojay is long gone, and the rest of his body starts to dissolve because of the venom. Yoojin says he wished he could at least leave his body for the family. Still, he can't do that because a particular young lady can read the corpse's memories. He only hopes that the dead can understand. Whether it's Yerim and Yoojin or Yoojin, they're keeping a secret from one another. A door handle cracks off the door and Yoojin looks at it. He thinks he can't control his strength since Final Thanks raised his stats, as a door clunks shut behind him. Yoojin believes it'll be like this for 7 days instead of 1 hour, so he has to be careful and hide this, so that no one will notice. Remember that Yoojin's perfect caregiver title also turned to L rank, meaning the effects are now longer than before. Yoojin opens the skill window and looks at the skills Inky has left him. Aside from the C-class Toxic Ooze, there are D-grade Thorny Trap, D-grade Gecko on the Wall, D-grade Scratch, C-grade weaklings hunch, and C-grade tentacles. The gecko on the wall is a cloaking skill that lets the user assimilate to the surrounding and hide, which is useful when sneaking around. While weaklings hunch enables the user to detect more powerful opponents, Yoojin should use those 7 days to the fullest while he still has those skills. Yoojin's leg throbs as he walks, and he is thankful that his stats were raised, making it possible for him to keep walking. Yoojin clicks on the gecko on the wall skill, and his presence disappears. He walks on, claiming it's time for him to find peace. The men in red suits are in one of the rooms, taking a break as they wait. Yoojin's hidden tentacles find them and start attacking them. Yoojin attacks everyone in the facility with his tentacles as he walks by. Now, that's just OP. A man wearing shades with his feet raised on the table was startled into cursing when the door thuds. He asks who's there. Yoojin has deactivated his gecko on the wall skill, and he was the one who kicked the door open. He answers that it's the victim they just kidnapped. Yoojin steps into the room, guessing that the man inside is the boss among those remaining. The man asks how Yoojin got free, and Yoojin instead asks where the horn-flame lion is. Shades guy clutches the safe on his table and throws it at Yoojin. He didn't hit Yoojin, and the safe clunked to the wall behind Yoojin. Is throwing the safe really the best thing he could do at that moment? The Shades guy says Yoojin was only lucky, but an F-ranker should have just run away while he still had the chance. He says the flame-horned lion is safe in its cage, and he has the key to it. The man takes an axe from his inventory and dares Yoojin to take the key from his C-ranker's hands. The man was about to say something, but Yoojin slapped him using one of his invisible tentacles. Yoojin tells the man to give him the key and spill where the magic beast is. The man was confused and was about to ask what that was, but Yoojin once again used an invisible tentacle to slap the guy. And every time the guy tries to guess, he receives a slap. The other guy is irritated and asks why Yoojin even let himself be captured. Yoojin scratches his ear, saying it's none of the other guy's business. The man receives another slap, and Yoojin pins the man down with his tentacles. You really shouldn't anger our MC more. When will villains learn to just answer the question? Yoojin claims he didn't want to pin the man down, so he picks up the man's axe and says he has more skills up his sleeve. He threatens the man to do as he was told as he uses toxic ooze on the axe in his hands. The melted part of the axe drips to the ground, close to the guy's head. The man panics at this and says that he'll give the key and tells Yoojin that the cage is in the central area of Block A. Yoojin reaches out a hand and tells the man to give the key. Villains really like learning things the hard way. The man is trembling. Despite this, he takes a contract from his inventory. He tells Yoojin to sign the contract before he gives the key to Yoojin. He asks Yoojin to guarantee his safety in exchange for the key and asks Yoojin to promise that he won't attack. Yoojin reads the contract and adds a provision where the other guy must keep his mouth shut about Yoojin. The man immediately agrees to this, and as Yoojin signs the contract, he frees the guy. Yoojin got the key and was about to leave. He tells the other guy to behave himself while Yoojin's gone. The man glares at Yoojin, and his hands turn similar to a beast's. He dashes to Yoojin for an attack and grabs Yoojin by the neck. Wrong move, dude. The guy smirks at Yoojin since he can't fight back, saying how a powerful curse binds the contract. If he gets attacked by Yoojin, Yoojin will go blind for violating the agreement. He says that Yoojin should have looked at it more carefully. He mocks Yoojin for being a noob, who doesn't know anything and how Yoojin probably hasn't even entered a dungeon before. Yoojin looks down and holds the contract in two hands. He rips the contract into two, shocking the other guy. The contract flashes purple light, as the system announces that Yoojin will be inflicted with the blindness curse for breaching the contract. This was followed by an announcement that the curse-resistant skill nullified the curse. Yoojin grasps the guy's wrists and apologizes for raining on his parade. He lets the man know he is not a noob and has more experience than anyone there. The place was then filled with the sound of the man screaming, and another one bites the dust. Yoojin steps on purplish-black goo, claiming he knew this would happen. Yoojin looks back and admits that he wouldn't let the guy live. The safe disintegrates in a puddle of sticky poison, as Yoojin says that nobody would have imagined that he is responsible for everything that happened there. At most, people would think that everyone fought each other. He walks back into the hall, thinking he'll leave the other guys alone, since they didn't see Yoojin use his skills. He's sure Haeyeon will take care of them once they rescue Yoojin. Yoojin remembers Inky and goes back to where the magic beast is. Yoojin laments about how Inky has suffered. He knows that Inky will only be butchered and sold in parts if left alone. There is only one thing he can do for him now. Yoojin uses toxic ooze on Inky and thanks him for everything. A red gem was left behind as Inky's whole body disappeared. I guess Yerim could also use white corpse on magic beasts as well. Yoojin leaves and heads to where Peace is. Peace is still asleep, and Yoojin thinks about how he wishes he could just take Peace and get out of there. But doing such a thing will only be suspicious. Yoojin takes the sleeping Peace into his arms and asks it if it wants to wait with him, till everyone finds them. Peace's tongue sticking out is so adorable that Yoojin can't help but comment on it. He assures the sleeping magic beast that he'll be okay, and they should just take a long nap till they are found. Yoojin looks at Peace fondly, glad that Peace is okay. Yoojin hopes that Peace will at least outlive him. After some time, there was a rumble of rushing feet. A female staff talks on the radio, saying they found them. She reports Yoojin Han and the infant horn-flame lion are at the central part of Block A. A staff shouts to get the cage open and to get the guild master. Inside the cage, Yoojin sleeps on the floor with Peace in his arms. I guess this story arc is finally ending. A staff comments on how they seem to have fallen asleep, while another calls their guild master over. Yoojin's skill, Weakling's hunch, lets him know that an S ranker is approaching. Yoojin was woken up by this notification, thinking how he must have dozed off. He wonders if it is Yoon who is coming for him. A man screams for his young as he slams the cage door open. With a worried look, he asks if Yoojin is okay and yells to open his eyes. Yoojin sits up, realizing that it is his brother. He asks if Yoon is there to save him. Lil bro is really different when he's in front of his big bro. It's like he's a whole other person. Yerim and Sunhan appear with worried looks on their faces. Yerim destroys his side of the cage open, asking if Yoojin is okay. Yoon asks if they hurt him and if Yoojin can get up. Yoojin looks at them, thinking how the entire entourage is there. Everyone's worried. So if this is only normal, Yoojin stands up with the help of his brother, thinking about how the guild has recognized his value. His leg suddenly throbs, and he stumbles toward Yoon as he voices his pain. This got Yoon and everyone else worried. Sunghan asks if Yoojin was hurt. Yerim asks who did it. For she'll teach them a lesson, while Yoon tells him to wait, so that he can get a healer for his brother. Yoojin calms everyone down, saying he can still walk, but Yoon decides. He pulls his brother into his arms and lifts him like a princess. This is like a scene from a shoujo manhwa with all the flowers in that panel. Yoon confirms with the staff if the healers are on standby outside and commands them to be brought in immediately. The staff follows the order while Yoojin's tears trickle down his face. Yoojin thinks about how sweet his younger brother is, but at the same time, he should be treated as an older brother, not some damsel in distress. Yoojin gets in a car with Peace still knocked out in his arms, still worried. Yerim says she'll head back as soon as she finishes the investigation and cleaning up, and tells Yoojin to get plenty of rest. Yoojin assures Yerim that he will. He then thinks about how Yerim will use her white quartz skill even though she's still young. Yoon is sitting beside Yoojin and tells him they'll go to the hospital and get Yoojin a full checkup to ensure his young is completely okay. Yoojin is overwhelmed and dissuades Yoon from this. Yoon says they should get Yoojin a full physical while at it. Oh, is this the part where he'll be found out? Yoojin strongly thinks they can't do that, because they'll discover that his stats increase from Inky's final thanks. Left with no choice, Yoojin decides to act his way around it. He asks his brother in a pitiful voice if it's okay that they don't go. Yoojin claims that the hospital is full of strangers, and doesn't want to get anesthesia that will put him under for the tests. He said all this while acting like a damsel in distress. Really? Yoojin complained about it earlier, and now he's using that card to the fullest? Yoon is shocked that he didn't think of this. He apologizes to his brother for being thoughtless and says he will get him home. The driver immediately understood and said he'd make a U-turn right away. I think the driver's Sungin, but they didn't really show who it was. Yoon looks at every part of his brother closely while asking if Yoojin is sure he is okay, and Yoojin reassures him that he is. Yoon sniffs at his brother and says he smells something fishy, like something reptilian, coming from Yoojin. Yoojin pales at this and curses inside at how keen his brother's nose is. He makes an excuse that they were on a wharf before, so it is probably the smell of the ocean. He assures his brother that he will shower once they get home. He also activates his stealth skill, Gecko on the Wall. Yoon then comments that Yoojin is probably right since he no longer smells it. That's one helpful skill. You could literally stop taking baths if you have that kind of skill. After that day, MKC was suspended from bodyguard duties for the time being, and the security in Hayam was beefed up. Each guildmaster must personally send information about the bodyguards each time one is dispatched. And as for Yoojin, he was dreaming one night. Like any other dream, it doesn't make much sense at first. He dreamt about being stuck in a cage. Yoojin sees himself on the other side of the cell, a scene where he offers himself some ground mana stone. Wu-jae approaches him on the floor. Then he attacks Wu-jae, and finally, getting slashed by Wu-jae. The last scene was seeing himself watching from the floor as he dies. Yoojin wakes up from the nightmare of the scream, realizing that it was all a dream. He looks at peace. He touches his head, as he realizes what happened is from his skill. Yoojin curls up, thinking about how he inherited Inky's final memories. That's one nasty side effect. Yoojin gets up and takes a water bottle to drink. He thinks about how he has frequently experienced this kind of thing before, but has forgotten it. It hasn't been that long since he turned back time, and he knows how low rankers used to drop like flies. In Yoojin's past life, he was always getting traumatized, that he would spend weeks drunk and holed up in his room. There was even a time when many people broke into his place and he got dragged to rehab. Yoojin thinks about it now, and ponders if Yoojin sent those people to help him. Getting a shot to right his wrongs has let him see things more broadly. Yoojin dismisses those thoughts, thinking it won't happen again, since the S-rankers under his influence won't die easily, except for Myung-woo. Yoojin then realizes that Myung-woo is not in his room and wonders where Myung-woo went at this hour. In a different room, the sound of wearing can be heard. Boxes of dull knives have littered the floor, and Myung-woo is still grinding knives at this hour. Counting that, he's already completely sharpened 9,980 blades. Wow, 20 more knives to sharpen, and you're done. Myung-woo. Myung-woo sadly smiles and slams a fist on the table. He leans on the table with both hands, feeling all pathetic at how nothing he does can help. Looking forlorn, Myung-woo thinks about how there was nothing he could do when his friend was in danger. All that he could do at that moment was sharpen kitchen knives. Myung-woo recalls how the guild staff told him he could do nothing, while Yerim looked at him sadly. The staff revealed how they had run a background check on Myung-woo for precautions. The staff lets him know that he has no real history with the hunter Yoojin Han, despite Yoojin's claims that they were old friends. Although, the cat's out of the bag. This revelation shocked Myung-woo, and he says there must have been a mistake. The staff finishes the conversation, saying that they can't leave this matter of the guild master's brother to a complete stranger like Myung-woo. Feeling devastated, Myung-woo sniffles as he repeats how there really was nothing that he could do, and how it turns out that he's just a nobody after all. Now, Myung-woo knows that. He wasn't friends with Yoojin from before. A phone rings with the name Yun on the screen. Yoojin answers the call, and Yoojin screams at how he thinks that Myung-woo is missing again. Yoojin calmly answers that Myung-woo probably stepped out for a bit. Yoojin continues yelling at how Myung-woo ran away because he left a big pot of beef bone stew. Yoojin repeated the food name while Yoojin kept on yelling. Yoojin explains how every Korean mom would make one before they go on a long trip. He then screams his worry that Myung-woo might be taken by bad guys again. Does this mean Myung-woo is really waifu material, since Yoojin compares Myung-woo to a Korean mom? Out in the streets, Myung-woo gloomily walks. He was too ashamed to see Yoojin, that he just left without a word. He remembers once more how the guild staff told him he had no history with Yoojin at all. Now that he is out, Myung-woo has no place to go. Wow, Yoojin's instincts were right. Myung-woo did run away. Myung-woo realizes his shoelaces are untied, and he crouches to fix them. As he did so, all this stuff fell off his bag, while sarcastically thinking this was absolutely perfect. This kind of feels like anything bad that could happen would happen to Myung-woo. Two kids approach him and look at Myung-woo's ID. They were amazed at how this random guy on the street had an access badge to Haeyeon Guild. The girl screams and asks if Myung-woo is a hunter at the Haeyeon Guild, while the boy exclaims his dream of joining the Haeyeon Guild someday. The kids continue to shoot him questions about his rank, the number of dungeons he has cleared, the guild master, and the guild master's skills. The shouting of the kids causes a commotion, and people around them start murmuring. This got Myung-woo all flustered, but he mustered up the courage to admit that he had just cooked and cleaned at the Haeyeon dormitory, while crying tears of embarrassment. This got the kids down, but they still asked Myung-woo some questions. The boy asks if he is not an awakened, while the girl asks what skills he has. Myung-woo weakly answers that he is an awakened, and that his skill is an F-rank equipment buff. The kids then bluntly comment that his skill is lame. Even kids are harsh these days. Sorry, Myung-woo, but the truth really hurts. The kids continue. The boy mentions how his mom said F-rankers are useless, while the girl agrees that they can't go on dungeon raids or even make real money. They kept talking trash about F-rankers, literally stabbing Myung-woo with their words alone. Myung-woo thinks that even kids know he is worthless and has no future. He considers that even if he gets the skill from sharpening thousands of knives, he will get a garbage skill in the end. He imagines how the Haeun's guild master would say Myung-woo won't be able to contribute anything, and Yoojin would agree to this. Like a wife being left by her husband, Myung-woo would be on the floor as he reached out for Yoojin. Yoojin would smile at him, apologizing for not realizing he was worthless, and proclaiming that he shouldn't have taken him in. And Myung-woo will be left all alone, trying to reach out. Yoojin's daydreaming must have rubbed off on Myung-woo, but his insights despair. Myung-woo bursts into tears in the middle of the street, with his stuff still lying on the ground. The kids are surprised by this, and the boy asks why he's crying. Myung-woo admits that he has no future. The girl scolds the boy for making the older man cry, and the boy suggests that they should help him. The boy pulls on Myung-woo, claiming that they know a little trick. They tell Myung-woo to come with them, and they will be helping him get an incredible skill. Myung-woo comes along and finds out what the kids mean. The kids dunked his face in the water numerous times and got shoved from a ledge. The kids kept pulling Myung-woo to other places, as he pondered how this was more like hazing. Myung-woo accepts how much of a loser he is, because he is getting bullied by kids. I wouldn't really say he is a loser. His personality is really just foolish and timid. They reached an 8-lane road, and the kids suggest to walk through it. Vehicles were zooming by, and Myung-woo was so shocked by the suggestion. The boy plans to show how it is done, but Myung-woo immediately pulls the kid back. The kid complains about almost getting killed by Myung-woo, but he scolds that they should not do dangerous things like this. That's right, Myung-woo, teach those kids. Their sense of danger is warped. The girl claims they were trying to help him, since new skills can be unlocked when one is in danger. She states that this method is how he can get extraordinary combat skills. Myung-woo thinks back to how he became an awakened. This confirms the girl's thoughts, but Myung-woo mulls over it. He asks the children if this is what they have been doing daily, and the kids admit that it is the least they can do if they want to be hunters. Myung-woo tries to dissuade them, saying that they should just focus on their studies. The boy asks what good it will do, when everyone knows that good grades won't help earn money. The girl nods to this as they say how becoming a combat class hunter is the best. Myung-woo is flabbergasted at this. He thinks it is the same old pattern, but this time, instead of good grades, they are being pushed by society to become hunters. Indeed, it's man versus society. They suddenly hear the sound of a siren. There was an announcement of a dungeon break, and it urged everyone to evacuate to the nearest shelter. The dungeon break happened near where Myung-woo and the kids were. The kids run off, excited that this could be their chance to awaken. Myung-woo chases after them, as other people run in the opposite direction. Coming out of the red portal is a humongous purple spider. It feels like I just raised a flag when I mentioned before how anything bad that could happen would happen to Myung-woo. My bad. A helicopter hovers above the dungeon break, and a reporter announces how spider webs have covered city blocks. The giant spider-like monsters came out from it because the portal was located in a local strip mall. The portal was left untouched until the outbreak. The cameraman was shocked to find kids and a man running near the dungeon break, and then they reported how there were still some civilians below. The people that the cameraman just recorded were Myung-woo and the kids. They were running away from the spiders. They saw people who were covered entirely with webs as they ran. Myung-woo cries about how they shouldn't have gone there, while the boy also cries, claiming he's scared. Well, it is too late now. The girl is also frightened, but tells the two to be brave. A spider catches up to them, and Myung-woo and the boy cry as they scream for help. The girl steps before them and tells them to step aside. With a furious face, the girl says she's unleashing her super secret ultra special move, the S-rank super majestic power fist. She's pretty brave. It's like we are watching a younger version of Yerim. The spider looks at her blankly, then attacks her. She crashes with a thud. Myung-woo and the boy asked if she was okay. The girl looks at her hands, red in the face with disappointment. The spider looms over her, but she is still shocked as she looks at her hands. Oh, I think she got a bad one. The spider goes in for another attack, but Myung-woo carries the girl and pulls the boy to the stairs. Myung-woo tells them to get onto the rooftop and ask for help. The boy looks at Myung-woo, who is carrying the other kid, and asks if Myung-woo is alright in carrying her. Myung-woo huffs and wheezes as they run up, making it hard for him to say he has no choice. Myung-woo needs to pay to win like Yoojin, so he will be sturdier somehow. The girl mumbles by his shoulder, saying they should just leave her, since there is no point. She cries as she reveals how she got her awakening and is ranked F. Myung-woo is confused as the boy shouts for them to watch out because the monster has caught up to them. Shoot, I really am raising flags whenever I mention the word bad. The spider scurries over, and Myung-woo shouts to hurry and get up. His legs are trembling now due to exertion, and the girl yells to be left there, since it is her fault. She knows that Myung-woo can run without carrying her. She admonishes herself for being an F-ranker and how she is not worth saving. She shouts to be left there. Her personality instantly turned from a Yerim to a Myung-woo in a short time. Myung-woo plops her down and takes his sharpened dagger from his bag. He takes a stance a few steps below them with his hands trembling. Myung-woo looks back at them. He was crying with a wobbly smile. He claims he will hold the monsters off, so the kids should go ahead. The kids disagree, but Myung-woo yells that they are just kids. He starts scolding them about how they shouldn't say things like being a failure or wishing to be left behind when they still got their lives ahead of them. He lectures them that there are many things they could choose to live for, and that every life is worth living. Myung-woo feels like he is possessed by Yoojin's spirit when he lectures. Myung-woo once again tells them to hurry up and get help for him. He reminds them to help each other run as fast as possible and yells for them to go. The boy helps the girl go up, and the girl looks back, saying he shouldn't die, since they will return for him. Myung-woo cries, wishing it was that easy to stay with the living. He knows he has no chance against the giant spider, but still runs toward it. He got worked up hearing how the girl gave up. With a flick of the spider, Myung-woo gets tossed away like paper. Well, that was expected. Myung-woo shatters through a window. He falls from a great height, as he thinks nothing ever works for him. He thinks of Yoojin and thanks his friend in his heart. Myung-woo opens his eyes and sees Yoojin running along the building toward him. Myung-woo believes he is getting visions of Yoojin now that he is about to meet his end. Yoojin was already near him, and Myung-woo was thankful that Yoojin was coming to say goodbye. Yoojin reaches out his hand and yells at Myung-woo to take his hand immediately. Myung-woo was shocked at his vision of Yoojin talking. With tears in his eyes, Myung-woo reaches out to Yoojin. That was close, but death flag avoided. Myung-woo really doesn't remember much of what happened after that. Myung-woo was clinging to Yoojin, as Yoojin fought off the monster using the tentacles coming out from his back. Myung-woo was so confused and shocked at the same time. Yoojin runs off as he carries Myung-woo princess style. This makes me think Myung-woo is the waifu, but then again, Yoojin also carried Yoojin princess style. Myung-woo asks Yoojin if those are tentacles coming out from his back. Yoojin wonders what he should do, but claims that Myung-woo is probably just seeing things. He tells Myung-woo not to worry about it. Myung-woo shouts at Yoojin, saying that there is no way he can't worry about it. Myung-woo kept asking if it was a new skill or if Yoojin always had them. He was about to spout more questions, but Yoojin just whacked him, saying that Myung-woo should just sleep. And that is the last thing Myung-woo remembered. Maybe Yoojin should call on Uncle from another world and have him use Iculus Korra on Myung-woo. Myung-woo wakes up from his sleep and realizes he is at the guild dorm. The news is on the TV, reporting how children were saved from the dungeon break. Myung-woo watches closely, shouting that it wasn't a dream, and he starts wondering how he got to the dorm. Someone comes up behind Myung-woo and asks if he's finally awake. Myung-woo looks back and finds Yoojin behind him. Yoojin is carrying a tray with a small pot as he sternly looks down at Myung-woo. Myung-woo asks if Yoojin saved him, and he swears that he saw those tentacles behind Yoojin's back. Yoojin puts the tray on the table and asks Myung-woo what kind of dream he has. Yoojin lets Myung-woo know that hunters from Haiyan Guild got him out of that mess. That's it. Yoojin, you must obtain a skill that can erase memories if you can't get Uncle's help. Myung-woo was confused and said that was not how he remembered it. Yoojin yanks on Myung-woo's collar and starts scolding him for roaming around a dungeon break. Yoojin shakes on Myung-woo as he says how lucky he was that a TV channel got him on camera or he would be long gone. Myung-woo gets dizzy from the shaking, but he still apologizes to Yoojin. This is probably Yoojin's method of changing the subject, but he is also worried a lot about Myung-woo. Still angry, Yoojin tells Myung-woo to not run off on his own like that. What happened made Yoojin worried that he might never see Myung-woo ever again. Myung-woo feels wretched for worrying his friend, and tears start to trickle down from his face, shocking Yoojin. Yoojin was so surprised and worried that he asked Myung-woo if he was hurt and if he should get a healer for him. Myung-woo wipes his tears, feeling that Yoojin's worrying put him at ease. Myung-woo is calm now and musters up the courage to say what he really wants. He asks Yoojin if it would be okay to remain friends with him, even if he gets a useless skill after completing the grinding task of 10,000 knives. Myung-woo, we will never know unless you get to grinding those 20 knives left. Yoojin has a blank face at first, but then Yoojin gets furious, learning that this is actually what Myung-woo was worried about. He admonishes Myung-woo for getting cold feet when Yoojin already knows that Myung-woo got an offer to work full-time at the armory. Yoojin calms down from getting angry and holds onto Myung-woo's shoulders with both hands. Affected by Myung-woo's courage to speak up, he decides to admit that he is the one who should beg Myung-woo to stay since he really loves Myung-woo's cooking. Feeling shy, Yoojin asks if Myung-woo can still come over and cook for him if Myung-woo's not busy. He promises to not be picky with the food and even pay Myung-woo for cooking. He even admits how it would be better if Myung-woo kept on living with him. It makes me curious how great Myung-woo's cooking is. Hearing this from Yoojin made Myung-woo so happy. He tells Yoojin to request anything, and he will make it for him. Myung-woo decides to go back to the armory and finish grinding the rest. He ties up his hair and sets up the grinding stone. He grinds knives at a regular pace. He remembered how he awakened and unlocked his first skill, called grindstone, in a dark, small, messy room. He was hopeless at that point in his life. This is a flashback, people. When he got his subsidy of 1 million won, around $750, Myung-woo was told by the staff that it would be better for Myung-woo to look for other jobs, instead of being a hunter. Hearing this only affirms how awakening didn't change anything in his life. On that day, he left the KHA registration center looking desolate as he thought about how the money would go to paying off rent and loans. He doesn't have any high hopes despite his awakening. He walks away from the crowd surrounding the high-rank hunter while feeling depressed. He was mulling over how life had thrown him so many rocks when his left arm was suddenly grabbed out of nowhere. It was then that his dull life gained a new color. Myung-woo met Yoojin. Myung-woo was uncertain and anxious, while also feeling grateful for getting help from Yoojin. He compares how he is nothing compared to Yoojin, Yoojin, or Yerim. Despite grinding all those knives, he doesn't even hope to get a useful skill out of it. But when he heard such things from a young girl, he realized how wrong he had been for thinking and doing those things. He finally understands how Yoojin never judged him for his rank or even forced him to do things he wasn't suitable for. Yoojin has simply supported him and lets him do the things he was best at, and Yoojin does all these by cheering him on. Myung-woo may have lost all hope, but Yoojin kept believing in Myung-woo. Gurren Lagann vibes right here. Myung-woo finally understands that he doesn't need to feel down or insecure. Myung-woo continues to work on the knives, thinking that he would stop worrying because he already knows the path that he must take. He picks up another dull knife, and the system shows that he has already completed 9,997 of the required 10,000 knives. Myung-woo continues to mull over things as the counter increases, 9,998. Myung-woo has decided to do his best no matter how different his strength is from Yoojin and Yerim. 9,999. Myung-woo is determined that he will pay Yoojin back in his own way. 10,000. Myung-woo completed sharpening the last knife. Tears drip from his eyes as he sees the new skill he has unlocked. The system announces that Myung-woo has opened the SS rank skill called Master of the Golden Smithy. Finally, a loud shriek can be heard from the armory. The others ask what the problem is, and the female staff points to where the huge mana stone was. She claims that it must have been stolen the night before. The others only sigh, saying the mana stone has already found its rightful owner. I'm guessing Myung-woo can finally touch and work on that huge S-grade mana stone. In a different location, a badass-looking trident releases an aura, while all sparkly. Yerim is holding on to this trident as she floats in the air with drones around her. She comments on how fancy the weapon is, since it is an S-grade weapon. She announces into the microphone she is wearing that. She is now starting the first field test for the Parmenides Frosted Trident, created by Myung-woo. Yerim chooses the lake as the target and infuses her ice power into the weapon. She blasts it into the lake, causing a big explosion of ice. Her attack crystallized the lake into ice, and she felt good for freezing the entire lake like a thorn bush. Suddenly the ice cracks, and Yerim's eyes widen as she sees the whole thorny bush of ice grow taller. Yerim is amazed that her skills can improve the weapon. The perfect example of an OP character getting OP equipment. At a conference, Shimeon introduced the S-grade weapon that Myung-woo made as the 16th S-rank weapon in the country. He makes sure to tell everyone that this was created by a person and not something found in a dungeon. Lights flash and cameras keep recording as history is being made right then. An appraiser confirms in front of everyone that the weapon is indeed an S-rank, and the KHA certifies that Myung-woo is the craftsman. Oh, it is the same appraiser who tried to appraise Yoojin back then. The conference proceeds to the next part of the program, where reporters can ask questions. A reporter asks what the highest rank that Myung-woo can create is. Looking dashing in his red suit, Myung-woo smiles and answers that there's no absolute limit to what he can make, but admits that an SS-grade item would still require some practice. Myung-woo truly evolved this time. Everyone murmurs at this revelation, but Yoojin just smiles at how Myung-woo is now in the spotlight. Sunghin, who was sitting beside Yoojin, was amazed by everything. As he looks around, he starts to worry, thinking that they also need to assign security for Myung-woo. Yoojin only laughs at this and tells Sunghin to relax, since Myung-woo can handle his own safety now. Sunghin looks closely and agrees that Myung-woo does look fitter now. Yoojin lets Sunghin know that aside from getting a new skill, Myung-woo's stats had increased up to C rank because of his hard work. Sunghin found it incredulous and said he had never heard about something like that happening before. Myung-woo didn't remain F rank like Yoojin did. His body probably really needs it if he has to create SS grade items. Yoojin just keeps on smiling, saying that Myung-woo is really one of a kind. We've got another flashback, people. Several hours ago, inside the Heian dorms, Yoojin was so shocked to find that Myung-woo forged a weapon as soon as he unlocked his skill. Myung-woo scratches his head while holding on to the said weapon and admits there are materials in his inventory that he thought would create synergy with the Mana Stone. Myung-woo licks his hand and with a flash, he shows the materials to Yoojin. Yoojin gets so big-eyed for seeing numerous rare items floating in the air, and most of these items are things he had never seen before. Myung-woo proceeds to explain how his new inventory carries not only S-grade materials, but also SS-grade. With all those items, I think he does need security. Yoojin's eyes bulge out as Myung-woo explains that the inventory of materials came with a skill. Myung-woo tells Yoojin how he used the frostwood material with the Mana Stone to create the trident. The skill also comes with an extensive manual filled with detailed instructions on creating various items. Yoojin is so flabbergasted that many things came with the skill that Myung-woo unlocked. Comparing it to his L-rank skills, it feels like he was mistreated. He starts cursing the guys who run the system as he wallows in despair. Myung-woo asks Yoojin if he wants to tour his smithy, which piques Yoojin's interest. Myung-woo explains how the golden smithy is not just a meme as he uses this skill in front of Yoojin. A golden door of light appears and the face of the door is filled with symbols and foreign characters. What the? Just imagine, the skill has a smithy, a manual, and materials. His skill is more of an L rank than an SS rank. Myung-woo smiles at Yoojin and reaches out a hand, saying he can invite others into the golden smithy. Yoojin holds on to Myung-woo's hand while commenting on how this gives the extra security Myung-woo needs to keep himself from getting kidnapped. Yoojin thinks Myung-woo is like the protagonist of a movie or a novel as they go inside the smithy. Yoojin was at first blinded by the light. Still, he was awestruck by the high ceilings, simple grandeur, and details in every corner. That's a great hideout. Yoojin checks the burning fire of the smithy, wondering how it continuously burns without fuel. Myung-woo was about to answer when the fire suddenly flared up and got even more enormous than Yoojin. Yoojin was so shocked that he thought it was a monster. He quickly pulls Myung-woo behind him as he gets away from the fire, still shaken by what happened. Myung-woo smiles, knowing that Yoojin will remain protective of him. He tries to calm Yoojin down, saying that he's now sturdier, so there's no need to worry. He then explains that what's before them is a fire elemental. The fire elemental greets his master and tells Yoojin that he is the elemental called Ismur. Yoojin realizes that elemental also exists, then thinks how the same goes for Dakibus. Myung-woo shares how Ismur helped him forge the weapon. The whole thing was set up by Ismur's previous master, to help the successor of the Golden Smithy learn the basics. It also has an elemental. Yoojin, I think it's time you give up your MC position. Yoojin looks back at Myung-woo and asks if a hunter had previously owned the smithy. Myung-woo is unsure, but he says he received a bouquet and a card. Yoojin looks at the items in Myung-woo's hands and asks if Myung-woo can read the unknown symbol written on them. Myung-woo says he somehow can and does the translation for Yoojin. The card bears a simple greeting from the previous master to the successor of the smithy with wishes of blessings of fire and molten metal. He also can read alien language now. Just how much do they want to buff Myung-woo? Yoojin thinks about everything he'd known so far about dungeons. He thinks about how there were findings of ruins of civilization before. He wonders if the previous master of the Golden Smithy before Myung-woo came from another world. Based on the card, the smithy was purposely left for a progeny. Yoojin ponders how the system ties up to this, but Myung-woo pulls Yoojin from his thoughts by giving him the flowers he received. Myung-woo claims that he owes everything to Yoojin. Hence, he wants Yoojin to decide what Myung-woo should do now. Whatever Yoojin chooses, whether it'll be freelancing or staying at the Haeyeon Guild, he'll do it. Wow, such loyalty. But it also makes sense. If Yoojin didn't latch on to him, Myung-woo would probably be dead already. Yoojin looks at the flower while deep inside, he's celebrating how everything went according to his plan. With Dr. White and Myung-woo by his side, he's now set for life. But despite this, Yoojin feels that it is not right, so instead of saying where Myung-woo should go now, he tells Myung-woo that he doesn't have to do that. Myung-woo looks blankly at Yoojin. Yoojin avoids eye contact and starts scratching his head. He says that Myung-woo doesn't really have to follow him around, and that there is something that he wants to admit to Myung-woo. Our MC is having character development right now. Yoojin tries to muster up all his courage, but he can still not look Myung-woo in the eyes. He finally admits how he never really knew Myung-woo before. He makes up a story of how he must have been so confused that day, because the truth is that they'd never met before that day. Myung-woo starts to say that he already knows. Still, Yoojin cuts him off, saying that Myung-woo must be upset for getting dragged around by Yoojin. Yoojin tells Myung-woo to do as he pleases without worrying about Yoojin. But at the same time, Yoojin berates himself for he hesitates to relinquish this golden ticket. Still, when he looks at Myung-woo, he is so glad that the guy can finally stand alone. Myung-woo finally got the growth he needed. Yoojin recalls the time Yoon left him, while thinking that letting go of Myung-woo is what he must do after lying all that time. Myung-woo looks at Yoojin and remembers how Yoojin said that Myung-woo's skill makes him more influential than the largest guilds in the country. Myung-woo makes up his mind, mumbling how he already knows what he wants to do. Myung-woo still gives the flowers to Yoojin, saying the flowers might only burn if it stays in the smithy. Myung-woo smiles at Yoojin and with resolve, he says that he will be doing the things that he wants to do this time. He will do just as Yoojin told him, to do whatever he wants, without worrying about Yoojin. And now we're back to the present, where they present the trident Myung-woo made. Myung-woo holds onto the Parmenes Frostwood trident as Yerim walks toward him. Shimyeon announces that Myung-woo bestows the weapon to Yerim Park of the Haeyeon Guild. Shimyeon explains that Myung-woo is giving his first S-grade creation to one of the hunters of Haeyeon Guild because of the extensive support he received from them. In the audience, Yoojin has a bad look as he remembers how he decided to relinquish his golden ticket. Our MC still needs some growing. He tries to look the bright side, thinking that with Myung-woo the spotlight will not be on him, and he'll get to relax. Yerim looks so happy on the stage as she raises the trident for everyone to see. Then Shimyeon announces that there will be remarks from the two. Yoojin says he's proud and that Myung-woo will now be fine on his own. Sungin looks at Yoojin at this and asks if Myung-woo will stop staying with Yoojin now. Yoojin says Myung-woo will be welcomed wherever he wishes to go. With skills like his, he will definitely be getting offers from everyone. Yoojin says that Myung-woo has no reason to stay with him. While they are friends, they really haven't known each other for a long time. Seeing how Yoojin was acting, Sungin was worried about how Yoojin seemed unaware of his value. Sungin was about to tell him this, but Yoojin was busy slurping his drink, and Yerim started talking on stage. Yoojin can be an airhead sometimes. Yerim smiles and formally thanks Myung-woo for the perfect weapon she just received. Then, out of nowhere, she also thanks Yoojin while she's on the stage. Hearing this made Yoojin spill his drink right in his face and ask why they were talking about him. Yerim passes the mic to Myung-woo, and Myung-woo agrees with Yerim, saying that it is all thanks to Yoojin. Myung-woo tells everyone that aside from the support he got from Haeyeon Guild, he also owes a lot to Yoojin Han. Everyone in the venue starts murmuring, turning their head to look at Yoojin. Yoojin crouches and tries to hide from everyone. Sungin looks fondly at Yoojin, as he thinks about how Yoojin means a lot to everyone more than he really knows. Yoojin is all red as he tries to hide. At this stage, Myung-woo thinks everyone in the world should know better before messing with Yoojin. At the same time, Yerim whispers to Myung-woo for doing a good job. Oh, so they did do that for Yoojin's protection. Everyone close to Yoojin knows that if they were given a choice to leave or stay with him, they would undoubtedly choose to stay and fight for him. Because even without blood relations, they see Yoojin as their family. After the conference, Yoojin thinks about how the days were uneventful and how safe he is with the reinforced security. Myung-woo is always in his smithy, yet the guy never forgets to cook for Yoojin. He stays true to his words, but there's one problem. Peace is so out of it that the magic beast doesn't even want to exercise. Yoojin carries Peace in his arms and thinks that Peace must still be having the after effects of getting kidnapped before. Yoojin brings Peace out, saying they'll be playing fetch. If Yoojin didn't have the skills he has, he would also feel traumatized by what happened. A blonde woman standing by the door greets Yoojin and says she'll escort them if they are going to the training room. Yoojin looks at the woman and identifies her as Hunter Soyeon Kang from the Sejong Guild. She is a 19-year-old A-ranker hunter personally recruited by Hyunjae from the United Kingdom. And based on what Yoojin remembers of his past life, Soyeon is his future sister-in-law. Soyeon looks fondly at Peace, then gets on with her job. She leads Yoojin and Peace to the elevator. At the same time, Yoojin imagines how Soyeon will lead his brother to the altar in the future. Soyeon says she was worried when she heard Yoojin's abduction and was really happy when Yoojin was saved. She believes that Yoojin is her last hope. Yoojin was confused by this. Soyeon motions to keep it a secret, revealing that she has an SS rank mounting skill called Dragon Rider. And we have another character with an SS rank skill. Just how OP is her skill? Yoojin was amazed by this and thought dragons were the most difficult monsters to tame. Riding one is next to impossible, but if Soyeon gets a dragon for a mount, she'll be amazing in dungeon raids. But I think Yoojin can ride a dragon, even without that skill, though not as expertly as Soyeon would. Soyeon reveals her frustration, since she can't use the skill now. Hence she's relying on Yoojin's skill to tame a dragon for her. She also reveals how Sejong Guild sometimes finds dragon nests in the dungeons they look over. If they get to hatch one, she'll finally get a dragon for herself. Soyeon dreamily imagines how wonderful it'll be once she has her own baby dragon and plans to raise it like her own child. Yoojin smiles at this, thinking his younger brother's girlfriend is so lovely. Yoojin looks at her, completely smitten, but Peace still feels bored even though he is in Yoojin's arms. As they get out of the elevator, Soyeon says she'll make sure to keep Yoojin safe since he has to be her breeding partner. This statement shocks Yoojin that he plops down onto the elevator floor. Feeling weak, Yoojin stammers as he asks if she really has to phrase it that way. Good thing our Peace didn't fall to the ground. Soyeon looks back at Yoojin, saying that that's how everyone is phrasing it. She explains that it became a catchphrase after the Breaker Guild's guildmaster mentioned it in a TV show. Yoojin curses Hyuna for causing this problem. They got into the training room, but Peace still felt down. Yoojin tries to motivate Peace, but to no avail. Dissatisfied, Peace grumbles and makes a fuss by clinging to Yoojin's clothes with his claws. Soyeon looks at Peace, thinking that the magic beast must have been really traumatized by the kidnapping. Yoojin decides to stand up and move his body around to somehow make Peace let go, and consider doing some exercise that will make him feel better. Soyeon looks at the two and simply thinks they are somehow enjoying themselves. That is one way to exercise. Yoojin sadly comments how nice it would be if they could go out and enjoy some time outside, but this isn't possible, since Peace is a magic beast and not exactly a pet. Soyeon hears this and gets an idea. She suggests taking Yoojin to a perfect spot to let them get some fresh air. Yoojin was shocked that such a place existed, then Soyeon said that the ideal site was in their guild's rooftop garden. She takes out her phone and calls her guild to get permission. Yoojin is surprised at this and tries to stop Soyeon, but she's already contacted her guild. In Sejong Guild, a man smiles as he says he will send a car to pick them up. The blonde man is spending his leisure time looking at his humongous aquarium. He says he is welcome anytime in their guild. He continues to speak on the phone, saying they must get ready to welcome him. Of course, the guy is Hyunjae, and he is referring to our MC. A vast garden with fantastic architecture and multiple pathways can be seen afar. The garden is so huge and filled with many trees that it is hard to believe that you can still call such a place a garden. Yoojin looks at the place with amazement, commenting how he never thought there would be a rooftop garden in Sejong Guild. Peace is in Yoojin's arms and was busy looking around, since the place is entirely new for a magic beast like him. Soyeon assures Yoojin that he'll get some privacy, since they accept restricted access to the garden. Our MC is getting special treatment. Peace finally jumps off Yoojin's arms and starts walking a bit. Yoojin is glad that Peace is finally feeling brighter, and he assures Peace that he is safe there, since even the lady with them is really nice. Soyeon hears this and gets close to Yoojin. To reassure Peace that she's a friend, she even kisses Yoojin on the cheek, making the guy blush. New route. Wait, isn't she supposed to be Yoon's girlfriend in the future? Yoojin was so shocked that his future sister-in-law kissed him on the cheek, but Soyeon was more focused on reassuring Peace that she didn't realize Yoojin's panic. Yoojin thinks it over and guesses it's not a big deal, but he's still worried that it might make a mess in the future. Yoojin should stop overthinking, since it seems that Soyeon's really more interested in Peace. Peace continues to look around and softly growls as he starts to wander and explore. Soyeon was happy that Peace understood her. Out of nowhere, Peace suddenly leaps and dashes away, creating mayhem in the process. Soyeon is so delighted that Peace is finally feeling better. At the same time, Yoojin can only cry as he apologizes for the destruction. Soyeon smiles widely and assures Yoojin that it's okay. She just hopes that Peace will be the playmate for her future dragon. Yoojin got curious and asks Soyeon what kind of dragon they were trying to hatch. Soyeon happily answers that it is a tier 3 flying dragon. She is proud that she'll be having a thorn-winged dark dragon. Yoojin thinks about how this type is the most durable among flying-type dragons. Aside from its dark, sturdy scales, it is also filled with thorns in its wings and tail. From just imagining the dragon, Soyeon is already blushing with glee, claiming that the dragon is such an adorable creature. Yoojin is shocked by Soyeon's description, but the girl continues to gush at how its tail is poisoned with big expectant eyes. Hearing this just confirms that Soyeon has an odd taste. If she has a strange taste, does that make Yoonyeon also bizarre? Soyeon smiles and invites Yoojin to visit the rooftop garden often, so they can have a change of pace. Yoojin smiles and agrees as he thinks it has been so long, since he genuinely enjoyed a simple walk like the one he is having right now. And this applies even before he turned back time. Thinking that he can't go outside, visiting the Sejong Guild's rooftop garden might be the perfect place for him to wind down. Peace returns to them with some flowers in his mouth and purrs. Yoojin pets Peace, as he thanks the magic beast for the flowers. Yoojin is a bit worried that if he frequents the Sejong Guild, he might meet Hyunjae, but he rationalizes that it is unlikely that the guild master would just show up. Sadly, Yoojin's weakling's hunch notifies him of the approaching S-ranker. Those S-rankers won't leave you alone. Soyeon looked behind them and was shocked to see their guild master. Yoojin's eyes sadly leer as he hears Hyunjae say that it is only natural for him to come out and greet their valuable guest. Wearing casual clothes, Hyunjae smiles at them, completely different from how Yoojin views the guild master of the top guild of their country. With Hyunjae's influence beyond the country, he was known to be number 1 even in hunter rankings until he disappeared once he left Korea. That man, viewed as the strongest hunter in the world, is now sitting in front of Yoojin, and there are tea and layers of confection between the two of them. Is this the reason why the title of the chapter is Garden Date? Soyeon has left the two men, which simply made Yoojin speechless. He had never thought there would be a day that Hyunjae's son, the strongest hunter, would pour tea for someone like him. Hyunjae reminds Yoojin to be careful in sipping since the tea is hot. Yoojin heeds the advice as he thinks how Hyunjae looks so natural at doing this. It makes Yoojin just wonder if he's still in the right genre. Why do the flowery panels appear when there are guys, but when he receives a kiss from Soyeon, it only has a cute background? Just why? Hyunjae lifts a hand and says he has a treat for Yoojin's horn-flame lion. A bone appears in Hyunjae's hand. He says that it is a dragon's wing bone. He puts the bone in front of Peace, making him sniff. Peace sadly can't contain his excitement and start purring, licking, and playing with the bone. Finding Peace so happy made Yoojin smile, making him think that Hyunjae was nice. Yoojin takes a bite of Madeline and is struck by its deliciousness. He is sure that Myung-woo is a better cook, but the sweets before him are just as tasty. What? Is Hyunjae using the method called a way to a man's heart is through his stomach? Yoojin happily eats, while Hyunjae smiles and says he's glad that Yoojin is now better after what happened. Yoojin smiles back and conveys his appreciation for Hyunjae, taking the time to personally greet him. Hyunjae continues to smile as he says that it is the least he could do for his future breeding partner. Yoojin ignores the jab and simply curses Hyuna deep in his heart for making such a trend. Hearing it from Hyunjae makes it sound weirder. I can't imagine Yoojin saying those exact words. The vibe of their conversation suddenly changes as Hyunjae says he means what he said. Yoojin's status as a magic beast tamer, his custody of S-ranker Yerim Park, and the recent announcement of the only blacksmith prove Yoojin is one of a kind. Hyunjae says every other guild, aside from NKC, wishes to get closer or at least speak to Yoojin. If Yoojin wishes it, everyone will do their best to make it happen for Yoojin. Hyunjae invites Yoojin to try it out, but Yoojin says no. With what Hyunjae showed, Yoojin changes his perception of Hyunjae, thinking that the guy is actually despicable. Yep, he's bad news. It's no doubt he is jerkwat #1 from Hyuna's phone. Yoojin says he should still be careful, since he's only an F-ranker. Hyunjae says it is an easy fix with a top-tier magic beast by Yoojin's side. He then reveals that the guilds are discussing assigning a second top-tier monster for Yoojin's security. Yoojin was shocked to hear this, and Hyunjae was surprised that Yoojin hasn't told this to Yoojin yet. Hyunjae continues to explain how MKC will cover the cost because of the recent incident. Hyunjae tries to poke at Yoojin and Yoojin's relationship, saying how Yoojin is too overprotective, to the point he keeps such information from his brother. But Hyunjae pauses and shows a worried expression, saying he might sound like Hyuna right now. This guy is a better actor than Yoojin. Yoojin looks down and says it's fine, as he thinks about how his brother does keep information from him and how Yoojin tends to give him a generic answer. It makes Yoojin wonder, if he did get his skill before rewinding the time, will he be living out his days confined in the guild, ignorant of the things around him? Hyunjae reminds Yoojin that he is influential enough to build his own guild, or Yoojin can even choose to create an army of magic beasts. Yoojin is astounded by Hyunjae's suggestions and says he can't be allowed to own many of them. Still, Hyunjae assures Yoojin that that wouldn't last, since the law only exists if the country and society choose to uphold it. Hyunjae makes a good point. Hyunjae explains that many things will change once the difficulty and number of dungeons increase. He predicts that everyone will be determined to survive by whatever means necessary 5 years from now. With the existence of mounts and tameable monsters, Yoojin will be someone important, more than he is right now. With Yoojin's abilities, Hyunjae says it's no wonder Yoojin is protecting him. He advises Yoojin to have a proper conversation with his brother about this. Yoojin looks at Hyunjae as he drinks his tea, thinking that the guy before him is testing him and not praising him. You have every right to be suspicious about him, Yoojin. But wouldn't it be easier if the MC also got this guy under his influence? Back in Haeyeon Guild, Yoojin asks Yerim what she is saying about his older brother. Yerim reveals her doubts. She explains how she used White Corpse to read the memories of the men from the Bricks Guild. She found the memory where Yoojin didn't immediately get knocked out and how his kidnappers thought that Yoojin might have debuff-canceling equipment on him. Yerim says that she knows that the guild never issued that kind of item to Yoojin, and finally says that Yoojin's brother is most probably hiding something. It is natural to be suspicious, but suppose we based it on Yoojin's personality. In that case, Lil Bro will simply let it go as long as Big Bro's secrets can help protect himself. Yoojin was informed that he will at least have an A-ranker for a bodyguard when he goes back to Haeyeon Guild. And now he is in the car with Peace feeling sullen that it's actually Hyunjae who will escort him. Yoojin wonders if the seasoned guildmaster has nothing else better to do, and he even received a bouquet from the guy. Yoojin looks at the man in question and announces that Hyunjae won't be able to persuade him, no matter what he does. Sadly, Hyunjae reaches out for Yoojin. Yoojin was shocked, but Hyunjae simply buckled the seatbelt for Yoojin. Seriously, isn't this something you see in rom-com dramas? First the garden date, then feeding Peace, giving a bouquet, then sending Yoojin back himself. Are we supposed to look forward to a goodbye kiss next? I'm starting to question the genre of this manhwa. Yoojin has a worried look, while Peace glares at Hyunjae. Hyunjae smiles at Yoojin and says he's only trying to make up for failing to assist Yoojin back when he got kidnapped. Yoojin could only laugh. Delvey still got scared for a bit there. Peace continues to glare at Hyunjae and starts growling softly at the man. Good job, Peace. Make sure to protect Yoojin. Hyunjae says he got to spend time with Yoojin because of what happened with MKC. Aside from the incident, it showed how low MKC guilt has become, letting everyone know it will be gone soon enough. Yoojin was lost in his thoughts, thinking about how MKC had fallen sooner than before. Thinking about going back in time, Yoojin thinks about how little information he has about Hyunjae. There is no factual information about him aside from being the guild master of Season, and the rest are mostly rumors. The guy is a complete enigma. Yoojin ponders if he should use his skill to take a peek at Hyunjae. It would be a good opportunity, since he thinks the guild master wouldn't mind. Yoojin decides to go with it and pretends to look out the window on Hyunjae's side. He tells himself that it will only be a peek and nothing extensive. Yoojin is thinking of activating the skill Promising Sprout. He tells himself he won't even turn his head, which will be a quick look. But before Yoojin even changes the direction of his eyes, Hyunjae's hand is already on Yoojin's neck. This shocks Yoojin so much that he drops the bouquet to the floor. Damn, that's cold. Yoojin's face is dark, thinking he is about to die as he holds onto peace. The system notifies him that it detected an overwhelming presence and activated fear resistance. Yoojin's face is pale as he thinks how Hyunjae just has to squeeze, and he will soon meet his end. Yoojin cursed, thinking how Hyunjae even noticed it, when he hadn't even used the skill yet. Peace realized something was wrong, and he started to get angry and growled at Hyunjae. Yoojin looks at Hyunjae and says he's supposed to be his bodyguard, but now he seems to be following MKC's steps. Hyunjae smiles at this and finally lets go of Yoojin's neck. Hyunjae pats Yoojin in the back, claiming that he doesn't know what Yoojin is saying, since nothing really happened between them. Yoojin was speechless, but Peace continued to growl at Hyunjae, ready to attack at any moment. Yoojin can only curse Hyunjae in his head for what almost happened. In front of Haeyeon Guild, Shimyeong and Sunghan are waiting for their arrival. Hyunjae gets out of the car and greets them. Hyunjae gets around the car and opens the door for Yoojin. Yoojin immediately dashes out of the vehicle with Peace in one arm. He heads straight behind Sunghan. Hyunjae smiled at this, commenting on how quick he was. Hyunjae takes the bouquet that Yoojin dropped on the floor and says that Yoojin forgot. Shimyeong steps toward Hyunjae and asks why the man was there, saying he can't just show up without prior notice. Hyunjae simply smiles, saying that his staff must have already told them how Yoojin will be escorted back with at least an A ranker. Shimyeong was vexed at Hyunjae's answer. Shimyeong remains formal, but reminds Hyunjae that hunter guilds are similar to armies. Having other S-rankers visit another guild can create conflicts. Yoojin was shocked to hear this and wondered why Hyunjae gave him a ride if it started problems. Yoojin sadly gasps as he realizes it is exactly Hyunjae's plan to irritate the Haeyeon Guild. It is no wonder why many people wouldn't like this guy. Hyunjae continues to smile and takes a flower from the bouquet. He says that Shimyeong shouldn't be stiff. He reassures them Yoojin's safety as he puts the flower in Shimyeong's suit. Shimyeong was so irked by Hyunjae's words and actions that he could only tremble in irritation. Hyunjae gives the bouquet to Yoojin and says he has something else for him besides the flowers. He hands Yoojin a small accessory box. Yoojin opens it, and within it is a pair of red studs. Hyunjae claims it is only a small token of his appreciation. He explains how the studs have mana-boosting buff and B-grade shield skill. Hyunjae makes an excuse that it is also his way of thanking Yoojin for supporting Soyeong in the future. At least it's not a kiss. Yoojin was surprised to receive such a precious item, thinking it was a rare find with its effects. Hyunjae comments that he noticed Yoojin isn't wearing studs and figured that Yoojin must have lost them when he was abducted. Yoojin's face pales at this, wondering when Hyunjae even had time to notice those kinds of things. Hyunjae would make one attentive boyfriend, but not for Yoojin. Yoojin starts saying that he's unsure if he can accept those, but Hyunjae assures him that those are the best gifts. Hyunjae smiles warmly at Yoojin, hoping this is the start of their long and lovely relationship. Sure, as long as you don't try killing him again. Inside the Haeyeon dormitory, Yoojin is trying out the red studs he got from Hyunjae. Yoojin calls for Peace and tells him to do a rocket launch. Upon hearing this, Peace happily dashes and quickly leaps toward Yoojin. But before Peace even reaches Yoojin, he collides with the shield with a heavy sound. Peace falls to Yoojin's arms, confused about what happened. He was glad to know that the shield's skill did work. Poor Peace. Now that Yoojin is holding Peace, he sniffs at the magic beast and realizes that Peace is smelly. He immediately brings the horned flame lion to the bathroom and gives his much-needed bath. Peace looks forlorn, but he stays put for Yoojin. He was glad that the trip made Peace happy, and Yoojin even received a gift from Hyunjae. Yoojin thinks it was a good trip overall, but seeing Shimyeong throw a fit makes him rethink another visit. Here's a short flashback. Shimyeong mentioned how the entire block might end in flames if Yoojin saw Hyunjae. Yoojin was skeptical, but Shimyung said that Yoojin was once arrested for visiting another guild before. Yoojin was shocked, since he didn't know that something like this had happened. You're pretty much unaware of many things, even before you turn back time. Back to the present. Yoojin wonders what other problems his brother has caused. Thinking about his quest to influence 50 S-rankers, he'll have massive trouble if they are like his brother. If it is possible, he wants to beat up those who are running the system. Yoojin was so lost in thought that he didn't realize that Peace had gotten out of the bath. Peace flutters, spreading water all over, and leaps away from Yoojin. Yoojin tries to stop Peace and snatches him, saying he's not yet done. Peace did last longer than most cats would. Yoojin suddenly stops, realizing he is holding a doll instead of Peace. Yoojin looks at Peace, who is dripping wet on the floor, and asks if Peace learned a cloning skill or something. Suddenly, a voice says that the doll is actually his gift. The voice belongs to Yoon, and he greets his boss. Still holding on to the doll, Yoojin asks if Yoon got the doll from Japan. Yoon says he did and even shows a bigger horned flame lion plushie to Yoojin. Yoon says the country has a lot of merch of this kind, but it is not meant to be Peace. Yoon shows off the other merch he got from Japan, like the headband, backpack, and different sizes of dolls. Yoon shares how the show with Peace went viral worldwide, as Yoon puts the headband on Yoojin's head. Yoojin wipes Peace, saying he wasn't aware of the current craze. Wow, there's a lot of merch. Japan got ahead of Yoojin in producing Peace-related merch. Getting to business, Yoojin asks how was the task he gave Yoon. Yoon gives the tablet to Yoojin to check his work. Yoon looks at the piece closely, while Yoojin checks the tablet that now has a horned flame lion sticker on the back. Yoojin was glad that Yoon did his work collecting data. Still, he notices how the information about the dungeon interior was left blank. Yoon explains that he can't enter dungeons. He doesn't know why, but he somehow bounces back outside whenever he tries to. Yoojin wonders if it is because Yoon has similar abilities to the dungeons. So how does Yoon level up? Does he only rely on defeating monsters from dungeon breaks? This gives Yoojin an idea, and he puts the tablet down. Yoon is trying to cheer Peace using a plushie, but he's not having much success. Yoojin spreads his arms out and calls Yoon. Yoon looks back, and he is sadly hugged by Yoojin. Yoon is so shocked, but Yoojin doesn't let him go, saying it's him showing affection. Peace ignores the two and starts taking an interest in the plushie instead. Yoon tries to pull away from his boss, but Yoojin keeps clinging. Yoon was about to mention who he would rather hug, but he didn't finish his sentence. Yoojin tells Yoon to teleport with him in his arms. That seems like a good idea. Yoon is confused, but Yoojin uses the boss card and says he won't let go of Yoon until he teleports. Left with no choice, Yoon says he'll try, but it will only be for a short while. They suddenly flash, leaving Peace and Yoojin's new headband behind. Yoon is holding Yoojin in his arms, and they are above the cityscape. Yoojin is amazed, thinking that teleporting is similar to entering and leaving dungeon gates. Yoon continues to teleport short distances, and Yoojin continues to observe how similar it is to dungeons. Yoon teleports some more, and they almost crash into a car. Yoojin apologizes, and they immediately teleport elsewhere. Yoojin looks at the system as they teleport, and the stats window changes its appearance. Oh, so that is what he's aiming for. Yoojin wonders if he can communicate with the system while they teleport. Yoojin tells Yoon to keep teleporting some more, but Yoon seems to have other ideas. He grabs onto Yoojin's pants. Yoon starts to sweat and says that holding onto Yoojin that way makes him want to throw him down. Yoon throws Yoojin like a pro wrestler, and Yoon immediately floats away and apologizes to Yoojin. Still lying on the floor, Yoojin remembers that the Dakebis have a terrible habit of wrestling the people based on folklore. Yoon was worried that he hurt Yoojin, remembering that his boss is a fragile F-ranker. You're learning well, Yoon. Yoojin rubs his sore back, thankful that he has a shield skill. He just hoped the system sent him a message from all those teleporting. Yoojin opens his status window and finds a message saying that the skill my kid is the best is in effect with Peace. Under it is a tip from the system, and at the same time, there is a hidden message telling Yoojin to go to the dungeon. That seems like a high command from the system. Yoojin looks at the message closely and wonders if the system has gone through hoops just to converse with Yoojin. Yoojin wonders if they can't send a direct message like before, since he is outside the dungeon. He recalls that the system seems unaware of his location, unless he is inside a dungeon. Yoojin concludes that the system has its limitations. Yoon comes close to Yoojin and is still worried about his boss. He asks if he should get a potion, But Yoojin pats Yoon on the head, reassuring Yoon that he is okay. Yoojin is actually glad that he finally got a message from the system, and Yoon has been a great help in achieving that. Yoojin decides that he needs to go inside a dungeon. Still rubbing his back, he tells Yoon he can go now, and Yoojin will call if he needs him. Yoojin doesn't forget to compliment Yoon and tells him he loves him. Our MC really doesn't miss a chance. This makes Yoon pause, and he sadly recalls Grandma Yoon, who previously owned the watermill. Yoon starts to feel some affection for his boss, and offers to teleport Yoojin back to his place. Yoojin thanks Yoon, as he wonders if his keyword would affected him. Back in his place, Yoojin looks at the text confirmation for winning the bid for an F-rank dungeon. He checks the location and sees that it is actually close by. He decides to wear all black clothes with a hat and sunglasses. He wonders if no one will recognize him, but he knows he will be fine, since he still has Inky's stealth skill. No one might identify you, but you still look suspicious. He wears a mask to finish the look and thinks he'll only have a quick chat with the system and immediately get out. Yoojin looks forward to getting the much-needed explanation from the jerks running the system. I guess we will finally meet them at the next one. In the Heian Guild's hallway, a head covered in a hat, sunglasses, and mask looks out behind a post. Yoojin checks the coast and moves to a new location. He moves beside a plant, crouches by a wall, swishes across, tumbles, pretends to be a part of the wall, skids to the floor, and hides behind a plant. Dude, you look more suspicious with the way you are acting. Confirming that no one's around, Yoojin commences phase 1 of his plan. Yoojin activates the skill Giko on the wall, with double effects because of Final Thanks and Rao Chita's Bane. He checks the elevator with security beside it, knowing it would be suspicious if it moved independently when no one was there. The elevator opens and the lunch lady walks out pushing a food cart. Yoojin quickly makes his move and dashes inside the elevator. Yoojin is confident that he won't be detected even by A rankers. Cool, but what about the S rankers? Wouldn't your little bro and Yerim detect you? Other people were in the elevator, and Yoojin stayed in one corner. He thinks about how Dakibi is the only person with stealth skills, since it is rare for a hunter to have such skills. The elevator reaches the first floor, and Yoojin creaks out with the other people inside. He looks at the security checking the people coming out of the building, thinking it is time for phase 2. Yoojin immediately dashes when he sees the security checking another guy. He slides on the floor, and the handheld detector beeps when Yoojin passes. Yoojin makes the run for it while the guy being checked worries about why the sensor is alarmed when nothing is left in his pockets. And now, our MC is causing problems for other people. Yoojin arrives at the dungeon he bought, tired from running. He looks around as he enters the code for the place, relieved that security for F-rank dungeons is not tight. The door opens, and Yoojin finds the portal just behind it. Yoojin plans to talk quickly with the system and go home immediately. I doubt it will be as easy as our MC hoped. He quickly checks his equipment and items and holds onto the gate stone his brother gave him back then. Resolute with his plans, he intends to keep his previous promise to live a quiet life, but he will do so once everything is taken care of. Yoojin steps into the dungeon and with a flash, he gets transported to a place filled with giant trees. Yoojin walks inside the dungeon, thinking the place is like a jungle. He walks further, wondering where to contact the system, while ignoring the monkey-like monsters watching him. According to the novel, these monkeys are called moss monkeys. Yoojin is irritated at how the system didn't tell him where to contact them. Seeing that Yoojin is busy, the monsters take that chance to dash and attack him. Suddenly, tentacles start slaying the monsters, but Yoojin remains cool since he is more concerned about how he can communicate with the system. Yoojin continues to walk, calling for the system while getting attacked by monsters. He slays them using his tentacles and throws toxic ooze on his enemies. Yoojin yells for the system while standing atop all the monsters he had just slain. Getting no response from the system, Yoojin chooses to collect the F-grade mana stones that the monsters dropped. He wonders if he'll end up clearing the dungeon before getting to talk with the system. Our MC might do just that since his current skills are helpful against this dungeon. Out of nowhere, the system suddenly appears, shocking Yoojin from his activities. He looks at it, relieved that they have found a connection somehow. At the same time, Yoojin is confused with all the symbols that seem to be trying to tell him that it is not his fault. Yoojin scratches his head at this message, but the system elaborates further by bringing out the information about the wish stone. Like he was told, while you can wish anything on the stone, bringing the dead back to life is the exception. Yoojin still doesn't know what to make from this message, so the system deletes the note on the wish stone item. Instead, a sorry message is in symbols with an emoji. Yoojin wonders what the system is sorry about and seriously thinks about it. Yoojin starts to sweat as he finally realizes that the system was lying back then. Feeling like he will go crazy with this revelation, Yoojin shouts as he pulls on his hair. The system has lied to him about being unable to bring back the dead, and Yoojin quickly turns from crazy to angry. He was furious since he already knew. It didn't make sense that one could turn back time, but he couldn't bring back the dead. What? Could he have stayed in his original timeline all this time instead of regressing? Yoojin curses at the system, asking for an explanation, but it shows more emoticons, explaining how their lips are sealed. Yoojin only gets more irritated as he sees the reply and demands the system to just tell him everything without resorting to emojis. Yeah, it's like Yoojin is now playing charades with the system. Irked at how the system acts, Yoojin brings out a gate stone, claiming he can easily escape the dungeon if a high-rank monster pops out. Yoojin is so mad that he demands the system to tell him already. This keeps the system silent for a moment, but it reappears again. Multiple system screens blip open, astounding Yoojin at the sudden pour of messages from the system. The system tries to appease Yoojin, saying they could tell him everything, but doing so would require a sacrifice. They told Yoojin that preparation is vital because the more they intervene, the easier for them to be caught. The messages that started with sentences are now mere phrases. The system tells Yoojin it is dangerous and that they will be able to provide more information in 1 week. Oh, it's not like they don't want to explain things adequately. They just really can't say things straight up since it is dangerous. And since Yoojin has a gate stone, he will be fine if they do this once. Yoojin was worried that he needed to return to a dungeon in 1 week, and by that time, Inky's skills would be gone. He needs to find another way to make it possible somehow. He starts to ponder about the system's words, thinking how there are other beings aside from the system since they are obviously hiding from someone or something. Yoojin recalls how a different monster, besides the dungeon boss, appeared in the dungeon back when the system first communicated with him. If this is the case, with the numerous messages they have sent to intervene, a much more powerful monster will appear. Will it be a dragon this time? Crack. A crack appears in the air, making it seem like the air is made of glass. It gets bigger, and Yoojin is surprised by what is happening before him. And with no time to get away, the whole thing shatters in front of him. The messages from the system become woozy and blur a bit. Yoojin cursed as he looked at the shattered space before him. He wonders if the messages were too much, and if it had somehow summoned a monster worse than he had encountered. I wonder if Yoojin can get another wish stone if he slays another strong monster single-handedly. A large flash of light appears in front of Yoojin, and he raises his arm as he moves back. With what he just experienced, Yoojin wonders if the monster appearing would be more dangerous than Rauchita's. The light slowly disappears, and Yoojin brings his arm down. He was surprised that there was only a lump of a cotton ball from where the light had faded. Yoojin looks at it with sweat and confusion, thinking if that thing is even a monster. The ball of fluff suddenly rolls and makes a sound. The little ball looks like a chick, and Yoojin found it cute. What? This is the monster? Really? Yoojin has remained vigilant since that resulted from his conversation with the system. He holds on the 2 big leaves, trying to hide among the vegetation. You've got a poor hiding sense. Yoojin. The chick skips around with its tiny feet as Yoojin uses promising sprout on the monster. Most of the data is blurred, and the only thing he can make out of it is that the beast is still an infant with a current rank of F. Yoojin is surprised that the monster is only an F rank, since he is pretty sure it is no ordinary monster. He wonders if he should slay the beast, but hesitates since it is only an infant. The little guy is innocent at that moment, but it feels like it will be bad news in the future. Yoojin suddenly gasps, stopping the magic beast from eating a poisoned mana stone. He was so worried that he just took the monster away from it, forgetting that he was trying to hide. Since he has already revealed himself, Yoojin looks closer at the little guy. The magic beast was unbelievably soft and adorable in his hands, but then it started crying and flapping its wings. Seeing that it is harmless, Yoojin tries to calm the magic beast. He explains that the mana stone was poisoned and would get sick if he ate that stone. Yoojin is about to feed the infant magic beast some mana stones, but they are suddenly attacked by a dungeon monster. You can't rest inside a dungeon. Yoojin easily evades and uses his tentacle to defeat the enemy. He reassures the little magic beast in his hands and looks back at numerous monster eyes looking at them. This gives Yoojin an idea, and he tells the little chick not to cry anymore since he'll be feeding him. After some while, the gate appears inside the dungeon. Only then did Yoojin realize that he had already taken out the dungeon boss, a vast, tortoise-like monster. In the novel, they called it the moss turtle. Yoojin focused on defeating the enemies, whatever they may be, because the little chick is so hungry that it ate whatever mana stone was dropped. The dungeon boss dropped a huge mana stone, albeit not as bright or big as what Myung-woo used for Yerim's weapon. The little chick looks at it hungrily that he jumps to the stone and starts licking it. The stone is twice the chick's size, and Yoojin warns that it won't fit its belly. Well, he's a magic beast. You never know. Yoojin separates the little chick from the mana stone. The system announces that he unlocked an achievement for solo clearing an F-grade dungeon with only his F-rank stats, attack skills, and less than 3 items. On top of his L-rank Perfect Caregiver and Dragon Slayer titles, he now has the Miracle Rookie title. Hidden achievement unlocked. The little chick jumps off Yoojin to the mana stone, while Yoojin is busy checking the new title he got. Yoojin gasps when he realizes the new title is an S-rank with the effects of item double loot. He is so amazed that you can get an S-rank title by clearing an F-rank dungeon, but at the same time, he is dismayed that the loots from an F-rank dungeon are just worthless. He also laments how Inky's skills are disappearing soon. Yoojin was so busy in his thoughts that he didn't realize that the little one was trying to eat the huge mana stone, and the little guy somehow managed to eat it, making his stomach bulge. Monsters have unique stomachs. Yoojin ponders if solo clearing higher-ranked dungeons would also give out titles. While he still has Inky's skills, he might be able to clear up to D-ranked dungeons independently. Our MC is a bit forgetful. He doesn't remember lecturing Yerim about mana use. Yoojin makes up his mind and plans to clear as many dungeons as possible, to get some good items while he still can. He really should just leave the solo leveling stuff to Jinwoo. The little chick has recovered a bit from his eating, and Yoojin takes the magic beast in one hand as it burps. Only then did Yoojin realize that the big mana stone he held before was gone. The little guy simply chirps, and Yoojin wonders if it is a pig instead of a bird. It's a gluttonous bird, for sure. After clearing the dungeon, Yoojin heads home with the white fuzzball. But instead of getting time to relax, he worried that the new guy would end up in Peace's stomach. Peace immediately attacked the chick upon sight, so Yoojin had no choice but to leave the room with the chick. Yoojin sits by his door with a closed door thumping loudly because of Peace. Knowing that Yoojin can't leave the two alone, he wonders if he can train Peace once he calms down. But even with this, he worries that the little guy might still get eaten when he goes out and leaves the two. It will be a whole Sylvester Tweety thing if Yoojin does. Yoojin imagines that Peace is using all his muscles to open the door. He is so deep in his thoughts that he doesn't realize someone is approaching him. The system announces that Weakling's hunch is activated and that an S-ranker is coming. Yoojin is so surprised that the little chick tumbles off his hands. And another problem arises. Yoojin sees the bird and asks about it since it looks funny. Yoojin clasps the little chick in his hands as he pales, thinking about what excuse he should make. Since Yoojin has already seen it, he admits it is a magic beast. This answer got Yoojin all agitated, and he asks questions. Yoojin looks away as he says he found the monster in the hall and starts making up a story of how the poor beast was left alone. So he adopted it. I doubt that excuse is gonna fly. Yoojin's mouth hangs open at this with a blank look. Seeing that his brother has already decided, he simply sighs. Yoojin starts saying that he has some questions, which is why he was there. Wow. Yoojin just lets it go even though he knows his brother is lying. Yoojin was unable to continue because Yoojin suddenly clasped his hand. Yoojin claims that Yoojin arrived at the perfect time and asked for his brother's help calming Peace down. They open the door to the room and approach Peace, who is angrily growling at the little guy in Yoojin's hands. Yoojin tries his best to explain that the little chick is not food and that it is Peace's younger sibling. They are family now, so he hopes for them to get along. Peace ignores this and leaps to where the chick is, but Yoojin is just as fast and moves the chick out of Peace's way. Now they are doing an episode of Looney Tunes. At the same time this is happening, Yoojin says that he wants to talk about the day his brother got abducted. Peace continues to chase while Yoojin runs with the little chick in his hand. Yoojin continues, saying he hesitates to bring it up, since it might trouble Yoojin. Still, he made up his mind that it would be better to be safe. I don't think Big Bro is listening, Lil Bro. Yoojin quickly grabs Peace by the nape with a glare as he says those last words. Irked at how Peace is not behaving, Yoojin throws the magic beast away. This action shocks both Yoojin and the little chick. Yoojin wants to continue his talks with his brother, but Yoojin and the chick are pale with what happened. Yoojin suddenly blows off, angry at his brother's actions. He shouts that they are not reasonable and scolds Yoojin. Seeing his brother so angry, Yoojin can't help but flinch. Whoa, Yoojin is the only person who can make his lil bro flinch and doubt his actions. Yoojin shouts at how Yoojin threw peace, but Yoojin is only confused about why his brother is angry. Yoojin grabs the front of Yoojin's clothes while holding the little chick. Yoojin scolds Yoojin for doing that to Peace. Yoojin still doesn't get it and says that Peace is a C-rank magic beast, meaning it won't be hurt with that throw. And to prove his point, Peace lands on the floor perfectly fine. Oh, Lil Bro has a point, though he is still wrong. Even though Peace is okay, Yoojin is still angry with his brother's actions. He asks Yoojin if he'll be throwing everyone who can withstand it. Seeing Yoojin so angry, Yoojin tries calming his brother down, saying he won't do that. At the same time, Peace looks at the two while approaching them slowly. Yoojin can't be appeased and yells for Yoojin to sit down. Yoojin and Peace now sit side by side on the sofa as Yoojin lectures Yoojin on how he should treat Peace. They look like kids being scolded by their parent for misbehaving. He tells him how Soyeon Kang from the Sejong Guild plans to look after her mount like her own child, and how even Hyunjae gave Peace a treat when they visited. And yet this brother of his doesn't care much for his mount. Yoojin looks at Peace and says he cares, but Peace just gives a confused look. Yoojin promises to do better and care for Peace like one of his top-grade equipment. Yoojin was shocked that he felt like his blood pressure was rising. He continues to scold his brother that Peace is not a piece of equipment, and this is the exact reason why Peace doesn't listen to him. Yoojin reasons that it will change once they get together in a dungeon raid. The little bird learns fast from Yoojin and scolds Yoojin with a chirp. Yoojin continues with the scolding, saying that Yoojin's attitude is the biggest problem. He asks what Yoojin has ever done for Peace, and Yoojin stammers as he says he pays for the food. Like a feral mother cat, Yoojin is unhappy with Yoojin's answer. Yoojin says that providing food is not all that matters, and asks what Yoojin has personally done for Peace. The little bird chirps in as well at this, but Yoojin cannot answer his brother's question. Now, the big bro looks like a wife scolding her husband for neglecting the kids. With nothing to rebut, Yoojin can only apologize and admit it was all his fault. Knowing Yoojin well, Yoojin is aware that Yoojin still doesn't get what he did wrong. If he bases it on the past, the young Yoojin had difficulty understanding people. Yoojin did things without considering what others would feel, and he even broke off large branches from a tree just to give them to his brother. Lil Bro only cares for Big Bro's opinions, and seeing how Yoojin easily breaks off and carries big branches back then, proves that it is only natural for him to be an S-class. Knowing that his brother still has a long way to go, he suggests that his brother should hug instead of apologizing. Yoojin is happy with this suggestion and opens his arms for his brother. Peace blankly looks at Yoojin's cheerful demeanor, but Yoojin shouts at Yoojin that he should be hugging Peace and not him. Oof, I guess Lil Bro's thinking is a bit warped since his EQ is somewhat below average. Yoojin listens to his brother and awkwardly puts his arms around Peace. Feeling the same as Yoojin, Peace avoids his touch but stays in place. They are obviously displeased with what they are being forced to do, but Yoojin is happy enough with that. Yoojin finally calms down and sits on the sofa with them, saying they should do this kind of thing often, while Yoojin and Peace immediately pull apart to place some space between them. Seeing that Yoojin is now in a better mood, Peace purrs at Yoojin and makes adorable eyes at him. I'm sorry, Puss. Peace looks more precious than you are. Yoojin is touched by how Peace apologizes and brings the little bird close to Peace. He asks if Peace will stop bullying the little guy, calling the bird Chirpy. Peace looks at the bird while Chirpy stares blankly at Peace. To prove that he will now behave, Peace licks Chirpy. This makes Yoojin a bit worried. But seeing that Peace is not doing anything else, he compliments Peace for being good. Peace is so happy to be praised that he wags his tail. Behind him, Yoojin gives Peace a blank stare for acting cute in front of his brother. It feels like Lil Bro's stare is saying how unfair it is that he gets scolded, but Peace gets complimented. Yoojin concludes that he should still separate Peace from Chirpy. Seeing that everything is fine now, Yoojin returns to the matter of why he is there. He tells Yoojin to get a complete physical checkup and is about to say more, but Yoojin cuts him off by smiling and asks if Yoojin is free. Our MC is totally obvious. Yoojin invites Yoojin to do a dungeon raid with him and says they will use that as an opportunity to check Yoojin's skills and have Yoojin and Peace bond. Aware that his brother just changed the subject, Yoojin lets it go and says he will have it set up. Yoojin thinks about how Yoojin always lies to him, making him feel sad and unworthy of his brother's trust. Yoojin looks at his brother as he wonders what Yoojin is really hiding. MC's little bro is so patient. Even though he is sad about it, he simply trusts his big bro. After what happened with Yoojin went on a solo raid 2 more times. The first was an E-rank underground cave, while the other was a D-rank lake dungeon. During both raids, he received messages from the system, as well as rewards and new titles. For the E-rank dungeon, Yoojin got an S-grade titled Veteran F-ranker that doubles the effect of his attack skills. This makes Yoojin curse since the effects are useless for someone like him who doesn't have any attack skills. Yoojin grumbled at the system because of this skill. For this exact reason, the system ended up giving him something more useful. I wonder if the title rewards are preset, since it didn't consider if the receiver has no use for it. For the solo clearing of a D-rank dungeon, Yoojin received the S-grade title Imperceptible, which comes with 2 skills. The first skill is the A-rank Hidden Object skill, which makes it hard for others to perceive or actively look for Yoojin, while the other skill is an S-rank skill called +1. This skill lets Yoojin share one of his S-grade or lower titles or skills with whom he is in contact. Yoojin thinks the new skills were not better when he got them for the first time. Now that he rests, he mulls the pros and cons of using those skills. The +1 can double Yoojin's or Yerim's offensive skills. The downside is that Yoojin must be present and remain in contact to make it possible. Yoojin wonders if adding the Hidden Object skill will be helpful. Oh, with the +1 skill, the title effect of Veteran F-ranker will be somehow helpful. While Yoojin is busy, Peace is eating his food, and at the same time, Chirpy is sticking close to some of the ground mana stone. Yoojin notices this and tells Chirpy that the mana stone is not his. He takes the bottle, but Chirpy tries to hold on to it. Yoojin thinks how odd Chirpy is as he recalls how a hunter with a taming skill was unsuccessful in taming the little guy. Yoojin's skills don't work well on Chirpy, so they must observe the bird. But Yoojin is relieved that the magic beast is at least fond of him. So the keywords might have also worked, but the system never announced it. The small bird is one big mystery. Full after eating his meal, Peace decides to rest. At the same time, Chirpy gets close to Peace. Peace is taken aback when Chirpy climbs up on him. Chirpy reaches the top of Peace's head, proud of himself. Peace doesn't really do anything, but he still looks irritated. Seeing this interaction, Yoojin immediately slides down with a camera on his phone. He tells them to hold so that he can get a picture. Yoojin takes a good shot of Chirpy with his wings spread out atop Peace's head. He even manages to take photos of how Chirpy slipped and fell to the floor. Peace really listens to Yoojin well. Yoojin selected the first shot he took as a profile picture, and finally got to creating his social media account. His followers count quickly rose, but he thinks it is only natural since his babies are adorable. Yoojin should also start vlogging. Suddenly, Yoon pops out of the television, asking his boss to follow him back as well. Yoon comments on how the magic beasts are going viral. Finding the new addition adorable, Yoon says he must be a gluttonous cotton. Yoon brings out an A-grade mana stone and offers it to the bird. Chirpy didn't hesitate and lunged for the mana stone. Wow, for a hunter who doesn't do dungeon raids, he's pretty adept at collecting quality materials. Yoojin gasps at this and takes Chirpy away. He then scolds Yoon to not waste expensive stuff and spoil the kids. Yoon sees the grandma who cared for him and Yoojin, making him quickly agree and apologize while calling Yoojin grandma. It was only then that Yoojin realized that Yoon was under his influence. Some time passed, and everything that Yoojin had planned somehow fell into its place. On TV, there was a report about the building being made under Yoojin's name. The monster breeding facility planned by the guilds is now being built beside the Heian Guild. No expenses were spared, and all the workers were awakened. The projected completion date will only take a short while, which is expected to be only 2 weeks or less. I hope someone will figure out how to make such a thing possible in real life. Yoojin is amazed to hear this news and thinks about how Myung-woo and Dr. Siak will join him in the facility. Aside from them, he will be getting new infant magic beasts. He wonders if there's anyone else he should be recruiting. Me? Please recruit me as your PA. Yoojin suddenly plops down, realizing he has more work to do than relaxing and enjoying life. He calms himself down and resolves to do things step by step. Yoojin intends to focus on communicating with the system, which brings into thinking how some things don't seem to add up. He recalls how he got duped into thinking that the wish stone couldn't help him bring his brother back to life, and that the system said it was not Yoojin's fault. The system is sus. Yoojin thinks about it, wondering if something has gone wrong, and if that happened when he chose to rewind the time. Yoojin contemplates it but gives up as he flops down to the sofa. He concludes that it won't help with anything, even if he spends the time thinking about it, so he will just ask the system during their scheduled dungeon raid. But Yoojin is sorry he didn't properly think things through back then, because in a place filled with black and purple flames, a sword is pointed at Yoojin, and the person pointing the sword at him is none other than his beloved brother, Yoojin. What the? That is a big jump on what happened. With Yoojin glaring at him, Yoojin thought he should have been more open to his brother before things turned terrible. Just what is happening? I can't imagine Lil Bro actually hurting his beloved big bro. If only Yoojin had paid more attention, he would have noticed it back then. The manhwa is finally showing us what happened before that big action jump. There are a lot of dishes on the table, and everything looks scrumptious. Myung-woo was responsible for the feast, except for the fried eggs Yoojin cooked. Despite the bright feast on the table, the ambience is quite different because of the people. Yoojin wanted to have dinner with his brother, Myung-woo and Yerim, to bond a bit. But the thing happening before him is vastly different from what he intended. Someone's missing in this group. Where's Sungin? Yerim tries to change the atmosphere by happily munching on the food and complimenting Myung-woo on the delicious food. Yoojin does the same and offers some of these to his brother, but Yoojin is in a bad mood and says he will only have the eggs his brother cooked. This line chills the ambience, and Yoojin is a bit miffed that his brother is being stubborn. He starts to scold Yoojin, but Myung-woo stops Yoojin. Myung-woo says it's okay even if they don't get along, since they wouldn't run into each other often when he leaves Haeyeon with him. Yerim keeps on eating, but she still manages to comment on how cold Myung-woo is. Myung-woo is like Yoojin, who only cares about Yoojin's opinion. Yoojin asks his brother what Myung-woo means. Yoojin explains how Myung-woo rejected Haeyeon's offer and decided to stay with him instead. Hearing this news, Yerim was excited that Yoojin's building would have a monster daycare and a smithy. Yoojin smiles big at this, saying the real talents will flock to the place. Unlike Yerim, Yoojin has a dark look on his face. Lil Bro must be thinking about how his big bro will leave him behind, yet other people get to be with him as he goes. Yoojin notices his brother's gloomy behavior, thinking that Yoojin is having second thoughts about the things he will miss out on. Yoojin believes this is why he invited them to bond, for Yoojin to make a good impression on Myung-woo and get to know each other. Yoojin smiles at Myung-woo, promising that he will give the penthouse of the building to him. The two cheer using ribs, and Myung-woo asks Yoojin if he needs any equipment. Yoojin smiles brightly at this, while looking at his brother, giving him a look that says to make friends with Myung-woo. Yoojin then asks Myung-woo if anything can help with his defenses. Beside Yoojin is angry to the point that he cracks his glass with his hold. Instead of thinking about why his brother is acting this way, Yoojin scolds his brother inside his head. They really should talk this out. After they finish the meal, Yoojin sighs at how awkward and asks Yerim what's wrong with Yoojin. The two are washing dishes, and Yerim says Yoojin is cold these days. Yoojin thinks about how his brother might be shy around Myung-woo. I doubt that is the case. Yoojin hoped that his brother would be at least relieved that no one would mess with him anymore, but he acted all cold throughout the dinner and even left early. Yoojin was suddenly struck with the idea that Yoojin might be jealous of Yoojin for getting his own group now. Seeing Yoojin act weird, Yerim simply says she doubts it. Yerim is impressive. She can even read Yoojin now. Yerim says Yoojin might only be sad, since Yoojin is leaving his protection. Yoojin looks at Yerim, reminding her that he is the older brother. Yerim explains how Yoojin might feel that they are starting to drift apart, as she recalls her previous conversation with Yoojin. That explanation is on point. Yoojin asks what Yerim means, but Yerim says she is not thinking of anything specific. Yerim thinks up a reason and says Yoojin might be feeling tense, since the recently reinforced security has been malfunctioning for 3 days now. Hearing this makes Yoojin anxious that he is almost spitting blood. Yoojin claims he is guilty, but Yerim reassures him that he has nothing to do with it. In any case, Yoojin can join her instead of his brother. And Yoojin reminds her that Yerim currently works for his brother. Well, there's no harm in trying. After that dinner, Yoojin tried to make up with his brother. He checks if Yoojin will still be going with him to a dungeon, and Yoojin says he will make time even if he is busy. On the day of their raid, Yoojin gives his brother a beautiful bouquet of flowers while smiling. Yoojin only gives it a blank stare and asks what the flowers are for. Yoojin pales, thinking about how his plan failed. Yoojin simply gives the flower to a guild staff to hold onto it. No, Lil Bro is rejecting a gift from Big Bro. Yoojin looks down as he thinks about how Hyunjae pulled it off, since his brother obviously doesn't feel anything about receiving the flowers. Yoojin simply tells his brother to fasten his seatbelt, while Yoojin is still lost in his own thoughts. He expected that Yoojin would find the action funny at least, but seeing his brother so sullen confused him. Yoojin thinks they should have a heart-to-heart conversation, but things go haywire inside the dungeon before they can do so. We are finally nearing the part where Lil Bro puts a sword against Big Bro. Peace is sniffing around inside the dungeon, and Yoojin is checking Peace's condition. It is when monkey-like monsters suddenly appear before them. Peace quickly took an aggressive stance against them and started slashing those who got near, while Yoojin and Yoojin are just watching him on the sidelines. Yoojin is amazed at Peace's performance, but Yoojin says is only natural, since different monster species tend to be inimical against one another. He explains how this is one of the strategies hunters use to save them from spending too much energy fighting against monsters. Yoojin smiles that his brother is finally talking to him normally. He continues the conversation about how this will help with Peace's growth. Still, Yoojin turns his back on his brother and ends their talk by telling him to focus on his own leveling. Yoojin was once again stumped that his brother was giving him another cold shoulder. Yoojin is hot and cold. Yoojin starts to focus on fighting monsters, but before he can attack one, his brother binds them and slay them with a boom. This happens every time Yoojin tries to attack one, and Yoojin even uses his blue willow leaves skill just to blind his own brother. This got Yoojin all angry, and he started scolding Yoojin. Yoojin merely tosses him a monkey that Yoojin can easily slay, saying that he is only helping Yoojin since things can be dangerous. Furious, Yoojin impales the monster thrown his way and tells Yoojin to just spit out whatever is eating him up. Yoojin continues to attack incoming monsters and says he wouldn't bother, since his brother obviously doesn't want to share anything with him anymore. Lil Bro is being overprotective and sulky at the same time. This dumbfounds Yoojin and it rebuts that Yoojin is not sharing things with him. He reveals that he knows how Yoojin was wreaking havoc in the previous years. Still, Yoojin doesn't even deem to tell these important things to him. Yoojin twirls his sword and throws it beside Yoojin, stabbing the monster that was just about to attack his brother. Yoojin claims he is only protecting Yoojin and gaining more power and influence. But with how things are right now, Yoojin knows that Yoojin has his own career, and even if he is his brother, he has no right to interfere. He finally reveals that with Yoojin leaving, Yoojin feels like he is not needed by his brother anymore. And Yoojin is currently distressed about this fact. Thank God he is finally talking about what he really feels. Finally understanding his brother, Yoojin slashes an enemy beside Yoojin and says it is normal to worry about your family. He tosses Yoojin's sword and tells him not to worry too much about him, since most people wouldn't even think about harming him. Yoojin takes his sword and says that it is not the problem. He then takes his stance and releases flames on the other monsters. Yoojin asks Yoojin if he can't just relax and enjoy life without doing anything or going anywhere since he will provide for him. Yoojin claims that he won't ask his brother questions if he stops questioning him or if Yoojin will at least sit back and stay away from dungeons. Yoojin's words reminded Yoojin of the memory he got from his brother before he turned back time. The words that Yoojin is telling him now are Yoojin's wishes from back then. Yoojin starts to ask Yoojin, but the system suddenly messages him, and Yoojin starts to disappear. This is a prime example of bad timing. Yoojin is aghast with what is happening, and Yoojin looks back at his brother. Yoojin called for Yoojin, but he couldn't say any more words. Yoojin can only watch as his brother vanishes right before his eyes, leaving only a spear behind. Yoojin calls for his brother, but Yoojin is already gone. Yoojin looks around with both worry and horror. To no avail, Yoojin can only scream for his brother, and the system adds coal to the fire. As for Yoojin, he is now falling into a space of swirling blue light. He screams at first and then scolds the system for its wrong timing. He suddenly screeches to a stop, and a pixelated volleyball face welcomes him, calling him honey. Other pixelated images appear, and a water droplet and tree ask Yoojin if he can see them. Yoojin answers them, and the system exchanges greetings with Yoojin, still calling him honey. There are a total of 5 pixelated images before him. The images are the deer, water droplet, volleyball face, wolf, and tree. Yes, I know, the deer and tree look different, but those are what they are called in the novel. Also, the volleyball head is named differently, but we will change that later as the story progresses. Deer expresses her delight in finally meeting with him. At the same time, Water Droplet mentions how Honey has a lot of questions for them. Yoojin tells them his name is not Honey and is about to say his real name, but he is immediately stopped. The system says he cannot reveal his name to them and that they are only allowed to share a limited amount of information. And in the case of names, it is considered critical information that should be hidden from others. Yoojin asks who these others are, and the system simply says that they are who shall not be named. Yoojin wonders if the system is pertaining to someone bald with no nose. Voldemort? Really? With no intention of broadening the subject, the red volleyball image apologizes to Honey for lying about the wish stone. Yoojin tells him not to worry, since things seem to have improved for him and others. Myung-woo would be long dead if he continued in his previous timeline. Yoojin says he needs to return to his brother, so they must discuss things now. He asks the system how they know of things that happened before he turned back the time and if his action caused some problems. The volleyball phase pauses for a bit and instead says that the things happening in the future is more important. They are obviously hiding something. Trees suddenly grew around Yoojin, and the system explains that only Honey's world got reset. To make it simple, the system uses trees as an analogy. When Honey turned back the time with a wish stone, the tree representing his world reverted back into a small plant, but at the same time, the other trees stayed the same. This means Honey's wish only affected his world and not the other worlds. The system explains that the difficulty level of the dungeons in his world is still the same as before Honey used the wish stone. His world will think that the dungeons are getting harder to clear, but the system is doing its best to slow it down. At the same time, they are also trying to expand their influence through the dungeons, and this is where the system requires Honey's help. So the system is merely a guide, and the dungeons are not within their abilities domain. The system opens Honey's skill, My Kid is the Best, and the weird upgrade that includes a photo book appears. The pages flap open, and the numbered squares float around Yoojin. This feels like a scene from Cardcaptor Sakura. The system explains that Honey must use his keywords on 50 S-rankers and influence them, and in doing so, Honey will be able to save his world. The system explains how this was designed to make it easy for him to understand what he must do. They add that the system interface that the Awakens see in their world is also based on their world's video games. The system also considered doing tropes like the Chosen One or breaking pots, but they simplified it since it won't be there for long. Yoojin was shocked to learn that the status windows would disappear since they were helpful. The system explains that the current interface is more of a tutorial, and if they keep it in the long run, people will stop thinking outside the box. The system gives an example of how people tend to underestimate F-rankers, thinking that they won't get better, even if there is already evidence of someone who just destroyed that way of thinking. The system explains that anyone can grow, whether if it is the stats or the skills, because people can change. This is how one must work to gain the result he or she wishes, which is what everyone basically does in real life. Yoojin totally understands what the system is telling him. Still, he clutches at the volleyball head image and demands his keyword be changed. He says is the least they could do, since his keyword is like he is asking people out. It is like he is playing a dating sim game intending to seduce 50 S-rankers. If this happens, the whole manhwa will change its title to My S-Class Romance. That might become popular if that kind of game is ever made. The system tries to appease Honey by saying he can also use the keyword on magic beasts. Water Droplet speaks up and says that they did not set the keyword, since they just filled out the name and description of the skills. Yoojin says they should have at least sent some instructions just like they did with his friend. Yoojin almost slips and says Myung-woo's name but stops himself just in time. He continues to rant at how his friend's skill has a saved stash of materials, an elemental, and even a guidebook. Water Droplet tries to talk back but can't make up a reason. The tree pixelated image then explains that the skill given was carried over from a previous world. Tree then points out that Honey is probably now aware of the other world's existence, as the surroundings change to show different terrains and species. Tree continues to explain how the golden smithy was created in one of those other worlds and transferred to Honey's world. Carrying over so much content under one package rarely happens. To do this, the previous owner of the golden smithy has done more than necessary to ensure it is passed down completely. They would have sacrificed a lot to save other beings' futures. I hope they expound on the story of the previous owner of the golden smithy. Water Droplet explains they just usually fill in the information based on what was presented. It is similar to how zoologists would categorize species based on their similarities with animals they already know. This kind of thing can be inaccurate. In Honey's case, they can't change his keyword. Ouch, our MC is stuck in telling people I love you. The circle says that Honey's case of perfect caregiver is entirely new for them, and they had to do a lot of guessing to fill in its descriptions. Tree continues, saying their regular caregiver title is already rare on its own. Its requirement is to have a natural-born S-ranker consider another as their keeper to unlock the title. They continue explaining how with the use of promising sprout, Honey can see the potential ranks. For some S-rankers, before they awaken, their potential rank can be A or S. This means they may become an A-ranker instead of an S-ranker. However, some are guaranteed to become an S-ranker. They are such extreme irregularities that they may seem to be a different species from their own kind. The system says that the S-rankers of this kind are overwhelmingly extraordinary. The normal ones in their species tend to fear or reject them to the point that even family members can drift apart. So the appearance of a caregiver is a very rare occurrence already. In short, if the natural-born S-rankers are extreme rarities, people with caregiver titles are even more so. And for Yoojin to have the perfect caregiver title is beyond that. Yoojin was surprised that S-rankers get shunned, but for Yoojin, he never ever felt that way for his brother. The system continues, explaining that those with the caregiver title don't live long because they become targets by others instead of those under their influence. It is the same when S-rankers try to protect them. Because of their nature, their intention can be seen as violence. The system again reiterates that they need Honey to collect the S-rankers as safely as possible in the next 5 years. So Yoojin needs to collect at least 10 S-rankers every year. With this message, the pixelated images of the system start to disappear. They have reached the end of what they are allowed to share at that moment. Tree tells Yoojin that they will send him back to where his brother is and that he has been gone for only 30 minutes. Yoojin asks a question before they totally disappear. He asks if he could tell his brother any of these or if the system could at least send a message to his brother. Wind starts to swirl in Yoojin's feet and the system answers him. They explain that Honey can't tell everything, but he can at least say he has been helping them. Yoojin makes full use of the remaining time as the swirling gets stronger. He asks if the principle of dungeon generation is still the same. The system says is still the same, but some dungeons will still pop out too early, but they take care of those immediately. Yoojin tried to ask another question, but no more time was left. The system tells him that all of his questions will be answered one day, even if he doesn't want to hear the answer. That sounds ominous. With the last squirrel, the pixelated images and dark blue surroundings are now gone. With a gasp, Yoojin finds himself lying on the ground. Seeing that he is back, he quickly sits up, thinking of his brother. He intends to explain everything since he got permission from the system, and he doesn't want to be out of sorts anymore with Yoojin. Yoojin looks around, and only then does he realize that everything around him is burning in purple and black flames. Seeing it makes him sweat since it is entirely different from what he remembered. He knows they were in a forest dungeon before, making him think that the system somehow sent him to the wrong dungeon. Seriously, big bro. The black and purple flames are a big giveaway of what happened there. The ground rumbles, and a growl makes Yoojin look behind him. Yoojin shrieks as he sees a huge magic beast about to pounce on him. No, everyone is not mistaken. That big magic beast looks a lot like Peace. Yoojin then screamed that this is not an easy dungeon. Yoojin manages to evade, and the magic beast is now where Yoojin had been. Yoojin ponders if there's a way for him to win against the monster and decides to check its rank using Promising Sprout. It was then that Yoojin realized that the magic beast was none other than his lovable Peace. Surprised, he started asking a question, but he was suddenly snatched up and placed on his brother's shoulders. Yoojin is surprised and asks his brother what happened. He is sure that they were in a forest dungeon before. Yoojin gets a good look at their surroundings from his brother's shoulders. He realized that everything had been burned by Yoojin. That took him some time to learn. Yoojin tells Yoojin to calm down and put him down. Yoojin continues to carry his brother, saying he is as calm as possible. Yoojin says that he will tell Yoojin about everything. Yoojin then looks at Peace and asks if he will let Yoojin have his way with him. Peace turns away from Yoojin, obviously displeased with Yoojin like Yoojin. Even Peace is now influenced by Yoojin. Yoojin apologizes for making them worry and is about to say where he has been, but Yoojin tells him to shut up or else he will make him shut up. Yoojin finally releases his anger and asks if Yoojin really wants to see him go crazy. Yoojin calmly answers that he will explain, but Yoojin is having none of it and just tells his brother to shut up. Yoojin's patience reached its final straw when Yoojin disappeared. Yoojin begins to tell Yoojin how he has been trying to hold back all this time. Knowing that his brother is finding his way in the world as a hunter, Yoojin wants to give him the chance to do so even though he's worried, but things worsen and he can't hold it in anymore. Yoojin grips Yoojin's arm and drops him to the ground. He claims that he had been patient, but not anymore. Yoojin points his sword at his brother and says that he will just announce to everyone that Yoojin died in the dungeon. This statement appalled Yoojin. Letting people know that Yoojin is alive will only complicate things, so claiming that he died because of the dungeon boss monster will be easier. It may seem strange to others since they were only in a D-ranked dungeon, but it would work if Yoojin showed them some of Yoojin's limbs as proof. He slides his sword toward his brother's shoulder as he says this. Lil bro has gone cray-cray. Yoojin promises that what they are about to do will keep Yoojin safe. Hearing this, Yoojin remembers the words of the system, of how an S-class may be doing it for protection, but it would still be violence. Yoojin tells his brother that a potion will heal him right away. Yoojin raises his sword and Yoojin impales as his brother brings it down. There was a loud clanging sound as the sword met Yoojin's shield. Seeing that he still has his limb, he runs away from Yoojin and thinks about how his younger must still hesitate, since he didn't use his full strength. Yoojin quickly grabs some daggers from his inventory. That's right, Yoojin, fight back. Yoojin shouts to his brother that his actions won't make him grateful. He threatens Yoojin that it will be the last time they see each other if he touches him. Yoojin then throws the daggers at his brother, but Yoojin easily deflects them away. Yoojin says that Yoojin never really intended to stay with him, since he has been hiding many things from him. Yoojin grabs Yoojin by the collar, and Yoojin immediately gets another item from his inventory. It is an owner's token, and he raises it and commands Peace to stop Yoojin. With Yoojin's perfect caregiver amplifying the token, Peace quickly heeds Yoojin's command and leaps toward Yoojin with a roar. Peace bites into Yoojin, but Yoojin is an S-ranker with a lot of hunting experience. Yoojin uses the hilt of his sword and hits Peace with it. Peace was shocked, and Yoojin took advantage of this by throwing Peace to the ground. Peace was knocked out because of the attack, making Yoojin worry. Our poor Peace. Yoojin starts to scold Yoojin, but Yoojin pushes him to the ground and raises his sword. Yoojin claims that there is no other way. Stab. The blade narrowly misses Yoojin and hits the ground. Yoojin tells his brother that he was so happy after they made up because it felt like life was normal once more, and whenever things seemed awry, he would just ignore it. Yoojin starts asking what Yoojin is really hiding. He is dubious of Yoojin's beast-taming skill, since he knows that his brother isn't the type to offer to take care of a magic beast when it costs a lot. Yoojin also mentions that the same goes for the blacksmith and the bird. We know that you're worried, but your intentions are too much. Yoojin then asks why it is that whenever Yoojin is in a dungeon, weird things happen. Like today, Yoojin vanished right in front of him, and Yoojin was so torn that he couldn't do anything about it. With tearful eyes, Yoojin asks his older brother how he should deal with it. Yoojin understands how hurt his brother must have been and starts to call him. Yoojin wipes his eyes and admits that he can't really find it in his heart to cut his brother's limbs. To make his plan work, Yoojin says he would need some blood or skin. Still resolved to follow his plan, Yoojin grips the sword's hilt to pull it from the ground. Why is the system not doing anything about this? Yoojin feels sorry but is shocked that his brother still intends to continue his plan. He tries to stop him, but Yoojin reassures him that he will be healed right away. Yoojin's sword starts to get enveloped by black and purple flames. Yoojin pales and panics, shouting for the system to do its part now. The system can be slow to action. We'll rate you 1 star. After Yoojin's words, a system interface appears in front of Yoojin with a flash of light. He stops his actions and looks at them in confusion. Yoojin quickly asks Yoojin what is happening as Yoojin scurries away from his brother. Yoojin shouts that he will explain, but Yoojin never allowed him to do so. Yoojin starts by saying that he planned to nurture Peace when he first saw him and reveals that Peace's potential is S rank. He also admits that he has been to dungeons before where he got chirpy. And finally, everything happening is because of the system. Yoojin is awestruck at the information his brother is sharing with him right now. At the same time, Yoojin scratches his head as he peers at his brother. Yoojin reveals that he has been actually helping out the system architects, and he had to ask them so that he can share this with his brother. Finally, they should stop fighting and be on good terms again. Yoojin is amazed that his brother is doing something outside of his expectations. Still, he wants to ask why Yoojin has to do it when things are bound to be really dangerous. Hearing this, Yoojin can't help himself and punches his brother in the face, claiming that Yoojin is the biggest threat of them all. This is a miscalculation on Yoojin's part since he overlooked the fact that his brother is an S-ranker, and now his hand hurts instead. Yoojin is now back to normal since he is once again worrying about his brother. Yoojin holds his sore hand with the other as he looks at Yoojin and tells him that he didn't hide things because he could not trust him. Yoojin didn't expect to hear this from his brother, and Yoojin makes it clear to him that Yoojin is the one he trusts the most in the world. Even if they were apart, Yoojin would still look out for Yoojin. Seeing that Yoojin is now calm, he crouches to where Peace is and asks for some potions from his brother. Yoojin says that he knows how worried Yoojin must have been. Yoojin explains other things, like how the security check at the guild's entrance is not broken because Yoojin used his stealth skill. He also tells about his other skills, like his ability to share his skill and his resistance to poison, curses, and fear. Yoojin is in awe to learn that his brother has such unique skills. Yoojin thinks about how there are some things he still can't tell his brother, like his title and skills as a caregiver, as well as the issue of turning back time. A bit guilty about this, Yoojin simply says that his brother can ask him anything. Yeah, some things are best left as a secret. Yoojin pets the recovered Peace. Peace licks Yoojin, relieved that Yoojin is back and everything's okay now. Yoojin says it might be confusing to hear all of this for the first time, but he admits that it is also his fault for not telling him. Yoojin tells Yoojin that he can be as nosy as he wants when worried since he is his only brother. The only condition is that Yoojin should never lock him up. It's a relief that Yoojin stopped imagining how he will be locked up. Some of us wouldn't want to see Sungin in those clothes again. Yoojin is both happy and sad to hear this from his brother. Knowing he was wrong, he bowed his head like a dog, apologizing to Yoojin. Yoojin explains that he thought his brother didn't trust him, only for him to realize that it was actually him who doesn't trust his brother. Yoojin sighs in relief, seeing that his brother is apologetic. He now knows it is not enough that he helps his brother without telling him anything. He imagines that he would be the same if it was Yoojin who disappeared in front of him. Yoojin lifts his arms and calls for his brother. The brothers make up and hug each other with peace between them. Yoojin apologizes to Yoojin for vanishing and empathizes with how shocking it must have been for his brother. Yoojin hugs his brother back tightly and apologizes as well. Yoojin says it is okay and gives Yoojin another squeeze. I hope there won't be another sibling fight. And all the while, Peace is squeezed tight, unable to do anything between his two owners. Really, our poor Peace. Stop squeezing him. Peace purrs and suddenly shrinks. Yoojin calmly looks at the change. Unsurprised, but for Yoojin, it is different. He is so shocked to find that Peace went back to being small. Yoojin explains that Peace will get bigger again if necessary. The magic beast is intentionally staying small so it can still cuddle with Yoojin whenever it pleases. This beast is so clever. Peace makes a cute face asking to be held, while Yoojin lifts Peace up, understanding the situation. Now that he is in Yoojin's arms, Peace looks pleased and content. Yoojin says that Peace shouldn't have warned him. Yoojin suddenly realizes that he didn't get to level up and reminds his brother to apologize to Peace for hitting him earlier. Yoojin apologizes to Peace half-heartedly with a vow, and Yoojin scolds him for it. He even asks if it was Shimyeon who thought him to be arrogant. Unbeknownst to Yoojin and Yoojin, the system watches over them. The merperson says that they somehow prevented a crisis. At the same time, another being with a droopy bunny ear asks if they will risk it with Honey's younger brother. They must be Water Droplet and the volleyball head earlier. Water Droplet says that the brother gave up his life before for Honey, so he is pretty sure that he can be entrusted to be Honey's guardian in this life as well. Hearing this, another being surrounded by plants says that the blacksmith seems to be a more promising candidate for it. This must be Tree. Water Droplet replies that the blacksmith still hasn't reached his full potential. Tree answers that it would be a waste if the guy is not used somehow. Excuse me, manhwa is a person with human feelings. They should stop discussing who is valuable and who is not. Another guy who is on the stairs wearing a wolf pelt says they could just sneak the blacksmith out if the world honey is in fails. And this must be the wolf head from before. The bunny-looking being asks if they should also pull out Honey if it fails. Water Droplets replies that she doubts Honey would accept it since he is a caregiver. Looking at the screen before them, the bunny-looking being says that Honey might decline, and if forced, he might end up breaking instead. She says that what they are doing doesn't seem to be right. Wolf then says that this is better than having Honey despair, and it might even be a relief for him. A deer-looking person appears then and says that there is sometimes a need for small sacrifices to achieve the bigger goal. And this last being is Deer, whom Yoojin has also just met. She probably is a fan of Machiavelli. The merperson gets his shell out and pours a drink for the bunny-looking being. He reminds the bunny that this is an excellent way for him to start his career as the group's newest member. He adds that they should just focus on how they will decorate Honey's room. He then raises his glass to the brothers on the screen, saying that he will wait for that day and toasts for the prodigal children in exile. Water Droplet must be referring to themselves in this line, but it seems they are planning something that Yoojin would never allow to happen. After they returned, Yoojin and Yoojin became the best bros again. Yoojin is happy that Peace is growing well, and now, He is giving the data that Yoon collected to Dr. Hyeyan Siak. Dr. Siak is pleasantly surprised to have such data in her hands that she was momentarily speechless. Yoojin asks if some data is missing, and Hyeyan assures him that what he gave her is more than enough. She stands up and twirls around, glad that such quality and quantity of data is now in her hands without waiting long. She is like a kid who receives the gift she has been waiting for so long. Yoojin is happy he was able to help. Hyeyan says the data is very helpful since she can't acquire this much independently. She mentions how her uncle is assisting her in building a research center. Still, she feels hesitant since it will be associated with the guild. If this continues, her research will end up being used for profit. Hearing this, Yoojin starts to make his own offer. He mentions the new monster breeding facility being built next door and offers a space for Dr. Siak and her research lab. It will be set up as independent, and Yoojin says that the public can access the results of her research. By doing this, they will be able to attract hunters, and in turn, they can get help getting more data about dungeons. If this is not enough, Yoojin says he will get the manpower that Dr. Siak requires. Hyeyan is so touched by this offer but worries that Yoojin won't gain anything from it. She asks why Yoojin will go to such lengths for her research. Yoojin smiles at this question and answers that this research is meant for world peace. Hyeyan is shocked by Yoojin's proclamation that she even starts seeing flowers blooming behind Yoojin. It's been a while since we saw Yoojin pulling out his acting skills. Hyeyan accepts Yoojin's reason and asks if she can also invite her friends. She pulls out her phone and shows a picture to Yoojin. She and her friends have been researching dungeons and the Awaken for 2 years already. If Yoojin allows it, they can immediately pack and go to Korea to work together. She also points out to a guy named Jaden, who is more interested in the Awakened. Yoojin was frozen as he looked at the people in the picture. He quickly recognized them as Dungeoneers, a team of scientists who discovered the principles of dungeon generation with Dr. Siak. In the novel, they were called the D-Mate, but we will call them Dungeoneers here in the recaps. Yoojin was amazed by this find that he said that Dr. Siak was welcome to bring her friends over. Hyeyan is so excited to receive Yoojin's approval, and they finally sealed the deal with a handshake. After that time, Yoojin looks over the building being made beside Hyeyan. He thinks he made the right investments, but the building will soon be destroyed once the dungeons increase. Aside from investing in Dr. Siak's research, he also distributes his assets in stocks. He is spending the rest in a company that will soon make a drug to prevent hair loss. He smirks, thinking that he has secured himself for the future. What he was unaware of was that his investment would be a flop, but this will be later told in the future. Can't wait for that story, I can see it now. Our MC fails to use his future knowledge fully. Yoojin deems that the most crucial task at hand is securing the S-rankers that the system asks him for, even though he is yet to know why he must exactly do so. In a wharf, a container is placed on land and high-ranking hunters watch it from a distance. Yerim, Hyuna, and Soyoung arrive and greet Yoojin and Yoon. Yerim claims that they had a girls' day out with Hyuna giving advice on different places to visit. Hyuna plays it cool, so she asks where the 3 monsters are instead. Yoon says that they are currently being unloaded as he checks his phone. Hyuna looks at Yoon and then whispers to Yoojin, asking for news. Yoon stares at Hyuna talking to his brother, and Yerim glances at him. Soyoung is much more excited about the new magic beasts that will soon arrive, and doesn't notice anything is amiss. I guess Yoon and Soyoung getting together will take some time if they are currently uninterested in each other. Yoojin gives Hyuna a generic answer with dead eyes as he thinks about how a lot went on. Hyuna asks if Yoojin is sure since he is obviously off. Ultimately, she accepts Yoojin's answer, choking Yoojin in the process. Hyuna seductively asks Yoojin if it is okay if Yoojin spares one of the 3 monsters for her. Looking all pale, Yoojin says he is not sure. Hyuna continues trying while Yoon blazing with fire, seeing that his brother is in the embrace of an S-ranker. Yoojin thinks that his brother should calm down since Hyuna is one of his priorities for his task. Yoojin tries to finish the talk by saying it is for a valued customer, so he will agree if the price is right. I wonder how our MC will say I love you to the other S-rankers, particularly Hyunjae. Hearing this, someone grabs Yoojin's hand and calls him. It is Soyoung, and she looks pleadingly at Yoojin as she asks if she can still count on him. She asks Yoojin if he will still be willing to raise her child even if there are a lot of babies in his nursery. Yoojin pales again as he hears this and hesitantly says yes to Soyoung, feeling that his hands will soon break with her grip. Yep, too far off in the future since Soyoung is more interested in getting her dragon. Hyuna and Soyoung look like they are playing with Yoojin as he thinks he is only an F-ranker and is fragile compared to them. Yerim looks at the 3 of them. Thinking Yoojin is like slime, Accepting his fate, Yoojin wonders how he can last long with 50 S rankers when he is having a hard time with those around him. His quest is literally putting his life at stake. Yoojin then calls for his brother, and Yoojin looks up. Yoojin gives Yoojin a necklace, saying that it is an interpreting item. He explains how Yoojin will be getting a lot of foreign visitors once he opens his facility and how he thinks his brother will meet it. Yoojin shyly says he won't stop him even if he is worried. He also assures Yoojin that he can count on him if he needs anything, and that all he wants is for Yoojin to be healthy and safe since Yoojin is the most important person in his life and nothing else. Why does it feel like Yoojin just received a love confession? And all those pink and shiny backgrounds, is this a shoujo manhwa? Yoojin is so happy to receive this gift and hear how much his brother loves him. The two are lost in their own world while Humana and Yerim look at them with disgust. I'm sure they are more in awe of how Yoojin is so different in front of his beloved older brother. Yoojin thinks their previous heart-to-heart talk has helped them reach this point in their relationship. This motivates Yoojin to believe he must do things without hesitation. A staff calls them and announces that they are done unloading the monster cages. Yoojin says they are coming, as he thinks he must really do it or the world will end. He remains optimistic, knowing this is his second shot at living with his brother happily ever after. Our MC's wish in life is really simple, but their universe is placing a lot of hurdles in their way. The container clunks open, and 2 cages can be seen inside. A pair of eyes shine from one of its cages as it looks outside. New babies for daddy have now arrived. A staff nervously hands the owner's tokens to Yoojin, commenting on how much hard time he will be having with the monsters. Yoojin asks for clarification as other staff carries out the task of getting the magic beasts out of the container. The man says that things were wild during the transport. Suddenly, there is a clunk sound, and the staff starts panicking, for one of the monsters has gone out. As it gets out, there's a swirl of wind and light, and everyone is shocked to find a griffin. Wow, I wonder if they will have a phoenix as well. Griffins are known mythological beings with the head of a bird and a body of a lion. With the appearance of dungeons, these mythical beings are now part of their reality. The griffin flies above everyone as it surveys its surrounding. Hyuna comments how this monster is no match in aerial combat and hopes to get one of those. Soyoung says she still prefers dragons, though. And as for Yerim, she's more attracted to the magic beast's cream-colored feathers. The griffin continues to look around and stops when it sees Yoojin. The system announces that the perfect caregiver title has amplified the effect of the owner's token, and the creature now feels affection for Yoojin. With how it looks at Yoojin, I somewhat doubt his affection. The griffin suddenly flies off to where Yoojin is, shocking Yoojin with the sudden trajectory change. Yoojin quickly takes hold of his brother by the neck and swats the griffin with his bare hand as if he was only swatting a fly. Yoojin realizes that his brother is limp, and everyone else starts to panic that Yoojin might not make it. On the ground, the griffin somehow recovers, and he looks at the other cage being brought out. The griffin makes a cawing sound and flies over to where the other cage and some staff are. Yerim is shocked that the griffin is still causing havoc. Hyuna immediately takes action by releasing a skill toward the griffin. She starts enveloping the griffin in a barrier, but it simply flies off, popping the barrier. Hyuna is so shocked that the griffin managed to get away from her skill. Oh, the stick figures are back. Hyuna recovers from the shock and immediately determines that the monster is immune to wind-type attacks. Yerim then uses her skill, Sandals of Hermes, and flies to where the griffin is. She is so close to catching it. But the griffin suddenly spreads its wings, hitting Yerim in the face. Hyuna scolds Yerim for doing a poor job for an S-ranker. Yerim reasons that the wings are big, and for someone like her who never caught a pigeon before, catching a griffin is a tall order. Impatient, she asks if she can just freeze it instead. You can't, Yerim. Yoojin will scold you if you do. The griffin continues to make a ruckus, attacking the cage covered with a blanket. Hyuna yells at Yerim that she can't kill it when it only got here. Soyeon helps out and tosses a canvas made from dungeon materials. After some time, a soft cawing sound comes from the griffin as it wriggles in the canvas it was covered in. The girls are tired from catching it, and Hyuna comments that it is more complex than usual since they can't kill it. Soyeon adds that it gives them a new perspective and finds that taming a monster is impossible for her. Despite having 2 S-rankers and 1 A-ranker, it was still hard for them to catch a lower-ranked griffin. The 3 women look at the mayhem the griffin caused around them. They even destroy the container that it came from. The law of the dungeon is to kill or be killed, and having to raise those kinds of creatures into trusted partners of hunters is more of a dream than a reality. Yoojin adds his input, saying it already tried to attack his brother, so it might be best to put it down instead. Yoojin grabs his brother's wrist, saying he won't allow it. Yoojin assists his brother in standing up as Yoojin groans, holding onto his neck. He is now recovered, and he claims that the griffin didn't mean any harm to him, though he admits that it almost broke some of his bones. Yoojin, you don't have to lie. We all know that it was Yoojin who almost killed you just now. Yoojin uses promising sprout on the griffin. He explains how it must be used to seeing high rankers, so it doesn't know how to behave when faced with low-rank hunters or the unawakened. In the Golden Griffin's character status, its current stat rank is at C. While its potential is rated from A to S, it continues to caw as Yoojin confirms its skills. Its only current skill is the A-rank Wind Resistance, and the locked skills are the S-rank Wind Mastery, A-rank Golden Arrow, and the B-rank Sherp Cry. The system notifies him that it must consume several equine magic beasts to unlock its skills. I guess it has to eat some horse. Well, it is the food chain of monsters. Done with the check, Yoojin instructs Soyeon to let go of the griffin and for his brother to stay put. Yoojin asks what Yoojin is planning, while Soyeon asks if Yoojin is sure about this. Yoojin assures them that he only wants to teach the griffin how to coexist, and as the weakest person in the group, he is perfect for the job. Yoojin steps closer to where the griffin is and talks to it. The griffin and Soyeon look at Yoojin, and both are mesmerized. Yoojin then lifts up a hand and calls the griffin to him. The griffin is so glad that it whooshes to where Yoojin is. It clutches its claws into Yoojin's arm, hurting him. Yoojin suddenly trembles with the pain and screams out loud, shocking the griffin away. I don't know if our MC is just acting or if he really is in so much pain right now. Everyone else was worried for Yoojin, but they held back as instructed. Yoojin holds his bleeding arm tightly, saying he is fragile. He uses a potion on his arm and calls for the griffin to give it another shot. The griffin does as he is told, and they repeat this several times, with Yoojin instructing it to be gentler. At the same time, the girls were all astonished by what is happening before their eyes. Yoojin continues with determination, claiming to teach the griffin the meaning of weakness. At the same time, the griffin looks at Yoojin with awe, like a pupil mesmerized by his teacher. Now this is a typical shonen manga scene here. The shocked look on the girls' faces becomes blank as they watch this scene, thinking that it is not something to boast about, while only Yoojin understands the depth of what his brother is trying to accomplish with his own blood. And after some time, the griffin finally lands on Yoojin's arm without hurting him. Yoojin is glad they made progress, while the griffin still worries that he might hurt Yoojin again. Yoojin reassures him by complimenting how clever it is, making the griffin glad. The two started to bond, and Hyuna and Soyeon were so amazed that Yoojin managed to tame such a wild beast. After all, he was dubbed the monster daddy by the media. Yoojin then asks Yerim if she wants to hold it and tells her to cover the griffin's eyes as she does so. Yerim agrees, follows Yoojin's instruction, and asks if it is really okay now, and if it won't cause a rampage anymore. Yoojin says it will be fine, and he explains why it is agitated lies inside the other cage. Yoojin opens it and finds two shadow unicorns of different colors. Yoojin starts explaining how the griffin caused problems because he was with them. For griffins, being around the equine magic beasts is like being around his food. Wow, we have unicorns now. Wait, you mean to say that the griffin wanted to eat those lovely unicorns? Hyuna is glad to learn that the griffin likes equine monster meat and tells Yoojin how her guild has many of those. She makes a deal to give those to Yoojin if she gets a ride on the griffin later. And Yoojin immediately makes a deal with Hyuna for this. Soyeon is glad that Hyuna can get to ride a griffin. Hyuna smiles at her as she thinks how special Yoojin is for an F-ranker. Yoojin opens the cage wider for the two shadow unicorns, smiling and calming the two. The system notifies him that his title of perfect caregiver has amplified the effects of the owner's token, raising the level of affection for Yoojin. He calms the shadow unicorns and says that everything's okay now. Hyuna looks at Yoojin, thinking that Yoojin is now doing something that no one else would have dreamed of accomplishing, and she looks forward to the other things he can do as a hunter. Our MC can do many things that others don't know about, and Hyuna still wants more. Yoojin checks the conditions of the shadow unicorns and deems that they should be sent to the training center, considering their size. He then remembers that he should name them. After thinking about it, he says they should be called Black and White. Yerim shouts at how terrible it is, while Yoojin agrees with his brother that those names are perfect. As for Hyuna, she thinks that naming the creatures should be left to Yoojin. In a different place, a person threatens another by the neck. The man being raised groans. The other person asks if he really has no idea when Brix purchased her contract that was enchanted with a high-grade blinding curse. Yet, someone has torn it up like nothing. She is now frustrated since she recently opened a business. Having someone who can nullify it is terrible news for her. Oh, is she referring to the contract that Yoojin tore when he was abducted? The man stutters that he does not know and is in no position to know who wrote or tore the contract. Even his guildmaster died during that incident, so nobody knows what happened. He has answered the questions, and he is now hoping to be let free, but the other thinks otherwise. She finds the guy useless and ends him. She steps into some documents, and there is a picture in one of those. She picks it up and sees Yoojin holding peace in the picture. Now that the guy who bought the contract is dead and everyone else in the guys guild is gone, the person only left to ask is the guy who got kidnapped, and another person is now after our MC. The shadow unicorns have settled down, and their names were changed from white and black to light and dark. But Yerim doesn't like those and says that Yoojin might as well name them Salt and Pepper. Yoojin thinks the name is no good but accepts it anyway. Is Yerim a fan of Blue's Clues? As for the Golden Griffin, the troublemaker is named Blue for its blue eyes. Shouldn't he be named Gold instead? Blue is causing havoc in the dining area of Yoojin's place, and Yoojin is left to clean everything. Blue makes eye contact with Peace, who is lazing around, but Peace is giving off a fiery aura that Blue finds threatening. Seeing that Peace is mad, Blue immediately helps Yoojin clean up. Yoojin is relieved that Peace is helping him in his own way to keep things in order. Upon meeting Blue, Peace quickly disciplined the Golden Griffin. Yoojin says it is to establish the pecking order in that place. There is a hierarchy even in the world of magic beasts. Now that Yoojin has finally settled everything, the magic beasts are all napping. Yoojin is both relieved and tired as he trudges to the bedroom. He thinks again of how he can collect 50 of them when he quickly gets drained of caring for those under his influence. The curtain in the window flaps softly as Yoojin lies face down. Thinking how many he has collected so far, the system suddenly notifies him that the venomous curse Dragon Dio Valsiasis has been detected. Wait, what? A dragon? Yoojin is so out of it that he simply repeats what the system notified him. After a short pause, he opens his drowsy eyes, realizing there is a problem. The SS rank Rao Chita's Bane gets activated, and Yoojin's skills effects are doubled if he fights with the other dragon. Yoojin sits up and checks his phone to see if there is any announcement of a dungeon break. There are no alerts, but person suddenly appears above him and takes Yoojin's phone away. Just how did she do that? Does she have a skill similar to Yoon or a stealth skill like Yoojin's? The woman steps into Yoojin's bed, speaking in French, saying it is awesome. She asks Yoojin how he noticed her and comments that he must hide some special abilities. She starts speaking again, realizing that her translation necklace is not on. Yes, she is speaking in French the whole time. She drops Yoojin's phone to the ground, and Yoojin wonders if the woman is French, how she got in, and if she is the dragon, which she clearly looks human. With the translation necklace on, she greets Yoojin. Yoojin uses his promising sprout skill and determines that the woman before him is an awakened S rank with the same potential. This means that she is a natural-born S-ranker. Yoojin is shocked by this information, thinking that she must be on par with his brother and Hyunjae. He thinks back to his past life and is sure he never heard of a hunter like this. The woman suddenly gets close to Yoojin, asking him what he is reading. Wow, that sent chills down my spine. The woman pushes Yoojin's head to the bed and says she saw Yoojin's eyes moving like they were reading something in the air. She asks if Yoojin saw a window that tells things about her. Yoojin finds himself in a perilous situation, thinking about how this happened before with Hyunjae. He quickly determines that using this skill on S-rankers can be deadly. But of course, this doesn't include Cublo Pro. And this woman before him is no joke since she managed to pass the heavy security. Yoojin makes his decision that he must speak up and explain himself reasonably. If not, then he would die for sure. As calmly as he could, he told the woman that she should have gone through the proper procedures if she wanted to see him. And then he calls her by her name, Riot. Riot smiles at this, lets go of Yoojin, and says that she can't do that since there are a lot of Awakened in every corner of the building. She also mentions how Yoojin's brother warned the world that he is off limits. I doubt she fears Yoon since she even went ahead without permission. She puts a finger on Yoojin's forehead and presses it. She says she sneaked in instead to save the trouble since she will only ask him a question. She taps her finger on Yoojin with pressure, claiming that Yoojin is no ordinary F-ranker. Yoojin looks at the woman's devilish figure, wondering if he will die there. Yoojin is lost in his dark thoughts when Riot suddenly stops the tapping and falls silent. Whatever she is doing does not work on Yoojin, and Yoojin says he doesn't even know what she means. Is she trying to curse or poison the MC? Riot suddenly rips Yoojin's pajama top open, shocking Yoojin with the current development. The woman starts patting him and ascertains that Yoojin is not wearing any items to help him resist poisons or curses. Riot then laughs as she discovers one of Yoojin's secrets, the resistance skill. She asks Yoojin if he is the one who ripped that contract. Yoojin covers his chest and asks what contract Riet is talking about. Riot pulls out one of those contracts from her inventory and explains her startup business in selling contracts that have cursed skills on them. She admits it is illegal but can still get the job done. She shows a sample contract to Yoojin and mentions that it can blind the party who breaches it. Yoojin finally understands that this is the same as the contract that he tore before, so she did make those cursed contracts. Riot stares at Yoojin, saying that some average guy ripped it and got away without repercussions. Yoojin looks away, sweating, as he says he doesn't know what she means since he is a helpless F-class. Finding Yoojin amusing, Riot smiles at him and says they will find out soon enough. She takes Yoojin's hands and makes him hold the contract. She claims they should try it instead since the only worst thing that could happen to him is becoming blind. Lady, becoming blind is no laughing matter. Apparently, no one taught you proper manners. Yoojin is shocked by what is happening, but he can't move away since his stats are really only F-class. He verbally tries to stop her, but there is just no stopping Riet. She holds onto Yoojin's hands as she rips the contract into two. Yoojin screams as the system announces that he will be inflicted with blindness for breaching the contract. At the same time, it says that his L-grade curse resistance has nullified the blind curse. Riot laughs at this while Yoojin, in a disheveled state, looks at her. Even with fear resistance, he can't help being wary of Riet for being reckless and worrying about what she wants to do next. Another secret revealed. The woman simply smiles at Yoojin and assures him that she wouldn't hurt him. This makes Yoojin shout at her for doing all that. Riot only reasons that she's only trying to figure out why the contract was torn and if something's wrong with her skill. She explains to Yoojin that she got the skill as a reward from a vanished dungeon. Yoojin looks up at her upon hearing this, and Riot says that the dungeon vanished into the air like there was some error after she cleared it. Yoojin mulls over this, and Riot notices that Yoojin must believe her if he is seriously thinking about it. Yoojin recalls how the system mentioned that there would be dungeons that would appear 5 years too early. From what he can remember of his past life, there was no news of poison and curse skills. This means that she could only get her skills because Yoojin turned back time. We finally see the butterfly effect. Yoojin concludes that with such skills, Riot must have defeated a dungeon boss with poison and curse skills. This is none other than the dragon Dio Valchisis. Yoojin mutters the dragon's name, which only amazes Riot further. She reveals that it is an SSS rank title of the twin of Dio Valchisis, which can only be unlocked if the dragon is defeated by siblings. Riot is being kind and explains how she cleared the dungeon with her younger brother, who is also an S-ranker like her. And it happens that her brother also absorbed the power of Dio Valchisis. Yoojin was horrified and amazed at how powerful they must have been to defeat such a dragon. Yoojin realizes this is why he got the alert about the dragon. With Riot absorbing its powers, she became a demi-dragon somehow. Does this mean her brother is also a dragon? Yoojin now comprehends what kind of mess his turning back time changed things. She inspects Yoojin closely, saying he is pretty strange for an F rank. She climbs the bed where Yoojin still sits and asks if Yoojin is also a dragon. Yoojin stammers as he says that he is only a regular human. Unconvinced, Riot grabs Yoojin's wrists and gets closer. She says he smells like a dragon or something else that can easily devour Dio Valchisis instantly. Yoojin tries to break free from the hold as he asks what she means. You must muster up your acting skills to escape that mess, Yoojin. Yoojin quickly wondered if it was because of his skill Rao Chita's Bane, which he got from slaying the king of venomous cursed dragons. He doubts she knows about it since that happened before he turned back time. She pushes Yoojin back to the bed and crawls on top of him, not letting him escape. She says that Yoojin is interesting, making Yoojin doubt his ears and confused about what is happening. Riot licks her lips as she says it has been a while since she got this excited. What is happening right now? Yoojin asks Riet what she is doing as she touches Yoojin's exposed chest. Riet gets closer and whispers that he should relax, since they will only be getting to know each other. Yoojin profusely blushes at this, and Riet continues. She whispers how long it has been for her to find someone she truly resonated with, as she slides her hands on Yoojin's chest. Yoojin stammers that she shouldn't be doing this. He gets desperate, and instead shouts that Riet shouldn't wear shoes in bed as he points to where Riet's feet are. Dude, is that really the best excuse you can come up with? Riet looks at a foot and says she did hear about it being a big no-no in Korea. Disappointed, she slides off the bed, saying he didn't have to reject her coldly. Yoojin clutches on the blankets, claiming that he is not in the wrong here, and asks Riet to leave if she is done with her business. Hearing this, Riet remembers that there is one more thing for her to do. She looks at Yoojin and cutely asks him to be her breeding partner. Yoojin pales as he hears this, and he once again curses at Hyuna for making that specific phrase trend. This phrase never gets old, though. Everyone loves using it. Yoojin holds his head, feeling lost and remorseful. Riet acts like a little girl, saying she has this cute little magic beast that needs his care. Yoojin looks at her and says she must get in line, since other guilds already made a deal with him. Hearing this, Riet pulls out a knife and mentions that is the exact reason why she sneaks in and asks a favor. Yoojin smirks at her words, but he concludes that this isn't that bad of a deal. Really now, using a knife to ask a favor, she is like a villain at this moment. Riet is a natural-born S-ranker with an SSS class title. Yoojin knows that she is dangerous, but at the same time, it would be good for him if Riet owed him. Yoojin makes his decision and agrees to raise it for her, but it comes with a condition. The next day, Sungin arrives at Yoojin's place carrying some ginseng tonic as presents. He steps in, shocked to find that Yoojin is on the floor with the room all in a mess. Sungin asks what is going on as he rushes to where Yoojin is. Yoojin meekly answers that there were a lot of things that happened, commenting on how rough it was. The previous night, Yoojin accepted Riet's request to raise her magic beast, and he agreed to keep in contact using DMs. He looks at the messages from Riet, which don't make much sense. Yoojin surmised that the translator necklace does not work when typing. Yoojin is irritated due to lack of sleep and how Riet did whatever she wanted the whole time she was there. The bright side is he managed to survive that impromptu visit. Right, all natural-born S-rankers seem to have loose screws in their heads. Sunghan assists Yoojin in drinking the ginseng tonic he brought, getting Yoojin's morning wash, and cleaning up the house as Yoojin rests. Yoojin remains lost in his thoughts, thinking it was a relief that none of his friends were present when Riet visited. It would be total mayhem if they were, and his brother would have difficulty fighting S-grade poison and curse skills. Feeling dead inside, Yoojin wonders if he should have just used the keywords on Riet and made things easier, since he can double the effects with his title. It is easy to say those words, but Yoojin snaps out of it as he thinks how problematic it will be if she turns all clingy. Yoojin is acting strange, and Sunghan can't help but worry. Sunghan asks if Yoojin is okay, and this pulls him out of his thoughts. Yoojin says he is fine, and his eyes wander to his surroundings, realizing everything is now clean and orderly. He is so shocked that he asks Sunghan when did this happen. Sunghan says he only cleaned up a bit to help him out. This is only a bit. He already took care of Yoojin and cleaned up the house. Does being an A rank give them A rank caring and cleaning skills as well? Sunghan takes Yoojin's hands and expresses his empathy for how hard Yoojin must have been working to care for those magic beasts. Sunghan tells Yoojin to call him whenever he needs help, and he will come running for him. Yoojin is deeply moved by Sunghan's offer that he can't help saying I love you to Sunghan, and that he is the best. This made Sunghan happy, and the two acted like a grandpa and his grandson who were bonding together. Experiencing this with Sunghan made Yoojin recognize that focusing on the people around him should be his priority over Riet. Yup, no point in stressing yourself about things out of your control. The system then notifies Yoojin that Sungin Kim has reached the minimum requirements to unlock his next rank. This shocks Yoojin, and he suddenly grasps Sungin's face to look closely. Yoojin uses his skill, promising Sprout, and finds that there are conditions for Sungin to become an S-ranker. Wah! If he becomes an S-ranker, that adds another person to his list. Since Yoojin and his brother are now on better terms, he is more comfortable letting his brother know about this development. Yoojin asks if Yoojin can really upgrade Sunghan to an S-class, unaware that it is even possible. Lil bro, you should have known by now that anything is possible with your big bro around. Yoojin says he ran to his brother's office precisely for this reason. He explains that there are conditions for the unlock, and they can be somewhat tricky to accomplish. He then explains that there are 3 options Sunghan must meet, and he only has to fulfill one of these to upgrade. The first option is to kill a boss in an A-grade dungeon with only a single blow. The next is for Sunghan to single-handedly slay an S-ranking monster, while the last option is for Sunghan to slay an SS-grade monster with only 9 or fewer teammates. Those conditions are insane. But if Sunghan accomplishes any of these, the rewards are bound to be extremely rare. Yoojin thinks about it for a moment and says the last one is feasible, but there are no SS-class monsters in their country, meaning they would need to go overseas for it. Yoojin then suggests going with the first option. Yoojin considers his brother's suggestion, saying Sunghan has an A-rank attack skill. Still, it is not enough to slay a boss in one hit. Yoojin then smiles confidently, saying that he can help with that. Yoojin is slightly confused, but he lets his brother communicate his thoughts. Yoojin's plan to upgrade Sunghyun Kim to S rank starts by having Sunghyun wear all kinds of attack-boosting equipment that he can wear. The next step is to have Yerim buff Sunghyun with Shadowless Day. If you remember Chapter 14, Shadowless Day is a skill Yerim uses to buff or debuff targets. We've seen it before as a debuff where it can hold targets in its location. And the last step in Yoojin's plan is to share his double attack damage using his +1 skill. Hearing this, Yoojin suddenly snatches the Yoojin doll that his brother uses for his presentation and asks why his brother is a part of it. Yoojin says he will go to the dungeon with everyone, and Yoojin asks if his brother is kidding him. Yoojin looks at his brother and says that he is serious about it. Yoojin changes his tactic and asks his brother what he would feel if he, Yoojin, is an F ranker, and he decides to go to an A rank dungeon. Yoojin knows it is a rhetorical question, but he answers it nonetheless, saying he will be worried sick for his brother. Then he adds that he at least has B shield equipment. Yoojin says that Yoojin already knows the shield is insufficient in an A rank dungeon. Aside from that, they are to face the boss monster. Yoojin reminds his brother that he mentioned it requires physical contact. This only means that he has to be right by some hand as he lands that one hit. He explains how the shockwave of such a hit can be fatal for an F ranker like Yoojin. On top of that, the shield will be useless since it won't work if Yoojin is in contact with Sunghyun. That is indeed reasonable, lil bro. Instead of feeling despair, Yoojin laughs at this and shows an item to his brother. Yoojin asks Yoojin if he remembers the dinner they had with Myung-woo and with him asking for an item for defense. The item is a golden bracelet that was recently made by Myung-woo. Yoojin looks at it, thinking it will only be a simple shield. Curious, Yoojin takes the item and learns it is a single-use item with no rank. On top of that, it can nullify all kinds of damages for 10 minutes. Yoojin is astonished by the effects and asks his brother if it is possible. Looking smug, Yoojin says this is why he wants his brother to be on Myung-woo's good side. That is one cheat item. Myung-woo came up with something really OP. Concluding it is a done deal, Yoojin puts his hand on his brother's shoulder. Yoojin assures him that Sunghyun will become an S-class tank, making his brother's guild more powerful. And Yoojin promises that he will make it happen. Once they had decided, Yoojin told this to the concerned parties. Myung-woo is troubled as he says he didn't make it to be used like that. While Sunghyun tries to reject the whole thing since it will endanger Yoojin. It took some time for Yoojin to finally convince them, but they still managed to set a date. Before a gate, the raid team is finally set to enter the dungeon. The team comprises Yerim, Yoojin, Sunghyun, Yoojin, and Peace. Sunghyun asks if Yoojin is sure about this, but Yoojin assures him that it will be okay. Peace sits in Yoojin's arms as he looks at Sunghyun. Peace is probably leering at him, wondering why his dad must help him. Yerim joins the conversation and says S-rankers are by their side, so it will be okay. As she says this, an S-ranker arrives, and it is Hyuna Moon. Hyuna greets her breeding partner and apologizes for being late. Yoojin's party has commissioned an extra S-ranker just to be on the safe side. Hyuna greets Peace as well and asks him for a ride. Peace ignores Hyuna, while Yoojin mentions how she really wants to have her own mount. Yoojin thinks this number of members is enough for an A-grade dungeon raid. But then, there was a rumble. The sound stopped and was followed by the sound of a step. Someone then asks if he is the last to arrive, while Yoojin, Hyuna, and even Peace glare at the new arrival. The man who just came is Hyunjae Sung. He expresses his excitement about what he will experience in this dungeon raid with Yoojin. Everyone else on the team glares at Hyunjae as Yoojin wonders why this uninvited guy is there with them. Hyunjae is obviously uninvited, but he still acts like he's a part of the team. Even this guy's arrogance is S-class. The low-tier A-grade dungeon Black Golem City is filled with golems and undead monsters, but not anymore. Sunghyun explains to Yoojin how golems are slow yet durable. The typical strategy for defeating them is to split them up and then destroy them individually. Yoojin looked through a pair of binoculars while sitting atop Peace, who used his gigantification skill. Seriously, Hyunjae is wearing a suit inside a dungeon raid. Is this guy flexing how rich he is? Yoojin brings down his binoculars, thinking that no tactics are being used since everything seems to explode in the distance. Yerim is having fun slaying all the golems with her magic alongside Hyuna. She comments that they are not sturdy but soft like a marshmallow. Sunghyun looks at them, saying that it would typically take a week for a team of A-rankers to clear this type of dungeon. But as he looks at the monsters, he can't help but feel sorry for them. Yoojin is amazed by the scene before him. Having forest rankers in one team for a dungeon raid is rare. Yerim, Hyuna, and Yoojin are letting loose as they slay, smash, and explode the enemies in an instant. So why is Hyunjae not doing anything? Yoojin never thought he would see such a thing with his eyes. Yoojin asks Sunghyun why the S-rankers don't do this every time, since a team of S-rankers will surely clear a dungeon at the fastest speed possible. Sunghyun looks at the explosions as he replies to Yoojin. He explains that there are rules that prohibit the entry of more than one S-ranker in the same dungeon. Yoojin thinks about it and asks if it is because there might be a dungeon break in a different area, while the S-rankers are busy doing a dungeon raid. Sunghyun keeps an eye on what's happening before them as he says that it is indeed one of the reasons, and just says that Yoojin will soon see what he actually means. This makes Yoojin curious as he looks one more time through his binoculars. It is then that he realizes what Sunghyun means. Yerim, Hyuna, and Yoojin are all damage dealers. As damage dealers, they tend to fight independently and don't even assign roles. Wow, they really lack cooperation. And there is another problem with this. Yerim raises her staff and proudly proclaims she recently got a new AoE skill. She then activates Pale Rain as numerous touches of frost shoot the enemy below her. But before she can totally freeze them, black flames envelop the monsters. With the freeze effect gone, Yerim throws a fit at her boss. She yells at him to move somewhere else, since he ends up melting all the ice she unleashes. Hot air suddenly blows onto Yerim as she speaks. She looks at Hyuna, complaining she's blowing Yoojin's fire toward her. Hyuna then looks up and tells Yerim to move like the S-ranker she is and dodge. Yerim continues her complaining, since everything she's frozen is now melted. Yep, the problem is that some of the skills get cancelled out. Witnessing how they were interacting, Sunghyun, Yoojin, and Peace can only stare at how meaningless it is to have a team of S-rankers who can't cooperate. Yoojin asks if everyone's ego is getting in the way of them to gain cooperation. But then he looks at Yoonjae, thinking that this guy is the most arrogant of all. Yoojin starts to wonder why the guy has not moved even though he followed them inside a dungeon. Yoojin is stunned at how Hyunjae remains slick even though they are in a dungeon. He imagines the guy is out on a special date instead of a dungeon raid. Oh, is his date Yoojin? Does that mean everyone else is the third wheel? Yoojin is betting that the clothes Hyunjae is wearing are actually high-tier equipment. As he ponders about it, Yoojin starts getting envious of the equipment, SS-grade weapon, and even the coat that Hyunjae has. Yoojin could easily identify Hyunjae's coat as the Flame Dragon Selikia's wings, an SS-grade fire-resistant gear. He knows that this is the exact coat that gave his brother a troublesome time in the ranking tournament that will be set in the future. If Hyunjae hadn't had this coat, Yoojin would surely have won the whole thing, not Hyunjae. Yoojin glares at Hyunjae, thinking he should snag the coat and put it in his inventory. Without looking, Hyunjae asks if there is anything on his face. S-ranker's instincts are insane. Yoojin laughs it off, saying they are graced with Hyunjae's presence, so he can't help but stare. Hyunjae looks at Yoojin with smiling eyes as he claims that it is the least he can do, since they are borrowing a dungeon under his guild. Our MC shouldn't say that stuff. It will only encourage Hyunjae to become more willful. Yoojin feels frustrated that the perfect dungeon to help with someone's upgrade has to be under Sejong Guild. Yoojin tries to get rid of Hyunjae by saying how Hyunjae can go if he wishes, since they have things under control. Hyunjae still has his smiling face, but he says he is disappointed since he thought they'd gotten closer. He then admits that he views Yoojin as his breeding partner. Yoojin screams in the middle of Hyunjae's last two words, mortified at how people nonchalantly use that phrase to describe him. Well, it is an apt description. Hyuna abruptly screams from below them, calling for Hyunjae to help them. Hyunjae is the actual third wheel of this party. Hyuna continues to scream at how Hyunjae just showed up uninvited. Yet, he is the one who is slacking from doing work. She then asks if Hyunjae is too old to do this menial work. Yoojin is surprised that Hyuna can talk that way to Hyunjae. Hyunjae asks if the task is too much for them to handle, so they require his help. Hyunjae lifts a hand, and a spark appears. The spark turned into lightning, and the massive flash of light blinded them momentarily as it rumbled on impact right where Hyuna was. Yoojin shrieks and pales as he asks Hyunjae what he did to Hyuna. The guildmaster of Sejong Guild simply smiles as he claims he only helped. That was too much, man. Even our piece got pale because of that overkill attack. Yoojin says what he did isn't helping and asks if Hyunjae has a grudge against Hyuna. Hyunjae denies it, making Yoojin more frustrated. Yoojin starts lecturing Hyunjae that he shouldn't have done that since she is a teammate, not a monster. Hyunjae smiles at the word teammate, and his golden eyes shine as they look at Yoojin. Yoojin is baffled by Hyunjae's reaction. From the smoke below them, someone starts cursing at Hyunjae. Hyuna manages to survive the attack, but her hair is all fried. Thinking that Hyunjae is picking a fight with her, Hyuna activates her skill, Path of the Wind. She lunges up towards Hyunjae, screaming that he should have at least used gear that is the same level as hers. I doubt Hyuna will win even if they have the same level of equipment. Hyuna aims for Hyunjae, but as he observes Hyuna's trajectory, he shuffles behind Yoojin to avoid the attack. This surprises Hyuna, and her trajectory is now aimed at where Yoojin is. Yoojin, Peace, and Sungin panic. Sungin immediately uses a skill to protect them somehow. Seeing that they are not going to move, Hyuna yells for them to move back since the shield won't hold for long. Then she yells that she will stop it somehow. True to her word, Hyuna hits the ground instead of Yoojin and the rest. The impact is so great that the ground cracks, crumbles, and falls. Too bad the stick figures are smaller than usual. Hyuna sighed in relief that she managed to change the trajectory of her attack. At the same time, Sungin, Yoojin, and Peace are horrified and trembling at what almost happened. Behind them, Yoonjae smiles and claps at Hyuna's exceptional control of her power. Hyuna scolds Hyunjae that he is the root cause of this, and complains that he should have stayed put. Hyuna stops her scolding when a blue, glowing leaf flutters by her head. It was Yoojin, and he criticized Hyuna for not being careful around his brother. Hyuna looks at Yoojin's arrival. Yoojin angrily scolds Hyuna for being reckless, and how Hyuna almost hurt his older brother. Hyuna defends herself, saying it is the exact reason why she changed the direction of her attack, and she didn't hurt Yoojin, so there's no harm done. Yoojin tries to calm his brother by agreeing with Hyuna, and instead points at Hyunjae for starting the argument in the first place. Yup, listen to big bro. Hyunjae is the problem here. Yoojin doesn't listen and says whoever started it is not the problem. He then insults Hyuna for having a simple attack pattern that even kids know where it will fall, making it predictable to her opponents. This pisses Hyuna off, and the two grip their respective weapons. I honestly thought that Lil Bro would go for Hyunjae instead. Announcing that they should at least have fun while they are in a dungeon, the two started attacking one another. Appalled at what is happening before them, Yoojin yells at Hyunjae to step in and stop the two. Hyunjae does not intend to butt in, and instead compares S-rankers to top predators that can't help test out who the top will be when they cross paths, and now happens to be the best time for them to test it. Yoojin is unsettled by Hyunjae's words. He thinks about how it took time to convince Yerim and Sungin to come with him in this raid, unlike the S-rankers who were eager to join. Even though they were unaware of the raid's purpose, seeing Hyuna and his brother clash makes Yoojin understand why S-rankers are banned from going on the same raid. They might end up killing each other in the process. Inside the Black Golem's city dungeon, Yerim sings a tune as she happily collects mana stones from the golems that she just slayed. She is filled with positive vibes as she thinks about how she will finally be able to pay off the installments for her Parmeni's Frostwood Trident and purchase other equipment as well. At least one of the S-rankers present is doing her part of the job. Boom, the explosions got her attention and made her wonder what is happening there to have such large violent outbursts. The booming sound and destruction were caused by Yoojin and Hyuna, who were still brawling with their skills. Yoojin can't help pulling his hair as he looks at them. He is irritated at how the two won't stop. Sungin and Peace are by Yoojin's side, watching over Yoojin in case he falls while watching the fight. Yoojin is uncertain if anyone can prevent these two S-rankers from causing more chaos. Yoojin looks down midair at Hyuna as he prepares to burn her with flames. Hyuna is amazed that Yoojin can use his blue willow leaves this way, but she claims that stepping on these leaves won't make much difference. Hey, don't belittle those leaves, Hyuna. Lil Bro learned how to properly use those with Big Bro's help. She attacks Yoojin with her spear, and Yoojin's sword collides with great impact. Sungin protects Yoojin from the clash using his skill. Yoojin can't help thinking that one of them is bound to get hurt if they continue, but he can't really do anything to stop them since he is only an F class. He coughs due to the commotion that the two are stirring up, and Yoojin quickly looks at his brother when he hears this. Yoojin rushes to his brother without delay by using his blue willow leaves to leap to where his brother is. Yoojin asks if Yoojin is alright if he inhaled smoke, and he readily apologizes. He is worried sick as he claims that it was all his fault. Hyuna manually climbs up to where Yoojin and the rest are and complains that they are in the middle of a fight. Yoojin is busy helping out his brother, but he still looks at her and scolds her for lack of self-control when she knows that, his brother is present before them. "Lil bro, don't act so righteous. We are well aware that you were the other party in this fight." Hyuna is flabbergasted by Yoojin's claims that she asks for Hyunjae's backup on this matter. Yoojin ignores Hyuna and focuses on making his brother blow his nose on a handkerchief. Yoojin glares at them, knowing what he must do to make them stop, even if it is embarrassing. "That's right, big bro. The answer to your question is you all along." Activating his acting skills, Yoojin plops to the ground and places a hand on his head. He then shouts that a frail F-class like him may get hurt if this conflict continues. Yoojin becomes more worried for his brother while Hyunjae and Hyuna watch them. Yoojin continues his monologue by saying that these S-classes defy him and that he is starting to get sick to the point that even healers won't be able to heal him. Hyuna panics a bit, asks if F-rankers are that weak, and apologizes. That level of acting seems to work even on Hyuna. For S-classes, they are pretty gullible under the whims of Yoojin. This makes Yoojin profusely glare at her, straining his eyes. This makes him scold her and points at Peace and Sungin, who are behaving well. Peace proudly accepts the compliment, while Sungin is a bit uncomfortable. Yoojin criticizes the S-rankers to stop causing problems and to get on with the raid. Hyunjae still has his smiling eyes despite getting scolded, along with the other two troublemakers. Yoojin then pulls out a hat and a whistle and starts instructing the S-rankers on what they should focus on. Sitting atop Peace, Yoojin is at his element and commands them to go to specific locations for the raid. They all end up following Yoojin's directions, and Hyunjae comments that this is a new experience for him. "This is now the new norm. Better get used to it, Sejong Guild Master." Yoojin looks at the three S-rankers dispersing to heed his orders, thinking that splitting them up is the most efficient method for clearing this dungeon. The system suddenly notifies him that he received a new SS grade skill called Stern Mother Henin Drill Surgeon. It describes how the awakened is willful and defiant, but if this skill is used, the description of the new skill is cut off, making Yoojin complain about the skill name and description. Now that is the real cheat. He gets a new skill for doing that. The system watched over Yoojin, and Deer claims is perfect. Water Droplet hears this and pulls on one of Deer's antlers. He threatens Deer to not do it again, or it is bye-bye his antlers or fingers. I'm guessing it was Deer who wrote that description. Yoojin is unaware of what is happening within the system, so he simply dismisses it in the meantime and just thinks about how he at least got an SS rank skill. It is now nighttime inside the dungeon, and their party has decided to camp in the ruins. Sungin says they might clear the dungeon the next day at their current pace, and Yoojin agrees to this. Yoojin looks up, remarking on how they at least have a roof over their heads and wonders what kind of building it was before. Sungin looks up as well, saying they were unable to find anything that would help them decipher what it was. Yoojin thinks about how the system mentioned other worlds before. Yoojin concludes that the dungeon they are in is one of the worlds that has fallen into ruin for being unable to stop the dungeons. This makes him ponder if their world would turn into shambles if they failed, and if influencing 50 S-rankers will genuinely help in this endeavor. Our MC should really ask the system what the quest is for and how this can help his world. At their campfire, Yerim complains about how she has been left out of the fun. Yoojin admonishes her for even thinking about it. Yoojin says she lacks the experience and equipment to do so. Yerim angrily rebuts that this is not a pay-to-win kind of game. That is where you are wrong, kid. Life is a big pay-to-win kind of game. Nonetheless, Yerim decides to sell off the mana stones she got to somehow stand toe-to-toe with them. Hearing her admit it, Hyuna teases Yerim for getting dirty while collecting those stones. Not willing to lose, Yerim says Hyuna's hair is burnt, and Hyuna panics, asking which of the two jerkwads did it. Meanwhile, Yoojin notices that his brother is intent on polishing his sword. Hyuna is worried about what her sponsors will say about her hair, and Yerim thinks she should just cut it off since that is way more convenient for dungeon raids. Hyuna smiles as she admits that keeping her hair long for her advertisements is in her contract. Her guild markets her as the elegant beauty of her guild, which makes Yerim confused. Hyuna was glad of Yerim's reaction that she jumped her. After settling down, Hyuna admits that the dungeon is the only place she can be herself. She wondered what it would be like if the Breaker Guild had no sponsors, and was instead independent like Hayan and Sejong. Hyunjae replies that she can remove the leash if she wishes, as he drinks from a fancy teacup. I'm sure he brought the whole tea set, but bringing it into a dungeon? Well, if that is what makes him happy. Hyunjae says those sponsors only care for the profit they make from dungeons, which is the exact problem with MKC. He continues, saying that many can never really understand hunters like them who can easily clear dungeons like any typical day. Hyunjae gets serious and bluntly states that S-rankers like them are already different species. He's saying the same thing that the system told Yoojin before. Yoojin mulls over Hyunjae's words, comprehending the truth in those and ponders if his brother is the same. Hyuna speaks Yoojin's thoughts by commenting on how Yoojin is entirely different when it comes to his brother. Yoojin looks at his brother, wondering if Yoojin is only holding back because of him, and if Yoojin is not really the sweet, adorable brother he always thought of. Lil Bro must be different because of his big bro's personality, so there's really no need for our MC to worry. Yoojin feels his brother's stare and asks if his brother is okay since he doesn't look good. Sungin looks at Yoojin as well and suggests a rest. Everyone else follows suit, and Yerim offers her bunny doll while Hyuna gives him her sleeping bag. These S-rankers are weird. They are bringing unnecessary stuff in a dungeon raid. Yoojin is grateful but can't help feeling something is amiss. Yoojin asks if they will also be resting, and Yerim says they can go without sleep since they are S-rankers. Hyuna adds that they will take turns 2 at a time so no one burns out. Yoojin smiles brightly at this, then gets all serious as he asks if they are not planning to take turns fighting instead. The S-rankers flinch at this, except for Hyunjae. Yoojin then asks what the potions are for on Yerim's chest, why Hyunjae put on new gloves, and if this is why Yoojin is so busy sharpening his sword. Yerim makes an excuse. Hyuna scolds Hyunjae for being obvious, while Yoojin is like a kid caught doing something bad. None of you can escape our MC's discerning eyes. Yoojin sternly tells them they can only hunt monsters, and if he catches them, he will tell Myung-woo that they didn't listen. Yerim complains that she only has the trident, and she still hasn't built up her own equipment like the others. Yoojin simply bids her to not fight as he tucks himself to sleep. Yoojin is well aware of how hard it will be to collect 50 S-classes, so he intends to take baby steps toward it, but the world doesn't let him take those measures, because on the next day, before them is a giant monster. He is now sure he will be forced to climb a mountain. This manhwa loves jumping to exciting scenes whenever a chapter ends. Shimyeon congratulates the flexing Sungin for becoming an S-class. Yoojin carries a bouquet to present to him, but Sungin throws it away, saying he is leaving the guild and doesn't need any teammates. This is utter BS. No way Sungin would do that. This change shocks Yoojin. Unperturbed, Sungin challenges Yoojin to a duel, and Yoojin accepts it. The rest of the S-rankers appear to want to join the fight, and it starts the battle of S-rankers. Yoojin tries to stop everyone by yelling. This jolts him awake, and Sungin looks at Yoojin, asking if he's okay. At least it was only a dream. They are still in the dungeon, and Yoojin dreamed all of those. Peace is still asleep by Yoojin's side, but Yoojin makes a ruckus that wakes Peace. Yoojin tells Sungin to never go freelance after he becomes an S-ranker. Sungin calms Yoojin by saying he is Haeun's shield and asks what brought this up when he was sleeping. Yoojin finally realizes that those were only a dream. He shares how he dreamt of everyone fighting, causing the building to collapse. Peace licks him, but a sudden flash of lightning occurs behind them. Yoojin notices this and checks his surroundings. Sungin is unable to say anything about it, and another flash appears. Understanding dawns on Yoojin's face. Hyunjae and Hyuna are now fighting. Oh no, bad kids will get scolded. Hyunjae says they should get back to business, giving Hyuna time to heal herself with a potion. Hyuna remains stubborn and asks why Hyunjae is there with them and if Hyunjae is after Yoojin. She tries to dissuade Hyunjae, reminding him that the guy is only an F-ranker. Hyunjae smiles, saying Hyuna shouldn't discriminate and that he only wants the company of such a dauntless and confident person. I'm sure there are more reasons why he wants our MC for himself. Hyuna doesn't let Hyunjae continue and attacks with her spear instead. Hyunjae is not to be taken lightly. His chain stops the spear from going further, keeping it from taking his head. Hyuna claims that whatever Hyunjae is planning, he should remember that Yoojin is off limits since Hyunjae might only end up breaking him. Hyuna swiftly moves behind Hyunjae for another strike. Still, Hyunjae is at ease as he uses his chains to attack Hyuna, making more crackling sounds because of his lightning. Unable to evade all the chains, Hyuna uses her spear to destroy some of them. As she claims that Hyunjae is known for breaking all of his toys, the fight has gotten fierce, making the movement imperceptible. Peace, Yoojin, and Sungin just arrived nearby. Sungin tells them to stand back, but he is stunned by the pressure the two S-rankers emit. He is horror-struck and unable to do anything. But Yoojin starts shouting about stubborn kids who made a mess in a dungeon. Sungin is stunned by Yoojin's actions. Fear resistance is very effective and resembles Kim Docha's fourth wall. Hyuna and Hyunjae stop fighting and go to where Yoojin is. Yoojin starts complaining that they didn't heed his words and start hissing at Hyuna like a parent admonishing his kid for ruining her clothes. He continues to rant while Hyuna murmurs at Hyunjae about him being right about Yoojin being dauntless. Our MC is steadily becoming a pro in handling stubborn kids, even if they are outside his skill's influence. Yoojin continues, but there is a sudden rumble that makes him pause. The S-rankers remain unperturbed. The system suddenly appears and tells him to run because of a breach. Yoojin wobbles, but the others don't realize something is wrong. So he continues to say that dungeons are dangerous and suddenly shouts for everyone to run as far as they can. Right then, the rumbling gets stronger, and everyone finally notices it. Sungyeon activates his shield to protect Yoojin from the falling rocks. Yoojin asks where his brother and Yerim are, and the two arrive just in time. Great timing. I just hope these two are not fighting as well. Yerim shouts for them to escape because the rumbling comes from where they are standing. She yells that something is about to come up from the ground. They escape just in time as a giant monster toad rose from the ground. Hyuna looks up in bewilderment, wondering if it really is a monster. Yoojin lands on the ground beside his brother, asking if it is a monster. Yoojin affirms their suspicions, letting them know that the beast is called Babar the Mountain Devourer, a Class 1 giant toad species, and the one before them is an SS-ranked giant monster covered with fortified boulders. They are all surprised that there is an SS-ranked monster when the dungeon is only A grade, while everyone else seems to be panicking. Hyunjae looks at Yoojin as he mumbles how Yoojin saw it coming. Hyunjae surmised that this crisis was no coincidence and wondered what else Yoojin could be hiding from everyone. He really has a sharp intuition. I just hope this won't put our MC in danger. Blue is flying around with a towel on his head. The guild staff tries to stop Blue, but the golden griffin refuses to listen, while Chirpy happily chirps at the other magic beast. The guild staff is tired from looking after them when Chirpy suddenly starts banging on the door with his whole body. The woman asks what's wrong as she opens the door for Chirpy, asking if Chirpy wants to go into Daddy's room. She then explains that he is not here right now. Chirpy is shocked that Daddy is not around. Looking all crestfallen, he chirps as he looks around for Yoojin. The guild staff goes back to chasing Blue, saying that Daddy will be back tomorrow, so there's no need to cry. Our poor Chirpy. Monster Daddy can't bring you with him since the place he went to is dangerous. Chirpy cries, then he suddenly gets angry. Resolved that if his dad is not around, then he will goad him. He chirps loudly, and blue light starts to buzz before him. The light gets bigger as Chirpy continues to peep, and a symbol appears with the words Master of Dimensions. It's a legendary grade skill, and it opened a portal for Chirpy. Is Chirpy like Yoojin? An F-ranker with L-rank skills. Through the portal, he sees his dad atop Peace. This makes him stop crying, and he steps near the portal. But before Chirpy can even pass through it, Blue squawks as he crashes on top of Chirpy. Blue happily rolls over while the exhausted guild staff worries if Chirpy is okay. The portal buzzes away before the guild staff even realizes it is there. It will be a huge surprise if Chirpy appears right when they are busy fighting that giant toad. Back in the dungeon, Yoojin's party looks at the SS rank monster that just appeared. One of them comments that the beast is at least slow, but that it takes a step, causing a loud boom, and destroys the ground it just stepped on. Yes, more stick figures. This lazy kind of drawing is real art. The place is slowly getting destroyed as Babar steps. Everyone gets away, and Yerim suggests using their gate stones to escape the dungeon. Yoojin says they can't do that because it might become a dungeon break. Yoojin recalls how this same monster destroyed a rural area in China by slowly crawling out before he regressed. Yoojin decides and says they should try their best to defeat it. Yoojin leaps away while Yerim flies in the air. They remind Yoojin to stay back and for Summon to take care of Yoojin. Yoojin tries to stop them, but they are already charging towards the enemy. Oof, there they go running without listening first. Yerim casts Shadowless Day on Yoojin as a buff since her attack skills are useless on an SS rank monster. Yoojin then dashes toward the enemy, summoning Black Flame in his hand and shoots it to Babar. Sun Han says this SS skill of the guild master might just do it. Yoojin yells for his brother to aim for its nape. Yoojin thinks about how they can slay the enemy since everyone present has a fantastic combination of skills. Yoojin lifts his sword and brings it down to slash Babar on the nape, but this is not enough to bring the monster down. Yoojin surmises that it would be possible if they fought this monster after 5 years. The team lacks the experience, equipment, and better stats that would give them the edge in defeating Babar. Does this mean this fight is pointless? Yoojin's attack didn't damage much, and Hyuna told him to move. She uses a pinpoint strike on the back of Babar's neck and cracks a bit of its boulder. She manages to wound it, but as she lifts her spear, the wound immediately heals itself. Hyuna is disappointed that her equipment is no good against the monster and tells Hyunjae to use his SS rank chains. Hyunjae summons his chains and tries a different tactic since they can't break its skin. He wraps his chains on Babar's upper body and applies his lightning skill on the chains, sending them to Babar. The burst of light is blinding and seems to have worked on the monster. Yoojin covers his eyes, thinking this is not enough to defeat this monster. The attack angers Babar, making it leap. It causes great destruction as it does so, making them panic in the chaos. The only exception is Yoojin, who remains indifferent. It didn't show Hyunjae, but he's probably calm as well. Babar lands on the ground, making a gust of wind and loud booms, destroying the earth and the ruins nearby. The team manages to escape, and Hyunjae comments that they can't anger it into leaping again. Right, it was you who made the monster do just that. Hyuna looks at the beast, asking for ideas on how they can do that in one strike. Babar has already healed itself, making it harder for them to kill it. Yoojin tells his brother to leave the dungeon since it might get more dangerous. Yoojin speaks up and says that they can still slay it if they all work together. He explains how throwing skills randomly won't make much of a dent, and it would be best to use a combination of attacks that aim for its weak spot. Yoojin starts giving instructions to everyone. He tells Yerim to freeze the nape and Yoojin will quickly heat it up. Yerim understands Yoojin's plan. She compares it to how a cold glass will break when hot water is poured, and the immediate temperature change will weaken its hard skin. Hyunjae looks at them and asks Yoojin if this is an insight from his magic beast tamer skill, and Yoojin just agrees to it. Hyunjae really is trying to learn more about our MC's abilities. Yoojin continues his instructions, saying that Hyuna should follow after them. Hyuna hesitantly wonders if the plan will work since Babar's self-healing skill is almost instantaneous, and they have never worked together before. She explains that doing a practice run will only anger Babar. This plan will only work if they can connect telepathically. Yoojin reveals that it is possible. He explains that executing an attack combo with perfect timing is the most crucial element of this plan. If they are unable to achieve perfect sync, the plan will fail. Yoojin announces that he can make that happen with a skill of his. It may not be flashy, but they need it right now. And it is the skill Yoojin just got yesterday, the Stern Mother Hen Drill Surgeon. Wow, if they have the luck stat, our MC would be brimming with it after regressing. Right, who would have thought a new skill would be the answer to their problems? Yoojin explains how he got a skill that can help them coordinate better. Yoojin asks his brother about it, and Yoojin says he somehow unlocked some conditions to get the skill. Yoojin looks at his new skill and finds the description updated. It explains how the skill can sync multiple targets to coordinate their movements. Yoojin wonders if the writing style somewhat changed halfway. Our MC is right about it changing halfway. The first half was written by Deer, then it was continued by another member for the sake of clarity. The skill requires intelligence and mana, so Yoojin brings out mana bottles. He starts drinking a bottle as he tells Yoojin and Yerim to stand together. The skill description explained that if the skill is rejected, Yoojin might suffer. He tells the two that they must accept it and starts activating the skill. A book with the skill symbol appears, along with magic circles that indicate the mother hen and her chicks. Yerim and Yoojin accept the skill, and Yoojin starts seeing the point of view of both Yerim and Yoojin. Their eyes glow as it indicates the activation. Aside from their perspectives, Yoojin can feel every sensation they feel, as if he is in their bodies. This also gives Yoojin the foresight of what they are about to do and say before they even do so. This is too much. It's like KDG's main skill, omniscient reader's viewpoint. Yoojin starts speaking, and Yoojin finishes the sentence for him. Yoojin announces that he will now sync the two. The two flinch, feeling surreal about what is currently happening. Hyuna asks what exactly happened. Yerim explains how her boss body feels like her own, making her able to tell how he would be moving, and it even helps balance their strength. To explain it further, Yerim uses her spear and brings it down in a big swing that causes a blast of wind. At the same time, Yoojin lifts and changes the position of his sword. Hyuna looks at what happened with disbelief. The tips of Yerim's trident and Yoojin's sword are perfectly aligned in a single move. Hyuna is so amazed by this that she quickly asks Yoojin to do it for her as well. Yoojin gulps another mana bottle, so it really requires a lot of mana to pull the skill off. He then explains to Hyuna that she is responsible for breaking open the skin of Babar right after Yoojin heats it up. She will be writing peace to lessen the flame's effects on her. This news brightens up Hyuna's face. She celebrates and brings out a saddle and a fire-resistant item while Yoojin calms peace as he asks for a favor. Yoojin decides that there is something else that he must do. He looks at his jacket's inside pocket, saying he has something for Hyuna. Hyuna asks what it is. Yoojin thinks that this skill is easier to use if the target is already under his influence, so what he must do right now is apply the keywords. Yoojin brings out a finger heart, saying he has his heart for her and the words "I love you" while winking. He thinks they have been close enough to do it, and he can pass it as a joke if it doesn't work. Dude, you watch too many K-dramas. The words make Hyuna puke, making Yoojin think it is a big failure. He tries to make up for it by saying that he is just showing his appreciation for receiving her help in this and that she remains cordial despite his yelling commands. Hyuna smiles at this and says it is stupid, but she lets it go, saying that Yoojin reminds her of her trainers back when she was an athlete. The system then notifies him that Hyuna Moon is now under his influence, confusing Yoojin. Yoojin turns away from her and smiles, though he is a bit nervous. Hyunjae then says it is probably his turn right now, while Yoojin thinks about how hard it will be to control this guy. Yoojin recalls how the skill will be harder to cast if the target has high stats. Left with no choice, he tries to influence Hyunjae by saying "I love you" nonchalantly, calling Hyunjae sir. Hyunjae's smiling eyes are on, and he comments on how Yoojin calls him sir. Yoojin tries it again and says "I love you, Hyunjae." But the keywords don't work on Hyunjae, so he reminds him not to reject the skill. Wow. Special service. Does this mean there will be a third time? Hyunjae feels the activation of the skill on him. He looks down at Yoojin, and instead of accepting, he rejects the skill. Yoojin suffers due to the rejection, and he glares at Hyunjae. Hyunjae claims it was only a light tap, making Yoojin curse him. This guy is a real prick. Yoojin asks what happened and if Yoojin is okay. Yoojin is pissed, but he assures his brother that he is okay. To make up for what he did, Hyunjae lends his SS-grade fire-resistant coat to Yoojin, saying it would at least keep him safe. This action makes Yoojin recall his plan to just take Hyunjae's coat. Yoojin calms himself as he looks through the perspective of 4 different S-rankers in peace. He compares the feeling to a teacher in charge of disobedient preschoolers who are making a play. Yoojin then closes his eyes, thinking that he will feel better somehow. He tells everyone to make short work of it since he is not sure if he can use the skill for long. They all proceed to their respective places. Sunhan is on top of a cliff with a bow and arrow. Yoojin ensures that Sunhan makes the first hit to make his participation in this dungeon boss subjugation count. This means instead of option 1, they will do option 3 for Sunhan's upgrade to S-class. It is the right call since there are less than 9 of them at this party. Sunhan positions himself and pulls an arrow. He releases the shot towards Babar with his power ingrained in it. He hits the exact spot, but it does nothing to the monster. Yerim is flying above Babar and confirms that it didn't even make a scratch. She announces that she will now make her move since the first hit is done. She activates Shadowless Day, followed by Frosty Side. She gathers all the cold energy to her staff and announces that she will only hit a single point of the monster's nape. After gathering cold energy in her spear, she unleashes Pale Rain on Babar. She hits the exact spot, making Babar's skin freeze. She calls for Yoojin and then moves away using her Sandals of Hermes skill. Yoojin approaches as he gathers Black Flame in his hand. He stops mid-air and releases the Black Flame right where Yerim hit Babar. The flame swirls and immediately melts Yerim's ice. Yerim is amazed that it easily melted and asks how hot it could be. It is more amazing how everyone is cooperating so far. Yoojin admits it is hard for him to breathe even though he only shares the sensory input. Hyuna then appears while writing peace. She reassures everyone that she is sturdy enough to bear the heat. She repeats the order to smash once it is all soft and announces that now is the perfect chance to do it. Yoojin looks over, thinking that Hyuna is right about it being at its weakest point. However, they still have to wait for the perfect timing to do so. This is because the flames haven't died down enough, and she should hit it before it heals itself. Oh, if Hyuna misses the right timing, either she will end up in flames or Babar will heal before Hyuna even manages to attack. Yoojin starts thinking of every variable involved in this attack. From Peace's speed, Hyuna's agility, the remaining time for the flames to die down based on his brother's senses, and the moment for Hyunjae to hit it with the last attack. Yoojin gets dizzy from all the information that his nose bleeds. Hyunjae sees this, so he grabs Yoojin's arm and puts it around him. Hyunjae reminds Yoojin that it is almost their turn. He tells Yoojin to not worry about his timing since he can figure it out for himself. Instead, Yoojin should focus on Hyuna. He claims this to make up for earlier, making Yoojin reply that he'd be a good student if that's the case. Yeah, a pretentious good student. Yoojin reminds Hyunjae to keep physical contact so that he can share the skill. Hyunjae brings out his chains as Yoojin closes his eyes to concentrate on finding the perfect timing. Hyuna prepares to attack, and Yoojin determines every tiny detail that can affect this attack. After a short while, Yoojin determines it and uses his connection with Hyuna to relay to her that exact moment. Hyuna and Peace receive the message and lunge toward the burning mess at the nape of the babar. At the same time, Hyunjae carries Yoojin with one arm as they dash toward the enemy's back. Let's all hope they make it in one piece. Dungeon breaks cause much damage to the world, even though the monsters from before were low-ranked. As time passed, the dungeons got harder to clear and stronger monsters appeared. And soon, there will be a time that S-rankers must cooperate to defeat the higher-ranking monsters. For Yoojin and his current party, this is that exact time. Yoojin is fortunate to receive a command-type skill. Yoojin is well aware of how intrusive it feels to have someone control you, but it could be considered harmless if it is an F-ranker like him. Wow, it is a Ratatouille reference. With this new skill of Yoojin, they are making history as the first coordinated raid by a group of S-rankers. With the thrill of facing a strong enemy running in their veins, Peace dashes to Babar's weak spot. Hyuna raises her spear for a stab. They reach the exact spot, and she pierces her spear with all her strength. Yerim is so glad that Hyuna did it despite the scorching temperature of the flames. Hyuna maniacally laughs at her success. Even though she's getting burned, she is bursting with glee as she proclaims how amazing it feels. Green goo appears as Hyuna pulls out her spear. Carrying Hyuna, Peace leaps away, and more green stuff splashes out of Babar. This must be that toad's blood. Babar opens its mouth as a green sticky substance flows from its back. Hyunjae watches from above, thinking that is the spot where he must stick his chains in. Yoojin, whose eyes are still closed, tells Hyunjae to go all out since he can use his bracelet as protection. Hyunjae prepares for his attack. He already received Yerim's buff, and now Yoojin activates the effect of his veteran F-ranker title. The effect is instantaneous. Hyunjae increases his chains and lighting runs through them. His eyes widen as he felt how Yoojin's buff had doubled his skill attack damage. Multiple chains pierce the back of Babar's neck and lightning zaps through them. Yoojin can tell how overpowered this is, while Hyunjae still feels amazed that he can't help giving a genuine smile. Hyunjae continued the electrical discharge on Babar, causing a massive blast of light throughout the dungeon. Once Hyunjae releases it, the nape of Babar gets completely destroyed. Its eyes turn white, and it falls with a big thud to the ground. Just wow. They should do more coordinated dungeon raids with a group of S-rankers. Yerim looks ecstatic as she asks for confirmation if they really did defeat it. The fall of Babar causes a vast rumble, and the ground is still getting destroyed due to the impact. It causes a giant explosion on the ground. Everyone must move back to avoid any fragments thrown in the chaos. Knowing that they won't make it in time, Sunhan tells them to move back. The system appears and notifies that the upgrade condition is now fulfilled. Sunhan Kim's stats and skill proficiency also increased. Sunhan activates his shield skill, completely deflecting all the rocks coming their way. Yerim is so amazed by this and asks how it is possible. I guess only Yoojin, Youyun, and Sunhan are the only people aware of this raid's real purpose. In a different location, Yoojin and Hyunjae land in a farther location, unaffected by the fall of the monster. They watch as Sunhan activates his shield skill and protects everyone else. But before Yoojin can even admire this, he tries to hold himself steady with the support of Hyunjae. He is worried if everyone is okay, but he is in no real position to do so as his nose starts bleeding again. Knowing he is about to faint, Yoojin tells Hyunjae that he will nap, so they should do their best not to fight. Yoojin faints before he finishes his sentence, and Hyunjae grabs Yoojin's arm before falling to the ground. I doubt this guy would listen. Sunhan's shield skill remains activated as the ground calms from its rumbling. Babar is now dead, and this is proof enough how the first high-class coordinated attack ended in success. With Yoojin unconscious, the SS rank skill Stern Mother Hendril Surgeon is now deactivated. But this skill is so potent that it still leaves the targets with a lingering connection with one another. Hyuna gushes affectionately for Peace, complimenting the magic beast as she hugs it tightly. Yerim and Youyun look at one another and clap each other's hands with their accomplishment. Still, they immediately feel awkward about it and turn their back on one another. They all felt the relief of defeating an unbelievably strong enemy. With their previous connections, they form a sense of camaraderie. I hope it lasts long. Sunhan runs towards Yoojin and Hyunjae and asks if Yoojin is okay. For Hyunjae, it was not the excellent coordination that lingers. Instead, he still relishes the feeling of how his power was doubled. He feels euphoric about finding a source that could make him more powerful. But let us wait for Youyun and the others to arrive first. For now, let us cut to where the system is. Their newbie claims that the real target is Yoojin and complains how this wasn't supposed to happen since Babar is a monster that will take 5 years before it comes out. Behind him, Deer is lying face down on the floor while Tree is repairing the system. Yep, that is the punishment for playing around with the descriptions. Newbie is still panicking and asks the others if the filial duty addicts are behind this. Tree calms him down since the attempt is made within Honey's world and not from outside. The merperson says someone tried using the teleportation skill to go to Honey. This makes Newbie confused since it would require at least SSS or legendary rank skills to do that. So Babar popped out because Chirpy tried teleporting to a dungeon. Yoojin's lil kid caused a big problem. The system gets back a visual of the dungeon where Yoojin is, and they are glad that Babar is taken care of immediately. Tree admits how he thought they would have to do more for this feat, so he said to give everyone a lot of rewards. Merperson checks beside Tree and observes that something isn't right. On their screen, they see Hyunjae crouching where Honey is. Back to our MC and his unruly kids. The others still haven't arrived. Yoojin is still knocked out from his skill, and Hyunjae looks at him like a delicious food up for his picking. Hyunjae asks who Yoojin truly is as he thinks he can wait for their contract to end if it is for Yoojin's magic beast tamer skills. But Yoojin somehow became more appealing to him as time passed. Hyunjae knows that Yoojin is hiding a lot, from the foresight of what is to happen, the precise timing of his getting a command type ability, and most of all, Yoojin's ability to share a double attack damage skill. Having felt it for himself, he could never let go of that kind of power. Hyunjae looks at his hand with a dark face as he mulls over things. Hyunjae is disappointed that such abilities come from a person, not a simple item. Hyunjae believes he could get it for himself if it was an item. He carries Yoojin again, one hand over his shoulder, as Yoojin lands beside Sunhan. Yoojin asks if his brother is okay and says he will take his brother. Hyunjae doesn't let Yoojin finish and says he will keep Yoojin. Oh no, that's a wrong move, mister. Lil bro is the type who would do anything for his big bro. Yoojin is shocked by this, but Hyunjae simply brings out his chains and claims that he will feed and take care of Yoojin from now on. Hyunjae announces that he will take this with him. Hey, our MC is not an item. Undoubtedly, you're jerkwad number 1 in Hyuna's contacts. Yoojin is furious at this claim, while Hyuna, who just arrived with peace, comments that Hyunjae truly is out of his mind. Yerim reaches the group and also hears Hyunjae's insane proclamation. She tells him to give Yoojin back. Sunhan and Peace glare at Hyunjae as they prepare to attack. Yoojin repeats it to hand his brother back to him. Yoojin's sword is unsheathed, ready to make a move if necessary. Hyunjae glares at Yoojin, thinking that an Iridan is still clinging, and wonders if he should just kill him. He is still in physical contact with Yoojin, so he still has the double attack damage skill active. He ponders if he should just make an excuse that everyone else died because of Babar. This guy needs a proper beating. Everyone else looks at Hyunjae's every move, ready to pounce if he makes any attempt. Hyunjae is still thinking about the repercussions once they get outside the dungeon. Still, he is snapped out of his thoughts as Hyuna pierces her spear and pulls it out to point at Hyunjae. Hyuna reminds Hyunjae that while the rest will hesitate to attack in case Yoojin gets hurt, she is different. She won't hold back in her attacks if he makes a mistake. She tells Hyunjae that he better listen now that things are done. Hyunjae changed his views on gauging the situation based on what Hyuna just said. He thinks about how Yoojin's bracelet is now broken and quickly comes to a decision. He removes Yoojin from his shoulder and gives him up, making an excuse that nobody is on his side. He hands Yoojin to Hyuna, and immediately, Yoojin attacks Hyunjae once his brother is gone from his arms. Lil bro is a literal hothead. Expecting this attack, Hyunjae uses his chains against Yoojin's sword, claiming he is nice, and returns Yoojin. He then asks Yoojin if he is attacking because he is not wearing his fire-resistant coat, which makes him conclude why Yoojin wants it for himself. Yoojin gathers black flame in his hand and throws it at Hyunjae, but Hyunjae easily deflects it with his chains. Fire versus lightning. The two prepare to unleash their best, but before they can even do so, a blast of ice gets between them. Yerim yells for them to stop and reminds them that they must get out of the dungeon with Yoojin. Hyuna yells for Hyunjae to stop acting like a kid and harassing the other kids. She then throws the precious coat to Hyunjae while she yells for Yoojin to take care of his brother, or she will throw Yoojin on the ground. You shouldn't have done that, Hyuna. Yoojin really likes that coat. There goes Yoojin's chance to take it for himself. Yoojin removes his coat and threatens Hyunjae to not even think about getting close to Yoojin. Hyunjae ignores the threat and says he can't do that since he likes Yoojin. This makes Yoojin glare at the older man, and Hyuna yells for them to stop. Yoojin prioritizes his brother and covers him with his own coat. Hyuna tells Yoojin to not mind the pricks, since this might turn for the better. If Hyunjae really likes Yoojin, he will surely take care of Yoojin and ensure his safety. Yerim scolds Hyunjae as Hyuna talks to Yoojin. Hyuna reminds him that Yoojin is not as fragile as he thinks. Yoojin is resting, yet he grinds his teeth as he mutters how they should not fight. Those are extraordinary senses, big bro. You can tell they are fighting even in your sleep. Things have settled down, and the group leaves the dungeon. After that dungeon raid, news spread about the appearance of an SS-class monster in an A-rank dungeon. This brought great tension to everyone, hence details of the raid aren't revealed to the public. To give everyone a good news, the news of Sunhan's upgrade is released to the whole world. In a different place, a few locks of hair fall to the table, and a guild staff member calls for her guild master. She screams her lungs out when she finds Hyuna shaving her head. Hyuna claims she shaved it since her hair is burnt. Her staff worries that their sponsors will get angry with her guild master's actions. Even the Breaker Guild staff calls their sponsors old geezers. Hyuna says she doesn't really care and that they should at least be glad that she didn't shave everything off. She leaves the room, claiming this is a small matter to get so uptight about. The woman who used to worry about the opinions of her sponsors is now gone. Everyone who participated in this dungeon raid is about to experience more changes. From Yoojin's appearance as a magic beast tamer, the awakened with blacksmith skills, the upgrade of an A-ranker to an S-ranker, to even the successful cooperative attack of S-rankers who never worked together before. This is the dawn of a new age. In Sejong Guild, Hyunjae is on the phone saying how the plan changed. He gives instructions for everyone to prepare themselves for returning to Korea, including the twin siblings of the venomous curse, Dragon Dio Valshisis. What? That crazy natural-born S-ranker is one of Hyunjae's people? You're getting more sus by the second, Hyunjae. Every change happening right now makes the cogwheels turn, and in the center of it all is our MC. Chirpy tries to wake Yoojin by continuously pecking him with his beak. Chirpy sees that Yoojin is starting to open his eyes, so he gives him a good body slam in the face. This shocks Yoojin into wakefulness. Yoojin sits up because of the attack and asks Chirpy if he is hungry. Chirpy peeps at Yoojin, trying to tell him things, but Yoojin is then called by Yerim and the others. There are tears in everyone's eyes except for Sunhan. They are glad that Yoojin finally regained consciousness, but the welcome overwhelms Yoojin. He asks why everyone is there. Yoojin looks at his clothes and thinks about how he fell asleep in the dungeon due to exhaustion. Seeing that he is wearing hospital clothes, he asks if he has slept for a long time. Manhwa frantically yells that Yoojin slept for 2 days. Our MC must be exhausted with using multiple skills at once, considering that his MP is also low. Sunhan assures him that the doctors who looked at Yoojin said nothing is wrong with his body, so there is no need to worry too much. This makes Myungwoo glare at Sunhan as he shouts how Yoojin overworked himself to the point that he has to sleep for 2 days. Myungwoo continues to complain that although their team has 4 S-rankers, Yoojin still has to exert himself. Myungwoo is so angry that Chirpy joins the scolding. Sunhan and Yerim apologize for their inability to care for an F-ranker. Yoojin can't comment on this since he finds that Myungwoo has gotten so scary in such a short period. Yes, this caretaker is scary. If one makes a mistake, it's goodbye to the chance of getting stronger equipment. Trying to change the subject, Yerim says Chirpy kept crying, so they got permission to bring him over. She asks Yoojin if she should take Chirpy back so that he can rest more. Yoojin smiles, saying it's okay. Yoojin holds Chirpy in his hands and pets him as he asks Chirpy if he missed Daddy. He then remembers the purpose of the dungeon raid and checks if Sunhan managed to upgrade. He opens his skill, My Kid is the Best, and the photo album of influenced S-rankers appears before him. There are currently 5 on his list. Aside from Yoojin and Yerim, Hyuna, Sunhan, and Peace are now on his list. I'd wonder if Hyunjae will ever become a part of this list. Yoojin confirms that Sunhan is successful in his upgrade, but he is more shocked to find that Peace is also in his book. Myungwoo sees the change in Yoojin and asks if he is okay. Yoojin wonders what exactly happened for Peace to grow quickly while Yoojin is asleep. Clearly agitated, Yoojin announces that he's going to see Peace. Myungwoo says that the doctors told them he should stay another day, while Sunhan says that Peace and their guild master left for a dungeon raid. Yoojin is startled to learn that Peace is now with Yoojin. Yoojin remembers that Yoojin told him about an S-grade dungeon that he manages. He then asks why Sunhan didn't join them. Sunhan and Yerim nervously share a look, clearly thinking how much they can say. Yerim makes a choice and avoids eye contact as she reveals that only Yoojin and Peace went inside the dungeon. What the? Yoojin is so adamant about his brother entering a dungeon. Yet, here he is, making his brother worry for the same reason. Yoojin is so shocked by this news that his eyes widen with dread. He lifts his mouth into a smile, but Yoojin is obviously anxious at this news. Yerim and Sunghan then explain what happened before they entered the dungeon. Everyone on the team is preparing for the raid near the gate. The others are excited to finally experience a dungeon raid with Peace. Still, Peace suddenly uses his gigantification skill and bursts into flames. This shocks the other guild members, but they find this fantastic instead of scary. Wait, do you mean to say that Peace became an S-class all on his own? Yoojin sees this and asks what happened, while another asks if Peace has always been this big. Peace continues to flare, and Yoojin observes how Peace has grown with its fiery fur and extended horn. Peace growls as he stares at Yoojin, and Yoojin returns the look. Yoojin suddenly shoots his black flame, making a clear line between him and Peace on one side. This surprises the other members, who are confused by their guild master's actions. Yoojin then commands everyone to get out, and only he and Peace will be entering the dungeon this time. Did these two reach an understanding with just a look? I guess they do make the perfect partner for each other. Yoojin makes an incomprehensible face in this story. With his furrowed brows and frowning mouth, Yerim asks if Yoojin has finally calmed down. Only Sunghan, Yerim, and Chirpy are left with Yoojin in his hospital room. Myungwoo is sorry that he has to go because he has work and cannot help with the current situation. Yoojin is still irritated, but he knows he can do nothing now since the gate is already closed. 10 minutes earlier, Yoojin was creating chaos at this news. Everyone is trying to stop him, but he doesn't care since his fear resistance was activated then. He reflects on his previous actions, but Yoojin cannot remain calm. He curses that his stubborn brother went into an S-grade dungeon with only him and Peace. Lil Bro will surely get much scolding from Big Bro once he returns. Yerim calms him down by telling him to lightly breathe in twice and release a long exhale. Sunghan reminds Yerim that she is teaching a breathing technique for women in labor. Yoojin can't rest easy as he thinks an S-class dungeon will take at least 10 days to clear, and the two won't be able to rest since there are only 2 of them in it. Yerim ignores Sunghan and reminds Yoojin to breathe. Yoojin somewhat heeds the breathing technique, though he is still frustrated. Sunghan says they would be okay since they have gate stones. Yerim agrees, and as a master of changing topics, she asks Yoojin what rewards he got from their last dungeon raid. This distracts Yoojin somewhat, and Yerim pushes Yoojin in that direction of a subject by showing off her rewards from Babar. Yerim probably just wants to flex her new gear. Yerim received the Mermaid Queen of Sea Waves earrings, a pair of elegant blue gem earrings. This SS great equipment increases her mana and mentality stats and lets her move underwater. Aside from this, it adds 30% to the skill effect of her water and ice-related skills. Yoojin is amazed by these effects, saying that Yerim will be unbeatable when she's in water. Yerim is so proud that she says she will be raiding all the underwater dungeons using this. She looks far into the future, thinking how this will make her a lot of money to repay her debts. She shares how she managed to repay at least half of it after clearing the dungeon where Babar was. But then Yerim suddenly slumps, thinking how she will again go into debt once she buys new equipment, and she still needs to purchase ice-resistant items for her raid team. Yoojin smiles at this, commenting how she still has a long way to go in achieving those goals. She starts complaining that she can't borrow equipment from the guild since her attributes are the complete opposite of their guild master. Yoojin looks at Yerim fondly while thinking that she is steadily growing. She used to be an A ranker before regression. Now she is an S ranker who receives guidance from the veteran hunters aside from those in the Hayam guild. Yoojin continues to smile as he daydreams about how much Yerim will grow in the future. The difference in her life from before to now is so vast. It is an excellent thing for her that our MC sought her out. Sunghan and Yerim whisper to each other, thinking that they successfully distracted Yoojin from what happened. Sunghan decides to follow Yerim and shows the reward he got, which is a gate stone. He also shares his gratitude for becoming an S ranker after this raid. Yoojin is like an old man, and Sunghan and Yerim are the grandchildren trying their best to ensure the old man doesn't get stressed. Yerim continues the topic and asks what Yoojin got as a reward, saying she is really curious about it. Yoojin checks his inventory and finds an SS grade item within. Yerim is amazed that Yoojin got an SS rank item as well. Yoojin clicks on it, and it glows bright blue, shocking everyone. The object appears with a blue aura around it. The item is called the Nameless Demon King's Old Spinning Wheel. As the blue light disappears, Yoojin and the rest take a good look at the SS grade item. Yoojin says it is an old spinning wheel used by a demon king before. Chirpy climbs the wheel, taking a close look as well. Sunghan wonders if the item was used for threading, while Yerim thinks it is a weird hobby for a demon king to pick up. Yerim needs to meet Sadao Mao, and she'll gain enlightenment. Yerim puts the spinning wheel in Yoojin's head, wondering if it is meant to be equipped. Yoojin lets her do as she pleases while saying that the item seems to be a material or an ingredient instead of equipment. Yoojin holds it to his head, with Chirpy still atop the wheel. He thinks the system would have purposely given this to him for a reason, and he should ask them about it. As he thinks of the word dungeon, his mind suddenly makes the connection. He thinks of an S-rank dungeon and how his brother and Peace are entirely on their own inside one. Yoojin becomes gloomy, and Yerim and Sunghan are shocked at the change. Suddenly, Yoojin starts cursing again because of his stubborn brother. Yerim reminds Yoojin of the breathing technique to make him calm down. As the big bro, Yoojin can't stop himself from worrying. After some time has passed, Sunghan checks up on Yoojin in his room and finds that he is not asleep. Sunghan thinks that Yoojin is only spacing out since he can't see Yoojin checking out Yoojin and Peace's status with his skill. Worried, Sunghan says that this is an early symptom of dementia. This shocks Yoojin, so he grabs the remote control claiming that he just can't sleep and will watch TV instead. The TV opens with a news show about how Sunghan Kim will soon be appointed Vice Guild Master of Haeyeon Guild. This makes Yoojin look at Sunghan with shock since the man being reported is right before him. Sunghan is a bit shy as he admits how Yerim was also considered for the position. However, she is still studying, so the guild chose him for the role. The guild made the right choice in choosing Sunghan. I just can't imagine Yerim as the Vice Guild Master. This makes Yoojin look at Sunghan with proud admiration. Yoojin clasps Sunghan's hand, announcing that he is the best man for the job and how he looks forward to it. Sunghan says his thanks, while Yoojin says that they should celebrate the party for his promotion. Sunghan claims it is okay since many people already congratulated him, and even the Hanshin Guild sent him a bouquet as congratulations. Yoojin is amazed at this and remembers how Minyu Park paid close attention to Sunghan. Sunghan says he has a connection with them since he was part of the Hanshin Guild before. Now we're learning more about Sunghan's past. This is the first time Yoojin has heard about this, so Sunghan explains it further. He says the guild is under the Hanshin group, and he was colleagues with Mingyu back then. Sunghan received an offer to marry the owner's daughter after he awakened as an A rank, but after that, Mingyu awakened as an S ranker. So instead of Sunghan, Mingyu met the daughter and got married, and because of this, Mingyu became Hanshin Guild's guild master. Oh, so there was a case of arranged marriage. Yoojin thought it would be a good story to hear, so the sudden turn to drama shocked him speechless. Sunghan is calm as he tells how his relationship with Mingyu became strained. Yoojin compares it to a K-drama plot, and he is completely hooked. Feeling giddy, Yoojin asks if Mingyu is afraid that he might lose his position as a husband and that it will be stolen. Sunghan misses the point, saying he was only an A-ranker then. Though Sunghan admits that the bouquet came with a letter saying he should stay in Haeyeon for good. Yoojin trembles at this news, thinking he is right in guessing the actual plot. Our MC's imagination is so wild that he is physically affected by such things. Sunghan remains nonchalant, saying he is relieved that Haeyeon is now stable. On top of that, Hanshin Guild doesn't see them as a threat despite their current number of S-rankers. He explains how Mingyu's personality is humble and how, unlike other guilds, he's not really out there to make Hanshin stronger. Yoojin looks at Sunghan, thinking how this man puts more weight on the welfare of the guild rather than his own. Sunghan smiles as he reveals how others said that his opportunity was stolen back then, but the truth is, Sunghan prefers how things are right now. He admits that he has no desire to become a guild master and feels more comfortable as a supporting character. Sunghan promises Yoojin that he will continue to support their guild master. Yoojin admiringly looks at Sunghan as he recalls how this same man cared for everyone from getting crushed by the rumbling rocks from Babar's fall. This proves how Sunghan will be a great team player despite becoming an S-ranker. Among the S-rankers, Sunghan is undoubtedly the most obedient of all. Yoojin is so happy that his brother's guild will have a bright future with the presence of Sunghan. He smiles cheerfully as he expresses his delight at having Sunghan beside him. Yoon pops out of the window as he agrees with Yoojin, commenting that Sunghan is a veteran in this profession. Yoojin and Sunghan are shocked by the appearance of Dakibi, while Yoon calmly greets his boss. Yoon gives a bag of food, saying he brought it as a gift so that he can eat it as well. That reasoning is perfect for gluttons. Sunghan is worried it might be dangerous, but Yoojin assures him that Yoon is his friend. Chirpy looks at Yoon and the food in wonder. Yoojin takes advantage of the situation and says, "I love you" to Yoon for taking the time to visit him. Yoojin hands him a drink as he thinks about how he already influenced Yoon and if there was any progress in his teleportation skill. Yoon eats the food he brought while holding the drink and chirpy in both hands. Yoojin uses his skill on Yoon, and a message appears saying they are an incomplete species. It then adds that an essential item similar to its element is required. Yoojin is confused by this message, as he wonders what incomplete species are. Yoon is so busy eating that he mistakes Chirpy for a dumpling. In Yoon's defense, Chirpy looks a lot like food. Yoojin mulls over the system's message on how there should be similar elements, then thinks about how Yoon's fundamental element was an old water wheel. This thought gives Yoojin an idea, and he takes the SS grade item he got as a reward. Thinking that both are old wheels might be why the system gave it as a reward. Yoojin holds the nameless Demon King's old spinning wheel and asks Yoon if he needs it. Yoojin explains how he got it as a reward while Yoon holds it and gives it a closer look. Yoon says it belonged to a Demon King before and the item is older than him. Yoojin is surprised that Yoon can appraise it. Yoon describes a Demon King as a scary being with big horns and a strong body. Yoojin doesn't think much of this and simply agrees. Hearing Yoojin's agreement, Yoon decides to become a Demon King then. Yoojin asks what Yoon means and how he will become a different species. Yoon wants to scare people, hence he chose to become the Demon King. Yoojin cannot finish his question, and the SS grade item starts glowing, and dark tentacle-like power emerges. They were so shocked by this development, but Sunhan quickly activated his shield to protect them. Sunhan asks what this is, but the dark stuff takes hold of him, and Yoojin panics as he asks Yoon what he is doing right now. Yoojin looks at Yoon and sees the big horns, bat-like wings, and even Yoon's hair has turned dark. Yoon claims he will become a Demon King since those are scarier beings and laugh loudly. Yoojin is overwhelmed by the change and uses his skill to check Yoon's status. Currently, Yoon is an SS ranker. His classification changed from Dakebe to a Class 1 demon named Demon King Yoon. Does you really have to become a Demon King just to scare people? Yoojin is horrified at how Yoon turned into a Demon King, as Yoon proclaims he is now one. This makes Yoojin question if this was the right thing for him to do. Yoon madly laughs as he proclaims he is now a Demon King. Red energy fills the air, and the pressure it exudes is too much that Yoojin's B-grade shield activates. The Dukibi turned into a complete wacko. Yoojin is confused about what is happening as he holds Chirpy in one hand. To suddenly evolve into an SS ranker Demon King is unheard of, and Yoojin wonders if Yoon is now even stronger than Babar in his current state. For Yoojin, Babar is more manageable than Yoon. Nope, you're only saying that cause you successfully dealt with Babar. Sunhan screams for Yoojin. One of the dark tentacles keeps hold of him and covers his neck. Yoojin yells back, but Yoon is so excited by this power. He continues to laugh and asks if Yoojin is now scared. Yoojin knows that if Yoon is left alone, everything nearby will be ruined since even an S-class like Sunhan is having difficulty handling this situation. Then, Yoojin realizes that, although Sunhan is in a tight position, Yoojin remains unscathed. Yoon can easily pierce Yoojin's shield or strangle him. But Yoon is not doing any of those. Yoon's aura has not touched Yoojin or the area near him. Yoojin wonders if this is Chirpy's ability, but seeing the little guy knocked out, he concludes that it is not because of Chirpy. This gives him an idea, and he checks his skill to see if Yoon is still under his influence. Yoojin is relieved that this stubborn kid is still under his influence even though he is now a Demon King. He concludes that Yoon still perceives him as the grandma who took good care of him before as a water wheel. So Yoon is in complete control of the situation. He's just doing things as he pleases. With this realization, Yoojin musters up his acting skill and embodies the characteristics of a nagging grandma. Yoojin is irritated as he yells at Yoon that he is not scared, calling Yoon a brat. He scolds Yoon for causing chaos in a hospital, making Yoon stop whatever he is doing. Yoojin then takes a fishing rod toy from his inventory. He yells for Yoon to come over, and the doctors want to punish him. Yoojin smacks Yoon on the legs with a toy fishing rod as he reprimands Yoon. Yoon stammers while calling Yoojin grandma but corrects himself and calls Yoojin boss instead. Yoon feels confused as he asks if Yoojin is not scared now that he is a Demon King. Yoon can't let go of playing pranks even though he is now a Demon King. Yoojin yells that there is nothing scary about a Demon King since it is cliché and that a Dukibi is multiple times more terrifying. As Yoojin says this, he thinks about how Yoon really loves to scare people whenever he can. But since he is still under his influence, Yoon may still listen to him if he says something along these lines. Yoojin reminds Yoon of how Myungwoo and Heian fainted back when he was a goblin. Yoon says that Yoojin said he wasn't scary as a dookiebi. Then Yoon wonders if others are the same. Yoon looks at the restrained Sunhan. Yoojin and Sunhan are surprised. So Yoojin makes a scared expression to cue Sunhan. Sunhan somehow gets the message and shouts that he agrees that dookibis are much scarier. He adds that he was only startled because he is worried for Yoojin's safety. Sunhan said all this while still tied up and hanging in the air. Yoojin proves his point with this, slightly concerned if it will work. Sunhan is slowly following our MC's road to acting. Yoon then calms down and starts changing his form. Yoojin is glad it is working, pushing the goblins are scarier idea by inciting Sunhan to agree that Yoon's dookibi is much scarier. Sunhan, Yoojin, and even Chirpy act like they are so scared. Sunhan also says how anyone who sees him will faint at sight. Yoon looks at them with wonder and smiles, hearing their cries of horror. Yoon has the makings of a sadist. He laughs and concludes that he won't be a demon king anymore. Just as it was easy for him to turn into a demon, Yoon broke off the red aura and released Sunhan. Sunhan comments on how things are going back to normal. Yoojin looks at Yoon and says not everything did. Yoon's bat-like wings disappear, and he proclaims that instead of a demon king, he will be the great Dookibi King Yoon. Yoon's hair reverts to white, and his mask cracks into pieces with his transformation. His clothes also change into something elegant now. Anyone can see the beauty hidden behind the mask. Sunhan is right, people will surely faint if they see Yoon. The nameless demon king's old spinning wheel is now attached to a chain and is worn like a necklace by Yoon. Not missing a beat, he announces his own arrival with grandeur and a cloud-like aura. Yoojin, Chirpy, and Sunhan are all amazed by this change in Yoon, and Yoojin can't help saying that Yoon has evolved. Sunhan then asks if everything's okay now. Looking closely at this item, Yoon elevates the spinning wheel chain to his neck. As if answering Sunhan, he says he still has some of the Demon King's power, but his power as a Dookibi is much stronger now. This is possible because Yoon has decided to become the great Dookibi King instead. Yoon should have just stuck with being the Dookibi instead of causing all that trouble. Yoon announces he got new skills, as people outside the hospital room knock to ask what is happening and if the patient is okay. Yoojin instructs Sunhan to deal with the matter outside. Sunhan goes to the door but still hesitates. He asks if Yoojin will be fine with just the two of them. Yoojin reassures him that it is safe since they don't harm people. As he says this, Yoon is back to how he usually is and plays with Chirpy, who is in his head. Sunhan leaves the room, and Yoojin admits that Yoon did destroy the room they are in. He turns his head to where Yoon and Chirpy are and asks for Yoon's new skills, but gets stunned when Yoojin finds a complete copy of himself, whether it is Yoojin's face, body shape, and even his clothes. Yoon then says that he is Yoojin. I'm sure Lil Bro would still be able to tell who's the real big bro if he sees this. Chirpy can't help but be confused since two of his dads are before him. Yoon explains his skill Dookibi mask lets him transform his appearance at will, but this does not apply to the stats or skills of those that he copies. Yoojin says it would be a real cheat if he could also copy those. Yoon returns Chirpy to his boss and reverts to his new Dookibi King form. Yoojin is so curious that he asks if Yoon managed to unlock a skill that lets him travel longer distances. Yoon checks and says that there is and activates Dookibi Gate. From where Yoon stands arises a two-door red gate with a traditional Korean design. Yoon explains that the skill lets him travel far every 10 days as long as the place is somewhere he has visited before. That is so convenient. Since it is a big gate, Yoon can bring an army when there are dungeon breaks. Hearing this news, Yoojin can't help but be ecstatic. Yoojin jumps up and down, and Yoon is confused by his boss' actions. Yoojin stops jumping and instead cries. Yoojin is so happy that Yoon managed to unlock this skill. He was worried that Yoon would stay as a demon king, unable to use such skills. Now that he has seen that Yoon has the skill, he is sure that dungeon research will be easier to conduct with Yoon around. With his line of thought, Yoojin says they should investigate a dungeon right now. Yoon stops him before Yoojin can go on and claims he is busy. This perplexes Yoojin, so Yoon explains that as a great Dookibi king, he needs his own people to serve him. To do this, Yoon must visit old places with old things that have been used for a long time. Understanding dawns on Yoojin, and he asks if Yoon can now create goblins. The Dookibi Gate opens, and Yoon confirms that he has a responsibility and duty to do so as the great Dookibi king. Yoon enters the gate and waves goodbye to his boss. Yoojin is stunned that Yoon is going to go just like that. He thinks fast about how he can make Yoon conduct work. Yoojin asks Yoon to investigate dungeons while he is making subordinates. After checking out Japan, he also suggests that Yoon visits China since its huge population will be conducive to his goal. Yoojin makes Yoon pinky promise to investigate dungeons as he does his task, and Yoon agrees to it. As he leaves, Yoon looks back, saying that he will be back after he finds a lot of subordinates. If Yoon can make awaken some of his kinds, and some of those are S-rankers, our MC's life would be easier. Yoojin and Chirpy wave goodbye, and Yoojin sighs with relief that it is taken care of somehow. He wonders how many subordinates Yoon has in mind as he looks around the destroyed room. Ignoring the mess, Yoojin wonders if he should create a Dakibi village and purchase territory for Yoon and his subordinates. Yoojin is engrossed in his thoughts, not knowing that after a few months, he will regret letting Yoon go at this time. I wonder what kind of mayhem will Yoon pull at that time. In the Haeyeon Guild headquarters, Shimyeon is on the phone with the chairman of the Korean Hunters Association. They talk about how Yoojin will be discharged that day and that the monster training facility is done with its construction. Shimyeon wants to say more, but he pauses and ends the call right after. He yells for an emergency, worried that something will happen right when their guild master is away. Where's the fire? It's rare for Shimyeon to get this flustered. Haeyeon looks at her uncle and asks what exactly happened. Shimyeon says that the KHA sent a representative to escort Yoojin, which only confuses Haeyeon. She says this is safer for Yoojin than having another guildmaster as his escort. Shimyeon feels like he will get a headache. He explains that while those guildmasters are also dangerous, the person the association sent is on a different level. In KHA, the chief officer tags that he is out for a business trip. This man is the representative that the association decided to send as an escort and facility tour guide for Yoojin. And he's the same person that Shimyeon deems a lot more dangerous. Is this guy even more dangerous than the Sejong Guild Master? In the hospital, Yerim frowns as she asks what happened in one night. She is bewildered at how a specially constructed hunter ward can get destroyed. Yoojin reassures her that nothing concerning really happened since he's okay. Yerim doubts his words while looking closely at Yoojin's eye bags. Yerim says with conviction that he didn't get any sleep, so there's no way he's okay. Yoojin looks away, thinking he was only up all night since he is checking with his skill to see if his brother is still among the living. That's ingenious. He can use my kid as the best skill that way too. Just then, Yoojin realizes something is wrong and asks why Yerim is there on a weekday when she has school to go to. Yerim is shocked at how sharp Yoojin is and makes an excuse that the teacher sent her over. She scratches her nape, but Yoojin can imagine how Yerim must have intimidated her teacher in doing so. He scolds Yerim to follow the rules even if she is an S-ranker. Yoojin continues to lecture Yerim as they walk out of his hospital room, but Yerim simply laughs it off. Yoojin knows well how the awakened can easily ignore the laws if they wish to. This is more true when it comes to S-rankers who have strength beyond what society can handle. Even in foreign lands, the S-rankers have greater control than the government. In some cases, they have entirely overthrown the government. So, it is something akin to a rebellion once a group of awakened chooses to ignore the law. In the case of Korea, the nation is still able to do its job because of a particular person's existence. Yoojin tells Yerim to return to school since someone has already been assigned to accompany him. It's the first time Yerim hears about it and asks who it is. Yoojin explains how KHA sent a representative who would escort and give him a tour of a monster training facility. The person Yoojin refers to is the only S-ranker who serves the country and supports the KHA when dealing with the big guilds. This man is also responsible for arresting high-rankers who have broken the law. I guess this is the same guy who arrested Yoojin back when Yoojin visited another guild and caused destruction. Yoojin is in front of the hospital with Yerim, and Yerim exclaims upon learning that the guy is Chief Song, who she's heard before from Hyuna. Just then, a man approaches them, asking for confirmation if he is Hunter Yoojin Han. The man presents his identification card, indicating that he is the Taewon Song they were just talking about. Taewon introduces himself to them as the Chief Officer of the Awakened People Management, affiliated with the Ministry of Public Administration and Security. It was the first time Yerim and Yoojin met the man, so they were surprised to find that Chief Song would be such a huge man. Yoojin knows how big S-rankers are, but Taewon's large build just pops out because of his broad frame. It seems like he is bigger than Hyunjae or Sunghan. Taewon says to wait while he parks his car and moves away. Yoojin and Yerim watch Taewon, who struggles to get in his red car. The two felt like they were having a hard time with what Taewon was doing, and Yerim couldn't help but ask why he goes around in such a way. Yoojin says it might be because he's a public servant. Yerim asks why an S-ranker would drive such a car. But before Yoojin can answer, the black car arrives and doesn't stop until it hits Taewon's red car. The impact causes the red car to destruction with parts of it flying in the air. Yerim and Yoojin are so shocked that Yoojin can only imagine that they have to prepare for the funeral right after their meeting. Is it goodbye already? The red car is utterly destroyed, but Taewon simply gets out of the rubble, and Yoojin is relieved that Taewon is an S-ranker, so he is sure to survive such an accident. Yoojin wonders who has the gall to do such a thing to Taewon. A man steps out of the black car, saying it was unintentional. The man is none other than Yoonjae, who smilingly says he always gets this urge to accelerate whenever he sees Taewon's large form bending inside the car. This dude really loves to provoke people into a fight. Taewon looks at Yoonjae, while Yerim can't help cursing at Yoonjae. Yoojin immediately covers Yerim's mouth and tells her to shut her mouth and instead help evacuate the people in the hospital. Yoojin is worried that there will be a big fight between the two S-rankers as he watches the two stand a foot apart. Yoonjae smiles as he offers to pay for the damage or even give Taewon his black car to replace the destroyed vehicle. Taewon glares at the car key being shoved into his chest, but he only sighs and keeps calm, claiming he can't accept such things above a certain amount since it may be considered bribery. Taewon says he will call his insurance company instead and turns away from Yoonjae. I like this new character's indifference. This turn of events shocked both Yerim and Yoojin. They are amazed to find that there is an S-ranker who avoids fighting with another S-ranker. Yerim says that if it were their guildmaster or Hyuna, everything would have exploded by now. The two get more stunned when they find Taewon cleaning the broken remains of his car. There is no doubt that this guy is a great model of what S-rankers should aspire to be. Yerim and Yoojin find Taewon's existence eye-opening. Taewon's nature as an S-rank police officer distinguishes him from those unruly kids. Taewon calls to report the incident, while Yoojin continues to admire the man for remaining calm despite what happened. He thinks about it for a moment, and Yoojin deduces that this is not the first time this kind of thing happened to Taewon. Yoojin glares at Yoonjae, thinking that this guy is the main perpetrator whenever Taewon experiences this kind of thing. Our MC treats Taewon like one of his kids even though he hasn't influenced him. Feeling Yoojin's gaze, Yoonjae turns to look at Yoojin and smiles innocently while putting in all his charm. Caught by the man, Yoojin pales and feels chills running through his body. Yoonjae walks towards Yoojin and asks if he is alright, since he must be devastated to find that his brother is off on a dungeon raid with only peace. Yoojin was reminded of this, but his current concern lies with the man before him. Yoonjae offers a bag filled with sweets to Yoojin, but Yerim snatches them away and eats them in front of Yoonjae. That's it, Yerim. Protect our MC by eating his snacks. While munching, Yerim asks why Yoonjae is there when Yoojin already got released from the hospital. Yoonjae smiles, saying they refuse his admittance, hence he can't visit. Yoojin wonders what exactly transpired while he was asleep. Still, he changes the subject by asking why Yoonjae is there right now. Yoonjae says he is there to pick him up since Yoojin is the father of Soyeon's infant foreign-winged dark dragon. He explains that Soyeon is already at the facility and offers to ride together and tour the place. Now he's planning to take Taewon's job. Hearing this, Yerim gets in the way between Yoonjae and Yoojin. Taewon is done with his call and hears this as well. He tells Yoonjae that presenting the facility to Yoojin is his responsibility. Yoonjae smiles and reminds Taewon that his car is destroyed. Yoonjae adds salt to the wound by asking if Taewon intends to have Yoojin ride such a thing. Yoojin rebuts that it was all Yoonjae's fault. But Yoonjae ignores this and insults Taewon's choice of vehicle. Yoonjae gets serious as he asks if Taewon intends to harm such a special person even though he's a public servant. Taewon listens to Yoonjae, then bows to Yoojin and apologizes for his carelessness. Yoojin is distressed by this. In Yoojin's head, he curses Yoonjae and wants him to buzz off since he is obviously at fault here. Our MC should just curse at Yoonjae out loud. That guy deserves it. Yoojin tells Taewon that he can just have Haeun send him a car. Yeon suddenly says to Yoonjae that he should be busy and that it is enough with Soyeon's presence in the facility. Yoonjae acts miserable at Yoojin's words, saying he took the time to go there. Yet he is being rejected just like that. Yoojin becomes alarmed and scolds Yoonjae for acting like he is being abandoned. Yoonjae smiles at Yoojin, wondering out loud why Yoojin is acting like this when he knows they have gotten closer. Yoonjae claims that he has poured his heart and soul into doing so, and the shoujo-esque background is back. But the choice of white lilies is kinda sus though. This somehow perplexed Yoojin into thinking that Yoonjae was probably right since the man did feed peace, the sweets in that garden. The studs, the list is getting longer. Yerim tries to snap Yoojin out of those thoughts by reminding him not to give in. But Yerim is too late, and Yoojin agrees to ride together as long as everyone can join. Yoonjae has a happy face as he admits he is glad about Yoojin's decision. I don't know if our MC is gullible or if this is a part of his plans. Since Yoojin has decided, Yerim looks back at Taewon and notices that the man is glaring. Yerim wonders if it is because Yoonjae keeps picking a fight with him, but she looks closer and looks at where Yoonjae and Yoojin are. Yoojin is busy reminding Yoonjae that he can't cause trouble or the new building might get destroyed. Yerim realizes that Taewon is not glaring at Yoonjae. The person Taewon is actually eyeing is Yoojin. This makes Yerim ponder if Taewon has an ulterior motive against Yoojin. And we now have a plot twist. Yoojin's group arrives at the newly constructed building intended for raising magic beasts. The place's design is on par with the Sejong Guild, and there are even areas where the beasts can roam outside. Taewon gives a tour, explaining the architectural design, but Yoonjae butts in and takes over in presenting. Whenever Taewon started talking, Yoonjae would talk over him and continue whatever Taewon was about to say. Yoonjae keeps doing it, making Yoojin wonder if this is okay. The Sejong Guild master is blatantly being rude to Taewon. No surprise there. Soyeon arrives carrying a big basket and happily greets Yoojin. She was waiting for Yoojin to arrive and admitted how excited she was. She says she stepped on the gas, but Soyeon cuts her story short when she realizes Taewon is with them. Soyeon immediately says that she didn't exceed the speed limit, and Taewon assures her he isn't there to make an arrest. This interaction makes Yoojin think that Soyeon frequently has to deal with Taewon when riding her motorcycle. Yoojin then sees a sleeping thorn-winged dark dragon inside the basket. Yoojin is about to mention the dragon's name, but Soyeon cuts in, saying that she named the dragon Comet. Yerim says she did an excellent job in doing so. Yep, don't leave the naming to our MC. Taewon also closely examines the dragon and comments on how small it is for a mount. Comet yawns as Soyeon fondly says that the magic beast will grow a lot in the future. Yoojin uses his promising sprout skill on Comet and determines that the dragon is currently D rank, with the probability of becoming an A or S rank in the future. And it has 4 skills, 1 S grade and 3 A grade skills that can be unlocked after maturity. Another easy addition to our MC's S classes list once it matures. Yoojin shows the owner's token to Comet as he greets the dragon. And as expected, Yoojin's title of perfect caregiver has multiplied its effects. Comet flaps its wings as it greets Yoojin, and his system notification indicates that the dragon likes Yoojin. Soyeon is glad that Comet flew and gushes at how adorable her dragon is for immediately getting attached to Yoojin. Just then, a shadow passes by, making Taewon glance above. It is Blue who looks like he's about to attack. The golden griffin screeches, making everyone aware of its presence. Taewon yells that it is dangerous as Blue lunges toward Yoojin, but his warning doesn't really matter because Blue has been trained long before on how to land on Yoojin. Yoojin greets Blue as the griffin affectionately rubs its face on Yoojin's head. Blue also looks at Comet with big eyes, and Yoojin introduces them to one another, explaining that it is a new sibling. As Yoojin reminds them to be nice to one another, Blue flexes his muscles at Comet, and he suddenly throws Comet away, shocking both Yoojin and Soyeon. Blue is like that rowdy kid in class who makes a mess of everything. Soyeon panics while Yoojin tries to calm her, saying it is some sort of tradition, but he yells again at the misbehaving Blue. Taewon is a bit confused about what happened and uncertain about what to do. Yoonjae smiles as he explains what the broken wall is made of. This, of course, angers Yoojin since Yoonjae is not helping at all. Seeing that Yoonjae has no intention of helping, Yoojin commands Yerim and Soyeon to grab the magic beasts while he distracts them. Soyeon asks how Yoojin will do this, and Yoojin brings out some musical instruments. He explains that he carries these in case of emergencies. Yoojin starts playing them, successfully distracting Blue and Comet from flying amok. This amazed Yerim and Soyeon, who thought Yoojin was a true professional. The two then do their job and catches the 2 magic beasts. Yoojin instructs them further. This is like the scene when Blue, Salt, and Pepper first arrived. Taewon can only watch as this scene unfolds before him. He clenches his fist by his side as he thinks there really is something wrong. After some time, things were able to settle down. Soyeon looks disheveled as she entrusts Comet to an also unkempt Yoojin. Blue is now locked up in a cage while Comet rests in his basket. Soyeon says she will visit every day whenever she does not have a dungeon raid. Yoojin reassures her that Comet will be fine. Soyeon sweetly bids her dragon goodbye and finally leaves to prepare for Comet's home. Seeing how Soyeon is acting, Yoojin is confident that Soyeon is a great mom for Comet. But this only reminds him what kind of dad his younger brother is to Peace, and he wishes that Yoojin could be kinder to the magic beast, even just a little bit. Yoojin puts the resting comet in another cage and is relieved that things are now in order. He looks at Yerim and Yoonjae and reminds them they have somewhere else to be. Yoojin thinks that will only interrupt him, as if on cue. Yerim moves beside Yoojin and tells the other two that they should return now. Yoojin reminds her to return to her school, making Yerim feel tormented. You are not the only student who dreads going to school. Yoojin also tells Yoonjae that he can go now since he is busy, and Taewon can tell him about the rest of the facility. Yoonjae ponders on this a bit while looking at Taewon. Still, he only smiles, assuring Yoojin that his time is never wasted when Yoojin is involved. Yerim says the same and adds that it should be Taewon who should leave first. Yerim is adamant that she will only leave after Taewon does. She then reveals how Taewon had glared at Yoojin since before they arrived. Yoojin sweats as he hears this, but Yerim is wrong in thinking that Yoojin has been unaware of it all this time. Taewon looks away, seeing as he has been found out. Taewon needs to take acting lessons from our MC. Yoojin observes Taewon and is somewhat sure there is another reason for such a person to be here. Yoojin imagines that it would be related to his brother Yoon, thinking that this is something like a parent-teacher conference where Taewon would reveal the misdeeds of his child. Yoojin wonders why Yoonjae was also there, but he still urges the other two to go ahead. He reminds Yerim that Taewon is a public official, so there is a meager chance he will kidnap him. He then looks at Taewon for confirmation, and Taewon says the only exception is if Yoojin committed anything illegal. Our MC should be behind bars since he already committed numerous misdeeds after he regressed. Yoojin then looks at Yoonjae, calling him beloved guildmaster. He says he knows how much effort Yoonjae already put in for him, so listening to him now would also be favorable. Yoonjae seriously looks at Yoojin, determining if it is genuinely alright to leave Yoojin with Taewon. Yoojin glares back and Yoonjae finally gives in. Yoonjae says he has no choice but to listen and only hopes nothing terrible will happen. That's weird. Yoonjae is not smiling. Following the step of Yoonjae, Yerim decides to leave and reminds Yoojin to immediately call her if something happens. Yoojin is finally relieved that they are gone and offers coffee to Taewon. Taewon agrees and they both head to a break room. Things are already set up in the room, so Yoojin prepared coffee. Yoojin seals himself, thinking he will accept Taewon's complaints about his beloved brother. He tries to open up the topic by saying how hard it must be to deal with the S-rankers, especially for him, who does it as a job. Taewon claims that it is better now that there are fewer occurrences of dungeon breaks. He explains that it was worse back when it happened numerous times since S-rankers would be dealing with those, and things become chaotic when two of them are in the same area. Yoojin asks if Yoon is the same as he takes a box of coffee from one of the cabinets. Yoojin wonders if this is the topic that Taewon wants to discuss since he knows a lot must have happened when he wasn't around. Yoojin is sure he won't be shocked by anything that Taewon reveals. Just then, Taewon reveals how his arm was cut off because of Yoon. Lil Bro's a beast. Yoojin stumbles and coffee boxes and cups fall on him. Yoojin is so ashamed that his brother did something horrendous. Taewon reassures him that arms can be attached back with potions, and Yoon, you take his arm, hence he is alright now. He might have picked it up, but it still doesn't change the fact that Lil Bro did something horrendous. Yoojin picks himself up and makes some coffee while commenting that his brother is worse than a beast. Taewon stands up and admits that it is the exact reason why he is worried. He opened the topic with how Yoojin went to a dungeon with S-rankers. Yoojin laughs it off, but Taewon continues. He says that S-rankers can't be managed, and for an F-ranker like him who has unique skills, Yoojin is still susceptible to them. If he is worried for Yoojin, then why was he glaring earlier? Yoojin looks back as he says is why his brother is always worried, but he doesn't finish his sentence since Taewon is now by his side, looming over him. Taewon admits that the real reason for his presence is to check on Yoojin. This shocks Yoojin a bit, and Taewon holds Yoojin's shoulder. Taewon wants an honest answer as he asks Yoojin if there was any situation where he received any kind of damage from them, whether physical or psychological. He seriously asks if nothing really happened with them in the dungeon. Many things happen in that dungeon, but our MC is still unaware of what happened after defeating Babar. Yoojin stares at Taewon thinking about his question. Still, Yoojin breaks off into a smile, saying that Taewon is such a worrywart. Yoojin explains that it was indeed difficult to stop those kids from fighting, but what transpired was not enough to cause any sort of damage to him. The coffee Yoojin was holding falls to the ground as Taewon attacks Yoojin. Yoojin is stunned by this turn of events, while Taewon only confirms his belief that the real problem is Yoojin. Yoojin is confused since he thought Taewon was there to talk about his brother. So why is the man attacking him now? What? Why is the officer attacking our MC? Yoojin gets lifted off the floor and he wonders if he should fight back and what is the underlying reason for Taewon to do such a thing. Taewon glares at Yoojin and is about to say something, but a bag of toys drops to the floor. Soyoung is by the door and finds this shocking scene before her. She immediately reacts and attacks Taewon with a spear from her inventory. She asks what he is doing, but Taewon does not answer. Taewon blocks the attack with one arm, letting go of Yoojin in the process. Yoojin coughs but still thinks calmly, knowing that Soyoung can't face Taewon because of their rank difference. But it is still a good thing that Soyoung arrived. Soyoung continues to attack, but Taewon catches the other end before it hits his face. Soyoung is startled simultaneously. She is worried since she knows that fighting against an S-ranker is futile for an A-ranker like herself. Taewon glares at her but then lets go of the spear, bows before them, and apologizes. Taewon then takes a potion from his inventory and offers it to Yoojin to use on his neck. Yoojin is about to accept it, but Soyoung smacks it away, wasting the potion. Soyoung is angry since Taewon attacked Yoojin, but now he is offering a potion to the same man he attacked. While Yoojin is more concerned about the wasted potion, Taewon must be crazy, but our MC is crazier for letting things go just like that. Soyoung then scolds Yoojin for not being wary since there might be something in the potion that is dangerous for him. Yoojin finally understands why Soyoung did it, while Taewon agrees that Soyoung is right about this. Soyoung is stunned that Taewon would agree, and Taewon explains that Yoojin should be more careful. Really, a piece of safety advice from the same guy who made the attack. Taewon explains that he has been observing Yoojin since they first met in the hospital. Seeing Yoojin interact with the S-rankers, Taewon got confused. He says it is understandable if he's only close to Yerim. Still, Yoojin is obviously close to magic beasts and the Season Guildmaster. Yoojin is confused and asks if being close to them is terrible. Taewon says that is not the problem. Taewon explains that it is his first time seeing a low-ranking awakened who is at ease around high-ranking awakened and magic beasts. He then compares the high-ranking awakened to belligerent dogs that most people would fear, even more so if those dogs were not leashed. Taewon insists that an average person would be threatened or afraid when faced with such beings. It's someone who already saw that vast greatness of power for himself is not even scared. Taewon says that even though he attacked Yoojin, Yoojin is calm. Welcome to the club, Taewon. Everyone here thinks the MC is weird. Yoojin reflects on what Taewon says, thinking this is only possible because of his fear resistance skill. But then he realizes something weird. No notification said the skill was activated. Yoojin knows that the skill activates whenever it surpasses a specific point of fear. Still, the skill didn't activate when Taewon attacked him or even when Yu became a demon king. Yoojin finally understands what Taewon is trying to say. Our MC is the type who needs to be threatened to gain enlightenment. Taewon says it is not bravery, and it is more like Yoojin's perception of danger is faulty. Taewon asks if Yoojin knows this. He's about to talk some more, but Soyoung interjects, asking if attacking Yoojin is the right way to determine such a thing. She then tells Taewon to go back and that she will submit an official complaint for what happened as a guild. Taewon answers back that what he is doing is protecting Yoojin from that same guild. Doesn't this remind everyone before our MC turned back time? Lil Bro left Big Bro to bear an injury just so Big Bro wouldn't go inside dungeons. Yoojin tries to stop the two, saying they might destroy the building. Agreeing that Taewon is right, he admits he should be more careful and thanks Taewon for the advice. This stuns Soyoung, who thinks that thanking the guy who just hurt him is incorrect. This makes Taewon flustered as he takes a notebook and writes in it. He comments on how weird Yoojin is but still leaves his number for Yoojin. He turns to leave and says that Yoojin should call him whenever he needs help, though he does hope that Yoojin will never end up in a bad situation. That night, Yoojin checks if there are still some marks on his neck. He recalls how hard it was to make Soyoung stop from filing a complaint. Yoojin then thinks of Taewon and how weird the guys are. He wonders if Yoon was also provoked into slashing Taewon as well. Big Bro really trusts that Lil Bro wouldn't harm unless provoked. Yoojin sighs and thinks that Taewon will soon die in a dungeon raid, and after that incident, Sejan will leave Korea. This situation would then create gossip that it was Yoonjae who killed Taewon. People will also suspect Yoon because, by that time, Haeun would be developing well. Still, Yoojin believes it can't be his brother, even if Yoojin has an excellent reason to do so. Yoojin continues to mull over this since he doesn't know the whole truth of that incident. Taewon is well known for clashing against guilds which birthed that kind of rumor. Yoojin thinks this is also why Yoonjae is meddling. Yoojin looks at the number Taewon left as he thinks the man's behavior from before is indeed more worried about him. But Yoojin also admits that Taewon's chosen method is ruthless. Yoojin tries to snap himself out of it, thinking he wants to look at the guy's positive side. Yoojin feels like he has become apathetic. This characteristic of his probably developed because of the daily presence of high-ranking individuals or the side effects of fear resistance. It might also be possible that our MC was just born that way. Yoojin walks to another room and finds Myung-woo there. Myung-woo asks if everything there is all of Yoojin's stuff. Yoojin says it is, and Myung-woo presents in with a special rope that ties all of Yoojin's things in a big bundle. Myung-woo explains that he will keep all these in his smithy and bring everything out once they are in the new place. Yoojin comments on how Myung-woo made another fantastic item. Yoojin asks if Myung-woo is already done moving in at the facility's penthouse, and Myung-woo says he did. Myung-woo adds that the place is so big that it can feel lonely. Hearing this, Yoojin presents a keycard to Myung-woo for his home. Yoojin says Myung-woo can visit, making the other man so happy. Why does it feel like this story is really shipping Yoojin with Myung-woo? Yoojin says Myung-woo is free to visit, then asks a favorite have an item made that can help increase his mentality when he is free. Myung-woo says he can easily do that, and then asks what it is for. Yoojin doesn't answer. He thinks having such an item will help lessen the side effects of fear resistance and prove helpful when using Stern Mother Hen Drill Surgeon's skill. Myung-woo looks at Yoojin and asks if Yoojin plans to place himself in danger again. Suddenly, the wall crashes and breaks to pieces as Yerim walks in as if the hole she made is the apparent door to the place. This kid never learns. Yerim shouts about how she knew what happened, confirming Myung-woo's suspicions. Yoojin tries to explain, but Yerim is angry at how Yoojin made her and Yoonjae leave, and right after, he is almost killed. Yoojin says that Taewon is worried for him. Still, Yerim sarcastically asks if attacking is the new method to show worry for another person. She makes a good point. Yoojin bears the scolding while Myung-woo reminds him to be careful. Myung-woo is anxious for Yoojin's safety, while Yerim is near to tears. She says she always feels terrible when such things happen to Yoojin. Yerim grabs Yoojin's hands as she recalls her promise to protect him. Still, she has let him be kidnapped, and today he almost died at the hands of another S-ranker. Yerim continues by saying that the guildmaster is away, and it is up to her to protect Yoojin, whatever it may take. Yoojin smiles fondly at Yerim and thanks her. He adds that he will be more careful as well. You're making your own kid anxious, MC. Yoojin thinks he has been somewhat indifferent, and everyone around him is concerned. He resolves to be warier, but even though Yoojin decides this, another accident occurs. Yerim is bleeding and slumps. Yoojin looks at it being before them as he tries to support and wake Yerim. I can't really tell if we can still call this foreshadowing. Things are going well until that particular morning. The magic beasts are out of their cages and enjoying their time under the sun. Even Blue is behaving, and he is not attacking Salt or Pepper. Blue definitely made some progress. Yerim is glad everyone is having fun in the new place since they can also spend their time in a rooftop garden. Chirpy is busy falling in love with some flowers, and Yerim comments on how the magic beasts are full of energy. But she suddenly stops and yells for Yoojin, who looks dead on one of the benches. Yerim asks what happened and if Yoojin couldn't get enough sleep. Yoojin says that everyone is so energetic. They also discover that Comet is actually a nocturnal magic beast active from midnight to morning. Like any parent, our MC must stay up late for the kids. Yerim comments that these are the troubles of parenting and that Blue is no help since the kid is also always causing trouble. Just right then, Blue creates chaos. Yoojin says this much is okay so that they can grow healthy. He adds that Blue is bright since the Golden Griffin is the type to stay close and never strays far from him. As if on cue, Blue checks if he is still close to where Yoojin is. Yerim asks why he is complimenting the troublemaker when it is now destroying the garden. Chirpy flies to where Yoojin is and gives him some flowers it was just looking at earlier. Yerim comments on how enamored Yoojin is. But before Yerim finishes, Blue arrives with a tree filled with flowers on its claws, looking proud of himself. Yerim then smashes the tree into pieces, and Yerim scolds Blue for causing chaos when Yoojin is already tired. She also reminds Blue that the garden is new, yet Blue is already destroying it. Yoojin calms Yerim down and says it is okay. He explains how this kind of thing is natural for magic beasts, and that one can't really force them to understand humans' way of thinking. Blue flies to Yoojin, crying. Yoojin says that Blue only wanted to give him flowers, seeing that Chirpy did the same before. Isn't this déjà vu? This must be how our MC dealt with Lil Bro back when young Yoojin brought home branches from trees. Not forgetting Yerim, Yoojin shows his appreciation by using Blue's wing to rub Yerim's hair as he compliments Yerim for being a good girl. Yerim's cheeks flush pink as she shouts that she does not require the same treatment as the magic beast. Feeling happy, Yerim says that the magic beasts are probably so happy since they have Yoojin taking care of them. This kid is envious of the magic beast. Yerim ruffles the feathers off her head and tells Yoojin to rest since she will look after everyone for him. Yoojin says he would love to do just that, but today is the first day of their facility. Now that he is open for business, all kinds of people, especially foreigners, will want to get his services. Yoojin hopes to easily gain his target 50 S-rankers by building trust and influencing magic beasts and the awaken who will visit. Yoojin checks his phone for his first client. A DM from Ryit told him that her brother would be in Korea tomorrow. I guess Ryit can't use translation apps, though our MC gets her main point nonetheless. Yoojin mulls over the twin of Dio Valshisis. He made it a condition to meet Ryit's brother in exchange for raising Ryit's magic beast. Yoojin plans to take advantage of his skill Rao Chita's Bane to use the keyword and influence another S-ranker in the process. He recalls how Ryit mentioned that she raised her brother to perfection with a devious look. I doubt it will be anywhere as good as our MC raising his little bro. Yoojin wonders if the brother is anything like Ryit, imagining that the guy must also be a musclehead with a violent nature. These thoughts fill Yoojin with tension, but he looks at Yerim and assures himself that it will be fine since he has an S-ranker as his bodyguard. I doubt he's that burly since there was a silhouette of Ryit's brother back when she mentioned how she got the title with her brother. Just then, Yerim learns from her earpiece that Yoojin's guest has arrived and will soon be coming up. She embraces her role and reminds Yoojin to stick close to her, and that he can't meet others without guards. Yoojin agrees with this and lets Yerim play her part. Yoojin thinks that Ryit's brother might be horrible when the system informs him of the activation of Rao Chita's Bane and the double effects of his skills if he encounters Dio Valshisis. A handsome young man with blonde hair appears before them. The man greets them and introduces himself as Noah Luir, the younger brother of Ryit. The bright appearance of Noah blinds both Yerim and Yoojin, thinking that Noah must be an angel. Is this really her brother? It feels like babies got switched somehow. Once they have settled down, Noah thanks Yoojin for inviting him over and apologizes for his sister's behavior. Noah's completely opposite demeanor amazes Yoojin. Noah recognizes the gaze thrown at him and explains that they don't look the same because their appearance changed after gaining their titles. Yoojin laughs it off as he thinks that it is not only Ryit's and Noah's appearances that are different, but also their personalities. Yerim asks Yoojin where he met Noah since he's a foreigner. Yoojin explains that he is friends with Noah's sister on social media. More like forced to become friends. Yerim is shocked by this revelation and scolds Yoojin that he shouldn't just meet anyone from social media. Yoojin couldn't believe he had heard such words from a middle schooler. Noah, of course, hears this, assures Yerim that he is not suspicious, and reveals his profession as a guildmaster based in France. Yerim is amazed that a young-looking man like Noah is already at the top of the food chain. Noah says he is only 19 years old, and Yerim says he is much younger than our guildmaster, who is 23. Yoojin is bewildered since there is another person similar to his brother. Yoojin feels that the wall they have built against Noah is crumbling, and he suggests that Noah and Yoojin should become friends. Yerim skeptically looks at Yoojin, asking if such a thing is possible. I can't help but agree with Yerim on this. Noah says his guild is so small that it shouldn't be compared with the Hayem guild. He explains that his guild, Arc, is focused on support skills. He adds that even before he and Ryit got their titles, the guild only had healing or support skills, and it was hard to develop the guild. Yoojin asks if Ryit is also part of Arc, and Noah says only he manages it. He explains that his sister only contacts him when she requires something and even tends to ignore Noah's schedule. Our poor boy, your sis is undoubtedly selfish. Based on what Noah has shared, Yoojin concludes that Noah is the slave support as his sister wreaks havoc against monsters. Yoojin looks at Noah, thinking how lucky he is to find such a kind S-ranker. And we've got the flower background again, though it does suit this Bishounen. Noah shyly claims how his sister helped him in many ways, and this only reinforces Yoojin's belief that Noah is a perfect candidate for influence. Yoojin is sure that just like how Noah listens to Ri-Yit, Noah will be the same to him once he is influenced. He thinks his brother will gain a new friend if Yoojin becomes close to Noah. It makes him wonder if he can influence Ri-Yit as well. Our MC is getting ahead of himself again with his imagination. He obviously forgot how cold his brother was when he got close to Yerim and Myung-woo. Thinking that things will work out, Yoojin says that Ri-Yit must have forced Noah to visit Korea and asks if he can help with his accommodations. Noah is surprised by the offer but says it is okay since he also has other businesses to attend in Korea. Yerim asks if Noah will stay long and if he already knows some great places to eat. Yoojin adds that Noah can ask them if he needs anything. Noah comments that they are kind, and Yoojin thinks this is the perfect time. Yoojin smiles and says it is no problem because Noah is a client. Then Yoojin says the keyword "I love you." MC, you should think things through even if this guy looks like an angel. The system notifies that with the double effects of Rao Chita's Bane, Noah is now under Yoojin's influence because of the keyword. Noah's face changes slightly, and his eyes widen. Yoojin checks his skill and confirms that Noah is now on his list. Yoojin is relieved that he quickly got one right on his first day of work and hopes it will be like this in the future. Yerim looks at Yoojin and complains about how Yoojin easily says "I love you" to everyone else since Yoojin said the same to Hyuna and Yoonjae before. Yoojin claims is just how he does business. They were so busy bickering that they didn't realize Noah had gone silent. Yoojin adds that "I love you" can be seen as a regular greeting in the West. Nope, that's just you. Who even says "I love you" at their first meeting? Yoojin looks at Noah for confirmation. Noah remains silent, and Yoojin calls for him again. Noah then mutters something. Yoojin smiles as he asks for Noah to repeat it again, while Yerim moves to stand up while looking at Noah. Yoojin asks if Noah is uncomfortable, but Yoojin doesn't get to finish because the table suddenly gets destroyed. Yerim immediately pulls Yoojin away from the table and covers him while Noah crushes it with his fist. Yoojin gets blown away by the impact. Yoojin tries to stand up, wondering what exactly happened. Why is this happening when even the system notified him that Noah is under his influence? Noah is now enveloped with a purple aura while Yerim lies on the floor. Yoojin calls for Yerim, and Yerim struggles to get up. Yoojin asks Noah, but Noah doesn't seem to hear Yoojin. Instead, he looks at his hand, transforming into claws. Yoojin asks Noah again what is happening. Noah looks back at Yoojin, and Noah suddenly lunges for an attack. Yoojin is confused as to why this is happening. He is sure he managed to influence Noah, but this is beyond his expectations. Then a loud explosion bursts from the rooftop garden. Destruction right on the first day of business. I hope there's insurance. Yoojin is confused about why Noah is attacking him despite his influence on the young man. Noah's face has slightly transformed, and before Noah even gets near Yoojin, he is stopped by Yerim, who used Shadowless Day on him. Yerim curses at Noah for going berserk. She quickly takes her spear from her inventory and attacks Noah. The two S-rankers clash, but Yerim is at a disadvantage, and her arm gets slashed by Noah's claw. Yoojin calls for Yerim, but Yerim shouts at him to stay back. Yoojin thinks that Noah and Yerim's difference is too vast, and his being there means Yerim has to hold back with her attacks in case he gets hurt. Yerim continues to attack, but she suddenly gets dizzy. Yerim falls to her knees, and Yoojin realizes that Yerim got poisoned from her earlier injury. Noah lunges in for the kill, and Yoojin yells for Noah to stop. Noah stops at the order, and he lunges back. Yoojin is puzzled if the influence is really working or not. Noah is now trembling as he holds his head. Yoojin looks at the young man's shaking form, wondering what is wrong. Seeing that Noah is staying put, Yoojin uses this moment to use his Stern Mother Hen Drill Sergeant skill on Noah to hold him off. Yoojin plans to determine Noah's attacks by sharing senses with Noah, making it easier for them to dodge. Yoojin makes the right call since Noah attacks him, and he can avoid a fatal attack. Yoojin still sustains damage despite his dodging. Our MC should use this skill to check why Noah acts like this. Yoojin focuses on Noah's senses as much as possible since this is the only way he can live. Yoojin is now perceiving Noah's thoughts, and the young man's mind is filled with the intention to kill. Noah sees that it is weaker than him and must take advantage of this moment to kill it. Yoojin is surprised by these thoughts, and Noah glares at Yoojin. Yoojin sees himself with Noah's eyes. It suddenly changes, and Yoojin determines that Noah is mistaking him for someone else. Noah thinks that the person before him right now is actually Ri-Yit. Yoojin is taken aback to learn that the person that Noah really wants to kill right now is Ri-Yit. Of course, it's Ri-Yit's fault that Noah is acting like this. Lost in his thoughts, Yoojin can only watch as Noah lunges again for another attack. Right on time, Mahan summons a shield and shouts at Yoojin to get back. This person is none other than Sunhan. Sunhan protects Yoojin with his shield and asks if Yoojin is okay. Great job, Sunhan. You really are reliable. Yoojin is glad that Sunhan has arrived. Sunhan explains that people from KHA will soon come, as well as the Sijang Guild. Right at that moment, Yoonjae falls from the sky as if he was summoned. He falls directly on Noah for an attack and steps on the young man to keep him on hold. Yoonjae says Yoon should have been there so that he'll enjoy the show. Yoojin runs to Yerim, but Yerim tells him to not come near since the antidotes don't work. Yoojin says it's okay since he has poison resistance. Yoojin shares the skill using +1 and Yoonjae looks at them. Yoonjae says the skill should at least be S-class, confirming his suspicion that Yoojin still has a lot of skills hidden. Sunhan shouldn't have brought this troublemaker with him. He's too sharp. Getting back to the business at hand, Yoonjae pierces Noah's hand with his chain. He says things are messed up even though Noah just landed in Korea. He thinks of taking care of things immediately, but Yoojin calls for him to stop. Yoonjae stops, and Sunhan is surprised that Yoojin will get involved. Yoojin says he is thankful for the help but would also appreciate it if Yoonjae didn't hurt Noah. Sunhan tries to stop Yoojin from getting closer, saying it is dangerous. Yoonjae looks at Yoojin with a smiling face and says that Yoojin should rethink it since he is the victim after all. Yoojin claims he is okay, and Yoonjae comments on how Yoojin defends his guests despite the destruction caused in his new building. That's just our MC's personality. If he wasn't like that, you wouldn't be able to stay by his side, Yoonjae. Yoonjae finally releases Noah and claims he wants to know what happened there. Yoojin says he is going to check by calling Ryit. After a few rings, Ryit answers the call. Noah flinches upon hearing his sister's voice. Ryit asks why Yoojin is calling and if he has already met her cute brother. Yoojin says he did and reveals that Noah also attacked him. Ryit sounds confused and says Noah is not the type to do such a thing. She then asks if Noah can hear her and if what Yoojin said is true. Noah sweats as he confirms this, and Ryit reminds Noah of how she told him to be nice. Noah stammers as he apologizes. Yoojin is still using the stern mother hen drill surgeon skill on Noah, and he feels from their connection how terrified the young man is. Noah is trembling in fear and curls up as if protecting himself. This confirms Yoojin's suspicions that Ryit's claims of having an obedient brother are only because the younger brother is terrified of his older sister. Just what kind of boorish things did Ryit do to her own brother? Yoojin also uses the promising sprout on Noah, and finds that Noah is indeed an S-ranker. Still, at the same time, Noah's maximum possible awakening rank is only supposed to be Class A. Yoojin knows achieving this feat is almost impossible unless it was conducted through extreme means. Yoojin compares it to how Sunghan became an S-ranker despite awakening as an A-ranker. Yoojin knows it is possible because Sunghan can awaken as an S-ranker based on his classification. But in the case of Noah, this is obviously different. Yoojin imagines how much pressure Noah has to take to become an S-ranker despite his limitations. Ryit literally broke her own brother. Yoojin thinks about this kind of growth that has to break the limit, the siblings' words, and how Noah reacts. He ponders how Noah quickly chose to kill when he saw that the person he saw as his sister was weaker than him. Yoojin imagines what kind of hold Ryit has over her brother that can terrify him, and he can only wonder at what sort of upbringing Ryit did. Like how not everyone can be good. Not all caregivers can be good like our MC. This is a backstory of the siblings. A woman maniacally laughs while holding a torn monster head in her hand. She is overjoyed at the fact that she can fight monsters. Standing atop dead monsters, Ryit is celebrating the fact that this kind of world exists. Yep, she was a real psycho before she awakened. She then remembers the existence of her brother and looks at him. Ryit asks what Noah is doing, though she can see that Noah is busy healing other people at that moment. Ryit walks to where her brother is and asks if he is okay and if he is also awakened. Noah stammers a yes, and Ryit gets close to her brother. She holds his face and asks if he is an S-ranker like her. Noah looks away, stating that he is an A-ranker and that he does not have any combat skills, though he does have the ability to heal. Ryit lets go of her brother with eyes filled with disappointment. She then strikes her brother down and lifts him up by his clothes. She claims Noah is nothing but a disappointment and asks how he plans to survive if he is only an A-ranker. Seriously, the kid is an A-ranker. That's even better than our MC's stats. Ryit's sudden outburst shocks the people around them into running. Ryit looks at them and says that these people she just helped are now running away. She states that people should be able to defend themselves. Like the crazy person she is, Ryit kisses Noah on the cheek and acts as if she is comforting her brother. She tells Noah not to cry and worry about it. Noah looks at his older sister as she smiles and claims that she will ensure that Noah becomes useful. Back to the present. Ryit calls her brother Fable, a French term for weak. She asks if Noah is listening and why he cannot do anything right. Noah is still trembling from fear and apologizes. Yoonjae speaks up and comments on how Ryit met Yoojin while she was in Korea. Ryit reacts to the voice and warns Yoojin to be careful around the dangerous person with him since that man is very bad. Everyone already knows that Yoojin ignores Ryit and gets back to the topic at hand. He says that Noah seems to have experienced many negative things because of her. Yoojin admits to himself that not all caregivers will be good people, and what transpired here was his mistake. Ryit claims that she raised Noah to become strong. She says Noah was a weakling, and instead of throwing him out, she raised him herself. Yoojin says that Noah is supposed to be an A ranker when he awakened. Ryit answers back, stating an A ranker is not enough since Noah is her brother. Yoojin looks at Noah, and he can see for himself what the young man is going through even without using his skill on him. Ryit defends herself, saying she worked hard to raise Noah to become an S ranker. She explains that Noah is so weak that it seems like he is always on the verge of dying whenever she does something. This psycho is infuriating. We should have Taewon lock her up. Yoojin determines that Noah is anxious and scared even without the shared senses, seeing Noah break before his eyes. He can tell that the young man was abused a lot. Ryit claims that Noah made a mistake even with Yoojin. She believes a weakling like Noah can't be independent, then mocks Noah's guild. Noah gets engulfed by his sister's words as Ryit asks when he will be useful. She then reminds him that he might be left on the streets if she hadn't cared for him. Yoojin watches as Noah drowns in his fear. Ryit is still unfinished and states she is doing all this because of her love for him. Love is not an excuse to torment your own brother. Yoojin is getting furious by the second and tries calming himself down, thinking he can use this situation. Yoojin clenches his fist as he tells Ryit he has something to say. Ryit notices the change in Yoojin's voice and asks why he sounds angry. Yoojin says Noah has injured a Korean awaken, so he will ask the KHA to keep hold of Noah within the country. Ryit asks if Yoojin can let it go. Yoojin plans to take advantage of this time to learn more about Noah and Ryit. Yoojin says that he can also ban her from entering the country if he reports her about selling illegal contracts. Ryit is shocked that Yoojin would really report her. Yoojin says that they can talk about raising her magic beast later instead. Ryit panics as she says she fulfilled her part of the condition by introducing her brother to him. That's a great option, MC. Let's get her banned. Yoojin plans to be careful, recalling how this same person he is talking to tried to kill him once. Ryit tries to make up with Yoojin, asks if this is about her brother's mistake, and says she will handle it. Yoojin reminds himself that he is supposed to handle things carefully. But Ryit kept saying it was her brother's fault, and Yoojin finally snapped. Yoojin yells at Ryit for asking what is wrong when it is evident to everyone how she has manipulated her brother into thinking he is useless. Noah is shocked by the anger Yoojin exudes and stares at him. Ryit asks why Yoojin is shouting, and Yoojin continues to scold her. Our MC is like Noah's knight in shining armor. Yoojin asks how Ryit can say such things to her brother while simultaneously saying she loves him. He continues reprimanding her for not seeing Noah almost dying from anxiety. Yoonjae and Sunghan look at Yoojin with shock, amazed at how angry Yoojin can get. Ryit says she really can't see it from where she is and tries to make an excuse saying that Yoojin should be aware of how they sometimes have to scold while raising kids. Yoojin continues to shout, asking how this is only scolding, and says Ryit is actually bullying a kind kid. Yoojin asks how much Ryit criticizes her brother to the point that he becomes a trembling fool just by hearing her voice. He scolds Ryit for being insane and making her young brother like this and berates her for not protecting Noah if she deems him weak. The guts of an F-ranker who knows his own worth. Noah stares at Yoojin with awe, imagining how Yoojin is scolding his big sister despite being weaker than her. Yoojin admonishes Ryit for thinking so lowly of her brother and asks how she can even call herself the kid's sister. Yoojin is enraged that such a person exists and warns her not to set foot in Korea unless she rectifies herself, bows down to her brother, and asks for forgiveness. Ryit tries to talk back, but Yoojin quickly ends the call. Let's clap our hands for our MC. He is now the president of Noah Lure Protection Group. After a short deafening silence, Yoojin realizes what he just did, thinking he is screwed. Yoojin's phone vibrates, and there are a lot of missed calls from Ryit. Yoojin sweats as he remembers that his warning system is not working right. but he is sure Ryit won't kill him since Yoojin still has to raise her magic beast. No worries, everybody will protect you, MC. Behind Yoojin, Yoonjae claps his hands at the performance he just watched. At the same time, Noah looks up at Yoojin and is amazed that Ryit cannot even say anything against Yoojin. After that mess, Taewon arrives and escorts Noah to the association. Taewon feels like he's going to get a headache as he comments on how there is no way a person can change in one night. Yep, but you're late, Taewon. Taewon explains that Noah will be detained in a detention cell meant for the awakened. Seeing that no non-awakened got hurt in what happened, Taewon says Yoojin can ask for a settlement after Noah's detention. He also explains that Yoojin can have him kicked out if he desires. Yoojin says there is no need to kick Noah out of the country. He also asks to have Ryit banned instead, saying it is for his own safety. Taewon easily agrees to the request, and Yoojin smiles at Noah, saying he can rest easy while in Korea. Yoojin reminds Noah that they should have their talk later. Noah looks at Yoojin with appreciation even as Yoojin leaves, and our MC gets another admirer. I wonder if he will be clingy like Myung-woo. Yoojin acts cool as he leaves Noah to Taewon. Yoojin thinks he can resolve things without using force and reminds himself to be more careful in the future. The Sejong Guild brought with them a healer just in case. Sitting down on a bench, he looks at the healer healing Yerim, thinking if he could take Noah as a healer if possible. The healer finishes healing Yerim, and Yerim jumps up and down to celebrate her quick recovery. It's like she never got hurt in the first place. The healer approaches Yoojin and asks if he is hurt anywhere. Yoojin says he is okay since he already has a potion. Suddenly, Yerim butts in, saying that Yoojin must be healed even if he only has a scratch. She pulls on Yoojin's clothes to take a better look if Yoojin still has injuries. Yerim ignores the fact that she destroyed Yoojin's clothes and reminds Yoojin to treat himself better. Yoojin can only agree as he covers his chest and receives treatment from the healer. Every kid under our MC's influence is such a worrywart. Yerim continues to scold, saying Yoojin should stop saying I love you to everyone around him since even Noah went berserk. Yoojin feels that Yerim hit the mark, but he simply claims he will do better. He will do better, but our MC will definitely keep saying those words to everyone. Yoojin realizes he has no time to recruit a healer. Yerim is right about saying the keywords to everyone without considering the consequences. Yoojin wonders if this is also the effect of fear resistance. He starts wondering how Yoonjae would act if the keywords worked on him. Of course, he receives mental damage for even imagining it. It is a relief that it didn't work the first 2 times he said those words to Yoonjae. The Sejong Guildmaster is playing hard to get. The healer is shocked at Yoojin for spitting blood, but continues to heal Yoojin. The healer leaves Yoojin, wondering if his healing skill can cause such a phenomenon. Yoojin doesn't realize that he caused the Sejong Guild's healer confusion. Instead, he resolves to stop dealing with the S-rankers. Yerim brings Yoojin some new clothes, and Yoojin thanks her for being there for him. Yerim blushes at this and sits beside Yoojin. She admits that she is nowhere near good at protecting Yoojin. She also wonders why an A-grade antidote could not heal her when she got poisoned. Yoojin explains that Noah's poison skill might be S-rank, hence the A-grade potion that Yerim used was ineffective. Yerim looks closely at Yoojin and asks about his poison resistance skill rank. Yoojin is trapped, but instead of choosing to hide it, he reveals that it is L rank. He reminds Yerim not to disclose it to anyone else. Yerim is shocked to hear it, and she is enlightened to discover that there is such a rank. Yerim doesn't know that there is also an M rank, but this is not common knowledge after all. Yoojin remembers that Yoonjae seems aware of his poison resistance skill and wonders if it is because Yoonjae knows of Noah's poison skill. Based on the call with Ryit, Yoojin determines that Yoonjae also knows her. A door opens in the detention center for the Awakened, revealing Yoonjae. Yoonjae finds Noah, who is shackled inside. He claims that it was only recently that the young man became valuable. Yet, he is already causing problems as soon as he reaches Korea. And Yoonjae reminds Noah to keep his promise. Noah looks up at Yoonjae, not a single bit shocked that the Sejong Guildmaster is before him. Our MC is correct in his suspicions. Yoonjae knows the siblings, if you remember. He made a call to have his team relocate to Korea, including the Dio Valsius' siblings. Yoonjae asks Noah why he wreaked havoc as soon as he landed and mentions that Noah only made things harder for himself. He once again reminds Noah to keep his promise. Noah looks away and clenches his teeth. He suddenly bangs his cuffed hands on the table and stands up. Noah yells at why he should pay for the information of becoming stronger when Yoonjae also made his sister stronger. Noah blames Yoonjae for telling Ryit the requirement of clearing the dungeon with a sibling. Oh, So it was because of Yoonjae that they got that SSS class title, the twin of Dio Valchasis. Yoonjae sighs at this display of immaturity and says that he only told Noah that he would make him stronger, not that he would make Noah stronger than his sister. This only angers Noah, causing him to shift a bit into a dragon. Noah asks why Yoonjae is doing this, so I guess Noah wasn't exactly forced to the dungeon since he also chose to become stronger. But as Yoonjae is a prick, Noah felt he got scammed. Yoonjae does not appreciate this kind of questioning and throws the table over. Noah is now on the floor groaning, and Yoonjae looms over him, saying it doesn't matter right now. Yoonjae reminds Noah that he had already asked him twice why he attacked Yoojin. Noah looks up at Yoonjae, sweating as he wonders how to answer this question. After some time, Yoonjae walks out of the interrogation room as he contemplates Noah's answer to his question. Noah said it was weird how Yoojin felt like a higher-ranking, venomous, cursed dragon compared to him and his sister. He says it is why he feels like Yoojin is his sister, albeit a weaker version of her. Yoonjae wonders if Yoojin has a title related to a venomous cursed dragon since he also has a high-tier poison resistance. Yoonjae can only agree with how weird it is for an F-ranker to have something like this and for it to be greater than the Dio Valchasis SSS rank title. Yoonjae is slowly unraveling our MC's secrets. The Sejun Guildmaster ponders on how Yoojin doesn't have any attack-related skills. Still, he stops once he finds Taewon's song before him. Taewon looks at Yoonjae and says he is right in thinking that Yoonjae is somehow connected to this case. Yoonjae claims his innocence, saying he is only visiting since he got involved in helping out. Not caring for Yoonjae's excuse, Taewon warns him to never put Yoojin in danger. Yoonjae smiles as he says it is the exact reason he got involved and even had a healer accompany him. Yoonjae adds that it was outside of his expectations and chuckles at how Ri-Yit must be out of her wit with what she can do to make up with Yoojin. Taewon reminds Yoonjae that an F-ranker is no different from an ordinary civilian. He warns Yoonjae again that he should not use Yoojin or even consider exposing him in danger. That means Taewon is really just looking out for our MC, though the method is quite unnerving. Yoonjae taps Taewon's shoulder, comments on how worried Taewon is for Yoojin, and claims he should follow his steps. Yoonjae walks away and wonders out loud if he should also attack Yoojin, similar to what Taewon did. Yoonjae continues walking and ponders Taewon's words about not using Yoojin. For Yoonjae, those words were inaccurate. His phone vibrates, and he pulls it out to check. One of his people informs him that the Haeyeon Guildmaster is finally out. Yoonjae smiles at this message, thinking that things are now more interesting. He then speculates whether Yoojin knows that instead of getting entangled, it is more like another person is involved in everything because of Yoojin. I think Yoonjae refers to how Yoon is caught up in everything his brother is doing. In a different area, many people are gathered outside a dungeon building. Reporters are on the air as they bring the news that Yoon is finally out of the dungeon earlier than expected. And it is not yet confirmed if the dungeon was cleared or if he ended up using gate stones. Everyone is curious about what occurred within the dungeon. A black vehicle arrives, and Yoojin comes out of it with Sunhan. It is common knowledge that a hunter who recently got out of a dungeon can be aggressive and shouldn't be carelessly approached. But in the case of Yoojin and Sunhan, they immediately enter the building. The reporters are shocked that an F-ranker is entering the vicinity, even if he is a sibling. This F-ranker is totally safe, unlike what they want to believe. Yoojin runs, but Sunhan reminds Yoojin to stay behind him. Sunhan opens a big door leading to the gate and explains it can be dangerous. Behind the big door, Peace and Yoon are in front of the gate with indescribable looks on their faces. Sunhan can tell that both of them succeeded and is somewhat wary of getting closer. But Yoojin is different, and he calls for his brother. Yoon greets his brother and asks if he is there to welcome him back. Yoojin is angry even though his brother and Peace are now back, and he starts complaining. He's not fearless. He's just treating them as usual. Yoojin squishes his brother's face as he looks closely at Yoon's face. He realizes there are still some small wounds in them and asks what happened to his potions. Yoojin continues to scold his brother and asks what made him enter a dungeon with only Peace. Yoon calmly says he wanted to carry it out on their own since Peace is now an adult. Yoojin argues that Peace is still a kid despite becoming an adult. What kind of logic is that? This, of course, makes Yoon confused. Besides, it was Yoojin who wanted them to bond. Sunhan sighs with relief, seeing that his guildmaster looks stable with how he interacts with his brother. But Sunhan's face suddenly darkens as he looks closely at Yoon. He can tell that his guildmaster emits a dangerous aura, making him flinch and step back. Sun-han deems the situation dangerous since he has experienced this numerous times before. Sun-han pales as he looks at the three, confounded at how Peace and Yoojin are holding well from attacking Yoojin. Back to one of this story's crazy characters, Yoonjae looks up the crescent moon as he ponders how similar the brothers are to a cat grooming a tiger. Yoonjae believes that is precisely why others are interested in Yoojin. Returning to our MC and his lil bro, Yoojin exits the dungeon building. The guild members greet him, filled with pride at their guild master's accomplishment. While the reporters are wary if they can get close if Yoojin was successful. Some people want to get close and uncover what happened in the dungeon, but Yoojin doesn't let them do as they please. Yoojin covers his brother with a blanket, surprising Yoojin at how attentive his brother is. Yoojin yells at everyone else to do their interviews the next day, since Yoojin lacks sleep from working hard and clearing the dungeon. Yup, the mob in this story lacks common sense. Yoojin covers for his brother, and Peace is irritated at the small flies trying to get close. This action of Yoojin proves his unique existence as a person who will treat an S-ranker like Yoojin as usual and care for him wholeheartedly. As for Noah, he is now locked up in a detention cell, thinking about what he did earlier. He knows he just ruined things, even though it was not his intention. Feeling glum, he starts hearing his sister's voice scolding him for being unable to do a simple job despite being an S-ranker. His vision of his sister continues to mock him, making him sweat. The vision condemns him to the point that he feels restrained by numerous hands. Noah snaps out of it and breaks off the handcuffs on his wrists. He struggles to stand up and makes a decision. He looks out beyond the bars, thinking he can't stay and should at least fix things. And we've got ourselves an escapee. A reporter relays how Hay and Guild cleared an S-grade dungeon in record time and how this can influence the opinion of dungeon management rights. The black vehicle is on the road, and an exhausted, drooling Yoojin is inside. Yoojin sits in the back with Peace in his arms beside Yoojin. Yoojin stares at his brother, and Sun-han reveals how Yoojin hasn't slept for the past few days. Sun-han suspects it is because of Yoojin's job as a magic beast tamer. Still, he is also sure that Yoojin is very worried about him. Sun-han says how bizarre it is for Yoojin to act like a mother hen worried for her chick despite the said chick being an S-ranker. Yoojin continues to gaze at his brother. Both owner and magic beasts are in the same position as they sleep. Sun-han asks if Yoojin acts that way with Yoojin because they are family. Yoojin gets pensive and says that his brother is really just weird. Yoojin thinks about how Yoojin hugs him like he is Yoojin's own child and how Yoojin treats powerful beings like kids. Yoojin recalls how his brother was still the same even before the world changed. They may spend cold nights on their own, but Yoojin makes sure to take good care of him. Seeing his brother grinding his teeth and getting frustrated in his sleep, Yoojin rubs his head on top of his brother's to calm him down. Yoojin believes his brother's unique nature is why such things happen to him. Yoojin compares his brother to a mouse willing to take care of and even show affection for predators. Yoojin thinks that even predators would not mind such attention. Yeah, the MC is really weird. For Yoojin, this kind of treatment is better than his brother not doing anything. Everyone liking his brother also ensures his safety. Yoojin is aware that he has a responsibility in clearing dungeons, and he can't help spending time away from Yoojin. Yoojin recalls how he and Peace slayed numerous monsters in the dungeon. Then, they form an understanding that they deem Yoojin's safety their priority. The two decided to work together to grow stronger at a faster rate. Yoojin hopes that this trip with Peace will make him spend less time in the dungeons and be with his brother. Yoojin fervently hopes in his heart that things will be okay. Even though he is a guild master, Lil Bro can't help but worry for his brother. Even with his responsibilities, he still thinks about how his actions will help his big bro. Yoojin suddenly asks Sun-han if anything happened while he was away, which startles Sun-han. Sun-han sweats as he says that he will give a detailed report later. Yoojin's phone lights up, and he checks a message. Someone sent him a picture, and he was surprised to find images of destruction in his brother's new building, as well as the wounds his brother gained in the neck and chest. This makes Yoojin furious that he crushes his phone. It's probably Yerim who sent these images to him. The sound of cracking wakes Yoojin up. He is still sleepy but snaps awake when he finds his brother angrily crushing his phone. Yoojin wipes his mouth and apologizes, but his brother doesn't let him finish because Yoojin suddenly ripped his clothes to shreds. What's with S-rankers? They treat clothes like nothing. Yoojin is surprised at his brother's actions and scolds him, but Yoojin ignores it and asks about his brother's injuries. A shouting wakes Peace up, still feeling sleepy despite the commotion. Yoojin is brimming with rage even though Yoojin is trying to calm him down. Yoojin explained it was nothing serious and simply got in between a sibling fight. Yoojin demands who did those to him and asks if any cults or Confucianism were involved in the incident. Yoojin is taken aback by his brother confusing such teachings to a cult. Why would Confucianism get involved in this? Yoojin somehow calms down, and Yoojin explains that the person who did it is Noah, the guild master of Ark. He adds that Yoonjae took care of the incident and has brought in a healer during that situation. Yoojin gets riled up after hearing Yoonjae's involvement that he destroyed the seat's cushion. Yoojin says it is no small matter, and he feels useless that his brother was hurt while he was shortly gone. Yoojin reveals that he intentionally left everyone else to secure his safety, yet they could not do so. Yoojin slumps and continues destroying the car seat. He feels angry and remorseful that going to the dungeon this time is futile. Lil Bro is handling it better than I thought. At least it is only the seat cushions. Yoojin feels terrible for his brother and rubs Yoojin's head. He asks if that is why only Yoojin and Peace entered the dungeon. Yoojin reassures his brother that Sunhan and Yerim did protect him to the best of their abilities. He adds that Noah has been arrested, making Yoojin pause. Yoojin asks if that guy is not dead yet. Yoojin is confused by the question but answers it nonetheless. Lil Bro ponders over this information, thinking that Noah is left alone by Yoonjae because Yoonjae is definitely involved. Yoojin is shocked that his brother can deduce that with little information. Yoojin says he will still check it and once again gets agitated as he asks about the bruise on Yoojin's neck. Yoojin is peeved that Yoojin also knows of this incident. Your Lil Bro has to know everything since his priority is you. Yoojin explains everything that has happened to his brother. They are now walking outside and Peace is trying to ensure that Yoojin's chest is covered. Yoojin finishes his explanation by saying Taewon was only teaching him a lesson. Yoojin calmly listens to his brother, and this demeanor makes Yoojin look at his brother. Yoojin says he understands, which significantly surprises Yoojin. Yoojin agrees with Taewon's observation and approach. Yoojin is aware that there really are a lot of people interested in his brother. Knowing his brother's nature, Yoojin thinks it was apt that Taewon used such a method to make Yoojin develop some self-awareness. But of course, Yoojin was hurt, so Yoojin believes that Taewon must pay for hurting his brother. I guess Taewon still can't escape Lil Bro's wrath. Yoojin is surprised that his brother keeps his cool despite learning the truth of what transpired. Yoojin ponders if there's anyone else after him, and having people beside him might not be enough. He recalls Yoojin's words about Confucianism and wonders if it relates to an awakened or another guild. Yoojin imagines what kind of people they would be like but chooses to ask his brother instead. Yoojin calls for his brother to come in to discuss the cult Yoojin was talking about, but his phone suddenly rings. Yoojin answers the call, and it is Officer Taewon on the line. Taewon asks if Yoojin is already home. Yoojin looks upward while his brother is on the phone. It's a good thing Lil Bro finally lent his coat to his big bro. I was worried Peace would have to keep covering for him. Yoojin answers Taewon's question, and Taewon warns him not to come out because Noah is gone from the detention center. Just when Taewon says that, Noah arrives sweating and gasping for breath. Taewon is still on the line as he mentions that they have also contacted Hayam Guild, but Yoojin doesn't hear the rest since his focus is now on Noah. Noah trembles as he walks toward Yoojin and calls for him. Peace jumps from Yoojin's arms on the other man's arrival. Yoojin greets the young man and asks why he isn't in detention. Peace uses gigantification and growls at Noah. Yoojin's face darkens, clearly unimpressed with the association's ability to keep a high-rank awakened locked up. Yoojin asks why Noah is there right now, and Noah kneels on the ground and says he is there to apologize. Dear Lord, the pretty boy is crying beautifully, and he even has those flowers as an overlay. Yoojin is surprised that Noah would escape just to apologize. Tears fall from Noah's beautiful eyes like shining starlight. Noah admits he is being rude, but he really wants to apologize for what he did. Noah says that he is even willing to do anything so that he will be forgiven and for his sister's pet to be raised by Yoojin. Yoojin glares at Noah and asks his brother if this is the guy who harmed him. Yoojin tells his brother to stay beside him. Yoojin speaks to Noah, assuring the young man that he is not mad and will talk to Noah's sister. Noah smiles with relief, and Yoojin tells him that he should return tomorrow since he must also apologize to Yerim. Noah flinches as he looks at the man beside Yoojin. Noah asks who the man is, and Yoojin introduces Yoojin as his younger brother. Noah is surprised by this fact and asks if Yoojin is getting bullied by his own brother. Yoojin says there's a reason why they look like that. Lil Bro does look like he bullies his big bro with how they are dressed. Yoojin introduces himself as the guild master of Hayam Guild, and says he knows about what happened earlier. Noah flinches and sweats as he looks at Yoojin. Noah is incredulous since Yoojin is not even afraid of having such a powerful brother. Yoojin remains unflinching even though Noah is now trembling in fear. Noah claims that Yoojin is like him, who has an S ranker for a sibling. He deems such a situation dangerous, and Noah continues to talk with fear and disbelief. Yoojin looks at his brother, saying it is his fault for scaring the poor kid. It's not Lil Bro's fault. You're clearly just indifferent when it comes to such things, MC. Yoojin places a hand on his brother's chest and tells him to stay back since he is weak. Like a trigger, Noah remembers the way his sister treats him. Noah is afraid, but he pulls himself together. His hands transform, and he lunges to where Yoojin is. Noah shouts at Yoojin to take his hands off Yoojin. This shocks Yoojin, but Yoojin simply pushes his brother back as Noah attacks. The impact causes destruction, and it is not clear if Yoojin's new building will even be able to survive it. And we've got another misunderstanding. Let's pray that our MC's building will make it through the night. Noah lunges towards Yoojin, yelling to remove his hands from Yoojin. Yoojin quickly pushes his brother away from him, and their impact causes a big explosion. Peace is protecting Yoojin, and the two watch Yoojin subdue Noah as the smoke dissipates. Yoojin says he has to do something since it is getting dangerous to let Noah go. Yoojin rushes to say that there is an explanation for everything, but Noah fiercely growls at Yoojin. This pretty boy is letting his emotions take over. Yoojin glares at the young man and claims he must do his part as the Heian guild master. He grabs Noah's arm and asks if it was the exact arm that harmed his guild member, Yerim. Noah retaliates using his dragon tail before Yoojin can do any further harm. Yoojin deflects the attack with his arm, throwing Noah off in the process. Yoojin yells for his brother, but Yoojin remains unfazed as he looks at his arm. Yoojin says he was unaware Noah had a tail as he examined his injured arm. From a distance, Noah is already half turned into a dragon, and he glares at Yoojin with his glowing eyes. You are not as pretty as before when you shift, Noah. Yoojin warns his brother that he has been poisoned. Yoojin is also unaware of this fact, but he assures his brother that it is okay, stating he can just cut it off before his whole body gets affected by the poison. True to his word, Yoojin cuts it off, shocking his own brother. Peace simply watches over this spectacle, but Yoojin has none of his brother's brazen logic. Yoojin resumes his call with Taewon, asking if he heard everything. We almost forgot that Taewon is still on the line. Good thinking, MC. Taewon replies that he is already on his way to the facility. Yoojin urges him to hurry since it might turn out more dangerous than now. Yoojin pours out a healing potion on his damaged arm as he looks at Noah, who seems to be struggling. Suddenly, there were a lot of cracking sounds as Noah grew dragon wings and wholly transformed into a dragon. So he can completely transform into a dragon? Noah screeches in his dragon form and flies up into the air. Yoojin is surprised that Noah can transform into a dragon completely and even has the ability to fly. Yoojin reckons that with Noah's current form, he would still be at a disadvantage. Noah flies towards Yoojin, but Yoojin merely smirks. Yoojin asks if he can just slay this monster before him as he activates blue willow leaves. Numerous blue willow leaves hinder Noah's vision, making the dragon crash into the domed ceiling. Yoojin uses his leaves to leap up to where Noah is and swings his sword up in preparation for an attack. Yoojin claims that there is no space there for him to fly. Yoojin brings his sword down to a slash, injuring one of Noah's wings. The dragon wails as poison seeps out from him. Yoojin smiles at this futile attempt and says it will not work on him since he can simply burn it up before it can even reach him. Noah crashes to the ground with Yoojin on top of him. Yoojin glares at the dragon as he lifts his sword, claiming that Noah should pay with his life for harming Yoojin. Do not say that, lil bro. Big bro will not like it. This declaration snaps Noah into action, even if his injury makes it hard for him to move. Upon gaining determination, Noah uses a skill that shocks Yoojin. Noah has activated his skill, Healing Hand, and new flesh forms to cover his injured wing. The wound gets completely healed with the bright light of magic circle beneath Noah. At least it is not as horrific as Jiu's healing factor from plus 99 reinforced wooden stick. Noah glares at Yoojin and announces that he is also an S ranker. With a shriek, Noah charges toward Yoojin to attack. Noah knows he can't lose now since he managed to evolve into an S ranker through hard work. Still, Yoojin easily deflects the attack with his sword. Yoojin takes hold of a glowing blue string and uses it to tie Noah. Yoojin pulls on the rope, and Noah tries his hardest to break free. But like how he tried his best to be acknowledged by his sister, his resolve and actions are in vain. Noah sheds tears as he recalls how his sister had usually admonished him for being weak. Just like that, Noah crashes to the ground with a big blast. The smoke clears up, and Yoojin is once again looking down on fallen Noah. Yoojin swings his sword while commenting that choosing not to use any skills on the dragon took some time to take it down. Yoojin prepares to give the final blow, but he stops when he realizes that his brother used the stern mother Hendril surgeon's skill on him. Yoojin commands his brother to stop and threatens him that if he proceeds, he will send all of Noah's sensations to Yoojin. Yoojin does not want to resort to this, but seeing that his brother has no plans of stopping gives him no choice. It is incredible how our MC keeps on thinking up new ways to utilize his skills. Yoojin looks at his brother, surprised that Yoojin's skill can be used this way. Yoojin seriously asks his brother why he is trying hard to protect the guy who initiated the attack. Noah is still crying. Seeing this dragon's state, Yoojin can't help but be concerned. Yoojin yells that he should stop since even his new building will be destroyed if he continues. Yoojin approaches Noah and asks if he is okay. Yoojin looks away, feeling jealous. Yoojin warns his brother to be careful nonetheless. Yoojin talks to Noah and explains to him that his relationship with Yoojin is actually close, so he has nothing to worry about. You should really listen this time, kid. Noah has shifted back to his human form, though he is still lying on his back, crying. Noah sits up, and Peace automatically leaps nearby to cover his exposed private parts. Good job, Peace. Yoojin exclaims about Noah's lack of clothes, but it can't be helped since those got destroyed when Noah turned into a dragon. Noah ignores his lack of clothes and tears stream from his eyes. He asks why he is weak and how come an F ranker like Yoojin can save an S ranker like him. Noah mulls over his belief that he would be acknowledged by his sister by becoming an S ranker. Noah has already achieved this. He also established himself as a guild master and even gained an SSS class title. And yet none of these helped Riot see him in a better light. Poor kid, you do not have to despair. You should stop seeking your twisted sister's approval. Noah cries as he mentions how he keeps on messing things up. He explains that he easily lets his emotions take over whenever he thinks of his sister. Noah apologizes again for being weak, but Yoojin makes a face upon hearing those words. Yoojin asks what Noah exactly means. This question makes Noah pause while Yoojin fumes as he asks who said it was Noah's fault. Yoojin reiterates that it is not because Noah is weak, and that the real problem here is his sister. Noah looks at the disaster he caused while Peace lays beside him to ensure this pretty blonde boy is covered. He is such a good kitty. Noah says he did all of these, referring to the chaos in the facility. Yoojin looks as well and admits that Noah made some mistakes. Yoojin stands up straight and tells his brother to get him something they can use to cover Noah up. Yoojin begrudgingly listens to his older brother and brings a blanket. Yoojin takes the blanket from Yoojin and covers Noah with it. Yoojin tells Noah that he may not know him and Riot well, but based on what he has seen so far, he can tell that how Riot treats Noah is wrong. It is easy to discern that Noah is abused, making him naturally scared of his own sister. Yoojin slumps down as he concedes that Riot is just really scary, which is why no one can stop her from treating Noah that way. That makes sense, but there are other S rankers who were aware of the situation, but did not stop Riot. For example, there is Yoonjae, but yeah, we can't expect too much from this guy. Noah can't say it, but he agrees with Yoojin. He says that things might have been different if he had been stronger, but Yoojin refutes those words and says he should not be treated that way, whether he is strong or weak. These claims make Noah's eyes widen and gaze at Yoojin. Yoojin fixes Noah's blanket to cover him adequately and tells him he is not weak. Yoojin reminds Noah that he kept on trying to improve to the point that he created his own guild and even got himself a title. And most of all, he tried his best to win against his sister. Yoojin tied the ends of the blanket to keep it secure. He then reassures Noah that he did a great job and is now strong. Yoojin smiles at Noah and reminds him of how he fought just now with Yoojin because he was afraid for Yoojin's safety. Yoojin guarantees that such action is not something a weak person would do. These words left so much impact on Noah that he can't help crying prettily once again. This kid is such a crybaby, but is okay if it is this kid. He's still pretty even though he's crying. Noah says is the first time someone has told him such things, making Yoojin think about this seriously. Yoojin is sure anyone can tell Noah is suffering because of Riot. Yoojin looks over at the young man whose face reddens with tears filling his eyes. Yoojin decides to reassure Noah again and advises him to keep his distance from his sister in the meantime. Noah mumbled, and Yoojin did not hear him the first time. Noah wipes his tears as he asks if he can stay there until he musters up his courage to face his sister. Yoojin readily accepts the request while Yoojin and Peace stare at the two with blank faces. The two are in sync as Yoojin thinks about how he shouldn't have slain Noah, while Peace growls at this turn of events. Lil Bro and Peace are jealous. There is another addition to the list of people and magic beasts who are craving Big Bro's attention. Chief Officer Taewon Song arrives at the facility to take Noah away. "You're late, Taewon." Things had already settled down even before he got there. Noah is still tearing up while he looks at Yoojin. At the same time, Taewon instructs his personnel to tell everyone that it is safe to return to their homes. And in the background, some staff are cleaning up the mess that Yoojin and Noah created in the place. Yoojin looks in amazement at how professional Taewon is in ensuring that regular civilians will not be hurt in the clash. I guess this is the reason he was late. As for Yoojin, he glares at Taewon as he recalls what the guy did to his older brother. Unable to keep his cool, Yoojin throws a dagger toward Taewon. Taewon easily catches the blade with one hand as he looks at Yoojin, who is glaring at him. And this somehow resolved the issue from before. Lil Bro really can't keep his cool if it concerns Big Bro. After some time, Noah started working as a guard in the facility to repay the damage he caused. This fact overjoyed Yoojin since he got an S ranker as a guard for free. There was also the issue between Noah and Yerim. But unlike Yoojin's expectations, Yerim quickly forgave Noah for what happened. Yerim claims that the fight was a fun experience for her and adds that they should do it again next time so that she can freeze Noah's poison. Noah is also a bit surprised by the turn of events. Still, he immediately agrees to fight again with Yerim anytime. Yoojin is taken aback at how fast they made up and wonders if all S-rankers make up this way. These S-rankers are pretty chill. It is like a brawl is just a game for them. Noah leaves them to handle other paperwork, and Yoojin waves him bye. As Noah goes, Yerim looks at Yoojin. She says she is okay with this, but then asks if Yoojin really feels the same. The question surprises Yoojin, and Yerim starts pointing out that Noah is the guy who attacked him in their first meeting, and that same guy has a crazy S-ranker for a sister. She asks if Yoojin really has no perception of fear. There is also Taewon, who attacked Yoojin when they were alone, and it was also their first meeting. Our MC already forgave Taewon, so Yerim should not be surprised anymore that the same applies to Noah. Yoojin laughs it off, seeing that Yerim got it all correct. Yerim asks if Yoojin has been manipulated or something. Still, Yoojin only looks away, thinking that he is actually the one who is manipulative here. Yep, but only you and the system are aware of that. Yoojin scratches his head and claims that he feels terrible for Noah since he is still young, and he really wants to help him out. Yerim beats on her chest as she shouts that this is the exact problem with Yoojin. Yerim points at Yoojin as she reminds him that ordinary people would get intimidated even if they just stood next to an S-ranker. She explains how she even has to hide her own energy while at school so that her friends will not be afraid of her. She then shouts that Yoojin does not even get scared and does the complete opposite. Yoojin feeling bad for an S-ranker is utterly different from the norm. Yerim compares him to a hamster who feels terrible for a beast. She has the same observations as Lil Bro, back when Lil Bro compared his brother to a mouse who takes care of predators. Yerim says that Yoojin is weird, but Yoojin contradicts this. He says he is only worried for Noah since he is around Yoojin's age, and the young man really does not feel like a stranger to him. Yerim says this kind of thinking is also weird and asks about Yoojin's actual relationship with Yoojin. She comments on how Yoojin kept on talking as if he was the one who raised him. Yoojin looks at Yerim, surprised that she is unaware. He admits that he actually did raise Yoojin from preschool. Yoojin proudly says that during Parents' Day, he would give carnations to Yoojin instead of their parents. For those who miss reading the notes, Parents' Day is celebrated in Korea instead of a separate Mother's Day or Father's Day, and it is a custom to give carnations to them. Yerim asks if they still had their parents at that time, and if they were not on good terms to the point that Yoojin had to take over the responsibility of raising his younger brother. Yoojin thinks about it for a moment and says that their parents' relationship is actually quite great since they are the type to always eat out and do things together. Yoojin adds that it was during one of their trips that their parents died. Yerim skeptically looks at Yoojin and asks if their parents left them on their own. She says that this is a weird thing for parents to do. Yoojin thinks about it and says he is not sure. The doubt on his face clears up as he says it is okay since his parents are on good terms. To better understand Yoojin and Yoojin's family dynamics, here's a flashback. The television is open, and there is a documentary about how a cuckoo lays its egg in a different nest. It explains how the eggs will look similar on the outside, but once it hatches, it would be obvious how it is a different bird species. It adds how the newborn cuckoo would push the other eggs off the nest, while the mother would unknowingly feed the cuckoo hatchling, which is obviously more significant than her. Yep, this documentary is a subtle analogy of the Han family dynamics. A young Yoojin is on the floor, too busy to pay attention to the show on television. He is drawing his younger brother with their family in his sketchbook when he suddenly gets startled by his mom's shout. Mother Han exclaimed as she agreed at how creepy it was. Mother Han and Father Han are talking about how a child will not cry or laugh, even though the hospital said there was nothing wrong with the child. Mother Han cries as she compares how different the kid is from Yoojin and admits that it feels like the baby is not her own child. Mother and Father Han are referring to Yoojin here. This actually clears up a lot of things. We now know that Lil Bro has been weird since he was a baby. This situation might even be similar to Yoonjae and Ryit. Yoojin stops his drawing and stands up with a stuffed toy in his hand. Despite hearing his mother's confession of how afraid she is that the child might one day, the rest of the sentence was not heard as his mother's voice became muffled. Yoojin enters his brother's room and looks over at his brother. Yoojin is confused about why their parents would say such things about Yoojin. Yoojin gives the frog's stuffed toy to a young Yoojin, who is simply staying still in his crib. Yoojin fondly looks at his brother as he claims that Yoojin is cute and kind. I must agree with Big Bro here. Lil Bro is too cute, even though he is indifferent. As they grew up, their parents would ask if Yoojin would like to go out with Mother and Father Han, even though Yoojin was always with Yoojin. But as always, Yoojin would innocently ask if Yoojin is included. Yoojin is so close to Yoojin that even at night, he is the one to read to his brother before going to sleep. Yoojin's actions have always puzzled both Father and Mother Han. They are confused as to why Yoojin seems unaffected by Yoojin's actions and is even so nice to his younger brother. I do not get it. Lil Bro is seriously too cute in this panel. It is no wonder Yoojin kept gushing about his brother even before the gates appeared in their world. Mother Han breaks down, thinking there must be something wrong with them since Yoojin is a great brother to Yoojin. Father Han tries to calm Mother Han, but Mother Han continues to cry, saying that the feelings they are getting from Yoojin do not make sense when she knows for sure that she gave birth to Yoojin. She exclaims that if other people knew, they would be labeled as crazy parents. Father Han hugs Mother Han to his chest as he tells her he knows what she means. He looks at the teared-up photos and the blotted images of Yoojin in their family pictures. Father Han then admits that he is also afraid of their own son, Yoojin. Father Han is confused as to why they would be afraid of their own son when Yoojin is just a kid. He opens the door to their kid's room as he wonders how Yoojin can bear to be near Yoojin. Father Han gets startled when he sees a big blot of darkness holding the book in front of Yoojin. Yoojin then looks up, seeing their father's arrival. In Father Han's eyes, Yoojin remains enveloped in darkness even though he can see Yoojin clearly. Oh, so that is why they are scared of Yoojin. They are unable to see that little kid's cuteness. Yoojin is acting normally, and this makes Father Han wonder if it is not only Yoojin. If Yoojin is like this, it might be possible that they are not the weird ones, and it might actually be Yoojin himself. Big Bro has been strange since he was young. These siblings really suit one another. With this new mindset, the Han parents left their two sons on their own. However, they still do their responsibility of cooking them food or giving them allowances. From then on, the two brothers think that this is a normal thing to occur in a family. They would celebrate on their own, even if it was Christmas. Their parents would take trips on their own, leaving Yoojin and Yoojin behind. Yoojin says that this is because their parents are so close to each other. Yup, they did not grow normally. This is the exact reason why the brothers are so attached to each other. Yoojin smiles at his brother, saying they can celebrate Yoojin's birthday on their own. Yoojin's birthday falls on Christmas, and Yoojin says is great since everything looks sparkly during this time of the year. Yoojin keeps hold of Yoojin's hand as they wander the streets to look at the sparkly things around them, and Yoojin hopes they can buy a birthday cake even though it is Christmas, and that's the end of this flashback. Yoojin looks at his own hand, thinking that things might have been different if he did not take hold of his older brother's hand back then. Yoojin thinks that Yoojin would be able to live an everyday life even if Yoojin was out of the picture. Yoojin mulls over this as he looks at his brother. Yoojin smiles as he interacts with Yerim and manhwa. Yoojin already knows of this fact, but for Yoojin, he is still unable to let go of that hand. That night in the Sijin Guild headquarters, Yoonjae is talking on the phone. The person on the other end of the line mentions that she heard about Noah's mistake. Yoonjae compares the situation to how they initially trained a dog who ran away from them in the end. The other person asks if this is the reason why her flight was moved. She also asks why Noah did it in the first place. Yoonjae looks at his phone, which is placed on speaker mode. as he says that what happened might have something to do with Yoojin Han. The woman named Evelyn in Yoonjae's phone dawns with understanding as she says Yoojin's title is a magic beast tamer. Everyone is still unaware that this is a fake title. The woman on the other end of the call is in a foreign land and wonders if Yoojin managed to tame Noah, because Noah is a half monster. Yoonjae laughs at this, saying it would be amusing if that is the reason. The long-haired woman pauses and comments that Yoonjae does not seem to be upset by this turn of events. Yoonjae smiles as he admits that he actually likes it when things are happening, not how he expected them to be. Yoonjae looks through the recent pictures of Yoojin that day and says he will complain to the new master about their escaped dog. Now Yoonjae has another reason to go to Yoojin and make his demands. And I should also point out that he has terrible stalking habits. In the streets, Soyeon happily sings as she carries a customized dragon tower for her beloved Comet, while at the same time carrying new supplies and toys for the baby dragon. Soyeon looks up at the sky as she starts saying a line she made herself, but Soyeon does not get to finish when she sees someone falling from a tower. The stick figure is back. Soyeon screams with surprise and thinks she must save them somehow, but she stops in these thoughts when dragon wings come from the person's back. Soyeon watches as Noah elegantly transforms into a dragon. Wow, this pretty blonde boy has learned well from Peace in making sure his jewels are not in plain sight of everyone when he transforms. Noah majestically soars in the air, making Soyeon stop in her tracks with awe. The supplies and toys litter the ground as they fall from Soyeon's arms. Soyeon trembles with happiness upon discovering that another dragon made its appearance, and this dragon is actually a human as well. Because of this event, the already low possibility of Soyeon becoming Yoojin's sister-in-law plummeted to 0. I now agree with Yoon. He really should have slain Noah back then. Lil Bro's supposedly future girlfriend is currently enamored with that pretty boy dragon. Up in the sky, Noah is in his dragon form with Blue flying near him. Yoojin asks Noah how it feels, and Noah replies enthusiastically, claiming that it is easier for him since Blue has the same 4 legs and wings as him. He says that the sensation of flight is also much easier this way. Blue happily coos as if he understood what Noah just said. Yoojin's eyes are glowing brightly as he shares the senses of Blue with Noah using his skill, Stern Mother Hen Drill Sergeant. Yoojin claims that Blue is great at flying, and Noah is sure to learn a lot from the magic beast. He then instructs Noah to copy Blue's wing movements, and Noah immediately complies. Noah exclaims that flying is now more manageable, and Yoojin compliments the young man. You could even use that skill for this kind of training. This skill is really beneficial for our MC. Yoojin closes his eyes and thinks how foreign it is to feel something similar to flying when he does not even have wings. At the same time, Yoojin is engrossed in the sensation of the wind as if he himself is flying right now. He finds this experience exhilarating, and at the same time, it is also sickening. Yoojin suddenly yells at Blue, scolding the golden griffin to stop doing stunts as he flies. Blue ignores the scolding and happily squeals in the air. Noah realizes what is happening and immediately shifts back to his human form to run back to Yoojin. He asks if Yoojin is fine, and Yoojin says he is, even though he is already on all 4s. Blue joins them, and Blue perches on Noah's shoulder as Noah reminds Blue that they should go slow. Yoojin looks at the two, but is suddenly reminded that Noah needs some clothes first. This pretty blonde kid needs further lessons about decency. Noah started training with Blue in his dragon form to get used to flying and moving his body as a dragon. Yoojin admits that it was challenging, but he still deems that taking Noah in under his care is like hitting the jackpot. Aside from Noah's title, he also has other noteworthy skills like the B-grade healing hand. In the novel, this was actually ranked as A-class. Yoojin mulls over the fact that healers typically have low stats, but since Noah is an S-ranker, there is less worry about the healer getting hurt. Yoojin looks at Noah's other skill, which is the Soundless Scream. It is an S-rank attack skill that makes his opponent feel twice the pain that Noah is feeling. That is a good skill. I wonder why he did not use this when he fought Yoon. Just a trivia. This skill is also marked as an A-class skill in the novel, though it has similar effects. Noah explained that this skill only works in the same parts of the body. So back when Noah hurt his wings from Yoon's attack, he could not use this skill against Yoojin's younger brother since Yoon has no wings. Yoojin was relieved that his brother could not hurt Noah further at that time, or else it would have been bad for Yoon. So that is the reason. It is not because Noah was holding back or anything. Yoojin thinks of Noah's last skill, which he finds to be the most appealing. Noah and Yoojin face each other in a training room while Yoon and Peace watch over the two with leering eyes. Yes, we all know you two are jealous. Noah activates his skill, and his hand glows as he directs it toward Yoojin. A notification appears specifying the strength stat, and Yoojin also starts to glow. Yoojin looks at his body as the skill, stat rental, activates. Yoojin feels buffed up and announces that he will start. Yoojin punches his fist to the ground, and it gets destroyed upon impact. Yoojin looks at his handiwork and is excited at how the skill perfectly works. Noah claps his hands at Yoojin's success. Yoojin is amazed at how a stat rental skill is much more helpful than using equipment or other items to raise his stats. With his A-rank ability to borrow or lend half of the stats for 30 minutes per day, this is more than perfect for our F-ranker MC. Yoojin compliments Noah for having this much strength, even though Noah is a healer. Noah reminds Yoojin that he's an S-ranker, so this much power output is expected. Yoojin is once again lost in his daydream as he thinks of how the effect will be multiplied by 4 if he adds the veteran F-ranker title and Rao Chita's Bane skill to the mix. If you recall, veteran F-ranker can double an attack skill. In contrast, Rao Chita's Bane can double the effects of skills if Yoojin is up against a lesser venomous cursed dragon like Noah and Ryit. And with this, you just can't help but admire our MC's forward thinking. Yoojin can already see himself riding Noah in the future. Yoojin imagines that even if Noah activates his poison skills, he will remain safe since he has an L-grade poison resistance skill. He believes he can use this to the max in a dungeon raid. And Yoojin is sure that monsters will not be able to even approach them this way. Sorry Soyeon, our MC is already claiming that seat on Noah's dragon's back. Thinking only of the best outcomes with Noah by his side, Yoojin is not a single bit hesitant in saying that Noah is the best. Noah, of course, tears up at Yoojin's words, claiming that it is the first time he has heard such praise. This interaction between them obviously gets a glare from the jealous Yoojin and Peace. Poor Peace. It is like his role as our MC's mount is stolen, just like that. Yoojin is relieved that Noah is satisfied with his current life in the facility. At the same time, Blue has also grown well while training with Noah. This makes Yoojin wonder if his skill, "My kid is the best," also contributed to this. As if to test out his newfound power, Blue decides to pounce on Peace, who lazily lounges as he watches Yoojin. Peace quickly detects Blue's intention, and he uses gigantification and smacks Blue in the head with a paw. Blue was unable to evade, and Yoojin exclaimed. Peace continues to pounce on Blue as if he is playing with the golden griffin, and Yoojin reminds Peace to be nice to his siblings. Peace complies with Yoojin's wishes, and Yoojin hugs the horned flame lion. Yoojin thinks that Peace does not like the fact that his dad has more work with the current number of magic beasts and people around them. Yoojin tries reassuring Peace and says he must do this since this is his chosen profession. For Yoojin, those days of training magic beasts and Noah can be considered brilliantly productive. Just like in reality, these days won't really last that long when you have a thorn in the side. And for our MC, this comes in the form of an annoying guildmaster named Yoonjae Sung. Yoonjae visits with a big basket of flowers, claiming he is there to congratulate Blue's growth. Yoojin only glares at Yoonjae, making Yoonjae admit that the flowers were actually from Soyeon, so he should still take it. Yoojin smiles as he accepts the basket, thinking that Yoonjae must have been busy and he should not have delivered it himself. At the same time, Yoojin speaks his honest thoughts, asking why Yoonjae did this when others could deliver it. This makes Yoonjae smile as he comments on how Yoojin has mixed up his thoughts with his words. Yep, the Sejeon Guildmaster is well aware of how much he annoys our MC with his existence, seeing that there is no reason to mince words. Yoojin bluntly asks Yoonjae what he wants, still smiling. Yoonjae says he is hurt by Yoojin's treatment, then admits that he went there as an investor who is visiting a runaway debtor. Noah appears above them in his dragon form and shrieks. He causes a gust of wind as he approaches them while staying in his dragon form. Noah drops behind Yoojin and puts his tail before Yoojin as if to protect him. Noah claims that he never ran away and kept his promise. He even warns Yoonjae to not involve Yoojin in this matter of theirs. Yoonjae calmly looks at the dragon, who is unsuccessful in trying to be menacing. Yoonjae says that Noah should have immediately made this known before he ran away. He then comments on how close Noah has gotten with Yoojin and asks if Noah got hired as a pet. The Sejeon Guildmaster is really good at invoking hate from others. This comment makes Noah furious, and he reiterates that he is a human. Before Noah can do anything else, Yoojin makes him stop. Yoojin claims responsibility for Noah, saying that he is the one who took him. Noah tries to rebut, but Yoojin reminds him that it was his own decision to hire Noah. Yoojin says he only does this for himself so Noah can leave this matter to him. Typical Noah tears up at Yoojin's proclamation. For Yoojin, he is really only doing this to keep the young man decent. Yoojin does not want Noah to shift back into his human form since he does not have a blanket or even peace to keep Noah covered. Yoojin turns to Yoonjae and says he does not know their problem, but whatever it may be, he will take Noah. So if there is a debt that Noah must pay, Yoonjae can talk about it with him instead. Yoonjae stares at him as Yoojin asks what Yoonjae wants in return. I bet Yoonjae is waiting for this exact moment when Yoojin owes him a favor. Let's start chapter 79 with a flashback. A news reporter states that a guild involved in the incident chose to dissolve since there were witnesses claiming that there was a sighting of a golden dragon. And the incident may have occurred because of a dungeon break. Undoubtedly, the golden dragon is Noah, but his ability is not public knowledge during this time. Yoonjae watches the news as he ends his call. He thinks that his previous investment is now thriving as he mulls over how great Noah's poison skill is. So the curse skill is more significant for Ryit, while the poison skill is more potent for Noah. But what Yoonjae appreciates more is Noah's ability to completely transform into a dragon. His unique ability makes it possible to slay specific targets and make it seem like there was a dungeon break in the area. Really devious Sejong Guild Master. Yoonjae smiles, thinking it might be tricky if the target is another S-ranker. Still, anyone below that would be an easy picking for Noah. Yoonjae grimly smiles as he plans to slay those people behind the Hanshin and Breaker Guild. And once this happens, he will once more have Yoojin's skills in his hands. So the goal of Yoonjae's plans is Yoojin. Getting back to the present, that same person who made heinous plans is now receiving a drink from the person he wants for his own. Yoonjae blankly stares at the canned drink in his hand that Yoojin handed him. Yoojin claims he might like this drink since he saw Yoonjae drinking Earl Grey tea before. Yoojin says he got other canned teas and Yoonjae can choose whatever he wants. Yoojin says this as he pets Noah in the face. Yoonjae looks at Yoojin, wondering if Yoojin is aware of how he foiled Yoonjae's plans, even though it was not his intention. Yoonjae gets into business and says he has invested much in Noah. Yoonjae can't explain it in detail, but he lets Yoojin know that this included the information on getting Noah a title. He describes how Noah is helpful despite being a support. Trusting his eyes, Yoonjae made it possible for Noah to build his own guild and even create distance from his sister Ryit. Yoonjae stares at Yoojin as he gives the final blow on how Noah chose Yoojin right after meeting him. He is using the guilty card to get what he wants from Yoojin. Yoojin avoids the stare but looks back at Yoonjae when the Sejong Guild Master mentions how the Art Guild disintegrated with just one call. Yoojin then looks at Noah, who adopts an angelic expression while saying that he did that after he decided to stay there with Yoojin. Yoojin wonders if Noah's decision to disband the Art Guild is acceptable. Yoonjae continues to guilt-trip Yoojin by saying how he made Yoojin think that the Art Guild is unrelated to his own benefit, but claims that Yoojin found out about it nonetheless. Yoojin and Noah glare at Yoonjae with disgust, while Yoojin thinks about how those were confessed by Yoonjae himself, and he does not even try to guess that. Playing mind games with Yoonjae is exhausting. Noah sees where this is going and decides to make his stand by claiming he can pay for what he owes Yoonjae on his own. He says he can do dungeon raids if that is what Yoonjae wants. Yoonjae quickly refuses Noah's offer, claiming that Sejong Guild does not lack hunters. He adds that Noah holds no interest in him anymore since he does not have the Art Guild anymore, adding to the fact that others already know about Noah's transformation skill, while this is the truth for him. Yoonjae adds that Noah is now helpful for what Yoojin requires. Yoonjae gazes at Yoojin as he asks Yoojin for confirmation. Putting on his smiling face, Yoonjae claims that he can easily ride it with Yoojin's poison resistance skill. This statement pisses off Yoojin, and he reminds Yoonjae that Noah is a human, so he should be referred to as he and not it. Seeing this, Yoonjae kept his smiling face on and corrected himself by saying that Yoojin could enter high-tier dungeons that do not have flying monsters with him. Yoonjae is onto our MC's plans. Despite correcting himself, Yoojin ignores Yoonjae and says there is no need for him to do dungeon raids. Yoojin scratches his head, thinking Yoonjae managed to see through his plans. Feeling that there is no other way out of it, Yoojin asks Yoonjae what he wants this time. Yoojin reminds him they already have a contract for the magic beast training. As Yoonjae said earlier, his guild does not lack hunters. Yoonjae was waiting for Yoojin to ask this, and he smiled as he pretended to think it over. Yoonjae puts up 3 fingers and announces 3 times. He wants Yoojin to help him out 3 times when he needs it. Let's take a pause here and appreciate Yoonjae's fingers for a moment. Cause seriously, I always find myself amazed when artists draw hands. Okay, let's go back to the story now. Yoojin claims this request is vague and wants it written down in detail in a contract. Yoojin gets some tools for the contract from his inventory, but Yoonjae claims it is unnecessary. Yoojin is skeptical of his statement and asks what Yoonjae will do if he chooses to act dumb when Yoonjae needs him. Yoonjae acts like a damsel as he claims that he will be too hurt if Yoojin does this, then adds that he trusts that Yoojin wouldn't do that to him. Yoojin looks at Yoonjae with disdain, wondering if the Season Guildmaster has gone nuts since he is alright with a verbal promise between them despite the weight of the conditions. Yoojin can't help but wonder if Yoonjae is so confident that he can still claim whatever he desires even if it is not written. Yoonjae just trusts your personality, MC. Yoojin is worried since he knows that the guy before him is not a single bit affected when Yoojin previously used the keyword. He feels uncomfortable, but Yoojin inferred he can help at least that much. Yoojin finally concludes and puts the contract paper back into his inventory. He agrees with Yoonjae's terms, making Noah worried. Yoojin reaches out his hand to Yoonjae and adds that he will still reject it if he is unable to do it or if the request is meant to hurt others. Yoonjae smiles at this and reaches out his hand as well. Yoonjae says that he has no intention of harming anyone, and the two shake hands. And that is how the Season Guildmaster managed to achieve his goal despite having his original plan thrown into the trash. Now that Yoojin agreed to help him out 3 times, Yoonjae quickly asks Yoojin if he can really only share the doubled effect of attack skill if Yoojin is wearing an item that nullifies damage. Yoojin looks at Yoonjae and says that is the case, and adds that he does not have the bracelet he used before. This makes Yoonjae smile and asks Yoojin to make sure to let him know when Myungwoo will be able to create an item with similar effects. Yoojin glares at Yoonjae as he confirms his suspicion that Yoonjae only wants his skill. Behind Yoojin, Noah laments the fact that Yoojin is being taken advantage of because of him. Yoojin laughs and curses Yoonjae in his head. He thoroughly mocks the Season Guildmaster in his mind as he thinks that the kind of item Yoonjae wishes to appear is very rare to have. But instead of Yoonjae, the world mocks Yoojin, as a worn-out Myungwoo hands him 3 marbles that have similar effects to the bracelet he gave him before. These clear marbles are called Shalo's beads. Though it has a name this time, there is still no explanation of its effects or its class. The only other indication on it is that it is a one-time use item. This is why you should not have gotten ahead of yourself, MC. You should have known by now that waifu material, Myungwoo, would do his utmost to provide for you. Yoojin and Yoon are inside Myungwoo's golden smithy. Yoon is busy looking around the place while his brother worriedly asks Myungwoo if he is getting enough sleep. Yoojin asks what Myungwoo is working on, that he can create a damage-nullifying item from it. Myungwoo is obviously tired, but he promises to show Yoojin what he has been working on once it is completed, so the Shalo's beads were only Myungwoo's side project. He is probably working on something permanent compared to these consumable items. Yoon still looks around the smithy with a red egg in his hand and comments on how functional this space would be if used in dungeon raids. The already tired Myungwoo gets irritated at those words and says he would not want anyone else coming into his smithy. Yoojin tries to calm his friend down and thanks Myungwoo for letting Yoon visit the smithy. Getting to the point of Yoon's visit, Yoojin asks Myungwoo if he knows anything about the red egg that Yoon got from his previous dungeon raid. With its intricate design, the red egg is an SSS grade item that Yoon and Peace received as a reward for clearing the S-class dungeon. Yoojin had seen this before he turned back time as a part of a series that rarely appeared. He knows that people back then were unsuccessful in determining what it was for, since there were barely any reactions from it, and the egg did not even break. Yoojin believes that this time would be different because, in this timeline, they have Myungwoo and Ismur, who can help understand what it is for. This is no doubt a perk of this new timeline. Yoojin nudges his brother while furiously thinking about how he made it possible for them to meet and become friends despite their dislike for one another. Yoojin attempts to have his brother understand his thoughts on this matter, but Yoon gets distracted when he finds a large fire in the hearth of the smithy. The fire blazes profusely, surprising Yoojin at Ismur's appearance. Yoon looks at the fire indifferently, while Ismur looks and points down at the egg in Yoon's hand. Ismur says that a young flame is there, and he injects the egg with some of his power. The red egg turns dark and cracks in Yoon's hand. Smoke emerges from its cracked shell as Yoon holds it with both hands. A small blazing red lizard comes out of the egg. The fire dissipates as Yoojin looks at it. The lizard looks around and as if finding its home. It leaped from Yoon's hand into one of Yoon's eyes. This, of course, shocks Big Bro as he watches the lizard disappear in his brother's eye. Yoojin jumps at what happened, worried sick for his brother. But as always, Yoojin is calm as the lizard jumps out of his eye, and Yoojin assures his older brother that he's okay. Yoojin hands the small lizard to his brother, deeming it safe. Yoojin explains that the lizard likes the inside of his eye, but this only confuses his brother. Yoojin looks at the lizard with his promising sprout skill, determining that it is a fire elemental similar to Ismur, though this one is an F class. The skill also lets Yoojin know that the spirit is already contracted with his younger brother. I guess they formed the contract right when it went into Lil Pro's eye. Myungwoo looks at Ismur, wondering if the lizard awakened because Ismur shared some of its powers with it. Yoojin looks at the lizard who returned to his brother as he ponders how those eggs from before never got to hatch since their world does not have any elementals. Yoojin believes this is another significant change after turning back time. Yoojin uses his black flame to see how the fire elemental will react to it. As if being fed, the lizard opens its mouth wide to eat up the black flame offered to him. Seeing this reaction, Yoojin concludes that the elemental is resistant to flame. Yoojin says that if it does feed on fire, Yoojin can take his time and enjoy raising it. Yoojin adds that it might even grow as strong as Myungwoo's Ismur since the lizard came out of an SSS grade egg. This comment shocks Myungwoo and says that Yoojin shouldn't have said that. Myungwoo turns to his partner, who tries his best to make himself small. Myungwoo reassures Ismur that he is the best and there is nothing for him to worry about. Myungwoo adds that a small thing is nothing compared to his Ismur. Ismur is similar to Myungwoo's previous personality. Myungwoo must have grown since he has to take care of his big baby. Yoojin, Yoojin, and the lizard watch Myungwoo jump all over the place to restore Ismur's confidence. Yoojin realizes that Myungwoo must have been having difficulty dealing with the elemental similar to how Yoojin is struggling with the magic beasts. The lizard crawls to Yoojin's face while Yoojin looks at the item in his brother's hand. Yoojin takes a close look at the beads he received from Myungwoo, thinking that this was a fruitful visit since he also received new damage nullifying items. Lil Bro must be thinking that his big bro is up to something dangerous again. Yoojin recalls his conversation with the Sejeon Guildmaster about making sure to inform him if Yoojin receives new items with the same effect. But, of course, our MC has no plans to do his bidding. Unable to keep the silence brewing, Yoojin asks Yoojin if anything is wrong. Yoojin quickly denies it, assuring his brother that nothing is wrong, and simply laughs. He then reminds his brother to thank Myungwoo for helping him out with the egg. While at the same time, Yoojin is thinking hard that he must never reveal to Yoonjae that he got these new items from Myungwoo. Those were Yoojin's thoughts at that time, but as usual, nothing really went his way. Like any typical story, things must go against the MC's expectations. Yoonjae's hair flutters as he smiles at a furious Yoojin. He says he has packed them some lunch while carrying a basket full of food. Despite our MC's intention to keep away, they still ended up being together with Yoonjae. But before we go further on that picnic date, let us check what happened prior to it. Hyuna visits the monster training facility with some monster meat for Blue. She is apparently excited to be there as she hands a lump of meat toward the golden griffin. Yoojin notices the undeniable change in Hyuna's hair. Hyuna says she just went ahead with it even though she got a thorough scolding from the old Jeezers supporting her guild. The two of them got to talking about the issue of the increased rarity of infant magic beasts in the world as they watch Blue eat some meat. They are sitting on one of the benches of the rooftop garden, as Hyuna says that people from everywhere are trying their best to purchase one and leave the raising to Yoojin. And this fact has only added to Hyuna's desire to have her own magic beast. Yoojin looks like he lost some weight because of his work and admits that he currently does not have the extra energy to raise a new one. Hyuna then taps his shoulder and says she is there to remind Yoojin of their promise. She crushes Yoojin into a sudden hug, as she tries to jog Yoojin's memories of their promise to have Hyuna ride Blue once he is all grown up. She adds that she will provide whatever Yoojin needs to make this possible. Yoojin's words become incomprehensible because of the hug. It is apparent that Hyuna forgot that our MC can't take such kind of affection from an S-ranker. As if realizing her mistake, she loosens her hug and tries to placate herself by squeezing Yoojin's cheeks. Yoojin finally can talk normally and asks her what she got from her recent S-class dungeon raid instead. This makes Hyuna pause on what she's doing with Yoojin's cheeks and says she got a good one out of the dungeon. Yoojin's eyes brighten in anticipation as he recalls how Hyuna got the festival's white whale tears in his past life. This consumable item imbues an ice-type skill and equipment. Yoojin remembers that the Hyuna had placed it in an auction since it did not suit her wind-type skills. Yoojin hopes to purchase it for Yerim since this item completely suits her. Our MC is doing a fantastic job taking care of the kids. But unlike Yoojin's expectations, She brings out a different item. Hyuna shows off a sparkly golden bottle of elixir, making Yoojin's eyes bulge out of shock. Hyuna proudly says that having this item is the same as having an extra life. She looks at Yoojin like a cat, making sure that the other does not intend to ask for that item from her. Yoojin cares nothing for the elixir since he hopes a different item will appear. He urgently asks Hyuna if she did not get anything similar to a skill-imbuing item. Hyuna says she didn't, though she did get a pair of S-grade gloves. This makes Yoojin pause. Hyuna looks at his loading state as Yoojin ponders why the rewards were changed even though it was the same dungeon. He mulls over the fact that this kind of thing, where the rewards are different, has not happened before. Is it the butterfly effect of our MC's regression? Seeing that Yoojin is barely moving and simply staring off into space, Hyuna asks him what is wrong. Seeing that Yoojin is barely moving and simply staring off into space, Hyuna asks him what is wrong. Yoojin looks at Hyuna as she poses and asks Yoojin if he has fallen for her. That sparkly flowery view disturbs Yoojin, so he closes his eyes and turns his head away. He immediately says that is not the case, making Hyuna laugh at his reaction. Seriously, MC, you are blind to Hyuna's striking features. Yoojin contemplates the changes happening before him. Whether it is Hyuna's hair, Yerim's awakening to an S-class, or having Noah by his side, Yoojin thinks these changes are all positive. Yerim and Noah arrive where Yoojin and Hyuna are. Yerim is surprised at how Big Blue's tummy got after eating all those meat. At the same time, Hyuna shows weird interest in Noah, who gets spooked by Hyuna's expression. Yoojin quickly protects Noah from Hyuna's advances and gets ahead of her, saying she can't ask for a ride. I would honestly do the same if I was in Hyuna's shoes. Though it was a bit chaotic, Yoojin was able to adapt to the changes, and he accepted the fact that even dungeon rewards can change. But just to make sure, Yoojin checks the news on his phone. He finds that big-name items like America's White Sand Cross Shield, the Philippines' Lullaby Singing Book, or India's Wind-Commanding Bow were already present in this timeline. Yoojin now lounges with peace in a reclining chair. Yoojin tries to stay positive, thinking it might only be different this time. But as usual, even when he's trying to do this, Yoojin can't keep his cool, so he heads straight to his brother and just straight up tells him that they should go to a dungeon. Yoojin is no longer surprised by his brother's statement, and he can see that something is brewing in his older brother's mind. I love how Lil Bro quickly adapts to Big Bro's sudden mood swings. The siblings go for a drive with peace, and Yoojin asks if Yoojin has some questions for the system. Yoojin says he does. He adds that he wants to ask about Chirpy and other things that are bothering him. Yoojin can't speak about turning back time, so he can't be honest about his desire to ask the system about how things are playing out differently from what he knows, including the change in the rewards. Yoojin adds that Chirpy is so mysterious since skills do not work on her. She also does not grow like Peace or Blue, and there are times that she acts weird. Yoojin recalls the time that he woke up in the middle of the night because he heard the TV on. He went up to check, thinking that it might be Myung-woo. The news is on, and there are reports about the Sejong Guild bringing in the S-ranker Evelyn Miller, known for her wide-range attacks. This is the woman Yoon-jae was talking to on his phone. Yoojin ignored what was being reported at that time because what he saw on the sofa woke up his senses. Chirpy was sitting on it with a remote controller by her side. It is obvious that the little bird is intently watching the news at that moment, and she is not even getting distracted. Yoojin immediately comes close and asks if Chirpy opened the TV on her own and how she managed to get on the sofa despite the height. Yoojin notices the basket before the couch and realizes that this is what Chirpy used to climb it. Yoojin then gushes at how genius Chirpy is. Seeing how amazing Chirpy is, Yoojin offers some mana stones as a reward, but unlike her usual cheerful and greedy temper, Chirpy refuses the offer. This reaction confuses Yoojin, making him question if it was really Chirpy before him. Chirpy simply gives a short reply and continues to watch the news. It is like the real Chirpy got kidnapped and replaced with an indifferent Chirpy. Yoojin finishes the story, saying that after that moment, Chirpy went back to normal and even ran towards the mana stone. Yoojin is so worried about this that he even wonders if there is something wrong with Chirpy or if the magic beast somehow developed a multiple personality disorder. Yoojin watches the road as he drives, saying his brother's prediction could be possible. He tells Yoojin that there are magic beasts who even grow another head as they grow. This kind of monster even has different personalities. Yoojin pales at his brother's story as he imagines Chirpy becoming a Chirp Trio. Yoojin bluntly says he does not know how to feel if that happens. Lol. Chirpy getting 3 heads looks like a chick version of the Cerberus. Yoojin says he will only go to the dungeon to ask, but even if the question is about Chirpy, he can't really bring her with them. He says that Chirpy is only an F class who can't even use a piece of equipment. Peace, who is quietly staying put in Yoojin's lap, gets startled. Yoojin asks Peace if there is a problem and realizes that the horn-flame lion is only curious about the red lizard in Yoojin's arm. While Peace is busy staring at it, Yoojin comments on how the fire elemental went with them. Peace's paw trembles as he lifts it, but he is surprised that the lizard went away up to Yoojin's arm. Peace is either trying to pounce on it or holding himself back from doing so. Yoojin asks his brother if it is alright for it to tag along since it is only an F rank. At the same time, Peace continues to watch closely at the crawling lizard. Yoojin says it is okay since it would be stuck on him and will not get hurt that way. He adds that it can go into his skin. As if on cue, the fire spirit crawls to Yoojin's cheek and embeds itself in it like a red tattoo. Yoojin asks his brother if there is anything wrong since he can feel the stare that Yoojin is giving him. Yoojin says is nothing, but he is staring because it is only then did he realize that Yoojin has also changed a lot. Yoojin tells Yoojin that you should not worry about him and to stay close to him at all times while they are in the dungeon. Yoojin smiles fondly at his brother and says that he is really reliable. Yoojin relaxed as he thought it was all for the better. Even if things changed, he was able to reconcile with his brother, and they could even go into dungeons together. These were things he could not do in his past life. But as we all expected, and our MC being the only exception, Peace cannot hold himself back and pounces at where the lizard disappeared in Yoojin's face. Yoojin is shocked by this, but Peace does not want to give up. Yoojin has to pull him off to avoid causing an accident while Yoojin is driving. Peace is confused since the lizard he clearly saw earlier is now gone, while Yoojin focuses on his driving task, ignoring the fur that Peace left all over him. For Yoojin, these changes are okay as long as his brother is okay. When he remembers the times they had to be apart or that memory that he really wants to forget. Yoojin is relieved that those things never happened in this life. This is what Yoojin believes to be the most important of all. With all these thoughts running through his mind, Yoojin rubs his brother's head to help him remove Peace's fur. I know that memory hurts, but it also serves as proof of how much little bro is willing to sacrifice himself for big bro. The siblings finally enter the dungeon with Peace. The place is filled with snow, and Yoojin is confused, since he thought it was supposed to be a desert-type dungeon. Yoojin checks their surroundings and says there are no monsters nearby, and even he wonders why it is like this. Unlike them, Peace is more interested in the falling snow and puts out his tongue to give it a taste. Yoojin says it might be connected to the system and turns Peace into a scarf. While Yoojin is carefree, Yoojin is seriously mulling over the various possibilities of this occurrence. Feeling uneasy, Yoojin tells his brother that they should leave. Yoojin wants to wait for the system, but Yoojin asks if his brother can really trust the system, and this place might be a trap instead. Yoojin is worried that those who want his brother dead might be involved. Better safe than sorry. Yoojin understands his brother's concern, but he tries to reason by asking if a person is capable of changing a dungeon on a large scale. But Yoojin does not give him an answer and glares somewhere. Yoojin is puzzled as to why his brother would be this tense. Then he remembers how his brother mentioned something about a cult. Yoojin suddenly asks Yoojin if he is hiding anything from him, which of course startles Yoojin. Yoojin states that a person will not be able to do this kind of thing in a dungeon. So what his brother is so cautious against are not other guilds or even the awakened. Yoojin knows that his brother has already caught on, and he tries to find the words to answer him. Yoojin asks Yoojin if this involves that cult or Confucianism that he mentioned to him before. Yoojin pauses and turns his head as he says that he can't talk about it. Yoojin is at a loss as to why, so Yoojin says he wrote a contract. Your big bro can deal with it for you if a contract is involved. Sometimes you guys should talk it out and resolve things efficiently. But before Yoojin can speak further about it, there is a flash of an incoming attack, and Yoojin uses his forearm as a shield. Yoojin and Peace are shocked by the sudden attack that pierces Yoojin's arm, but Yoojin keeps calm as he tells his brother to prepare a marble. Peace leaps out from Yoojin's arms and uses gigantification. Yoojin is appalled that an arrow can penetrate an S-ranker's arm like his brother, and he is sure that even a high-tier monster is unable to do such a thing. A hat appears from the snow on the ground. Then a toy nutcracker's body pops out with a bow in hand. Yoojin uses a potion on his brother's arm while he looks out at the sudden appearance of that toy. He uses his promising sprout skill and is confounded when he finds out it is called a Toy Soldier number 6 with an S rank. There is also information about a contractor, but the details under it are blurred out. Wait, so aside from elementals, other things can be contracted. I wonder if our MC can overwrite those contracts. Yoojin tells his brother that the toy is an S rank. Seeing that it is called number 6, Yoojin deduces there are others, meaning it could be 5 or more. And as he expected, other toy soldiers start appearing, completely surrounding the 3 of them. This turn of events worries Yoojin that he can't help but curse out at the system for their current predicament. Why is it that every time our MC enters the dungeon, something ominous is bound to happen? Surrounded by S-rank toy soldiers, Yoojin felt like they were being played with a sick joke by the system. Yoojin immediately covers for his brother, repeating those same lines to get out of there, and he will somehow handle things. Lil bro, you are always quick to make your brother retreat. Yoojin, of course, does not agree with this, calling his brother crazy for even suggesting such a thing. He asks how Yoojin intends to deal with those on his own. But the toy soldiers charged at them before Yoojin could even answer or think up a plan. Halt! Somebody yelled at the toy soldiers to a stop, making each nutcracker stop in their tracks. The brothers are both surprised. Yoojin puts out a hand holding onto a Shayla's bead while the other hand is on Yoojin's face. That looks awkward, but I guess is his way of trying to hold his brother back. A huge blue strike box appears out of nowhere, and just like before, a voice yells for everyone to return. The toy soldiers were suddenly sucked back into the box. Once everything is in the box, a glowing red volleyball pops out from it, commenting that Honey must have been scared. That red volleyball head used to be pixelated from Chapter 53, so I guess the area changed because of the system and not some cult Yoojin was wary of. Does this also mean that those toy soldiers are contracted to this volleyball? The glowing red volleyball floats into the air while Yoojin has an arm up to cover his brother. The volleyball apologizes, saying he did not know the toys would attack Honey's brother. Yoojin finally realizes that this volleyball before them is one of those who are controlling the system. The volleyball winks at Yoojin and urges him to be called Newbie instead. We finally have a name to call one of them, even though it is only an alias. Still, it is better than calling him Volleyball. Yoojin does not appreciate the wink and scolds Newbie by bouncing it on the ground numerous times and ranting about how Yoojin's arm got a hole because of the toys. Newbie gets dizzy as it cries out. To defend himself, he says that Honey's brother was also at fault. Yoojin stops the bouncing and holds the ball between his hands. He asks what did his brother even do as he looks at Yoojin in peace. Only then did Yoojin realize that Yoojin is not reacting beside him because he and Peace are trapped in some sort of bubble. Yoojin is surprised by this, and the two try their best to get out of it. This system is always separating these siblings. Newbie explains that he just blocked them since they are forbidden to hear their conversation. Newbie adds that the place they are in right now was explicitly made for Honey, and he can't allow it to have it burnt to a crisp like last time. Yoojin looks at the place and then at his brother. Yoojin signals to Yoojin that it is okay. Unable to do anything, Yoojin has no choice but to stay put. Yoojin remembers that the last place only got burned down since he suddenly disappeared right in front of Yoojin. I agree with our MC, it was undoubtedly the system's fault that it happened in the first place. Newbie apologizes again for attacking Honey's brother and explains that it happened because Honey's brother is involved with them, who shall not be named. This revelation surprises Yoojin, and he asks Newbie if this is the same as those things that his brother mentioned to be a cult of sorts. Newbie says he can't really tell Honey about this. Yoojin then asks if those guys are dangerous and if his brother will be okay. Newbie reassures Honey that those guys will not be able to do anything to Honey or his brother since resorting to direct force or intervention is against the rules. But Yoojin does not buy it and pulls on Newbie, saying that those guys can just break the rules he speaks of. True, this system lacks common sense. Newbie is about to reply, but there is a sudden rumbling from the distance. Yoojin looks around while Newbie reminds him that talking about those guys is dangerous, so Honey can't ask any more questions about them. This puts Yoojin in a serious mood as he thinks about how those who are after him and his brother are the same as the group that the system is against. Yoojin wonders if they can even fight them when even this volleyball is obviously strong. He mulls over the fact that his brother somehow got himself involved with those said enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I can't help agreeing with Lil Bro. Big Bro really should not place his trust in the system. As if hearing Yoojin's thoughts, Newbie smiles as he assures Honey that things will be okay as long as he and this system are together. Newbie explains that Honey's safety is essential for the system. He then reminds Honey they are short on time and asks if he has other questions. Yoojin thinks about it and then asks about Chirpy. Newbie checks it out, but after a short pause, he claims he can't look at him and asks if Honey managed to influence this Chirpy. This question confuses Yoojin, saying that he is sure that the keyword worked somehow. Our MC forgot that he only assumed that it worked, but there were no notifications that it did. Newbie finds it strange that he can't find anything about Chirpy and tells Honey to bring it with him next time. Yoojin asks if he will take a look at it by then, but Newbie replies that he will delete it, making Yoojin pissed off to the point that he throws the ball away. Yoojin shouts that he can't delete Chirpy when she's obviously alive. Newbie bounces back to where Yoojin is and says it is only natural to do so, if it is a problem. Yoojin is exasperated at this, thinking that these guys in the system are a bunch of psychopaths. I must agree with our MC here. They are very much sus in my opinion. Yoojin wonders if he can trust the system since every time he receives answers from them, he can't help but be more anxious. They even attacked his precious brother, and now it acts as if the talk of deleting Chirpy is nothing serious. This situation reminds Yoojin of a story he read when he was young. The story is about a supreme being with a goal yet lacking human empathy. And this supreme being would grant the wishes of humans, but it would do so in a distorted way. Yoojin thinks the system is the same as this supreme being in the story. He recalls how he got previously scammed with the wishing stone. He wonders if the system was able to correctly grant him his wish. This thought makes Yoojin pause with horror, and he decides to ask one more thing. I feel bad about where his thoughts are going. Newbie looks up at him expectantly, as Yoojin thinks about how the current results are better than he hoped. Unlike the story of the Supreme Being, Yoojin can say that things are even better in the present. But even though he thinks positively, Yoojin feels a sense of dread, but he knows he must ask. Yoojin asks about the change in the reward from an S-grade dungeon that he was sure of from his past life, and asks if this is just something that happened, or if the fact that he turned back time has affected it somehow. Newbie asks if the item is consumable, then adds that if it is, it would explain why the change occurred. This answer confuses Yoojin, and he says that he did turn back time. He confirms with Newbie if this means that the item is technically unused. Newbie quickly negates this, saying Honey must not have known about it. He explains that Honey turning back time does not mean that the things that happened in his previous life never happened, and we have gotten ourselves into a regression conundrum. The answer confuses Yoojin, but when he finally understands it somehow, his face darkens. Newbie once again explains more straightforwardly that what happened is similar to overwriting an existing date. He explains that the 5 years Honey lived before never disappeared. Instead, it was simply overwritten. Newbie compares it to water being transferred to a similar jug. He adds that in the case of the beings in Honey's world, most are identical. Hence, what the system did was combine them. With Honey being the regressor, he has overwritten the information of those 5 years with his current life. The same goes for the others, since they can also overwrite their original future. But unlike Yoojin, those people are unaware they have been combined with the old data. If you focus on them, Yoonjae looks the same in the reflection of his original life. At the same time, the changes in Yerim, Hyuna, and others are obviously different. Newbie adds that some exceptions will feel that something is different. In the case of these sensitives, I think it might come as a déjà vu or a premonition. But it is also possible that someone can remember their past life like our MC does. Getting back to the story, Newbie says everyone will have data of their original future self. Still, there are exceptions to this, the used items and dead people. He explains that these are already excluded even before time was turned back and will be considered deleted information that has been cut out from Honey's world. Yoojin slumps to the ground upon hearing this. At the same time, Newbie continues to explain that the data of the dead can't be combined with the current living. Snow falls around Yoojin as he tries to understand everything and summarizes them. He looks down as he says things that happened in the original timeline are not undone or reversed. Instead, they are cut out or deleted. Newbie confirms that these things will vanish. This only makes Yoojin desolate as he thinks about Yoon, who died that day. He mulls over the fact that his 25-year-old brother of that time suffered 8 years on his own, who died to protect him and will still have to bear all those things on his own. Yoojin imagined that this brother of his would still be lying dead in the dungeon where Yoojin had left him, all alone and not part of this current world. That would be such a crappy turn of events. We want a happy ending for these brothers, even for the original Yoon. Newbie is unaware of the things running through Honey's mind and continues to explain that the reward Yoojin is asking about must have already been used, so it does not exist now in his current world. Yoojin does not care for the rewards and is more concerned with other things. He stands up and tells Newbie to let him out. Yoojin approaches his brother, who is still trapped in the bubble with peace, and angrily asks the system why they would separate him from his brother without saying anything. He commands Newbie to let his brother out immediately and says that Yoon should not have been left alone in such a place. Yoojin pertains to both the bubble and the dungeon where Yoon died, but Newbie does not get this. Newbie immediately complies and releases the bubble, saying their time is almost up. Yoon and Peace were finally released, and Yoon quickly approached his brother. Newbie cheerfully bids Honey goodbye, thinking that nothing went wrong with this visit. He then instructs Honey to knock on the gate 3 times, so that he can enter this space again. Yoojin ignores Newbie even as it disappears. Once Newbie is gone, Yoojin apologizes to Yoojin, saying it must have been cold for him. Yoojin is confused by how Yoojin is acting and says that, as an S-ranker, he is fine. If you guys and gals are sensitive, do not hesitate to use your tissues or hanky. God knows I did when I first read this. Yoojin can tell that something is wrong with his brother and asks him, but Yoojin simply caresses his brother's face and once again says he is sorry. Yoojin hugs his brother tightly as he continues to apologize to him. Yoojin is filled with somber thoughts, thinking that he should not have been so quick in choosing to turn back time. Instead, he should have begged the system to bring his brother back with the wishing stone. Yoojin recalls how Yoojin entered the dungeon just to save him, and in turn, Yoojin died protecting him. Yoojin wonders if the original Yoojin has already disappeared from the point of view of the beings outside of their world. But what Yoojin fears the most is that his brother is left all alone, abandoned. Boots lie askew on the floor, the same with bags, a jacket, and a phone. Yoojin lies on the floor near the entrance hall, filled with thoughts of how he left his dead little brother. His eyelids are sore from crying as he recalls his brother, who sacrificed himself and endured the last 8 years of his life to protect an ignorant older brother. And that brother died and was left all alone in a dungeon. My heart is breaking seeing big bro like this. Yoojin honestly thought that turning back time would mean that his previous life wouldn't count as real. Peace whimpers as he approaches Yoojin, trying to provide comfort. Yoojin slowly lifts a hand to Peace and sits up. He smiles at Peace with tears on his face, reassuring the magic beast that he is fine. Yoojin hugs Peace as he thinks he should pick himself up and be okay. We all need this kind of peace in our life. Even though Yoojin is shocked by learning the truth, he chooses to focus on the present. He thinks about the suspicious group that his brother got involved with. While his brother is dead, those guys are undoubtedly still alive, and they are strong enough that even the system is careful around that group. Yoojin asked Yoojin after they left the dungeon, but his little brother kept dodging his questions. Yoojin recalls some of Yoojin's memories that he got from Final Thanks. Yoojin concludes that aside from his brother, there is only one other person who is aware of them. Yoojin contacts someone on his phone while humming Peace in his arms. The person on the other side of the call expresses his surprise at receiving a call from Yoojin since Yoojin isn't the type who would reach out to him. I'm sure we all know who Big Bro just called. Yoojin ignores the quip and gets right to the point. He asks if he knows a cult similar to Confucianism. The person on the other end of the line smiles as he claims that Yoojin will get mad if he answers Yoojin's question. Yoojin thinks about how Yoonjae had always been suspicious, even before Yoojin turned back time. Yoonjae's response just confirms Yoojin's hunch that the Sejong Guildmaster would know about this matter. Yoojin says that he will be the one who will get mad if Yoonjae doesn't answer his question. He then asks Yoonjae which of the two is better. Yoonjae looks down and confirms that Yoojin is more dangerous if he gets mad. Wow, our Sejong Guildmaster is whipped. Yoonjae says he can't tell Yoojin, but he can still show it to him. He instructs Yoojin to prepare a bracelet and his attack skill buff. Yoojin nonchalantly asks what will happen once everything is ready. Yoonjae says they'll go to a high-tier dungeon to do some fishing. The next day, Yoojin looks at his brother, who just announced his plans to enter an A-rank dungeon. Yoojin scratches his head, saying he is interested in the ruins inside the gates. He adds how Yoonjae knows one with the fortress walls still standing. Yoojin stares at his brother and says he should let him accompany him. Yoojin smiles brightly at his brother, claiming they're just going out for something similar to a picnic. A picnic date with Yoonjae this time. Yoojin remembers Yoonjae's reminder to reject his brother if he asks to accompany them since the fish won't bite if the bait is someone strong like Yoojin. Yoojin doesn't really understand what Yoonjae means by what he said, but he chooses to listen. So to reassure his brother, Yoojin claims that Noah will be coming with them. Yoojin adds that he will be completely safe as long as he sticks close to Noah since he has his resistance skills, the Shelo's beads, and the system will surely watch out for him. Yeah, Big Bro can simply let Noah unleash his poison if Yoonjae pulls something, and Big Bro won't even get hurt in the process. Still skeptical, Yoojin says that it might be a trap. Yoojin says putting that much effort into setting up a trap will be wasted on an F-ranker like him. He adds that the dungeon they will go to actually belongs to Sudam Guild. Yoojin is a bit surprised by this and mulls over it. Yoojin says that the Sejong Guild wouldn't dare make a trap in another guild's dungeon. Yoojin continues thinking about it, but then he agrees with his brother's statement. Sudom is another guild with an S class for a guild master, Kyungsoo-yoon. But unlike the others, Yoojin hasn't met anyone from this guild since they never reach out to Yoojin, even when all the other S-rankers personally went out of their way to meet him. A man glares as he introduces himself as the Kyungsoo-yoon of the Sudom guild. Yoojin casually reaches out a hand to the other man and tells him how he really wanted to meet him. Kyungsoo profusely refuses the handshake, claiming that he might accidentally hurt him. That reaction is new. He's kinda sus. Kyungsoo says they will only be lending the dungeon to them, so whether they choose to enter or not is up to them. He then spits on the floor and tells Yoojin that he should let his brother know that he didn't even touch him, so he really should stop the nagging. Yoojin looks back at the Sudom guild, commenting on how the Sudom guild master must be vigilant. Yoonjae says it is more like hate than vigilance. Yoojin is surprised by this and asks Yoonjae why they are heading to Sudom's dungeon if that is the case. Yoonjae says they are going there for that exact reason since the Sudom guild would undoubtedly use this chance to attack. Oh, so choosing this dungeon was intentional. Yoojin is a bit worried about Yoonjae's plan. Still, Yoonjae says that the Sudom guild might have gotten the extra support just to ensure they are on the winning side. Yoonjae smiles, claiming that the one they are luring out is that support. Instead of getting assurance, Yoojin only pales at how they are purposely poking at a hornet's nest. He resolves himself to stay alert the whole time they're inside the dungeon. But like a guy who doesn't care about a fig, Yoonjae hands a huge picnic basket to Yoojin. The Sishin guildmaster says he also brought a cake and he will do his best as a tour guide. He adds that this will be a fun experience. If we ignore the fact that they're going into a dungeon, Noah's presence, and the chance of an attack from the Sudom guild, this would be a date, right? Yoojin looks at Yoonjae, thinking he will remain safe with Yoonjae no matter who attacks them. On the other side of the world, people are rallying outside the Mexico Hunter Association about dungeon safety measures for the countryside. The people are clamoring for the association to not side with the high-class hunter emigration since there are only 2 S-rankers in their capital. Inside the association, a person is filing a complaint to the Korean Hunters Association. The person wearing a sombrero and poncho is none other than Ryit. She looks down at the association's staff, who are saying that this kind of thing is out of their hands and the chaos outside makes it more difficult to handle. Ryit wants to have this resolved immediately and suggests having her document sneaked in during this situation. Ryit's the type who has no qualms about breaking laws and policies. The staff can't promise anything and says the best he can do at the moment is to have this matter reported to the higher-ups. But before he can finish his sentence, a big blast from outside burns him to a crisp. Ryit manages to avoid the explosion just fine, indifferent to the death before her. She asks what happened, and people wearing red bandanas and masks appear riding a reinforced fire truck. They claim punishment for the association because of their belief that dungeon breaks are God's will. The association staff who managed to survive the explosion raise their weapon against the terrorists attacking the association. Ryit looks at her poncho with dismay and throws it at the other guy she complained to earlier. She tells him to watch closely since she will take care of this situation for them. But in exchange, she wants to be sent to Korea. She shouts for the staff to get out of her way and jumps in the middle of the fight. The impact of her landing crushes the ground, but the terrorist only complains of her interference. Ryit ignores him and announces to everyone to do their best to dodge, since she will attack even if they happen to be an ally. Typical Ryit. Ryit activates a skill called Eternity's Severance and cuts everyone up before they even realize what's happening. Ryit stands still, enjoying the screams, chaos, and shower she just created. She smiles, announcing that things have been taken care of, and is about to ask for her reward. But she stops short when a voice called for her. She looks back, and one of the fallen heads speaks up about the contract. She doesn't let it finish and asks why he's appearing now when she has already clarified that she and her brother won't get involved. Like zombies, the dead bodies rise up, calling for her to once again accept the contract with an unknown being. Oof. The info is filtered, so we can't know who the voice is talking about. Irritated, Ryit threatens them. The voice calls Ryit by her title, making her shake and bend her knees. Having her knees do this on their own surprise Ryit. Whoa, can they do that even though she refused the contract? The voice calls her, commanding her to obey. The voice urges her to kill Yoonjae's son and bring Yu and Hun's brother to them. Not taking a single liking to the action of getting forced, Ryit musters up her power to stand and slash the enemies before her. Ryit struggles to remain standing despite the headache and claims that she can't even go to Korea even though she wants to. Another voice speaks up, saying he could help her with that problem. Ryit looks back and identifies the other person as Sukwon Choi, the guild master of the MKC guild. Why am I not even surprised that this guy is involved? Supwan claims he has prepared a private jet since he was instructed by the same voice Ryit spoke to earlier. Inside the A-rank dungeon of the Sudum Guild, the sun shines high up in the sky over the picturesque landscape. But if you look down below, there are carcasses of monsters that were poisoned to their deaths. Noah flies above in his complete dragon form, confirming they've eliminated all the monsters near that area. He looks over at Yoonjae and Yoojin, wondering if leaving Yoojin alone with that man was the right choice. He knows that Yoojin assured him that they'll just talk, but this can't stop Noah from worrying. Yoonjae and Yoojin look over the lake, and Yoonjae goes into tour guide mode, spouting random details about the lake. With a bored look, Yoojin eats a sandwich from the picnic basket they brought and asks if Yoonjae really measured the lake to give those details. Knowing that he can't fool Yoojin, he comes clean by saying he made it all up. This makes Yoojin comment that Yoonjae is more of a fraud for claiming to be the tour guide. He adds that if he can connect to customer service, he'll have Yoonjae fired for doing an awful job. Getting playful, Yoonjae acts like a personnel of the Sejong Guild's customer service who answers the call from Yoojin. This clown act can't stop Yoojin from cringing with disbelief at this kind of conversation he's having with the Sejong Guildmaster, who's known as the strongest person in the world. This just shows how much Big Bro and Yoonjae have grown close, though our MC detests the idea. Yoojin ignores the act and gets to the point by asking if Sudum will really take a bite from their bait. Yoonjae says they will find out once the gate closes and adds that having Yoojin as the bait means that they can take revenge against the Heian Guild. Yoojin takes out more food from the picnic basket and asks Yoonjae what happened between the Sudum Guild and Yoon. Now, it really looks like they are in the dungeon for a picnic. Yoonjae explains that around the time Yoon awakened, Kyungsoo picked a fight with Yoon, completely belittling him, and Kyungsoo suffered the consequences of his action. Yoonjae chuckles as he remembers how an S-class got hospitalized, but Yoojin remains indifferent, saying that it's Kyungsoo's fault. We have another typical doting brother reaction from Big Bro. Yoonjae finds Yoojin's response amusing and continues. He tells Yoojin how Yoon acted like he was out for blood whenever he met Kyungsoo, so the other guy was left with no choice but to make himself invisible. Yoonjae adds that this is why Sudum wasn't able to grow either. Ever since that incident, Sudum never bared their teeth against Yoon and his guild, and Yoonjae believes this is why Yoon agreed to let Yoojin go with him. Yoonjae then looks at the pocket watch and says it would be a different story if they were getting support from them. Fun fact, the pocket watch is a dungeon byproduct from Vacheron's Hunter collection, which is only up to 9 products. This is literally a flex of how rich Yoonjae is, since devices like this can't be used inside the dungeon unless it is a product made from materials found in the dungeon. Yoojin looks at Yoonjae while thinking this must be why he is being used as bait. He ponders how Yoonjae must be more deeply connected with the cult than his brother, and he is still unsure if he can fully trust Yoonjae not to betray him. As if hearing the doubt from Yoojin himself, Yoonjae confesses how those guys also want to get rid of him. This startles Yoojin, and he admits that he thought Yoonjae was siding with those guys. Yoonjae thoughtfully thinks about it and reveals that he does have a contract with them. He was planning to get some information from them before bouncing out. Still, those guys quickly caught a whiff of his intention and changed how they interacted with him. Yoonjae says that this happened around the time Yoojin made up with Yoon, making Yoojin conclude that this happened because he turned back time for their world. Yoojin recalls his past life when Yoonjae probably did betray those guys. Only those within their world are affected by him turning the time back. Those outside would remember what transpired before, which is why those guys from the cult chose to abandon Yoonjae this time. This is one of those unfortunate effects of our MC's choice. Yoonjae smiles softly as he looks at Yoojin and says they are both tempting as bait. He then asks if Yoojin thought that Yoonjae was on their side. Seeing Yoonjae's usual smile, Yoojin can't help but be honest about his suspicions. Yoonjae curiously looks at him since Yoojin decided to come with him despite his doubts. From above, Noah tells Yoojin that some people are approaching them, and they are the hunters from the Sudum Guild, their guildmaster, and the guildmaster of MKC Guild. Fools, they really took the bait. Yoonjae brings out his golden chains, claiming that stopping by merchants is not part of the guided tour. He then mocks the 2 S-rankers, but Kyungsoo only tells him to come down and face them. Yoonjae felt underestimated, but there's no hope for these 2 guildmasters, who are overconfident and clueless. Kyungsoo pulls out a blue orb and uses it. With a flash of bright light, Yoonjae's electric attribute skills are now useless, making the chains lackluster. Yoonjae looks at his chains, explaining that they used an attribute sealing item, and admits that he hadn't expected this. Kyungsu laughs at Yoonjae while Sukwon compliments him for the amazing item. Yoojin looks at Yoonjae and asks if he'll be fine and if Yoonjae wants him to share his ability to double the effect of attack skills. Yoonjae refuses and says he can take care of this much on his own. Feeling generous, Yoonjae asks if Yoojin wants to use the sensation-sharing skill instead, promising he will entertain him as his tour guide. And it will be specially meant just for Yoojin. Is this Yoonjae's gift for our MC this time? Yoonjae then jumps to where the other hunters are. The hunters prepared to attack, but they suddenly stopped short when they felt immense pressure from Yoonjae. Kyungsu snaps his guild members out of it and directs them to just do what they have practiced before. Regaining their composure, the hunters set up a barrier on themselves and provided maximum buffs to Sukwon. The MPC Guildmaster's attack power increased up to 45%, his dexterity up to 55%, and his stamina up to 45%. Meh. This is still nothing compared to our MC's attack buff. Feeling the overwhelming surge of power, Sukwon leaps and attacks Yoonjae. But the Season Guildmaster easily avoids the attack. Sukwon grins, claiming it has been 10 years since they last fought. Yoonjae smiles back, saying that he remembers how he beat Sukwon. Sukwon continues to attack, saying they will find out what will happen this time. Yoonjae dodges all of Sukwon's attacks, causing a lot of explosions and smoke on the battlefield. Though far from the fighting, Yoojin can still feel the tremors of the fight, and Noah insists that Yoojin should ride him. Kyungsu looks at the battle excitedly, confident that Yoonjae will die with just one hit. Dude, you're so wrong about that, but your overconfidence does amaze us. Kyungsu believes that Yoonjae is running away from someone's attacks and can't fight back against the tremendous power that someone is showing. Noah flies up to the sky with Yoojin on his back. Noah asks if Yoonjae will be fine, and Yoojin assures him that he shouldn't worry since Yoonjae is only playing with someone right now. Yoojin can confidently say this since he is currently using his Stern Mother Hendril Sergeant skill on Yoonjae. Yoojin is amazed at what he experiences through Yoonjae's eyes. Using his skill, Yoojin can feel how someone will move, whether it is the direction or how he will attack. Yoonjae can sense all of those, making it easy for him to dodge all of the MPC Guildmaster's attacks. Realizing that all of his attacks are not connecting, someone starts to get frustrated. While Yoojin concludes that there's no way someone would win against Yoonjae with him having a skill like that. Golden eyes shine as Yoonjae looks down at his opponent. With Yoonjae's battle foresight, there is no doubt that this is why he is known as the strongest hunter. Oh, so making Yoojin aware of his special skill is Yoonjae's gift for Big Bro. Yoonjae continues to dodge someone's attacks. Using battle foresight proves too OP against close combat fighters. Yoojin calculates how Yoonjae's skill can be shared with everyone using his Stern Mother Hendril Sergeant skill, since he will be sharing senses. If applied to a group of S-rankers with magic beasts, it will be possible to clear any kind of dungeon. With these thoughts in mind, Yoojin can't help but admit that he wants it no matter what. By showing this skill, it's obvious that Yoonjae and Yoojin's feelings for each other's skills are now mutual. Still feeling confident, Kyungsu commands the long-range hunters to join the attack. But the members hesitated because they might hit someone in the process. Someone is starting to get irritated with Yoonjae's dodging. Hence, Yoonjae decides to grant someone's wish and fights back. Though the chains are dull, Yoonjae uses them. Kyungsu was planning to approach the fighting figures but was stopped by Yoonjae's chains. All of the support guild members that he brought with him were attacked by those chains. Yoonjae's skill applies not only to one target, but to everything or everyone around him. Even I want that skill now. Announcing that he's done playing around, Yoonjae prepares to punch someone with his knuckles covered in chains. At the same time, the buffs that someone received are now disappearing. Someone tries to catch the punch with his hands, but in the end, he is overpowered by Yoonjae's attack. The impact causes a big blast of explosion. As the smoke dissipates, someone lies on the ground face down with Yoonjae expressing his disappointment. Yoonjae looks at Kyungsu, asking if this is all they have prepared for him. Kyungsu's confidence deflated with what he witnessed, but he still had the gall to smirk, claiming it was not the end. Yoonjae gets startled and yells for Noah to watch out from behind him. Yoojin and Noah look behind and find Ryit. Ryit grabs Yoojin by his clothes, kicking her brother to the ground. Noah was surprised by the attack. While Yoojin hangs by Ryit's hands, the effects of his skill Rao Chita's Bane get activated, doubling all of his skill effects against the title holder of the Dio Valchasis. Kyungsu rejoices at Ryit's arrival, while Yoonjae can only put into words his surprise. Yoojin pales and sweats as he asks about the circumstances of her appearance inside the dungeon. Ryit announces that she was tasked to slay the Sejong guildmaster and take Yoojin Hun. Yoojin demands to know where he is being taken while Noah calls for his sister. Ryit ignores her brother's call and says someone will explain everything to Yoojin later. Yoojin looks at Ryit with curiosity and asks why she is calling him by his name instead of her usual nickname for him. Ryit usually calls our MC darling, honey, or babe. Realizing that Ryit is acting strange, he asks why she is teaming up with those lame guys from the Sudam Guild. Kyungsoo is offended, but Ryit says she agrees with Yoojin, making Kyungsoo frustrated. Though she agrees with Yoojin, Ryit says she must still take him as the kin of the venomous cursed dragon. The statement confirms Yoojin's suspicions that Ryit must have been brainwashed. Ryit was about to say more, but Noah chose to attack his sister at that moment. He bites on his sister's arm and tells Yoojin to run. Yoojin knows he can't run far since he's in F class, so he makes a snap decision and hugs Ryit tightly on the waist. Ryit asks what Yoojin is doing, but instead of getting an answer, Yoojin looks up at her with tears in his eyes. He pleads for Ryit to get it together and not do this since they are close friends. The siblings are both surprised by Yoojin's action, while the Sudam Guild is confused about what is happening. Big Bro is really unleashing all of his charms this time. Yoojin continues to plead, babbling some nonsense about their friendship, the sky, and Ryit's heart. Ryit throws off her brother, telling Yoojin to stop with his BS. Yoojin continues to cling to Ryit and prays hard for his skills to work on undoing the control on Ryit. As if his prayers were heard, a bright flash of light comes from them. Yoojin continues to cling, not realizing what happened. Ryit gently takes Yoojin's face in her hand. She smiles fondly at him and calls him using a pet name. She expresses her thanks for helping her clear her head. Yoojin asks if she's back to normal. Ryit talks sweetly, saying it is all because of him that she was able to get back. Yoojin breaks into a large smile and expresses his own relief and delight while Ryit holds him up and swings him around. Are they shooting a drama inside a dungeon? If they keep this up, they'll win the Best Actor and Actress awards. Noah is amazed to see that what Yoojin did worked on his sister, while Kyungsoo complains about her not following orders. Ryit hugs Yoojin to her chest and says she won't listen to those orders. Yoojin asks if Ryit is not on that side anymore. She reassures him that she isn't, but there's a catch. She starts licking Yoojin's face, saying she won't let this chance pass her. Ryit tells about her dream to become an evil dragon. And just like her brother, Ryit transforms into a dragon. But unlike Noah, Ryit's dragon form is more horrifying with its darker shade of skin, horns, and sharp teeth. Holding Yoojin in her dragon hand, she announces the kidnapping of a princess. No, you're not wrong. The princess here is our MC. Yoojin's face pales as he asks why her dragon appearance is so different when they were supposed to be twin dragons. Ignoring the comment, Ryit roars out loud, and Yoojin can't help but comment on the fancy narration. Kyungsoo and his guild members are confused at what is happening, while Yoojin smiles, claiming that he should have also brought some popcorn. Yoojin's fear resistance gets activated as Ryit instructs him to yell the princess line of asking his prince to save him. But before Yoojin can even do so, not that he will, Ryit heads to the castle and maniacally announces her intention to take the princess. She challenges everyone to go to the top of the tower if they want him back. Kyungsoo is still confused, while Noah can only call for the kidnapped princess. Yoonjae laughs, saying that this situation really did become a fairy tale. It's the complete package with a damsel in distress princess stuck in a tower, dragons, antagonists, and of course, the prince, which I'm guessing is Yoonjae. Before, dragons were only the stuff made out of fiction, with them being the finale of such adventurous stories. Different kinds of dragons became a reality when the gates appeared all over the world. So when Ryit became a dragon herself, she really wanted to become the type of dragon who takes and traps the princess in a tower. Yoojin palely expresses how fun Ryit's dream is as he is held by Ryit's dragon hand. They reach the tower, and inside, Yoojin sat on a bed, wondering how things turned out this way. Ryit poofs as she reverts back to her human form and asks Yoojin if the tower is comfortable. Yoojin panics, thinking that Ryit must be naked after her transformation. Ryit assures him that she is clothed, so he doesn't have to cover his eyes. Yoojin is confused about how it happened, and Ryit explains that she just applied the curse skill. In the novel, it is described that she applied it to her equipment. Exasperated, Yoojin tells her to tell that to her brother, but I doubt that it'll help since this manhwa loves seeing Noah in his baby suit. Ryit sits beside him and expresses her delight in finally making her dream come true. Yoojin is depressed about becoming the princess in her story, but he still congratulates her for achieving it. Still feeling like she needs to play, she asks what she should do next in a creepy way. Yoojin stops her, saying they must wait for someone to rescue him. He looks out the window where explosions are currently ongoing. He asks Ryit if she also contracted with that weird cult. Ryit shakes her head, saying she doesn't have it. Her answer confuses Yoojin since it was obvious from earlier that Ryit must follow the orders. Ryit admits this also confuses her since she was sure she had rejected that contract. She probably made a contract in Yoojin's past life, or it could be an effect of her title as the twin of Dio Valchasis. Ryit tells how she was approached right when she got awakened, but she rejected them right from the get-go. Acting cute, she says that the offer is lame as she might have accepted it if the proposal involves a fight where the loser must become the subordinate of the other. She shares that she kept rejecting them, and it even came to the point where they tried to use her brother against her. Yoojin asks if they used Noah as a hostage because he's weak. Ryit confesses that happened, but they stopped once she beat them up every time. Is this one of the reasons she made sure Noah becomes stronger? She then says that they recently contacted her again while calling her the firstborn of the venomous curse dragon Dio Valchasis and gave her orders. Ever since, she seems to be following those commands. Yoojin asks if the one who commands her can control venomous cursed dragons, and Ryit somewhat agrees. She adds the possibility that the one ordering her must also be a venomous cursed dragon since she feels the same ambience from them, similar to Yoojin's. Yoojin mulls over her words, thinking that Ryit managed to break free from the orders. It says Yoojin's curse resistance ability has a double effect against venomous curse types with the help of his other skill, Rao Chi Ta's Bane. He's relieved that it somehow worked when he tried. Lost in his thoughts, Ryit pushes Yoojin down on the bed, claiming she knows how special Yoojin is. Trapped between her and the bed, Yoojin looks away and tells her to get off. Dang, we're finally getting part 2 of this scene from chapters 57 and 58. Ryit looks fondly at Yoojin, saying she's just continuing from where they left off. Yoojin tries to stop Ryit, telling her to revert to her dragon form and simply hang outside the tower. But Ryit has lost it, asking if Yoojin prefers her dragon form. Yoojin immediately denies this and yells for someone to save him. As expected, a hand grabs onto the window frame, announcing his arrival to save Yoojin, the princess. Yoonjae arrives smiling, with Noah flying right outside. Ryit looks at them, disappointed that the princes of the story arrived just in time. If there are 2 princes, does that mean the next installation of the story is a fight between the 2 to win the hand of Princess Yoojin? Yoojin's soul is relieved at their arrival. Still, the innocent dragon covers his eyes upon seeing his sister in an awkward position with the princess. Yoonjae can't help but ask if the story is supposed to be 18+, but Yoojin just cuts him off, asking to be saved. Hearing the princess please, Yoonjae pulls out his chains, which are now back with their golden hue. Yoojin, still worried about how things will turn out, denies his role as a princess. Ryit asks if Yoonjae intends to use his skill against her. Yoonjae gives her a smile, announcing how he dealt with the side dish, so it is only natural to have the main dish next. Ryit holds Yoojin down on the bed with one hand. With the prince's arrival, she announces her intention to play as she takes an item out of her inventory and leaps to where Yoonjae is. Yoojin complains about how these unruly S-classes are fighting again, and now they are doing it within the castle. Yoojin tries to warn them, but his words fall on deaf ears, and the place gets destroyed, making our MC fall off the tower. Good thing Noah catches him in time. I bet it's one of those S-class things that make them want to fight with those of the same rank, so this is nothing serious. With those 2 natural-born S-rankers unleashing their full power, there is no doubt they won't be able to stop them. Noah reassures Yoojin that those 2 are only having some fun, and it would have been worse if those 2 fought while his sister was still not herself. Yoojin can only agree, and he is relieved that the opponent who controlled Ryit was another venomous cursed dragon. Yoojin suddenly pauses, wondering if things really happened by chance. Yoojin recalls meeting Inky, the C-rank Creek from chapter 37, dismissing that as a coincidence, but he knows for sure that the cult deals with venomous cursed dragons, while Dio Valchasis exists this time around. Yoojin can't help but think that the Rao Chi Tas that appeared in the D-grade dungeon before he turned back time has something to do with, did that dungeon incident from his past life happen because of those Confucianism guys? Yoojin ponders this and asks Noah for details on how they got the Dio Valchasis title. Yoojin can't shake the feeling that all of these are no mere coincidence. The castle is now in shambles, and only a few walls are left from their fight. The air is filled with poison as Ryit drinks from a bottle. She expresses her euphoric feeling from this fight even though she never really landed a proper attack on Yoonjae. She calls out for Yoonjae, calling him Prince, wanting to know if her poison cloud worked on Yoonjae. Yoonjae watches Ryit from afar while holding his arm. The smile on his face is gone as he looks at his poisoned hand. He is sure that an antidote is not enough to heal this. He ponders his next moves based on the current situation, deeming that his battle foresight can't help him in this situation. He knows that if Ryit joins with other S-rankers, it will be dangerous for him. There is no doubt now in Yoonjae's mind that this ploy was meant to eliminate him. Yoonjae was lost in his thoughts, but his golden eyes suddenly grew bright. He looks up and finds the overlooming shadow of a dragon above him. Yoojin jumps from Noah, his own eyes glowing, and yells for Yoonjae to catch him. Our MC is using Stern Mother Hendril Sargent's skill here so that Yoonjae can catch him at the exact moment. Ryit also looks back and sees Yoojin, but Yoonjae already dashes and catches Yoonjae in his arms. For Yoonjae, the big game changer is Yoojin Han's existence. Yoonjae looks at Yoojin and asks him what he is thinking, and decides to jump off. Yoojin doesn't reply and simply holds onto Yoonjae and activates his +1 and poison resistance skills. With a flash of light, the poison in Yoonjae's hand gets healed, and Yoonjae can't help but admire the effects of Yoojin's skill. Ryit saw what happened and started complaining about how Yoonjae was cheating. Yoojin tells them to stop the play fight with a serious tone, basing it all on what Yoojin has done so far in this dungeon. Yoonjae is sure that this F-ranker in front of him has foiled the plans of that guy who is out to get him. Yoojin looks at Yoonjae and asks if the dungeon information that gave Noah a title came from the cult. Yoonjae prolongs the moment by asking if fairy tale time is now over. Yoojin ignores the quip and outright tells him that the cult is trying to replace him with Ryit. Yoojin explains how Ryit rejected them, causing her brother to get involved. So the cult made use of the dungeon that has the Dio Valsius' title to take control of the siblings. Yoojin adds how these have all been planned from the start so that Yoonjae would be the source of this information, making him the root cause of his possible inexistence. Oof, the irony. Yoojin looks at Yoonjae, asking if he really doesn't know any of these. Yoonjae shakes his head, saying that he can't see the future. Yoojin is worried at how meticulously the cult is moving, and how they turn a normal dungeon into a perilous one only made him furious. This trick is no different, and Yoojin can't help clenching his teeth as he recalls how a normal D-grade dungeon turned dangerous with Rao Chita's appearance. Remembering how his brother came into the dungeon as if he already knows what happened only adds fuel to his anger. Unable to control his emotions, Yoojin grabs Yoonjae's clothes and demands to know everything about those good-for-nothings. He can only think about how his brother died back then. And with the current circumstances, Yoojin believes the cult is involved somehow. Noah watches over the two as they talk, wondering why Yoojin jumped. Suddenly, an arm hooks his dragon neck, and Ryit greets her brother. She notices the worried look on her brother's face and says there's no need for him to be scared since she already forgave him. Noah gets exasperated at his sister's gall and says she should ask for forgiveness instead. He tells her to let go, for he'll go to Yoojin. Ryit keeps her hold on her brother and tells him that he can't go to them right now since their conversation is very important. Yoojin continues to demand Yoonjae to tell him everything he knows about those guys and even proclaims that if he is under contract, then he will make sure to nullify it for him. That statement only confirms Yoonjae's suspicion that Yoojin also has a curse-resistant skill. Yoojin finally lets go of Yoonjae's clothes, expressing his surprise that Yoonjae even knows this. MC, you revealed it yourself just now. Yoonjae fixes his clothes, saying he knows Ryit won't return without a good reason. Yoonjae adds that he thinks that the skill must be at least SSS rank or even an L rank. Yoojin glares at Yoonjae, thinking that this guy is too clever. In Yoonjae's defense, I want to say that you are acting quite obviously, MC. Yoojin mulls over the fact that he must find out everything he can about that cult, even if he has to show his cards to Yoonjae. He makes his decision, revealing that the skill is L rank, and is confident that he can break the contract for him. Yoonjae admits that Yoojin's skill is amazing, but then he says it won't be enough. Yoojin is surprised by that, so Yoonjae brings out the contract and shows it to him. Yoonjae explains that the contract itself is also an L class. With the two having the same rank, Yoonjae says that Yoojin's skill won't be able to nullify it. He adds that his right arm and right eye are at stake in this contract. Yoojin is enraged that Yoonjae would agree to such a contract. Ryit and Noah continue to watch over the two of them as they discuss it. Yoonjae claims he would be safe as long as he doesn't talk about them. Yoojin is worried that those guys might have offered his brother the same kind of contract. Refusing to give up, Yoojin reveals another skill of his that lets him double his skill effects against venomous cursed dragons. Yoonjae says that Yoojin is truly impressive, but he questions whether this will be effective. Desperate to get some hard fact answers, Yoojin claims that he will take responsibility. He says he will do anything to pay him back as he gets close to the contract. But before he even does so, Yoonjae grabs him by the neck. Noah wants to fly over, but Ryit stops him. Yoonjae gets serious as he tells how much he likes Yoojin. That's right, people. This is a confession, albeit ruthless. Yoonjae says that his like for Yoojin is not enough for him to risk his own body. A strong intimidation from Yoonjae activated Yoojin's fear resistance. Yoojin talks back at Yoonjae, saying that losing an arm and an eye won't put his life at risk. Yoojin knows that Yoonjae is curious about him and that his value is more than what Yoojin even believes. As if to prove his point, Yoojin says that Yoonjae only signed that contract because he doesn't want to be ignorant. Wanting Yoonjae to risk it all for him, Yoojin says that there are still a lot of things that he is hiding. He tells Yoonjae that there are still a lot of things for him to discover and enjoy. Yoojin will let Yoonjae use him, that is how desperate he is to know about those who killed his younger brother. Yoonjae finally lets go of Yoojin, hoping that everything Yoojin told him is the truth. He shows the contract once again and claims that he is nervous since it's been a while since he last gambled. Yoojin asks if Yoonjae permits it and wants to get over it by ripping the contract. That would be satisfying. Yoonjae stops Yoojin short, reminding him that even if Yoojin succeeds, he should remember that Yoonjae did risk his eye and arm for him. Not missing this chance, Yoonjae announces that he looks forward to how Yoojin will repay this debt. Yoojin says he won't forget it, even though he's annoyed that he now owes Yoonjae. The two got into position, with Yoojin placing one hand on the contract and another on Yoonjae. The siblings watch over. Noah wonders if Yoonjae will be okay, while his sister is excited to see an arm fly off if it fails. Yoonjae then starts talking about some parents who want to end the world and children who wish for their parents' dreams to come true. Yoojin is a bit confused by what Yoonjae is saying, but Yoonjae only continues. He says that it is their goal and how he would describe those guys. He explains how they can't directly interfere with their world, so they resort to using contracts, dungeons, and items as baits to have the awakened do their bidding and influence the world. All of these are for the goal of destroying the world. Yoojin is surprised at Yoonjae's revelation. He is confused as to why anyone would sign such a contract that leads to destruction. Yoonjae says that the world is already on that road with all the new gates and stronger monsters that are appearing. Yoojin recalls how the system told him the same thing before, while Yoonjae continues telling about how those guys told him they would help the contractee leave the dying world. That's sus. It is kinda similar to the system's plan for Chapter 55, of sneaking Myung-woo out when all things fail because of his ability. Yoojin watches as the contract reacts to Yoonjae's words. Yoonjae compares it to a lifeboat where they will save the contractees if they do what the other party wants. He summarizes it as a form of collecting subordinates to hurry the impending destruction, while simultaneously getting rid of the key that stops them. It is most likely that the key is our MC. The contract reacts more aggressively to Yoonjae's words, but Yoonjae is not yet done. He announces that what he just revealed is the goal of those who are called the filial piety addicts. Oh, so this is why Lil Bro mentioned Confucianism before in Chapter 75. Filial piety is one of the core teachings of Confucianism. Getting back to our story, the contract breaks into pieces with those last words from Yoonjae. The curse gets activated due to its violation. Simultaneously, Yoojin's curse resistance also activates. Like what Yoojin suspected, the skill effects of Rao Chita's Bane applied, doubling the effect of his curse resistance skill. The notification announces that the opponent is the venomous cursed Dragon King's master, but its name has been left out. Yoonjae looked at his arm, relieved that he didn't lose an arm and an eye in the process. He's about to say they have won, but stops when he sees the look on Yoojin's face. Yoojin glares, thinking that the venomous cursed Dragon King's master really did exist. The master of that lizard who slayed his brother. Yoojin asks Yoonjae if those filial piety addicts also took his brother as their subordinate. Yoonjae says that Yoon isn't exactly a subordinate since he cut contact with them. He adds how he wondered why Yoon didn't get himself involved much. But now that he thinks about it, Yoojin is the reason. Yoonjae says there is no way for Yoon would leave his older brother, who happens to be an F ranker. Yoonjae says that with Yoojin's physique and stamina, he wouldn't make it when the time comes to leave the world. He adds that only S rankers were contacted because of this reason, and Yoon might have broken off contact with them once he learned this. Yoonjae's probably right. There's no way Lil Bro would leave his big bro. And the same goes if Big Bro is in that situation. Yoonjae's words made sense to Yoojin. He recalls how much Yoon kept his distance from him and how Yoon revealed that he didn't want to burden his older brother, thinking that Yoojin might not understand. Yoojin can now say that his brother was really only thinking of him, and he made that choice considering everything. Yoonjae staked his eye and arm to form a contract with the filial piety addicts, and Ryit was threatened by them using her brother. In this case, you can say that Ryit made better choices than Yoonjae. As Yoojin thought of those, he knew that there was no way Yoon could take Yoojin, and even after cutting contact with them. Yoon knew that Yoojin might still be at risk, and if Yoon can't talk about the contract, then this only means. Yoojin's line of thought was interrupted when a lizard-like hand grabbed his leg from the ground. The hand inflicts injury on Yoojin's leg, and with a bright burst of explosive light, a lizard-like being climbs out of the ground. The humanoid dragon appears in its full form while still holding onto Yoojin's leg. The being looms over Yoojin, and Yoojin thinks this happened because of the broken contract. The humanoid dragon glares at Yoojin with intimidation. Ryit dashes to where Yoojin is telling her brother to stay back. She yells at the lizard to let go of Yoojin and attacks it. Still, the humanoid dragon instantly changes its location, confusing Ryit. The humanoid dragon doesn't stop there and attacks Ryit with its tail. Noah calls for Yoojin, but Yoojin shouts at him not to come near them. Yoojin gauges the situation as something that even a natural-born S-ranker can't handle. He uses the promising sprout skill on the enemy. He determines it to be a Tier 2 ancient dragon species of venom and curse named Vicus. It only has the possibility to awaken as an S-class, but it awakened as an SS class instead. Some of its skills are Dragon Scale and Molten City, which are both SS rank. Hoof, something OP came out of the ground. Ryit complains about their current situation while Yoonjae can't come up with a way to fight back. He suddenly stops and looks at Yoojin, who is still held captive by the enemy. Yoojin determines that the enemy uses poison and curse. He wonders if this enemy before them was also sent by that lizard master. Resolved to defeat the enemy before him, Yoojin glares at the enemy with glowing golden eyes. Promising himself to do everything he can, Yoojin makes everyone accept the stern mother Hendril Sargent skill. It is Ryit's first time to experience this skill. At the same time, Yoonjae thinks this skill won't be enough even if he uses battle foresight. But then Yoonjae sees Yoojin latch onto the enemy's leg, struggling to apply the same skill to their enemy. With this skill, he aims to make the other three see ancient dragon's movement and senses. Vicus denies the skill, making Yoojin suffer the effects of the rejection. Yoojin ignores the pain and uses it once more, applying the effects of Rao Chita's Bane to make the dragon accept his teaching skill. Vicus rejects the skill again, but Yoojin is hell-bent on making it possible. Yoojin uses it again on Vicus, and this time, it works. He tells everyone to go for it through their connection and urges them to destroy it. It sounds cliché, but our MC is the epitome of try and try until you succeed. The three of them charge at the same time. Ryit changes her hand into dragon form, and unlike before, she can now see how the enemy will attack. She unleashes multiple attacks. She knows that she can't win on her own, but with her joined forces, it is possible to stop their enemy. Ryit was about to be clawed by Vicus' hand, but she only smiled at it, claiming she didn't charge to win. Right at that moment, Yoonjae uses his chains on Vicus to stop his attacks. Ryit backs off, and Yoonjae unleashes an electric attack on their enemy. Yoonjae's attack worked, but this was not enough to make Vicus fall. The ancient dragon glares at Yoonjae and swipes at him. Ryit uses this moment to approach Vicus back and slashes at the enemy's arm with her own dragon hands. The arm holding Yoojin falls off. The real aim is to free Yoojin from Vicus' claws. Yoojin gets thrown off from the battle, and three S-rankers are determined to unleash everything they have to defeat Vicus. Yeah, don't worry about our stick figure MC. I'm sure he's fine with the Shalo's beads and all. Vicus dashes, aiming to where Yoojin is, but Ryit stops the ancient dragon in its tracks and tells it to focus on her since it has already lost a hand. But unlike her expectations, she gets slashed in the side with its newly regenerated hand. Ryit is surprised that instead of making a continuous attack, Vicus crouches down and charges up. It suddenly releases an attack similar to Poison Fog. Ryit is wary that she can't hold on for long with her poison resistance, but she gets another surprise when her poison state gets healed by Noah's healing hand. Her brother then directs her to only dodge the big attacks, for he will support her. Noah says he hasn't forgiven Ryit and is only helping her because of the current situation. Knowing that her brother got her back, she comments on how he matured. Really, Ryit, you should look at your brother properly and focus on his accomplishments. Yoonjae looks at them, relieved they have more time with the siblings' help. He then asks if Yoojin has other injuries. Yoojin says it's only the legs since he used the damage-nullifying beads on Vika's other attacks. Yoonjae looks at the damage in Yoojin's leg, saying it must be treated since the bleeding won't stop. Yoojin asks for Yoonjae's help to take the claws out of his leg. Yoonjae asks about painkillers, but Yoojin says it won't work because of his poison resistance skills, which need to remain activated amidst the poison fog. Yoonjae hesitates since the claws are stuck deep and considers Yoojin's pain tolerance. Yoojin gets fed up and directs Yoonjae to pull it out and to just wake him up if he faints from the pain. Yoonjae does as he was told and pulls out the claws. Yoojin bites his sleeve while bearing the pain. Yoonjae pours potion onto Yoojin's leg as treatment, telling him to rest. He tells Yoojin to hide, but Yoojin refuses to do this. Yup, our MC is so stubborn. Yoojin intends to help them out by beating the crap out of that lizard. Yoojin brings out the Shalo's beads from his inventory, explaining how it works and saying there are still 17 minutes left in it. Yoojin speculates that Yoonjae can finish the enemy in 10 minutes or more. Yoonjae looked at Yoojin with wonder, thinking how this F-class in front of him had only recently awakened. Yet the way Yoojin decides and moves makes it seem like he has years of experience in dungeons, fighting multiple battles. Yoojin calls for Yoonjae's attention, saying he'll apply the doubling attack skill. Yoonjae listens, but he still can't help but be curious about everything Yoojin does. I know it's a serious scene, but Aichi here is giving off a different vibe with his curiosity. Yoojin and Yoonjae arrive on the battlefield, with Yoonjae holding onto Yoojin by the waist. Yoojin calls for Noah's attention, asking to borrow some mana stats. Noah is surprised that Yoojin is back on the battlefield and expresses his worry. Yoojin reassures Noah and then shares his skill with Yoonjae. Yoonjae admires the surge of power, while Yoojin tells him that Yoonjae can use him as a shield aside from having his attack doubled. Yoojin says the sharing of skills will work even if they touch different areas of the body as long as they keep in contact with one another. So instead of being held by Yoonjae like before in Chapter 64. Tisk, that was a fun scene though. Yoojin says he can just keep on touching him as long as they are not far apart while tapping on Yoonjae's shoulders to demonstrate. Yoonjae thinks about it for a second and asks if Yoojin can dance. Yoojin gets a bit confused at the sudden question. Still, Yoonjae explains how dancing is the best way to generate teamwork. Yoojin admits that he doesn't know about it. Noah activates stat rental and shares his mana stat, while Yoojin says that his life is not leisurely enough to let him learn to dance. Yoonjae says Yoojin can start learning now. With the stern mother Hendril Sergeant still activated, Ryit notices that everyone else is now ready. She leaps away from Vicus, and Yoonjae instantly uses his chains on the ancient dragon and releases electricity through his weapon. By the way, Yoonjae's chains are called Seeker's Chains. We'll continue calling it chains unless it requires to be called by its proper name. Ryit compliments the tremendous power release, while Yoonjae continues to admire how satisfying it is to release that much power in one blast. But unlike the two, Yoojin is surprised that the enemy is still standing despite the damage it received. Vicus speaks an unknown language and readies himself to charge at them. Yoojin panics, but Yoonjae holds his arm, saying he should relax. The prince then invites the princess for a dance. I guess the theme is still a fairy tale, but there was a change of villain. Yoojin looks at Yoonjae, confused. Vicus dashes towards them, but Yoonjae quickly pulls Yoojin away from the attack and makes a dancing pose. Vicus continues to attack them, but Yoonjae simply holds into Yoojin in different poses. There's the famous pose from Howl's Moving Castle, Willow Land, and the classic twirl move. Too bad they didn't use that renowned lift scene from Dirty Dancing. Ryit gets giddy by just watching them, wanting to try it out as well. Yoonjae takes a needle from his inventory while he and Yoojin continue to dance, evading the attack of Vicus. Yoonjae takes this chance to place needles on the lizard's back while explaining how electricity loses impact when released into the air. Yoonjae calmly does this while Yoojin can't help but panic and get dragged along. Right suddenly snaps her fingers, realizing what Yoonjae is planning. Yelling that she will help, Ryit leaps into the air above them and pulls out a sword from her inventory while in midair. She activates Eternity's Severance and stabs the sword on the enemy's shoulder. Noah is dubious that his sister's attack would work, but then realizes the plan is to concentrate the electricity. A little bit of science makes an attack more effective. Yoonjae floats in the air, surrounded by his chains and electricity, while keeping hold of a tired Yoojin. Ryit looks back as she lands, telling Yoonjae to burn the sword. Yoonjae pulls up Yoojin for a ballroom pose and unleashes electricity through his chains, directing it on Vicus. The impact of their attack creates a blast of light that shatters even the ground. Yoonjae and Yoojin gently land on the ground. Yoojin looks at the cooked lizard, wondering if it is finally over. Yoojin thinks the electricity released this time is weaker, but realizes it's not the case as he looks at the enemy. Vicus coughs up, making Yoojin conclude how the lightning was concentrated in one spot, making all the electricity go through the enemy. The ancient dragon suddenly roars, making Yoojin flinch. And with that last sound, Vicus faints on the spot. Ryit comes close and checks if the lizard is already dead. She asks Yoojin what skill they used, but the fallen dragon suddenly swipes its claws at Ryit. She manages to avoid the attack and leaps away. Noah is concerned for his sister, while Ryit expresses her disbelief at how the enemy can still get up. It seems like there will be more zombie-like scenes whenever the cult is involved. Yoonjae thinks it's moving through sheer willpower, but Yoojin believes otherwise. For Yoojin, it looks like the enemy before them is being forced to fulfill its order like a cursed puppet. Yoonjae releases another blast of electricity on the enemy, making it cough up more. Yoojin can only imagine how his brother got involved with such beings as the enemy crawls its way to them. Words come out of Vicus' mouth, but they can't understand what it is saying. Yoonjae asks if it is really okay to approach it, and Yoojin says it's fine since it can't get up anymore. Crouching in front of Vicus, he uses the stern mother Hendril Sargent to get a clue about its master. That's really one useful skill, since there are multiple ways that he can apply it. Purple ooze comes out of Vicus, and it engulfs Yoojin. Yoojin is surprised by what happened. He stares off into the darkness, calling for the others. The ground is filled with dark ooze with what looks like the remains of dragons. Yoojin stands up in shock and looks around. A voice suddenly speaks, saying how their consciousness overlapped at that moment. A beam of 4 eyes and big wings sits atop the remains as if he is sitting on a throne, with the big dragon behind him. He expresses how nice of Yoojin to come on his own, but then claims that Yoojin is the reason why his plans are getting thwarted. The being then talks about Vicus, making Yoojin ask if this guy before him is the master of the venomous cursed dragon. Yoojin approaches the 4-eyed dude, asking if he sent Rao Chitaz to kill his younger brother. Instead of answering, the being lifts a finger, and a large clawed hand appears and subjugates Yoojin. Yoojin falls to the ground, and the being starts to speak about Yoojin's death. The 4-eyed dude approaches Yoojin and admits he didn't expect it to turn out that way. He didn't answer our MC's question, but based on the current circumstances, the 4-eyed dude is probably the one who's pulling the strings all this time. He takes hold of Yoojin's face while saying that it was supposed to be him who should have died at that time. The 4-eyed dude reveals how that dungeon was specifically created to slay Yoojin, since he is the only reason why Yoojin won't cooperate with them. Yoojin asks what he means, and the 4-eyed dude tells him how Yoojin chose death because Yoojin is alive. These words make Yoojin clench his hand into a fist. Looming over him, the being spites Yoojin by telling him how Yoojin would have survived if it wasn't for him. He says how Yoojin would become stronger if he had accepted the contract he offered. The being adds that Yoojin might even have the freedom to choose even if he didn't enter into a contract with him. He continues to guilt Yoojin by saying how Yoojin was tied down to a fragile burden like him and how he is nothing but an obstacle for his brother. He reminds Yoojin how Yoojin wouldn't have died if it wasn't for Yoojin, guilting Yoojin that he got in the way of his brother's life, and here he is, still alive. At those words, Yoojin recalls old memories of how people talked about how he got abandoned by his brother for being an F-class, how his brother reprimanded him, and that same brother's death. Yoojin confesses that he has no right to live as he holds onto the leg of the 4-eyed dude. Yoojin looks up at him, saying it is the exact reason why he's aiming to get revenge on the master of that lizard who killed his brother. And this is where our MC's redemption story turns into a revenge story. The 4-eyed dude mocks him for being an F-class who can't do anything, but Yoojin talks back at how this same F-ranker destroyed his plans twice already. Yoojin does the mocking this time, saying how a lizard turned into sushi while the other got cooked. The big dragon crushes Yoojin and throws him off, but this doesn't stop Yoojin from blabbering about how he should have brought those lizards' bodies just to show him. Despite the attacks Yoojin continuously receives from the dragon, he still sassily talks about how he can blame his class. Yet the 4-eyed dude can't even do the same. Yoojin laughs despite the bleeding. Based on what he just witnessed, the 4-eyed dude has no plans to kill him. He takes advantage of this to infuriate the other by talking about how he got scammed by Yoonjae and how Ryit won't even join his side. Yoojin knows that the other needs something from him. That's why he continues to sass about how the enemy should be called a stupid king instead. As if recalling things from Yoojin's words, the four-eyed dude asks how Yoojin undo his commands. He grabs Yoojin by the hair and asks how he even defeated Raas. He asks if the immoral people helped him. They're called immoral people in the novel translations. We're applying that here since it follows the context of Yoojin's next lines. Back to the story. Yoojin doesn't know who he is talking about, so the four-eyed dude told him that the immoral people created and managed the system. Yoojin laughs at the nickname and asks if they are called that because they want to stop the world from destruction, which is against the goal of the filial piety addicts. The four-eyed dude surmises that Yoojin knows them based on his reply. He then asks him why they would intervene on an F-ranker like him. From the guy's question, Yoojin now knows what kind of information the four-eyed dude wants, and it concerns Yoojin's title and skill. With this knowledge, Yoojin is sure that he won't be killed until that guy learns the answer. Realizing this, Yoojin gives him a finger, mocking him for expecting an answer. Yoojin chooses to look for an opportunity while stalling for time. Still, the dragon holding him suddenly bites his arm off, and Yoojin screams in pain. It's the four-eyed dude's turn to mock Yoojin. He tells him to look closely since his arm is still there. Yoojin looks, and just like the other guy said, his arm is where it is supposed to be. Yoojin is confused, but other dragons start biting him before he can even ask. As if reading Yoojin's thoughts, the other dude explains how they are inside his mind and not reality. What's with villains lately? They are outstanding when it comes to explaining how things work for the MC. The four-eyed dude says that since they are in his mind, he can use this to make Yoojin eternally suffer without really dying. Using his blood, he releases another dragon. He tells Yoojin that if he chooses not to answer, then he will just make him reveal it by looking at his memories. Yoojin tries to look for Deshaila's beads, but the other tells him that items can't be used in that space since it is not reality. The four-eyed dude then questions if those immoral people gave him those beads, and he thinks that Yoojin won't be able to defeat Raas with just that. He urges Yoojin to answer while the newly summoned venomous cursed dragon aims for his head. Yoojin refuses and tells the other that he should figure it out on his own and cusses at him. With that, Yoojin gets devoured by the dragons, but since the place is not reality, Yoojin is still alive, and he can't help but think again just what kind of people his brother involved himself with. Outside, in reality, Yoonjae, Ryit, and Noah are looking at Yoojin's current state. Yoonjae says that Yoojin also passed out back then. Noah asks if Yoonjae did something to Yoojin and mentions how he heard about him taking Yoojin in the dungeon. Ryit says this is a problem since she also wants Yoojin for herself. Yoonjae brings out his chains while claiming how normal it is to have ants swarm around a candy. Noah tells them to stop, saying that this is not the right place or time for them to fight. He adds that they should also focus on clearing the dungeon, earning him a compliment from his sister. Yoonjae is quietly staring at Yoojin, and no one notices this. Yoonjae then asks if Yoojin has always looked that way. Noah and Ryit didn't understand his question, but Yoonjae kept on thinking about how Yoojin was supposed to look 5 years older than how he looked right now. Yoonjae is getting some sort of insight somehow. Back to where our MC's consciousness is, every piece of his memory is being dug out. Whether it is his first dungeon break, his brother going to a dungeon, his military service, fighting with others when Yoon is mentioned, him singing happy birthday for his brother despite their estranged relationship, getting injured, and his brother's death. The four-eyed dude finally discovers one of Yoojin's secrets, the Wish Stone. His enemy now understands how Yoojin turned back time and gained the curse-resistant skill for defeating Raas. Yoojin is out of it, and he can't tell how long it has been since he got stuck there. But the four-eyed dude is still not yet done with him. He wants to satiate his curiosity about how Yoojin did it despite being an F-ranker. And it is taking him longer to extract information from Yoojin because of the curse resistance and how an ordinary Yoojin is for an F-ranker. Yoojin knows that in a short while, that guy will soon know everything. He's annoyed at his own inability despite having the mastermind behind his brother's death before him. He questions his own weakness, knowing that his brother kept things from him for this exact reason. Old memories come up of how Shimyeon reprimanded him in his previous life for being someone unreliable. The four-eyed dude is getting fed up with Yoojin's unrelated memories. Yoojin struggles, knowing his own inability is the reason why he aimed to change. His desire to become a befitting older this time is what urged him on in this new life. Refusing to give up, he mocks the four-eyed dude while coming up with a way to get out of this mess. The four-eyed dude is busy looking at Yoojin's memories like the voyeur he is. Yoojin asks why skills weren't blocked like he did with the items, looking for any sort of clue with his questioning. Like the good villain, our four-eyed dude is, He explains how skills are counted as part of the senses and even mockingly adds how an F-ranker's skills would be nothing after all. He explains how anything is possible when in consciousness. Still, he is so sure that humans are not creative enough to do anything. And this is where our villain made a big mistake. He continuously mocks Yoojin and steps on him. He admits his surprise at the advanced curse resistance and is about to say more. Yoojin ridicules the four-eyed dude's stupidity and nonsense talk, earning him another hit from the other. The enemy expresses his amazement at how Yoojin can still talk back. Yoojin is not yet done. He probes the truth of what happened back then by bringing it up. He states that the four-eyed dude should have only interfered right after the gate closed so that Yoojin wouldn't have followed him in. Yoojin stops, realizing something. The enemy further incites the horror of Yoojin's realization by smiling and laughing out loud. He then reveals how Yoojin borrowed his power to get inside a closed dungeon in order to save his older brother. The four-eyed dude smiles at Yoojin's reaction, saying they should talk more about Yoojin. Wrong move, dude. You just confirmed that you're the mastermind of everything. Here's a flashback of what happened back then. Yoojin asks why he's back when he has already declined the offer. Yoojin looks at a dead monster, who replies that he has important news for him. It adds how Yoojin would regret it if he didn't hear about it. The dead then reveals how an error occurred in the dungeon that Yoojin's brother entered. Hearing this news, Yoojin immediately went to the gate his brother entered and asked about the situation. The staff explained how it was supposed to be a D-grade dungeon, but based on their latest findings, there's an S-class monster inside. Horror fills Yoojin's face. He pulls out a weapon, but someone tries to snap him out of it, saying the dungeon is already closed. Yoojin pays no heed and slashes at the gate. The staff tells him to stop since it's useless. He reminds Yoojin that it can only open up once again once every hunter inside it dies. Yoojin refuses to listen and continues to slash at the gate, worried for his older brother. A voice asks Yoojin if he wants to be let in, and a purple-black goo comes out of the ground nearby and shows Yoojin what is happening inside. The voice tells him that he can help Yoojin get in, but in exchange, Yoojin must become his subordinate. Back to the present, the four-eyed dude retells how Yoojin didn't even hesitate to accept his offer and how Yoojin thought it was just a dungeon error. He then reveals how everything that happened back then, even the appearance of Raas, was all part of his plan. Dang. So this guy really was the instigator of what happened back then. The four-eyed dude explains how he made things tough enough so that Yoojin won't be able to save his brother. At the same time, it won't be life-threatening for Yoojin. He admits that he planned for Yoojin to die in that situation, making Yoojin more gullible to manipulation. So when Yoojin sacrificed himself, it was a complete blunder in his plans. Yoojin's thoughts were once more filled with how Yoojin got caught in a trap because of him and how Yoojin didn't hesitate, even though he clearly knew he'll be a pawn to the musings of these other beings. The four-eyed dude smirks, saying how he finally has Yoojin, though now as a corpse. This remark gets Yoojin's attention, and he asked about it. Like the good villain he is, he entertains Yoojin's question and explains how he can deal with the corpse, depending on the nature of the contract. He adds that it was easier to get his body since Yoojin was cut out from his world. Yoojin is startled by this news since he honestly thought that his brother was forever lost, and it is the reason why he chose to focus on the present. With this news, everything changes for Yoojin. Wait, that means Big Bro can still somehow save Lil Bro. To spite Yoojin more, the four-eyed dude declares that he has Yoojin's body, but then he corrects himself, saying that someone else took it. Yoojin keeps thinking about Yoojin, filled with sorrow and anger. Seeing this kind of expression on Yoojin's face, the four-eyed dude once again tells Yoojin to answer his questions. In exchange, he will tell more about Yoojin. Yoojin refuses to hear more, shocking the other not only with his words but also with what happens next. With a sudden glow of light, electricity ran to the dragons, making them shriek in pain. The four-eyed dude gets surprised to see this attribute in Yoojin. Yoojin recalls how the other explained that skills are part of the senses, and it's why they can still exist in that space. Yoojin continues to unleash lightning, as he admits that he is not creative. He adds that it is a different matter if it is a skill that he has experienced before. Our MC recalls how Yoonjae uses the attribute and chose to use this ability first. Yoojin lifts a finger as he says that it is not the first time he experienced this. He then releases electricity shocks on the dragons, making them scream more. The four-eyed dude leers at him, claiming that this is nothing but tricks and that human skill is still nothing. And with that, he releases more dragons against Yoojin. Having no intention to lose, Yoojin releases wings similar to Noah's and flies into the air. He avoids the attacks, recalling how often he experienced flying by sharing senses with manhwa. Yoojin admits how his anger makes his head fuzzy, but it actually helps him deal with the flying. Yoojin once more unleashes electricity and releases it on the dragons while flying above them. The space is filled with the screech of dragons in pain. Yoojin applied the effects of his veteran F-ranker title and the Rao Cheetah's Bane skill. This doubled his attacks, and it is doubled once more for fighting against dragons of venomous curse type. Applying all skills he knows, there's no doubt our MC is OP in this space that relies on the use of imagination. The four-eyed dude is shocked by the overwhelming power that Yoojin is releasing. Losing focus, the enemy's foot gets trapped in ice. Yoojin used Yerim's skills, the Frosty Sigh and the Shadowless Day. Deeming it not enough, Yoojin transforms his hands into a dragon's and directly hits his enemy with it. The four-eyed dude retaliates with a swipe of his own dragon hand. The attack hits Yoojin's side, making him leap away. The enemy mocks him for being an F-ranker, but he stops as he sees Yoojin's next actions. Yoojin remembers his brother's power and skills, which were transferred to him before because of Final Thanks. Using this memory, Yoojin uses his brother's skill, Black Blood Flames, transforming his blood into a spear while the rest burns into flames. You're done. Four-eyed dude, you shouldn't have made our MC so angry. The enemy curses as Yoojin charges toward him. Yoojin claims that he is better when it comes to skills and uses Final Thanks, once again doubling his attack. Having his attack doubled 3 times, Yoojin stabs his spear at his enemy, successfully bringing down the four-eyed dude with his attack. The enemy is both surprised and confused at what Yoojin has shown. Yoojin glares and points his spear at his enemy. Yoojin thanks him for teaching the method and announces that it is his turn to look at the four-eyed dude's memories. Foolish enemy of our MC, he obviously never learned of the saying less talk, less mistake. Yoojin promises himself and his brother's name that he will do anything to get him back, whatever that entails. Darkness envelops the four-eyed dude as his memories are looked through. Those memories encompass decades of his life. There is one about how his kind was annihilated. Well, even villains have their sad backstories. Some memories are of his knowledge of his kin's abilities and how he applied this to somehow save the last of his kin. A rude voice snaps the villain into consciousness. He is confused by what's happening, but Yoojin is not having any of this guy's crap. Our MC tells him to get it together and show him something that will be of benefit to him. Yoojin continues to threaten the four-eyed dude, making him scream in distress. He shouts for his poisoned dragons, but Yoojin only mocks him and calls him by his name, Diarma. Finally, we've got his name. We can now stop calling him a four-eyed dude. Diarma is filled with indignation at the gall of this human to say his name and releases another dragon. Dragons lunged at Yoojin, but Yoojin was already used to this kind of attack and easily evaded them. He ridiculed Diarma by asking if that is all he can do as he readies for an ice attack. Yoojin calls Diarma out for being a foolish master and rains ice attacks on the dragons. The dragons screech in terror. Yoojin is still not yet done and summons black flames. He yells at how Diarma is losing pathetically against an F-ranker and charges at Diarma with a full blast of black flames. It's Diarma's turn to screech in pain. Yoojin comments on how an F- class should be created just to identify him. Diarma moans as Yoojin grabs him in the head. Our MC threatens the dragon to just show his memory of Yoojin if he doesn't want his memories to be continuously dug up. Diarma stutters as he replies that Yoojin claimed he didn't want to hear it from him before. Brah, that was a figure of speech. Our MC will do anything if his lil bro's involved. Yoojin's hand changes into a dragon's as he commands Diarma to show it instead. At impact, dark, purplish liquid started to envelop Yoojin. He looks around and finds a different world where giant whale-like creatures fly up in the sky. As if getting transported, the scene changes into chaos. Yoojin watches, realizing that these are memories of other worlds where monsters and dungeons also exist. People with pointed ears ran for their lives as a humongous octopus-like monster created havoc. One bearded citizen with a shield protects the others with his abilities with the aid of the system. The man perseveres, but even after giving his all alongside the system, his shield shatters, and along with his world, he perishes. Yoojin continues to watch, wondering if no other world has managed to survive. Different worlds flash before his eyes, but all of those worlds end. In reaching their end, they are consumed by something more significant. A bright light flashes out as it sucks in the destroyed worlds. Upon looking closely, Yoojin finds a massive white tree with numerous branches. Wah, is that Yggdrasil? Yoojin ponders what the tree is and wonders where, in this memory, is his brother. He looks around and a flapping of white wings catches his eye. The white bird flies off, mesmerizing Yoojin with its presence. A feather from the bird falls as if pulled by the gravity of water. Submerged in the depths of that liquid substance is the figure of Yoojin. Yoojin's brother looks like he is sleeping with tiny bubbles coming from him. This startles Yoojin, and he shouts for his brother's name. He reaches out a hand, but the dark, purplish liquid is back, enveloping him once more. Yoojin gasps back to the consciousness of Dharma. He is still towering over the other, but his mind is definitely elsewhere. Dharma groans, and Yoojin asks what was the white bird that he just saw. Yoojin demands Dharma to show it to him again and questions where his brother was taken. He attacks Dharma, hoping to experience it once more. Dharma groans loudly but still ends up laughing at the desperate attitude that Yoojin is showing. Knowing that Yoojin saw the bird that counts the stars and the tree of snowfall, Dharma announces his intention to slay him. Oh, so it's not the ash tree, Yggdrasil. My bad. The enemy's answer confuses Yoojin since the Dharma before him is almost dead. Behind Yoojin was a loud cracking sound, and the structure of Dharma's consciousness looked like it was breaking apart. Yoojin is surprised at this turn of events while Dharma chuckles. The enemy reminds Yoojin that since this space is his consciousness, what Yoojin sees before him is never really Dharma's real body. Understanding dawns on Yoojin's mind, and the beaten-up Dharma melts. Yoojin looks back at the broken surface and finds a humongous dragon eye looking at him. The appearance makes Yoojin shudder. The surface completely shatters into pieces, and Yoojin finds the full true form of Dharma. Our MC can't believe what he is seeing despite flying up to better see everything. Ha! Dharma should have done this in the first place instead of suffering at the hands of our MC. Dharma compliments Yoojin for making him bring out his true form, admitting that he didn't expect much when facing our MC. Dharma announces his intention to kill Yoojin. With a Godzilla-like move, Dharma's foot stomps to the ground, creating destruction and a strong gust of wind. Yoojin gets tossed to the side and struggles to stand up. He is dumbfounded at how much Dharma's power increased when he changed to his true form. Yoojin doubts if he can even win against him. Taking advantage of Yoojin's stunned status, Dharma attacks again, but before the attack reaches Yoojin, a flash of blue light appears. The system admonishes Dharma for cheating, and Newbie appears in his red volleyball form. It's Dharma's turn to get surprised. Newbie is clearly pissed and berates Dharma for using his real powers, deeming it as a form of cheating. Newbie announces that he will connect water droplet, and rain appears in the space. Yoojin looks up with awe. Blue water drop-like earrings shine at her appearance. This is literally an upgraded version of the Mermaid Queen of Deep Blue Sea's earrings that Yerim previously received for defeating Babar. Water Droplet's majestic true form appears in the space. Dharma complains about the interference of an enslaved depraved. Water Droplet smiles back at Dharma's dissatisfaction, saying there's a penalty for his cheating. Dharma is confused about how the Mermaid Queen broke out from her imprisonment. Dharma is referring to Water Droplet here. Newbie intervenes, saying they are technically not outside since they are inside Honey's consciousness. Yep, they are still calling her MC, Honey. Dharma scoffs at their futile interference and stretches a clawed dragon hand towards Yoojin. Mermaid Queen blocks him using her trident. She says they can't meddle in real life as she prepares an attack with her trident. Water blasts from the trident towards Dharma. The attack initially confuses him, but he ends up screaming in pain as he gets strangled by water. Yoojin holds on to Newbie and asks what happened. Newbie explains that an outsider entering this world will suffer from a penalty in the form of debuff. Right now, Dharma is getting weakened by the realm's resistance, and they are using their authority equal to the realm's standard. Dharma screams with panic as his body melts and gets deformed. Newbie continues to explain how a world with an active system must adhere to it, and this is a long-standing rule right from the beginning. So that kind of rule exists, and it even applies to the consciousness of an awakened. The melting body parts of Dharma drop to the ground. Yoojin raises an arm to cover himself. Newbie then expounds that this is the only thing they can do for Honey, and that Honey must take over. Yoojin looks behind at the dragons literally rising from Dharma's melted body part. Yoojin quickly slashes with a spear before those dragons can completely take form. Yoojin expresses his delight at how he can still do something since he badly wants to slay Dharma for what he did. Yes, revenge for Lil Bro. Dharma continues to suffer from the penalty, but he can still mock and show contempt for Yoojin. With a giant whirlpool, Mermaid Queen announces the completion of the adjustment and permits entrance. Dharma again takes form, revealing that he is still stronger despite receiving the penalty. Yoojin smirks as he looks up at Dharma, declaring that it's better that way. Our MC uses lightning against Dharma as he flies towards him. The attack caused a tremendous explosion in the area. Despite the destruction, Newbie, with his authority as part of the system, is protected from the exchange of blows. Yoojin flies up and continues to unleash lightning attacks at Diarma. His enemy mocks Yoojin for thinking he can win just because of a small skill as he collects energy into his hands. Diarma reminds Yoojin of his fragile body and releases dragons from his hands. The dragons lunge and bite at Yoojin. Diarma continues to mock him for being an inferior human. A dragon approaches Yoojin from the back and chomps him up whole. Diarma is so sure of his win that he gets surprised as the dragon's throat bulges with heat, smoke coming out from it. The heat was followed by a blue glow that cracked the dragon's skin. Diarma gets confused by what's happening. With a burst, Yoojin frees himself and flies off. In your dreams, lizard owner. Yoojin repeats Diarma's words about his skill being little as he holds both fire and ice-type attributes in his hands. Yoojin charges to attack while reminding Diarma of his dependence on his pets. Unfazed, Diarma prepares and blasts a venomous attack on Yoojin, intending to kill the man himself. Yoojin declares that this kind of poison won't work on him. He's right, it won't work, but it is enough to distract him, for he got caught by Diarma's hand. Diarma squeezes Yoojin, making him scream. The enemy is amazed that the human can still hold up. Like he said before, Yoojin is nothing but an F-ranker. Diarma raises his fist, forcing Yoojin to accept the fact that the winner and loser of this battle had been decided. Yoojin bleeds, agreeing with what Diarma just announced. He mocks Diarma for never learning and turns his blood into black flames. With Yoojin's blood trickling down on Diarma's face, his eyes start to burn. Diarma screams more than ever while Yoojin reminds him of his previous lesson. Enraged at how persistent this insect is before him, Diarma releases more of his pet dragons. And like before, those dragons bit on Yoojin, engulfing him with their overwhelming number. Their attacks are pretty lacking in imagination. Can't they do something like Dragon's Breath? As if placing a curse on Yoojin, Diarma reminds Yoojin of his inability to die and the continuous torture that he will suffer. Suddenly, an enormous explosion blasts from where Yoojin is, annihilating the dragons near him. Diarma is once more stunned as Yoojin makes mincemeat of his pets. Diarma gets weary at Yoojin's unchanging perseverance. Yoojin burns with all the blood he has shed and enunciates that as long as he can still move, he will keep on struggling. Diarma shouts with disbelief despite inflicting so much pain and damage on Yoojin. It is a continuous, never-ending torture. Yoojin accepts all the pain but never gives up. Refusing to be looked down upon by the one responsible for his brother's death, he continues to endure and fight back. Collecting all the power he can muster, Yoojin aims for Diarma's chest. The attack creates more explosions than any of the moves they've exchanged before. At Diarma's deafening cry, Yoojin thrusts his weapon with his own shout, resulting in another burst that further destroys their surrounding. After a while, raindrops fall on Diarma, whose chest is opened up. Understanding settled into his mind, realizing that Yoojin is the key that will hinder the world's fall. With those last words, Diarma falls to the ground, accompanied by a loud crash. Ha, you have to die just to realize that. I swear, this enemy lacks intelligence. Yoojin coughs at inhaling so much dust from their fight and looks back at Diarma's remains. Something glows brightly from the battered chest of the fallen enemy, and from it appears a dark gem tainted with fine lines of red and a dragon-like ornament attached to it. Yoojin crouches to pick it up and starts asking his questions as rain continues to pour on them. Looking up at the Mermaid Queen, Yoojin questions the existence of a being called Bird that counts stars, the same bird who took his brother. The bird that counts stars, also known as the Silent White Bird, is the only being who loves the Tree of Snowfall. This bird flies around the tree while softly singing songs and whispering stories that no one else can hear. Mermaid Queen questions if this being really took Honey's younger brother. Yoojin confirms that he saw this from Diarma's memories and announces his intention to meet the bird and take Yoojin back. Mermaid Queen ponders her intentions. Water Droplet here refers to the bird that counts stars as she. Newbie joins the conversation, saying that the Silent White Bird has been gone. Yoojin persists that they should at least let him know how to get to the tree, but the system rejected this. Yoojin screams his frustration that his brother is there, and he has no desire to leave Yoojin alone no matter where that place is. Mermaid Queen understands Honey and explains that distance is not the real issue. She patiently makes him understand that the tree is the origin of the world he's from and that getting there is impossible with his body. So that means that the origins of other worlds are of different forms. The word origin piqued Yoojin's curiosity, inciting the system to explain further. The origin is the center of the universe, serving as the beginning that brought forth numerous worlds. In a sense, the origin is God. They further explain how its appearance may change and how it gives birth to new worlds as others perish. They continue, saying that Honey's world comes from the fifth origin, the tree of snowfall. The tree swallows numerous worlds simultaneously as it creates new ones. Older worlds either run away or get eaten, and in the case of Honey's world, it is their turn to be consumed. Mermaid Queen and Newbie do their best to explain the situation. The appearance of gates and abilities were the side effects of this phenomenon. The system side are the beings who are trying to stop this, while the filial piety addicts are those who assist in the consumption of the worlds. In the case of the bird that counts stars, she remains unbiased. I wonder if there are other neutral transcendental beings aside from this bird. Mermaid Queen might not know why the silent white bird took Honey's brother, but she is sure the other has her reasons since she knows the future. As if to appease Honey, the Mermaid Queen promises to find her, and as they do that, Honey must continue his task of gathering 50 classes. Yoojin questions whether this will even hinder the fall of the world since everything he saw from Dharma's memories proves that this is an arduous path. Newbie reassures Honey that they can stop it. He explains how slaying monsters can induce the origin to get tired and fall into a slumber. When this happens, they can gain 100 years, and this is what they call running away. Hold up, that means the world would still meet its end because of the dungeons. Yoojin is aware that running away won't stop the world from meeting its end. Newbie admits their ignorance. He adds that actively attacking the origin can make it throw up worlds, prompting it to take a rest for a short period. Mermaid Queen clarifies that this method is only possible if a transcendent being like them appears. She adds that this is the main reason why they got confined. At Mermaid Queen's words, Yoojin finally understands why the filial piety addicts also call them the depraved. The immoral people have fought their own origins, their parents, which got them kicked out. Yoojin mulls over this and concludes that becoming as powerful as them will aid him to go to where the origin is. Oh, is Big Bro planning to become one of the depraved just so he can save Lil Bro? Newbie breaks into his thoughts and asks for confirmation if Honey will continue with the task. Yoojin hesitates a bit and asks if this is the only thing they can do. Dharma told him that he was the key that could stop the world's end. Newbie reasons that they are helping him out. Mermaid Queen explains how the filial piety addicts will surely look for someone to take Dharma's position, and they might not be as lucky next time since the replacement might not be a venomous cursed dragon. The water starts to circle around Yoojin as the Mermaid Queen reiterates the necessity of gathering 50 classes to ensure that they don't form a contract with the filial piety addicts. The water continues to flow around Yoojin as if to envelop him. With the water's continuous swirl, Newbie reminds Honey to keep this task a secret and warns him that talking more about them will only help them gain more influence. Yoojin ponders this as the space around him starts to change, and before everything totally disappears, Newbie mentions something about Honey's dead brother. I hope it's nothing bad. A voice calls Yoojin's name, and he finds Noah and Yunjae looming over him. Yunjae tells him that he woke up earlier this time and that they are still in the dungeon. Yoojin curses as he sits up, prompting Noah to ask him if anything is wrong. Yoojin recalls Newbie's last words about finding his dead brother won't bring him back. He adds how Yuyan has already been cut off from the world and will soon lose pieces of himself, ceasing the last of his existence. Yoojin badly wants to bring his dead brother back, and even this is being deprived of him. Pulling himself together, he asks how long he has been out. Noah says it hasn't been a day, and they've already cleared the dungeon. Wow, I thought he stayed in that space for more than a week. Yunjae takes his coat that was used to cover Yoojin, as the other man praises them for the good job. Yoojin checks his body, seeing that it is indeed okay despite what happened with Dharma and his dragons. He then confirms that the mana stones from Dharma and Vicus are in his inventory, and that he still has Dharma's memories in his head. With grim resolution, Yoojin intends to make the most out of these to find and take his brother, whatever it takes. Noah notices Yoojin's expression and asks if he is hurt. Yoojin reassures Noah that he is fine and fit to go. Noah doubts this, and Yoojin repeats himself. Out of nowhere, an orange bottle was plugged into Yoojin's mouth, forcing him to drink. Despite his shock, Yoojin shoves the bottle's contents while Noah looks over with horror. Yoojin's demeanor completely changes at the zesty taste of orange, and he immediately questions what it is. Holding onto the bottle, Yunjae raises his hands and smiles as he answers that it is a new premium fruit product. There he goes, flexing his wealth again. Yoojin, still recovering from the shock, was about to comment on the taste, but he stopped himself and insisted that he was fine. Yeonjae patiently tells him that there are painful areas that can't be seen by the naked eye. Yeonjae declares that he can't let Yoojin suffer, whether it's physically or mentally. Yoojin asks if it was because he was indebted to him. Yeonjae denies this, claiming that Yoojin is a god-given item he deems perfect for him. And here, I thought the Sisseon Guildmaster finally turned into a decent human being. Yeonjae then offers his extra clothes to Yoojin so that he won't catch a cold. Yoojin curses Yeonjae while Noah shouts that Yoojin is a live, living person. Yoojin thinks he's no different from Yeonjae since he also uses the other for his skills despite Yeonjae's personality. With their similar intentions, Yoojin doesn't think it's terrible. He grabs the clothes from Yeonjae's hands and tells him that his item is tired, so they better go. Heh. Does that mean you guys are the perfect partners in crime? Yoojin realizes that Rhea isn't with them and looks for her. It was then that Yoojin heard the screaming below them and looked over. Rhea is below with a long rope that's pulling the members of the Sudum Guild. Yoojin is more surprised that those guys are still alive. Yeonjae explains it's a souvenir since keeping them alive means they can rip them off. The thought of money fills Rhea's face with glee. Continuing their previous joke on latex mattresses, Yeonjae claims they now have 2 S-Class 1s left from this tour. Yoojin doesn't find Yeonjae's role-playing fun anymore. What is what it is. With a short thought, Yoojin ends up accepting the souvenir since shopping is considered the highlight of any tour. Rhea sees that Yoojin is now awake and waves at him. There will be a lot to deal with because 2 S-Rankers try to kill other hunters inside a dungeon, and both MKC and Sudum may collapse due to what happened. Kyungsoo pulls himself up and yells his promise of revenge, even if it is only on Yoojin. This guy still has guts. He better watch out for Lil Bro. Kyungsoo shouts other nonsense about his plans, but Rhea kicks him away, expressing her disgust at the Sudum Guildmaster. Yoojin promises himself to do his best and plans the things he'll do once they're out. Their unlikely group gets out of the dungeon, and Yoojin compliments everyone for the good work. Noah is glad that he's completely fine. Yoojin comments on how hot it was but stops. He looks around at the destruction around them, saying he was sure there was a building before. Noah pales, while Yeonjae only says that they've been caught. Yeonjae adds that it is unlikely for the young master to not notice after all. At Yeonjae's words, Yoojin finds his brother sitting with Peace behind him. The adult form of Peace blazes profusely. It's a wonder how Big Bro didn't see them first when they got out. Yoojin is no doubt angry, as he calls his brother. Oh, Lil Bro might throw another fit. Yoojin's black flames surround him, and Yoojin, looking worried, is about to explain. Noah is obviously scared now, but Yeonjae remains unaffected. Yoojin calls for his brother, and he sees that Taewon is also there. The chief officer of the Awakened People Management stands on another side with an army of soldiers behind him, and he can't even look at Yoojin directly. The fire around Yoojin continues to burn. He asks if it was him who did this. Yoojin tries to explain, but Yoojin asks if his brother is hurt anywhere as he stands up. Yoojin assures him that he's fine. Yoojin stares at the cloth wrapped around his brother's waist, identifying it as the Sisseon Guildmaster's clothing. Wait, is Lil Bro taking notes of Yeonjae's clothing? Yoojin is surprised that his brother can tell and tries to explain himself. Before he can do so, the fire elemental lizard emerges from Yoojin's left eye and burns the clothing Yeonjae lent him. Peace quickly comes to the rescue and covers Yoojin to keep his decency. While Yoojin comments on the blood, Yoojin's lizard climbs back at Yoojin's shoulder while Yoojin says his brother is the real Sherlock. Remembering himself, Yoojin once again reassures his brother that he's not hurt. But Yoojin doesn't believe him one bit since he is well aware of how 2 S-Rankers went after them. With a wicked sense of timing, the rope member of the Sudum Guild comes out of the gate, groaning in pain as they stumble out. Rhea cheerfully follows them from behind and wonders out loud if a dungeon break occurred, seeing that the whole place is messed up. Yoojin then realizes there were actually 3 S-Rankers and dozens of high-rankers that went after his brother's group. Yoojin replies to Rhea's question, saying his brother is about to go off. I can imagine the temperature rising once more with Yoojin's temper. Yoojin asks what exactly happened as he turns to look at Yeonjae. The Sisseon Guildmaster then says that he saved the princess who was taken by the dragon and how he and the princess danced after that. Yoojin panics, saying that Yeonjae is speaking the truth and tries to take over the explanation. Feeling mischievous, Yeonjae expresses his disappointment in not being able to kiss the princess, making Yoojin curse at him again. Dude, what? Should we add the BL tag to this manhwa as well? Yoojin gets close to the Sisseon Guildmaster and angrily asks what he's talking about, questioning who the princess is. Yoojin shouts that Yeonjae should explain it properly. As if the stress is not enough, Ryit chooses this moment to butt in and declare that she is the dragon who kidnapped the princess. "You're not helping with the situation, Ryit." Out of nowhere, her wrist gets cuffed by Taewon, and he declares that she's under arrest for various offenses. Ryit is outraged by the treatment and pulls on Taewon's clothes as she picks up a fight. Simultaneously, Yoojin questions if Yeonjae is aware of the fact that they were to be ambushed. Yoojin, Noah, and Peace can only look over at this chaos before them. Noah says they should evacuate the people around them, seeing that 4 S-rankers are about to clash if this mayhem continues. Yoojin sighs and finally does what he does best when surrounded by overpowered beings. He tells his brother to calm down and for them to head home. Yoojin refuses and says he still must talk with the Seseon guildmaster, but he stops his words when he looks back and sees his brother's tearful and tired form. Yay. We also got Chibi, big bro. Yoojin talks like a kid as he tells Yoojin that he's too scared to go on his own. He added that he's a victim and he's also so tired. Yoojin then narrates how there was a fraud tourist guide, how he got kidnapped by a dragon, and on top of that, he also injured his leg. Still talking cutely, Yoojin raises his arms towards his little brother, asking to be taken home by him since he is the person he trusts the most. Yoojin reaches for his older brother and agrees to his request. Yoojin carries Yoojin on his back and yells to Yeonjae that it's not over. At the same time, Yoojin tells Ryit to go as well. He reminds her that she'll be permanently banned if she causes problems. Yoojin adds that if he gets hurt by her causing trouble, he won't be able to raise her magic beast. And with that, Yoojin urges Ryit to listen to Taewon and leave her pet to him afterward. Ryit is none too pleased with the rationality of Yoojin's words. Puffing her cheek, she gives in since it was Yoojin who asked. Taewon is entirely shocked by Ryit's compliance, and Noah says that he heard an Asian idiom that best describes this. Softness overcomes hardness. For an F-ranker, Yoojin can easily handle and clear up issues involving S-rankers. Noah can't help but to continuously admire Yoojin. Our MC got himself a fanboy. Back home, Yoojin says he'll destroy the contract for his little bro and add how he can relax since he's already tried this on Yeonjae. Yoojin shows the contract to his brother, and Yoojin asks what did his brother put in the line. Yoojin pauses before answering that it was his eyes. Big bro scolds Yoojin and smacks him on the back for doing such a thing. Yoojin tells his brother to calm down since he might hurt himself by hitting him. After calming down, Yoojin says he's ready. He places a hand over Yoojin's eyes while Yoojin announces his knowledge of the existence of the filial piety addicts. With a bright glow of light and a gust of wind, the contract finally breaks. Yoojin holds onto his brother's face and checks Yoojin's eyes, asking if he's completely fine. Yoojin says he is, and this completely relaxes Yoojin. Big bro reminds his brother to not do something like that ever again. Lil bro looks at his older brother and asks how his brother did it since he knows that his big bro's curse resistance class is the same as the contract's. Yoojin explains how the effects of his skill are doubled when against the venomous cursed dragon types and reveals that he also has the magic stone of the guy he had a contract with. This shocks Yoojin into asking how his brother met that being and questions the other things that his brother did. He asks if the leg injury was from that guy. Yoojin curses Yeonjae for being unable to protect his brother despite being a strong S-class. Not that Yoojin will admit it. Yoojin further probes if his brother got hurt elsewhere, unable to keep himself from cursing at how much he endured to keep Yoojin away from this. Yoojin stared at his brother, understanding how much Yoojin worried about him and keeping everything to himself. This is how Yoojin ended up suffering on his own, wrapped in the fear that he wouldn't be able to keep his beloved older brother safe. He did this for 3 years in this life and 8 years more in his past life, and he did all of this alone. Even if they don't say it often, they genuinely love each other a lot. To clear up the gloomy thoughts, Yoojin ruffled his younger brother's hair and said things were okay since the system had taken care of it. Yoojin is doubtful, so Yoojin plops beside him and nonchalantly says that the system wants him to save the world by taking care of the dungeons. He explains how doing this will keep their world safe for 100 years, so they just need to hold on for 5 years. And besides, they won't be able to live for that long. Yoojin continues to doubt since he was told that the world won't survive. Yoojin smiles and reassures Yoojin that the guy who told him that is already dead, so there's no need to believe such words. He adds that the system will be helping. They also have the magic beast mounts he's raising, Manhwa's blacksmith abilities, and Heian's research results. Big Bro has been working his ass off to make all of this happen. Yoojin says they can relax and then asks if Yoojin has something that he wants to do or a place he wishes to go to. This finally brings a smile to Yoojin's lips, and he admits that he's not sure, so he asks his brother the same thing. Yoojin mulls over it while holding on to Peace and Chirpy. His face sombers as he thinks of the tree of snowfall. Yoojin calls him, snapping him back to reality. Yoojin sits up and says he hasn't been anywhere besides the trips he went to back in high school. Yoojin says he's the same and finally says he can go anywhere as long as he's with his older brother. Yoojin says this with a relaxed, genuine smile. Yoojin smiles in return while Peace curiously looks up at him. Yoojin looks down, feeling bad for lying to his brother. He is well aware that the world will not make it based on everything he has seen in Dharma's memories. He is sure that the 50S classes that he was being asked to gather won't be able to handle everything. This solidifies his belief that the system is lying to him despite getting their help. Yoojin chooses to remain skeptical when it comes to dealing with them. Better safe than sorry. Yoojin's thoughts were halted when he saw the fire elemental lizard at Yoojin's shoulder. He is relieved that his skills can strengthen hunters, and he recalls a piece of information he got from Dharma's memories. Yoojin pokes the lizard and reminds his brother to give a name to his elemental since he will surely be helpful to Yoojin in the future. Yoojin agrees and admits that the little thing has already eaten billions worth of items from the security room itself. Yoojin tries to ignore this fact as he thinks about how he also learned more about elementals. That night, Yoojin sets up a ritual of sorts. He intends to use his newfound knowledge to find his brother and protect him. He will do everything he can to move forward and find an answer, even if it means making use of his enemy's remains. Yoojin ponders where to make the incision and finally makes a mark. He recalls the information from Dharma's memories of combining magic stones to create a venomous cursed dragon. Knowing that he has the skills to raise one, Yoojin chants and places the magic stone from Dharma into his chest. Yoojin struggles and activates the Dragon Slayer title to put in the magic stone and take complete control of it. Once Dharma's magic stone settles in, Yoojin takes the one from Vicus, places it on top of the other, and controls the mana flow by activating the Stern Mother Hen Drill Surgeon. He combines the two and seals it within his body by regenerating the skin around it. This regeneration is still better compared to Jiyu's. With his skill's help, Yoojin could link the two magic stones. The only issue now is how he'll give birth. Wait, what? Big Bro will give birth. Is this anything like Mendo Han giving birth in ORV? Yoojin is drinking from a cup when Peace suddenly destroys a wall and jumps to Yoojin in tears. Yoojin only smiles, realizing that Peace must have been worried because of the smell of the blood. He reassures the Horn-Flame Lion that he's fine while applying his perfect caregiver title to reinforce the magic stones he put in. Yoojin hopes to give birth safely to a strong being. He mulls over it and finally uses Final Thanks as well to double the effects on top of the doubled effects from the Rao Chita's Bane skill. Yoojin plans to protect his brother in this life using this method and look for his dead brother. He only hopes that this will work. With regards to the incident with the S-Rankers, the whole thing was covered up and the details of Yunjae's contract or anything related to the filial piety addicts weren't discussed. The investigation concluded that Riyit was hired by MKC, but she turned her back on them afterward. The association decided to have her help clear up the country's dungeons as her punishment. As for Yoojin, he got summoned by the association for blowing up an A-class dungeon building. But of course, Shimyung did most of the talking. Lil Bro really should learn how to hold back. Kyungsu and the other Sudom hunters were detained, while MKC didn't get punished at all. This news surprised Yoojin, and Taewon explained how the association was looking into the possibility of another party's intervention when Sukwon disappeared before he was even charged with imprisonment. Taewon adds how the higher-ups are actually pleased with what happened since they want to cover up for MKC, while placing all the blame on Sudom. The higher-ups reason out that it is all for the sake of the balance of the big guilds. Hearing this only infuriates Yoojin, and Taewon can only admit his embarrassment. Yoojin curses the association for choosing politics over justice. With him getting in the way, Yoojin mulls over the fact that the current staff of the association is filled with unqualified people, and even the head is an unawakened who has never experienced getting inside a gate. Since he sat in his position, the news is commonly filled with the BS he spouts, making it evident that he is only there for the money and power. It's the same old story with those in high positions. Taewon apologizes to Yoojin, and Yoojin assures him that it's not his fault since the association decided on it. Yoojin adds that Taewon is only following orders, making Yoojin wonder why Taewon plans to stay passive in his position instead of taking over when he is obviously strong and better for the part. While other S-Rankers take command, Taewon simply follows what he's told by a rotten group. Unable to keep silent about it, Yoojin voices his opinion, saying it would have been better if Taewon was in charge of the association. He reasons that Taewon being in control means he gets to make the decisions, and this will be to his advantage as an S-class. Yoojin stops talking when he sees Taewon glaring at him. Yoojin tries to salvage the situation by adding how other S-rankers are all in high positions. With a serious tone, Taewon says that kind of power shouldn't be held by him. We really need Taewon's backstory. Taewon changes the topic by talking about the compensation for the incident. Yoojin is confused about why Taewon remains loyal and doesn't give in to the desire for power. Taewon's reaction reassures Yoojin that Taewon is not in any way involved with the filial piety addicts. At the same time, he can't help but think that the world would surely meet its end if the Hunter Association continued to interfere with the Hunters. Intending to make sure, Yoojin is about to ask if Taewon is affiliated with some cult, but he doesn't get to finish his question because of a loud alarm. Yoojin checks his phone and finds a notification about the danger near the special detention center that just occurred. Yoojin was shocked since this was where Kyungsoo and other hunters were detained. Taewon announces his intention to go immediately. Just then, Yerim bursts into the room and tells Yoojin about the situation. Taewon says there's a possibility that a prisoner may escape and asks Yerim to protect Yoojin. Instead of quickly complying, Yerim worriedly reveals that the guildmaster announced his intention to go there earlier. Oh, Lil Bro's out for blood. This information changes many things, and Yoojin starts panicking that his brother might be involved in that area's explosion. Yerim follows Yoojin out of the room, and Yoojin says they should go there as fast as possible. Like Yerim, Sumyong suddenly arrives at the scene, though her objective is unmistakably different from the bouquet she holds. Sugyeong gazes in their direction, saying she's there to take Noah, and our dragon-crazy character is taking the initiative. I wonder how So-young will react once she meets Ryit. Yoojin bursts her bubble by saying that Noah has finished since yesterday. So-young plummets to the ground with gloom and cries her heart out. Yerim ignores the crying and pulls So-young up, asking her for a ride. She promises to let her meet Noah if she gives them a ride. So-young quickly recovers and places a helmet on Yoojin's head, promising to escort them to the depths of hell if necessary. Seeing that a ride is secured for Yoojin, Yerim flies up and carries Taewon. Taewon is about to refuse the flying, but Yerim ignores this, while So-young and Yoojin zoom off on So-young's motorcycle. Yoojin screams if this is really okay, and So-young reassures him that she's never been in an accident even though she received a lot of tickets for driving fast. That's not a single bit reassuring. So-young. The Special Detention Center for the High-Class Awakened imprisons the hunters who have committed grave crimes such as killing a non-awakened. The center enforces some inhuman measures to ensure these high-class awakened don't escape. The walls were made from dungeon materials. On top of that, the awakened has an inventory seal that prevents them from accessing their inventory to avoid the use of weapons that can help them escape. Yet, as of this day, this building with the highest form of security has exploded. Kyungsoo shudders in fear as the wall behind him gets destroyed. Before him, our MC's Lil Bro is feigning shock at how the detention center is getting destroyed when he is obviously the reason why it is in that state. Yoojin glares at Kyungsoo as he questions the attempted escape and announces that he has no choice but to aid in arresting him at that moment. The gall of the Hay and Guildmaster makes Kyungsoo's eyes bulge out with disbelief as he shouts how Yoojin did it all by himself. He even points out that an inventory seal prevents him from committing such a thing. With a sudden swipe of his sword, Yoojin breaks the inventory seal in Kyungsoo's hands, claiming it looks broken. Kyungsoo pales at how it was easily broken, relieved that his hands made it through that ordeal. He is about to make his case, but Yoojin doesn't let him. Yoojin concocts this story on how he has to take care of the Sudam Guildmaster because he became a threat that must be handled immediately. With those words, Yoojin uses his black flame on his sword and attacks Kyungsoo. Kyungsoo takes advantage of the fact that the inventory seal is broken and takes up a spear to block Yoojin's attack. He questions Yoojin's reason for doing this to him when he's already imprisoned. Yoojin then reveals that he heard from Ryit how Kyungsoo threatened his older brother. Lil Bro promises that Kyungsoo will regret that he didn't die in the dungeon and uses his sword to stab. This is why you should have just shut your mouth back then. The attack creates more destruction, and even the whole building is falling apart. The guards and inmates are wondering if it was an earthquake. There were more explosions as Yoojin and Kyungsoo clashed. Kyungsoo asks if Yoojin is serious about slaying him. Still, he receives no reply and decides to end things once and for all. Applying his ability on his spear, Kyungsoo dashes to where Yoojin is, claiming that Yoojin will be sorry for breaking his inventory seal. A dragon appears from Kyungsoo's spear as he attacks Yoojin head-on. Lil Bro simply blocks the attack with his sword and speaks of how it doesn't matter since he is no match against him. Yoojin's fire elemental pops out of his right eye and jumps at Kyungsu's head, burning him. The lizard jumps back to Yoojin's hand after doing its job. Announcing Kyungsu's death, the fallen man tries to reason that he didn't even touch Yoojin's brother and wouldn't have tried anything if only Yoojin didn't insult him back then. As expected, this guy did all that as an act of revenge. Kyungsu kept saying he didn't do anything wrong, but Yoojin begged to differ. Lil Bro reminds him of how Kyungsu petted his head and told him to call him Young, saying that this is a good enough reason to have him disappear. Oh, Lil Bro only wants his big bro to be his only Young. Kinda similar to how he wants everyone around his older brother removed so that he can continuously monopolize his brother's affections. Kyungsu found the root reason absurd. Seeing that Yoojin is completely serious, Kyungsu shouts for somebody to do something and even tries to remind them of Seokwan Choi. As the sword touched Kyungsu's neck, Yoojin was taken aback by the smoke and tiny flashes of light. In a different part of the city, Sobyong laughs about how she's getting to dine with Noah and will even get his number. The fast ride on Sobyong's motorcycle makes Yoojin scream. She suddenly shouts at the red light and calls for air support. Yerim, who is still carrying Taewon on her back, picks the motorcycle up with her free hand. Yoojin almost falls off at the sudden flight, and Yerim reminds him to hold on tight. Yoojin asks if he's not heavy at all, and Yerim assures him that it's okay since they're only doing it during traffic stops. She also adds that Chief Officer Song is as light as a feather. How is that even possible? Taewon was about to comment on this when Yoojin asked if what they were doing right now was really okay. Yerim says it's an emergency, and she can already see the sizable burning fire in the detention center, adding how it might have worsened. Sogyang points to where the civilians are on the ground, saying they must be prevented from getting closer to the commotion. She says she'll block the road and meet back with them later, and with that, she and her motorcycle drop to the ground. Yoojin now clings to Yerim, who understands the other hunter's intention. Sobyong shouts at the people on the ground, taking her spear out as she drops. Using the spear, she destroys a massive landform on the side of the road, warning the civilians about falling rocks. Sogyong smiles as she descends, warning everyone that moving forward from that point is dangerous. It feels like you're more dangerous, Sobyong. Yerim and her luggage see all of what Sobyong did. Yerim expresses her approval while Yoojin questions if this is really okay as he stays atop Taewon. Instead of answering, Taewon asks to be let down there since prisoners are trying to take advantage of the situation. With a few movements, Yerim manages to take hold of Yoojin while Taewon jumps down with a string circling his arm. Taewon says he'll take care of this before joining them again. He activates the rusted gray scale and increases his body mass. Taewon bursts into the ground, throwing off the prisoners who are trying to escape. He also releases a net, trapping every prisoner in one big lump. Taewon calls for backup while holding onto the net and standing atop a mountain of awakened prisoners, pressuring them with his own weight. Never thought that weight could be a big help in such cases. From what Yerim saw, she realizes that Chief Officer Song was light earlier because of his skill. Yoojin points to where his brother and the Sudam Guildmaster are. Yerim and Yoojin drop nearby, but Yoobyeon warns them not to get close. Lil Bro explains how he had already cut off the other guy's throat, yet he still stands. After Kyungsu released a fog, things became really weird, no matter what he did. A voice suddenly speaks up, expressing its disappointment at how it's already too late to use this guy. The voice suddenly complains about why they even had a contract with someone who wasn't that strong. Yerim raises an arm to keep Yoojin from getting closer and wonders if this is a zombie. Yoojin realizes what's happening immediately, making him frown that they're meeting earlier than expected. The voice says she only came to greet them and introduces herself as Dharma's successor. The slash in the neck looks like a mouth as it speaks. That's seriously horrendous. With those words, there is no doubt in Yoojin's head that this voice belongs to the new filial piety addict. Already? Dharma just perished a few chapters ago. The new filial piety addict wants to introduce herself properly but stops realizing that she looks awful at the moment. She asks for their patience to let her change her look. As she did, Yerim's eyes began to shine, seeing a limited secret twerking edition of the dancing bunny bear. Yerim exclaims that this was sold out after 2 seconds of its release. What the heck? Is this what the voice looks like? Yoojin questions Yerim's eyes because what he sees before him is his big bro tucked safely and comfortably, who announces that he'll stay home. Yoojin's eyes shine, and he actually blushes with glee at having this wish of his granted. Oh, is the enemy showing them what they deeply desire? Is the mirror of erased? Unlike Yerim and Yoojin, Yoojin pales at what he sees. The voice admits how she has changed herself so that they can see whatever they want to see. Meanwhile, Yerim tries to capture this on camera, but doesn't really appear. Yoojin continues to stare with grief in his eyes, for before him is his dead brother who died protecting him. Using Yuvan's face, asks Yoojin if he likes what he sees and even wonders if it's a bit too much for him. It suddenly calls him young as Yuvan's battered face smiles at him. Just what the? This is a complete psychological attack on Big Bro. Yoojin shook with anger at how the enemy dared to use his beloved brother's face. The Yuyan of this run calls for his older brother, asking if he is okay and if he should just get rid of the enemy before them. Yoojin rejects this and tries his best to calm himself down. He is well aware that this is an illusion and tries to be tough in the face of the enemy's mind game. The enemy realizes it's not exactly working, so it changes tactics by changing its appearance. The older Yuyan transforms into a kid Yuyan wearing a reindeer horn and a Santa suit. Yoojin was about to curse, but when the cute Yuyan shook its hips, he completely faltered. He went crazy because this was what his brother looked like at one school talent show, and Yoojin didn't have any pictures of him back then. He tries to reach for this cute version of Yuyan, but his lil bro and Yerim manage to stop him in time. Lil bro reminds his big bro that he's just beside him. Seriously, these brothers are so in love with one another to the point that their deepest desire shows each other. The cute Yuyan finally stops fooling around and decides to just turn into a touch of her true form. As she changes, she introduces herself as Jellyfish. Yerim is confused, asking why she is crying. Jellyfish apologizes since she can't exactly have Yerim know about her. So in Yerim's case, she's still seeing the dancing bunny bear. Getting back to the topic, she gets close to Yuyan and Yoojin. Claiming that it was them that the lizard owner, Dharma, wanted, she gets closer to Yuyan, commending him for his physique and spirit, adding how he looks delicious. Jellyfish asks how he got freed from the contract and says that Yuyan should just form a new contract with her instead. Boa, you're screwed. You'll get Big Bro angry again. Yoojin raises an arm and gets in between his brother and the new filial piety addict. He tells the enemy off, angry at how these guys are always trying to mess with his brother. He asks if she didn't learn from what happened with her predecessor. Jellyfish smiles, admitting that the lizard owner did die, but she didn't hear the exact details. She floats into the air and says that she only visited because there was still a human whose contract was still intact. However, this human also met its end as soon as she arrived. Jellyfish cackles as she asks about the skill the lizard owner left behind. She touches Yoojin's chest, questioning how he learned that skill and calls him Dharma's successor. In a sense, they are indeed both Dharma's successors. Irritated at how the enemy touched Yoojin, Yuyan slices at her. Jellyfish is quick and avoids it by floating up, while Yerim supports Yoojin. Jellyfish asks if the depraved, aka the immoral people, helped him. But she rethinks about this since she knows how low Yoojin's class is. Yuyan asks his brother what she is talking about, while Yerim asks if they understand whatever the enemy is saying. Jellyfish throws another question. She wants to know if Yoojin knows who killed the lizard owner and how it was pulled off. Yoojin says there's no reason for him to answer her, realizing how this new filial piety addict is utterly unaware of the things that happened before his regression and any other details about him. Jellyfish ponders on the fact that Yoojin has no plans to answer. At the same time, Yoojin thinks about how unprepared he is for the sudden appearance of a new enemy and how innocent people might get involved. Jellyfish lets go of her unanswered questions, saying she'll just go back since she really doesn't like fighting without adequate knowledge. Huh. Is that something a villain would do? Yoojin wonders if she really is going, thinking this is totally in their favor, but his hopes are shattered when Jellyfish announces that she is leaving a gift behind. With fanfare, a red-orange gate appears mid-air. It was an overpopulated gate that was about to crack open. Shouldn't have asked. That's a villain, for sure. Jellyfish says this is in exchange for the value of the body she inhabited. She bids them good luck and asks them to tell the depraved that she said hi. With those last words, Jellyfish completely disappears. The trio looks out at the gate that is about to reach its dungeon break stage. Water rushes out of the gate, creating a massive flood in the area. Yerim quickly flies up into the air and calls for her guildmaster and Yoojin. Yuyan holds onto his brother as he uses blue willow leaves to escape the flood. Before they reach farther up, a huge wave catches up to them, literally chasing them. Those waves have a mind of their own. Yerim dives back into the water when she sees the water swallow the two. Yerim looks around and finds the brothers holding onto each other as they get sucked into the gate. Seeing this, Yerim does not hesitate and goes after them. Yuyan continues to hold onto his older brother as they almost enter the gate. Yerim reaches out and manages to take hold of one of their clothes, and the three get completely sucked into the gate. A whirlpool swirls on the water's surface, and So-young just reaches the location. Taewon is already there, and the buildings get destroyed with the destructive force of the water. They have never seen this kind of dungeon break before. They see civilians get to safety and are able to observe that the water is at least safe from poison. That's a relief. The water continues rising, and no one can tell how much farther it'll go up. So-young asks if this would stop once the dungeon gets cleared, and if they should head inside right now. Taewon says it's too dangerous if they all go in there. He worries that monsters might come out since this is a dungeon break. He adds that someone suitable in aquatic combat is ideal in this kind of situation. Taewon says Riet is unsuitable because water will only weaken her poison. The same goes for Hyuna's wind skill. So-young takes out her phone, announcing that only one person fits this battle and quickly makes a call. She adds that an electric-type Pokemon is the best type against water. Wow, she's calling her guildmaster a Pokemon. Inside the dungeon, Yoojin, and Yerim are huddled together as they drift into the water. Yoojin and Yerim supported Yoojin, who had lost consciousness. Using their abilities, they break to the surface, and the two wake Yoojin up. Yoojin looks at Yerim and tells her off. This pisses Yerim off, and she replies that she can't just watch when her guardian gets pulled away without doing anything. She adds that her guildmaster's fire wouldn't work in this field. Yoojin says he has water-type items and can fight melee if necessary. This naturally gets an angry reply from Yerim. The loud shouting wakes Yoojin up, who immediately pinches the cheeks of these two stubborn kids before him. Our MC really needs to teach these kids some manners. Yoojin looks around, asking if they entered a gate. His brother confirms this and adds that he can't see any monsters. Yerim was about to ask about the bunny bear, then corrected herself. She asks if the zombie made this. Yoojin says the power was strong enough to forcefully drag them into the dungeon. Yoojin mulls how even Yerim got involved with this and how the new filial piety addict, Jellyfish, seems stronger than Dharma. He can't help thinking about how they will face strong beings like this going forward. Water starts to collect into spheres and float up. Yoojin reminds his brother that this dungeon aims to check things out, but he stops his following words when the water spheres increase in number. One of them asks what these are, and another says it looks like water drops. Yerim tells them to step back since they don't know precisely what's mixed into these water drops. She slashes one using her spear and gets taken aback when she finds a memory of them eating ice cream together. Yoojin was confused at first. Then Yoojin asked if past memories could be seen when the water drops were touched. Oh ho. Like those memory bubbles that you can burst in Herta's space station. Yerim jumps to pop another one with her finger and says the one she just popped is the memory of when she first met Yoojin. Yoojin reminds her to not get distracted since they're still inside a dungeon. Just then, a water drop behind him bursts despite the unintentional impact. Yoojin looks back and finds a memory of him calling his brother. In that memory, Yoojin asks his brother why he's waiting at the bus stop when it's cold. Young Yoojin replies that it is Yoojin's birthday, so it's only natural for him to wait for him. These brothers are too sweet. The memory disappears as Yoojin comments on how realistic the memory is. Yoojin smiles as he pops one, while Yerim does the same, like a kid excited to open a gift. Yerim continues to smile, saying how it is like they're entering the memory instead of just watching them in a video. Thinking each water drop will contain happy ones, she promises herself that it is the last one she'll pop. The memory appears, and she remembers everything. From its temperature and smell, she recalls even the emotions of that time. It was the day of her parents' funeral. The words of the people who talk about the early death of Yerim's parents, how she's all alone, and all that inheritance. She looks to one side and sees how her uncle offered his hand to her and offered to be her guardian. My nape hurts whenever I remember this trash of an uncle. Why can't all uncles be like the reformed Jihan from Martial God, who regressed to level 2? Left with no one to guide her, the young Yerim hesitantly takes her uncle's hand. Her uncle then says how he will take care of the house they used to live in. Meanwhile, in a different memory, Yoojin watches as the past him watches the news where his brother's birthday was celebrated on Christmas Eve. The him from the past was slumped in front of the TV. It was the 25th of December, and he was touching the TV where Yoojin was shown. It was his brother's birthday, and he can't celebrate it with him. The present Yoojin gets pissed when he realizes that Jellyfish intends to attack them by going through their memories. Trying to collect himself, he looks around the memory, thinking there's nothing new to see. When he looks back, he finds someone standing just outside the window. For those confused by this scene, Yoojin's room back then was in the basement. Yoojin quickly runs out and chases after the man just outside. He recalls how his younger brother went there. This is only possible because Yoojin received his dead brother's memories. Yoojin thinks things might have turned out differently if only he had found his brother watching him that day. If only he got to make up with Yoojin earlier. If only he didn't enter that dungeon. Regrets pile up in Yoojin's head as he runs after his brother from the memory. He grabs his brother's shoulder, thinking Yoojin wouldn't have to die. The Yoojin from the memory starts to look back, but before Yoojin can take a good look, Yoojin shatters into many pieces. A memory of Newbie appears, reminding him that he can't bring his brother back even if he finds him. Holding onto his brother's coat, Yoojin drops to his knees, with Newbie telling him that his brother will disappear outside the world's boundaries. Dejected, Yoojin grabs the pieces left behind by his brother. Denying this, regrets can really eat a person up. Yoojin pulls the leftover pieces to him, thinking about how he wants to undo everything. His reason for turning back time. Yoojin badly wants to try again, considering how things would change if he really did go back to that time. A voice calls to Yoojin, snapping him back to reality. Yerim shouts at him to get it together since they're inside a dungeon. Yoojin protects him from the back, asking if he's okay. Yerim instructs her guildmaster to hold Yoojin tightly so that he won't get cold. She wipes the tears in her eyes, cursing at the zombie bastard for messing them up using memories. Worried for her, Yoojin asks if she is okay and if she has seen a bad memory. Yerim admits that she did, but she also knows it already happened. She is aware that she can't change the past, but getting caught up in those bad memories and being unable to do anything in the present would only breed more bad memories for her. For her, this is a worse outcome. She already sees them as her family. Things are different this time. She now has the power to protect those precious to her, and she has no intention of losing anyone because of her lack of abilities. She says all this with resolution as she takes the vanguard position. Han, I'm tearing up. Our Yerim has grown so well. Yoojin shatters the moment by stating the fact that he is his brother's family. This irritates Yerim, and she curses at how her guildmaster can't even read the room. Yoojin chuckles, realizing the truth in everything that Yerim says. He thought of Yerim as a kid who needed his guidance. It turned out that she had grown up a lot. Yoojin thanks the two with a smile, and a voice says to make it 3. Yunjae suddenly makes his appearance behind Yoojin. Lol. Is he Waba Fett who just pops out of a Pokeball without prompt? Yoojin shouts with shock, pretending that it is a memory. He commands Yerim to freeze it. Yoojin glares as he pulls his brother away from Yunjae. At the same time, Yerim ignores the command and asks why the Sisyeon guildmaster is there. Yunjae says he received a call about them being there and lifts a hand. With a snap, everything around them gets zapped by Yunjae's electricity and comments on how Yoojin must have really liked the lake tour from before. He expresses how proud he is as a tour guide. He really loves to roleplay with our MC. Yerim is amazed at how everything is gone with just a single attack, while both brothers glare at Yunjae, unamazed. Yoojin asks if Yunjae is role-playing again and says he only left a half-star rating on the reviews. Yunjae says he brought them towels and dry clothes. At this remark, Yoojin says he'll only give another half-star for the effort. Yunjae rebuts at how mean Yoojin is as a tourist. Yerim asks what the two are even talking about and when did the two become friends. Yoojin denies this, while Yunjae claims that he thought they were already friends. Water drops rise up behind Yunjae, and when it pops by his elbow, he says that it is a memory from his childhood. The Sisyeon guildmaster finally understands what kind of dungeon they're in. Yoojin cheekily replies that he thought Yunjae was already an adult when he got out of his mother's womb. This sass only confirms Yerim's thoughts that the two are friends. Yep, they're like old friends who love to banter without missing a beat. Yoojin summons his black flame, asking if the water drops will keep appearing even if it gets removed. If it is, then this is bound to be endless. Yerim suggests freezing everything so that it would stop appearing. Yoojin asks if Yerim is sure since he thinks it would be endless, just like what his brother said. Yunjae then brings out numerous mana pots, making Yerim say it is possible. Taking advantage of this moment, Yerim makes a face while telling her guildmaster to sit in a corner and just suck his thumb. Yerim receives a deathly glare from Yoojin at her comment. Yoojin helplessly smiles at his brother, already feeling better from what happened earlier. Seeing everyone working together, he knows they should focus on this matter before them instead of immersing himself in his regrets. As if playing Pokemon, Yoojin tells Yerim and the other one to go. Yunjae only smiles while Yerim announces that she'll be freezing everything up, so they should watch their feet. Yerim excitedly dashes forward with her Parmeni's Frostwood Trident, specially made by Myung-woo. She says she'll wipe everything without a trace and turn everything around her into ice. Following her steps is Yeonjae, who raises a hand as electricity runs through it. He says he'll take care of everything in the air, and each water drop was zapped with his attribute. Yerim looks back at him, complimenting him for the great work. The water drops were hardened, and Yoojin was amazed by this. At the same time, his younger brother has the Titan shield activated to protect them from the falling water drops that become marbles. Yoojin picks some up, saying that it doesn't look dangerous. But Yoojin still warns him to be careful and asks if his older brother still has the Shalo's beads to protect him. As if an afterthought, Yoojin also asks why his brother went there when he should be just resting back home. Seriously, lil bro, your big bro's there for you. This irritates Yoojin, and he shouts that he is there because of Yoojin. He starts scolding his younger brother for destroying the detention center, adding how he went through a lot just to get there. Yet, he only found himself late since his brother had already taken Kyung-soo Yoon's life. Yoojin looks away, saying he had no choice since the other was trying to escape. Yoojin stares at his brother in disbelief. You can't hide the truth from Big Bro. Changing the topic, Yoojin presents his elemental to his brother, telling him to take it to help with the cold. Yoojin thinks how Kyung-soo would have died in a dungeon. Nevertheless, still, his thoughts end there as his attention is now completely caught by the warm lizard on his shoulder. He asks if it already has a name. Yoojin answers with a no, stating how his name suggestions kept on getting rejected. Big Bro asks what names his lil bro was suggesting and says he'll help him come up with one. Please don't MC. We can all tell how that poor elemental will receive an unimaginative name. But their talk was cut off short when Yerim calls for them, saying how they're blocked off from there onwards. The brothers went to them, and Yoojin asked if it was the end of the dungeon. Hibinichi observes the thing blocking their path and explains how some dungeons are divided by regions. Still, the one they're in seems different. Yoojin looks around, making his own observations, commenting on how the ground on the other side also looks frozen. He points out how an ice mountain from their side can also be seen on the other side. Yeonjae agrees with Yoojin's observations, while Yerim claims her skill went further to that side with a cool pose. But Yeonjae and Yoojin both say it's a mirror. Lol, that must have been so embarrassing. Yerim lies on the ground face down, defeated by her embarrassment. She claims she also knew that and defends her answer, saying they themselves are not reflected on it. But the so-called mirror, Yoojin sees another water drop. He says it might be reflecting their information and asks Yerim to pop that one as well. Yerim complies with her request, her enthusiasm from before completely gone. At its burst, the mirror changes form. Yoojin wonders out loud if the dungeon boss will now appear as the four of them look up at this troubling change. One of them shouts upon seeing Babar appear before them. Yerim questions its appearance, while Yoojin worries about how they've got fewer people this time. Black fluid suddenly drools out of Babar's mouth, and a dragon struggles to come out of it. Wait, is that Vicus? Yerim exclaims at its size, while Yeonjae comments on how he'd seen this one before. He adds how the enemy seems to be trying his best to come up with the strongest opponent they faced. Yoojin was struck by this. Thoughts of his previous biggest enemy running in his head. Oh. Does that mean Diarma will make a reappearance? Just like Babar, black fluid sloshes out of Vicus's mouth. Hands struggle to escape this time, and a human-like being comes out of its mouth. Water surrounds it, as one exclaims the appearance of a giant mermaid. This is the Mermaid Queen, so it took the appearance of the strongest being they faced, whether friend or foe. Yoojin groans, realizing he's seen something too strong with his own eyes. Yeonjae smirks, wondering from whose memory this mermaid came from. Yoojin sweats at this remark, while Yerim comments on the earring of the mermaid. She comments on the likeness of it to her own earrings. The Mermaid Queen swipes her own trident, releasing waves of water towards them. Yerim shrieks at this as they all leap into the air to make their escape. But despite this, the water chases at them. Yoojin takes action and calls on his fire elemental. The lizard releases a bout of flames, protecting everyone from the crushing water. Yoojin, who was held by his brother, is amazed at how the flames easily neutralize the water. Yoojin confidently tells the lizard to keep at it while calling him Flamin' Hot Cheetos. Hearing that name, the fire elemental's flames turn into smoke. What the? You got worse naming sense than your big bro. It's no wonder that you two are siblings. The four-step people get splashed with water while Yoojin indifferently comments on how his fire elemental is picky when it comes to his name. Yerim scolded her guild master to give it a proper name as she froze the incoming water. She struggles to keep at it while Yoojin cheers her on and says he'll share his skill that doubles the attack power with her. Yerim shouts that it is futile and the enemy's strength is of a different dimension. As she says this, The replica of the Mermaid Queen continues to release huge waves of water at them. Yoojin panics at this, wondering out loud if they'll meet their end right there. Yerim cries as she thanks Yoojin for everything he's done for her. She also thanks her guildmaster and even admits how she thought that he was really handsome when they first met. Not forgetting the Sisseon guildmaster's presence, she also makes sure to thank him. Yoojin frowns at this while Yeonjae maintains his happy face. With thoughts of the end, Yerim bids farewell to everyone in her heart, hoping they'll all meet again in the next life where dungeons don't exist. This is too much. There's even a side text thanking everyone for reading S classes that I raised. Is it because we've reached the 100th chapter? Suddenly, a burst of pink light appears, shielding them from the attack. Everyone is surprised by the appearance of a defense barrier. In pixel form, Newbie appears out of thin air, asking if Honey is okay. He explains that they quickly opened a channel when they saw the intervention. Finally, the system makes a move. Recovering from her drama, Yerim asks if it is a volleyball. Yoojin grabs Newbie and squeezes it. He yells at the system to do something about this since the successor created that crappy dungeon they're in now. Yeonjae watches the interaction with wonder and is about to comment on it, but Yoojin shuts him down. He says it's not harmful to his brother and it's not his business. Newbie says they didn't expect her appearance. Water Droplet appears, expressing her relief at Honey's safety. She takes over the explanation, saying the other didn't intend to kill him in the dungeon. Still, his seeing Water Droplet's true form somehow caused a problem. She assures him that this is just a bad copy. Yeah, it's a bad copy that almost killed them. Water Droplet says the issue is that their current force is not enough to defeat it. Yoojin thinks that this dungeon was meant to be a test for them, yet it turned deadly. He concludes that the successor is not an easy opponent. With this line of thought, he asks them for help. Water Droplet says that Honey already knows that they can't interfere. Yoojin claims he's not asking them to fight. Instead, Yoojin asks for a reward. He explains that it can be a reward for defeating the lizard owner that they forgot to give him. Though they did help, it was him who still killed it. He adds how they only got magic stones from it. Quite a cunning reasoning. Newbie worries about this, saying it occurred outside the system, while Water Droplet sees the reasoning. Thinking that he at least got Water Droplet's interest, Yoojin asks for a skill of hers that can overturn the situation. He says this while calling her the Mermaid Queen of the Deep Blue Seas, revealing his knowledge of her true identity. Water Droplet is surprised that her identity has been found out. Yoojin asks for confirmation if she is the owner of Yerim's earrings. Yoojin's thoughts veered forward to his desire to reinforce his forces. Since he first saw the earrings Yerim received, Yoojin had already started making his assumptions. He considered its true form, its nickname, Water Droplet, and even its skill. With those clues, he was able to deduce her identity. Yoojin says it won't matter if the skill type is water or ice. He says they should just call it fate and lend her power to Yerim. With his hand on Yerim's back, Yoojin thinks about how inexperienced she is compared to the other S-rankers despite her fast growth. He intends to support Yerim so that she can protect herself. But Yoojin has other intentions as well, knowing how much they've lied and used him. Yoojin intends to take everything he can from each being in the system. Happy 100 chapters. Compared to other S-rankers, Yerim is still young and inexperienced, yet at the same time, she is growing stronger at a fast rate. She's not the type of person who will sit back and stay still, so Yoojin opted to support her as much as he can. He looks at Water Droplet and asks her to lend a skill of hers to Yerim. The other replies that it is too much, explaining that accepting it also means she must pay for it. Yoojin ignores Water Droplet's words and instead tells Yerim to greet the original owner of her earrings. Our MC won't easily take no for an answer. Yerim quickly complies and bows before Water Droplet. With a bright face, she thanks the Mermaid Queen of the Deep Blue Seas. Yerim then asks if she truly is the owner of the earrings. She adds how she's getting the hang of using them and how these are the best. Water Droplet doesn't know how to react in such a display of exuberance, so she simply answers Yerim's question. Water Droplet admits how she used to use it back when she was younger. Yerim is happy that the other responds to her, so she continues throwing compliments and asks if this is considered a royal item. At that, Water Droplet makes her decision, and a bright light appears. She bestows a gift and says that they should just call it fate. An orb of swirling water appears before Yerim. She looked at it closely, and the water disappeared, revealing a crystal blue pendant. This item is the Ruler of Water, a legendary rank one-time use item that contains a concentrated power of the world's waters. In the novel, it was mentioned that it is of myth rank. Yerim's eyes bulge out upon seeing the rank of the item. Yoojin thanks Water Droplet for the gift, but Water Droplet clarifies that he shouldn't express gratitude. Instead of a reward, what she gives is a form of negotiation so that she'll feel a little less guilty for honey. Yoojin looks at the avatar of the Water Droplet, thinking of what she's feeling guilty for. But his train of thought changes when he focuses on the word a little. For him, this only means that he can get more for what's remaining of that guilt. Ovo, that's quite ingenious. Great job in spotting that, MC. Yoojin then looks at Water Droplet with apparent greed on his face, making the others tell him to stop doing that. She reminds them that she can't give them this skill and that it can only be used once. Though this is the case, if the item is used wisely, it will significantly help them. She adds that this also rests on the child's ability and effort. Yoojin takes advantage of this and starts negotiating to make it a 10-time use item. Lol, our MC won't give up. Water Droplet doesn't reply and merely stares back at Yoojin. At the same time, Yerim brings up the pendant to her spear, thinking that it somehow fits in the slot. Aligning the pendant, it fits right in, and a rush of water suddenly emerges from where she stands. Yoojin looks with surprise while Yerim flies off, breaking the barrier protecting them. Yerim panics, or she doesn't understand what's happening, and asks what she's even doing now. She shouts for help, making Yoojin shout out for her. Yoojin instructs Yerim to feel the mana flow, to learn the Mermaid Queen's skill, and to apply it to her own skills. Yerim continues being flown off by the water released by her spear and shouts back that her skills are ice type, not water. Yoojin yells that the type doesn't matter. Instead, she should concentrate her power on her hand. He adds that with those attributes, she can combine the skills. He's about to tell more, but water gets splashed right at him as water starts filling the barrier from the hole Yerim blasted earlier. Yerim shouts that she doesn't know how to do what Yoojin just told her. It's them. Stickman for the win. Yerim continues to get dragged around by the water pressure, with the enemy only looking at her. It was out of control to the point that Yerim got blasted right in her face by the water. Newbie looks at Yoojin and says the skill class might be too high, but Yoojin refuses to let this opportunity pass them by. He thinks that Yerim should be shown how it's done. This gives Yoojin an idea as he looks at their enemy, who is busy watching Yerim flail around. Yoojin concludes that Yerim and the enemy are using the same power. He activates his Stern Mother Hendril Surgeon skill and applies it to Yerim and the enemy Mermaid Queen. He plans to send the sensations of the fake Mermaid Queen to Yerim, but the enemy obviously rejects the skill. Due to the failed attempt, Yoojin felt like he was being pulled into the vast, deep water, and his body felt like it was starting to disintegrate and become bubbles. He does his utmost to reject the sensation. Yoojin calls for him, snapping him right out of it. Yoojin coughs water out as if he just survived drowning. Despite his situation, he quickly pulls himself together and reassures his brother that he's okay. Yoojin doesn't believe him for 1 second and asks him what he did. Yoojin doesn't answer and thinks fast about what he can do. He suddenly holds Yeomjae's hand, calling him Mr. Guide. Oh, the roleplay is back. Yoojin asks for Yeomjae's skill as he uses the Stern Mother Hendril Surgeon skill on him. Yeomjae doesn't reject it, but he comments about how Yoojin looks like he'll faint if he does reject it. Yoojin grins up at him, saying he should act like that when they're obviously close. He repeats Yeomjae's words from before, saying they're friends, and as friends, they should help each other. Yeomjae says he has never made friends in his entire life, making Yoojin comment on his complicated life. Yoojin can't directly send the sensations from the fake Mermaid Queen to Yerim, so he intends to use the next best thing. He connects Yerim to Yeomjae using his Stern Mother Hendril Surgeon skill to send the enemy's movements and sensations using Yeomjae's battle foresight. Our MC is amazing at coming up with various combinations. I bet he plays card games well. Yerim receives the sensations, which confuse her at first. Looking at the fake Mermaid Queen, she starts seeing how it will move in every step. The fake Mermaid Queen summons water from her spear and swipes it at Yerim, who gets submerged in water by the attack. Yoojin shouts for her in worry, but Yerim then assures them she's okay. Water flows as Yerim raises a hand. The water swirls into her hand, getting bigger. Yerim announces that she understands it now, and compares it to how weapons can be made into instruments that create music, like how a piano piece can be played with a violin. The sensations she gained are now applied as if they were hers from the start. Whoa, this is similar to how Yoojin was when he fought Diarma. Even if Yerim is attacked by the fake Mermaid Queen, she can survive unscathed. It is almost identical that she now finds it easy to manipulate. With the way she moves, there is no doubt that Yerim can now control the water. She rises above the fake mermaid queen and confidently takes full command of the water. As its ruler, she is able to stand on water, take steps, and even have time to enjoy the moment. She doesn't hesitate this time as she flies off to attack the enormous enemy before her. She is reassured that she can do it with them. Summoning her own swirl of water, she attacks the fake mermaid queen. She does the same attack, intending to make the enemy experience the same demise that she and her companions have felt from her. Yerim yells as she swings her trident down to command the water. The fake mermaid queen is surprised as it gets blasted by the attack. The enemy then pixelizes as it gets engulfed by the water. The space around them breaks like glass and falls along with the water. Yerim stares at the breaking space and turns around with glee for having defeated the enemy, but her delight turns grim when she sees Yoojin lying unconscious on his back. Oh, our princess needs another saving. Like before, Yoojin is in an out-of-body experience as he submerges in the deep water. He feels heavy as he wonders what happened to the fake mermaid queen. He sees a flash of light, making him think that the gate is finally open, meaning Yerim managed to defeat the boss. The problem is that Yoojin feels like he's drowning again, and it's stronger this time. Yerim shouts for him to wake up, which somehow helps him regain consciousness. Yerim asks why he did such a thing, but Yoojin seems out of it and doesn't answer her. Instead, he says that they should thank Water Droplet for her help. Newbie comes close and tells him that Water Droplet is now in a deep sleep in exchange for the skill she shared with them. Yoojin expresses his understanding, but Yerim is not done with him. She questions whether he knows that using the skill will make him extremely weak. Yoojin shivers as he tries to answer. He wonders if his fear resistance skill is not working because Yerim just used an L-rank skill. He is well aware that it is Yerim who's before him. Still, the sensation he feels is similar to having a giant wave before him. Yoojin feels like he's about to get devoured by Yerim. MC is probably correct. His skills might really only work if the other's skill is lower than his. Yoojin continues to shake as he tells her that he did it for her to get a complete understanding of the skill. Yerim doesn't appreciate it and shouts at Yoojin. The shouting doesn't help, and Yoojin feels like a shrimp who got blasted by water, and he can't help but be overwhelmed by it. Yoojin crawls to his brother and asks him to stop her. Yuvan looks away, saying he's on Yerim's side. Yoojin then lifts a hand towards his good friend Yunjae, but the Sijan Guildmaster only does the same. Finding no ally among them, Yoojin makes a run for it, claiming that the gate is open. He tells them that they should leave, but Yerim doesn't let him and simply blasts water. Stickman Yoojin drifts back to where Yerim and the others are. Yerim says he can avoid the question by running away. Yoojin simply compliments her for being a fast learner. Yerim grabs Yoojin by the collar while Yoojin tries to calm her down as tears pour down his pale face. Yerim shouts that she can't calm down and points out his shivering form. She asks him again why he did it despite knowing the repercussions of the skill on him. Yerim lifts him up by the collar while the other two only watch. She knows that Yoojin is aware of the skill's side effect on him since he only didn't know about it when they fought Babar. Yerim then complains that there are other methods that they can try. Yoojin tries to rebut, but Yerim says they might as well die. Yoojin tries to speak, but Yerim doesn't let him. She tells him that she won't be grateful for putting himself in danger just so she can fight better. Her anger is replaced with tears as she reveals that she's also afraid to lose him. Yoojin looks at her with surprise as Yerim tells him to promise not to do it again. Yerim shakes as she imagines how she could have lost him. Please value your life more. MC. Stop acting like that certain white-coated guy from another manhwa. Yoojin finally understands Yerim. He recalls that Yerim has already lost her parents and apologizes to her. He thinks about how he has also lost a lot of people around him, and this is why he wants her to become stronger and gain the ability to protect herself. Yoojin knows that he can't promise Yerim not to do it again, so instead of promising, he heartfully apologizes to her, making it a touching scene. But Yoojin destroys it when he adds that Yerim should practice this skill while it's still active. This makes Yerim furious, and the water gets blasted again. Unknown to them, they're still being watched by jellyfish. She didn't expect to see the Mermaid Queen. She wonders how much they got involved with the depraved to the point that they are aware of her true form. She deems this to be useful information and promises to see them soon. Jellyfish finally disappears, while Yerim has Yoojin on the end of her trident. Yuyeon hesitates if this is too much for his brother, while Yunjae maintains his happy appearance. After a while, the four of them safely got out of the gate. The lake that formed disappears along with the gate. Aside from that, the detention center is also gone. Taewon has no choice but to work overtime because of this. Despite what happened, the silver lining is that they can cover up for what Yoojin did. As to what happened inside the gate, the brothers opted to tell Yerim and Yeonjae that the volleyball and the water droplet they met were system managers. Yerim was excited to be in the know, while Yeonjae only smiled with understanding. This made Yoojin wonder if they genuinely understood. Among those two, I'm sure the Seeseon Guildmaster better understands what's truly happening back there. Yoojin then asks Yerim about her water skills. He reminds her not to forget it and to review what occurred in the dungeon. Yerim readily agrees, saying she'll go through everything so she won't forget. As Yerim says this, she recalls some of the things she said before. She remembers how she even mentioned that her guildmaster is handsome. She blushes, and to cover up her embarrassment, she calls Yoojin ugly and attacks him. Yoojin is fast to deflect the water attack with his black flames, confused as to why Yerim is suddenly insulting him. Yoojin watches over with a smile on his face, happy that Yerim is now used to using water skills. From his side, a towel is offered to him, telling him to wipe himself. It is the smiling Yeonjae who asks Yoojin to give him another half star, and are still not yet done with their role-playing. Yoojin dryly compliments him for being the great guide and starts drying himself. He tells Yeonjae that they should talk after getting changed. Yoojin says they should discuss how they should get rid of Sukwon Choi. He adds that he heard from Volleyball that previous contracts of the lizard owner will be passed to Jellyfish, so having fewer contractees would be ideal. Newbie said those guys can meddle with the world through the contractees, so they would surely have to make more if there were fewer contractees. With thoughts on the information Newbie relayed, Yoojin tells Yeonjae that they should deal with it as soon as tomorrow. Yeonjae cuts him off and says it'll take time. Yoojin questions this, and Yeonjae explains that Sukwon is already hiding. He then adds that even if they find him, they can't do much outside a dungeon. Yeonjae is sure that the MKC Guildmaster has tightened his defenses based on what Yoojin did. Ever the doting brother, Yoojin repeats what Yoojin said, that it only happened because he was left with no choice. Unwilling to back down, Yoojin says he'll still look for Sukwon Choi. This makes Yeonjae look at him and asks why Yoojin is in a rush. Yeonjae recalls how Yoojin has already been through a lot of things. Yoojin and Yerim are still at it, with Taewon rushing in to stop the two. Either they are unaware of the serious talk or are just ignoring it. Yoojin answers Yeonjae, saying he's fine, so he'll use his time to do what he must, including finding Sukwon and making his contract void. Yeonjae suddenly raises a hand and says in a loud voice that he's worried. He mentions out loud about Yoojin's debt of helping him out 3 times, saying that it'll be his loss if Yoojin overworks himself. With their sharp ears, Yoojin and Yerim stop fighting, for they heard Yeonjae clearly. The two dashes towards them, asking about Yoojin's debt and this business of helping out the Seeseon Guildmaster. Yoojin tries to worm his way out of it, but the two kids just drag him away. Yerim reminds Yoojin of his F-class status, with Yoojin agreeing with her. Whenever Big Bro is involved, these two suddenly join forces. Yeonjae waves goodbye, and Yoojin curses at Yeonjae in his head. Yoojin wonders what Yeonjae is scheming when he knows the world is about to meet its end. With Yeonjae remaining nonchalant on this matter, Yoojin can't help but be suspicious. He recalls the other stuff Newbie said back in the dungeon. Newbie mentioned his relief on the abolished contract between Diarma and Chain. Yoojin asks who Chain is, and Newbie replies that Chain is the S-ranker from birth who has a contract that Yoojin broke. Yoojin quickly catches on that Newbie is pertaining to Yeonjae. Yoojin asks if he's called Chain because of his skill and questions why he's called Honey. I bet our MC is called Honey cause he can lure those bears. I mean, S-ranker stam. Newbie doesn't answer but mentions his worry about Crescent Moon's absence, so it was a relief that they got help from Honey this time. Yoojin asks about Crescent Moon, and Newbie explains that Crescent Moon is one of them. He reveals that Crescent Moon helped Chain end his contract with the lizard owner. Newbie doesn't know the complete details of what happened back then since Crescent Moon is currently asleep. He adds that Chain wouldn't also know about it since he got affected by Honey's regression. Newbie suddenly comments on how Honey is now speaking informally. Still, he gets no further, for Yoojin starts squeezing Newbie's pixelized flat form. Yoojin is entirely shocked by this information as he intently looks at Newbie, thinking that it was about his comment. Newbie says Honey can call him however he wishes. Yoojin ignores this while considering how Yeonjae was involved with both the filial piety addicts and the immoral people. And he can't help but wonder what Yeonjae had been doing before Yoojin even regressed. Our MC's personal tour guide really has a lot of secrets. Chirpy rides the whirring robot vacuum as if he's surfing, while Yoojin lazily looks at his tablet, Peace watches over what Yoojin is doing. This was how Yoojin started his forced vacation. His little bro and Yerim were both fuming as they warned him to stay put until they were done with their respective responsibilities. Understanding how much those two worry about him, Yoojin can only listen to placate them. Hence, the forced vacation. Peace looked over Yoojin's shoulder as our MC worked on something on his tablet. Yoojin doesn't want to spend his time idling by since there are a lot of things that he must look up and study. On his tablet, Yoojin is busy drawing and processing the information he learned about the tree of snowfall and the bird that counts the stars, who took his little bro's body. There are also the immoral people, aka the depraved, who manage the system and are fighting against those who are like their parents. Aside from them, the depraved is also up against the filial piety addicts, who aim to hasten the end of the world. Yoojin takes note of how dangerous it is to call them by their actual names, so it would be best to call them by their nicknames. Among the depraved are Newbie and Water Droplet, who is actually the mermaid queen. Then there's also Tree, Deer, and Wolf. These are the guys that Yoojin met previously in pixel forms. He also adds Crescent Moon, who, according to Newbie, is currently asleep and was previously in contact with Yunjae, aka Chain. Below this are the filial piety addicts, the lizard owner. Real name Diorama is now dead. Then there's also Diorama's substitute, who was called Jellyfish. Diorama formed contracts with Yunjae and Yun, but those contracts were already nullified by Yoojin. Cute drawings. Yun's smiling image differs from his usual expression, but hey, let's not forget he only smiles in front of his big bro. Other contractees are Kyung-soo-yoon, who is already dead, and Sukwon Choi, who is currently missing. Yoojin looks at the diagram he made, commenting that something is bothering him. Peace taps on Yunjae's smiling face, and his dad asks if Peace also thinks Yunjae is sus. Peace only looks at him and suddenly swipes at the tablet. RIP already used of having things destroyed because of his babies. Yoojin smiles as he says he understands Peace's desire to have him rest. Yoojin slumps face down with Peace on his back as if the horned flame lion is giving him a massage. But instead of emptying his mind, Yoojin continues to mull over things. Knowing that Yunjae made connections to both the depraved and the filial piety addicts, he ponders where Yunjae stands. Considering that Yunjae cut ties with Diorama, he wonders if he did that to save the world. But Yoojin doesn't believe this one bit since it is OOC or out of character. It's more believable for Yoojin if Yunjae joined the depraved side out of boredom. Yoojin was thinking of his desire to learn more about this when the robot vacuum suddenly announced an error. It asked to have the obstacle removed. Yoojin stands up to check it out, wondering if Roomba is broken. If it is, just ask Ice Bear to fix it, and you'll get a total upgrade. Yoojin and Peace look over and see Chirpy still on top of Roomba, which is sucking Myung-woo's hair. Yoojin screams in surprise as he pulls Roomba off, thinking Myung-woo is on the floor because his friend died from overworking. The pale Myung-woo speaks up, saying that he's only low on mana. Despite his current sorry state, Myung-woo still hands Yoojin something that he just finished working on. The item is a fancy-looking blue-gemmed short sword. Yoojin says that it looks more like a decor. Myung-woo takes a mana bottle from his inventory to replenish as he explains to Yoojin that the sword is in its basic form and is indestructible. As this happens, let me point out that Peace is playing with Chirpy on the side. The sword in Yoojin's hand suddenly changes form, and the blue gem attaches itself to Yoojin's right arm. Myung-woo says it can be transformed by wearing the item. Yoojin's eyes bulged out, looking at the intricate, luxurious design of the item in his right hand and arm. The blue gem sparkles, as Myung-woo says he can't do anything about the design since it is according to her taste. Something comes out of the item, and Myung-woo explains that this is her original form, and she's called Eunhae-yu. Oh, the family name Yu is taken from Myung-woo's. Eunhae transformed into a blue bird with a legendary class. The details indicate that it is a sword that came from Shayla's Mana Stone. In the novel translations, the Mana Stone is called Shayla's Dragon Heart with an L rank. So, if you think about it, Shaylos is both a Dragon Lord and a Master Craftsman. Yoojin discovers that he is Eunhae's contractor and is taken aback when the L rank detail finally sinks in. Yoojin is so amazed that Myung-woo made a L rank item. Remember, Myung-woo's skill, Master of the Golden Smithy, is only SS rank. Myung-woo scratches his head, admitting that he didn't expect this either. He then continues his explanation with its damage nullification effect, except this time it is not a one-time use item. It can be recharged by giving it mana stones. It's like another monster pet for Daddy Yoojin. Myung-woo says that once fully charged, The damage nullification effect can last for an hour, and it can even protect Yoojin from L-rank damages. If Yoojin wants to use it without rank restrictions, it'll only last around 10 minutes. It's too OP. Even if it is 10 minutes, even our MC thinks the same as we do. Yoojin imagines how he can fight against a dungeon boss or even the real mermaid queen and remain unscathed for 10 minutes. With it, he imagines he can even protect his precious little bro and Yerim against the mermaid queen while completely ignoring Yunjae. There's more to learn about the item. So Myung-woo says it is a growth type, and gaining extra effects is possible. This item is limited only to the contractor, and it is a necessary detail to make the item into an L rank. This further shocks Yoojin, making him stammer and jump at the fact that Yeonhae is exclusively his. Yoojin suggests that Myung-woo should create another one for himself and the others. Myung-woo laughs and says that he can't do that. On the side, Peace continues to play with Chirpy by rolling him around. Myung-woo explains that it is actually impossible for him to make one, and he could only accomplish such a feat with the help of Ismur, who has Shaylo's flames. Hearing Shayla's name, Yoojin recalls the marbles he had received from Myung-woo before. Myung-woo confirms that they are the same and reveals that Shaylos is the name of the previous owner of the Golden Smithy. The previous owner of the forge is truly more reliable than those guys managing the system. Myung-woo explains that Shaylos left mana after their death, which he, in turn, used to make the sword. As for the marbles, those were the fragments from the sword making. Myung-woo smiles at Yeonhae as he admits how he was only able to create these because of that particular ingredient and the coincidence of conditions. He adds that even if he improves in the future, he won't be able to create something as unique as Yeonhae again. Myung-woo remembers the moment Yeonhae was born from his and Ismur's work. Yeonhae flew around the forge while Myung-woo was slumped on the table. Ismur carefully pets Yeonhae as he tells Myung-woo how the bird looked a lot like Shaylos when she was younger. Ismur holds the completed sword, announcing that this is the symbol of Myung-woo's potential that Yoojin helped him reach, and it is the best masterpiece that was created out of the potential. This announcement makes Myung-woo smile. Ismur declares that this is why its name is Yeonhae. It literally means kindness or favor in Korean. Back to the present, Myung-woo explains that he made it while praying for Yoojin's safety. Yeonhae perches itself on Yoojin's shoulder as Yoojin looks at how precious Myung-woo's gift is. Yoojin asks why Myung-woo can't just use this precious item himself instead of giving it to him. Myung-woo shakes his head, saying he didn't make that item to hear such things from Yoojin. Myung-woo reminds Yoojin that he doesn't go into dungeons like him. If anything happens, Myung-woo can simply hide in the Golden Smithy. Unlike him, Yoojin always finds himself in a dangerous situation. Myung-woo knows full well that he can't protect Yoojin like the others do, so he wants to support him by doing this. He really wants to give Yoojin this, so he hopes that Yoojin will respond to his intention like a friend would. This mushy scene is making me tear up. After all, this is one of the fruits of our MC and Myung-woo's relationship. This makes Yoojin smile, and he cheerfully thanks Myung-woo, even saying that Myung-woo is the best. Your lil bro will be jealous if he hears that. Myung-woo accepts the compliment and shyly admits that he thinks that he did well in making this one. Yoojin fondly looks at Yeonhae, who is perched on his arm. He formally greets Yeonhae for the first time and asks if she can make the design look more simple. But instead of doing as told, Yeonhae added more strings of luxurious gems on Yoojin and made a peeping sound as if asking if she did well. Yoojin makes a face, and Myung-woo quickly tells him that it's just Yeonhae's preference. Yoojin instructs Yeonhae again to make it simpler, and Yeonhae does the same. Yoojin repeats himself. This makes me wonder if Yeonhae also inherited Shaylo's characteristics. Chirpy is done playing with Peace and chirps. Upon seeing a beautiful blue bird, the winged white ball is surprised and starts crying out loud. Yoojin takes Chirpy into his hands as it continues to cry at seeing Yeonhae flying around. Myung-woo wonders why it is crying. Yoojin says it might probably be because Chirpy can't fly despite being a bird. Yoojin tries to calm it down, reminding Chirpy of its tiny wings. This reminds Myung-woo of something, and takes something out of his inventory. He then attaches the item to Chirpy's leg, making the white ball look at it with wonder. Myung-woo is relieved that he has something to help Chirpy float around, while Yoojin takes out his phone and repeats that Myung-woo is the best. Chirpy floats to the air leg first, confused at what is happening with Peace trying to reach out for the winged white ball. As for Yoojin's request from Yeonhae, it finally settled on a simple yet luxurious bracelet design. That night in the KHA headquarters, the officials are having a meeting about the dead Kyung Soo-yoon and missing Soo-kwon Choi. Most of the elders in the discussion are obviously worked up by this situation, since it means a loss for their nation. Not really. It's good that those no-gooders are out of the picture. They are clearly agitated since this correlates to loss of national power, issues in dungeon management and security, as well as public opinion. Not to mention, they also lost the detention center due to the recent incident. The chairman of KHA calms them down, knowing full well what everyone is worried about. Jinya Quan reminds everyone is present to discuss it and offers a simple solution, which is to have new S-rankers. The others discuss this, thinking that the chairman meant to recruit from overseas, which can be costly. Another mentions how the Seizong Guild recruited Evelyn. They must be referring to the silver-haired woman Yunjae talked to in Chapter 77. Jin Yuk says they don't need to recruit when they can create one by going ahead with Plan A earlier than intended. He confidently announces that Korea will soon be filled with hunters of higher classes and become acknowledged as the nation with the highest number of S-rankers. With a sword and black flames, Yu Yan declares that he's about to attack. He dashes straight towards his opponent without holding back. A blue sword parries his attack, surprising Yu Yan at how easily his attack was stopped. Yoojin grins at his brother, asking for his opinion on the strength of Yoojin's new weapon. Yoojin suddenly flies off due to the impact of the clash while yelling that Lil Bro won't have to worry about him because of his new item. Yu Yan deadpans that his big bro just bounced off, making Yoojin yell that he's fine. Yoojin runs back to his brother with tattered clothes while pestering Yu Yan again with questions like how Yu Yan doesn't have to worry about him anymore. Yu Yan reminds him that this item has its downsides, like it can't stop Yoojin from getting kidnapped, and it'll be easy to manhandle him. And the most important thing is that the bracelet can be easily stolen from his brother, as demonstrated by Yu Yan. Yu Yan points out that his brother is now defenseless without it. Yoojin groans, finally understanding Yu Yan's point. Yu Yan looks at the item, admitting that its defense is impressive. Yu Yan's fire elemental suddenly pops out of his right eye to jump toward the bracelet and gnaw at it. Yoojin shouts for Tanadi Unhei. Yu Yan tells his elemental to stop since the item belongs to his big bro and calls the lizard Iron. Heads up, people. We're using the translation from the novel. Iron looks up with big, adorable eyes. Though it took some time, they finally settled on a name that the fire elemental liked. Iron and Yun are hissing and peeping at one another atop Yu Yan. Seeing this, Yoojin calls for Yunhei, saying that it must have been scared of the bad lizard. The bluebird chirps back, repeating the phrase bad lizard. Yu Yan and Yoojin are both surprised that it can talk, but Yoojin says it might be because it is a growth type. He then asks Unhei to say dad, but Yunhei only repeats bad lizard, making them wonder if that is all it can say. Yu Yan then looks at Iron and tells him to try to reply. Iron looks at his contractor and only hisses back. Yoojin smiles at this cute interaction and encourages his brother that if Iron is raised well, it might also start talking. Seeing that Iron is the first elemental in their world, Yoojin is reassured that they'll receive a lot of help. The brothers head out of the training room, and Yoojin asks his brother if Yu Yan has already talked to the equipment management team of his guild. Yu Yan confirms that he did and that everyone is excited about it. Yoojin cheerfully smiles back, saying it is only natural since it is Myung-woo who's teaching. Yeah, we get it. Myung-woo is yours. While Yoojin and Myung-woo were preparing for supper the previous night, Myung-woo mentioned this idea to Yoojin. He tells Yoojin that they shouldn't be too reliant on the system descriptions. If he stuck with the description while making Yunhei at his current level, then it would be considered impossible. This made Myung-woo think that surpassing their limits set by the description windows would be possible. He adds that it is the same for skills and gives an example of starting a fire, which in turn can be used for cooking, warming up, and providing light. Myung-woo caught up quickly. The system did mention that some of the descriptions are more of a guesswork on their part. Yoojin thinks of skill expansion and recalls how he actually applied this principle when he imitated Dharma's skill using his own. He mulls over its possibility since he got the system's explanation and Diorama's previous memories. Now that Yoojin thinks about it, Myung-woo figured out all of it on his own without any external help. Yoojin can't help thinking that Myung-woo is so smart. Myung-woo continues to explain that if he applies this knowledge to equipment making, then there's the possibility that those from the equipment management team will be able to create such items using their own skills. Seriously, Myung-woo is the most generous guy in this manhwa. But of course, there are some exceptions in his list, like our MC's Lil Bro. The equipment management team is already equipped with item-related skills. They can also set up an item creation shop if this works. Yoojin adds that if it happens, the survival rate of hunters will increase, and there will be a technological revolution. Back to the present, Yoojin mentions how amazing their Myung-woo is and reminds his Lil Bro to be nice to Myung-woo so that he'll be able to get equipment from him. Yoojin bluntly replies that getting the items from his brother would be faster. Heh, that's true. Yoojin is confident that manhwa will be the main point of the hunter's new era. With these thoughts, Yoojin intends to find more people with specialized or unique skills. He wants to be better prepared for the future ahead of them. But this is mere wishful thinking on his part. The KHA released to the media about how the Awakening Center will soon open next month. In the advertisement, they are inviting the non-awakened to become hunters this coming summer in a safe environment created by the association. Yoojin is about to feed peace when he sees this news. The announcement continues on television, inciting the viewers to the possibility that they may become an S-ranker. It was so easy to become an S-ranker. There should be many of them right from the start. They'd further promote this by reminding everyone of the existence of the inventory that hunters have. The broadcast ended, reminding the viewers to sign up for the pre-registration. Yoojin pales at this announcement, still not letting go of Peace's bowl and the canister of mana stones meant for Chirpy. He suddenly yells in surprise at the early opening of the Awakening Center. After seeing that ad, Yoojin headed out to meet KHA's chairman. The chairman reaches out a hand as he welcomes Yoojin and Shimyeon. They shake hands as Shimyeon mentions how it was unexpected that the Awakening Center interests him. The Awakening Center exists to provide a safe awakening for regular civilians, and based on Yoojin's previous life, it was supposed to open 6 months later. The chairman leads them to a room where they are testing the system. A person in a lab coat holds up something akin to a Rubik's Cube, explaining the simple principle. They use an illusionary maze, a psychological item that allows the non-awakened to experience a realistic illusion. This one-shade design reminds me of Kanede's equipment from Bofuri. Once it is activated, the environment around the test subject changes into a realistic forest. It is so realistic to the point that the test subject even thinks that he is in a forest. Stillman suddenly yells at him to get out of the place since there is an item error, and he must end the test immediately. This obviously surprises the test subject. The yelling man even says that an actual dungeon appeared, and the man was suddenly bitten by a monster from behind, making him scream in pain. The test subject is so stunned that he is unable to move. The monster looms before him. The test subject stammers, trying to deny that what's before him is reality. More monsters appear, and the test subject can only scream in fear. From the viewing booth, the one who did the explanations coldly looks over. At the same time, Yoojin and Shimyeon's faces were dark from what they just witnessed. The test subject continues to scream for it to stop. In a short while, the illusionary maze returns to its original state. The test run is announced to be a success. The woman further explains that the illusion of being attacked by monsters is how they safely awaken the people. The test subject trembles and cries as he is assisted by his staff. Yeah, their definition of safe awakening is twisted. Shimyeon looks at this scene, questioning if it is truly a safe awakening. The chairman cheerfully replies that it won't harm the mind as long as the illusion doesn't exceed 30 minutes. The experts say it is limited to that time for each person, and the device can even be used on 30 people simultaneously. She explains the plan to have 1,000 people tested on the first day, and from there, it will be slowly increased to 3,000 per day. Yoojin uses promising Sprout on the test subject and finds that Jumyoung's song awakened into an F class. He is classified to awaken around D class and has failed to obtain the D rank music-related skills. Ouch! That guy might have been a good music producer in the future if he hadn't undergone that test. Yoojin sees that the biggest issue of the Awakening Center is that it caters to those who are specialized for combat. They corner people into similar dangerous situations that lack consideration for the people's potential. In this case, people would awaken with combat-related skills to survive. This type of forced awakening with no regard for individuality is comparable to putting a singer or a philosopher into a boxing ring. This kind of mentality will not help Yoojin, who's looking for people similar to Myung-woo, and it will simply let people's talent rot. Pissed at this, Yoojin doesn't hesitate to talk back about how they're planning to do this kind of crap to people. He frankly asks the chairman if they even consider the consequences of this project. Yoojin is well aware that this isn't the only issue since he knows of the future that this project brought to everyone. For he, himself, was in the middle of it all. Let's start a new chapter with a flashback from Big Bro's previous life. This happened a month after the opening of Awakening Center. Some hunters lay dead on the floor, with others shouting instructions on fighting back against the monsters. One hunter calls out at the newbie who wasn't doing anything and reminds him to get his act together. The hunter repeats herself. For the person she just yelled at does nothing but stare at the monster before them. This trembling newbie is none other than our MC, Yoojin Han. With just a single month, everything is already in chaos. There was a queue at the Awakening Center, and unlike what the association promised, Their capacity was quickly raised to 3,000 awakenings in just 2 days. They didn't hold back and even held awakenings on holidays. Among those who awakened, only 1% were able to awaken above E rank. This sudden rise of hunters has resulted into something else. Back to the present, Yoojin is saying that there will be an issue with the lack of equipment and items for the sudden increase of hunters. He points out that this is worse for those in the lower ranks. Yoojin questions if the association even considered that and adds that there might be people who will just rush in to enter a dungeon with a lack of proper equipment, or worse, nothing. Shimyang is handing them drinks, while the chairman smiles as he claims that this kind of issue won't arise. Yoojin is frustrated with this reply since he has already experienced it for himself in his past life. We should really just have the chairman removed from the picture. Shimyang tries to calm Yoojin by reminding him of the 1-week required new hunter training. Yoojin can only think that even this was changed into 1 day, and it is to the point where Yoojin didn't even get one in his previous life. Thinking that this matter is easy to resolve, the chairman mentions that they can enforce safety guidelines requiring hunters to have essential equipment. Yoojin is skeptical of this answer since it doesn't resolve or even contribute to the issue of equipment shortage. The chairman claims the association won't be responsible for hunters who don't follow the regulations. With this hand-washing remark, Yoojin shouts at the chairman that responsibility is not the issue. He doesn't hesitate to speak out his thoughts on how the opening date should be pushed back until the equipment supply issue is addressed or the number of people to be awakened is limited. The chairman remains relaxed despite Yoojin's complaints and simply says okay. This response got Yoojin a bit taken aback, but the chairman followed up with something ridiculous. The old man smiles cheekily, claiming that Yoojin is scared to lose his job if the number of hunters increases. Dude, you need a beating. Seriously. Not quite yet done. The chairman even has the gall to tell our MC to not be greedy. Nerves pop out in Yoojin's face, clearly irritated at the man before him. The chairman also claims that Yoojin wouldn't understand due to his recent awakening, and mentions how this decision was made with professionals. I'm questioning the reliability of these so-called professionals. Yoojin trembles with frustration, thinking how he experienced that kind of hell for 5 long years. As for the chairman, he remains unfazed and bids the two farewell. Shimyang gets close to Yoojin and whispers in his ear that politics was involved in this. He explains that the media's anxiety made the chairman shift the attention this way. Shimyang adds that if the number of people who get awakened is limited, the public's approval rating will decrease. Yoojin leers, saying that approval rating should not be the main issue. Shimyang informs Yoojin that some hunters are already aware of the use of illusionary maze. Once the media gets a whiff of how this item can be used, then the fact about the capacity can't be hidden anymore. It is possible that others will aim to get their hands on such an item to open their own awakening centers. Shimyang observes the difficulty of this problem and says that the future must be considered. If they look at the current increase in dungeon quantity and difficulty, it is imperative to increase the number of high-ranking hunters. If this produces low-rankers in the process, then they really can't do anything about it. Shimyang is sure that some chaos will unfold in the beginning, but at the same time, is also convinced that it will soon stabilize right after. That's wishful thinking. Shimyang, if only you knew that our MC is a regressor, you truly heed his advice. Yoojin says that this only applies to the advanced guilds. He mulls over how it was phrased as some chaos, feeling dejected when he frankly spoke from his experience. This makes Yoojin remember his previous life. Another flashback. A hunter notification board keeps a tally of the dungeon accident report for the day on the wall. On one particular day, there were 51 deaths, 125 injured, and 68 missing. It made Yoojin think that daily life was a war as he stood before one. Half of the low rankers, mostly the lowest, have run away, while the other half are either dead or crippled by their injuries. Yoojin can only watch the relatives of the deceased cry their hearts out. It also became common for those who were living to blame him. They question the fact that Yoojin is the only one remaining among the living or not even crippled. Some can't help but think that Yoojin is receiving help from his big-shot brother. Suffering from wounds from both the dungeon and the living, Yoojin denies these claims. He tries to explain how some guys gave him equipment that put him in debt. Instead of listening, the other punched Yoojin, claiming that those guys approached Yoojin since he's the brother of Yu Han. Whenever Yoojin survives a dungeon, people won't hesitate to accuse him and his brother of various things. There was even gossip about how Yoojin received preferential treatment, committed fraud, and other hateful rumors. In one thread, some people speculated about the fact that Yoojin dropped out of school after their parents' death, and these people didn't hesitate to discuss the matter under anonymity. These busybodies have nothing better to do in their lives. Aside from Yoojin being the point of interest, Yoojin and his guild were also targeted. People called him repulsive names, which made Yoojin decide to keep to himself. But there were also times that people would gang up on him to the point that he got blood on his own hands. Someone calls his name, snapping Yoojin back to the present. Shimyang asks if he's okay, for he looks anxious. Shimyang reminds him that even if those things he mentioned before do happen, Yoojin will not experience any of its downsides. Yoojin took a long pause to answer but was unable to say anything substantial, for the chairman was back. "Ah, I thought he's gone already." The chairman waves at them and apologizes. He then introduces the man beside him as the association's advertisement team and starts discussing a TV show. Shimyang sweats, reminding the chairman that they've already rejected this before. The chairman says that he really wants to ask Yoojin once more. Yoojin looks at the man that the chairman introduced, and his eyes widen in surprise. Shimyang sees Yoojin's reaction and calls for him. But Yoojin is still surprised, and now he's cursing in his mind. He knows this person and is sure that Yoojin can't forget this man. And another flashback from our MC's previous life. Yoojin lays on the ground with his hands tied behind him. Those who gang up on him are surprised by Yoojin's stubbornness and start planning where they should begin to break since a potion can easily heal it. One man tells Yoojin to just cooperate with him since he is Yoojin's brother. A man with a side part hairstyle grins behind the others as he looks at the scene. Back to the present, Yoojin is sure that this was the guy who kidnapped him in his previous life, and that incident will happen a year from now. Yoojin looks at the man's smiling face, remembering that this guy got Yoojin's hands dirty. Just wow, someone like that works for the association. Makes me question what kind of other corrupt people are in KHA. The man from the association's advertisement team introduces himself as Dongwon Lee and hands his business card to Yoojin. Our MC receives it with a frown as he tries to calm himself down by reminding himself that he is in a different time. Still, this doesn't stop him from questioning why this man is there before him and worse, employed by the association. Dongwon smiles as he tells Yoojin his hope to have him come to the show since Yoojin's concern for low rankers makes him a good candidate for their program. The program aims to give light to those who are neglected by society, so they want to cast low rankers or even the unawakened. And our MC happens to be one of the most famous low rankers. Upon hearing this, Yoojin crumples the business card in his hand a bit, feeling skeptical. Dongwon continues to smile, saying that Yoojin's F-class status and having peace in the program will also liven up the other guests. The chairman speaks up, telling them to just accept it since the views will surely increase, and they'll also be able to advertise the Awakening Center. Shimyang covers Yoojin, telling the chairman not to push Yoojin since he's on vacation, and there's still the issue they discussed about the Awakening Center. Yoojin suddenly speaks up, agreeing to the appearance. This surprises Shimyang, but Yoojin only smiles, saying appearing once is no problem. Shimyang is startled by this shift and is about to go crazy about how he'll explain it to his boss. At the same time, the chairman and Dongwon celebrate the outcome of this talk. Dongwon puts his hand out for a shake, glad that he'll be able to work with Yoojin. Or so he claims. Who knows, he might already be planning to kidnap our MC. Yoojin is more level-headed now as he thinks about it and shakes Dongwon's hand. What he is so sure of now is that the Hunters Association of their country is more corrupt than he expected. We're starting another chapter with our MC's flashback from his previous life. The Go-Sun is a D-ranked dungeon raid team, and their team is currently walking inside a dungeon. Yoojin offers to hold the others' equipment for them since he is thankful for letting him join the raiding team. Yoojin was confident of his safety since Go-Sun is well known for carrying low rankers who aren't part of their team. The team comprises 2 C rankers and 5 D rankers and maintains a good image. Due to this, no one was really aware of their side business. Oh, even our devious MC was once naive. One of the members tells Yoojin that he shouldn't really be thankful to them. Yoojin suddenly receives a punch in the gut from one of the other members. The guy who punched him reminds him not to be loud or else a monster will come, and they won't protect him from it. Covering Yoojin's mouth, the man commands Yoojin to take everything out of his inventory. Knowing that Yoojin is the older brother of Yuyan Han, they're sure that Yoojin has an item like a gate stone or something else that assures his survival within a dungeon. Yoojin finally understands the situation he is in as he looks up at these people with dread and anger in his eyes. The man who punched him points out that there's no way that they would carry an F-ranker out of kindness. Yoojin can finally see with his own eyes that Go-Sun's side business is to go after low rankers and the unawakened, who are worth something. Going back to the present, Dongwon claps his hands on the side. Yoojin is surprised that fate brought him someone from the Go-Sun team. On top of that, The guy is part of KHA. Yoojin is currently in a studio along with Peace, Chirpy, and another guest. The host introduces Yoojin and Peace to everyone, and Peace is tasked to perform ball throwing with Chirpy. Peace then uses Chirpy as a wall. On the side, Yoojin starts to wonder if he really must do this kind of thing since he has already gotten his revenge before. That's from your previous life. I bet that those Ghost Sun guys are still the same. Yoojin then recalls Shimim's words about how he won't lose anything, so there's no need for him to worry. As he thinks of this, Yoojin is sure that he doesn't have to get involved with those guys in this lifetime. Aside from this, the Awakening Center's opening isn't really connected to him in any way. As Yoojin mulls over these things, Peace makes a shot using Chirpy with a serious look on his face. Chirpy is about to fall without getting in the hoop, making the white bird seriously chirp. Using the gift it got from Young Woo, Chirpy floats into the air in style. The host was surprised by this, and Chirpy easily made it into the hoop. The two magical beasts of Yoojin share a moment of victory, and the host describes the moment as a miracle that defies gravity. Still not focusing on the incredible scene happening before him, Yoojin can't shake this matter entirely off. He finds it hard to turn a blind eye to this matter. Unlike Yoojin, the other guest is super ecstatic about what he just witnessed. The other guest is screaming in glee and even stands up to share a high five with Peace. At least the other guy is living up the show, but I think he shouldn't get close to Peace so suddenly. The guest literally leaps to where Peace and Chirpy are, and it is already too late for Yoojin to stop the other from suddenly approaching. Peace then jumps himself to give the guest his so-desired high five, a high five of death, that is. The guest screamed in pain, and the recording was immediately stopped due to this incident. After some time, Yoojin carries Peace in his arms while apologizing for what happened. He then asks Hayul Park, the injured guest, if he is okay. Hayul smiles brightly, saying that he's okay since he's completely healed by the potion. He adds that this incident will be edited out. Yoojin bows deeply to apologize again, knowing full well that Hayul's face is the most important part of his job. Hayul reassures Yoojin that it's fine since he's the reason Peace got scared. I doubt that he's scared. Yoojin's eyes changed, seeing that Hayul is such a good person. Hayul speaks sweetly as he admits that he considers Peace's scratch as a reward, and if he wasn't a celebrity, he would have kept that scar as a treasure. Hayul then reveals his dream to become a hunter. If he can, he would even want to enter the Heian Guild and become a feet cleaner. Yoojin questions this while thinking he met a good person who's also a weirdo. He's more like a naive weirdo, big bro. Considering that Hayul wants to be a hunter, Yoojin uses Promising Sprout on the celebrity and finds that his possible class is B with 3 A-class skills that seem to be related to Hayul's appearance. Seeing this, Yoojin is sure that Hayul will never be able to unlock these skills if he goes to the Awakening Center. Yoojin feels sorry that he can't use his keyword nonchalantly on the celebrity, but he gives it a shot nonetheless. Unfortunately, Yoojin ultimately can't do it because of the other people around them and simply asks Hayul a question, which Hayul answers. Where did your quick-wittedness go? Big bro. You could easily claim you love him because he's a celebrity. Be his fanboy. Yoojin is almost blinded by Hayul's beauty, and people are even talking about it. Although he just debuted, Hayul has already managed to take the leading role in a movie. He looks prettier than Noah. Is he another male wife candidate? Considering the attention Hayul is already getting from others, Yoojin thinks Hayul doesn't need his skills. With a face like Hayul's, Yoojin feels confident that he can leave him alone. MC, not the squid. Please leave that description for Kim Do-cha. Yoojin tries to recall his previous life, realizing that he had never seen Hayul anywhere when he should have been famous. A man approaches, asking Hayul if his injury is okay. He apologizes to Hayul since he's the one who brought him there. Hayul greets Dongwon with affection and says it's fine since he met Peace. Hearing Hayul call the other man Young, Yoojin asks about their relationship. Hayul admits that they met for the first time on that day. Dongwon explains that they plan to work with Hayul more in the future and intend to support the celebrity. Yoojin felt skeptical in hearing about this since he knows Dongwon is the type who only considers others as a source of money. With Hayul dreaming of becoming a hunter, Dongwon can easily use this to manipulate Hayul. Yoojin doesn't erase the possibility that Hayul might even become a sacrifice for the Go-Sun team. If this is the reason why Hayul didn't become famous in his previous life, then there's only one thing Yoojin can do. Yoojin sits down beside Hayul and mentions a Peace plushie made out of Peace's hair. He explains that it is at home and offers the plushie to Hayul. The celebrity was surprised by the precious offer. Yoojin smiles at Hayul, saying he is happy to meet someone like him who immensely likes peace. He then asks for Ha-Yul's number so that he can contact him about it. Yoojin hands his phone while thinking this could be his chance to approach those Ghost Sun guys. As night came, that chance Yoojin was hoping for appeared quickly. Yoojin found the peace plushie that was poorly made by Yerim. Yoojin remembers how focused Yerim was in making it back then and questions if the plushie is really peace. Now that he has a reason to contact Ha-Yul, Yoojin also wants to know if Dongwon is approaching Ha-Yul. He quickly sent an image of the sorry excuse of a peace plushie and a message to Ha-Yul. The other replies immediately, saying that it is so cute. For a pretty boy, your sense of cuteness is way off. Ha-Yul then sends another message, saying his thanks for the awakening and the plushie. Yoojin is confused and asks Ha-Yul about the awakening. Ha-Yul quickly replies, saying that Dongwon approached him since Yoojin asked. He explains how Dongwon said he could enter a dungeon because of Yoojin pulling strings. Yoojin sent Ha-Yul a message that he never said something like that, which similarly confused Ha-Yul. Yoojin realizes what this truly is about and asks for Ha-Yul's location. But instead of doing so, Ha-Yul says he must turn off his phone now. Oh, this is similar to what happened with Myung-woo before, except Yoojin came with Myung-woo. Yoojin calls Ha-Yul, but the phone is already turned off. Yoojin sweats as he curses at those Ghost Sun guys who even used his name to take Ha-Yul. In another part of the city, Ha-Yul is in a vehicle and is surprised that his phone was taken from him and turned off. The man holding his phone tells him to conserve his battery since no one really knows when he'll be out once he's inside a dungeon. Dongwon hands Ha-Yul's phone to another guy, explaining that there's no service inside the dungeon, so everyone will leave their phones anyway. Ha-Yul looks at Dongwon and asks if it will take long and if he can't really call his manager about it. Dongwon says that Ha-Yul's manager will stop him if he learns of it. As the van they're in stops, Dongwon weaves this story where Ha-Yul's manager thinks that Ha-Yul is giving up his status as a celebrity to become a hunter. As they leave the van, Dongwon reassures Ha-Yul that he won't bring him anywhere dangerous since he is an association employee. They enter a warehouse where a gate is open, and some people are waiting. Dongwon tells him to enter the dungeon, leave it as an awaken, and become the hunter he's been dreaming of. Ha-Yul's face brightens up at the sight of the gate. He then turns to look at Dongwon, telling the other that he trusts him. No, why are you so naive? You should confirm things first with Yoojin. Yoojin continues to try to call, but he can't get connected. With this being the case, Yoojin concludes that Ha-Yul is already in the dungeon, and he must get there fast before it closes. He ponders if he should call the authorities about this, but Ha-Yul is a celebrity, and things might only get messed up. Yoojin thinks that if the KHA is involved, that nothing can be done. He tries to think of another way to get to Ha-Yul without going through the cops. Yoojin enters a number on his phone, hoping that that person's number is still the same. He thinks about how this is one of his bad acquaintances before regressing. Considering the current timeline, Yoojin believes that that person is probably running an ordinary detective agency. That person answers Yoojin's call. It is a man wearing eyeglasses who's holding a hamster. The person tells Yoojin that he's connected to the hamster agency and asks what he could help him with. Yoojin knows that this person is called Ha-Min-do. Ha-Min is an information dealer who does a great job looking for people. Yoojin talks back, saying that he is looking for someone. Yoojin intends to make use of his bad acquaintance to settle things with another bad acquaintance from his previous life. That's an ingenious strategy to get rid of the bad guys. Ha-Min feeds his hamster as he repeats the instructions to look for Ha-Yul Park. He asks if there are any remarkable traits and asks for the number of Ha-Yul. While holding a stylus pen, Ha-Min activates his skill-connected strings, which can calculate the target's location based on the serial number of an object that the target owns. Yoojin recalls how Ha-Min became an informant for hunters, and Yoojin found it a pain to be involved with such a guy. The stylus pen Ha-Min holds gives off energy, and when used, the pen drops to a big screen of a map. Ha-Min says he already located the target and instructs the caller to send the money through the link before he sends over the location. Ha-Min reminds the caller that 10% fee will be added if he's using a card. Yoojin doesn't want to pay up, but he has no choice since Ha-Yul's life is on the line. Yoojin returns the phone to his ear, complimenting the informant for his skill. He then tells him that they'll soon meet, as he says Ha-Min's full name. Ha-Min is so shocked that his identity is revealed and asks who the caller is and how he knows him. Yoojin doesn't reply and instead ends the call. That'll make him think twice before doing something bad. He puts on a cap and determines how he can get to the place provided by Ha-Min. Yoojin then activates his A-rank skill, Hidden Objects. For those who forgot, It's the skill he got along with +1. The skill makes Yoojin hard to find even if others concentrate. This stealth skill he got from soloing a dungeon is now valuable since he wants to resolve this matter quickly without making a fuss. At that moment, inside the dungeon, the Gosum guys are fighting against monsters while Hayul crouches, screaming in fear. Hayul then attaches himself to the back of one of the hunters, saying how scary it is. Fed up with the burden, the hunter kicks Hayul away from him and commands him to stay still instead of aggravating the monsters. The hunters ask if Hayul is an attention seeker even in a dungeon, since he is a celebrity. Dongwon comes in between them, telling the hunter to stop being mean to Hayul, since he's only an unawakened. And the way he's acting is scaring the celebrity. Hayul looks up at Dongwon, saying he's fine and that he should learn this kind of thing before going through awakening. The hunter mockingly compliments Hayul, while Dongwon pats Hayul on the head, commenting on his naivety. He asks how Hayul will survive in society, for he would easily get scammed even if it's not them. Hayul gets confused by Dongwon's remark. A hunter looks at his watch, announcing that it is already time. Dongwon asks if they should get started. This only confuses Hayul further and was about to ask about it. Before he could do so, Dongwon clutches him by his clothes and announces that the gate is closing. He then punches Hayul in the face without holding back. This scene unfolding right now is Go-sun's modus operandi. He would lure the target to a dungeon and wait for the gate to close. Hayul rolls on the ground due to the punch. One of the hunters reminds the others to keep watch against monsters. The hunter asks Hayul what he plans to do now that he can't escape. Hayul looks up at them while trembling. He asks why they are doing this and if he did anything wrong. Hayul, this is not the time to be an airhead. Get it together, dude. A hunter answers Hayul's question, assuring him he did nothing wrong. He adds that Hayul simply has terrible luck. This C-ranker is the leader of the Go-sun team, Yeonjin Kim. He puts a hand on Hayul's face, saying that Hayul happens to be the easiest among the wealthy targets in the register list for the Awakening Center. So that's what they use to pick their targets. Yeonjin then activates his brainwashing skill, Puppet Strings, on Hayul. He tells Hayul not to be upset since they will also go after other guys. Yeonjin says it's Hayul's fault that he easily trusts others. The skill starts to affect Hayul, who can only agree to whatever Yeonjin says. Yeonjin comments on Hayul's good looks, making sure that the skill is affecting the other heavily. He mentions the ridiculousness of Hayul's dream, saying that Hayul should just be grateful for what he already has. Hayul apologizes for it. Yeonjin then tells him to stay on the path of being a celebrity, making Hayul agree with him. Yeonjin keeps a good hold on Hayul's face, advising him to take all job offers and give them 90% of his profits. Why can't they just use their abilities to make an honest living instead of doing this kind of crap? Tears suddenly flow from Hayul's eyes, and he starts crying about how he still wants to become a hunter, seeing that Hayul is resisting the effects of his skill. Yeonjin hits him with his knee and continues to beat him up. The other hunters are also surprised that Hayul can still resist. It makes Dongwon wonder if it is true that celebrities have sturdy mentality. Another hunter tells him to just write up a contract, but Dongwon says that method leaves evidence. Yeonjin's method is obviously their best option. Dongwon tells their leader to stop hitting the face since potions might not be enough to heal his injuries. Hayul groans in pain while Yeonjin shouts that he actually went easy on the other guy. Yeonjin rubs his head as he mentions that his skill works best on those who are mentally unstable and asks if he should keep going. It makes the Go-sun leader wonder how long Hayul will hold on. The other members start betting on this when somebody says that their discrimination is becoming so apparent. Everybody was suddenly surprised that someone else spoke. A man suddenly appears before them, saying how they bet 5 hours on him previously. Yoojin removes his jacket hood and cancels his skill, Hidden Objects. Woo! Now we know that Hayul will surely live. Yoojin's appearance inside the dungeon surprises everyone. The other hunters are asking if Dongwon brought that guy in, making Dongwon reply that he has no desire to get killed by that guy's brother. Yoojin walks toward Hayul, while some hunters are starting to wonder if the Heian Guild really wasn't there with him. Yoojin crouches before Hayul, asking if he's okay and if nothing is broken. Hayul replies that he's okay and asks if the Heian Guild is there to save him. Yoojin answers Hayul's question honestly, saying he didn't bring anyone else. Not that he really needs anyone. He did slay these good-for-nothings in his previous life on his own. What more now that he has better skills and equipment? Yoojin's answer only makes Hayul panic and sweat, and he rephrases his question, asking if Yoojin is there on his own. Yoojin doesn't directly answer Hayul's question. Instead, he says he's being considerate since he thought Hayul wouldn't want any witnesses. A Ghost Sun member suddenly bashes Yoojin on the back, making him headbutt against Hayul. Hayul gains a bump on his head while Yoojin complains. The baseball bat used on him has an indent for hitting him, making the batter question if Yoojin is truly an F-ranker. Dongwon screams that he's sure since he even checked Yoojin's files. Yeonjin yells that Yoojin might have some sort of defense item. He adds that Yoojin is on his own since if he had someone with him, then that person would have already appeared. I must admit, this Yeonjin has a good head on his shoulders. Everyone from Gongsun then points their weapons at Yoojin, who is still crouching on the floor by Hayul. Yoojin smiles at them, saying that he went there to check if their method is still the same, and to no surprise, it is. Yoojin says they've met before, though they wouldn't believe him. The Ghost Sun guys were obviously confused by Yoojin's words since the closest proximity that most had was seeing him on the TV. Yoojin says he hoped to forget about them as he removes the red earring that Yeonjae gave him before mentioning how the Ghost Sun guys are still wrecking others' lives. He places the item on Hayul to serve as the other's defense as Yoojin continues to mention the team's other transgressions like smuggling private info from the association with the help of Dongwon. Yoojin claims he can't ignore this and suggests they should just confess. A Ghost Sun guy curses and lunges at Yoojin from behind while yelling at Yoojin to double the money for them. He got Yoojin in a headlock and is so confident that he got him good. He spouts more stuff about Yoojin having C-rank equipment and tells the others to take those from Yoojin. Hearing this, the others excitedly run to where they are. The one holding Yoojin says that equipment provided by the Haeyeon Guild costs a lot. Seriously, Big Bro's equipment isn't only from his lil bro. Don't they watch the news? Haven't they seen Myung-woo make that announcement from before? The other hunter says that they should start with a defense item. But before he could even finish his sentence, fire blasts into his face, throwing him back. Everyone is surprised by the fire, making the others wonder if Yoojin is hiding any weapons. They quickly change their minds when a horned flame lion appears before their target. Yoojin canceled sharing the skill hidden objects. He then reminds them that even though he didn't bring anyone else with him, doesn't mean he went there alone. Heh. Surprise. Boneheads. The news of the disappearance of two rankers in South Korea has already spread. A woman with silver hair mentions that this issue will only be urgent if it becomes a problem for their plans. Hyunjae agrees with her since Noah and Ri-Yit are also staying in Korea at that time. What makes it better is that Evelyn Miller, this silver-haired woman, is also now a part of the Seeseon Guild. Hyunjae says that everyone else is already trying to expand their influence due to what happened. The woman replies that this is only to be expected. Hyunjae looks at his drink as he announces that they will take out the rotten parts of society since even the association crossed the line. He smiles, claiming that their bait is already prepared. Evelyn looks at Hyunjae curiously and asks if the other is referring to Yoojin Hun, though she already knows of his skills. This still does not erase her doubts. Hyunjae reassures Evelyn that even she will find this amusing. Evelyn mentions how So-Yeon Kong was surprised by the previous dungeon incident since Hyunjae seems to be having fun recently. So-Yeon also noted how their guildmaster is close to Yoojin. This makes Evelyn wonder how an F-class can be close to Hyunjae without becoming afraid. You will soon understand once you personally meet him, Evelyn. Hyunjae admits that this is what makes Yoojin uniquely interesting. He will not describe the other as bold since a different term seems to suit Yoojin better. As they are having their chat, the object of their conversation is busy hacking someone else at that moment. Yoojin's fluid movements made his enemies see red. These hunters are obviously surprised since it is common knowledge that Yoojin only recently awakened. They try their best to hold their ground and fight back against this F-class, but their attacks are easily deflected by a barrier. They can only curse before getting attacked with a kick and a slash. Another hunter creeps behind Yoojin with his hand on fire, but his yelling only makes our MC aware of his presence. Seriously, that's just dumb of the enemy. Before Yoojin can retaliate, the enemy shoves Yoojin's head to the ground, making Yoojin lose his weapon. The hunter is smug about how Yoojin's defense item cannot do anything against that kind of attack and intends to use another method to end Yoojin. A large paw suddenly pounces on the hunter, stopping the hunter from making good his threat. Peace intervenes, but Yoojin only instructs the magic beast to leave the guide to him since Peace is responsible for clearing up the dungeon later. Yoojin picks up his weapon and dashes to where the enemy is as he shouts that he still has a bone to pick with those pieces of craps. Going back to Hyunjae and Evelyn, the Seeseon Guildmaster mentions how Yoojin has clean records, and it was even reported that Yoojin indeed lived a regular life before. But this does not change the fact that Yoojin sometimes gives off a different vibe. It is as if he already has experience as a Grim Reaper. Back to our MC, he's indeed giving that vibe at that exact moment. Yoojin wipes his face as he mentions how he can do this even without the help of the final thank skill. Surrounding Yoojin are the remains of the Ghost Sun team. He looks up as he thinks of how much he fought back in his previous life. Compared to before, his stats in this life are better due to his equipment. He also does not have to worry about taking damage because of Yunhee, and he even brought peace with him. Considering that he also has 5 years of experience, this outcome is expected. Yoojin looks down and thinks about how it would be common sense to call the police regarding this matter. Still, he knows this will not change a thing because the association is involved. He thinks of leaving Dongwon Li alive to dig deeper into the association, but quickly thinks otherwise, since that could serve as evidence that could implicate him. Peace walks to Yoojin, who finally concludes that he should just accept how things are now since it is his fault that he cannot easily forget. He thinks of the resentment that carried over from his previous life and rubs Peace as comfort. Yoojin apologizes to Peace for letting him see such a scene. Well, if Peace took over for you, it might be a more horrifying sight. Yoojin figures that once they clear the dungeon, its reset will work in his favor. The remains will disappear along with it, ensuring that there will be no evidence of what happened inside. After some time, Hayul regains consciousness. He sees Yoojin and begins talking about those people, but he gets no further when he realizes he is actually lying on top of Peace. Yoojin takes the initiative to talk about what happened, making an excuse of how those people were taken by the association. And there is no need to worry since they will never be involved with Hayul again. He says that he simply stayed behind so that he could level up Peace. Yoojin tells Hayul that they were instructed to keep everything under wraps, but Hayul is more focused on the fact that he is writing Peace. What a true fanboy, with a face filled with happiness. Hayul promises to keep what happened a secret and keep this as a precious memory. Seeing the celebrity's expression, Yoojin cannot help thinking how bright Hayul is despite what he went through. Hayul keeps a smile on his face as he continues to slump over Peace. He is actually aware of what happened back there. With the shield above him, Hayul saw Yoojin fight back against the other hunters and what he did to ensure they kept their lives. Hayul smiles with fondness, knowing full well that Yoojin did it to protect him. In his head, he calls Yoojin a dark hero. Free from worry, Hayul promises to keep Yoojin's secret and even asks our MC if he can call him Hyun. Yoojin agrees despite his hesitation, and another one joins the club. Lil Bro will surely grow more jealous once he learns of this. As they got out of the dungeon, they took appropriate actions to remove any evidence that may indicate what transpired in their phones. Unbeknownst to them, they will further get involved with one another in the future. After the incident, Yoojin finally finds time to rest in his room with Peace by his side. He checks on his skills, particularly the final thanks, which was previously called Last Repayment, if you're confused by the name change. Yoojin refers to what it was called before regressing. Yoojin recalls his past when Yeongjin Kim mocked him for even hoping that he would be left alone if he sucked up to them. Yoojin managed to retaliate back then and took his tormentor's life. It was then that his ability as a caregiver and his skill, Last Repayment, got activated. The death of Yeongjin made it possible for him to inherit twice the stats and ability effects of the deceased. The other hunters were surprised by the death of their leader and the sudden manifestation of power by an F ranker. Yoojin admits to himself that this skill made it possible for him to keep on living. He honestly thought that he would be able to keep his distance from a particular someone in this life as he looked at his phone. Yoojin sits up as he dials a number and calls that person. Who's that? A significant other from his previous life? Someone answers his call, and hearing that voice makes Yoojin happy and relieved that the other is alive. Despite the torment of his past life, there were still people who helped him out back then. There were also those who died. He recalls a close friend who gave him encouraging words during those hard times. Yoojin honestly never thought that he would hear that voice ever again. He recalls how that same person died in his arms while telling him to run. The voice on the other end of the call asks who the caller it is. Yoojin pauses, and after a short while, he apologizes for dialing the wrong number. He wishes the other person a great day for the rest of his life. In a way, the other person is indeed significant for our MC. Finding such reliable friends is really rare. Yoojin ends the call with that, thinking how they do not know each other in this life. Despite this, he recalls the challenging and dangerous times they have shared. Yoojin believes that opening the Awakening Center will only repeat the past, making a huge mess for everyone, especially for those people he crossed paths with in his previous life. Yoojin looks out as the outside begins to fill with the light of a new day. He makes his decision not to leave things alone since he could never bring himself to forget about it. With that in mind, Yoojin heads to the Heian Guild that same morning to meet his brother and Shimyeong Siak. He apologizes for meeting them early and immediately gets to the point of discussing the Awakening Center. Shimyeong tries to dissuade him about it, but Yoojin does not let him finish. Yoojin announces that if the point is to look for Awakened with high ranking, then he will search for them faster than the Awakening Center could. Wait, is he planning to? This surprises Shimyeong, and Yoojin continues that there are different methods of awakening people that suit them instead of being forced into combat. Unlike Shimyeong, Yoojin's surprise is more agitated. He asks his big bro if he will reveal it. Not letting his little bro finish, Yoojin declares the existence of his hidden skill and officially requests the aid of his brother's guild in slowing down the Awakening Center's advancement. Yoojin intends to make full use of his S-rank skill, promising Sprout, and that day marks the beginning of the association's great upheaval. MC is really fed up with KHA's corruption. Inside a large public building, people are being categorized by their class as they walk along, minding their own lives. Some are E-class, another is D, and one gets ranked as C-class with a specialization in fluid speaking. Yoojin looks over as he uses his skill, promising Sprout while holding onto a mana bottle. Yerim also looks over, confirming that the person Yoojin just checked is a famous online tutor. Yoojin comments on how befitting that person's job is. But then again, it does not change how other people are also looking at their group. Yoojin is a bit puzzled about how their supposedly small group became big. Yerim, the tasked bodyguard for Yoojin, drools over dessert as she claims it is fine since they are drawing a lot of attention. On one side of their table, So-yeong is gushing fondly at Noah, who finds himself in a predicament with unwanted attention. Right, Yerim did promise an introduction as payment for So-yeong's help from Chapter 96. So, our pretty boy is being used as a sacrifice. As for the Breaker Guild's guildmaster, Hyuna Amun, she is the group's bystander. Hyuna is curious about Yoojin's skills and keeps asking him questions. The skill he is using lets him unravel the potential awakening of the target. On top of that, it has a 30-day limit of allowing a target to achieve optimal awakening if influenced by the keywords. Yoojin never revealed his promising Sprout skill to the public, aside from his beloved lil bro, until now. Going back to that day, Yoojin opened up the topic to Yoon and Shimyeong. Shimyeong is so utterly surprised by the revelation that he cannot help shaking. In his eyes, Yoojin is shining more than ever. Shimyeong asks if Yoojin found Yerim and Miyamwoo using that skill of his, feeling smug. Yoojin says it was only half a coincidence and claims he will offer to use his skill to cooperate with the association. Hearing this, Yoon pulls on a rope with menacing eyes while scolding his brother about his promise to rest. Knowing what his younger brother is up to, Yoojin tells him to put the rope away. Yoojin then explains his plan to divide the people heading to the Awakening Center. If those people choose Yoojin, the procedure will be longer, but in exchange, they will be able to identify their optimal skills. Aside from this, those with high-rank specialized skills will be aided in awakening by controlling their environment. Shimyeong mulls over it, mentioning how it will indeed diminish the number of people heading directly to the Awakening Center since they can have the option of unlocking skills by choosing the path Yoojin offers. The only problem with this is that Yoojin will have a lot more on his plate, and Yoon does not like that one bit, so he quickly ties up his brother. Lil bro is really overprotective. Yoojin shouts pleadingly to be understood. He says he will only be checking, and the rest of the work will be delegated to others. Yoojin claims it will only take 10 seconds per person, so he can just work on this for 1 hour per day. Since that got settled, it led to the present chill method of classifying people's ranks. Looking at the data he has gathered so far, Yoojin can tell that more than half of the people he checked are above rank E. He recalls his previous life, where only 1% of those who went to the Awakening Center got their hunter qualifications. Watching the people around him, Yoojin concludes that a lot of talents got buried because of what happened. Yoojin thinks he should advertise it as if one has a 99% chance of failing if they choose to awaken through the Awakening Center, while going directly to him gives a person a 50% chance of awakening to E-class up to S-class. Even though Yoojin thinks of it as a good idea, it does not alleviate the feeling of sickness from drinking too much potion. But there's an issue that Yoojin didn't account for, and that is the chairman's reaction to such news. Here's another short flashback. In the KHA, the chairman happily presents Yoojin with an obviously altered certificate assigning Yoojin as the Awakening Center's representative. The chairman claims that every visitor to the center will have to go through Yoojin first. Realizing it is an obvious ploy to overwork him, Yoojin rejects the chairman and even uses his lack of mana due to his class. The chairman doesn't really care about such details and simply holds Yoojin's shoulder while irresponsibly claiming that Yoojin can do it. This guy really should be removed from his position. The chairman smiles, saying that Yoojin is a young man who should work for the good of society. He even gives an example by claiming that he only gets home once the sun rises. I swear, the chairman is wild grass who can't easily die. Such words do not affect Yoojin, so with bright eyes, he announces that he is quitting. Going back to the present, Yoojin honestly did not expect things to head that way, and Hyuna is laughing at his predicament of facing off with the greedy association chairman. She then asks Yoojin if he is really planning to quit on this. Tired, Yoojin raises another mana potion to his mouth while claiming that he must find another way. He lists other options in his hands while Hyuna listens to him. Hyuna then says that the chairman won't easily give up on this. Yerim looks at the guildmaster and asks what she means. Instead of directly answering, Hyuna asks Yoojin how many high-rank potentials he already found in the past few days. Yoojin thinks about it and says he found 7 B rankers with specialized skill potentials and a combat class A ranker and B ranker potential. Yoojin mentions how he sent those combat class potentials to the Awakening Center, and they were able to successfully awaken. Hyuna points out that this is exactly why. Yoojin was already able to create an upper-middle class team in the few days he started. Hyuna describes Yoojin's skill as scary, and compared to his monster-raising skill, it does not even take much money. She explains how Yoojin can even use it to create a guild and become one of the major players in the field. But MC is more focused on getting everyone ready for further destruction, and you wouldn't want to compete with Lil Bro over such things. Hyuna is amused, despite knowing how the association must be racking their brains to find a way to bind Yoojin to them. This makes Yerim stand up and announce that the association cannot do as it pleases since they are there, and they wouldn't let anything happen to Yoojin. So Idong readily agrees, saying that Yoojin still has to raise her comet. Yoojin is a bit relieved and expresses his thanks, but Hyuna is still skeptical. Hyuna says that if the association cannot directly meddle with Yoojin, then they will go to the next best thing. She mentions how the association is already working on it with Yoojin's brother as the target. This statement gets Yoojin's attention, and he asked about it. Yerim tries to change the subject, but Hyuna says it is a family matter. She then asks Yoojin if he really is unaware and if he has even been checking the news on the internet. Yoojin scratches his head as he explains how he does not like the comment section in such sources, so he usually watches the news on TV. Hyuna raises her phone up for Yoojin to see while calling him old-fashioned. Yoojin is startled by the news that his brother is suspected of causing the fire of the Sudam Guild's A-rank dungeon, his brother's absence in the association conference after an S-rank dungeon raid, and how Yoon reportedly destroyed a foster facility. Right, Yoon fake news happens in their world. This doesn't surprise me anymore. Hyuna says that these were all just recent. She explains how S-rankers would typically be able to get away with most issues they created as long as no civilian is harmed in the process. This is because having a dangerous image will only create unease and tension among the people. And recently, the media has not done any of that for Yoojin's brother. Yerim worriedly asks Hyuna if this is how the association will make Yoon a bad guy if they do not receive the cooperation that they expect from Yoojin. Noah says that this is more of an urging from the media to have the sibling take on the responsibility that his brother is doing. He knows this, for he experienced it himself, and says that the existence of an S-ranker is that deadly. At that exact moment, in another part of the city, black flames engulf a piece of paper, leaving no trace of its existence. Yoon looks at this and leaves the meeting he has with the association. He is surprised to find Taewon's song on the other side of the door, looming over him. Back to Yoojin and his current companions, Noah and Hyun explain how the association plans to use Hyun to manipulate Yoojin into action. They are really going low just to get their hands on our MC. Hyuna says that she is sure that Yoojin will not be controlled just like that. But since the chairman is a snake, it won't take long before something bad really happens. Just then, Hyuna's phone buzzes upon receiving an emergency text about a high ranker in rage mode within the nearby area. Everyone is surprised by the message, and even Yoojin finds the timing too perfect. Yerim then points to a television showing news about the Haeyeon Guildmaster purposely destroying a part of the association building. The news announces how a KH building near the Awakening Center is destroyed. Everyone is surprised by the news, and Hyuna says she should have warned them earlier. Unexpectedly, Yoojin remains unfazed as he claims that his brother did no such thing. Hyuna is surprised by this and asks how Yoojin can even tell. Yoojin's eyes shine as he confidently says that if his brother is truly responsible for such an incident, then he wouldn't have destroyed only a small part of it. Only Big Bro knows his lil bro's heart so well. With that, Yoojin declares that he should head there immediately. He then instructs Noah to give him a ride. The S-ranker does not hesitate to follow his instructions and changes into his dragon form. Everyone around them pulls up their phone to record this moment. Yoojin quickly rides Noah as soon as he becomes a dragon, and the two fly off the sky. The rest of their companions are left on their own, with Yerim feeling disappointed, So-yeong being excited, and Hyun-ah mentioning how Yoojin should be resting. As for Yoojin, he is thinking of how underhanded the association is by using his brother. He promises to himself that he will make an example of them for doing such despicable actions. Rains fall from the sky as the dragon form Noah flies into the air. Yoojin proves to be used to such activity as he talks on the phone. When Yoojin ends the call, Noah asks if he is sure about this. Yoojin replies that he will take responsibility for whatever may happen. He cannot shake off the feeling that every atrocious action that his younger brother does is because he is worried for Yoojin. Well, that's how much Lil Bro loves you, Big Bro. Yoojin knows that having his brother standing shaken will not make things any different from what happened in his previous life. He won't let his brother suffer the same fate because of him. As he mulls over this, Yoojin and Noah arrive at the fire incident scene. A man burning paper asks if the fire is good enough and comments on how the rain makes it hard for the fire to spread. Another man says it's good enough since they can't let the Awakening Center catch fire since the association only tasked them with destroying a separate building. Destroying too much only means they won't get paid for their job. Big Bro got it right. His lil bro is not involved in such a measly fire. A voice comments on how they are really only burning a small part. Yoojin gently drops to the ground with Noah's aid and comments on how things only look sensational because of the angle from which it was taken by the media. The men tasked with destroying are surprised and confused at the appearance of Yoojin Hun. They even made sure the pathways leading there were blocked, and yet here he is. Yoojin quickly gets to the point, asking them if the association hired them. In that short moment, Noah knocks the men out and ties them up together. Noah smiles proudly as he asks Yoojin if he did a good job. Yoojin is bewildered by Noah's fast actions, but since they're done, Yoojin makes the best out of it. He takes out his phone and takes a selfie with the tied-up goons. It's a good proof, really. Suddenly, reporters start to swarm them and take pictures of Yoojin at the scene. They bombard him with questions about his brother and ask him for comments. Yoojin speaks up, saying that this incident wasn't caused by his brother and was made by those people they've caught. But the media isn't listening to Yoojin. Instead, they question if those people were hurt by the Haeyeon Guild master. This surprises Yoojin, and rather than waiting for his answer, the reporters keep asking questions that clearly implicate that Yoon Hun is a dangerous and unreasonable high-ranked hunter. Yoojin tries to defend his brother, but the reporters won't even let him finish. They keep on questioning Yoojin in a way that incriminates his younger brother. The camera lights and the incessant questions make Yoojin pause. Seriously, the association even bought the media just to mess with the brothers. Noah is about to explain things to Yoojin, and Yoojin cuts him off, saying he understands the current situation. He knows the media isn't exactly there to report what happened. Yoojin is aware that those people are there to trap him with a conclusion they already have in mind. It doesn't escape him that all of these are all set up by the association chairman. In a different K-ship building, Yoo-hyun confronts Taewon about the false incidents and the fact that he is keeping him there. He asks if Taewon is also a part of this lowly plan. With a grim look, Taewon asks Yoo-hyun for a personal favor, which is to not give more ammunition to the association against him. Yoo-hyun tells Taewon to explain, and Taewon reveals his knowledge of Yoo-hyun purposely doing such things so that the association focuses on him. Taewon is well aware of a particular force in the KHA that wants Yoojin and how Yoo-hyun also schemes to destroy all of them if they even dare to breathe the wrong way against his brother. As if to compromise, Taewon says that he will prevent this by requesting a correction report on the recent incident. All he asks in return is Yoo-hyun's cooperation in this matter. Brah, I doubt a single report can fix everything. Yoo-hyun taps at the tablet where the most recent news is and glares at Taewon, who is only willing to conceal the disgusting parts of the association and hope that it doesn't get exposed to the public. Finding the whole conversation pointless, Yoo-hyun stands up to leave. He announces that he doesn't care if Taewon will keep on being the association's dog because what matters to him the most is his brother's safety, and Yoo-hyun is willing to do whatever he can to keep it that way. Hearing that statement, Taewon stands up and asks Yoo-hyun if that is the reason why he has slain Hyung-soo. Yoojin doesn't look back and simply tells Taewon to bring that up with the CC-on Guildmaster, implying that he and Jae could have taken care of that matter within the dungeon himself. Taewon reaches out and tries to stop Yoojin from leaving, but the Hae-on Guildmaster retaliates by unleashing his flames before Taewon can even touch him. Yoojin repeats what Taewon said about it being a personal favor. He then looks back with surging black flames, asking if the association purposely made Taewon delay him there. With a smile, Yoojin says he can burn everything there to ashes to turn the false claims into something true. Despite the display of power, Taewon remains unfazed and stands up to his full height, asking if Yoojin is threatening him. Yoojin continues to glare and says that he is only holding himself back. Looking at how Yoojin is acting, Taewon can't help but describe Yoojin as something inhuman, especially when compared to other S-rankers. Taewon asks himself why he's letting these beings roam free despite knowing that they can't exactly be bound. He believes that with the leash of the association, these S-rankers can be managed somehow. At the same time, Taewon is fully aware that the leash he's hoping to aid is already rotten, and he is stumped as to what he should really do. Well, the only thing that can really tie them down is our MC. Just then, the news playing on the tablet announces the presence of Yoojin Han at the incident scene. Hearing his brother's name, Yoojin quickly stops his face-off with Taewon and grabs the tablet while shouting his brother's name. He voices out loud his thoughts of how his older brother is supposed to be taking a break. Taewon is taken aback by the sudden change in Yoojin at the mention of his brother. The previous menacing look on Yoojin's face is now filled with worry. Taewon thinks about it and recalls how this didn't just happen with Yoojin alone. As long as Yoojin is involved, others would also act differently than usual. This happened when Riet became calm with just a few words from Yoojin and accepted her arrest. The CC-on Guildmaster is also unusually nice to Yoojin. As for Yerim, Taewon can dismiss it since Yoojin is her guardian. There's also Hyuna, the Breaker Guildmaster, and Taewon wonders if this is because Yoojin also raises magic beasts. Taewon is actually relieved that things didn't escalate and thinks that this is why the association particularly wants Yoojin Han, since it's easier to communicate with him. That's what you believe. Don't forget that he's the one who raised Yoojin. But unlike what Taewon expected, Yoojin is tired of these mindless accusations regarding his brother. Noah looks back at Yoojin, asking if he is okay. Yoojin simply admits that he got it all wrong. With a wholly irritated look, Yoojin ponders on how he should have just gone straight with the easy route instead of trying to speak sense to these people. Just then, a report throws another request for Yoojin to comment on the current situation. With a sigh, Yoojin confirms that it is scary since the building looks like it is about to be destroyed entirely. Yoojin continues that this didn't happen because of his brother and that it was actually caused by an undiscovered gate nearby. This confuses the reporters since they can see for themselves that the building is actually still intact and there are no gates to be seen nearby. It's been so long since we've seen our MC pull out his acting skills for everyone to see. Yoojin can only say that the reporters probably haven't seen it yet, and he starts mentioning a giant dragon. A large shadow passes over them, and the reporters all look up and start panicking at the sight above them. Yoojin curses at them as a vast clawed dragon hand drops down behind him, causing a massive gust of wind. Yoojin tells them that if they really want to accuse his brother by using fake news, then they should have at least done a lot more than that while pointing at the destruction happening behind him. The reporters, who are finally done taking pictures of the scene, start to scramble away from the appearance of a colossal dragon as they shout that there's a dungeon break and that it could be at least an A-grade dungeon. Right. I'm guessing all of our viewers already know who this is since our MC is so calm. With a horrific smile on her dragon face, Riet greets Yoojin, calling him babe. She says that since she did him a favor, then you should make sure to raise her baby this time. In another KH building, Taewon has a look of unbelief upon seeing the news. As for Yoojin, he is once again filled with admiration for his brother. Taewon sweats, realizing that Yoojin is no different from the high rankers who give him a headache. This is why they shouldn't mess with our MC. He'll really cause mayhem if they use something against his little bro. Riet, in her huge dragon form, creates a deaf-feeling sound that makes the reporters run off for safety. Unlike them, Yoojin is celebrating how the news about his brother is all fake. Lol, that look on Noah's face speaks volumes. Riet destroys the buildings in that area, and Noah asks Yoojin if what they're doing is really okay. Yoojin smugly smiles as he explains how they have already checked that no one is in those buildings. He then directs Riet to destroy the Awakening Center while she's at it. The command makes the dragon, Riet, reveal a toothed smile and quickly announces that she will do whatever the princess wants. she and Hyun-jae really love role-playing. As the buildings get destroyed, Yoojin smiles widely at the thought of delaying the public opening of the Awakening Center. Seeing that doing such things is easy, he cannot help thinking how he should have just used this method right from the start. Rhea happily tramples on the infrastructures, apparently enjoying herself and acting as a villain. Yoojin thinks how things wouldn't have to head in this direction if only the association hadn't been too greedy and simply accepted his offer. After some time, the light rain from before turned into a shower. Taewon looks at everything with a pale face as the rain pours down on him, while Yoo Hyun looks around, searching for his brother. The association employees who arrived there first run towards Taewon, reporting to him how the dragon is already gone and they are still checking if there are any other monsters in the area. Yep, these employees are so low on the corporate ladder that they don't know that the dragon is actually Ryit. Yoojin, who's carrying an umbrella, finally finds his brother. He quickly opens the umbrella for his big bro, asking why he is just getting soaked. Yoojin smiles at his worried little bro and mentions there is nowhere for them to take cover from the rain. Yoo Hyun then asks why Yoojin is there when he already mentioned resting for the day. Yoojin explains how he saw the news about him, so he immediately went there. Yoo Hyun drops the topic and says that they should head home. Yoojin invites Noah to share the umbrella with them, but Noah refuses, saying he's okay. Yoojin offers Noah a ride instead, but Yoo Hyun bluntly says it's only for two, so Noah again refuses. Yep, Lil Bro is jealous. Noticing the stare at them, Yoojin merely nods at Taewon as they leave. Yoojin continues their conversation and tells Noah to just sit on his lap. This makes Noah blush, and he refuses the offer, knowing full well that someone is jealous. Seeing them leave, Taewon is a bit confused. He honestly thought that it was the S-rankers who had a leash on an F-ranker like Yoojin, like a pet to a playful child. But seeing Yoojin's interaction with his brother and Noah, Taewon can't help thinking that it is actually the other way around. It is as if an F-ranker tamed the dangerous beasts into obedience. On a drive home in an obviously four-seater car, Yoo mentions his talk with Chief Officer Song and how it doesn't seem like the man is part of the association's plans. Unsurprised, Yoojin merely looks outside, saying that is just Taewon's personality. Yoojin then looks at his brother, asking Yoo Hyun about how the association is meddling in his affairs. He starts talking about taking care of them, but Yoo Hyun cuts him off. He tells him that he doesn't have to, since it is actually him who lured them into doing such things. This revelation surprises Yoojin, and he asks why his brother is doing such a thing. Yoo Hyun answers how his older brother will only intervene if he tells him about it. Yoojin talks back, saying he'll still meddle even if Yoo Hyun doesn't tell him. Knowing how stubborn his older brother can be, Yoo Hyun reveals how a particular crowd within the association is trying to make a deal with a foreign country using Yoojin. What? That's just so low of them. Yoo Hyun's response makes Yoojin pause. After mulling over it, Yoojin asks if his brother is referring to those ghastly actions of selling people and tries to confirm again if the association is truly involved with such things. When Yoo Hyun nods, Yoojin starts cursing and saying how he actually thought that the association was planning to use him for their own political merit. Yoo Hyun explains how the association seems to be divided into different factions within. While there are indeed people who want to do something like what Raas said, there are also those who must be taken care of personally by Yoo Hyun. Lil Bro then claims that the whole thing changes if those people want to sell his brother to another nation. Yoojin is still skeptical that the association is involved in such things, adding that those humans are hunters with skills. With a pale face, he can only imagine how there are those who sell their actual nations. Still calm, Yoo Hyun says that it is indeed treason. He then explains how revealing this to the public will surely be a blow to the association. Yoo Hyun adds how the CCON Guildmaster asked for cooperation regarding this matter. Upon hearing about Hyun-jae, Yoojin doesn't hide his shock and asks where that guy's information comes from. Yoo Hyun explains how Hyun-jae has connections worldwide. Don't forget his connection with the two factions fighting to determine your world's fate. Yoo Hyun says this is his reason for provoking the association by creating various scandals. To further explain, he likens the situation to how Yoojin is extremely protected within a castle. So, to make their way to him, Yoo Hyun made it easier for them to come after him. Yoojin mulls over this, realizing his brother's attempts are indeed working. Upon revealing his skill, there's no doubt that the association wants him more. Despite this, he knows his brother's reputation is being shredded into pieces because of him, and Yoojin does not want this. Yoo Hyun simply says that he doesn't care, but Yoojin cuts him off by changing the subject. Yoojin mentions how they should make the association bite the bait as he presses some keys on his phone. Yoojin looks over with curiosity as his brother makes a call to Taewon. Yoojin says that he called to confess about what happened earlier and that he made no one knock some of the hunters. Yoojin is shocked by his big bro's actions and asks what he is doing. Yoojin smiles as he drops the call and tells Yoojin that they should just get everything done so that they can repay the association's actions toward them. The following day, someone exclaims at how majestic the magic beast is. Blue flies as he enjoys the attention given to him by Yoojin, who is carrying Peace in one arm. Peace is truly well trained. He has mastered the craft of acting in front of others whenever necessary. The hosts introduce Yoojin in front of the cameras and compliment him for his ability to tame magic beasts. The female host asks if Yoojin has any secrets about raising them. Yoojin smiles as he responds that there is no real secret behind it since what matters is consistent love and attention. Suddenly, someone affectionately calls for Yoojin, asking if he has lunch yet. The sudden appearance of a brightly smiling Yoojin surprises the others around them. Yoojin smiles in return, happy that his little bro is there. Lol. Peace is probably doing his best not to laugh his owner. The three of them suddenly start dancing around with blissful looks on their faces, or at least their attempt to look blissful. Yoojin suddenly points out that he is still filming live while Yoojin pretends to have only just noticed it. The hosts quickly welcome Yoojin to the show and comment on how different he is from what was shared in the news. Yoojin blushes at this and showcases his acting skills by saying he just wants to look dependable in front of the media. Those show subtitles are really cracking me up. The female host comments on how close the brothers are, and Yoojin says it is because they only have each other left in their family. Yoojin then announces how proud he is of his younger brother, but he still worries just the same. Yoojin pouts at this, saying there is nothing wrong with that since Big Bro practically raised him. Yep, that look of disbelief in Peace is priceless. Yoojin suddenly acts shy, saying how his brother can be rough sometimes. He explains that his brother is like that since he is worried for him, especially when he has to face high-ranking hunters due to the nature of his job as a magic beast tamer. Yoojin sheds some tears, feeling sorry that his brother is getting hated because of him. The hosts show surprise while Yoojin tries to stop his brother from saying such things. But Yoojin is still acting and even brings up the fact that he is only a fragile F-ranker. Yoojin quickly supports his brother's performance with his own. Yep, literally two peas in a pod. They could scan the nation with their acting. Suddenly, a bulky man appears during this blatant display of their brotherly love. Taewon apologizes for the interruption, and even the show's staff are surprised by his sudden appearance. Just when Yoojin is about to ask why Taewon is there, Taewon suddenly shackles Yoojin in front of everyone. He announces that Yoojin is under arrest for harming 3 advanced hunters, and Yoojin acts all surprised. Yoojin then steps up as if saying some practiced lines, and even Peace acts surprised. You need to brush up on your acting skills. Yoojin then points out that his brother is an F-class, so there is no way he could hurt those advanced hunters. The scene before the show's crew clearly baffles them, and they can only watch as this drama unfolds live on TV. Taewon clearly looks like he doesn't want to do this, while Yoojin has his head down. Away from suspecting eyes, Yoojin is grinning widely at how everything went according to his plan. He's truly cunning. Everyone's reaction to what happened during the live show was intense. People cannot help commenting about that different side of the Haeyeon Guildmaster, where he was genuinely smiling. But what made it more intense was the following scene, which was the arrest of Yoojin Han. In front of the camera, Yoojin's pale face is so apparent while looking at the shackles. He trembles with fear, while Taewon simply says that Yoojin can confess once they are in the station. Yoojin intervenes, saying that his brother could never do such a thing. He then looks at his big bro with shining eyes and tells him not to worry, for he will take care of this. Yoojin looks fondly at his brother and turns away with tears in his eyes. He says he cannot bother him with this since Yoojin is a guildmaster, and Yoojin lets Taewon take him away while acting hurt. Yoojin reaches out for his brother. Suddenly, someone shouts at Taewon not to be rough with Yoojin, for he is an F rank. Things are really getting intense for Taewon, that is. Mian-woo and Noah arrive at the scene just in time with tears in their eyes. Mian-woo says Yoojin should not even be handcuffed for he is weak. Noah then comments on how the detention center is stuffy and will surely be worse with the summer season. Yoojin looks back at them with tears in his eyes. Just then, Blue appears on the scene, screeching. An auto-translation suddenly appears as if the Golden Griffin is asking his dad where he is going and who the bulky guy he is with is. Yoojin quickly crouches, hiding the shackles from Blue and shouting how his kids should not see him like that. Peace immediately intervenes, calling Blue over. Peace pats Blue on the head, saying how their dad is going away to work so he can buy a lot of treats for him. With his shining blue eyes, the golden griffin asks how many sleeps it will take until their dad returns. Peace trembles as he cries that he will be back someday. As long as Blue remains good and studies hard, then their dad will surely return. Trusting Peace's words, Blue promises to be good and says goodbye to his dad. As for Peace and Yoo Hee-yoon, the two laments with Yoojin's arrest. Tears fall down Yoojin's eyes as Taewon takes him away. Raffle. Taewon's face was indescribable the whole time. Since it was broadcast live, everyone is crying buckets at seeing this drama happen. The netizens left numerous comments regarding the issue, and some even started cursing the association and making protests regarding what happened. There is something most people do not know, and this is the rule of the 3 Bs. Its primary purpose is to catch people's attention. First is the beauty, who, in this case, are Yoo Hee-yoon and Noah. Next is the beast, which is literally Peace and Blue. The last one, which was added the next day, is called the Beatty. Yerim made sure to act her part by crying about how she wasn't there to protect Yoojin. She adds how worried she is if he is even being treated well and fed right in the cold detention center. Right at the moment, Yoojin burps as he relaxes in his seat. He is obviously full, yet it is also apparent that there is still a lot of food for him to enjoy. Yoojin offers some to Taewon while saying how he will leave that place fat because of the lunch boxes that Mi Young-woo sent over. Taewon remains standing as he rejects the offer. Taewon tells Yoojin how his brother's reputation completely changed after what happened. As for the association, they are throwing a fit. Yoojin continues to eat as he honestly says that this is good. Taewon confronts Yoojin about how he never agreed for things to head in that direction. You should check the details first, mister. Yoojin looks up at him, saying that Taewon can't back out now since he has already agreed to work together to cut out the association's corrupt parts. Yoojin recalls how he suggested the plan by using his confession. This aims to make him the bait that will attract the rotten guys of the association. By coming out of his own security and doing his act, then those bad guys would not hesitate to make full use of this chance. The Hunter Detention Center is also a part of it since it falls under the KH's jurisdiction, making it the best place to get Yoojin for themselves. Taewon says that he did agree, but only to the part about ambushing those rotten guys who want to kidnap Yoojin and not the part about sowing distrust in the association. Completely relaxed, Yoojin slurps on his drink and says that it is just their karma. He adds that things would not have reached this point if the association had not initiated. Unable to reason with Yoojin, Taewon comments on their dramatic response and threatens to just stop everything by sending Yoojin back. This makes Yoojin pout and mentions how infuriating Taewon is. It's as stubborn as you, MC. Yoojin reminds Taewon how the association is forcing the opening of the Awakening Center despite being unprepared for the possible outcomes. Aside from this, they even have the gall to control the media to do their bidding and cover up the issue related to the MKC Guildmaster Seok-won Choi. Yoojin cannot help asking Taewon why he keeps siding with those guys despite being aware of all the BS they made. Yoojin thinks that this is precisely why Taewon died in his previous life. He continues his lecture about Taewon being a government employee, and as one, he must prioritize the people. Taewon smirks at this, and tells Yoojin that if the association falls as he wishes, the S-rankers will cause havoc. Taewon holds back his anger as he says that those people that Yoojin mentioned will have to deal with those monsters in the form of humans. He then reminds Yoojin that though it is fine to have wishful thinking, it is still nowhere near the level of those S-rankers. Yoojin stares back, saying that it is Taewon who is mistaken. He explains how they never wanted the fall of the association. All they desire is to have them become normal. Yoojin takes another skewered kebab, saying that it did not used to be like that from the start, and it only changed when outsiders took higher positions within the association. He says that by getting rid of those rotten parts, they should be replaced with those who are experienced. Yoojin fondly looks at the stick he is holding, then shifts his eyes to Taewon. He claims that Taewon would be the most suitable person for the top position. Makes sense. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. The position suits an S-ranker like him. This only further angers Taewon, and he quickly grabs Yoojin by the collar. Yoojin expresses his amazement at Taewon's speed and asks if Taewon does not find it frustrating to bow down to those people when he obviously has more power. Yoojin reminds Taewon that he's an F-ranker, yet he does so much to create change. He encourages Taewon to be on top, and the other asks if this is only because he is an S-ranker. Taewon wants to know why Yoojin is urging him to take such a position. Yoojin responds that he desires world peace, and Taewon calls him out on his BS. Yoojin seriously looks back at Taewon, claiming he is speaking the truth. This is because Yoojin is well aware that the association's road to personal profit will only ensure that they would never be able to stop the dungeons or the world's end. Too bad our MC can reveal that he's a regressor. Yoojin believes that by placing trustworthy people in the association, they will have more chances of surviving. Yoojin knows that Taewon does not want to be responsible for having such powers. He recalls Taewon's words about how he should not be allowed that kind of authority. Taewon continuously denies it. Yoojin then seriously says that what he wants is for his brother to have an ordinary school life, have friends, start dating, get home like a mindless drunk after a night of fun, and get to scold Yoojin for it. Yoojin claims that he honestly wants that. He mentions how it was supposed to be him who teaches his younger brother about that, but that cannot happen now since Yoojin is an S-ranker who can never get drunk. Yoojin says that what he wants must be similar to what Taewon wants, a world with no gates and hunters, an ordinary world. Yoojin claims that they cannot actually turn back time to do that. Yep, MC already tried. Taewon stares at Yoojin and is about to say something but holds back instead. He lets go of Yoojin and gives him an alarm instead. Taewon turns to leave while telling Yoojin to press it once the kidnappers appear. Yoojin fixes his clothes, thinking how the world truly has changed. He knows that the wishful thinking of turning back time before these things appeared is clearly shown by Taewon's actions. It is apparent how he acts as if he is powerless, how he squeezes himself in a small car, takes the subway, or simply accepts how disgusting the association has become. Yoojin wants Taewon to accept the fact that he already has the power to do it. Give us Taewon's backstory to understand why he's acting like that. With those in mind, Yoojin stays quiet in the room he was given. A man opens the door to it and calls him to be moved to a different detention center. Yoojin simply agrees, leaving the alarm that Taewon gave him. Yoojin knows that they told Taewon that they would trigger the alarm so that they could ambush the kidnappers. But Yoojin did not do that. So, when Taewon arrives at Yoojin's assigned room, he finds the trigger he gave Yoojin. In his mind, Yoojin apologizes to Taewon for planning to get kidnapped and make the association irredeemable in the eyes of everyone. I hope their plan doesn't backfire on them. Yoojin calmly gets into the car without making a fuss. The man escorting him closes the door behind Yoojin and makes a call to report about how they are leaving now. Yoojin comments on how the vehicle is not a police car or even an escort bus. He then voices his thoughts, whether they are really not taking him somewhere weird. He jokingly asks about getting sold and mentions that he is a B-type, then asks his escorts for theirs. The driver simply tells him to be quiet, unrelenting. Yoojin starts rambling about how Yoojin is an AB type. A system window suddenly appears, announcing the activation of the physical injury curse for breaching the contract, but this is easily nullified by Yoojin's L-rank curse resistance. Yoojin smiles, thinking of how he made some curse contracts that could be his communication device before being purposely taken away. For these contracts, he informs his brother's guild of his current situation by intentionally violating a particular contract. Oh, that's ingenious. The conditions on those contracts can be considered innocent remarks. As for the contract that forbids the mention of blood type, it is to tell his brother that he made contact with the kidnappers. Above the moving car, Noah stealthily follows and reports through a communication device that he is currently tracking them and informs their movements and vehicles. In the Haeyeon Guild, Yoojin and the others look up the information Noah relays. Noah asks if this is really okay and asks if they should just take Yoojin immediately. His words stop when he sees Yoojin get out of the vehicle to meet another person. Noah reports the stop and is surprised when a woman touches Yoojin, and the two suddenly disappear. He quickly identifies that teleportation was used. With Yoojin's head on the floor, the woman atop him tells the others to grab Yoojin's equipment. Another person promises to be careful so that Yoojin won't get hurt. Yoojin observes his surroundings, identifying how he is in a plane, and he starts wondering who could be behind it. Yoojin gets stripped down and tells them to stop because doing more is equivalent to committing a crime. The woman taking his clothes reminds Yoojin that they have already committed a crime with his kidnapping. Yoojin continues to plead his case, telling them to leave the earring with him since it is defense equipment and reminding them that they wouldn't want him to get hurt. A bright light suddenly flashes above Yoojin, and Chirpy appears with a gleeful chirp. Oh, this bird has done it again. Everyone is surprised by the appearance of the small white bird ball. The woman questioningly asks if it is a monster. One of the other kidnappers comments how this is an F-rank monster that he saw online and then asks if Yoojin hid Chirpy in his clothes. Yoojin looks at Chirpy with confusion apparent on his face. He knows he left Chirpy at home and wonders if it can use teleportation. Yoojin cannot really check since the status window for Chirpy is broken. Chirpy suddenly deflates, and a growling comes out of its tummy. The confusion turns into worry, and Yoojin quickly shouts for some mana stone since Chirpy is about to die from starvation. He even asks them for a high-rank mana stone if they have any. For some reason, his captors comply and give up their expensive mana stones to feed Chirpy. Yoojin hides a grin, thinking Chirpy is effectively ripping off his kidnappers. Wow, our MC has become quite proficient in fooling bad guys into doing his bidding. The woman then says this is fine since they can just put this as an additional cost for the client. She reasons that having the magic beast with Yoojin will serve as a good decoration during the listing. Yoojin is confused and asks about the listing. The woman then grabs Yoojin's face, explaining how Yoojin isn't being moved to another detention center on a private jet. She tells him his destination is the auction, where numerous powerful people will attend. Right then, those people are gathering just to purchase him. She adds that Yoojin will soon be sold secretly and labeled as missing forever. Yoojin's face darkens, commenting on how scary his kidnappers are. He can only reassure himself that his location is being tracked since he also made preparations in case such a thing happens. Back in Heian Guild, Ha-Man-do uses his skill to track Yoojin with the urging of Yoo-hee-yoon. Yerim is also right behind him, commenting on how talented Yoojin's friend is. To have two S-rankers behind him, Ha-Man has no choice but to do as told. Yoojin looks at his captors and asks where he is being taken. At the same time, Ha-Man determines Yoojin's location, which happens to be Hong Kong. Night comes and the bright lights of Hong Kong sparkle. A black limousine smoothly drives on the road, and within it is Yoojin, who is thinking about how his first trip overseas occurred because of a kidnapping. On top of that, a man with round glasses welcomes Yoojin, telling him to be comfortable. Yoojin continues to hold Chirpy in his hands, and he doesn't know how to react to the fact that they are in a limousine with his captor. Wearing those handcuffs and being transported in a limo, it's definitely a weird combo. Yoojin asks the guy if he is the mastermind of his kidnapping. The man continues to smile and explains that he is just the middleman. Henry Gregson describes himself as a manager who earns money by finding valuable awakened. Yoojin cannot be fooled by such nice words, knowing clearly that it is human trafficking of the awakened. Henry explains how Hong Kong has common dungeon breaks because of the enormous population despite the little land it covers. Aside from this, the mainland has taken many high rankers from Hong Kong. This may have lessened the place's popularity, but Henry claims it is still the best place for international gatherings. He adds how this is the land of opportunities for people like them. It's the criminal's nonsense reason talking. Yoojin doesn't feel any sorrow for what Henry just shared and merely thinks that the place makes it convenient for them to do unlawful activities. Henry gives off an evil smile as he admits his expectations of Yoojin having the highest bid for the auction and wishes him a good memory of it. Yoojin pales at the suggestive tone and starts worrying about how he will be cruelly treated by his captors. He then reassures himself using his earrings and the fact that Yunhei is in his inventory. But unlike what Yoojin imagined, the shackles are gone, and he is now in a posh 5-star hotel suite. First, the limo, now the suite. What nefarious plan are you hatching here? Henry tells Yoojin to make himself comfortable, making the F-ranker question if this is really okay. His captor assures him it is fine since they don't need to be hostile against an F-ranker like Yoojin. Henry adds that Yoojin should be in his best shape for the auction. As if that wasn't enough, he encourages Yoojin to use the facilities offered in that hotel. The only catch is that a guard will be staying by his suite's door, so he should make an attempt to escape. Left alone in his luxurious suite, Yoojin looks around. As he thinks of making memories, he breaks another contract and his curse resistance activates. This one indicates that he has safely arrived at his destination. Yoojin overlooks the fact that he will be auctioned and decides to only return once they have complete hold of those rotten people from the association. He makes the most of the suite by enjoying the drinks, relaxing in a bubble bath with Chirpy, and enjoying delicious food while thinking about how he will make the best of his situation by indeed making memories of his vacation. Lol. In the end, he's getting that vacation he really needs. Like what he is used to, Yoojin watches the news on TV about how he is missing despite how people are already complaining regarding the KHA. It also states that this current situation creates a loss for the country. Yoojin is calm as he sees this since things are going according to plan at the moment. He thinks of the following steps, where Noah will pick him up once everyone involved is identified, how he will just disappear, and proceeds to curse at the auction. He happily opens up a covered plate and sees a note saying there is a change in their plans. Yoojin wonders about the note when someone rings the doorbell to his suite. Yoojin stands to open it and finds the CC-on guildmaster saying he brings fresh fruit juice. Yoojin quickly closes the door on he and Jae. But the guildmaster is obviously stubborn and rings the doorbell again. Exasperated, Yoojin opens the door and yells at he and Jae, asking if he is cooperating with his captors. He and Jae only smiles and claims that he is merely a guest. He and Jae enters the suite while Yoojin complains about how he is always treated as if he is an item. Yet now, he and Jae has gone so low and even became part of an underground syndicate. He and Jae ignores such accusations and assures Yoojin that he is not involved in such mere transactions. Aha, you prefer deals that involve losing a limb or those with higher stakes. He and Jae looks back at Yoojin with a smile, saying he's sure that Yoon and Yerim are already aware of his presence in that place and must have infiltrated it already. He and Jae finally gets to the point of his visit, saying he is there to ask Yoojin for a favor. And for this favor, he will use one of the 3 favors Yoojin owes him for getting Noah. He and Jae holds out his hand and says he wants Yoojin to add one more thing to their current plan. Yoojin looks at he and Jae with a frown, thinking of how shameless he is for appearing out of the blue and asking for a favor. It is another new day in Hong Kong, and Yoojin comments on how he doesn't mind getting taken if he gets treated like royalty. He marvels at the fact that he even has an infinity pool, all for himself, while lounging beside it. At that moment, Chirpy is actually enjoying the lazy life by floating in the pool. Yoojin is happy that the round bird is also enjoying and wonders if this is why people go out of their way to have staycations. A voice speaks behind him, calling his attention to his mango juice. Yoojin says his thanks and looks back, only to be surprised. The server comments on how Chirpy really is there with him and greets Yoojin. Removing her glasses, Yerim is glad to see Yoojin doing well despite getting taken. Clearly taken aback, Yoojin asks why she is just there with a pair of glasses as her disguise. He comments that it is a terrible choice, since she will be easily recognized. Well, she and her glasses fit in since all the guards near the pool are all wearing glasses. Yerim explains that others won't really recognize her since the glasses she is wearing are actually made by Myung-woo. It is an item that lets the wearer borrow the appearance of another person. She also adds how she put one of the employees to sleep to borrow her appearance with Noah's help. At least they don't need to drink something disgusting like the polyjuice potion. Yerim informs Yoojin of the plan to infiltrate the auction as buyers, and mentions how everyone prepared a lot despite the short time. She then asks Yoojin how the CC-on guildmaster got there, and Yoojin sips his juice as he recalls what happened the previous night. He and Jae tells how he got an invitation to the auction while Yoojin eats his dinner. The CC-on guildmaster explains how the invitation sender mentioned looking up the valuable item they have for sale. Even without saying much, it is evident that the item being referred to is our MC. Yoojin asks if it is normal for he and Jae to receive such invitations. He and Jae explains how it is actually his other identity who got the invite and adds that having few other identities is convenient. If he says it that way, maybe he and Jae disappeared using another alias in Yoojin's previous life. He and Jae continues to explain how the auction is typically attended by the awakens with power instead of hunter guilds. To ensure their identity's safety, they would usually send a substitute. So in he and Jae's case, is sending the CC-on guildmaster as his identity's substitute. Yoojin looks at he and Jae skeptically as he wonders how he and Jae's other identity is impressive and influential enough to receive invitations to such a thing. Seeing as he has really no say on such a matter, Yoojin continues eating and wishes he and Jae luck since he has no plans to stay for the auction. He and Jae speaks up and says that he is actually hoping Yoojin will be in the auction. Yoojin is so surprised that the favor the CC-on guildmaster wants is for him to be sold. He and Jae assures him that he'll bid and buy him if it ever happens. He then explains that Yoojin will be the honeypot. Aside from catching the rotten side of the association, it will also be removing the root of hunter trafficking. He and Jae then assures Yoojin that he's a superior rank bait. He and Jae really has a high regard for our MC from being treated as a high rank item. Now he's also a high rank bait. Going back to the present, Yerim asks if they will also be taking care of those criminals. She then says how she never expected the CC-on guildmaster to be such a stickler for justice. Yoojin says otherwise, and he and Jae might only be doing it so that they would stop pestering him. He adds that buying and selling are no fun, so he and Jae prefers eradicating them. Yerim comments on how dramatic it is just to get over it, but her sense of justice is up there as well, and she asks if they should just help get rid of everyone in the auction. Yoojin chokes on his drink and scolds Yerim for thinking such things despite being a middle schooler. He then tells her not to worry about it, for he is calling backup, which he recently added to their plan. Yerim asks about it. so Yoojin explains what Yerim should do during that time. Yoojin agrees to get rid of the trash of society. Though he's also a victim, he has no plans to stay docile and intends to make a huge mess of everything. That night, Henry tells him to get ready to head up and comments on how the clothes suit Yoojin. Aha! So why is he wearing handcuffs again? Chirpy flies around his dad as Yoojin voices his worry about wearing such clothes. Henry assures him it is fine since it suits the occasion. He explains how vast amounts of money are exchanged in that place since powerful people are in attendance to purchase dungeon goods, magic beasts, and even hunters bound by contracts. Yoojin thinks that it really is the worst upon hearing that explanation. Henry tells Yoojin that he is the main character of that day, and the auction is all meant for this. He then says there will also be a performance that will get attention before the auction. Yoojin deadpans that he might try aiming for the wealthiest person and best owner possible while he's at it. Henry says he is sure Yoojin will be treated well either way. Aha, do you have such experience that you can say such things? He then directs Yoojin to step on an intricately designed circle. As they do so, the platform rises and bright lights greet them in the actual auction. Henry then greets the guests and presents the last precious item of the auction. Yoojin and Chirpy are shaken by the loud cheers. Yoojin looks down the stage where people with masks mingle in their formal clothes, talking about how S-rankers always protect him. Henry announces him as the world's only magic beast tamer and his recently publicized ability to assess an unawaken's potential rank. Hearing this, some guests observe that the bird with Yoojin is also a magic beast. Henry continues that having him means a change in the balance of power. Another guest mentions that the bidding price starts at 10 billion and wonders how much it will increase. It's literally a banquet of rotten apples. But Yoojin ignores all those words, for he is focused on the magic beasts and the hunters locked up in cages. So when Henry announces his name, Yoojin grabs the microphone from him and says how disgusting everyone there is, now that he sees them. And even Chirpy agrees to this. The guests fall silent, and Yoojin comments on how surprised they are to find that an item can speak. He reminds them that he is a human like them, even if he is being sold right now. Henry smiles as he lets Yoojin speak up. Yoojin says that even in that current situation, he does not want to be sold just to anyone. If they consider his skills, it would not be conducive when one is forced to be sold to another. So, for his auction, Yoojin announces that he is adding a rule with Henry Gregson's agreement. Oh, this must be the performance Henry is talking about. Before he can further explain, someone calls out his arrogance. A rich woman reminds him of his situation and that he is only an item for that auction. It's not like he wanted to be treated like an item. Yoojin sees that his plan is effective somehow, seeing that this woman is just complaining without a filter. He then says that he is the only item like that in that world, so having this much should be right. The woman rebuts that she does not consider Yoojin as a special item. The woman then goes on about how Yoojin goes into dungeons and returns with a tamed magic beast. Still, his owner must invest in feeding and caring for the magic beast. On top of that, she thinks that having an owner's token is plain bothersome. The other guests start to agree, and one even comments on how Yoojin is even uglier than his younger brother. This irks Yoojin, and just thinks to himself how they should not just buy him then, and his face has nothing to do with his ability anyway. As if to clear things up for the woman, Yoojin explains how just because a tamer went into the wild, it does not mean that he would just return with a tamed tiger. The woman refuses to back down, saying his attitude is precisely the problem, so he should stop acting as if he is exceptional. She then reminds him how he will easily die if thrown in the dungeon. Why don't we try doing that to you first? Then, as if to prove her point, she points to the magic beast behind her and releases it from its cage. This action surprises Yoojin and everyone else in the auction. The crazy woman continues, challenging Yoojin to tame the magic beast she just released to prove himself valuable. This woman seriously needs to be taught a lesson. The ostrich-like magic beast runs towards Yoojin, ignoring the other guests. Henry quickly calls on the guards to do something, just when the magic beast is about to reach him. Yoojin thinks of how he needs Yunhei or his earring to protect him from the charging beast. An old person's hand suddenly reaches out to Yoojin, and a huge explosion happens on the stage. As the smoke dissipates, the guests are all dumbfounded when they find an old man holding back the magic beast. Yoojin is just behind the old man. Henry is equally surprised and asks how the old guest, Sir Ian Holton, stopped the magic beast despite not having awakened. Ian Holton, an auction participant, is actually trembling as he holds off the magic beast with only one hand. He then looks back at Yoojin, saying how he should not have allowed him to act as bait, and calls him Big Brother. Yoojin is initially taken aback, but he quickly identifies the old man to be actually his younger brother. Yoon is also wearing the disguise of an old man using the glasses Myung-woo created. Woohoo! Here comes Lil Bro to the rescue. Knowing that Ian Holton is actually his younger brother in disguise got Yoojin taken aback. The guests start talking about how the old man, Ian Holton, just stopped the magic beast using one hand. Henry asks Sir Holton about what's happening, and the old man explains that he used a defense item. This surprises everyone, for they honestly thought that the old guest was an awakened. They're technically not wrong since the Ian Holton before them is actually Yoo Hee-yoon. Hearing that comment gives Yoojin an idea, and he quickly takes over the situation by thanking Sir Holton in public. Out of nowhere, Yoojin announces that he thinks that Sir Holton will awaken as an S rank. This statement receives surprise and disbelief. The crazy woman again tries to discredit Yoojin by saying he is just showing off right now. She says that everyone knows that the existence of an S ranker is so low that she just finds Yoojin's claims to be lies. The crazy woman also points out that Sir Holton is already in his 90s. Hearing the disbelief makes Yoojin smile, and he announces that in exchange for saving him, he will awaken Sir Holton right at that moment. This garners another surprise amongst the guests. Yoojin holds on to the old man, explaining that though his magic beast taming skill isn't all-powerful, his evaluation skill actually is more than that. Yoojin whispers to his brother, asking what he is up to. Yoojin murmurs back that Yoojin should just play along with his bluff. Though he does have that kind of ability, Yoojin is confident that this kind of news will not get out of the auction since everything will soon end in mayhem. In case you've forgotten, MC can help an unawakened to awaken by applying his keyword to them. With those thoughts, Yoojin gets started, and his obedient younger brother plays along with his performance by summoning fire and flaring up the stage. As the bright light of the explosion dims, the guests are in for a treat, for Sir Ian Holton looks like an S-rank awakened. To demonstrate his newfound power, the now buff old man grabs the magic beast by its neck and throws it to the ground with one hand. This completely knocks out the magic beast, gaining the awe of everyone in the auction. The guests start questioning if Yoojin truly made Sir Holton into an awakened, and suddenly, they all start cheering with excitement. Henry looks at this change of atmosphere with amazement as he thinks how most of the guests in the secret auction are unawakened. So, after seeing Yoojin's awakening skill, everyone in the auction finds this more valuable than his magic beast taming skill, for which he is known. Aside from the power they hold over society, by becoming an awakened, they can willfully create their own army if they have access to such skill. Henry quickly gauges that the person who gets Yoojin Hun will undoubtedly gain national-level power. Greed really is something. Despite the incident, this guy is still calculating his possible profits. While Henry imagines how much he'll get from this auction, Sir Holton chops the handcuff to release Yoojin. It is then that the crazy woman announces that she likes that ability and swears that she will be buying him. Yoojin looks back at her with a smile, asking who even said so. His smile widens as he announces that he is using his rejection card on her. Everyone is surprised by this turn of events, and the crazy woman finally falters. Yoojin laughs as he says that this is why she should have listened to all the rules first. Henry then comes over to the spotlight and explains that Yoojin Hun has been given 3 rejection cards to ensure the item's motivation to cooperate with his buyer. He adds that the card can be used to ban or deny a buyer Yoojin doesn't like or use it to have the person he likes buy in. So, the real key to buying Yoojin Hun is the guest's ability to win his heart. Henry tells the crazy woman that due to the mess she made and Yoojin's use of a rejection card, she can't participate in the auction anymore. The crazy woman expresses her shock, and Yoojin further mocks her by asking if it is the first time an item has rejected her. That's all on you, lady. After all, you were so rude since the previous video. Yoojin then shifts his attention to the other guests by encouraging them to do their utmost to gain his affection. With one bidder out of the game, the guests start asking how they can do that and if they are supposed to hold a talent show or something. Yoojin admits it is a good idea, but for him, personality is the most significant criterion. Yoojin smiles while saying that since it is the first time they are meeting, he cannot really determine it. In order to do so, he announces the use of items. Yoojin then shouts for everyone to give him the best item they have in their person. He explains that he can evaluate them through their brilliance in obtaining invaluable items and how willing they are to give it without faltering. Yoojin announces that this is how they can qualify as the master of his skills. To further incite the guests, Yoojin says the items will be returned after the auction. Seeing the price they have to pay, the guests ponder if this is even safe and the risks that come with doing as Yoojin instructed them. One of the masked guests tells the others not to give up an item, and by doing so, will turn back the auction to standard procedure. Another guest rejects this, saying it could be their chance. Well, there's no way everyone would give up on this chance anyway. Every guest in that auction is undoubtedly selfish and greedy after all. Atop the stage, Yoojin smiles, already expecting that something like this will happen. He thinks of what he needs most right now when a golden chain suddenly snakes its way toward Yoojin. The chain suddenly wraps around Yoojin and pulls him up into the air. With the chain binding him, Yoojin knows who it belongs to and thinks that he doesn't want this much. A blonde man holding the other end of the chain calls out Yoojin's arrogance. Yoojin smiles as he says that an item like Yoojin should act like one and be humble. Yoojin sweats, wondering what kind of concept Yoojin is going for. Yoojin frowns, commenting on Yoojin's harsh treatment despite them knowing each other. Yoojin claims this is exactly why he is teaching Yoojin, saying how he has always been so full of himself. You were talking about yourself, right? The guests are surprised by the CC Guildmaster's attendance. Some of the guests suddenly encourage Yoojin to do more against Yoojin. This makes Yoojin pale, unable to deny anymore that these guests are really a bad bunch who have broken moral compasses. A hand suddenly grabs at the chain and pulls at it. Sir Holton/Lil Bro intervenes, telling the CC Guildmaster to stop. It becomes a battle of nerves, and Yoojin asks what Yoojin is even doing, commenting on how he never thought Yoojin could be violent to an item. Seeing this, the guests can feel the overwhelming unleashed power of the two S-rankers. One even comments on how a 90-year-old man is having a face-off of strength against the CC Guildmaster. They now cannot deny the astounding effects of awakening. Yoojin finally lets go of his main equipment, releasing Yoojin in the process. He then claims that he is giving Yoojin his chain and asks if this guarantees his win. Everyone is shocked by what Yoojin just did. Yoojin thinks that an S-rank weapon is no doubt unmatched by any of the items that the other guests may have, even if combined. He knows that by giving this, the others will be more willing to give something as well. So Yoojin announces that he is using another rejection card for Yoojin's display of aggression. By doing this, he just removed the highest contender in the bidding match. Following this, Sir Holton gives a golden A-rank bracelet. Yoojin gladly accepts the item, saying it is actually much better. Receiving an A-rank item offers hope to the other guests, making it seem possible to win Yoojin's affection. With this renewed hope, an old lady suddenly wraps Yoojin in a blue S-rank shawl called Mega's Shawl of Waves, asking if he likes it. Henry then announces the third item was given by Kiera Gray. Suddenly, a man comes up and makes Yoojin wear an S-rank bracelet. Another offers a robe, a guy gives him A-rank earrings, then there's also someone who offers an S-rank necklace. The items start to increase, and everyone who gives up an item is announced. Yoojin looks at this scene, thinking how these people are keeping high-rank items even though they never go inside a gate. He is well aware that they only want to gain more power through him. Yoojin looks over at the locked-up hunters, thinking how the people in that auction don't care a single bit about how hunters are having a hard time with the continuously rising price of equipment that can ensure their survival within a dungeon. Seeing this, Yoojin thinks that he should start now. A guest notices the disappearance of the CC Guildmaster, while another mentions that the S-ranker probably went home since Yoojin used the rejection card on him. Unbeknownst to the guests, Yoojin is outside with Noah, who is in his dragon form. The two look down at everything as Yoojin announces that he will start the cleanup as he was ordered to do so by Eugene Hun. Yoojin's golden eyes begin to shine as lightning crackles all over Hong Kong. Oh, is he going to create a storm in HK? Some of the guests were startled by the sudden thunder, wondering if it had just struck something nearby even though there was no rain forecast. Atop the building, Yoojin summons lightning using his skill and blasts it everywhere in the surrounding buildings like a maestro holding a symphony. The electricity in the building around them starts to die. Noah adjusted all of the lightning rods in the nearby buildings to make this happen. Aside from that, he is in charge of scattering magic stones on the beach as instructed by Yoojin. By doing these, the buildings are now in pitch darkness, with only a single hotel as an exception. And this is the hotel where the secret auction is happening. Huh? Are they planning to attract the attention of everyone around them? Inside the hotel, Yerim turns on all the lights and moves the curtains. She then wonders if everything is set up for what they intend to do. The hotel stands tall with its bright lights as if serving as a beacon of light in the dark night. The magic stones that Noah scattered lead from the hotel to the sea as if lighting the way. There is no doubt that this is a sight to behold if you are seeing it, even if you are deep under the sea. Going back to our MC, Yoojin is already weary of the items that he is wearing and the people who keep on putting those on him. Yoojin looks at himself, commenting on how there are a lot of items given that it seems like everything is worth more than his body. This makes the guests laugh, and Yoojin smiles as he announces that they should now start the actual game. But before doing so, he asks if any of the guests will voluntarily let him go if they do win the bid. The question makes everyone pause, and even Henry asks Yoojin about it. Yoojin explains how even if he is getting sold, he still has those who are like family waiting for his return. So, he wants to establish a cooperative relationship without the cold-hearted contract between the bidder and the item. Yoojin's explanation only garners laughter from the bidders. They mock Yoojin for thinking that he still has his rights, and as if there would be anyone like that in such a place. Like I said, selfish and greedy. Yoojin smiles at finally being able to confirm that everyone there is all in it together. With that, he stores all of the items he received in his inventory and announces that he will share those with hunters who need them in fighting inside the gates. Everyone is confused by Yoojin's actions, and some even believe that this is still part of the show since Yoojin even told them that he'll return them. Another guest suddenly screams, pointing at a glasses-wearing server who is taking the hunters she just won from the auction. Yerim tells the guest not to mind her since she's only cleaning. With what's happening, the guests start complaining to Henry, asking him for an explanation. Holding Chirpy in his hands, Yoojin looks up as he announces that it is now starting. He sees Noah flying up above the windowed ceiling. Noah then crashes to get in, creating havoc in the process. Announcing the grand cleanup, everyone runs for their lives as Noah drops to the floor. Some are even wondering if there is a dungeon break. Aha, these people want to bid on our MC, yet they never did their research about him and those around him. Noah then shoots poison out of his mouth, and this incites the guests to run further. Chirpy, Yoojin, and Yoo Hee-yoon climb on Noah's back while people run away. Yoojin compliments Noah for the impeccable timing, and Noah says they'll get out right now, so they should better hold on. As they fly outside into the night sky, Yoojin looks back to check on Yerim. Yerim is flying right behind them with hunters in tow. Still, another person manages to hold onto Yerim's leg, escaping the mayhem happening in the hotel. Yerim shouts to have the guy removed from her, but Henry is angry that his merchandise is being taken. Henry exclaims at what Yoojin said about coming out on his own, but seeing the trouble Yoojin caused his customers, he swears never to let him go. He then yaps on about having the world's influential and rich come after Yoojin. Time and place, dude, don't you know that your life is already on the line here? Yoojin tells Henry not to worry as he smiles at him. He promises that things won't get out about the auction since the thing coming up from beneath will surely eat everyone left in there. Henry continues to cling to Yerim, though clearly confused by what Yoojin just said. He asks Yoojin who he is talking about when a massive swirl of water rises up, making Henry shout out loud. As they continue to fly, Yoojin instructs Yerim to keep Henry hanging onto her in the meantime. Henry continues to shout and asks about what is happening. He starts mentioning the water spout right in front of the hotel when red eyes flash from its dark center. Tentacles suddenly shoot up and a four-eyed kraken appears, entangling itself to the hotel. To make everyone understand what's happening, the huge population of Hong Kong also means a significant number of gates appear in the area. Before Yoojin turned back time, the city already met its downfall, and this was caused by the rare underwater gates appearing offshore. Many of these gates erupted into dungeon breaks for remaining undiscovered, and the monsters that have come out simply lived in the deep sea. Let's do another flashback. Yoojin talks about how, late the previous year, an S-rank dungeon boss was discovered and identified as a rank 2 sea creature type, Kraken. Hearing this, Hee-Yuan-jae mentions that it would surely be labeled as undefeatable since it is a massive underwater monster. Yoojin confirms that the monster only stays underwater, but Yoojin has knowledge of its habits. He then announces that it is the perfect time and place to drag it out. Yoojin intends to use the info he got before turning back time. He recalls that due to a different dungeon break in the city, everyone was evacuated, so the waterfront was dark. In that dark city, a single building was lit up to serve as the hunter's dwelling for the time being. It was on that night that the Kraken appeared, destroying everything it could reach with its tentacles, and this became the city's symbol of downfall in Yoojin's previous life. Now, the same thing is happening before them, only this time the Kraken is aiming for the hotel where the secret auction was held. Yoojin smiles, happy that the environment was set up perfectly for this. As for Henry Gregson, the insufferable man is still shouting, worried for his auction and the customers he had gathered in that place. He's about to scream out more, but a red string suddenly wraps around Henry, pulling him to the ground. Yerim and the rest look down, seeing that the person who pulled Henry was the CC Young guild master. Hyunjae asks Henry if he is the organizer and tells the others to leave the guy there for the cleanup. Yerim excitedly asks if he saw the octopus that is as big as the hotel. No one can miss something that massive. Yerim. She then stops her chatting when she is instructed to get ready. Yoojin looks from above the kraken and the hotel as he reminds everyone that they will catch it as soon as it finishes the cleanup of the auction house and before it returns to the sea. Yoojin asks if they remember how. At the same time, Yerim prepares herself by placing the hunters on safe ground and bringing out her Parmeni's frostwood trident. Yoojin then reminds everyone of the plan to collect items, get rid of the human traffickers, and save the city. With that, Yoojin activates his skill, Stern Mother Hen Drill Surgeon, while thinking how they should kill all the birds using one stone and go home right after. The Kraken is an S-rank monster that was known as Hong Kong's greatest disaster before Yoojin's regression. The hunt for this monster remained unsuccessful for 5 years because of its fleeing habit when the odds were not in its favor. Now, in the present, Yoojin reminds everyone of the trick to lure it out using lights, so they must bring the Kraken entirely to the ground. He then tells everyone to make sure that their timing is right. You're using your sense-sharing skill, so everyone will get it right for sure. Yerim waves her trident, raising the water up high while Hyunjae prepares to unleash his lightning. By timing it right to the surge of seawater, Hyunjae must release electricity. Followed by this is Yerim's frosty sigh. The use of her skill lets her trap the electricity in ice before it disappears. Golden lights shine in the dark night, and it successfully catches the attention of the Kraken, who was at the top of the hotel. I'm not sure if that is scientifically possible, but it sure does look lovely. Yerim comments on how pretty it is, similar to a Christmas decoration. Yoojin smiles at this, saying how Hyun's birthday is on Christmas, and it is almost that time of the year again. Yerim frowns at this, hearing again how much Yoojin goes crazy for his brother. Hyunjae joins the chat, saying his birthday is on August 30, and it is closer. Yoojin frowns, saying no one cares. This makes Yerim comment about hypocrisy. Wait, does that mean Big Bro mentioned Lil Bro's birthday is around the corner when the current story timeline is only the middle of the year? Yerim shouts about how the Kraken is now completely on the land. She then dashes towards it while telling Hyunjae that they should tie its feet. Hyunjae complies and brings about another round of lightning. He aims this time at the hotel, completely breaking its upper part to crash on the Kraken's head. Yerim flies up in the sky, watching it happen. She claims that she might be a lousy matchup with its attribute, but she can still freeze the debris and hinder its escape. As she does this, the water crystallizes into ice, stopping the Kraken from moving further. Seeing this, Yoojin compliments Yerim for being so bright. Yoojin looks back at his brother, saying that it will be hard to keep it there for long, so they better eliminate it soon. Yoojin looks at the enemy, pondering the possibility. Seeing this, Yoojin assures his brother of his strength and reminds him that he has the first fire elemental that manifested in the world and its purest flame. As Yoojin says this, Iron fires up. Yoojin holds his brother on the shoulders, sharing his veteran F-ranker skill using his +1 skill. Side note for those who forgot, veteran F-ranker doubles the effect of attack skills, while +1 lets MC share his skill by touching. Now that he is experiencing his brother's skill for himself, Yoojin is a bit surprised. On top of using 2 skills, Yoojin is using the Stern Mother Hen Drill Surgeon's skill to share Yerim's senses with Yoojin and teach him how to embrace Iron's power. Yoojin guides his brother through it, and Yoojin soon understands. Flames suddenly burst from both Yoojin and Iron, and Yoojin tells his brother that he now gets it. Yoojin looks at his brother and Iron with surprise. Bright red flames burn. Yoojin's eyes have turned red, and Iron looks like flaming lava. If you're wondering why MC is not combusting, it is because of Yunhei. They didn't say it here in the manhwa, but it was mentioned in the web novel. Yoojin looks at Iron and says that they should start now. As he does so, Iron's flames burn brighter and larger, and then it shoots fire. The tiny spark causes so much destruction that even Yoojin gets overwhelmed by it. Recovering his senses, he tells everyone to move away as far as they can. Yoojin then summons fire in his hand and makes it more prominent. Yoojin keeps his hold on his brother despite getting another surprise. Yoojin just formed a weapon using the flames. Oh, that's really convenient. Yoojin then slashes it, sending a wave of fire to the Kraken's tentacle. His attack successfully cuts it off, making the Kraken screech in pain. Yoojin observes his brother, thinking how ordinary fire wouldn't be able to maintain his shape. He recalls his previous life, where his brother was only able to achieve it after his skills ranked up and gained black blood flames. And yet, in this life, Yoojin can do such a thing even without the black blood flames. Yoojin relishes the fact that the flames are continuously burning and easily take shape in his hand. With that thought, he pulls back and then throws his fiery weapon toward the kraken. The weapon reaches its eye, and it creates a massive explosion upon contact with the S-rank monster. The fiery weapon that Yoojin had just thrown lodged itself in the kraken, making the beast scream in agony. As the flames disappear, nothing is left of the kraken. Everyone is surprised at how the kraken was easily taken care of and that even the whole area disappeared into nothing along with it. Yoojin curiously looks at his brother, wondering if sharing veteran F-ranker skill was even necessary, seeing that the elemental's power is more overwhelming than he initially thought. Since they are now done with cleaning up using water and sterilizing using fire, Yoojin deems it safe to go back since no evidence will point this incident to them. The bidders of the auction are now gone, and Yoojin even saved his brother and eradicated an S-rank monster. Yoojin looks at Hyunjae, who still has Henry wrapped, and thinks that the guilds will handle the awakened they rescued. As for the items, Yoojin somehow remembers and brings out Hyunjae's chains to give them back. He then sees the item stats, identifying it as the refined Seeker's chains with a maximum rank of myth, but otherwise, it depends on its contractor's rank +1. The description says it has been crafted by Crescent Moon with a metal-like look, but the essence is light. Lol. He'll only be E rank at most if our MC holds onto it. Yoojin thinks about the forger Crescent Moon, recalling Newbie's words about Crescent Moon being related to Hyunjae. He then wonders if Hyunjae has a contract with the Imworld people. Yoojin remembers that one loses memories because of his turning back of time, but he still doubts this a bit. So Yoojin tries to slyly ask Hyunjae about it, but the other's response is lackluster, so Yoojin thinks he might have guessed it wrong. As Hyunjae looks up at the moon, he suddenly remarks how the fight might not be totally over yet. Yoojin turns to look at what Hyunjae means, but Yoojin suddenly grabs him by the waist, and a huge explosion suddenly bursts. Yoojin pales as Hyunjae's chains float in the air. Hyunjae says he appreciates that Yoojin even delivered it to him as the fire continues to burn around them. Yoojin has a sword out while carrying his big bro on his shoulder. Yoojin then asks his brother if there is a problem. Yoojin looks back, saying that he now finally understands after experiencing his brother's double effect on attack skill. He then talks about the past regarding what happened in the dungeon where Babar was. Yoojin then mentions everyone else who was in that dungeon and asks Hyunjae if he intended to get rid of everyone there except for his brother. The question surprises Yoojin, and he asks his brother about it. As for the CC on Guildmaster, he smiles at this and comments on how Yoojin finally found out. Oh, this idiotic blonde guy. Why make Lil Bro more furious? Explosions that mix fire and lightning blast around them, and even the nearby civilians are evacuating, thinking it must be another dungeon break. They are confused as to why lightning is even striking despite the clear skies. Unbeknownst to these people, these destructions were all caused by two foreign S-rankers. Hyunjae defends himself against Yoojin's attacks using his chains and lightning. Yoojin doesn't stop and throws more slashes of fire while carrying his older brother. Yoojin shouts to make his brother and Hyunjae stop, but his words fall on deaf ears. Instead, the power they release gets bigger, creating more mayhem in the area they are in. Despite all this shouting, the two didn't listen. He starts thinking about what Yoojin said about Hyunjae and if this occurred back when he fainted. Yoojin tries to recall what happened, scrutinizing every detail of what transpired during and after sharing the skill. He thinks that even if Hyunjae succeeds, he will be done for because of his final thanks skill. Yoojin attempts to stop his brother from doing further damage, but Yoojin has truly lost it. Yoojin claims that Hyunjae is the most dangerous person for his older brother. He reminds Yoojin how they only got related to Sudam because of Hyunjae. Yoojin stammers, saying that he's not wrong. Big Bro can't honestly say that the whole thing was initially orchestrated by him. Noah and Yerim fly to where Yoojin and Yoojin are, asking why they are now fighting. Suddenly, a fire shoots up to where the two are. The two were so shocked that they barely evaded it. Yerim then complains to her guildmaster, asking if he really has gone cray-cray. Yoojin also gets angry, scolding Yoojin for doing such a thing. Yoojin says that they are really starting to aggravate him, so now he plans to burn anything that gets in his way. Yoojin is surprised by such claims, while Yoojin continues to say how leaving them will only hurt and put his brother in danger. So he's cutting them in the bud now by burning those that will endanger his older brother. Brokan at its peak. Does anyone else think that the term yandere brokan applies here? Yoojin tells Yoo Hee-yoon to wait, asking his brother what he plans to do. Yoojin can't talk sense to his brother anymore, and he can't help thinking about what is wrong with his little bro. Looking at Yoo Hee-yoon's red eyes, Yoojin determines that those have already been red for some time, even though Iron is not within him. He also notices that even Iron is acting differently than usual. Yoojin ponders if this thing happening is a side effect of utilizing Iron's power. Upon realizing this, Yoojin immediately grabs Iron from Yoo Hee-yoon's shoulder, intending to dig deeper by using his skill. Stern Mother Hen Drill Sergeant, Iron doesn't reject the skill, and Yoojin gets engulfed in flames. Yoojin suddenly slumps on his brother's shoulder, and Yoo Hee-yoon looks back at his brother, wondering what's wrong with his big bro. Yerim sees this and asks what her guildmaster just did. Yoo Hee-yoon doesn't allow Yerim to get closer by sending her a slash of fire. Yerim remains unscathed from the fire attack, for Hee-yoon-jae intervened with his fire-resistant coat. The CC-young guildmaster then tells her to be wary since the double effect of the attack skill is still active. Noah, who is also holding Chirpy, asks Yoo Hee-yoon if he plans to continue despite Yoojin being out cold. Yoo Hee-yoon answers that he will and looks up at Noah. He announces his intention to clean everything up before his brother regains consciousness, adding how his older brother will even be happy about it. That's not true, lil bro. MC wouldn't want you to do such a thing. Hearing that, Yerim gets totally angry at how her guildmaster has gone bonkers. She mentions how he is burning his own house just to clean up and asks if Yoo Hee-yoon really thinks that it will be effective against 3S rankers. In a different space, Yoojin gasps as he opens his eyes. He immediately sits up upon recognizing the ceiling. Yoojin then shouts that he is in the house that he and Yoo Hee-yoon used to live in. It was the house they shared back when things were still normal. Looking around, Yoojin questions what exactly is happening. A voice suddenly speaks up behind him in greeting. Yoojin looks back and finds Iron there with him. Yoojin calls its name, and it answers in confirmation. Wow, Iron can also speak like Ismuor. Though surprised by Iron's size, Yoojin asks if Iron can also create or use mind-related skills. Iron reaches out to Yoojin to be hugged, and he answers that this is Yoojin's skill. Holding Iron in his hands, Yoojin says he doesn't have such a skill. Iron enjoys Yoojin's touch while saying that Yoojin can. The fire elemental then explains that Yoojin can't control it yet, so he helped him to do so. Yoojin continues to pet Iron while mulling over how the skills are originally Diorama's and recalls what Jellyfish said about Diorama's successor. This makes him wonder if he can also use other skills as long as he delves further into Diorama's memories. But before he pursues that, he recalls the reason why he's there. Yoojin asks Iron if Yoo Hee-yoon's current actions were because of him. Iron looks up, confirming that it is indeed related to him. The fire elemental explains how this is because Yoo Hee-yoon has already accepted him. Oh, so this is Iron's fault. Right at that moment in the real world, Yoo Hee-yoon is facing Yerim without holding back. The intensity of Yoo Hee-yoon's attacks sends Yerim flying away. His next opponent, the CC-young guildmaster, manages to defend against Yoo Hee-yoon's attacks. However, Yoo Hee-yoon won't back down and continues to attack while still holding his brother's physical body. Back to where Yoojin and Iron's consciousness are, Iron explains how elementals are pure power. Yoo Hee-yoon's acceptance of him made him honest about his desire to be rid of the annoying stuff by utilizing his current power. Yoojin is skeptical about this, saying things don't work that way. Iron, who is now sitting on the floor in front of Yoojin, claims that it is because of the fire and that there is nothing they can do about it. It then adds that the element itself made Yoo Hee-yoon a tiny bit more violent while Iron makes a cutesy pose. The nonchalant claim annoys Yoojin, and he asks how it can even be dismissed as only a bit. Iron is cute, though, big bro. Seeing that he cannot do anything about it, Yoojin takes Iron again, saying he will check things with Hee-yoon-jae. What matters now is that Iron helps Yoo Hee-yoon calm down. Iron replies that it isn't enough to resolve the matter because Yoo Hee-yoon is always restless and confused. Iron suddenly jumps away and says that only Yoojin can fix this. This, of course, is a surprise for Yoojin. So he asks the fire elemental what he must do. Going back to Yoo Hee-yoon and where the others are, Yerim shouts about slapping her guildmaster back to his senses. Noah, who is right behind her, says that he will support her and that they should focus on Yoo Hee-yoon's feet. Noah uses his healing hand skill on Yerim while Yerim activates her skill, Shadowless Day. The shadows dash to where Yoo Hee-yoon is. but he manages to easily deflect it by creating a wall of fire around him. Yerim curses for not being able to touch him with her shadow skill. Behind them, Hyunjae jumps to some debris. He asks Yerim if it matters what object should touch Hyun. Yerim confirms that it doesn't matter as long as it touches her guild master. Hearing that, Hyunjae pulls out an item from his inventory called Gold Griffin's Feather. He explains how the item can attract the wind and open up the flames temporarily. Hyunjae adds that this can catch their attention for a moment and that Yerim should take this chance to do something akin to light. Wait, is this real? Hyunjae is willing to cooperate and even use an item. He then mentions that flames cannot really burn gravel easily. This gives Yerim an idea, and Hyunjae says that this can be considered a gamble since Hyun also has his skill deactivated now. He adds that they must get the timing right in one shot since it won't work the next time. Yerim thinks about how Hyun's flames easily melted the Kraken as if it were nothing. Add to this the fact that she doesn't have fire resistance. If the flames merely grazed her, it would still surely. Her thoughts stop there and she murmurs about its strangeness. Yerim smiles, announcing that even though it is dangerous, she still wants to face this head-on. Hearing this, Hyunjae smiles and says that Yerim is just like her guardian. With the item prepared and Yerim having mustered her courage, she and Hyunjae go for a counterattack. Yerim floats atop the fiery blaze with Noah. Noah suddenly yells for Chirpy with worry. Seeing the state Chirpy is in, Yerim tells Noah to take the magic beast away from there. She then looks down at the flames, saying how she cannot get close, and wonders what is precisely happening to her guildmaster. Your guildmaster has his broken level up high. That's what. Back to where Yoojin and Yerim are, Yoojin asks if Hyun is being like that because of the anxiety he is feeling. Yoojin is so skeptical that he asks Yerim about what even the youngest S-rank guildmaster could be worrying about, and if the Haeyeon guild is having problems or something. Yerim suddenly shouts that Yoojin is anxious because of Yoojin himself. The fire elemental reminds Yoojin of how they finally made up and became close once more, but then Yoojin suddenly brings someone else and even calls that person a family. But it does not stop there. Yoojin brings another one whom he calls a friend and even lives with him. Hyun watched his brother get hurt not only by magic beasts, but also by clients. There's also him entering a dungeon, and the most recent is Yoojin getting kidnapped and auctioned. Yoojin pales as he recalls how all of that indeed happened. Accept it, big bro. You matter a lot to lil bro, to the point that you're the cause of his anxiety. Yerim says that he knows how Hyun even promised to let Yoojin do his own stuff, but as much as possible, Hyun wants his brother to be far from danger. He then yells about how Hyun only has Yoojin and how Yoojin is the only one who truly loves Hyun. Yoojin is taken aback by Yerim's outburst and says that there can be others who love Hyun. His brother can do this by making friends or even having a girlfriend. Undeterred, Yerim shouts that Hyun has no concern over such things and there's no way Hyun will gain friends. His eyes get really angry as he screams that he's never gonna date as well. Ouch. That's too much, Yerim. These claims only make Yoojin wonder if the fire elemental is actually cursing at his brother. Yerim continues his explanation, saying that Hyun worries about losing his older brother, whom he deems the only person who cares for him. He adds that this is especially the case since Hyunjae did all those despicable things before. Back to where Hyun and the others are, Hyunjae and Hyun are facing off. Hyun throws an attack while Hyunjae defends himself using his chains. Hyunjae can't help teasing Hyun about being the jealous type. Hyunjae, this is seriously not the time for jokes. Hyun talks back, saying there is no way he can be jealous of a thief. With his weapon ablaze, Hyun thrusts it up into the air and prepares to slash as he announces that thieves must be annihilated. Hyun doesn't hesitate in delivering a big slash of fire. Hyunjae deems the time proper and throws the gold griffin's feather through the flames. He shouts at Yerim that the path is now open, and Yerim quickly coordinates with Hyunjae. Yerim uses pale rain on top of Hyunjae's lightning to blast directly at Hyun through the path opened by the gold griffin's feather. Unfortunately, Hyun easily deflects this attack with just a single slash of his. He then quickly dashes, avoiding the lightning. Yerim exclaims how the ice evaporated before it even got to Hyun. Hyun heads off to attack Hyunjae, but before he can do so, he suddenly stops in his tracks, completely frozen. Behind him, Yerim has already used her skill, Shadowless Day. It's finally working. Yerim smiles, saying she expected her ice to evaporate, so she made sure that other stuff was in it. She then explains how pebbles are in it and asks her guild master if he only thought that the gravel in his way was mere fragments from Hyunjae's lightning attack. With Yoo bound by Yerim's skill, Hyunjae is now free to attack Yoo. The CC guild master summons a large amount of electricity above Yoo and makes it crash down. The large explosion also creates a lot of smoke, and Noah wonders if it worked. He thinks that not even an S-ranker can get out of it unscathed. The smoke dissipates, and Hyunjae is surprised that Yoo is fine. Yoo is crouching while still holding on to Yoojin. His sword is stabbed to the ground, efficiently serving as a lightning rod to avoid Hyunjae's electric attack. Lil Bro did well in his studies and applies those in his fights, with the sword fully charged with flames and electricity. Yoo quickly stands up and kicks the sword. Hyunjae sees this and is immediately able to tell that Yoo is planning to break his weapon and create a massive explosion. As Yoo did this, a bright light engulfed the area. Returning to where Yoojin and Iron's consciousness are, the two feel the tremble, and Yoojin asks about it. Iron smiles, explaining that this is because they are fighting outside. Yoojin pales as if only remembering now. He shouts that he must stop them and asks Iron about what he can do to remove his brother's anxiety. Iron says it is simple, explaining that Big Bro must reassure Yoo about how precious he is and how much Big Bro loves him. Yoojin looks closely at the fire elemental, wondering if it is serious about what it just said. Iron suddenly cries, asking Yoojin if he doesn't love Yoo. There's no way that would be the case. Iron. Yoojin quickly tries to calm Iron down, explaining that he used to say that when they were younger, but not after they've grown. With tears still in its eyes, Iron says that it is okay to say it to Yoo since Yoojin is not lying, and Yoo would like to hear it from his big bro. It then adds how no one doesn't want to be loved, and this applies to everyone, even if they are not human. Back to the S-rankers fight. Yoo looks down on his opponent, who is a bit burning and down on one knee. Yoo comments on how he is still alive after all that. Hyunjae holds onto his injured upper arm with a grave face, unlike his usual. Yoo doesn't really care, though, since he's pulling out more weapons out of a magic circle. The weapons struck in various places, with Yoo controlling them at will and foreign words littering around him in bright red lights. Yoon's eyes remain red as he uses his skill, Devourer of Cold Steel. This skill is yet to be explained in the manhwa, but it is Yoon's weapon-related skill. Before Yoo can do anything more against Hyunjae, the CC Guildmaster smiles. He announces that Yerim is now done with her preparations. The ground suddenly starts to shake, and Yoo knows it is not because of his skill. Suddenly, a massive wave of water appears from all over, spiraling its way up, making Yoo more taken aback. Switching to Big Bro and Iron, Yoojin asks if comforting his brother is enough and if Yoo will always be like this whenever he borrows Iron's power. Iron assures Yoojin that this is only the case because Yoo is still not yet used to Iron. The fire elemental adds that if it ever gets overboard, Yoojin should just throw water on Yoo to cool his head. Wait, are you sure that's all it takes? Back to the fighting S-rankers, Yerim, who is wearing Hyunjae's fire-resistant coat, takes complete control of the water and charges it straight at Yoo. At the same time, Yerim yells at Yoo to cool his head. Yoo quickly summons fire to defend himself against Yerim's attack. Yoo is so focused on defending that Yerim takes advantage of this moment to grab Yoojin away from him. The two S-rankers keep hold of Yoojin as another explosion blasts. Yoojin suddenly startles awake, looking at a different ceiling. He thinks about how he's finally back to reality, wondering what happened to the others. Beside him are both Yoo and Yerim, who both has an arm entangled with Yoojin's. I'm not surprised anymore. These two are clingy, after all. Yoojin looks at Yerim's pained, drooling face, who is cursing Yoo in her sleep. Yoo, who is still tired, somehow notices his brother's movements and calls for him. Yoojin reassures Yoo and tells him to sleep some more. Now that he is sitting up, Yoojin sees Noah, who is still in his dragon form. Noah sleep talks about rather taking on a Kraken than dealing with those two. Hearing this, Yoojin ponders at how severe the fight has been. Before leaving the room, Yoojin looks at Chirpy, who is also sleeping. Seeing that none of the kids were hurt, Yoojin feels a sense of relief. Yoojin looks around at the next room, wondering if he is still in Hong Kong. Thinking that they must be in a different hotel, Yoojin sees the news about what happened and how massive the destruction was. The news also reports the damage and how the hotel guests were mostly registered with fake identities. Yoojin pales upon seeing it, thinking how they cause more destruction than what the Kraken inflicted. He then goes down the stairs, assuming that no further damage will be caused by the Kraken. And then he suddenly realizes that there's still actually a problem. With a serious face, Yoojin is determined to resolve the issue regarding Hyunjae's song. I'd only hope the guy doesn't make it hard for our MC. If the characters are playing cards, then he's definitely the Joker. Yoojin recalls Yoo Hyun's words about Hyunjae's intention to get rid of everyone back when they were in the dungeon after facing Babar. Suppose Yoo Hyun's claims are true, and Hyunjae still intends to do the same. In that case, Yoojin wants to distance himself and the others from the Sisiyong Guildmaster, no matter how valuable he may be. As the oil gets heated in a pan and an egg is cooked, Yoojin mulls over Hyunjae's personality and plans on how he should check Hyunjae. He is determined not to be easily swayed when Yoojin suddenly sees Hyunjae smiling at him, with burns littering his body. Wow, Yoo Hyun burned him good. Yoojin is so surprised while Hyunjae continues to smile, asking Yoojin's preference for breakfast. Yoojin's face is pale as he stammers about his preference for sunny-side-up eggs. Trembling, he suddenly changes the topic, asking Hyunjae about the burn. As if noticing it only just now, Hyunjae keeps his soft smile in place while explaining that the fire Yoo Hyun used has the power to slow down regenerative skills, so the burns he gained from their fight will take some time to heal. Yoojin quickly shoots another question, asking about Hyunjae's fire-resistant coat. The Sisiyong Guildmaster explains how he lent it to Yerim so she wouldn't get hurt. This surprises Yoojin, and then his face suddenly darkens as he brings up the topic of what happened in the dungeon where Babar was. Yoojin, clearly skeptical, asks how Hyunjae is now trying to protect the others from getting injured. Hyunjae smiles more, and instead of answering, he asks Yoojin if he now thinks of him as a nice person. Yoojin won't condone any of Hyunjae's BS, raising a fork against the S-ranker. Aha, like that can do a lot of damage. Hyunjae serves the bacon and eggs on Yoojin's plate while he explains that it is part of his item management. He says that if Yerim gets hurt because of Yoo Hyun, then Yoojin will be traumatized by it. Hyunjae claims that he can't have his item breaking since he hasn't used it much and he would like for it to work until he finally gets bored of it. Hearing this reconfirms Yoojin's perception of Hyunjae's personality. He then tells the Sisiyong Guildmaster to stop talking as if he is an object since he doesn't own him. Yoojin also thanks him for going out of his way to protect Yerim while stabbing the egg yolk on his plate. He glares at Hyunjae while reminding him that if anything happens to his friends because of him, he'll make sure to erase him from the surface of the world using his skill. Hyunjae brings out his chains and smiles, saying how tempting Yoojin's words are, and he intends to find out what skill it is that can do such a thing to him. MC is probably referring to his final thanks skill. Apparently, that scene with him imagining a fight with Hyunjae is all in Yoojin's head. He stares at the still handsome despite the burns blonde guy, thinking he can't let such a thing happen, while Hyunjae simply stares back, asking what. Yoojin neatly cuts a part of his egg while thinking about how he should maintain his image of an unthreatening F-ranker. He believes that this is why Hyunjae is being nice to him. Yoojin speaks up, advising Hyunjae that he can ensure his item won't be lost by not laying a hand on any of his people. He reminds him never to cross the line since he knows where that line is already. Yoojin glares up at Hyunjae while the object of his contempt gently smiles back. Well, MC delivered his intent better and left the part about erasing the guy with his skill. All that to avoid a sudden fight with this S-ranker. Hyunjae is back to his accommodating personality, saying that he will comply for the kids. Then he asks Yoojin where his line exactly lies. Yoojin munches on his food and answers that his line will be adjusted in accordance with the situation. Hyunjae mulls over Yoojin's words, thinking how his reactions differ from usual. A loud scream about Yoo Hyun is suddenly heard, and the kids finally get down the stairs, all of them still looking tired. Yoo Hyun has a new bump on his head, and Yerim's punch is apparent on his face, while Noah has reverted back to his human form. Yerim yells for Yoojin, asking when he woke up. Yoojin answers and tells them to eat now. He really is a mother hen. He then asks how intense their fight was, that all of them were sleeping deeply. Yerim makes a face as she points at Yoo Hyun, saying how she tried to stop him. Yoo Hyun finally snaps awake and calls his brother. Yoo Hyun looks apologetic as he apologizes to his brother for what happened yesterday. He then explains himself while Yoojin looks at both his brother and Iron, thinking how the two are back to normal and how Iron can't speak. Yoo Hyun sits beside his brother by the counter. At the same time, Yoojin taps him on the back, explaining how Yoo Hee-yoon only did that because of the fire elemental's influence. He assures Yoo Hee-yoon that he will soon get used to this. Big Bro recalls how anxious his little bro is in his talk with Iron. The fire elemental told him how the brothers have been apart for years, and that Yoo Hee-yoon will be more at peace if they go back to the days when they were living together. Yoojin asks if this is why they are in their previous home. Iron confirms this, adding that it chose that place because it is actually Yoo Hee-yoon's favorite place. It then explains how this is where they lived together before, so Iron also likes it. In my opinion, between the brothers, the Brokon really is heavier from Yoo Hee-yoon's side. Yoojin finally understands and pulls Iron up for a hug. He mentions how he moved while thinking about how Yoo Hee-yoon chose to leave back then. Yoojin thinks that Yoo Hee-yoon should have chosen to live in a better place. Recalling their life before, Yoojin believes that his brother must have felt that he was still there and that there was no other place for him to call home. Yoojin rubs his younger brother's head, telling him to listen. He then reassures him that whatever happens, Yoo Hee-yoon will forever remain his precious brother and that he loves him. Yoojin's actions and words surprise Yoo Hee-yoon. Thanks for the dose of brotherly love that we'll never experience ourselves. Author Nim. Yoojin thinks he should make up for the time they didn't get to spend together and tells Yoo Hee-yoon not to be anxious. He also assures Yoo Hee-yoon that it is okay, since no one got hurt. Yoo Hee-yoon's appreciation for his brother's love is apparent on his face, while Hee-yoon-jae points to himself, saying he got hurt. So Yoojin corrects himself, saying it's okay since no one died. This pisses Yerim, yelling how he shouldn't be too nice. Yerim then goes on about how she worked hard, so her guild master should make her some over-hard eggs. Yoo Hee-yoon tells her to wait, shocking Yerim, who asks if Yoo Hee-yoon will seriously make it for her. The doorbell rings, and Hee-yoon-jae looks over, saying they are finally there. Peace and So Ye-ong then appear. Peace runs in tears toward Yoojin, while So Ye-ong follows behind the magic beast, completely worn out. Now let's enjoy a banner of Peace's arrival in HK. Peace licks Yoojin while Yoojin asks So Ye-ong how they got there. Though pale, So Ye-ong still manages to smile, explaining how it was because of her guild master. She says that she didn't manage to bring Blue with her and adds how Peace was being mean, and changes her words to how the magic beast got it hard with Yoojin gone. Yoojin looks at Hee-yoon-jae, who asks if Yoojin will be adding another star for his service as a guide. Wow, he is still role-playing as a tour guide. So Ye-ong then goes off about how hard it was, but she quickly trails off upon spotting Noah. Noah trembles and cries about how he misses the Kraken. Yerim then shouts at Yoo Hee-yoon, complaining about her egg. Yoo Hee-yoon simply replies that his household only has it over easy. You should have expected this to happen, Yerim. Though it's chaotic, the HK kidnapping has been taken care of. They also took their time enjoying themselves upon the suggestion of Eugene's personal tour guide and took some pictures. Not forgetting the root cause of the incident, Yoojin also prepared himself on how he should teach the association a good lesson. Though it was a bumpy ride of kidnapping, auction, fighting Kraken, and S-Ranker's battle, the main goal is still to bring down the association. The news of Eugene's disappearance filled the news, including how the association's security and credibility were questioned. Shimyang Seok even held a press conference regarding the truth of what happened, the Haeyeon Guild Master's actions, and the follow-up on survivors. Shimyang even cries in front of everyone, expressing the whole guild's desire for Eugene's safety. I guess Shimyang's responsible for inciting the drama while the others are away. The KHA chairman watches this, saying how Shimyang is obviously just making the matter worse for them. A staff then reports to him how the media and people are viewing the association negatively. The chairman stops him, saying they must focus on the actual incident instead of the rumors flying around. He then explains how Eugene's kidnapping is because of the poor security of the detention center. The chairman then points out who the person in charge of this is. Understanding dawns on the face of the staff as he answers that it is Taewon's song. The chairman smiles, announcing that it is clear as day as to who should be responsible for all that happened. He then says that Taewon even said that he would be responsible for this, so they shouldn't really do anything about it. Seriously, Taewon, why would you even do that? Aside from Taewon's written apology regarding the matter, KHA finally responded to the accusations, saying that they would make sure to punish the person responsible. Seeing this most recent news, Yoojin can quickly tell that the association plans to place all the blame on Taewon and that the guy himself undoubtedly took the blame as well. Yoojin scratches his head, exasperated at how Taewon is living as the association's pushover. Hee-yoon-jae grabs a drink, saying Taewon will protect the association even if it means his own downfall. He then admits how he tried changing the guy numerous times, but nothing worked. Hyun-jae says that Taewon would never threaten your life whatever you do with him, and at most, the guy would even protect you. Yoojin mulls it over, thinking that Taewon would never do anything to him since he's an F-ranker. At least our MC's F-rank status is helping him this time. Hyun-jae gives Yoojin a glass as he asks what he plans to do now that the association is hiding behind Taewon. He then offers help, saying he can take care of the old people. Yoojin accepts the drink, saying that Hyun-jae shouldn't worry since he is good with both kids and old people. Yoojin then borrows Hyun-jae's phone since he obviously left his in Korea. He asks if Hyun-jae has Taewon's number, and Hyun-jae confirms, saying that it is even saved as sheepdog. How apt. Taking the phone, Yoojin sees that his number is saved as my item and scolds Hyun-jae. He then proceeds to remove the word my, angry that Hyun-jae is claiming possession of him. Hyun-jae fake tears at Yoojin's action. Yoojin makes a call while Hyun-jae watches over him, thinking how people would typically be angry for being called an item rather than the part about claiming possession. It makes him wonder if Yoojin really does not care or if it is because he views himself as a tool that he should use to achieve a goal. Let's just all agree that both of you are weird. And this is why some Fujo Shis and Fudan Shis tend to ship you. Taewon finally answers the call, asking why Hyun-jae is calling so late. Yoojin playfully asks who he is, questioning if he is the officer's son, who simply allowed the poor F-ranker to get kidnapped. Taewon can easily tell that he is talking with Yoojin Hun. Yoojin jokes around, saying he's an unknown criminal. The following day in Incheon Airport, the people are abuzz while carrying placards with written apologies to Yoojin and hoping for his safe return. People were talking about what happened, saying how Yoojin was being sold in an auction and the association's involvement in what happened. But they try to keep it low since, aside from them, Taewon's song is in the airport, looking all serious. Some people even wonder out loud if Taewon is there to apologize. The staff present, along with Taewon, tries to talk him out of it, saying that he shouldn't take all the heat from what happened. Taewon ignores him and instead recalls Yoojin's words about being present at the airport for his arrival, or the association will truly get it. He thinks that Yoojin said that to have Taewon publicly apologize. Taewon thinks that Yoojin's plan is literally to become a victim to shake the whole KHA. It took you a long while to realize that. Suddenly, someone throws a sweet potato at Taewon, yelling and cursing about his presence. The old man who threw it complains some more, even adding how their tax money is basically useless. Other staff tries to calm the old man, and another tries to wet the food off Taewon's suit. But unlike everyone, Taewon remains calm and unmoving. Even reasoning out that the old man is correct since it is his fault, he is wholly resolved to take all the contempt of the people. The automatic doors for new arrivals open, and Yoojin, along with his brother, So-hyun, and bodyguards, make their appearance. Everyone shouts for Yoojin and even throws questions at him. Yoojin, the best actor in this manhwa, is all pale and rugged as he slowly makes his way while being held close by his brother. Yoo-hyun shouts at everyone that Yoojin needs rest, and they should ask their questions at a more appropriate time. Just then, Yoojin covers his mouth with his rugged blanket and whispers to Yoo-hyun to come closer to make him look more wretched. Yoojin then sees K1 bowing before them, and people start talking about how an S-ranker is bowing down low and how it might even be a good thumbnail. Might as well turn it into a meme. Taewon continues to bow down and delivers his heartfelt apology to Yoojin while seriously thinking about how doing this kind of thing is nothing for him. He doesn't care about the insults or hate he receives. What matters for Taewon is that the association won't be taking the blame. Taewon intends to protect the association with all his being, no matter what Yoojin Hun does. Unexpectedly, Yoojin grabs Taewon's hands, saying he shouldn't do such a thing. He then cries out that he is actually thankful to him. This claim confuses everyone, but Yoojin continues his speech about how Taewon even took all the blame just to have him rescued. He then goes on about how the association is even using Taewon as a scapegoat for trying to reveal the group's crimes. Yoo-hyun then grabs his brother's shoulder, reminding him that he shouldn't reveal that there. And the Best Supporting Actor award goes to Yoo-hyun Hun. Yoojin shows his lament that he can't take it anymore and his desire to do something about it. Everyone there starts talking about what's happening. The reporters shift their attention to Taewon, asking the details of what Yoojin just said, if he was framed, and the relation of the matter to the association's corruption. At the same time, Taewon's colleagues are crying heartfelt tears for the injustice that Taewon received. Taewon is so baffled by what's happening that he can't explain it well, and everyone else is just making their own conclusions on the matter. The association is now taking the heat of the matter, cleaning Taewon's name in the process. Lol. The tables are easily turned with our MC's single move. With everyone surrounding Taewon to get him to talk, Yoojin and his group make their exit. Yoojin looks back at Taewon with a smirk. And it is only then that Taewon finally realizes what is actually happening. Seeing this, Taewon cannot hold himself back and unleashes his weight manipulation skill. The pressure gets everyone around him down while the man himself clenches his fist in contempt. Taewon subtly smiles, thinking this is all part of Yoojin Hun's plan. Inside a moving vehicle, Yoojin is feeling unwell. Yoojin quickly asks if his big bro is okay. Yoojin assures him he is fine, explaining how he turned off his fear resistance skill for a moment. MC's tenacity is way up there, even if physically in fear. Big bro's trust for lil bro calms him mentally. Yoojin pulls himself together and directs Yoojin's attention to the tablet he holds, commenting on how he looks wretched in an image. By portraying himself as a victim, people are already commenting on what happened in the airport and talking about the association's role in the incident. Taewon is being labeled as a whistleblower, scapegoat, and sacrifice because of the victim, Yoojin Hun. This effectively made the people turn their attention to the association instead of focusing it on Taewon. Shimian looks back from the front of the car, asking if this is really okay since Yoojin usually doesn't like getting attention. Yoojin smiles at this, saying he should do this much to bring down the association. He then instructs Shimian to ensure that the articles can significantly pull at people's hearts by making a headline about what happened at HK, the money poured, and how some wealthy people made the awaken their slaves. Yoojin wants everyone to talk about him or the association for at least a week. Though he feels sorry for Taewon, Yoojin's priority lies in making the association pay for their crimes. The association is finally getting what it deserves. With the attention focused on the association, they received a massive blow from the media. Everyone, including the chairman, is in disarray for what happened. Still, they managed to soften the blow by claiming that the association is already investigating the matter regarding corruption and Officer Song's role is to make the investigation go smoothly. They even released a statement that Yoojin Hun simply misunderstood due to the confusion caused by the kidnapping. Their futile attempts to clear their name are laughable. Yoojin is on the sofa with Peace, looking at the association's response. Seeing this, Yoojin fights back by revealing what happened in the auction, like the smuggled S-rank equipment, making big news of how the association betrayed the nation. As Yoojin scratches his ear, he makes a call to reveal the culprit behind the crime that was supposed to be known in the future. Apparently, the man behind this is a higher-up from the KHA. With numerous cards to play, Yoojin sarcastically asks who will win their fight. Evidence of wrongdoings is before a higher-up, and the man trembles in fear. The man asks if Yoojin is blackmailing him, but Yoojin only laughs, reminding the man that this is all on him. Yoojin says he can easily expose this, but he is still playing nice, so he suggests that the man step down and get replaced. The man won't accept this without a fight and accuses Yoojin of wanting to place his own people in the association. He then threatens to release articles about what Yoojin is doing but stops short when he sees Yoo Hee-yoon and Noah glaring at him. Nope, you can't threaten our MC on their watch. Yoojin tells the two to sit down, and he thinks about what the man just threatened. He then says it won't be a problem for him since the people he will suggest are the association's original members who literally have no connection to him. Yoojin says there is no assurance that the people will believe such news. In the case that they do, the worst thing they can do to him is have him on house arrest and simply raise magic beasts. Yoojin reminds him that it won't be the same for the other man if this evidence gets released. He gives the man two options. Either he gets destroyed by the people, or he resigns from his position without damaging his reputation. Either way, you're out of the association. Yoojin asks the older man as he crosses his legs, while Yoo Hee-yoon and Ever the Brocon reminds Yoojin not to cross his legs. With that, the man runs from the office crying while Yoojin shouts that he shouldn't worry since the one replacing him is better at the job. Right outside, a queue of people is waiting for their turn to talk with Yoojin. It's literally a queue of their downfall. From then on, they continue dismissing the corrupt association members using the same method. The news then is filled about how members are stepping down as a form of taking responsibility, and there are requests for predecessors to return to their original positions. Yoojin is playing with Peace and Chirpy when he sees this news, glad that what they did was effective. He starts wondering how many are still left when he suddenly hears the sound of someone opening the door to his place. Considering the hour, Yoojin asks who it could be and wonders if it is his brother who is back early. As Yoojin approaches the entryway with Peace, a man in a suit with blood stains appears. The menacing aura of Taewon with bloody hands looms over them. Seeing this makes Peace immediately use his gigantification skill. Yoojin asks how Taewon got in. and he can't help wondering if the man is there to get rid of him for getting in the association's way. Oh, this looks bad. Are we getting a repeat of their first meeting? Taewon lifts this clenched, bloodied hand toward Yoojin, and Yoojin curses Hyunjae in his head for trusting his words about how Taewon would never remove him from existence. Suddenly, Taewon's bloody hand opens, handing Yoojin an entry card. Taewon explains that it is a key to Yoojin's place that the association made and kept secret. Yoojin is surprised while Taewon continues to explain that he brought it to him before some miscreant got hold of it. He also reminds Yoojin to be careful. Yoojin looks up at Taewon and asks about the owner of the key. Taewon then looks away, saying that the person is alive and he only used a little force. So why are you looking away? Yoojin mulls over Taewon's words, thinking how the stubborn official beat up an association executive to ensure his safety. Though Taewon is glaring down at him, Yoojin wonders if Taewon did all of this because a civilian like him is more important than the association. Taewon looks at Peace and speaks up, but Peace growls at him, and even Chirpy angrily peeps at him. Taewon continues, saying that Yoojin has every right to be confident since he has magic beasts tamed, but just the same, Taewon says that someone like Yoojin is too fragile to be the leash for all of those beasts. Yep, he's referring to the S-rankers around Yoojin. Yoojin's face darkens as Taewon reminds him that a single bite from those could mean his end. Yoojin glares at Taewon, claiming that his kids don't bite. Taewon shoots back that he does as he turns to leave. Yoojin looks again at the key card, thinking he is sure of it. He then thinks about how Taewon left all the mark to serve as a warning of his willingness to resort to violence when necessary. Yoojin then looks up, thinking that this also means that Taewon is not a blind lapdog who follows every whim of the association. Yoojin then points to his neck, reminding Taewon about how he bit him once. MC is referring to what happened back at the end of chapter 69. Yoojin mentions how 4 people already resigned and how this would be a good change for the association, especially for Taewon. He also says that he is not a leash, for he is merely setting up the stage for Taewon to save more people when necessary. Taewon thoughtfully thinks of Yoojin's words as he tells him that this only makes things more complicated for him. He starts to walk away, telling Yoojin that he should stop replacing the people in the association, and is about to say goodbye. Yoojin suddenly holds Taewon on the shoulder, asking where he plans to go. Taewon looks back and Yoojin flails around, saying he can't leave, acting as if asking Taewon for a compliment. Yoojin then invites Taewon to have lunch with him. He plans to get close to Taewon by starting with food, similar to how he got close to Peace. Seeing the way Yoojin is acting, Peace finally deactivates his skill. Good job protecting our MC, Peace. Yoojin pulls on Taewon's arm while the bulky man asks if it is even appropriate. Yoojin answers that he is the enemy of the association and not Taewon. Yoojin believes that Taewon may be twisted, but he is still a good person. Yoojin says he'll order chicken and beer, and while they eat, they can enjoy their time talking crap about Hyunjae. That's a great way to pass the time and bond. The last part ultimately gets Taewon's attention, and he finally acquiesces to Yoojin's offer for lunch. Yoojin is happy about this, while Peace only stares up at his dad with knowing eyes. Yoojin is so relieved that he finally finds common ground with Taewon by applying the saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." In a different part of the city, Hyunjae looks out his floor-to-ceiling windows, finding his ears itchy. Aside from the people directly involved in the matter, a particular person in hiding is also affected by what is happening. With the numerous executives of the association quitting, Sukwon Choi, the MKC guild master, finally reappears. Can't believe that this guy is still alive. Sukwon is talking on the phone, and the person on the other end is telling him they can't look after him anymore. Sukwon pales and yells upon hearing this. He tries to complain, but the call suddenly cuts. Sukwon curses and throws his phone. Ever since what happened in the dungeon with Hyunjae and Yoojin, he had escaped to avoid getting arrested. Aside from hiding, the MKC guild is on the decline, and the executives who were taking care of him are now backing out. Sukwon curses again at his current situation, pondering what he could do. Suddenly, a long tentacle hand caresses his face, and the owner comments on how Sukwon has fallen hard. Jellyfish looks down on Sukwon, narrating about his failure to do the lizard owner's bidding and losing his guild. She then asks him why she should keep someone like him alive. Sukwon shrieks in fear and pleads for mercy, claiming he still has some connections outside Korea, and he will do anything to bring back his guild. The filial piety addict thoughtfully looks at him and decides to give him a chance since she does need someone to do her bidding. But words aren't enough, so she inserts her tentacles into Sukwon Choi, making him choke in pain. Jellyfish says she prepared something fun for him if he fails. She claims that this is her act of mercy to provide him with a choice. Jellyfish announces that they should make a new contract while Sukwon cries as he endures the pain. Jellyfish smiles widely as she reminds that Sukwon's life depends on this. Right now, this guy has no choice in the matter since his life is on the line. But who cares? None of us will really miss him, tilde. The media is filled with news about the KHA members stepping down to take responsibility. The remaining members are now in a meeting discussing the continuous resignation of their members and how it was supposed to end with only a fine if it was before. The old men are agitated by the current situation of how the media is after them. Some of them speak of how people are demanding that everyone in the KHA be investigated and how it seems that a special team will be created for the inspection. Let me double check and make sure Donald Trump isn't the author of this comic. Hearing this, another old man shouts for him to stop his nonsense or else he'll be publicly shamed. The chairman of the KHA, Jin-hyo Kwon, remains quiet, though he is also distressed. He worries that the fingers will soon point at him and get dragged into that mess. Jin-hyo mulls over how Taewon gave Yoojin's spare house key to its owner. He believed the S-ranker to be an obedient dog. However, Taewon's recent actions prove that Jin-hyo can trust no one. He can only curse in his head while the others are still talking about the main issue. Oh, my neck. This guy deserves to be given the highest punishment possible. Suddenly, the door to the conference room opens. Sukwon Choi appears before them while pulling another man into the room. Clearly irritated, he shouts at their incompetence. The old men are surprised to find him there, speaking of how the MKC Guildmaster was supposed to be staying low. They also notice how he is dragging the Dungeon Management Office's chief director. Sukwon roughly throws the other man to the podium and tells them that no matter the corruption, once the danger is before the people, they will undoubtedly focus on that matter instead. He then asks the director to confirm this as the other man stands with a worried look. The director of the Dungeon Management Department finally speaks before everyone. He reveals the existence of an illegal A-rank dungeon that the KHA is co-managing with the MKC Guild. He explains how the raid kept being pushed off because of what happened and stutters the possibility of a dungeon break. This revelation puts a smile on some old men's faces as they discuss the effectiveness of this possibility. They're really a bunch of old, rotten men. I wouldn't be surprised if they were on Epstein's client list. The chairman suddenly happily exclaims at the existence of such a disaster. Seeing this reaction, Sukwon tells him to wipe that smile off if he wants to be seen as genuine in his concern. Hearing this, Jin-hyo quickly covers his mouth. Sukwon then points at the group of old men, confidently convicting them of pushing the raid off just for that kind of situation. He demands them to stop the pretense and be thankful that he's doing something like that for them. With a menacing aura, he reveals the necessity of their power to keep himself alive. Aha! It's no surprise that you're doing all this for selfish reasons. In a different location, a small dark dragon cries out as Blue happily shakes the branch in which Chirpy's nest is. Yoojin sees this and reminds them not to steal each other's food while Peace trails behind him. Upon his return, Yoojin has focused his attention on the magic beasts. Considering the current situation, he finds it uncomfortable to go outside. Yoojin pours food for the shadow unicorns, salt and pepper, and tells them to eat up. With how things are going for the KHA, Manhwa is busy with his item workshop, where he teaches the Heian Guild's equipment management team. Dr. Heian Seok and her team are currently doing everything they can to learn more about gates at the research center that they've set up. Hamandu, the information dealer, has been recruited and has also taken residence in a corner of the monster training facility. He has set up a shop where stray hamsters can be adopted. Yoojin is initially surprised and asks where the other is getting money for that. Haman admits that it doesn't make money, hence he has a private investigator side job. Since he doesn't have to pay rent, he can now do what he wants. Must be nice, because Lord knows making these videos aren't paying the bills. Yoojin can only smile, thinking that either way this is still related to his breeding facility. Wow, I can't believe that looking for people is only his side job. At least he's happy with what he's doing. That's definitely a life goal there. In a way, Yoojin considers Hammond's recruitment a positive help for the research. With the research members looking dead, the sudden appearance of a cute hamster gives them life. It is to the point that it even ignited their fighting spirit in researching since they're motivated by their hamsters. Seeing this, Yoojin cannot help but think that the research team's area has also become a hamster facility. In addition to them, Yerim recently became officially recognized as an S-ranker. After the incident in Hong Kong, she finally began raiding S-rank dungeons after Yoojin recognized her growth and qualifications. Before starting her first S-rank raid, Yoojin asks if Yerim is sure about this. Yerim stands between Peace and Yoojin as she proudly announces that she's sure since even her guild master said so. She confidently flaunts how she destroyed Yoojin back in Hong Kong. Still, Yerim reminds her that it was a 3 versus 1 battle. Yerim hears this and complains that she made all the attacks and that her guild master only got his attack power boosted because of his brother. Yerim rebuts by listing how Yerim got an elemental buff, borrowed stats, environment advantage, flame-resistant coat, and even the support of the Season guild master. Yerim bickers back, claiming she's only been in that hunter business for 2 months. This speaks volumes for her compared to her guild master's 3 years of experience. Already used to their bickering, Yoojin pointedly ignores them and pets Peace instead. Peace purrs, is focused on Yoojin alone. Seeing the two still arguing, Yoojin tells them to behave in the dungeon and reminds them of how much he loves them. He then emphasizes the importance of safety. Real smooth, big bro. You cunningly applied the keyword to boost their growth. The three happily accept Yoojin's affection, and soon they bid their goodbyes and remind Yoojin to stay home and safe. Yoojin waves as they go and says he's not going anywhere with the media's attention on him. With them gone, Yoojin looks at the distance, thinking how his guests should be there soon. After some time, the door to Yoojin's place opens, and the guest hopes he isn't too early. Yoojin greets Taewon and says he's just on time. Taewon hands him 2 boxes of chicken and speaks of the messy business in KHA, so he opts to get off work early. Since their first get-together, Yoojin and Taewon's relationship has gotten better, and Yoojin is surprised at how really nice Taewon is. Upon learning more about him, Yoojin now considers Taewon to be the most normal among the S-rankers he knows. However, once the topic flows to how Yoojin urges Taewon to take the helm of responsibility, the S-ranker will refuse, claiming that his doing so will only create more mayhem. It is akin to how a bear stays cooped up in a mountain cave despite a considerable fire, thinking he's a monster that shouldn't be released to the world. This ends up infuriating Yoojin, seeing that the S-ranker never gives in. From his refusal, Yoojin easily determines that Taewon is unrelated to the filial piety addicts. Giving it another shot, Yoojin makes up a different scenario where the world will end if Taewon doesn't take the role of a leader. Taewon thinks it over and bows his head, claiming that the results will still be the same. He believes that his becoming a leader means their downfall. Wow, he's stubborn. It's like he has this convenient answer just to reject such a position. This response dramatically frustrates Yoojin, who can't help but make a mess of his hair. He suddenly chugs his drink straight as he makes plans in his head on how he can make Taewon give in. Seeing Yoojin drink, Taewon curiously watches. Yoojin recalls how they almost died when he tried the keyword on Noah, so he is now more cautious. Considering what Taewon did the first time they met, it might become another disaster. Yoojin mulls how the S-ranker might not cooperate even if Yoojin honestly tells him everything. Thinking this, he decides to hang out with Taewon normally and simply become closer to the KHA official. I hope your plan works, big bro. Having decided, Yoojin urges Taewon to learn more about each other while pouring him a drink. Though a bit confused, Taewon agrees. The two had spent days similar to this. Yoojin laughs out loud while Taewon confirms his story of how someone lectured the Season guildmaster for not respecting his elders, thinking that Hyunjae is younger than Taewon. Yoojin cannot hold back his laughter as he admits that Hyunjae looks young. Crying tears of laughter, Yoojin wonders out loud if Hyunjae wears clothes like that so he wouldn't look younger, even if he's in a dungeon raid. Wiping his tears, Yoojin comments on how the Season guildmaster talks like a 40-year-old man. Taewon smiles, saying that Hyunjae only did that recently. This fact surprises Yoojin, asking for confirmation. Taewon says it oddly suits the Season guildmaster and mentions that it has only been 2 months since that change happened. Thinking of it, Taewon says it's around the time when Yoojin had his awakening. Yoojin claims that Hyunjae must have simply changed his concept. Yoojin suddenly stops, realizing that it was around the time he regressed. Taewon talks about how Hyuna really found it amusing. At the same time, Yoojin thinks about how Hyunjae developed his habit of talking like an old man since the time turned back by 5 years. Yep, this is all your fault, MC. Filled with such thoughts, he recalls what Newbie said about how someone really sensitive might recognize the difference. Yoojin ponders if Hyunjae felt out of place on himself, who is 5 years younger. He thinks this must be why the Season guildmaster subconsciously dresses and talks that way. Yoojin ponders that if Hyunjae did recognize the difference, if he somehow recalls memories before regression and learns about him then. His thoughts suddenly stop when an alarm goes off on a mobile phone. An emergency text is on the screen announcing an A-rank dungeon break in the Gangseo View area. Though they are surprised by this, Taewon calmly announces that he should go now, considering the other S-rankers are currently in dungeon raids. Yoojin comments on the perfect timing, saying it conveniently appears when most of the S-rankers are gone, right when the S-rankers capable of AoE attacks are gone. Taewon is surprised by Yoojin's suspicions. Yoojin does hope that it's only a coincidence. However, he still questions the identity of the person benefiting the most from this incident. Right, we all know that it's none other than the KHA chairman. With such thoughts, Yoojin says they should go together since it'll be faster to get there with Noah. Wearing a jacket, Yoojin says that if this incident is deliberate, then the responsible party will prefer achieving maximum damage. With this in mind, he decides to help Taewon prevent it. In the scene in the dungeon break in Gangseogu Seoul, people are crying in fear for their lives and screaming for help. An A-ranker valiantly fights against the monsters to help civilians get to safety. However, before they can get the rubble off, the hunter gets stabbed in the back by the monster bee. Seeing this scene of easy defeat terrified the civilians. They cover themselves and shout in fear for someone to save them. As a monster is about to attack them, Taewon appears and punches it out of existence. That timing and single punch. Taewon is like Satama in this scene. Taewon helps the people by removing rubble and guiding them on what to do. Suddenly, a swarm of flying monsters appear. Riding Nose dragon form, Yoojin shouts that they'll block those. The survivors are surprised at their appearance, and they feel better about the dragon's appearance with Hunter Yoojin Han. Yoojin good-naturedly reminds them to get to his shelter. Yoojin then looks down at Taewon, remembering his lack of flight skills. He offers to share his skill with Taewon and connect him with Noah. However, Taewon rejects the offer, claiming that that kind of height is nothing. At that, the S-ranker suddenly jumps from where he is onto a building's surface and then leaps to where the monsters are. Taewon easily defeats the monsters with one hit from his fist. Right, let's not forget that he's capable of controlling his weight. Seeing Taewon's prowess, Yoojin can't help but be amazed. As he watches Taewon fight, he knows that the S-ranker doesn't have a wide range of skills. However, the way Taewon moves resembles that of a durable machine. Noah suddenly speaks, surprised at the existence of a dungeon filled with bees. Yoojin confirms this, saying his thoughts on how it might be a secretly managed illegal dungeon. He adds that unregistered dungeons exist because some want to monopolize their profits. Yoojin then speaks of the dungeon's source honey in the hunter market, saying that if they dig into it, they might find a clue about the identity behind the current incident. Suddenly, a swarm of monster bees attacks them, making Yoojin fall from Noah. Yoojin shouts, and Noah quickly grabs Yoojin to catch him with his dragon hands. Noah flies away from the swarm while holding Yoojin. He shouts how the monsters are chasing them and mentions that this only means they're not attacking the civilians. Noah defends against the monster bees by smacking them with his dragon tail. However, the monsters continue to chase only after them, making him question why they're doing that. Oh, it's probably because of what Big Bro put himself. Right. Noah continues to evade the monsters by flying, but his movements make Yoojin uncomfortable. Noah notices this and asks if Yoojin is okay. He then mentions using his poison to get rid of the monster bees. Still, Yoojin rejects this idea since they are near the residential area, which will only cause further damage. Though dizzy, Yoojin tries to devise a plan and notices something behind them. He directs Noah's attention back to the gate. Using his promising sprout skill, Yoojin identifies the giant monster coming out of it as the A-rank red sphinx bee with queen class. Its skills are A-rank venomous sting and S-rank colony's trust. Yoojin exclaims at the queen's appearance, and the monster screeches loudly. At its screech, the eyes of all the monster bees in the area flash red and quickly gather at where Noah and Yoojin are. Yoojin shouts that this is a boss skill that strengthens the swarm. He claims that defeating the queen will take down the entire colony. Seeing the monsters surround Noah and Yoojin, Taewon immediately runs in their direction, thinking that he can't reach that kind of height. Above him, Noah protects Yoojin with his entire body as the monster bees continue to gather around them. Seeing Taewon approach, Yoojin shouts at him to accept his skill. At that, Taewon doesn't reject Yoojin's stern mother Hendril Surgeon skill, and he immediately shares senses with Noah. Without wasting time, Taewon stops running while Noah flies low and approaches the other S-ranker. Recognizing Noah's movements, Taewon jumps up from where he is and drops at Noah's back with an exact timing. Beneath them, Yoojin covers his mouth, for he still suffers from flying all over while in Noah's hands. Poor MC, he's definitely an F-ranker. Looking at Yoojin, Taewon asks him. However, Yoojin is still feeling sick and simply shouts that Noah will provide Taewon the footing, so he'll have to deal with the monsters. Determined, Taewon says he'll try his best. The trio faces the numerous monsters surrounding them, creating a great boom. Yoojin is confident that with Taewon's prowess and Noah's flying ability, there will be a chance for them to end this fight. Taewon easily deals with the monster bees with his punches. Seeing an opportunity, he suddenly leaps from Noah's back to face the enormous monster. The red sphinx bee screeches and releases green fumes as it readily faces Taewon with its stinger. The beast shoots it directly at where Taewon is, sending its venomous stinger flying off. Seeing this, Yoojin shouts at Taewon, warning him that it's an A-rank venom. However, Taewon remains unfazed and punches at the venomous stinger, making it crumble into pieces. This display of power shocks Noah and Yoojin, while the red Sphinx bee can only watch as the hunter heads her way. Taewon pulls back his hand as dark smoke-like energy envelops it. He holds the monster with one hand while readying his other fist, which is filled with dark energy. At that, he doesn't hold back his strength and punches the beast with all his might. The attack sends the red Sphinx bee down to the ground with a huge blast. Once the smoke from the attack dissipates, the monster lays on the ground, trembling. At its death, the numerous monster bees suddenly fizzle and soon follow the red Sphinx bee to the ground. I gotta agree, that attack is like a serious punch. Taewon watches this happen with his fists still enveloped in dark energy. Yoojin and Noah get closer to the ground as Yoojin comments on how Taewon dealt that with one punch. As the two drop to the ground, Noah asks if Yoojin is okay. Yoojin confirms that he's only feeling dizzy. Taewon checks his phone and determines there's still time before the next wave of monsters. He announces that once the A rankers and above arrive, they'll have to enter the dungeon. Yoojin is still surprised by what happened, even though he knows it wouldn't be difficult for Taewon. He ponders if it is because of the dark energy, whether it is a poison resistance or skill nullification ability. Noah looks at Yoojin, asking his opinion as to why the monsters were after them. Yoojin smiles, saying he's wondering about that too. He makes a guess, saying that it might be because of Noah since he's flying and the monsters probably thought he was a friend. Aha, we're sure you already know the real reason for that. Noah laughs at this, claiming he doesn't need bees for friends. Suddenly, something leaps to where they are, catching them completely off guard. Something slashes at them, sending Noah flying into a wall. Noah groans at the impact and steadies himself to see what attacked him. A sharp-fanged monster appears before him with menacing red eyes. Underneath the monster is Yoojin, who is entirely trapped by the monster's clawed hand. Noah shouts in worry while Taewon runs to where Yoojin is, asking if the next wave is already starting. Yoojin glares at the monster holding him down, shouting that the beast doesn't seem to be from the gate. Noah asks if Yoojin is okay. MC confirms he's okay since he has a damage-canceling item. However, the sudden presence of the monster and the bees targeting them makes him think that it's all actually because of him. Wait, were you really unaware that you didn't think it was because of you? Lycanthrope is an S-rank monster with the nickname of the Wolf of Gluttony. Yoojin recalls that it's a monster that is supposed to be asleep in an unregistered dungeon, and it is only supposed to appear a year from now in his previous life. At the time it got out, there was minor damage despite its rank, because the monster only cares about mana stones. That was the case back then. At present, the monster rips Yoojin's shirt. Yoojin thinks of the mana stone created by combining an S-grade Dragonkin and a transcendent being's mana stone. Considering this, the lycanthrope can't help but drool and lick at the F-ranker, Yoojin, who looks exasperated. Yoojin ponders if this is why the monster bees and the current monster are obsessed with them. Yep, the series is now changing its title into something more catchy. Noah once again asks if Yoojin is okay as the lycanthrope continues to trap and drool at him. Yoojin confirms that he's really fine, saying he's thankful for Yumi's damage-canceling effect. Noah curses and uses his soundless scream skill to share twice the effect of the injury he received to the monster. This makes the lycanthrope whimper in pain and fall to the ground. Noah calls out for Yoojin as he and Taewon immediately run towards them. Taewon instructs Noah to protect Yoojin while he takes care of the monster. Taewon punches the enemy directly. However, he stops short when he realizes that the lycanthrope's skin has changed, making his attack useless. Unperturbed by the S-ranker's attack, the monster slashes at Taewon, who quickly leaps away to evade the attack. Though saved, Taewon's shirt is still torn by the attack. Taewon looks at his chest in surprise. Yoojin yells that it's the monster's ability. Using his promising sprout skill, Yoojin determines that the enemy uses an SS-ranked defense skill called Obsidian Fur. He explains that most attacks won't work as long as the skill is active. At least it's not a passive skill. It'll be more troublesome if it is. Yoojin looks at the monster's stats, identifying it as a Tier 1 lycanthrope, the Obsidian King, with a rank of S and a potential rank of S. It has 3 optimal initial unlock skills, which are the SS rank Obsidian Fur, S rank Claws of Laceration, and A rank Gigantification. Suddenly, the gate behind them shines bright red. Monsters start appearing from within, and Noah shouts about the incoming next wave of monsters. Seeing this, Yoojin directs Noah to take care of the gate and touches Taewon. Noah quickly agrees to this and heads off. Yoojin tells Taewon to take care of the lycanthrope. He recalls the dark smoke-like energy that the S-ranker used before, asking if it is a nullification skill. Taewon confirms that it is, but he doubts it'll work against an SS-rank defense. Hearing this, Yoojin announces his intention to share a skill with Taewon that will double his skill's effects. Taewon tries to reject this, but Yoojin cuts him off, saying that it's not a situation that he can reject. The lycanthrope suddenly leaps at them, and Yoojin touches Taewon's back, telling him to take his skill. At that moment, Taewon uses his nullification skill, enveloping dark energy in his fist. Yoojin quickly uses his skills. The S-rank veteran F-ranker and S-rank +1. In case you forgot again, the veteran F-ranker is the skill that doubles the effect of an attack skill, while +1 enables our MC to share a skill of his as long as he maintains contact with the person he's sharing it with. Taewon throws an upper punch at the lycanthrope, easily causing damage to the monster. The impact of his attack surprises Taewon himself. He can't believe that such force came from him. The lycanthrope is sent off blasting into a building at Taewon's attack. Yoojin is glad that it worked well against an SS rank skill. He then instructs Taewon to grab onto him since his sharing skill only works if they keep touching. Yoojin is about to explain more, but Taewon already lifts and places Yoojin on his shoulders. Yoojin is surprised by Taewon's choice, but the S-ranker merely announces that they should go. With that, Taewon jumps off to where the lycanthrope dropped while dragging our poor MC on his shoulders. The monster growls as it lunges at them. Yoojin keeps a grip on Taewon while the other simply keeps a hand on his leg. While doing this, Taewon punches the lycanthrope numerous times with his other fist. With that same hand, he grabs the monster's arm and envelopes his knee with the dark energy of his nullification skill. Taewon mulls how his pillager skill is typically small range, and using it this way is new for him. He then hits the monster with his knee, creating a significant impact that makes the lycanthrope yelp in pain. However, Taewon is not yet done. He grabs the monster's head, making the monster sweat and worry. Taewon uses the monster's head to pull himself up, and Yoojin, who is still on his shoulders. Really, our poor MC. The S-ranker is amazed at how he can fight with only one arm, and despite this, he doesn't find it cumbersome. Taewon actually feels much stronger than ever. I hope he doesn't go crazy like the previous S-rankers who experienced MC's sharing skill. Taewon grabs the monster and twists his hold to jump down on it, delivering a kick full of weight and filled with his dark energy. At his attack, Taewon activates his skill, the rusted gray scale, to increase his body mass. With that, he sends the monster to the ground with all his weight. The effect of the pillager skill renders the lycanthrope's SS rank defense skill useless, and a massive burst of explosion explodes at the impact. As the smoke and dust disperse, the monster lies lifeless beneath Taewon. It is to the point that the lycanthrope's body is almost non-existent. Taewon looks down at it, thinking that the foe is definitely an S rank, yet he easily defeats it. A voice suddenly complains at how he got wolf all over him, making Taewon look back at its source. Yoojin wipes himself, saying that it is at least quick since he shared his skill with Taewon. Taewon continues to hold onto Yoojin's arm as the F-ranker suggests going into the gate. He tells Taewon that he'll undo the sharing skill and can now let go. However, Taewon doesn't let go. Instead, the grip on Yoojin's arm tightens. He comments on how Yoojin was composed despite being in between the monster's jaws before. Taewon then questions if Yoojin has a skill that makes him incapable of feeling fear. Yoojin looks at him with confusion, but Taewon simply keeps on going. He mentions how Yoojin has some valuable skills, realizing that this is why the Sejong Guildmaster wants Yoojin so much. Taewon adds that he also suddenly developed a desire to hunt in that state. That line about Hyunju wanting Yoojin is definitely feeding the Fujoshis and Fudenshis watching. Yoojin looks back at Taewon, thinking that Taewon doesn't really mean hunting monsters per se. He suddenly recalls what happened back when he shared the same skill. After getting a taste of that skill, it ignited the desire to slay every other S-ranker. With such thoughts, Yoojin panics a bit. He tells Taewon to let him go, claiming that the S-ranker is joking. Taewon suddenly mentions Yoojin's chest injury and pulls out a potion bottle from his inventory. He pours it down on Yoojin to see if it will heal the chest injury, but nothing happens. Yoojin looks at his chest in panic and tries to come up with an explanation. Taewon simply points out that Yoojin has a damage-canceling item, so there's no way he got that injury today. The S-ranker recalls that Yoojin also didn't have it back when Noah first visited, so he concludes that this was a recent injury. Looking at the scar on Yoojin's chest, Taewon notices the faint pulse of mana coming from it. He then claims that the monsters were after Yoojin, specifically his chest. Taewon asks if this has anything to do with that scar. He continues to hold Yoojin's arm, asking what exactly he has done. Taewon ponders how extraordinary the skills are for an F-ranker. However, he thinks that it is not just skills. Taewon believes that Yoojin is hiding something. With a serious look, Taewon calls out to Yoojin, asking who he is exactly. Oh no, here we go again. With the existence of skills that can make a monstrously strong person even stronger, Taewon believes that he can't leave this person unchecked. Yoojin acts dumb, asking what T1 means. However, the S-ranker is not letting it go and demands an answer. Taewon asks how he should perceive Yoojin. He ponders whether Yoojin is someone he must protect against the S-rankers around him, or if the F-ranker can manipulate the said S-rankers, making him a threat to the KHA and an existence that must be eliminated. Taewon determines that he must make his choice. With his hand still on Yoojin's arm, Taewon uses his nullification skill. Yoojin is surprised at the burst of dark energy and asks what Taewon is doing. Taewon explains that his skill, Insidious Pillager, allows him to downgrade his target's certain skill rank. With a menacing look, Taewon announces that it usually takes a difference of 3 ranks. Yoojin is surprised by this announcement and a system notification appears, letting him know that the rank of fear resistance is decreasing. He suddenly realizes that he's sharing his skill with Taewon, meaning the skill rank will degrade twice of the 3 ranks. Instead of downgrading only to S rank, the skill downgrades further. Yoojin tries to make Taewon let go of him as he watches the rank of fear resistance drop to C rank. No, he didn't. These S-rankers really need a lesson on how to properly treat an F-ranker. At its sudden drop, Yoojin now finds it hard to breathe. He smells his surroundings and sees the remains of the monsters around them, but most of all the presence of the S-ranker before him. The sight and proximity make Yoojin groan and drop to the ground. He trembles in fear at the sudden onslaught on his senses. Taewon looks down at Yoojin's crouching form, telling him it is only fitting for him to be afraid. He urges Yoojin to refuse the norm of getting dragged to dangerous places. Taewon tells him not to act as an item for those S-rank monsters, or else he promises to destroy Yoojin. Bro, please stop pushing your ideals on others. As Taewon warns him not to get involved with the S-rankers, Yoojin clenches his teeth in frustration. He musters his courage and looks up at Taewon, claiming that the other is being dishonest. Yoojin accuses Taewon of wanting to get rid of him because he finds Yoojin's skill irresistible. He tells Taewon to stop using the other S-rankers as his excuse because he knows that Taewon is shaken by his skill's influence. Though he is trembling, Yoojin reaches out a hand, thinking that he lived just fine for 5 years, even without the existence of an L-rank fear resistance. He grabs at Taewon's clothes, telling the other that whether he's afraid or not, he will still do what he must. Yoojin glares up at the S-ranker, claiming that if Taewon keeps on being obstinate with the way he lives, then he'll do his utmost to erase Taewon's influence. That way, the S-ranker will not hinder him anymore. Yoojin promises to tie Taewon to a menial job just to ensure that the other can't ask for help from anyone and simply live his boring life. Yoojin glares and grins at Taewon despite sweating in fear, claiming that Taewon will have to do whatever the higher-up says since he's a loyal civil servant. Considering that, Taewon won't be able to get involved with him. You better stop now, Taewon. Our MC can be really vindictive. Taewon stares down at Yoojin, commenting on how he's really difficult to deal with. Look at how stubborn Yoojin is. Taewon snatches Yoojin's bracelet off him. The S-ranker holds it up, saying that if Yoojin continues acting like that, he'll just get rid of the bracelet that grants him damage nullification. However, before Taewon can do anything with it, a peeping sound comes from the bracelet and the stone on it shines brightly. Suddenly, flames emerge from the bracelet, getting in between Taewon and Yoojin. The two are both surprised, especially when a voice speaks up, commenting on how Yoojin said he wasn't going outside. Yoojin recognizes the voice as the flames flicker and an image of Yoojin in flames flares before him. Yoojin asks what his big brother is doing there and faces Taewon as he gets into a protective stance. Lil bro looks like the Human Torch here. Still surprised, Yoojin asks what Yoojin is doing there, confused about how he can be there. Yoojin explains that he borrowed Iron's power and has been able to do this since the Hong Kong incident. He adds how he made Iron sleep next to Yoojin, so that the fire elemental can wake up whenever there's a reaction from Uni. At that moment, Uni is in her bird form and wraps itself on Yoojin's arm, reverting to its bracelet form. Yoojin looks back at Yoojin, telling his older brother that he can't stay there for long. Considering this, his big bro should contact the Sejong Guildmaster. Are you sure it'll be alright to bring Hyunja into this mix, lil bro? Yoojin says that Hyunji should currently be in a dungeon raid since he heard that all S-rankers are in one. Yoojin says it's a cover and the other must have sent Evelyn to the dungeon raid. He adds that the Sejong Guildmaster had just returned to Korea after dealing with the issue in Hong Kong. Yoojin then asks if Yoojin has his phone and tells him to call Hyunja now, even though he doesn't know what exactly happened with Taewon. At that moment, Taewon crouches and his grip cracks the ground. Suddenly, he leaps from where he is, right towards them. Yoojin comments that Taewon looks determined to see the end. In that instant, the two S-rankers clash. Taewon gets closer and punches the flaming Yoojin, making the fire disappear where his fist with an active Insidious Pillager hits. Yerim retaliates by simply blasting the other with his flames, throwing Taewon away from them and into the rubble. Though burning, Taewon quickly gets himself steady and charges once more. Yoojin protects his head from the thrashing happening around him. He thinks that it might be because of his downgraded fear resistance that he's unable to even watch the fight. With trembling hands, he calls Hyunjae, whose name is saved as skill in his phone. Yoojin thinks about not wanting another S-ranker there when Hyunjae suddenly answers the call. The Sishan Guildmaster is honored that Yoojin called him first. Still affected by fear, Yoojin properly calls Hyunjae by his name and asks him to go to the dungeon break site right now. Hyunjae asks if Taewon is not enough, thinking that one S-ranker is sufficient. Watching the destruction before him, Yoojin tells Hyunjae that Taewon is the problem. Still sweating, he tells Hyunjae to get there fast or his treasured item will break. Yoojin can't help thinking that bringing Hyunjae into the mix might add to the problem. That's what I'm saying. It'll end up creating more destruction. On another side of the area, Noah's busy dealing with the monsters from the gate. The dragon comments on how there's no end to them and really thinks that using his poison will make it easier. He looks back and notices the massive fire. Looking closely, he notices that the Heian Guildmaster is there. Seeing the two S-rankers fight, Noah circles, worrying if T1 went rogue. Noah knows that he should get involved, but he's discouraged by his own weakness. Groaning, Noah spreads his wings and decides to distract them instead. At that, he roars out loud, making the white monster moles run off to where Yoojin is. Yoojin notices the sudden surge of monsters. Some of the monsters leap to where Yoojin is. However, those were easily defeated by the appearance of Yoojin and Taewon before him. Yoojin calls out Taewon on what he's doing. He questions why the other is protecting Yoojin now when he just took his bracelet earlier. Taewon simply replies that Yoojin is still an F-ranker who is weak against monsters. Taewon, you should get yourself checked. Your hypocrisy level is rising. Listening to them, Yoojin finally understands what's happening. He realizes that Taewon hasn't made up his mind on how he should perceive Yoojin, whether as someone who must be protected or as someone threatening who must be eliminated. While Taewon slays the monster moles, Yoojin mauls how appearing weak before Taewon is actually safer for him. Yoojin suddenly looks at the flames he's made of and groans upon realizing that his time is almost up. He tells his big bro to be careful and says he'll try returning as soon as possible. Holes appear on Yoojin as he starts to disappear. Seeing this, Yoojin assures his lil bro that it's fine, so he should just clear the dungeon. Now that he has an idea, Yoojin says he can handle the situation now. At that, lightning flashes all of a sudden. Yoojin thinks of how annoying it'll be, but he also believes that the person he called earlier is the best guy who can seal his image as someone weak and in need of protection. The lightning that just flashed makes quick work of the monster moles. With those monsters already fried, a voice speaks up, commenting on how his item's charms are too much for Taewon. Hyunjae's son appears before them, asking Taewon if he got that right. It looks like they're really tiring Taewon out. First, the monsters, then Yoojin, and now it's Hyunjae. Yoojin pales and groans as he looks at Hyunjae. He feels the overwhelming pressure from the S-ranker's power, wondering if it has always been that way. Yoojin really doesn't want to encounter Hyunjae when his fear resistance is so weak. However, Taewon must deem him as someone who must be protected. To do that, Hyunjae's presence is necessary in this equation. The Sishan Guildmaster will be able to make him look like someone who really needs protection, since he treats him like an item. Hyunjae smiles as he reminds Taewon that when he picks up a lost item, he should return it to the owner intact. He speaks more nonsense about compensation when he notices Yoojin's terrible state. Hyunjae calls out to Yoojin as the F-ranker trembles while covering himself on the ground. Seeing this, the Sishan Guildmaster asks what Taewon has done. Taewon ignores Hyunjae and tells Yoojin that this reaction to seeing an S-ranker is normal. Taewon then says to calm down. Really, Taewon? Have you forgotten that this is all your fault? Yoojin trembles, thinking he doesn't even need to make an effort to act as if he's scared. In his distressed state, Yoojin stutters an apology for being an F-ranker. He covers himself with his arms as he asks the Sishan Guildmaster to get away from him. Yoojin recalls how they acted together before. The Sishan Guildmaster stares at Yoojin's stateless small smile. As for Yoojin, he relies on the fact that Hyunjae is quick-witted. He is confident that the other will quickly catch on to what he wants from the other at that moment. With a smirk, Yoojin is sure that the other immediately understood. At that exact moment, Hyunjae takes out his chains while Yoojin thinks this is just a continuation of their act back in Hong Kong. Taewon is surprised when the chains directly aim at Yoojin. Not letting it pass, Taewon quickly grabs the chains, preventing it from getting to Yoojin. With the struggling chains in his hands, Taewon asks Hyunjae for the meaning of his actions. Unfazed, Hyunjae simply claims that he's there to take back what's his. Taewon reminds him of Yoojin's request for him to leave. With a smug look, Hyunji denies his understanding, seeing that there's no reason for him to heed an item's pleas. Taewon angrily states that Yoojin's hand is not an item, and he won't let Hyunji do as he pleases to Yoojin. If you listen to Taewon's line without context, this sounds like a love triangle. Seeing Taewon's reaction, Yoojin is surprised that their plan is actually working. With Hyunji acting as an S-rank monster about to take him away, Taewon has no choice but to try and save him. Though Yoojin almost feels terrible about this, it is still something that they must do, considering how stubborn Taewon is. Taewon suddenly crushes the chains in his hands as he announces his intention to resort to a different method if the seasoned guildmaster doesn't give up. This reaction surprises Yoojin. However, Hyunji is not the type to back down. With a smile, he agrees to Taewon's assessment since it's been some time since the two of them last tangled together. This response makes Yoojin more worried. Taewon gathers the dark energy of his insidious pillager skill in his fist as he tells Yoojin to stay back. Yoojin tries to stop them, thinking he doesn't want them to fight. Well, those are some unruly kids in your hands, MC. Taewon punches the ground and spreads his energy to where Hyunji is. The ground crumbles and Hyunji quickly leaps up, finding it touching that Taewon wants to protect a helpless, fragile F-ranker. Taewon suddenly appears from behind, lifting his feet to attack Hyunji. He brings down his foot with significant impact, creating destruction with his sudden attack. Hyunji groans as he gets thrown off, his clothes now dirty. The Seishin Guildmaster thinks about how Taewon has greater strength and speed compared to him, and he can't really do anything about that, even if he uses his skill, Battle Foresight. Taewon is once again leaping to where Hyunji is. The other prepares by making his chains rise, letting electricity run through them. Facing the chains, Taewon uses his fist filled with his insidious pillager skill, rendering them ineffective. He then pulls his other fist to attack Hyunji. However, Taewon's fist stops mid-air before the smiling Hyunji. The electricity-filled chains are able to hold off Taewon's attacking arm, tying it up to a huge truck. Still smiling, Hyunji reminds Taewon that he should also look out for the item since he aims to take it back. Hearing this, Taewon looks back with worry. Hyunji's chain is almost at Yoojin. Taewon quickly acts, holding the chain with his free hand. Taewon's movement is expected and Hyunji returns the previous favor with his own kick. His attack connects, smashing Taewon right in the face. With chains still wrapped in Taewon's arms connecting him to the truck, he is sent flying, crashing into the rubble and vehicles nearby. Taewon staggers to right himself while Hyunji calmly watches him. Hyunji reminds Taewon how hard it is to unleash his all when he must also protect someone. Smirking, he finds it a shame for Taewon, but Hyunji still intends to take his item back now. It's really amazing how Hyunji's acting proves that he and MC have this tacit understanding that doesn't require further communication. Suddenly, Taewon grabs the chains, holding him back with such grit. The truck he's tied to is lifted into the air at his pull of sheer determination and strength. This spectacular sight makes Hyunji laugh. Using the chains to his advantage, Taewon directs the truck, crashing it toward Hyunji. Still smiling, Hyunji easily splits the huge vehicle with his chains, appearing in between. With the chains gone in his arms, Taewon is about to attack again, and Hyunji faces the other head-on with his chains. The clash between the two creates greater destruction, making Yoojin cover and groan at the pressure it brings. He can only watch with one eye open, knowing that this isn't a case that can be resolved peacefully. However, the fight's intensity surpasses Yoojin's expectations, making it hard for him to keep up with what's happening. You're not alone in those thoughts, MC. Their fight's intensity is so high that I can only name some unidentifiable objects flying off as rubble. Yoojin ponders if that kind of fight is even typical. Even though the rank of his fear resistance decreased, it is still a C rank. A shadow suddenly appears, calling out to Yoojin. Noah appears above him, declaring that he has just finished dealing with the monsters. However, Yoojin views Noah as scarier than usual, making him scream fearfully. Hearing the sudden loud sound, Noah tears up at Yoojin's reaction. Yoojin is still reeling from fear at the sudden dragon ambush. Still, he manages to stutter an apology to the S-ranker. Noah asks if Yoojin is okay, seeing that he doesn't look fine. He suddenly exclaims at Yoojin's injury, intending to heal the other. However, Noah appears scary in Yoojin's POV, making him cry in fear. Undeterred, Noah still uses his healing hand skill on Yoojin, but he ends up surprised when the skill doesn't work. Yoojin tries to laugh it off, claiming that it's a unique injury. He then asks Noah to give him some space. With his heightened S-ranker stats, Hyunji hears the exchange between the two and asks how unique Yoojin's injury is. Still looking back at them, Hyunji comments on how there seems to be a problem with his item. He tells Taewon that they should end it there for now. Taewon is confused by Hyunji's words. The Seishin Guildmaster simply announces that he must cut his item open to find out what he's hiding. At that, electricity-filled chains shoot up from the ground, surprising Taewon. The chains rise high in the air as Hyunjae calmly stands at the center of the destroyed ground, once again claiming his intention to take Yoojin with him. Oh, he called Yoojin by his name this time. The act is up, and Hyunjae is serious this time. Bright light flashes as Hyunjae zaps lightning at where Taewon is, further destroying their surrounding. However, Taewon quickly jumps to evade in time. He leaps to where Hyunjae is, announcing that he'll not let Hyunjae do as he pleases. Taewon is about to hit Hyunjae's smiling face with his fist when something suddenly stops him from doing so. Red drips to the ground as Taewon looks at his chest, shocked at what just happened. He looks a bit like a hedgehog here. While Taewon coughs in pain, Hyunjae stares down at him and says that he used electromagnetism. He explains how he used the chain's electric charge to attract the metals that are now stuck in Taewon. Hyunjae claims that he's achieved his goal as Taewon glares up at him. With a smile, Hyunjae looks down at Taewon, admitting that it was fun. Seeing the state of the fight, Yoojin mutters about electromagnetism. Noah is shocked, claiming that he's never seen that before. Yoojin comments on how OP it is, admitting that he didn't expect Hyunjae to have that much ability. Still coughing, Taewon says that he won't let Hyunjae take Yoojin. Smiling, Hyunjae speaks to Yoojin, claiming he already achieved his goal. Hyunjae then asks what he will do now. Yoojin knows that Hyunjae is correct, but he still feels that he can't leave things as is. Standing, Yoojin instructs Noah to heal Taewon. Noah was surprised by this, since it is the other who has just attacked him. Yoojin claims it's a bit complicated. He looks at Taewon, thinking the S-ranker is indeed a complicated guy. You were drinking and enjoying your time together earlier, but now this happened. Not moving from where he is crouching, Taewon tells Yoojin that he can't go with the seasoned guild master since he's dangerous. Yoojin looks at Taewon as he approaches the S-ranker. He then bluntly tells the other that he called Hyunjae there despite knowing the danger. Yoojin announces that it is because he is more scared of Taewon trying to attack him. This revelation shocks Taewon, who is now speechless. Yoojin continues, telling Taewon that there's something that he should do, and it's not something that he'll give up on even if Taewon intimidates him. Yoojin says it will only get more dangerous for him if Taewon tries to stop him, just like what happened today. He tells the other that it is impossible for him to return to the ordinary daily life that Taewon wants for him. Stunned, Taewon can only look at Yoojin as the other tells him without hesitation that he won't be convinced by Taewon's method. Yoojin then asks what differentiates Taewon from the other monsters when Taewon himself threatens him just to make him stop. Yoojin's words made Taewon recall his past, where he was called a monster. An ashtray was thrown and a large man cursed and accused Taewon while crying. At that funeral, other men held the large man back, stopping him from creating further injury. Remembering his past, Taewon knows that even if he tells himself not to possess such power, or even if he denies that monsters with such abilities shouldn't wreak havoc, Taewon knows full well that he's no different. He looks up in the sky, finally understanding that the way he is now won't be convincing. Wait, is that all needed for Taewon's past? Hyunjae looks down at Taewon, thinking that even if the other pretends to be a sheepdog mixed with the sheep, it is undeniable that the other will still be a wolf. Taewon looks down again. The S-ranker is not cold enough not to use his abilities when he sees someone in danger. Throwing his power won't change the fact that he can't return to the old, ordinary life that he desires. Rather, there's nothing for Taewon to return to. Noah finally approaches Taewon, asking the other to show him his injuries. Though surprised, Taewon does as he is told and Noah starts healing him. Watching himself get healed, he suddenly speaks up, asking Yoojin if he's not going to contact and hang out with him anymore. This question surprises both Noah and Yoojin. What? Now it feels like he's a clingy boyfriend who just realized how much he messed up. Yoojin wonders if it is really the time and place for such a question. Taewon made that mess, yet what he's most concerned about now is whether they can still have fried chicken and beer together. Yoojin ponders if talking behind Hyunjae's back is really important for Taewon. If that's the case, even I get the appeal of hanging out together. Seeing Yoojin still unable to respond, Noah tells Taewon that they should remove the metal pieces. Taewon says he'll do it and simply removes them without hesitation. The scene makes Yoojin pale and shriek in shock. He stops them and asks if Taewon will continue without painkillers. Taewon and Noah blankly look at Yoojin's reaction. Taewon then claims that this amount is not much for an S-ranker. Yoojin wants to retort, but Taewon assures him that this kind of thing happens often in his line of work, so Yoojin doesn't need to worry. Yoojin is stunned by this, finally understanding things as he watches Taewon be healed by Noah. Though Taewon can be obstinate about maintaining the status quo, Yoojin knows that the other's line of work is already extraordinary. Yoojin thinks that the only ordinary life that Taewon can experience now is the time they spent chatting and hanging out together. He ponders if this is why the other always responds to his messages despite being wary of him. Scratching his head, Yoojin feels he can't simply cut off the other if that's the case. You really can be soft-hearted, MC. This is why Lil Bro is always worried about you. Yoojin suddenly gives Taewon a hand, claiming that he'll keep in contact with him. He adds that he'll keep doing what Taewon doesn't want him to do. Yoojin believes that he and Taewon are the same when it comes to yearning for their mundane lives. With a smile, Yoojin declares that he can be considered an ordinary civilian and wants Taewon to continue his tolerance of him. Yoojin thinks of giving Taewon a piece of that ordinary life, wanting the other to take his hand regarding this matter. Taewon thoughtfully looks up at Yoojin and reaches out to take the outstretched hand before him. The S-ranker then claims that Yoojin has a knack for making things difficult for him. With that resolved, Yoojin thinks that Taewon won't try attacking him randomly. However, things are not entirely settled yet. A gloved hand suddenly touches Yoojin on the shoulder. With a sparkling, bright smile, Hyunji announces that he and Yoojin must talk. Hyunji's actions make Yoojin sweat with a new worry, thinking he must take care of this matter now. Hyunji is about to compliment Yoojin on his performance but suddenly stops when he sees that the other is actually trembling. Seeing this, he starts asking if it is actually not an act. Yoojin suddenly stammers his thanks to Hyunja and suggests that they head to their respective homes to rest and meet up at a later date. At that, he quickly evades Hyunja as much as his F-rank body can. Yoojin believes that he must stall until his fear resistance recovers its rank. Not to be deterred, Hyunji suggests giving Yoojin a ride home and talking on the way in his car instead. Yoojin laughs it off, claiming he'll get a taxi with his phone. He checks it, finding the device dead because it was zapped by lightning. With a pale, smiling face, Yoojin curses at his predicament. I don't think you'll be able to get out of this one, MC. Panicked, he runs off at the sight of a convenience store, claiming that there's bound to be a phone he can use there. Without a word, Hyunja watches Yoojin zoom away. The door to the convenience store once again opens. Leather shoes step in at the messy store. The owner of the shoes scolds Yoojin for being a bit harsh and turning him down. Smiling, Hyunja voices his thoughts on how Yoojin lacks his usual bravado. Yoojin freezes at Hyunja's arrival. Ha, this looks like a horror scene where the victim is trying to call for help to escape from his psycho killer, but instead, he gets found out. Yoojin looks back at Hyunja with a smile, though his sweat is noticeable. He nervously comments on Hyunja's assessment, claiming that he's been feeling off and adding that he had been busy. Hyunja simply asks if something happened with Taewon. He ponders out loud if Yoojin's boldness stems from a skill, and that skill somehow got nullified by Taewon. Yoojin pales more at how accurate Hyunji's assessment is. He then backs away, denying his understanding of what Hyunji just said. Yoojin even claims that he and Taewon just had a discussion about life. Well, MC, you're already getting your karma for making fun of Hyunji behind his back. Hyunji approaches Yoojin, asking about the fire from earlier. He knows that there is only one person capable of leaving such burn marks on Taewon. Hyunji doesn't say who, and Yoojin quickly interjects, claiming that there was an explosion nearby. Yoojin profusely sweats in discomfort, knowing he won't answer Hyunja's questions, especially if they are about his and his brother's skills. He tries to come up with a plan when Hyunji suddenly asks to cut open the scar on Yoojin's chest. The change in the subject makes Yoojin panic more, shouting and calling Hyunja a psycho. With such a negative response, Hyunji touches Yoojin and grabs the other's torn clothes. Hyunji's smile shows how much he is holding back as he announces his confidence in controlling the cut from overflowing. However, if Yoojin won't let him do that, then the other should at least explain. Yoojin pales and trembles before Hyunja. The Sishin Guildmaster has a scary smile as he shares that he has a feeling that Yoojin will willingly answer all of his questions this time. Oh no, I think MC is done for. Hyunji stares down at Yoojin and asks again about Yoojin's chest injury. Though scared and sweaty, Yoojin glares up at Hyunja in return. He knows that the Sishin Guildmaster is taking advantage of this moment to learn everything about him, waiting for Yoojin to let his guard down. Yoojin ponders on his secrets that involve his skills, a mana stone within him, his relationship with the Transcendence, and possibly even the fact that he turned back time. He knows that if Hyunja learns all of this, he will have a different view of him. Yoojin is aware that he might be considered a threat that must be eliminated. Knowing the gravity of the situation, he decides to change the topic instead. Yoojin's foot fidgets on the ground and suddenly announces that he slipped while cutting green onions. Hyunja stares at Yoojin and humors him by asking if he cut himself so deep that Noah's healing skill can't even heal it. Yoojin looks away, claiming that the green onion was actually an S rank. That's honestly funny. But MC, can't you think up something more plausible? Yoojin mulls how Hyunja is at least better than Taewon. He believes that he should just hold out and keep avoiding the questions. However, Yoojin is still pale. He looks down and urges Hyunjae to go back since he's busy. Yoojin tries to set a later date for them to catch up, but Hyunjae merely grins, believing that he's left with no choice. Yoojin's body suddenly receives a great shock, making him confused. He drops to the floor and grunts several times as his body is filled with dread. Finding it hard to breathe, Yoojin chokes in disbelief as several system notifications appear, indicating the overwhelming threat before him. Humanage touches Yoojin's head, calling him. He then holds Yoojin's chin up, making the shivering F-ranker look up at him. With a deadly look, Hyunjae urges Yoojin to be honest with him. Yoojin can only look up in dismay, knowing that he can't really resist the other at that moment. Grinning, Hyunjae asks Yoojin again about his chest injury. Gasping for breath, Yoojin finally admits that it is because of a mana stone. He continues to groan in pain as Hyunjae gently asks for Yoojin's obedience so that he'll feel better. Yoojin tries to control his impulses as his hand cracks on the floor. He musters all his courage and mentality, thinking that even with their massive gap in rank, this pressure is nothing compared to the terrors that he has already gone through. Yoojin pushes himself to think about genuine fear. At the thought, he identifies true fear as the disappearance of his brother. Oh no, this is just heart-wrenching. Lil Bro is the #1 in Big Bro's heart. Hyunjae notices the sudden change in Yoojin, seeing that the other finally stops hyperventilating. Yoojin knows well that he can't escape the pressure of being an F rank. With his fear resistance currently at C rank, he is aware of the impossibility of overcoming the power gap with sheer willpower. However, even if he is an F rank, Yoojin persists. Yoojin suddenly brings his hand to the ground, emitting a great energy that bursts around them. Yoojin's actions make Hyunjae a bit taken aback. Around them, the surrounding is filled with red and black. Yoojin recalls what Iron told him about still having Dharma's psychological skill. At this point, Yoojin's head is filled with thoughts of past experiences, and their surroundings change with a rumble. Hyunjae looks around in confusion while Yoojin still remains crouching. Yoojin believes that to break through the pressure from an S-ranker, he must get someone who's much scarier. Yoojin glares, and with those thoughts, he begins summoning the likeness of the Mermaid Queen and Diarma despite his lack of proficiency. He revived his haunting memories by bringing them forth, similar to what the lizard owner did before. In case you forgot, MC saw Mermaid Queen and Diarma's actual forms back in Chapter 92. These two horrifying presences are what Yoojin has encountered before. The overwhelming power and pressure from those two are incomparable to Hyunjae. With the image of those two looming over him, Yoojin glares up at Hyunjae, cursing him in his head as he unleashes the last of the ability. Hyunjae watches Yoojin as the F-ranker glares up at him with such great intensity. Suddenly, Yoojin drops face down to the ground with a grunt as if losing fuel. Hyunjae looks around, confused as to what just happened. Before him, Yoojin coughs and pulls himself up. Suddenly, Yoojin drops face down to the ground with a grunt as if losing fuel. Hyunjae looks around, confused as to what just happened. Before him, Yoojin coughs and pulls himself up. Hyunjae looks down at Yoojin with interest, thinking of the tremendous mana wave that just crashed on him. He can't help wondering what Yoojin did this time. Wait, he just felt it. That means everything that happened was in MC's POV. Yoojin heaves as tears pour out from his eyes. He then looks up at Hyunjae, asking what he's looking at. Yoojin then proudly announces to Hyunjae that he's just a mere S-ranker. The proclamation stuns Hyunjae quiet. The corner of his lips suddenly rises as he covers them, thinking of how interesting Yoojin truly is. Thinking that he'll never really get bored of Yoojin, Hyunjae picks Yoojin up from the ground as the other glares at him despite his sweaty figure. The Sishun Guild Master then apologizes to Yoojin. Though his head is still filled with his desire to dissect Yoojin, Hyunjae decides against this and reasons that keeping the other alive is infinitely more entertaining. Carrying Yoojin with one arm, Hyunjae goes out of the convenience store and announces that he'll waive one of the two remaining favors that Yoojin owes him in exchange for Noah. Despite his situation, Yoojin cheekily tells the other to get rid of both. Hyunjae replies, humorously questioning Yoojin for being harsh to a mere S-ranker. He then adds about providing chauffeur service by dropping Yoojin off at home for free. Ha, he's being petty. Also, these two really love RP. With a grin, Hyunjae talks about parking his car nearby. However, the said car is now crushed, making it impossible to use. Seeing this, Hyunjae recalls how Taewon got thrown off, destroying the nearby vehicles. He then claims that Taewon smashed it. Going to where the others are, the workers are finally taking care of the destruction as Noah continues to heal Taewon. The S-rank civil servant suddenly asks Noah if his healing skill also affects the mind. The dragon is surprised by the question, but he honestly answers Taewon's question with a no and asks him why. Taewon's face is suddenly filled with bliss, feeling as if he finally settled an old grudge. Well, you just did, Taewon. Returning to Hyunjae and our MC, Hyunjae is still smiling, although he is obviously unhappy as he announces that he'll call for a new car. In his arm, Yoojin laughs out loud since Taewon finally got his revenge despite losing the battle. That's karma biting back at Hyunjae. Also, MC really looks happy in that panel. The dungeon break is finally taken care of with Yoojin's aid as an unintentional bait. The monsters are dealt with, ensuring the civilians' safety. On the car ride heading back to Yoojin's place, Yoojin claims that they shouldn't let things end there just because there's little damage. He expresses his desire to expose the association for their actions. Even though he is tired, Yoojin continues to discuss how it will be troublesome to find the people involved in the unregistered dungeon. Considering the monster bees, he speaks of his thoughts on checking the supply network of dungeon-produced honey in the market. Hyunjae finally looks at Yoojin with a smile and says he'll look into this matter. He promises to prepare it for Yoojin and tells the other to contact him later after he's rested. At that, Yoojin finally returns home. Upon entering his place, Yoojin plops down to the ground completely exhausted and announces that he's back. Chirpy peeps as the white bird walks toward Yoojin. Seeing the bird, Yoojin smiles at it, touched by how the other was waiting for him. He then apologizes for getting home late, saying a lot happened. Yoojin then mutters his relief that his chest injury wasn't opened up and soon dozes off on the floor with Chirpy by his side. A shadow appears, asking about the chest injury that Yoojin just muttered. Yoojin looks down at his older brother's sleeping form and chest injury, wondering what he did this time. I just hope little bro doesn't go overprotective again. It is now raining. A voice from the phone assures that there's nothing to worry about since the matter with Taewon has already been taken care of. Yerim is on the phone as he checks on his older brother, who is resting. He then asks about his brother's chest injury, saying that even a top-tier potion doesn't work on it. The voice from the other end is surprised that even Yerim doesn't know about it. Hyunjae is at his home and shares that even No's healing skill doesn't work on it. He adds that Yoojin doesn't want to explain it as well. Hyunjae admits that all he knows about it is that it involves mana stones. He then instructs Yerim to focus on the chest injury and he'll understand. Yoojin does as he is told and proves that Hyunjae speaks the truth. Hyunjae continues, saying that their ability to detect it means the mana stone must be S grade or higher. Yoojin recalls what happened before with the monsters aiming at his older brother. He then remembers hearing about monsters detecting the presence of mana stones. He even mulls at the existence of a top-tier mana stone on an F ranker, making him a complete prey. While thinking of this, Hyunjae speaks up from the phone, asking Yoojin to send one of his S-rank green onions. The Sishin Guild Master humorously brings up the possibility that Yoojin actually got hurt from cutting green onions. The phone in Hyunjae's hand suddenly beeps, recognizing how the Heian Guild Master just hung up on him. Old man Hyunjae, the jokes between you and our MC don't work on lil bro. With the phone in his hand, Hyunjae wonders out loud what Yoojin is planning this time. He finds life more amusing by having Yoojin around. Hyunjae thinks of the electromagnetic force he tried and suddenly stops short. He looks at his hand, wondering if he had always been proficient in handling magnetic forces. Hyunjae barely started learning it, but the impact of this ability went beyond what a beginner can do. He can't help thinking that it is like he has been learning it for years already. Hyunjae feels like it has been 5 years. Oh, he's really sensitive. Returning to Yoojin, our MC feels like he's submerging in water in a snowing place. There is endless snow and similarly endless white branches. He recognizes the place as the Tree of Snowfall. The place is the 5th origin where the white bird, also known as the bird that counts stars, lives. White feathers are floating around when Yoojin looks back and finds Chirpy floating in space using the gift it got from Youngwoo. What the? Please don't tell me that the bird that counts stars is Chirpy. Chirpy happily peeps as Yoojin looks at the ball of white with apparent surprise. Yoojin thinks that he's in a dream, but seeing Chirpy and it being white makes him ponder about it. Still believing he's in a dream, he hopes to see him this time. Yoojin follows Chirpy, who gently drops on a white-coated land. Chirpy walks on the snow one step at a time. As it continues to walk further, it finally reaches a body lying on the ground. Yoojin's eyes droop at the sight. The body is none other than his dead 25-year-old brother that the white bird took. The color of the black lashes is more prominent as they rest on Yoojin's pale skin. Seeing his beloved brother, Yoojin is stunned. He knows that this Yoojin won't wake up and that he doesn't feel cold since he's dead. However, Yoojin still believes it to be a dream. He tries to get closer, but a sudden gust of wind stops him from getting to Yoojin and Chirpy. Yoojin stretches out his arm, hoping to get closer and desiring to hug his brother in that dream. The endless snow continues to fall. Chirpy is just beside Yoojin, and Yoojin can only look at his dead brother from afar, which is similar to what he'd always done in his past reality. Unable to get closer, Yoojin thinks he's not asking too much. Please at least let big bro get close to hug his little bro. This kind of longing is making our hearts ache. A voice calls out to Yoojin, telling him to wake up. Yoojin finds Yerim before him with iron stuck on his cheek. Yerim sees his older brother wake up and tells him he should eat. Still out of it, Yoojin suddenly grabs Yerim in surprise, asking how he got there. Though shocked by his big bro's actions, Yerim claims that he used a gate stone to get out of the dungeon. With his party's consent, Yerim excused himself early from the raid since he deemed that it would be fine even without him. Yoojin continues to hold Yerim by the shoulders, realizing that it is not his dead brother. The one before him is his 20-year-old brother. Yoojin gently lets go as he stares at his brother. A bit taken aback, Yerim calls him. Yoojin cradles his head, softly saying that it is indeed him. Worried, Yerim asks what's wrong, observing that his big bro looks terrible. Still holding his head, Yoojin claims that he had a nightmare. He then goes off using what happened with his fear resistance skill as his excuse. Yoojin explains how he shared his skill that doubles the effect and power of an attack skill with Taewon and how the other used it to lower his fear resistance skill. Lamenting, Yoojin announces that it'll last for a few days. Yerim is so stunned by this news that iron suddenly pops out of his cheek. Lil Bro exclaims at how Big Bro used that skill again. Yoojin rubs his neck and reasons that he didn't expect such an outcome. He suddenly stops talking, noticing something else in the bed. Soft peeping sounds come from Chirpy as it weakly gets Yoojin's attention. Yoojin shouts in surprise and quickly takes the bird. He asks if Chirpy is hungry, feeding him some mana stones. He notices how wet the bird is, asks if it went out when it was raining, and demands to learn where it went. While it is raining in the current scene, it is also possible that what Big Bro saw is not entirely a dream. Yerim watches his older brother feed Chirpy, but then he suddenly becomes melancholy. He speaks of how the Seazone Guildmaster mentioned Yoojin being in a weird state. Wanting to learn the truth, Yerim directly asks Yoojin about his chest injury and mentions how it's related to mana stones. Yoojin is surprised that Yerim already knows about it and stutters a reply. Yoojin stops to stare at his younger brother when Yerim starts talking about Yoojin getting into dangerous situations without even hearing about it from him. Yerim looks away in distress as he says this. Seeing his brother like this, Yoojin realizes that he's making Yerim worry again. Recalling his past, the Yoojin before Yoojin's regression was also worried all the time, and now he's doing it again. Realizing his mistake, Yoojin smiles and rubs his brother's head as he apologizes. He brings up his promise to tell Yoojin everything. Yoojin then starts explaining things to Yoojin. Finally, please resolve things with peaceful communication. After some time, Yoojin shouts upon learning that his brother shoves some mana stones into his own body. In bed, Chirpy happily sleeps after eating its fill. Aaron watches the bird sleep while Yoojin questions his big bro's decision to put mana stones from an SS-ranked Dragonkin and Diarma into his body. Yoojin wears a new shirt as he assures his lil bro that he's okay. He adds that these are extremely rare ingredients after all. Yoojin explains that if is safely born, then it'll be at least an S rank. Considering this, Yoojin believes he's not losing out since he'll gain another obedient, powerful monster. Touching the scar on his chest, Yoojin thinks of the words that are left best unsaid. He himself is a bit anxious, seeing that nothing substantial has happened since he placed these mana stones inside him. Yoojin wonders if it is simply taking some time since it is of high rank. Dismissing the depressing thoughts, Yoojin finishes changing his shirt and smiles at Yerim. He claims that this is all for the sake of his safety. However, Yerim is unsatisfied and reminds his big bro that monsters are attracted to him because of those mana stones. Lil Bro is definitely right in this regard. Not letting the matter completely close, Yerim suggests having Yoojin stay home since it's safer. Yoojin understands his brother's concern but still reasons that there are numerous things for him to attend to that he can't simply lounge at home. To give his brother an idea, Yoojin suggests watching the news. He opens the television and the news of the dungeon break is now airing. The news reporter relays the information about the dungeon break in the Gangseoview area. Seeing the news, Yoojin comments on the lack of information about yesterday's dungeon break and adds that they are evidently trying to bury a Hong Kong incident. He announces his intention to make them pay for these. Yoojin tells his brother that it will be over for the KHA once they reveal that they're behind this dungeon break. He then mentions meeting Hyunjae to get some related files. Yoojin is surprised that Yoojin is leaving again and says it's dangerous, considering his fear resistance is low. Yoojin reminds his brother that an average person doesn't have fear resistance. Yoojin holds Yoojin on the shoulder, saying that the person his brother is about to meet is not an average person. Yoojin suddenly releases immense mana, reminding his older brother about what high-rank hunters are like. He claims that letting loose a bit in his brother's current state will affect him. Yoojin looks at his brother and suddenly flicks him in the forehead. He tells Yoojin that he's an exception and that he won't be scared. Yoojin rubs his forehead as Yoojin says that he's fine and he won't be scared since Yoojin is his younger brother after all. Even before Yoojin turned back time, there was never a moment when he felt intimidated or scared of his brother. He ponders whether this is because he raised Yoojin. Recalling Yoojin's last moments is the scariest for Yoojin. At present, Yoojin feels adorably happy at his brother's words. Considering this talk settled, Yoojin asks Yoojin to lend him a phone. Really, these brothers are too precious. I want to hold them and keep them safe from this bloody plot. When Yoojin turned back time, his initial plan was to live a peaceful life. However, this changed when he realized that some things must be done, no matter how dangerous. These tasks involve stopping the end of their world, preventing his brother's death, and recovering the remains of his 25-year-old brother. Yoojin knows that he still must do a lot of things. With such thought, Yoojin is now calling Hyunjae, but he's surprised that the other isn't answering. In Hyunjae's place, Hyunjae's phone screen is broken and his item is calling. The place is filled with charged electricity, and some house items are damaged. Hyunjae is crouched on the ground as his power continues to run rampant in his place. Looking at the broken glass on the ground, Hyunjae questions the existence of such memories. He knows that he never experienced them, but it is like he has forgotten them. In his memories, there is a different-looking Hyunjae, Yoojin, and Taewon. Hyunjae holds his head in surprise, thinking that what he's seeing is the future and wondering if these are memories from 5 years into the future. Oh, if he manages to recover all those memories, does that mean he'll help our MC deal with the end of their world? Hyunjae gazes at the broken pieces of mirror on the ground, confused as to why he has memories and what will happen in the next 5 years. He mulls how he never experienced these, but then corrects himself, saying that he had forgotten them. With such thoughts, Hyunjae felt like getting sucked into the broken pieces of memory. Gazing at them, a hand suddenly grabs him by the arm. Hyunjae looks back and finds an entity made of broken glass. The entity comments on how Hyunjae finally noticed that the time is broken. Apparent surprise fills Hyunjae's eyes as he finds an older version of him. The older version of Hyunjae, who is made of glass, suddenly announces that it's time for them to switch places. Oh no. What will happen to the younger Hyunjae if they do switch? Going to where our MC is, Yoojin is on a phone call asking if Hyunjae isn't answering calls. He says this is the reason why he contacted her. On the other end of the line is Soyoung Kang. She confirms that Hyunjae was home in the morning when she checked. However, she felt like her guildmaster wasn't his usual self. Soyoung asks Yoojin if he wants to come there instead if they have already made plans to meet. She also says that tomorrow can work as well. Yoojin rubs his head, thinking how time is crucial in political fights over media. He ponders if something terrible will happen even if he goes there. Seeing his older brother's troubled look, Yoojin offers to accompany him since Yoojin also needs a bodyguard. Yoojin looks back at him, asking if Yoojin is sure. He recalls that the public knowledge is that Yoojin is in a dungeon raid right now. Yoojin reminds Yoojin of the disguise item, saying he can simply pretend to be a Haeyeon Guild member. At Yoojin's suggestion, the two went out of their way to meet with Minnie Kim, a B-rank support hunter of the Haeyeon Guild. A bit flattered, Minnie asks if they really want to borrow his identity. To give everyone an idea of who Minnie Kim is, this hunter was first mentioned in Chapter 18. He is the person who recommended the popular bar that Sunghan and Yoojin previously went to. He also appeared as a party member in some of the dungeon raids. At present, Minnie is sitting on the couch while Yoojin, and Shimyeon are standing before him. He asks if he must be locked up in that place and sleep, though he also thinks this is better than doing a dungeon raid. Shimyeon explains that Minnie will sleep comfortably with an item's aid, so there's nothing for the hunter to worry about in that regard. Minnie seriously thinks that lending his identity is a bit too much. Someone cuts in, saying that Minnie will be given triple pay with an extended paid leave. With such a generous offer, Minnie immediately accepts the deal. Having settled that, Shimyeon puts Minnie to bed. Before Yoojin and Yoojin can go, Minnie reminds his guildmaster not to do anything terrible while disguised as him. He claims that he might cry if he wakes up with handcuffs. Hearing his concerns, both brothers smile at Minnie as Yoojin assures him that they won't commit any crime. Haha, they'll simply do everything that is borderline of it, probably. With Minnie's license on hand, Yoojin and Yoojin enter a yellow vehicle and finally leave. It is raining that day and some guild members worry as the two take off. Yoojin notices their worry and Yoojin says it's natural since he looks like B-rank hunter Minnie to everyone. He explains that they are worried that Yoojin might get kidnapped again and a B-rank hunter as a bodyguard might not be enough to protect him. Yoojin laughs at this, saying that Minnie is as reliable as his brother. As they travel, Yoojin asks if there's a reason for them to seek Hyunjae, reasoning that they could have looked into it on their own. Yoojin says they'll have to check the market circulation. He explains that even though the Heian Guild is growing fast, its strength is focused on dungeon raids and not so much outside of it. Unlike them, the Xizang Guild has connections in the market, whether domestic or overseas. Hearing his big bro's assessment, Yoojin is more determined to develop the Heian Guild so that his brother will stop relying on the Xizang Guild. Yoojin smiles and comforts his brother. He assures Yoojin that he's doing great already, even though he's only 20. Yoojin adds that there's no need for him to rush. It's okay, little bro. Just think that Hyunji is old, so it's natural that his guild is capable of such things. Yoojin's attention is soon taken by the radio news, which reports that the KHA hunters stopped the dungeon break the previous night. The reporter adds that KHA was doing its utmost to maintain the citizens' safety. Yoojin fake laughs at this news, commenting that Taewon is the only KHA hunter present then. His words suddenly stop when a big truck crashes into the car that he and Yoojin are using. The impact is significant and the truck continues running, pushing the car further on the road. Yoojin quickly reacts by kicking his side of the door open. With a sword in one hand, Yoojin pulls his brother out while the vehicles fly mid-air. The truck and car then crash into a nearby post, squeezing the yellow vehicle in between. Yoojin repeatedly shouts out his brother's name. When Yoojin comes to, Yoojin asks if he is okay. Though still out of it, Yoojin manages to confirm. The two were able to safely land on the ground, for Yoojin used the broken car door as a support. Despite what happened, Yoojin calmly assesses how the truck driver purposely hit the passenger seat side of the car. Behind them, the truck was cut, and the yellow vehicle is now burning. Yoojin mentions how this must have been immediately planned once they've learned that Yoojin only has a B-rank bodyguard. Ew, that was about an hour ago or maybe even less, right? Yoojin mentions that the truck driver didn't make it. He admits how bold those who did this are and intends to contact his guild to deal with this matter. Beside him, Yoojin looks at the ground and repeats the words from earlier radio news. Yoojin looks at his brother, while the other is adamant about the Seisei being behind this incident. Yoojin calls his brother and corrects himself, calling the other Mini. He asks him to rescue the people who got involved in this and says they should take the truck driver. Yoojin believes this is the KHA's last attempt since the incidents they're causing make it easier for Yoojin's group to reveal them as the culprits. Yoojin can only look at his brother, speechless. The siblings soon head to the Xizang Guild, where someone exclaims about the accident. Soyang is seriously shaken at the audacity of those who did this and worries for Yoojin's safety. Yoojin awkwardly smiles, assuring the A ranker that he's okay since the B-rank hunter, Minnie Kim, was there to protect him. Soyang finds it insane that Yoojin only has a B-ranker to guard him. No, B-rank hunter Minnie Kim is definitely enough. Realizing her outburst, Soyang sighs and tells Yoojin to be more careful. She then leads the way to her guild master's place. Yoojin follows behind Yoojin when Soyang apologizes, explaining that a Heian Guild hunter can't enter that place. Yoojin is surprised and looks at his brother while claiming that he can't leave Yoojin on his own in there. Yoojin smiles and touches Yoojin on the shoulder. He assures him it's okay since he'll be back and will contact him if anything happens. Yoojin takes advantage of Yoojin's hand on his shoulder to send Iron to accompany him. With the fire elemental and Yoonhee with him, Yoojin is more reassured of his safety. Despite his lowered rank of fear resistance, Yoojin believes that Kyunji won't do anything impulsive. We don't know about that, MC. At that, Yoojin enters the portal where Soyang led him. Upon entering, he calls out to let the homeowner know about his presence. Yoojin looks up at the height of the place and the huge aquarium that seems to be 2 floors high. He can't help exclaiming at its size and wonders if Kyunji lives in that place on his own. Yoojin calls out for Kyunji, asking where he is. He doesn't notice the chains crawling in between his legs. Suddenly, one of his legs is pulled, making him crash to the ground in surprise. Yoojin is suddenly pulled, making him curse. The pull doesn't stop, he is sent off, bumping and thudding on various obstacles. Soon, Yoojin is rolling on the floor, efficiently wrapping the chains mid-body. He is then dragged up the stairs with numerous thuds. The place fills with his loud cursing and gibberish talk. Finally, Yoojin stops getting dragged on the floor, making him groan at what he just experienced. The bright side is, MC isn't hurt because of Yoonhee. Yoojin curses out loud, asking if Hyunji makes a habit of wiping his floors by using his guests. Fuming, he shouts that he is capable of walking with his own feet. Yoojin suddenly stops shouting when he sees Hyunji standing above him, looking different from his usual. The usual smile can't be seen, but instead, a menacing glare is on Hyunji's face. Using the chains, Hyunji sends Yoojin up into the air. Instead of panicking, Yoojin is more worried about having the aquarium beneath him, hoping that there's at least a glass separating him from it. Hyunji calls out to Yoojin, speaking of his identity as the older brother of the Heian Guildmaster. He then mentions how Yoojin's contact information is saved as my item on his phone. Yoojin simply stares at Hyunjae, reminding the other to stop referring to him as his. MC's expression here looks like his brother's. Yoojin squints, feeling that something is off. He notices how Hyunjae is not bantering witty lines as usual and can only surmise that the other is not being his usual self. Yoojin tells Hyunjae to release him from the chains, but the S-ranker suddenly pulls on Yoojin's ear, making him shout in pain. Hyunjae stares at the red earring, recognizes it, and asks why Yoojin has it. He mentions how he never gave it or sold it to anyone. Hearing this, Yoojin glares at Hyunjae, asking if there's something wrong with his brain. He shouts that Hyunjae gave it to him. The chains suddenly move and dunk Yoojin into the aquarium. Well, at least we now know there's no glass. With him submerged, Yoojin curses, thinking that he can't stop himself from drowning using his damage-canceling equipment. He glares up at Hyunjae in frustration, confused as to why the other is acting so strange. The way he sees it, Yoojin feels that Hyunjae is acting as if he doesn't remember him. Hello, everyone. Before we continue with our regular program, let's have a commercial. It is time to educate everyone on what it means to be a hospitable host when hosting guests. When feeding a fox, one shouldn't be served with a short snout. Oh, wait. We meant that if Peace is your guest, you shouldn't serve the S-rank magic beast with a long-necked vase. The same applies to Chirpy. You shouldn't serve it with a flat bowl even if it looks fine. Now what's most important is that you can't serve the F-ranker Yoojin Han with a whole aquarium's worth of water in one go. Don't you dare forget this, everyone. At that moment, Yoojin coughs water out. He immediately starts complaining about how Hyunjae treats his guests. Yoojin is on the sofa, still dripping wet. At the same time, Hyunjae sits across him, merely commenting on how the other is awake. Hyunjae is all serious when he comments on how Yoojin didn't even struggle in spite of getting submerged in water. He adds that Yoojin likely trusts him not to do anything to him and asks about their relationship. It's sad how Hyunjae has no memory of all the fun he did with Yoojin. Still irritated, Yoojin wipes the water from his face and claims they are a tour guide and an unsatisfied customer with numerous complaints. Hyunjae doesn't speak at this, so Yoojin continues. He speaks of how Hyunjae is trying to increase his star rating because it decreased back when the tour guide led him to a picnic, and now it will go back to 0 again. At that, Hyunjae takes out his chains again, asking if his guest is thirsty again. Yoojin takes a protective stance and yells for timeout. Still recoiling from fear, Yoojin announces that he'll adequately explain. He then thinks that the other couldn't have memory loss. Yoojin ponders if something happened to Hyunjae's memory, seeing that the S-ranker is talking as if he's completely normal. Aw. Poor MC misses playing RP with Hyunjae. The chains are about as Hyunjae tells Yoojin to explain appropriately, so that he'll understand. Yoojin recalls Taewon mentioning that Hyunjae's manner of speaking changed, and this happened after he turned back time. He thinks that the memories from that point either disappeared or something else. Yoojin takes out his phone and taps on it. After a bit, he shows his phone to Hyunjae, telling him to look at it. Yoojin then asks if Hyunjae recalls any of the news displayed on the screen. Looking at the news related to Yoojin, Hyunjae says he doesn't. Yoojin says matter-of-factly that the two of them are a great help to one another. He brings up the time they even slayed 2 S-rank monsters. Hyunjae is skeptical of this since the other is an F-rank. Yoojin simply says that he has a few valuable skills. Yoojin continues, saying how he even broke Hyunjae's contract with the lizard owner and urges the other to check it. When Hyunjae does, he is stunned to find out it's true. Still surprised, Hyunjae speaks of how he'd been treating Yoojin like that. This makes Yoojin grin with the desire to make Hyunjae change his attitude. However, Hyunjae starts wondering why he didn't tie him up or tame him. These words make Yoojin curse at the other, but at least he now knows that the Hyunjae before him has no memory of the things that happened right after he turned back time. The OG Hyunjae is quite hardcore. As Hyunjae continues to check the news about Yoojin, our MC wonders if the S-ranker has selective amnesia. He finds it curious that it is only from the point of his regression. Thinking of this, Yoojin decides to look into it. Yoojin nonchalantly scratches his head, saying he doesn't know what happened with Hyunjae, but he does have a psychic skill. Hyunjae looks at him as Yoojin continues to offer to bring Hyunjae's memories back using this skill. With his eyes glowing gold, Hyunjae murmurs his interest. Suddenly, he wraps his chains around Yoojin again, making the other bow down before him. Yoojin yelps at the sudden impact, while Hyunjae looks down at him, wondering if Yoojin honestly thinks he'll simply let the F-ranker tinker around his head. Hyunjae questions how soft he was that Yoojin would think that. Yoojin glares back at Hyunjae, thinking the same thing as the other. He knows Hyunjae's tolerance of him. Tolerance? You're spoiled in a way, MC. What Yoojin didn't expect is that Hyunjae would be like this as soon as he forgot how valuable he was. Glaring at the other, Yoojin isn't entirely unfamiliar with such a situation. He recalls the incident in the dungeon when he made Hyunjae gamble on the possibility of breaking his contract with the lizard owner. Right. You used Hyunjae back then as your guinea pig. Yoojin pulls at the chains from Hyunjae's hold and mentions how it hasn't even been a month since Hyunjae acted like this. With a grim smile, he taunts Hyunjae to simply live the same life that he had been leading. Yoojin reminds the other of his lack of memory and knowledge and assesses Hyunjae as the type who wouldn't give up just to maintain his image before an F-ranker. Yoojin announces that Hyunjae is the one losing out here. Hyunjae stares at Yoojin momentarily and a small smile soon appears. Hyunjae admits that it has been some time since he gambled like that and releases Yoojin from his chains. Yoojin finds relief thinking how Hyunjae said the same thing before. Stating that the S-ranker is now willing, Yoojin approaches Hyunjae and places a hand on the other's shoulder. He warns how Hyunjae will lose consciousness on the outside and says that he'll deal with this as fast as he can. With that, he instructs the other to accept him. Yoojin stands before Hyunjae and looks down at the sitting figure whose eyes are closed. The light shines around them with the chains floating around. Yoojin finally closes his eyes and soon enters a different realm. Oh, he's using the mental domain thing that Yerim used before to enter Hyunjae's mind. In a wide enclosed space, someone welcomes Yoojin. Yoojin looks back and finds Hyunjae. The S-ranker admits how moved he is that the other came there for him. Stunned, Yoojin steps back from Hyunjae, who has his usual smiling face on. Hyunjae speaks of his worry about how Yoojin was treated by the outside him. Yoojin finally sighs in relief, realizing that this is the Hyunjae he's familiar with. He suddenly starts jumping and complaining about how Hyunjae used him to clean his place's floor, got served with aquarium water, and how messy everything was. Still smiling, Hyunjae apologizes. Yoojin then demands that Hyunjae should explain what exactly happened. A bit embarrassed, Hyunjae reveals how he is trapped in that place. The admission shocks Yoojin, and Hyunjae continues. Looking at his hands, Hyunjae describes how he felt a bit off for the last 2 months or so. He tells Yoojin about things he had forgotten coming back to him at night and how he chased after those memories. It was then that the switch happened. Hyunjae tells Yoojin that he now can't escape that space. Considering the setup, Hyunjae is like a trapped bird in that place. Yoojin is stunned thinking about the switch that Hyunjae mentioned. He recalls Newbie's words about how this turning back isn't exactly as it seems. Instead, the old data is being overwritten by the present. Yoojin ponders whether the situation now means that Hyunjae from before just took over Hyunjae's current body. He wonders if this is because of what Hyunjae just did. Yoojin thinks this must be why the Hyunjae outside has no memories of after the regression. With this understanding, Yoojin wonders how much Hyunjae knows. He asks if Hyunjae remembered anything right after getting stuck there. Hyunjae mulls on this and admits that he isn't sure. Still, deep in thought, he mentions how it feels like it seems better if Yoojin is around 30 years old instead. Hyunjae admits his confusion on such a mix of memories. Hearing this, Yoojin knows that Hyunjae is referring to his age before using the Wish Stone. He mulls how Hyunjae now knows some information from before regression, but is still confused by its cause. Yoojin says that Hyunjae probably gained the ability to see the future. There's no way Hyunjae will believe that, right? Hyunjae looks up at this, saying it doesn't suit his taste. However, as he says this, Yoojin's left hand transforms into a dragon claw. Noticing this, Hyunjae asked about it. Yoojin has a blank smile on his face. Looking at the hand, he explains that it is Noah's dragon hand. Yoojin says that them being in that realm means he can use whatever skills he experienced from his sensory sharing skill. He then announces his intention to help Hyunjae using that. Hyunjae also has a blank, smiling face, saying he already has an idea but still wonders if this method is appropriate. Yoojin smiles brightly at Hyunjae and suddenly leaps off to attack the S-ranker. Yoojin knows this will work since it is something he learned from Dharma. He manages to slash Hyunjae with his dragon hand, making black liquid and red smoke come out of Hyunjae's wound. The S-ranker is surprised while Yoojin calmly asks if Hyunjae remembers anything. A ball of black and red shimmers in his dragon hand as Yoojin announces that they can extract Hyunjae's memories using this method. He claims that to turn Hyunjae back to normal, he'll have to extract all of those memories and straighten them out. With his other hand raised, Yoojin summons a ball with a tremendous amount of water. Hyunjae stares at the enormous amount of water with a face of resignation, saying that Yoojin's method is somehow working. However, he also feels that what Yoojin is doing is actually more personal. With a happy face, Yoojin explains that there are a lot of memories. He then claims that there's no way he'll use violence for his long list of grudges. Yoojin's expression suddenly turns menacing as he says that even if the method hurts, it's just pain. He assures that Hyunjae won't be hurting in real life. and that what he's doing is all for the sake of Hyunja. Your expression says otherwise, MC. It is clearly an act of revenge. Determined, Yoojin says that they should start off by serving Hyunja a refreshing drink of water and throws the massive water he summoned at Hyunja. It's a new chapter, so we'll jump a bit. Destruction fills the space of Hyunji's mind as the surroundings morph into something different, with lightning shooting about. Yoojin is thrown back in surprise as he yells that Hyunja is cheating. Before him, Hyunji stands on some sort of land with lighting surrounding him and water pouring down. Yoojin stares at this scene, thinking about his original plan of turning Hyunji back to normal by digging up his memories and burying those from before regression. Yoojin questions why it turned into a fight as he throws ice crystals towards Hyunja. The S-ranker smiles as he gathers electricity in his hands. He thanks Yoojin for digging into his memories since it reminded him of some of his future combat skills. Hyunja easily deals with the ice shards using his lightning ability. Yoojin gets thrown off again as he yells his disbelief at how it's the first thing Hyunja remembers. Something explodes before Yoojin, making him question how Hyunja can also do something like that. Enjoying the fight, Hyunja explains how he used the lightning to create a hydrogen explosion. He says he just remembered that this is possible thanks to Yoojin. However, that's not all. The ground below Yoojin suddenly disappears, making his eyes bulge out in confused shock. He screams out loud as he falls, and the thing below him turns into something more sinister. Hyunja happily claims that he also figured out how to manipulate the terrains within that mental world. Wow, there's no doubt you're an S-ranker, Hyunja. Even your intelligence is of S-rank. Dragon wings shoot out of Yoojin's back, and he comments on how skilled Hyunja truly is. However, he reminds the S-ranker that he should stay still so that he can further dig into his memories. Yoojin flies up into the air, way above Hyunja. The S-ranker merely looks up, asking if Yoojin will do the same if the situation is reversed. I agree. MC's method is effective yet questionable. Anyone would fight back. Yoojin summons mana into his hands, admitting that he wouldn't enjoy it as well. With great force, he throws the collected energy at the other. Hyunja asks if this is known as paralysis venom as he once again changes the terrain. Yoojin looks around at the sudden change, recognizing it as something related to Hyunja's memories before the regression. Suddenly, Hyunja, who is affected by the poison, appears before Yoojin and says that the antidote for this is simple. Hyunja quickly grabs Yoojin as the terrain changes again, making them fall. Hyunja doesn't let go as he announces that he's borrowing his item's poison-resistant skill. The scene finally changes to a cruise ship, and they drop down to a table with Hyunja still holding on to Yoojin. Upon landing, Yoojin strikes Hyunja with a curse while the other easily evades with a smile. Hyunja even thanks Yoojin for being the best antidote. Yoojin repeatedly strikes Hyunja, shouting about how the S-ranker is an ungrateful kid. Hyunja replies with an affectionate papa, further igniting Yoojin's temper. Yoojin questions Hyunja's sanity, and the other explains how Yoojin called him son. Hyunja looks at another terrain change and admits that he's recalling all sorts of memories thanks to Yoojin. He adds how he's having fun since Yoojin is also using battle foresight in their fight. Yoojin grinds his teeth, now more irked at how the other is having fun. Well, if one is going to fight, then one might as well make it fun. The terrain completely transforms again, and the two land on the ground with such ease. Yoojin looks around, recognizing it to be the neighborhood where he used to live. He asks Hyunja if he passed that area before since it's in his memories. Hyunja doesn't answer Yoojin's question and simply encourages the other to use his sensory-sharing skill with him. Yoojin looks back, asking if Hyunja is referring to the drill sergeant's skill. Hyunja grins as he recalls Yoojin's words about him forgetting everything that happens in that realm. He says that with Yoojin's ability, he will remember how his skills are used, and once they are back, Yoojin can teach them to him. Yoojin gives a non-committal reaction at how useful that is, and his eyes turn gold at the use of the skill. Suddenly, Yoojin uses a claw on his arm, and using his brother's skill, he solidifies the liquid into a weapon. At that, he announces that he won't do such a thing for Hyunja for free. Yep, everything is a business tilt. Hyunja's eyes change at the share of senses, and he recalls that Yoojin is now using his brother's Black Blood Flames skill. Yoojin prepares to attack with the weapon and tells Hyunja to take 10 hits. Yoojin flies to where Hyunja is with his spear in hand. The impact of their clash creates an explosion, but Yoojin stops short in surprise. Hyunja is now using Taewon's insidious pillager skill. Using the skill, he holds off Yoojin's weapon with his bare hand, nullifying it useless. They soon break apart, and Yoojin shouts his question as to why Hyunja has that skill. Hyunja admits he's not sure himself, but he thinks it was a gift. Yoojin doesn't believe this and tells Hyunja to get hit so that he can confirm it for himself. Of course, Hyunja rejects this. Going back to the real world, Soyoung adamantly says no. She repeats that hunters from other guilds can't enter their guild master's residence. Yoojin, disguised as Mingy, says that something might have happened to Yoojin Han. He suspects that the Sejong guildmaster might have done something to the other. Soyoung shouts at his rudeness, questioning if the other really thinks that their guildmaster would hurt Yoojin. Yoojin even asks if Soyoung can guarantee that the guildmaster won't. Soyoung suddenly groans in frustration, admitting that her guildmaster is indeed a troublemaker. Poor Sejong guildmaster. It took less than a second for his guild member to get swayed. While Soyoung shouts about getting a reality check, Yoojin mulls over Iron's response to whatever could be happening from Yoojin's side. He thinks it would be good if he could go to Yoojin using his flames like before. However, doing so will make his actual body vulnerable. With such thoughts, Yoojin announces that he must check things himself. Soyoung sees Minnie walking toward the portal and tells him to wait. Another hunter tells Minnie to stop and reaches out a hand to stop him physically. Suddenly, the hand reaching out is grabbed and Minnie easily suppresses the other hunter to the ground. Seeing this, Soyoung shouts and aims to kick. But Minnie simply pulls the other hunter into Soyoung's line of attack, making her stop. At that, Minnie suddenly disappears before them and swiftly moves toward the portal. He looks back with the card key in his hand, saying they could simply claim that he stole the portal key from them. Minnie then bids them goodbye. Soyoung shouts that they should contact their guild master immediately, and the other hunter quickly does it. Looking at Minnie leaving, the Sejong guild hunters present can't help thinking that Minnie Kim of the Haeyeon guilds is hiding such an immense power. But their worries don't end there, for Hyunjae is not answering their call, making them panic more. Returning to the realm in Hyunjae's mind, the terrain is again different. Yoojin groans in exhaustion, complaining that he's out of mana. He is lying down on the grass with Hyunjae sitting beside him. Hyunjae compliments him on the excellent job as he looks at Yoojin. He says that what they did finally took care of the memories. Yoojin looks at the other, relieved that what they did actually works. Lol. With the way they're talking, I guess all that fight from before is just playtime for them. Yoojin continues to stare at Hyunjae, feeling more suspicious. He thinks about how he can't really gather any information before his regression since he was only a regular F rank back then. The wind gently blows at them while Yoojin ponders how he could learn more about the transcendence if he looks at Hyunjae's memories. Yoojin still can't shake off his thoughts on why Hyunjae has Taewon's skill. He thinks about how Taewon died and how Hyunjae disappeared before he turned back the time. Yoojin can't think of a reason for Taewon to give his insidious pillager skill to Hyunjae while he's still alive. He believes that it's either Taewon was killed and Hyunjae took the skill, or Hyunjae threatened Taewon to give it. Whatever the case may be, Yoojin is sure that Hyunjae is somehow involved in Taewon's death back then. Yoojin suddenly sits up, irked since he really wants to dig around Hyunjae's memories, but the person in question won't cooperate. Really, MC, you already know from experience that no one wants to have their memories all dug up by getting hurt. Now that he's taking a good look around them, Yoojin asks where they are and if this is related to Hyunjae's memories. Hyunjae says that they're in Switzerland, and this is possibly his last memory from before. He looks up the sky, mentioning how he seems to be wandering overseas around that time. Yoojin looks at Hyunjae and comments on how relaxed it was. Suddenly, he asks if Hyunjae took Taewon's life and skill before heading overseas. Unaffected by the question, Hyunjae honestly says he's not sure since there's no reason for him to do that to Taewon. He asks Yoojin if there really were rumors like that floating around. Yoojin confirms this, telling Hyunjae about how he disappeared after Taewon's death. He suddenly stops in a lazy manner, realizing that Hyunjae actually caught on. Hyunjae looks back at Yoojin with a smile. He confirms that he has this feeling that it wasn't a prophecy skill. Hyunjae explains how Yoojin mentioned how he can replicate skills that he has experienced before. In the case of using his brother Black Blood Flames, it doesn't exist yet. Hyunjae can only conclude that Yoojin has experienced this in the future. Yoojin doesn't respond and thoughtfully stares into space. Hyunjae then asks Yoojin if he'll finally tell him about it now. Looking at Yoojin, he asks why he has memories of the future and wants to know the truth that Yoojin is hiding. Oh, this much revelation. It's too bad Hyunjae will forget everything once they get out of there. Yoojin looks back at Hyunjae for a moment and looks down in thought. He comments on how Hyunjae is not forcing him to reveal it this time. Hyunjae stands up, reminding Yoojin that he won't even remember it once they're out. He then approaches Yoojin from behind and carefully demonstrates how he forced it out of Yoojin if he's able to take back all of the memories he just got from being there. The demonstration made Yoojin tremble and comment on Hyunjae's personality. Hyunjae lets him go with a gentle smile and encourages Yoojin to take advantage of this moment to vent since keeping it all inside won't be good for him. Yoojin looks up at Hyunjae and weighs his words. After some thought, he feels that it will be fine to tell Hyunjae about it within that space. So even if the depraved told him not to, the thought of Hyunjin not remembering somehow reassures him. Yoojin thinks that doing this means that for once he won't end up in a terrible situation that comes from misunderstandings. This will also alleviate the frustration and agony of bottling it all on his own. With such thoughts, Yoojin finally gives in and decides to tell the truth. Yes, finally. Yoojin announces that he regressed. There is no hesitation in his expression as he reveals that he turned back time from 5 years in the future. Hyunjin stares at Yoojin and asks if he has a skill that allows him to do that. Yoojin explains that he used a one-time use item and technically didn't really turn back time. Yoojin tells about how the information from 5 years is simply being overwritten, meaning that those who are alive get to have overlapping information. People typically won't recognize it, but somehow, Hyunjin is the exception. Hyunjin nods, finally understanding why he felt off. Hyunjin then asks about Taewon's death and his disappearance. Yoojin confirms that this happened and how there were rumors about Hyunjin being responsible for the first occurrence because Taewon probably got in the way of Hyunjin while dealing with KHA. Hyunjin is honestly surprised by this since for him, Taewon is far too talented to be eliminated for such a reason. Add to this how boring it'll be if Taewon isn't around to watch. He then urges Yoojin to ask Taewon if there's any reason for the hunter to give his skill to him. Yoojin laughs this off, saying he might get done for real this time if he asks that. Curious, Yoojin stands up and asks Hyunjin if he isn't upset about getting swept up in his turning back of time. He's sure that Hyunjin was busy during those years, and it was all for naught because of him. Hyunjin says that's not the case as he looks at Yoojin. He sighs and admits that he feels sorry for his past self, mainly because the other must have led a boring life stuck with a lizard owner's nonsense. Yoojin is amazed at how Hyunjin makes it sound as if they're speaking of someone else when they're obviously talking about Hyunjin himself. Really? Hyunjin? Even your mental state can be graded as an S rank. Yoojin turns away with a smile, thinking about how he was nervous before, yet this guy here is so relaxed about the whole thing. Still smiling, Yoojin says that's all he can tell Hyunjin since he basically lived an unsatisfactory life before. Hyunjin looks down and his face darkens. Beside him, Yoojin announces that it's time to go out. Hyunjin looks at Yoojin and finally asks if Yoojin has turned back time to look for his brother. This question makes Yoojin stop and look at Hyunjin, stunned at what the other said. He asks how, considering such a thing wouldn't be in Hyunjin's memories. Hyunjin explains that it's not a memory but his hypothesis. Looking down, he claims that anyone would typically try fixing their mistakes and dealing with their regrets if given the ability to turn back time. Assuming that Yoojin had regressed 2 months ago, that was the moment that the relationship between the brothers changed. Hyunjin finally looks at Yoojin and hypothesizes the reason for Yoojin's indulgence and overprotectiveness of his younger brother. Hyunjin suddenly stops speaking, surprised at the expression on Yoojin's face. He stares at him, not speaking. Understanding, Hyunjin's eyes turn sad, and he looks away with a sad smile. I'm glad he didn't make fun of MC or something. I'll tear him up if he does. Yoojin looks down on the ground and Hyunjin looks up at the bright place around them. He speaks of his understanding and congratulates Yoojin for fixing his relationship with his younger brother. Yoojin merely mutters a short reply. After a short while, Hyunjin's hands start to pixelize. He would like to talk more, but considering what's happening now, Hyunjin can only hope to listen to the rest in more detail once they're out. Yoojin glares at Hyunjin, saying that there's no way he'd do that. Yoojin looks down, now second-guessing himself for telling those things to Hyunjin. He mulls on the possibility that Hyunjin might want to learn his reason for turning back time. However, he knows full well that he has no confidence to do so. Hyunjin lifts a hand, and as he starts to disappear, he gathers a white ball of light on it. He announces that he'll leave the memories of that place to Yoojin, handing the orb of light to him. Yoojin knows this is the only time he'll ever get to confess as he accepts the memories. However, it is still a relief that he got this chance to talk about the things he's hiding. Yoojin looks up as Hyunjin finally disappears, making himself believe that it's just a tiny bit of relief. Just admit that a huge stone was at least removed from your chest, MC. Yoojin indifferently stares at the ball of memories, thinking this finally settled the issue about Hyunjin's memories before regression. Thinking of it as a game, he believes Hyunjin will return with stable memories like the others. Suddenly, the ball of memories changes form in Yoojin's hand, confusing him as to what's happening. He shouts in surprise as he finds the older Hyunjin appearing from it. Hyunjin greets him while Yoojin can only shout about how they should have merged already. Returning to the real world, Hyunjin finally wakes up. He cradles his head in confusion. He looks up and finds Yoojin's brother, who is removing his disguise equipment. Hyunjin is about to ask what brings Yoojin there, but stops when Yoojin furiously glares at him. Yoojin asks what Hyunjin has done. It is only then that Hyunjin notices that Yoojin is on the ground. Yoojin's state is currently pale, soaked in water, and wrapped in Hyunja's chains. This honestly confuses Hyunja, unable to speak for a moment. He looks back at Yoojin, thinking of what he can tell the other. At that, Hyunja scratches his head, and with a bright smile, he claims that he can't remember. This response only infuriates Yoojin more. He summons flames and leaps to where Hyunja is, creating a giant explosion within Hyunja's residence. Poor Hyunja got in trouble because of the other Hyunja. Going back to the realm where our MC and the other Hyunja are, Yoojin is surprised that the older Hyunja couldn't merge with the other. Confused, he asks why he's still there. Hyunja simply says that it didn't work. Recalling Yoojin's words about the data of the before and after regression coming together, Hyunja says it didn't work because both versions of him felt really off. Well, that figures. The personalities are now different after all. Hyunja says that even if they're essentially the same, they're still not exactly the same. When he tried it, the present him simply passed by without him getting absorbed. It is a blatant rejection of his existence. Due to that, they weren't able to mix, and he was left behind by the present him. And this is why they're now separate. Yoojin is aghast by this news. He can't believe that they can't combine and asks just how sensitive and high maintenance Hyunja is. The older Hyunja simply states that even though they are separate, he's still an unstable being. He thoughtfully explains that the him right now is a collection of fragments where even his memories are incomplete. Hyunja admits that he lacks some memories of the previous 5 years. Given enough time, he'll somehow get absorbed and disappear. Yoojin sighs relief at the news that the two will still somehow combine. Hearing this is good enough for him, so he bids farewell to the older Hyunja. However, Hyunja grabs Yoojin's arm and asks if he would want to disappear just like that if it's him. Yoojin frowns at this, asking what he should do about it. He simply tells the other to just combine if he doesn't want to prolong this. You're being awfully cold-hearted about this, MC. Hyunja suddenly claims that there's still another method. Looking at Yoojin, he argues that he requires something that will help him stop from disintegrating. And Yoojin happens to have this. Hyunja tells Yoojin to give it to him. He suddenly demands Yoojin's body, saying that he must enter it. That's too demanding. There's no way MC will give his body to you. Yoojin is stunned by such a demand, cursing Hyunja for wanting to possess his body. Hyunja frankly tells Yoojin that he got the wrong idea since his body is really weak. Offended, Yoojin lectures the S ranker about how an F ranker is still better than the average civilian. Hyunja points at Yoojin, saying that he can't exactly control another body in his current state, but that isn't the case for the Mana Stone in Yoojin's body. He claims it'll be different if he can just preserve his existence using that as the vessel. Pointing to his own chest, Yoojin asks how. Hyunja says he knows this since he still has memories of Dharma. He admits his awareness of Yoojin's plan to give birth to a new magic beast by planting those mana stones in himself. Hyunja observes the existence of a crack in one of the mana stones, saying that the mana is leaking out of it. He points at Yoojin's chest, asking him to let him stay there. Hyunja says he'll make up for the leaking mana using his own so that the new magic beast will be safely born. Yoojin carefully thinks of Hyunja's offer and asks what will come to life if Hyunja enters the mana stone. He can't help imagining it'll be a small Hyunja, calling him Papa. The thought makes Yoojin sweat in horror. He suddenly screams and flails around, adamantly rejecting Hyunja. The S-ranker looks at this, saying that Yoojin is being mean to him. Lol, it'll be MC and Hyunja's kid if he agrees. Seriously speaking, Hyunja assures Yoojin that it won't be him who will be born. While it would indeed be nice, this is impossible, according to Hyunja. Yoojin touches his chest as Hyunja continues to explain. He claims that even if his mana is there, it'll be a different person. Hyunja corrects himself, saying that it'll be a monster utterly different from him. Yoojin covers his chest, demanding the point of doing what Hyunja wants. He asks how this will be any different from getting absorbed. Hyunja admits that he doesn't want to give up. At that, he asks what Yoojin's thoughts are on this matter. Hyunja adds how this actually benefits Yoojin as well. He then points out that the monster won't be born at the Mana Stone's current state. As he looks at his chest, Yoojin once again thinks of Hyunja's offer. He himself knows that there has been no reaction from the Mana Stone for some time already. Still a bit hesitant, Yoojin asks if Hyunja can guarantee that this will aid in the monster's birth. Hyunja firmly confirms this. With such an answer, Yoojin finally agrees with Hyunja's plan. He also warns the other that any funny business means he'll take him out. Hyunja finally smiles, claiming that Yoojin has decided well. He then instructs Yoojin to simply accept him, and he can finally leave that domain. At his words, Hyunja starts to disappear and enters Yoojin's chest. He then tells Yoojin that he can move freely in the Mana Stone. The fluid-like substance that is now Hyunja swirls to enter the Mana Stone in Yoojin's chest. Yoojin watches as it happens, even though he's still hesitant about this. However, he also knows that this is better than letting the rare mana stone become a waste. As the last bit of Hyunja is absorbed, Yoojin knows that even though it's only a fragment of Hyunja's powers, the monster's stats might also increase. Shimmering light envelops Yoojin as he thinks that increasing his forces is the best. This scene somehow reminds me of Howl and Calcipher. Back to the real world, Yoojin gasps upon waking up. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, he starts asking where he is. Realizing that he's back, Yoojin immediately checks his chest to see the status of the mana stone. MC, please, it just happened. Don't expect something magical to happen immediately. Yoojin suddenly groans, just realizing how sore his entire body is. He feels spent after using too much mana. Yoojin looks at his hand, not even able to see clearly. He thinks about how hard he fought. Yoojin honestly thought it would be similar to how he fought Diarma. However, he failed to expect the significant burden of creating the metal domain himself. Yoojin steps off the sofa, intending to look for Hyunja. Suddenly, he falls into the hole that is just before the couch. Yoojin screams so loud at his sudden fall, Yoojin manages to catch his brother, shouting about how he's awake. These people, really, can't they place the poor F-ranker somewhere safer? Yoojin asks if Yoojin is okay and if he's hurt anywhere. Yoojin is surprised to see his brother there and asks why there is a hole in the floor. It is only then that Yoojin notices his surroundings, seeing that the huge aquarium is broken. Yoojin yells at such a sight, demanding to know what happened. Yoojin glares at Hyunjae, while the other only claims that he tried putting out a little fire. Yoojin quickly recognizes that the two fought while he was down. He stands up, recognizing that the original Hyunja that time is back. Curious, Yoojin asks if Hyunja remembers anything. Yoojin assists his brother, reminding him to be careful since fish are on the floor. Hearing this, Yoojin shouts an apology to the fish, feeling sorry for them for having such a horrible owner. Yoojin reminds Yoojin that he might slip if he steps on them. Hyunja simply watches the brothers in thought and finally approaches them. Yoojin glares at him while Hyunja asks Yoojin the number of fingers that he's holding up. Yoojin is surprised, but he still answers 3. Hyunja claims that Yoojin is wrong despite the other being right. At his words, Yoojin squints his eyes and pulls Hyunja's hand closer to his face. He swears that he sees 3. Hyunja says that if he's pulling to check, then there's obviously something wrong with his vision. Yoojin sweats, realizing that he has been found out. Well, MC stepped on that trap himself. Yoojin shouts in panic, asking what happened to his brother and why he can't see properly. Yoojin stammers that he's fine, claiming this isn't a big deal. This response only makes Yoojin shout more. Yoojin awkwardly smiles and points at Hyunja. He claims that this is technically because of Hyunja. The S-ranker in question has his smiling face on, even though he's surprisingly confused by this. Yoojin says that this type of thing happens when a monster sucks a low-rank hunter's mana. He claims that to save Hyunja there, he had to use his skills. Yoojin assures his brother that he'll be better after a rest. Yoojin pales at the thought of his brother saving the Sejong Guildmaster. Yoojin looks back at Hyunja, asking if the other really doesn't remember anything. Hyunja is actually disappointed that he doesn't remember what happened. Yoojin is so relieved to hear this and starts making fun of Hyunja. He looks down on the S-ranker, claiming he's ungrateful when he risked his own life just to save him. Yoojin announces that he's Hyunja's savior, so he better treat him like one. Now, you're really pushing it, MC. Yoojin smiles, saying how he almost drowned saving Hyunja. Yoojin takes out his sword at his brother's words. Yoojin quickly tells his brother to calm down. He continues telling Hyunja how he went through all sorts of stuff and still went out of his way to help the S-ranker. Yoojin points at Hyunja and says they should consider No's debt settled. He commands Hyunja to provide the related documents about the dungeon source honey circulating in the market and check the truck incident he and his brother just went through. Still not yet done, Yoojin adds that the Sejong Guildmaster should also provide clothes for him and his brother. Hyunja is still unclear about what happened, but agrees with all of Yoojin's demands. Hyunja is so accommodating. I think MC could demand something more if he really pushed for it. Yoojin suddenly recalls that there's still something that he must pass on to Hyunja. This surprises Hyunja, who is busy contacting his people. He asks Yoojin what it is. Yoojin recalls their fight in the mental domain and thinks of the 5 years worth of combat skills that Hyunja had before the regression. He plans to give it to Hyunja, but after some thought, he decides nothing in the world is free. Instead of the battle skills, Yoojin says he'll give Hyunja some mini materials to help prevent memory loss. He announces that he'll even add a pink color for him. Hyunja has a blank look on his face while Yoojin is enjoying himself, thinking of how he could milk this cow later. Yoojin knows this must be confusing for the Sejong Guildmaster since he has no idea what transpired. However, Hyunjae still listened to him. When Soyoung and another guild member arrive at Hyunjae's place, they are surprised by the destruction that just happened. They can't believe that the aquarium that was supposed to be unbreakable is now destroyed. Hyunjae looks at it as well, simply saying that it broke. The other guild member hands the new clothes to Yoojin, who scratches his head and claims they used the water to extinguish a big fire. Right. Even if you don't say that, what happened there is obvious. Soyoung and the other guild member are scarily surprised by this. They can only think that the B-ranker Minnie caused all of this. Questioning who this person truly is, Yoojin looks back at their expression a bit confused. As the brothers head back, Minnie is suddenly offered a business card. Yoojin is so surprised that he can only think that the other guild is trying to recruit him. He starts worrying about what his brother just did while using Minnie's identity. Minnie accepts the business card without a word, and the brothers soon leave the Sejong guild. In the driver's seat, Yoojin asks if they're heading home now. Yoojin is on his phone and says he still has to meet with Taewon. Yoojin is surprised by this and asks if Yoojin is really going to meet him in that state. Lil bro, you should know by now that the word rest doesn't exist in your big bro's dictionary. Yoojin's attention is still on his phone as he reminds his brother that there are a lot of things that he must deal with. With a smile, he adds that he's okay right now. However, Yoojin still squints as he checks if he's really looking at Taewon's contact information. Yoojin suddenly shouts about Yoojin resting but suddenly stops. Yoojin looks at his brother, who is calming himself down. Yoojin rubs his face, saying they should get him some glasses first. Not seeing his brother's state clearly, Yoojin simply thinks this idea is great. Yoojin grabs the steering wheel and thinks about how his brother is pushing himself. He looks down, thinking that this is all because of him. Yoojin recalls what happened back in Hyunjae's place. Hyunjae told him that he was not dependable. He assumed that Yoojin was there to ask for something he could do that Yoojin couldn't. Dude. And here I was thinking that you're getting better. Stop provoking lil bro. Yoojin glares at Hyunjae, claiming that it is only now and soon they'll never depend on Sejong Guild ever. Hyunjae smiles, saying that this isn't like that. He straight up tells Yoojin that no matter how powerful he or his guild becomes, Yoojin will forever be Yoojin's younger brother, a person that Yoojin must protect. Yoojin lets go of Hyunjae, asking what he means. Hyunjae calmly fixes his clothes and reminds Yoojin of Yoojin's bad habit. He says that his beloved brother has a habit of protecting his people no matter what. Hyunjae says that S-rankers will of course welcome such affection. However, this also means that Yoojin will be taking a risk and that he'll never rely on or share his burdens with Yoojin. Yo, this hateful guy has an excellent grasp of MC's personality. At present, Yoojin can only look at his brother, who is still squinting his eyes to read on his phone. After some time, Yoojin now has a new pair of glasses. He brightly announces that after such minor incidents, it's time to give the KHA what they deserve. Yoojin can't believe that his brother is only calling those incidents minor. They're currently together with Taewon, who asks why Yoojin is wearing glasses. Yoojin smiles, saying that it just happened and he'll be better in no time. Yoojin, who is still disguised as Minnie, simply says that Yoojin never rests. Taewon looks at Yoojin, asking why he's wearing a disguise. The brothers are actually surprised that Taewon easily recognized Yoojin. Is it because Taewon has a skill-nullifying skill? After some talk, Taewon grasps the issue about the dungeon break and the recent truck incident. Yoojin tells Taewon how KHA has crossed the line numerous times already. He says this is a significant opportunity for them once they gain evidence. Yoojin intends to get all the corrupt officials out of KHA. He looks at Taewon, knowing that this is something that the S-ranker doesn't want since it will shake the people's trust in KHA. The real reason Yoojin is here is to ask Taewon how he'll respond to this. Seeing Taewon glare at him, Yoojin suddenly changes the way he talks as if he is a weak civilian. He asks if Taewon will cooperate or get in their way, or will he simply watch how things play out. Yoojin's approach surprises Taewon into confusion. Taewon rubs his eyes, wondering if he's seeing right. Yoojin laughs in his head, aware of how Taewon is affected by his RP. Taewon finally speaks, saying he has already made up his mind to protect Yoojin. Aside from this, the things that just happened are an obvious direct threat to people's safety. As such, Taewon decides to actively cooperate with Yoojin. Hearing this, Yoojin cheers at Taewon's decision. Woohoo! Let's cheer for Taewon. He finally stopped being stubborn. Taewon asks Yoojin how he plans to track the people behind the incident, knowing it won't be easy. Yoojin looks at his phone, claiming that it's about time. He tells Taewon not to worry about this since his guys are already on the case, and that Hyunjae is also helping. In a different place, a woman wearing sunglasses and using a cane enters as she greets them. Assisted by another, she mentions that she got contacted by Hyunja. This woman is someone with a particular skill that can help them investigate the truck accident and the dungeon source honey. The woman introduces herself as Jisoo Min and asks where the body is. As they head somewhere else, Jisoo shares how she awakened after stepping on a monster's remains during a dungeon break. She initially thought that her skill only allowed her to read information about monsters. Later on, Hyunji approached her and asked if she could read the same about humans. Yoojin is surprised by the story and asks if she doesn't find it uncomfortable. He can't help asking if Hyunji forced her. Jisoo smiles brightly at this and denies such a thing. She says that Hyunji would never do such a thing, claiming that he's a nice man. This description surprises Yoojin. However, Jisoo continues, sharing how good-looking Hyunja is and how the other even allowed her to touch his face. She then gushes about how he's probably even better looking if she can see him. Jisoo says being handsome also means you are kind. Yoojin can only try to agree with Jisoo. Wow, we literally have a Hyunja fangirl in this manhwa. They finally reach their destination as Jisoo explains how her skill works. She tells them that she can see information in the form of text in her head, so there's no worry about having to see the remains. The main point is that she can see what others can't. Jisoo hovers her hand as she uses her skill. Numerous lines of text appear before her, as if she's reading the life story of the deceased. On the side, Yoojin, still disguised as Mingi, whispers to his brother about how Yerim has a similar skill. He says that they can let her do this once she returns. Yoojin looks at Yoojin, murmuring they can't since she's too young. Yoojin disagrees with this, saying how Yerim wouldn't appreciate being treated like a kid. Jisoo suddenly speaks, saying she just found the truck driver's client. The name they're looking for is Junbae Kim, who also happens to be a hunter. With this information, the siblings head to the office, where Shimyeong and Hammond are busy working. Wait, why does Shimyeong's face like that? Hammond repeats Junbae Kim's name, saying that he just saw that name. He looks over the files on the table and soon finds it. Hammond says that Junbae is part of the guild that manages the dungeon source honey. Hammond then relays information about the guild's location. Going to the location that Hammond mentioned, Taewon leads a team and directs them to block all of the exits. His people immediately comply and Taewon heads inside the guild office on his own. After a short while, loud shouting, groaning, and destruction can be heard from inside. Soon, the others head inside to hold off the guild members within. Taewon holds a book and makes a call. He says that they've secured the client list and he'll send a picture of it. Yoojin is at the other end of the line and Taewon asks if Yoojin is sure about this. He reminds Yoojin that those related to this will notice if they remain obvious. Yoojin assures Taewon that this is fine and it's actually part of the plan. In a different location, a black car is moving fast on a highway. A man curses, confused as to why they have already found out about it. The director of the dungeon management office is on a call, and he speaks of how he can't make sense of it when it's only been a day. He looks at the documents and mana stones in the passenger seat, saying they should remove any evidence that can be traced back to them. The old man gives further instruction when a dragon hand suddenly reaches out to him from outside. The chief director shouts in fear, and soon he and his vehicle are lifted into the air by Noah, who is only halfway turned into a dragon. The pretty boy speaks to an earpiece microphone, reporting how he got the chief director along with the illegal dungeon contracts and mana stones. He looks down, saying that he still has to pick up those that just fell out. Noah says he's sure that this is the stuff since the chief director is personally transporting them. With that, he asks for the next target location. On the other line, Yoojin makes fun of Hammond, saying he should work for his rent. Hammond shrieks out, shouting that he gets it and uses his skill. MC, I swear. Doing such disgusting actions makes you comparable to undies. With their operation's obvious but quiet method, the people involved are now all tied up. Calling them the KHA executives, Yoojin enumerates their recent activities, such as illegally monopolizing a dungeon, purposely setting off a dungeon break, and hiring others to deal with people they don't like. Yoojin claps his hands at how they are really doing everything. Yoojin is on a chair with Noah and Yoojin by his side. The chief director of the dungeon management office grunts and shouts a threat at Yoojin. Yoojin merely smiles at this, saying they should worry about themselves. He reveals that the media will soon be filled with news about them. Yoojin says that people will indeed treat them like terrorists. He tells them not to worry about KH's future once they get to prison. With a wave of his hand, Yoojin announces that others will take over their positions. He introduces them as the OGs of the KHA who have been doing their jobs right from the beginning. Yoojin announces how he brought them back. The predecessors glare at the tied-up men as Yoojin tells the old men to fill the OGs in on what they've missed. Woo! Finally, reliable people will be in position. A guy from the predecessors greets the chief director of the dungeon management office and comments on how he finally did it. He asks if the old man pushed him from his position just to carry out dastardly deeds like that. Infuriated, the younger man curses at the old men and vents out his anger at them. A short-haired woman suddenly speaks up, saying no one knows what might happen. Looking at Yoojin's group, she reminds everyone that they brought them in to replace the KHA executives. She can't help thinking that these people want something in return. The woman even suspects they're Terrence planning to take control of them right from the get-go just so the KHA will work for them. At her words, Yoojin does a classic glasses-wearing pose as he snickers at her insight. Honestly, for a moment there, I saw Shinji's dad. Standing up, he asks if they really thought that it would all be for free and reminds them of the give-and-take principle. After hyping it up, Yoojin announces that getting back their position means signing a secret cursed S-grade contract. He explains how it'll be close to impossible to cancel and that they must follow the items written on it as long as they're working for KHA. Each predecessor holds a contract in their hand, and the guy from before groans at how nothing has really changed. But he suddenly stops short as he looks closely at the written contract. The contract states that the development of the Awakening Center should be delayed until the safety of the process is secured and sufficient equipment is available. The second item indicates that low-rank hunters should work with support teams maintained by the KHA until they gain enough experience. The last item on the contract is about fair item rights distribution between guilds. Seeing how fair the contract is, the Ogjis are confused while Yoojin continues his RP of Shinji's dad. They all look at Yoojin, admitting their assumption that Yoojin might want to intervene in the KHA. This accusation irks Yoojin since the thing they're suggesting only means more work for him. He then complains about how busy he already is and asks if they want him to go to the afterlife because of overwork. Noah can only look as Yuyan urges them to make Yoojin jobless. Yoojin quickly interjects, telling them not to do that. Lol. Lil Bro can't help himself. Acting like a villain, Yoojin tells them to keep everything they learned today a secret. He announces that he has no hand in this and that it's all up to them. Yoojin is sure that these guys understood his intention. If they don't want to be like those old men, then they have to work their asses off for the good of the hunters. Yoojin poses like a nefarious villain, urging them to do things reasonably and without corruption. The predecessors stare at him, wondering if this is really a threat. Bro, where's Hunjae? He should join our MC in this RP. In a short while, the OGs are signing contracts while Yuyan, now Minnie, looks over them. Yoojin whispers to Noah, asking about the KHA chairman. Noah says it was strange. While they did find evidence, they were unable to track the man. He adds how Hammond used his skill repeatedly, but they still couldn't locate him. At that exact moment, the now former KHA chairman Jin Hyuk Kwan finally met his end, profusely sweating. Sukwon huffs, terrified as he stutters and curses. Behind him, Jellyfish smiles, saying that she merely touched the guy. However, he's already gone. She says Sukwon probably doesn't need him anymore. Jellyfish asks what Sukwon will do now. The filial piety addict then reminds him that the more he fails, the closer he is to his death. Let's do a short flashback first. The surrounding is filled with fog and purple light. At that moment, Jin Hyuk is running and finds it hard to breathe. Sweating, he shouts for Sukwon Choi, telling him to get him out of that place and that they should talk about it. Jin Hyuk continues to run as he shouts about how it was Sukwon who initially suggested the dungeon break. He blames them for this incident, claiming that he never agreed and is no part of it. Right. We haven't forgotten how you smile at the mention of dungeon break. Ji-Guk suddenly trips and falls to the ground. He groans as he fixes his glasses. Jin Hyuk complains about the fog and looks back. He is confused by this sight, and he suddenly shouts when his whole body starts to liquefy. Jin Hyuk shouts some more and denies the reality of his situation. He claims that this is only an illusion. Jin Hyuk tries to laugh it off, saying he knows what the other is doing and demands to be sent out of there. He continues to shout to be released until his last breath. And now we're back to the present. Jellyfish holds an orb of light in her hand, looking at the memories of an unawakened. She mulls on how she'll at least learn about that world, even though it is barely useful. Jellyfish then asks Sukwon if this is really fine, considering that KHA is his only lifeline. Sukwon continues to sweat, mumbling that the KHA is done for. He would only be blamed for everything if he kept the chairman alive. At his words, Jellyfish lunges at him, asking if he's given up already. Sukwon shouts as he leaps back, claiming he still has connections overseas. He grabs the tablet, announcing that he's already done with the negotiations. Sukwon says that all he has to do is hand Yoojin over, and he can get money and some S-rankers in exchange. He is optimistic that the MKC guild will be revived once things are settled. Jellyfish simply stares at Sukwon, feeling skeptical about the man's whole plan. Sukwon really won't give up with his life on the line, but he should have really thought this through before joining those guys. It is now a new day. The KHA chairman disappeared, but this didn't make the headlines. Instead, everyone is in disarray because of the news of the deliberate dungeon break, the replaced executives of KHA, and the revelation of KHA corruption. People merely thought that the KHA chairman had gone into hiding because of the news of corruption. Yoojin wanted to have T1 lead the KHA, but he kept on refusing, so no one took up the post. As for the executive positions, those who had initially been in that position were reinstated. This matter was urgently done. The public already favors the reinstated KHA executives, while other KHA staff also welcomed their return. During the appointment ceremony, the new executives bow before everyone. During this time, one of them mentions how no one would surely believe them if they told everyone the truth that the international kidnapping victim that the nation treasures is responsible for all of this. His colleague beats him up before he can even finish his sentence. The woman reminds him of the NDA clause in the contract, saying he'll more than suffer if he breaks it. The other executives watch this as they talk among themselves. One asks if there are really no requirements, while the other admits how he thought there'd be a special privilege treatment. But seeing that there's none, they felt it was done out of purely good intentions. Lol. It's only questionable since MC kept doing RP as a villain. The one hears their conversation and adds to it. She doesn't know what the intentions are, but since they're already in that position, they intend to do their best in their jobs. Knowing what happens to those who don't, they are well aware that they might meet the same fate if they do otherwise. Back in our MC's place, Yoojin chuckles to himself as he swirls his tea as if it's a strong drink. Chirpy is on top of his head as he tells the reinstated executives to do their best since he'll be watching them closely like he's doing now. Yoojin grabs his brother back, scolding him to stop watching TV that close. He asks about Yoojin's glasses and when exactly his vision will return to normal. Yoojin says he'll recover after some rest. On the table, Comet is happily playing with Yoojin's glasses. Seeing this, Yoojin forcefully takes the glasses from Comet as he asks his brother to rest at home without going anywhere. Yoojin looks back at Yoojin and agrees to this. He tells his brother not to worry since he's not leaving the house that day. Comet flies at Yoojin's head to vent its anger while Yoojin is happily surprised by what Yoojin just said. Yoojin confirms this and is about to say more when the doorbell to their place rings. At that sound, Yoojin says he's expecting a guest. So when exactly are you planning to rest, big bro? Riot cheerfully enters as she asks how they are. She says that she's there to drop off her baby. Behind her, Taewon looks tired of the whole thing. Yoojin blankly looks at his brother, speechless. Yoojin looks back at Yoojin, confused by this, and repeatedly asks what. He then claims that he didn't leave the house while Rhea is confused, MC and his penchant for loopholes. Taewon gets close to Yoojin and asks if he's sure about this in a whisper, considering that Yoojin's fear resistance is of lower grade because of him. Yoojin trembles as he says it's okay since Riet is naturally scary, even without the S rank. In exchange for Riet creating havoc to prevent the opening of the Awakening Center, Yoojin promised to raise Riet's magic beast. Riot takes off the cloth cover and the lid of the box she's holding while saying she doesn't need a mount. She adds that her precious Valere isn't meant for that. Figures. It's pointless since you have your dragon wings. Yoojin uses his promising sprout skill on the magic beast, identifying it as a current D-rank juvenile red gem viper with the potential of becoming an A or S rank. He determines that there are 4 skills. 2 of those are already unlocked, which are the A-rank Venomous Fangs and B-rank Poison Resistance. The other 2 skills are unlockable after Valere grows, and they are B-rank Scale Reinforcement and S-rank Gem Weaponization. Valere hisses at everyone while Yoojin says the skills. Upon the mention of Gem Weaponization, Riot explains that Valere can become an SS rank weapon once it matures. She mentions how Hyunjae is the only one they know who has an SS rank weapon. The thought of facing Hyunjae's chains with Valere excites Riot. Yoojin reminds her that they should face off in a dungeon and that she shouldn't bully the little snake. Riot faces Yoojin, asking him to take care of her baby, and hands him the owner's token. She suddenly stops and gets really close to Yoojin. Riet's face turns red in excitement as she asks Yoojin why he's shaking with obvious chills and even comments on his fast heartbeat. Embracing Yoojin, she coyly asks if he's in love with her now and if that's the reason for this sudden reaction. Riot asks if Yoojin's ready to be her full-time snake daddy. Yoojin denies this and asks her to get off him. Oh no, you shouldn't do that in front of lil bro. Seeing the other not budging, Yu even intervenes. Riot asks if the little brother will play with her instead, making T1 shout for Riot to stop. At that same moment, Valère hisses at Chirpy, who is also at the table. Valère lunges to attack Chirpy, opening his mouth wide to eat the white bird. Yoojin sees this and shouts for Chirpy. He quickly reacts, knowing that Valère is venomous. Taewon quickly comes to his aid, holding Valère to get the snake off. He shouts to Yoojin for an antidote. Yoojin suddenly stops, noticing something weird. Chirpy sits unscathed with Valère's mouth still on its head. Yoojin shouts about how Chirpy is still fine, wondering if this is because Chirpy is so fluffy. Valère finally lets go of Chirpy, and the bird glares back at the snake with a chirp. Lol. Chirpy is really the most mysterious magic beast in this series. Suddenly, Chirpy jumps off Yoojin's hands with a loud chirp, surprising everyone. At that, Chirpy lands at Valère, giving the snake a taste of its flying body press. Yoojin shouts at Chirpy's revenge. Seeing the bird retaliate, Yoojin tells Chirpy to be nice to the other. With her hair in flames, Riot looks at the fuss, asking if they are fighting with a smile. Before them, Chirpy continues to press on Valère, who keeps wiggling around with a hiss. At that, Chirpy finally lets go, giving Valère a chance to breathe. Huffing, Valère can only look up as Chirpy looms over him. The menacing aura that Chirpy gives off is so great that he looks bigger in Valère's eyes. Seeing this sight stuns Valère. Scared, the snake bows down into submission. Chirpy takes a relaxed stance and peeps. Valère then makes a muffled hissing sound. The sound makes Chirpy question if the other just cursed. The snake, of course, denies this. Chirpy really takes after his owner. It's like Yoojin when interacting with the S-rankers. This scene makes Reed happy and cheers for her Valère to grow strong. Yoojin asks if Riet likes this teaching method and if the magic beasts just spoke. With that, Valère is now a new addition to their family. Yoojin was positive that the day should end peacefully. However, Yoojin is now glaring as he watches his brother. Yoojin shakes his comet, who just took his glasses again. At the same time, he reminds Chirpy to stop driving Valère close to his feet. Lol. Valère became Chirpy's mount. Seeing this, Yoojin asks when his brother will rest. Huffing, Yoojin claims that he's resting right now. Yoojin disagrees with this and adds that Yoojin should at least leave the monsters at the facility so that Yoojin can sleep. Yoojin efficiently stops Comet from flying around, taking back Yoojin's glasses. Yoojin pets Valère, claiming that he isn't sleepy at all. He adds that there are a lot of things he should do, like looking for Sukwon Choi. Yoojin says this is the best time to do it since KHA isn't protecting the S-ranker anymore. He intends to find the hunter to cut his contract with the jellyfish. Ew, it feels like MC is more busy than a guildmaster. Yoojin claims he's okay since he's not hurt anywhere and feels confident since he has his glasses. Hearing this, Yoojin doesn't hesitate and breaks the set glasses. Yoojin shouts upon hearing it break. However, Yoojin isn't backing down. He scolds his brother, saying that he should rest and at least recover his sight before doing anything. Despite the end of his glasses, Yoojin claims he can simply use another method and shows it to Yoojin. He uses his stern mother hen drill sergeant's skill to share Valère's vision, enabling him to see well and even use thermal vision. Yoojin announces that this solves the issue with his vision and intends to do a lot of things the next day. However, his nose suddenly bleeds, and it just won't stop. Yoojin shouts for his brother in worry and runs to him. Yoojin can only think that he probably pushed himself too far, you think. This is what you get for not resting. It is already dark, and Yoojin is in the hospital. He scratches his head with a smile as he claims that it's only a slight nosebleed, and even the doctors say there's nothing wrong. Yoojin looks at his brother, saying he's already rested for a day at home, so if he's sure, he'll be fine. Yoojin cuts him off, scolding his brother that what he did wasn't resting at all. He mentions how Yoojin has to feed the magic beasts while he is eating. When Yoojin is not eating, he plays with them. With a frown, Yoojin says this didn't only happen during the day, for he didn't even get a decent sleep. Yoojin groans, unable to refute this. Yoojin is not done and reminds his brother how he was woken up by him the previous night. Yoojin was in a disheveled state with his pillow on his arm. Without explanation, Yoojin simply told Yoojin to scoot over since he wanted to sleep together. Though Yoojin didn't mind, he was about to say more. But Yoojin had already made himself some space in Yoojin's bed. Once they were lying down, Yoojin was telling him to breathe with his bloodshot eyes. Oh no, Big Bro has PTSD. Yoojin was confused, but Yoojin repeated himself. At that point, Yoojin could only listen and breathe loudly. This made Yoojin smile in contentment, happy that Yoojin's heart was also beating fine. Yoojin finishes retelling this, adding how Yoojin acted like that until dawn. He asks if his brother is really okay. Yoojin looks away, stuttering that he can't sleep because of his bad eyesight. Yoojin asks how it is even connected. Yoojin can only think that he can't honestly tell his brother that he has trouble sleeping because he keeps dreaming about Yoojin dying ever since the rank of his fear resistance was degraded. Well, it's a big secret. Yoojin might rampage if he learns of it. Yoojin comments on how strange Yoojin has been acting since the dungeon break happened, but then he changes his words, saying it's even before that. Yoojin mentions how Yoojin kept calling people over to do more work despite his bad eyesight. He says that even during the truck incident, Yoojin never stopped to consider if he himself was okay. On top of that, there was no need for Yoojin to go to the scene of the dungeon break. Yoojin avoids Yoojin's eyes, reasoning that his actions save civilians. Yoojin simply states that this isn't Yoojin's responsibility. He reminds Yoojin that F-rankers are expected to evacuate instead of charging to a dungeon break site. Yoojin can't help asking why Yoojin has to be a part of everything. Lil bro, if you only know, big bro is dealing with the whole picture, all for your sake. Yoojin looks down, unable to answer. Yoojin suddenly asks if this is because Yoojin can't rely on him. This question startles Yoojin. Yoojin then asks why Yoojin is trying to take everything on his shoulder. Furious, he announces that he's strong and that he won't easily get hurt, unlike Yoojin. Yoojin smiles and rubs his brother's head. He tries to calm him down, saying that Yoojin is the most dependable person he knows. Yoojin puts his hand on Yoojin's shoulder, explaining how he doesn't want his brother to walk a thorny path. However, it only ended up making Yoojin worry. Yoojin listens to his brother, feeling happy that his brother thinks highly of him. Yoojin says that this won't happen again, and that he'll ensure that he's able to get things done before Yoojin gets wind of it. Yikes, that's definitely the wrong thing to say, big bro. Hearing this, Yoojin doesn't hesitate to lock up his brother in a cage. Yoojin yells at Yoojin, demanding to know what he's planning. Furious, Yoojin asks if that is what his brother really has to say about this. He then claims that the only solution for this is to lock Yoojin up. Yoojin shouts for his brother to calm down when someone suddenly enters Yoojin's hospital room. The visitor is surprised, asking if he's come to the zoo instead of the hospital. Hyunjae appears by the door, holding a huge bouquet of flowers. The Sijun Guildmaster smiles wide, saying that he's there to congratulate Yoojin for successfully dealing with the THA. At that, Yoojin burns the flowers with his flames, claiming that it can be harmful to the patient. Hyunjae simply smiles, guessing that it's not actually appropriate for a hospital visit. Don't hate the flowers, lil bro. Still stuck in the cage, Yoojin asks how Hyunjae knows that he's there. Hyunjae throws the burning bouquet into the trash, explaining how he got a call. Curious, Yoojin asks from who, taking out a box from his inventory. Hyunjae doesn't answer and instead speaks of the gift he brought. He opens the box and presents it to Yoojin. Hyunjae says it's a watch that hunters can wear and store in their inventory. Hearing this, Yoojin's eyes fill with amazement, knowing that this is the famous watch made from dungeon source materials. With such specs, this makes it possible to bring inside a dungeon, unlike typical gadgets that get destroyed inside a dungeon. Oh, is this a part of Vasharan's hunter collection? Yoojin recalls that this item was advertised by Sukwon and Hyunjae. It is also very expensive. But what's more impressive is that simply placing an order is even more complicated than stealing the moon. Yoojin is about to thank Hyunjae, but Yoojin suddenly speaks up, saying that he has also placed an order for this. Hearing this, Yoojin quickly closes the box, claiming that he doesn't need it, and thanks Hyunjae for the effort instead. Big Bro is a firm believer in Yoojin's supremacy. Yoojin thinks of getting it from his brother instead and happily imagines how his brother adorably placed the order for him. He thinks about how Yoojin should have instead brought something tasty for himself and how much he has grown. Yoojin is in a daze, thinking that his brother is the best when Yoojin pulls him out of the cage. Yoojin tells Hyunjae to check Yoojin's condition. Hyunjae takes Yoojin from Yoojin, commenting on how he's gotten lighter. Yoojin is confused as to what is happening, while Yoojin complains about how Yoojin won't stay still. He says that Yoojin won't even rest at home because of the magic beasts. Yoojin is still confused about why Yoojin is telling Hyunjae all this while his brother continues. Yoojin confides his thoughts on how Yoojin won't get better if left alone at home. Yoojin is soon placed back in the cage, and Yoojin asks Hyunjae to take care of Yoojin in the meantime. Hearing this, Yoojin shouts for his brother in horror. Ouch. Big Bro probably thinks that Lil Bro betrayed him. Yoojin then demands what his brother means, asking if he's some sort of pet. Yoojin turns away from his brother, saying it'll only be for a short time. He explains that this is the only method to ensure that Yoojin rests. Yoojin then faces Hyunjae, saying they'll sign a contract for safety. He claims that if Hyunjae harms Yoojin like last time, then he has to pay. Hyunjae assures Yoojin reminding the younger man how he never broke his trust when it comes to such negotiations. Inside the cage, Yoojin continues to shout, demanding his rights. Yoojin crouches before his brother as Yoojin complains about how wrong this is. Yoojin says he didn't want to do this either. With a smile, he admits his knowledge of how Yoojin will never depend on him no matter what he says. So because of this, Yoojin now chooses to ignore his brother's words, and instead, he'll do what he wants. Wow, Yoojin is now in his rebel phase. With those words, Yoojin tells his brother to rest while he takes care of things using Minnie's identity. Yoojin finally leaves the room while Yoojin continues to shout, demanding what his brother plans to do. Now that Yoojin is gone, Hyunja looks at Yoojin with a smile. He mentions how the bouquet got burned and the watch was even rejected. Considering this, Hyunja promises to take good care of Yoojin instead. Yoojin shouts at Hyunja, claiming that he'll bite the Sejong guildmaster. He shouts for his brother, asking if Yoojin Han even realizes what he just did. Lol, he claims he's not a pet, that he's now acting like a feral animal. Back in the Haeim Guild headquarters, Shiming is surprised to hear that Yoojin left his brother with the Sejong guildmaster. Yoojin continues to look at his work while explaining that his brother won't rest if he stays at home or the monster training facility. Hearing this, Shimyeon can only acquiesce that the Sejong guildmaster is a reasonable choice. He adds that if it were other guilds, they would not be that dependable, considering the influence of financial supporters. Among other guilds, only the Sejong guildmaster has complete control over his whole guild. Shimyeon is about to say more, but Yoojin stops him there, shifting the topic to Seokwon Choi. Though surprised, Shimyeon answers that there's progress. He explains how he leaked rumors about having another S-ranker in Haeim Guild and that the other already got baited. Shimyeon claims that they'll be able to get Seokwon's location soon with this. Does Haemin's skill not work on Seokwon because of jellyfish? Still a bit worried, Shimyeon asks if Yoojin is sure about leaving his brother with the Sejong Guild. Yoojin stands and closes his laptop as he says that it'll be better for his brother. He believes this is only suitable since there's no way his brother will think of taking care of Hyunja's son. That's true. Your choice really makes sense now, lil bro. As he walks in the corridor, Yoojin thinks about how other people simply won't do, whether it is the other S-rankers or the magic beasts. Upon receiving a message from Yoojin about taking care of the monsters and at least sending Valère over, Yoojin heads to their place. Comet, Chirpy, and Valère are all together, and they make a sound at the approaching person. Suddenly, the three were grabbed all together, making them cry in surprise. Yoojin glares down at them. With a grim look on his face, he speaks of how his brother will destroy himself by trying to take care of others. Yoojin squeezes the three together. Chirpy, wake up. This is really not the time to be sleeping. Yoojin continues to squeeze, making Chirpy frown in its sleep while the other two pales in fear. Yoojin continues to glare down at them, really wanting to get rid of those who have his brother's affection. Chaos fills Yoojin's eyes as he soon thinks about how Yoojin would be sad if he did what he wanted. His brother is a caregiver, which is a common title given to those who have raised people who awaken to C rank or above. Yoojin knows this, but he still questions why his brother is pushing himself so much. He thinks about how everything his brother cares for is unordinary. He can't help thinking that he's the reason why his brother is like that. Even Yoojin considers himself not human, a being wearing human skin that is on an entirely different level. Yoojin thinks Yoojin is that way because his brother has to raise him even before awakening. Seriously, this story is all about Big Bro and Lil Bro doing things just for each other. They're literally a two-sided brocon. Yoojin thinks of himself as something not human and a being that was born separate from everything else. Hold on tight, everyone. It's finally a flashback of Lil Bro's awakening. It was 3 years ago, and fire and chaos filled the bridge. Yoojin was running away as he looked up at the monsters. The phone he was holding was dropped. Yoojin tried taking it when a monster appeared before him. Though initially filled with fear, the hand that was reaching out to the phone instead grabbed the monster's neck. The beast cried out as Yoojin kept hold of it. The people around him were calling out to him, filled with disbelief. At that moment, Yoojin's head was filled with a new sense of freedom. It was as if he had been waiting all along for that moment. Fire suddenly appeared at Yoojin's hand, burning the monster with a massive blast. Those flames look different. They're not black. Other civilians looked back in surprise, asking what the explosion was and shouting at Yoojin to run, for more monsters were coming. The monster burned on the ground as more monsters flew to where Yoojin was. Unfazed, he leaped with his hands covered in flames. Yoojin threw a punch that sent flames on one of the monsters. The other civilians could not endure the fire and decided to leave that place. Unlike them, Yoojin started to smile, enjoying the power of fire that burst out from him. His mind was filled with destructive thoughts as the flames got bigger, as if they could burn everything down. The power surged from Yoojin, making him think that he could do anything and be who he truly was. However, thoughts of returning to his old self entered his mind. At that, he suddenly gasped and fell to the ground on all fours. The remaining civilians nearby were confused as they saw this. The fire continued to blaze around Yoojin as he held his head. He denied his previous thoughts as he touched his chest. Thoughts of returning home filled him with a promise to have dinner with his big brother, making Yoojin think of going home. Their brotherly bond keeps Yoojin sane. The restraint he showed that day turned his flames from red to black. He looked at his hands, seeing the subdued black flames. A system window appeared by then, announcing the awakening of Yoojin's SS-rank Black Flames skill. On top of that, he was registered as an awakened. Returning to the present, Yoojin knows that if he had simply let his instincts roam free at that time, he would have burned the entire world. He looks down at the disguise item, thinking how even his parents instinctively avoided him. However, Yoojin was there to accept his entire being. Yoojin wears the glasses and ponders the reason why Yoojin does his best to care for things that aren't even human. Whatever may be the case, Yoojin knows that he can't let his brother get overworked. Inside the Heian Guild headquarters, Yoojin walks around wearing his disguise as Mini Kim. People around him are talking about the rumors of Mini hiding his true abilities and how the guy even fought with another S-ranker. The others talk about how Mini even became the bodyguard of their guild master's brother, so they can only assume the rumors to be true. Yoojin, who is pretending to be Mini, approaches another person who greets him with a teasing smile. However, Mini simply looks down at the guy as he emits a heavy aura. People who see this start murmuring about how Mini has similar vibes to their guild master. They think Mini should get double pay since he's now also a combat class hunter. Another reply about hearing some news of Mini going to another guild that provides better benefits. Those rumors are really something. I feel bad for the original Mini already. Hearing all these people talk about Mini assures Yoojin that the rumors are spreading well. He recalls receiving a business card as Mini back in the Sijan Guild. Yoojin used this to his advantage by starting rumors about Mini hiding his abilities and how the hunter desires better job treatment. In their society, support classes have worse treatment. A hunter gets better treatment when he awakens as a combat class. Considering this, Yoojin plotted that if his big brother's bodyguard wanted out of the guild, then there's no doubt Sukwon Choi would want such a person. Adding to this is the public knowledge that he's in a dungeon. Yoojin believes that Sukwon will think this is his only chance. Yoojin checks his phone and thinks about how the rat has fallen into the trap. With this, he only has to resolve things so that his brother can finally rest. Let's just say this is Lil Bro showing affection to his brother. In a different place, Yoojin is in a daze as he looks up. The sun is shining bright up in the sky, and he's now having a meal with Kenja. The Sijin Guildmaster asks if the food isn't to his liking. Yoojin maintains his lazy position as he asks if Hyunjae will be able to eat well if he's in his shoes. Hyunjae lazily replies that Yoojin can only stay there until his appetite returns. Hearing this, Yoojin quickly gets to eating as he curses at Hyunjae. Seeing him eat well, Hyunjae smiles fondly at Yoojin. He reminds the other that he must do this to make up for his previous actions. Yoojin frowns, thinking how annoyed he is that Hyunjae is having fun at his expense. Lol. MC really hates it when Hyunjae is enjoying himself. He ponders if this is why Hyunjae dragged him all over the Sijan Guild. Yoojin recalls how he was forced to get a haircut at a professional hair salon. Then Hyunjae cheered at him as he took personal training under a high-ranking hunter coach. After that, they went to the medical facility, where he got shot using a needle that could even puncture a high-ranking hunter. With all those activities, Yoojin looks better now, and he even ate and got groomed. It was another whole level of pampering. While he finally gets to rest, it also means that Yoojin can't escape. Yoojin frowns, thinking that he'll be able to do that if only Hyunjae leaves him alone, even for a moment. Before him, Hyunjae takes pictures of Yoojin eating to send to Yoojin as proof. Seeing this, Yoojin poses as he asks if it's okay for the Sijin Guildmaster to not be working. Hyunjae should always mention Lil Bro so that our MC will cooperate. Hyunjae says people still think that he's in a dungeon raid. Yoojin claims that Hyunjae is not precisely hiding since he's going around. Hyunjae simply replies that he can at least stop the media from talking about it. Yoojin sighs at this, asking why it has to be Hyunjae of all people. He announces that he's capable of recovering fine, all on his own. Yoojin can't help but complain about how his brother seems to trust Hyunjae more than him. You got it wrong, big bro. Lil bro really just knows you well. Hyunja smiles at this, claiming that he did build trust as a business partner. He mentions how he helped Yoojin a bit back when he was starting the Haeyeon Guild. This is news to Yoojin, and he quickly asks if Hyunja loaned Yoojin some money and even pressured him. Yoojin can't help but imagine that forcing him to be there is also related to this. Hyunja only blankly smiles at this, saying that Yoojin should really fix how he thinks of his younger brother. The Sishin Guild Master explains how he only helped by removing some weeds around the Haeyeon Guild. He then assures Yoojin that Yoojin has already paid him back for everything the younger S-ranker noticed. Hearing this, Yoojin asks about the help that Yoojin doesn't know of. Frowning, he says that he'll pay back Hyunja for this himself. So if the Sishin Guild Master wants something, Yoojin urges the other not to pressure his younger brother about it. And there he goes again. Big bro, you should know by now that lil bro wouldn't like that. This remark makes Hyunji smile more as he mentions how Yoojin was right about Yoojin trying to take on the burdens himself. Curious, Hyunja asks why Yoojin does this despite Yoojin being an S-ranker and an adult already. Yoojin looks down at this question, saying how Yoojin was only a minor back then. He recalls how his brother left when he was only in his first year of high school. At that time, Yoojin did this to create the guild and protect him. Yoojin speaks of the challenges his younger brother has dealt with and how he, the older brother and guardian, was unable to do anything for Yoojin. Yoojin thinks of how Yoojin did this for 3 years and then 5 more years. Those are awful 8 years for the previous Yoojin, whose only concern is his brother's safety. These thoughts push Yoojin to do everything he can for his younger brother. Hyunja pulls out some books at Yoojin's answers and urges him to read them. Yoojin takes the books, asking if they are accounting records of what Yoojin owes Hyunja. He takes a good look and exclaims at the titles about parenting and empty nest syndrome. Hyunja smiles fondly, saying that reading is good for him. Yoojin argues with Hyunja for giving him such books. Hyunja watches Yoojin while thinking of how the brothers are so similar, considering that they're both doing their best to take the other's burden. Before him, Yoojin is furious, but he still opens the book to check its contents. Hyunja then tells Yoojin that if he genuinely wants to help Yoojin, then he should first take care of himself and rest while he's there. Noticing that Yoojin is squinting a bit, Hyunja even offers to read the books to Yoojin before going to bed, which, of course, Yoojin refuses with a shout. However, despite the purpose of that stay, Yoojin wasn't able to get that rest. For that night, an unwanted guest appeared before Yoojin. How will our MC ever get the rest he needs? Before we get to that part about an unwanted guest, let's watch what happened before. Chirpy and Valere are now with Yoojin. He thinks of how his brother read his message and dropped the two off. Yoojin smiles, expressing how much he misses them, and he feeds Chirpy some mana stones. He asks if Chirpy is there since he's the boss. With a crazy thought, Yoojin urges Chirpy to eat a lot so that he can teleport Yoojin out of that place without Hyunji noticing. Wow, a mouthful is an entire bottle's worth of mana stones. Suddenly, Chirpy falls to its side with drool on its face. Yoojin exclaims at how the bird fell asleep as soon as it finished eating. He rubs his face, wondering if he has no option other than staying the night. Yoojin complains about his lack of phone and television as Valere looks up at him. Frowning, he knows that he will still have the same dream if he sleeps like that. Yoojin was only able to live normally because of his L-rank fear resistance. With it degrading, he's now unable to live such a life. Lamenting this, he ponders when his skill will go back to normal. Yoojin complains about how Yoojin should have dropped the magic beasts a bit more later, thinking that he's actually too scared to sleep without his brother by his side. In Lil Bro's defense, he has no idea how much his proximity is essential for you, big bro. In his hands, Chirpy is peeping as it sleeps, trying to cover its eyes. Yoojin notices this and plans to change the room lighting. A hand holding the remote control suddenly reaches out to hand it to him. Yoojin is about to thank the other, but he stops when he sees the one before him. Shocked, he drops the remote control at the sight of his dead brother standing before him. The other asks if she surprised him. She puts a hand on Yoojin's shoulder, saying she wasn't able to visit him immediately because of all those people around him. Yoojin is still stunned, pondering if this is a dream or not. The other then assures Yoojin that she won't hurt him since she can't really do anything if it's not through the contracted person. It is only then that Yoojin realizes that it is a mere illusion created by jellyfish. Trembling, Yoojin asks why she's wearing his brother's face. The other smiles, saying this is the most convenient for her since it's the form that her opponent treasures the most. She stares at Yoojin, asking his opinion on this. Jellyfish speaks about how Yoojin might become more agreeable with what she has to offer if she takes this form. That's a low blow. Really. With his brother's face, Jellyfish offers to sign a contract with Yoojin. She promises him to save everyone he loves from that world in exchange for giving himself up. Yoojin is still stunned, seeing this version of his brother. Jellyfish speaks of how interested she is. Yoojin sees that smile, thinking how Yoojin only smiled at him once at that age, and it was back when Yoojin gave him that gate stone to escape that dungeon. Yoojin pushes the other away and creates distance. He curses the other, claiming he won't fall for this just because she looks like his brother. Yoojin reminds the filial piety addict that he is only an F ranker, and that they always offered their contracts to the S rankers. Jellyfish smiles at this and claims that Yoojin is special since he's a caregiver who loved and raised an S ranker. Yoojin looks up at her, reminding the other of how common this title is. Jellyfish agrees to this. Still, Yoojin is a caregiver of a natural-born S ranker, which is what makes it rare. The filial piety addict thoughtfully looks down at Yoojin, explaining how most caregivers have already perished by the time she gets to them. She adds how they don't exist in other universes. Jellyfish starts telling Yoojin about the other origins, from the first to the fourth origin. She says that it is only in the fifth origin that a caregiver managed to raise a natural-born S-ranker. Jellyfish says that the title is related to the origin's traits, and she wants to learn more about them by studying Yoojin. Yoojin is surprised that the other wants to research the origin when their goal is to help the origin destroy the world. Jellyfish explains that this is not her goal. Instead, she does things because she's curious and wants to learn more. The filial piety addict then says she's only on that side since she wants to know what will happen once that world is swallowed. Is there a possibility that this character can turn out to be helpful to our MC? Considering her nature, she admits that she's really curious about Yoojin. Jellyfish gets close to Yoojin as she says that she'll do her best to get him safely out of that world, even if he's an F ranker. Right. They did mention that only an S ranker has the physique to survive that. Jellyfish is relieved that many of the people that Yoojin cherishes are S rankers. She adds that even if they're not, she can still manage to rescue some of them with her ability. Holding out a hand, light flashes as a contract appears before Yoojin. Jellyfish claims that Yoojin can't stop the world from ending and should really consider the better odds. Hearing such an offer, Yoojin is about to reach out his hand to the contract when something white suddenly appears. This effectively halted Yoojin from doing so. Chirpy heads straight to the contract and destroys it without any hesitation. Yoojin shouts for Chirpy while the bird continues to attack the contract to further destroy it. Yoojin shouts for him to be careful while Jellyfish can only watch in surprise. The filial piety addict asks about the bird and where Yoojin got it. Chirpy is fuming in Yoojin's hands while he looks at Jellyfish, confused. He thinks about how he has Chirpy in his hand this whole time. Fed by her curiosity, Jellyfish wants to take the bird since she feels like seeing it before. Hearing this, Yoojin quickly turns away, shouting that the other can't do that. Chirpy with his stealth skill. Also, if Chirpy doesn't like Jellyfish, then I guess I was wrong about her being helpful to our MC. The door to Yoojin's room suddenly opens as Yoojin shouts at Jellyfish to leave Chirpy alone. In this scene, golden chains stab at Jellyfish's form, sending electricity at the other. However, the filial piety addict is still in the form of Yoojin's dead brother, which only horrifies him. The chains send Jellyfish to the wall while some pull Yoojin away as he yells for his brother. Jellyfish is stuck on the wall and pixelates as she asks for the other's identity. Hyunja smiles with Yoojin in his arm. Chains are everywhere as he announces that he's the owner of that place. Hyunja warns that the other shouldn't go after an object that is already owned by another. In his arm, Yoojin groans, telling Hyunja to release him. Jellyfish's half-form changes back as she looks at the chains, realizing that they glow with the light of the crescent moon. Jellyfish reverts back to her original form completely and grins. Wait, she has a third eye? With a smile, Jellyfish easily makes a hole in her body to release herself from the chains. She leaps towards Hyunja, understanding that he is the person that Crescent Moon chose. Hyunja lifts his hand and uses his chains and lightning to defend against Jellyfish. A massive explosion bursts from the impact. Once the smoke dissipates, Jellyfish takes another form that depicts her nature as a jellyfish. The filial piety addict is disappointed since she wants to talk longer. She tells Yoojin to think it through and that she won't give up just like that. Jellyfish finally leaves through the huge hole in the wall, pixelating away. Yoojin is still in Hyunja's arm, and the S-ranker asks if Yoojin will sign that contract. Ignoring the question, Yoojin asks what Hyunji saw. He looks up at the S-ranker, asking what Jellyfish looked like to him. Seeing Yoojin's expression, Hyunja can only assume that he saw Yoojin in his POV. His deductions are really on point. Hyunjae and Yoojin are undoubtedly the people who know our MC the best. Yoojin lets go of the topic since it didn't seem like Hyunjae saw his brother and asked to be released. However, Hyunjae doesn't do that and asks again if Yoojin plans to sign the contract. He looks at the other, reminding him that he won't be able to destroy the contract like he did with Diarma. Yoojin looks grim as Hyunjae asks if he intends to sacrifice himself like he usually does. Yoojin looks back at Hyunjae, claiming that he's only hearing jellyfish out. He adds that he could probably make a better deal out of it. Yoojin tells Hyunjae to let him go since nothing really happened. He adds that jellyfish even said that she couldn't hurt them. But you shouldn't really trust your enemy's words. Yoojin carries Chirpy back in his hands. Hyunjae looks at Yoojin, thinking that there's no way nothing happened. Yoojin trembles as he holds Chirpy to his chest. He recalls how his brother's form was stabbed by the chains and the scene of his real brother gravely wounded from Rush's attack. Though he knows that the one earlier is an illusion, he still can't shake off how it looks so similar to how his brother died. Yoojin knows that he shouldn't be deceived and he must be logical. With the second filial piety addict on the move, Yoojin can only plan what he must do. Standing, he announces that he must find Sukwon Choi. Yoojin shares how Jellyfish said that they can only intervene through the person they have a contract with. Knowing this, Yoojin claims that their priority is to find the S-ranker and destroy his contract with the filial piety addict, and our MC circles back to this. Again, you should rest. Yoojin wants to move as soon as the sun rises, but Hyunjae quickly rejects this. Yoojin looks at Hyunjae, surprised. Before him, Hyunjae smiles brightly, announcing that Yoojin can't leave that place. Yoojin pales, confused as to what the other means by his words. When the next day arrived, Hyunjae didn't allow Yoojin to go out. During the morning brushing of their teeth, Yoojin pestered Hyunjae about it. The same thing happened during lunch and even around other times. Yoojin finally shouts at Hyunjae by the time 2 days have passed. He asks why the other just won't let him go. Hyunjae explains that the contract between him and Yoojin indicates that he can't allow Yoojin to go out. Yoojin ignores this, raising the matter about jellyfish, and urges the other that they must do something about it. Hyunjae smiles, reminding Yoojin about how jellyfish said that they can't really do much without their contractee. He adds that the more dangerous it is, the more reason he has to keep Yoojin locked up in that place. If MC doesn't want it, then I want to be in his place, getting pampered and all that is close to paradise already. Yoojin can only groan at Hyunjae's reminder. The S-ranker changes the topic, commenting on how Yoojin looks better now, though it seems that he still lacks sleep. Yoojin takes out a huge mana stone from a bottle and complains about how Hyunjae destroyed his bedroom. He also thinks that he only looks better now since the rank of his fear resistance is finally restored, and his vision is almost back to normal. While Valer and Chirpy share the huge mana stone, Yoojin is still wrapped in his thoughts. Suddenly, he snaps about how he should be released since it feels like he's been there for a week already. Yoojin takes Hyunjae's phone, intending to call his brother. Hyunjae lets him do this, but the number Yoojin calls is busy. He nervously bites his fingers, wondering what his brother is doing. Lol. Poor Valer, Chirpy ate the big mana stone all by himself. Hyunjae smiles, asking why Yoojin can't simply trust his brother. He adds that Yoojin doesn't have to worry about Sukwon Choi. Yoojin frowns upon hearing this and asks if his brother is currently tracking Sukwon Choi. Hyunjae replies that he's told not to discuss anything that can be connected to work. This response makes Yoojin groan in frustration. He points at Hyunjae, asking why he can't be responsible for capturing Sukwon Choi. He even urges the Sejong guildmaster to go to work and stop lounging at home. Hyunjae retorts that he's not lounging and is merely taking care of his item. He also adds the fact that the public believes he's still in a dungeon. The phone on the table suddenly vibrates, and Hyunjae checks only to find that the dungeon raid is actually over now. Yoojin's face lights up at this news, seeing an opportunity. Hyunjae says he should go out to show everyone that he's alive. He then asks if he can expect Yoojin to be a good boy and stay put. Yoojin laughs at this, asking where an F-ranker like him can run to, and tells Hyunjae to do his job. Right? You're not the typical F-ranker. With that, Hyunjae appointed an A-rank combat class hunter to watch Yoojin. The A-rank hunter states that he's now responsible for protecting Yoojin and greets him. Before the A-ranker, Yoojin plays the flute, Chirpy plays the drums, and Valer plays the charmed snake. Yoojin greets the A-ranker, apologizing since it's music time for them. Sweating, Yoojin shakes the other's hand while commenting on how hard it is to play with the kids. He then mentions washing up and asks if the other has to accompany him. The A-ranker says he doesn't need to, but he reminds Yoojin to keep the door unlocked. Hearing this, Yoojin leaves Chirpy to play with the drums on his own. The A ranker watches as the bird hits the drums during that time. The portal to the room opens, and someone announces that the food is there. A person pulling the food cart comes in, asking where Hunter Yoojin Han is. He mentions how the hunter requested some snacks. The A ranker replies that the other is in the shower and asks about how an F ranker orders snacks. He then starts lamenting at how their guildmaster is treating the F ranker so well, wondering if the magic beast tamer skill is really that good. The A ranker can't help cursing, saying he can also tame and raise a cockroach in their guildmaster's house. Brew, you might get fired if you do that. Smiling, the delivery guy says the other might turn into barbecue if that happens. See, even this guy knows it. The delivery guy tries to console the other by saying he also brought some snacks for him. The A ranker thanks him for it, and soon the delivery guy starts to leave. As the delivery guy passes through the portal, he comments on how heavy the food cart is. Unbeknownst to them, Yoojin is already in stealth mode and sitting atop the cart. Yoojin calmly looks at his A-rank stealth skill, Hidden Object, and is glad that it works on A-rankers. He thinks about how Hyunjae won't be chasing him immediately since the S-ranker should only be arriving at the scene of the completed dungeon raid. In the set area, reporters talk about how the Sejong Guild just completed an S-rank dungeon raid. They report on the arrival of the Sejong Guild Master and Hunter Evelyn Miller, and how they both look relaxed as if they haven't just finished a raid. Heh, that's true for one of them. Evelyn comments on how unpleasant it is to pretend they finished a dungeon raid together. Hyunjae smiles, appreciating Evelyn's consideration. Evelyn looks at him, asking if Hyunjae had fun while she was there as his substitute. Still smiling, Hyunjae admits that he saw a lot of fun things thanks to her. He adds how Yoojin Han is actually staying at his place right now. A bit surprised, Evelyn asks how this happened and expresses her desire to meet Yoojin. Hyunjae says he would love that, but he's also not sure if Yoojin will still be there once they return. Evelyn asks why. Considering that the man is an F-ranker, she believes it should be easy to keep Yoojin locked up. Hyunjae shares that he did assign an A-rank combat class hunter to guard Yoojin, but he still feels he'll be for naught. Hyunjae's attention suddenly shifts to his ringing phone. As he answers it, the person at the other end reports that Yoojin Han escaped, surprising both S-rankers. Lol, the timing is impeccable, as always. Back in Hyunjae's place, Chirpy is still banging on the drums as it chirps. In the bathroom doorway, the A-ranker reports how Yoojin covered up the noise of his escape using his magic beast and the shower. He believes that the F-ranker escaped back when the snacks arrived, but that is not where it ends. In the parking lot, a voice claiming to be a pro announces the tip for the day. A hand starts the car, as the man claims that when taking someone, one has to knock them out or cover their eyes. Yoojin fixes the mirror, reminding everyone that failing to do so means the captive can learn where the car key and the car are. Looking down, Yoojin asks Valere to share its vision with him. The magic beast does as it was told and hisses. Yoojin then steps on the accelerator, announcing that he did get his driver's license a few years later, so it's fine. With that, the car zooms off, breaking the barrier. As he drives away, Yoojin shouts his thanks for the vacation. At least our MC appreciates the stay. He should give his tour guide a star. Returning to the call, the A-ranker reports that Yoojin even took the guildmaster's car. Evelyn chuckles at hearing this while Hyunjae smiles. He says that Yoojin probably has a stealth item or skill that seems to be higher than a rank. Hyunjae admits that Yoojin always surprises him. On the road, Yoojin smoothly drives the car with the aid of Valere's vision. He mulls if his brother plans to look for Sukwon Choi while still pretending to be Minnie Kim. However, Yoojin is worried since he believes that it will be dangerous to break Sukwon's contract with the filial piety addicts without his skill. In the worst-case scenario, what happened to Kyung Soo-yoon from the Sudam Guild might repeat itself. Yoojin can only imagine what his brother is trying to do without him. In another place, the surroundings and inside are unkempt. Yoojin, disguised as Minnie Kim, walks inside, thinking how Sukwon Choi is hiding there. He thinks of the lack of guild members in that place when he notices the remains on his right. I don't want to see that guy anymore. Yoojin takes a look, pondering if the statue. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes that it's actually a melted human. His eyes move somewhere else, and someone else speaks. The voice expresses his amazement at him coming there. Yoojin looks back at the owner of the voice as it asks if he is Minnie Kim. Looking haggard, Sukwon Choi looks down from the top of the stairs. Yoojin greets Sukwon Choi, claiming it to be an honor to meet the other. Sukwon proudly says that meeting him typically takes numerous steps, but there's no need in this case, The MKC guildmaster goes down the stairs, claiming that he did not call him there to be scouted. Yu even asks what the other means. Sukwon only laughs at this, asking why he would do that. He then speaks about his knowledge of how Minnie is hiding his identity. This claim startles Yoojin, and he asks what the other person is saying. Sukwon announces that he himself is an S rank and a guildmaster of a huge guild. You can tell this much from experience. Sukwon touches the other on the shoulder, speaking of how he stepped in there with his own 2 feet despite knowing things already. Wait, and you really tell that it's Yoojin and not Minnie Kim before him? Sukwon menacingly grins, announcing that the other dug his own grave. Yoojin looks down at Sukwon, clearly surprised. Yoojin calls the other and asks how he found out about him. Sukwon chuckles, claiming that it was easy enough to figure out that the rumors about Minnie being an S ranker are lies. Yoojin realizes that Sukwon did not notice his real identity. Sukwon walks away, claiming that if the rumors were true, the Haeyeon Guild would have announced it to increase their guild's influence. He adds that there's no way the guild will leave him alone to be scouted by others. Sukwon sits down and assumes that Minnie is probably B or A rank. He claims that Minnie probably spread rumors that he's an S ranker, so he wouldn't be ambushed. Woo, I really thought Sukwon saw through Yoojin's disguise. Yu even smiles and agrees in reply. He compliments Sukwon for noticing this, and asks why the MKC guildmaster called for him. Sukwon pours himself a drink, saying he needs Minnie's help in holding Yoojin captive. He adds that he will pay Minnie handsomely if he cooperates. Yoojin repeats his brother's name for confirmation, and Sukwon verifies this. He thinks that Minnie is there to mess with the Haeyeon Guild. Yoojin asks Sukwon about his goal, recalling how the MKC Guild doesn't have any captured magic beasts. He then asks if Sukwon plans to hand Yoojin to another group to gain money. Sukwon glares at him, asking why he needs to know this. With a devilish smile, Yoojin claims that he's checking since Sukwon promised to pay him handsomely for it. He adds that MKC is nearing its end and that he has to make sure that he'll get paid for the job. Yoojin mentions how desperate Sukwon probably is since he spilled all of that as soon as he got there. Wow, Lil Bro is really poking at where it hurts. Sukwon throws his glass to the ground and growls at Minnie. He claims that he was being nice. Yet Minnie is frustrating to deal with. Holding the other by his shirt, Sukwon threatens Minnie, claiming he's in no position to decline. However, he still promises to pay the hunter whatever amount he wants. Sukwon suddenly stops speaking as his whole body stiffens. He groans out loud in pain, and a dragon hand appears, holding him by the nape. Sukwon can only think that this is poison. Noah then appears behind him, easily subduing Sukwon to the ground. He shouts in pain and asks when did the other get there. I'm glad to learn that Yoojin didn't go there alone. Before him, Yoojin admits that he thought it would be longer. He honestly didn't expect Sukwon to be so unprepared. Faced with a sword, Sukwon can only shout Yoojin's name. Yoojin finally removes his disguise and looks down at Sukwon. The MKC guildmaster shouts out loud, asking for help from anyone outside. Hearing him, Yoojin mentions how Sukwon is the only remaining MKC guild member in that place. Sukwon curses at this and tries to retaliate. However, Yoojin doesn't give him any chance to take out an item. Sukwon shouts in grave pain. Despite this, Yoojin doesn't hesitate in kicking his enemy and sends Sukwon to the wall. The last member of the MKC guild trembles and cries in pain as Yoojin approaches him. Yoojin stabs at the wall near Sukwon's head and looks down at the other. He announces that he'll figure out who's after his brother. Still, before that, Sukwon should first break his contract with the filial piety addicts. By doing that, Yoojin will allow Sukwon to live. He adds that he has no intention of taking his life if he cooperates. Well, that quickly turned the tables. Sukwon curses, asking if he should even believe that. The way Yoojin said that speaks volumes of the other's real intentions. Yoojin takes his sword, saying that he doesn't really want to do that, but is what his brother wants. He adds that he even promised his older brother that he wouldn't commit any crimes while using Minnie's identity. Sukwon sarcastically laughs at the mention of Yoojin's brother. He calls Yoojin a psycho and asks if he is even serious. Sukwon has known him as someone who loves to do things on his own. He adds how Yoojin acted as if he wouldn't care if his parents were involved. Sukwon states his disbelief at how much Yoojin is wagging his tail just because of his brother. Dude, you better shut it, or he will truly get it. Sukwon curses, saying he shouldn't have gotten involved with these brothers. He suddenly stops when Yoojin points his sword at him. Yoojin ignores Sukwon's previous rambling and asks about the contract. He wants to know what he should do with Sukwon's life. Sukwon grimly chuckles, saying breaking the contract also means death. So, either way, he'll end up perishing. Sukwon recalls what happened previously with Jellyfish. Don't worry, this is a short flashback. At the offer of a new contract, Jellyfish gave him a choice. Holding Sukwon's head, she announces that if Sukwon meets his end while still under contract, then his body will belong to her. However, if Sukwon breaks the contract, then Jellyfish will grant him a favor, claiming that she loves it when it burns. Back to the present, Sukwon holds onto the weapon pointed at him, saying that he does love a special favor, knowing that he'll meet his end. Either way, he firmly grips the sword. Tears fill Sukwon's eyes as he smiles and announces his intention to bring them down with him. With that, Sukwon announces his rejection of his contract with Lugapea, and a bright purple light and a thick fog appear. In case you're wondering who Lugapea is, Sukwon is referring to Jellyfish. Yoojin closes one of his eyes at this sudden appearance after Sukwon shouts. He tries to understand what's happening when a monster appears behind him. Yu even sees this and quickly attacks. However, the enemy only dissipates at his slash. Suddenly, there are numerous forms of these before Yoojin. He ignites his sword and swings it while thinking that Sukwon Choi doesn't have such a skill. Yoojin ponders if the other got this from Jellyfish, knowing that this thing is outside of his expectations. Yoojin only wanted to deal with this matter immediately before his brother notices. He begins thinking if he should have just dealt with Sukwon upon meeting him, but the thought of a dungeon appearing stops him. Yoojin curses in his head, thinking of how this defeats the purpose of leaving his brother with Kunja. Yoojin suddenly stops, thinking of who he left. What the? Don't tell me it's Yoojin's turn to get selective memory loss. Anyway, let's head to where our MC is. The car that Yoojin took is now parked on the street. People nearby are so awestruck by the car's magnificence that they even start taking selfies and pictures. They start talking about how it probably belongs to the Season Guildmaster when Yoojin suddenly appears, claiming that the car is his. All that golden light hurts my eyes. The nearby civilians exclaim at Yoojin's bright appearance. Yoojin coolly tells them that pictures are not allowed, and the civilian guy waves his hands, telling the others to stop and make way for Yoojin. The others listen and delete the images on their phone. Suddenly, the phone notifies the incoming emergency text, announcing an incident about a high-ranking hunter in a specific region. Yoojin notices this and asks if it is a dungeon break. The guy holding the phone explains that it is an incident involving a high-rank hunter. Yoojin flashes some money and offers it to the civilian in exchange for lending his phone. Yoojin claims that he'll return it the next day. Seeing this brightens the guy's eyes, and he quickly hands over his phone. He asks Yoojin to add some images of peace to his phone gallery before he returns it to him. Yoojin gets in the car with the phone in hand, commenting on how this is better than using a payphone. He quickly contacts the Hayam Guild, asking to be connected to Shimyeong. The operator asks for his identity and Yoojin answers. He adds that he has questions related to Minnie Kim. After a short while, Shimyeong answers the call, asking about how Yoojin is supposed to be in the Season Guild. Yoojin cuts to the chase and asks Shimyeong about Minnie's current location. He also asks if this thing is related to the emergency text. Shimyeong pauses for a bit before saying that Minnie is sleeping. Yoojin says Shimyeong knows what he means and that this might be dangerous. He speaks about knowing how his brother might have told Shimyeong to not inform him since he's worried. However, Yoojin reminds Shimyeong of his responsibility to prioritize the Hayam Guild over his own security. Shimyeong can only agree and is about to speak more, but Yoojin starts talking again. He admits to driving without a license, which suddenly makes Shimyeong worried. No worries, our MC does have a license. In the future that he came from, that is. Yoojin says that if Shimyeong doesn't tell him, he'll go crazy. He'll make sure that this topic enters the headlines, announcing his notorious activity everywhere. Shimyeong stutters as he can only agree with Yoojin. He quickly reveals how the guildmaster went with Noah to meet the MKC guild. Yoojin's expression turns somber, knowing that he was right. As he steps on the accelerator, Yoojin asks Shimyeong for the location's address and instructs him to inform both Taewon and the Season Guild about this. He believes backup is necessary since they're facing a difficult opponent. After some time, Yoojin reaches an area filled with fog. He calls out to Yoonhee as he drives into some barriers, with Valera's sight still shared with him. Yoojin thinks about the situation. They are unsure what will happen with Jellyfish using her abilities through Sukwon. At that same moment, the place where Yoonhee and Noah were is now filled with blue fog. Yoojin continues to drive, thinking about how the fog thickens as he goes farther. He squints his eyes at this, recalling that there was no dungeon break announcement. Yoojin finds a relief that he at least has Valera with him since it can detect heat. Even now, he can detect the heat of that running person through the fog. Yoojin's thoughts of the approaching individual stop there, for the man suddenly pulls his arm and grabs the car with much force. The hand grip strength easily crushes the car hood, and soon, Yoojin was forcefully pulled out from the vehicle. Taewon has the car lifted in one hand while holding onto Yoojin with the other. The S-ranker explains that there's a sinkhole at where Yoojin is heading. Yoojin laughs as he thanks Taewon and comments on how he got there fast. Taewon says he's in the area and got there to evacuate the civilians. From behind, Riot appears and waves at Yoojin. She says she's there to do her charity work. Taewon tosses the car as if it's nothing, mentioning the entry ban to that area and his knowledge of Yoojin's stay at the Sejong Guild. Well, there goes Hyunji's other car. I hope Taewon appreciates Hyunji's karma. Taewon still holds Yoojin as he explains that it was an illegal incarceration, so the normal thing to do was to escape. However, Taewon is of the same opinion as Yoojin, saying that Yoojin requires that much protection. Still holding Yoojin, Taewon says he knows the other won't really return to Sejong even if he tells him to. So, instead, he asks if Yoojin's presence there relates to the Haeim Guildmaster. Yoojin confirms this, admitting that he already knows his brother and Noah are there to get Sukwon Choi. Yoojin suddenly tears up at the thought of his brother lost and crying in that thick fog. Taewon's face darkens at this, speechless. Big bro, your little bro is not so little anymore. He won't get lost. After a while, Taewon carries Yoojin on his back, telling the other that he has an idea of the situation. He then mentions that it is another threat as he and Riot make their way through the fog and destruction. Yoojin asks what Taewon means and why the roads are destroyed. He surmises it's because of a monster, but Yoojin stops once he sees something. He quickly calls out to Taewon, directing his attention above them. Something suddenly blasts down at them, separating Yoojin from Taewon. Before Yoojin can topple over, Riot quickly catches him, saying she's got him, and he's now hers. She happily licks at Yoojin, but the other ignores her completely. Yoojin suddenly shouts at Noah, asking why he is attacking them. Noah's eyes have changed, and he speaks in French, asking what Riet is up to. He asks if she's now involving others to manipulate him. Yoojin realizes Noah is speaking in another language and asks what's wrong with him. Riot says it's because of the fog. She says that it looks like a curse that erases memories. Riot adds how those civilians they evacuated also looked like they had memory problems. Here we go again with memory problems. But if this is indeed a curse, I guess it's time for our MC's other skills to shine. Noah growls at them in his dragon form while Riet explains how her brother has been attacking them ever since he saw them. Yoojin asks if this is why the road got messed up. He then suggests calming Noah down so he can undo the curse on him. Taewon agrees to this, saying that it'll calm him down. When Noah dashes to where they are, Taewon has a rope item ready in his hands. Noah simply passes by Taewon, but the other is waiting for this moment. He quickly ties the other, surprising Noah. Taewon doesn't give it time to act and pushes the dragon down to the ground while using his skill, Rusted Grayscale. With his body mass increasing, the floor they're in breaks, stepping them down to the lowest ground with a huge boom. Yoojin and Riot watch this while Yoojin comments on Taewon's aggressive method of calming Noah down. Seeing that destruction, Taewon probably had no choice on this since Noah is also an S rank. This is okay. MC, Noah could unknowingly hurt you. Noah is now subdued and grunts as Taewon keeps a firm hold on him. Seeing Noah is halfway turned, Riot complains about how her brother is a handful and leaps down herself. Yoojin shouts for her to wait, but Riot is already plunging down, and she hits Noah directly on her jump. Taewon looks up at her in surprise, asking what she's doing. Noah groans as Riet simply tells her brother to not be scared. She claims that his losing memory doesn't matter since she can help him recall those. With her own dragon hand, she holds Noah's teary face. No. What are you doing with our pretty boy? Right. Riot promises to remind Noah of every small thing he's forgotten. Seeing this, Yoojin pales as he shouts at Riet, claiming that she'll traumatize Noah again. Yoojin shouts about Riot being an abuser and the necessity to separate the siblings. He knows that Taewon can't handle Riet on his own. A rumbling noise suddenly sounds nearby, and a voice behind Yoojin shouts that she'll do it. Yoojin looks back and finds Soyeon's on her motorbike. He cries in surprise while Soyeon continues to ride. She then shouts that she's Noah's Dragon Knight and tells the other to get her hands off her dragon. Soon, Soyeon plunges down to the hole while still riding. Riet grabs a weapon from her inventory and slashes at the incoming motorcycle. She effortlessly breaks them into pieces with a leap. While before Noah, Soyeon protectively takes her place. Riot looks at this and comments on how cute Soyeon is. Why is the pretty boy still pretty even when he's crying? Also, that look on Taewon's face. Taewon calls Soyoung, asking if the Sejong Guild has contacted her. Soyoung looks back at Taewon and confirms this. She adds that her guildmaster is also on his way. Soyoung says she headed there straight upon learning that Noah is also in that place. The air anchor returns her attention to Riet, warning her to get away from Noah. Riet looks down on her, curious as to what gives her the right to say that. Soyoung grabs Noah's face, squeezes it, and is about to say something when Yoojin suddenly lands on the ground nearby while asking for Yooni's help. With him joining them, he shouts for Riet to stop and commands Soyoung to get away from Noah as well. Yoojin shouts about how dangerous Noah is right now since he lost his memories. Right, based on experience. Nothing good happens if an S-ranker loses his memories. Soyoung is surprised to hear this and quickly backs off as Yoojin announces that he'll undo Noah's curse. Soyoung worries. Speaking of how Noah lost his memories, she repeats these words, and her expression changes. Riot sees this and doesn't say a word. Suddenly, Soyoung approaches Noah, asking if he remembers her. Noah growls as Taewon and Yoojin hold him. Yoojin warns Soyoung, but she doesn't listen and grabs Noah's hands. Soyoung's tone changes, saying she can explain things to Noah. With a crazy bright look on her face, Soyoung announces that she and Noah are life partners. Wow, you're really doing that now. This completely shocks Noah, and Soyoung only continues as Yoojin keeps a hand on Noah. Soyoung brightly reminds Noah that he's now in Korea looking for his dragon knight and how he found her. She reminds him of their previous actual activities while inserting lies about promising their lives together and becoming her dragon. Noah pales and sweats at seeing the way Soyoung speaks, making him groan and shout. He adamantly denies this and cries that it's not right. Soyoung is blatantly disappointed that Noah's memories are back. At the same time, Yoojin stares at Noah, wondering if it's actually because of Soyoung that he has recovered his memories. Lol. Soyoung is acting like Riet for a moment. After some time, Noah returns to normal, and he apologizes to them. Yoojin says it happens when one loses their memories. Noah explains how he was meant to deal with Sukwon Choi, but things have gone wrong. Taewon asks if the fog they're in now is related to Sukwon Choi. Noah confirms this, recalling how the fog came from Sukwon Choi himself. He describes how the fog is thicker there and how he saw some illusions after getting hit by it. Noah tells them the Heian Guild Master attacked him, so Noah immediately ran. With him getting lost in the fog, he ended up attacking them. Yoojin mulls over this, thinking that the involvement of memory loss and illusions are definitely Jellyfish's abilities. He believes that Noah's poison resistance can't stop it as he looks up at Taewon and Riet. Yoojin shared his skill with Taewon, while Riet had her own poison resistance skill. He thinks the effects aren't that strong where they are since the fog has thinned out. Considering this, Yoojin touches Taewon and tells everyone to be wary of the fog. He tells Taewon to stick close to him and let him share his skill. Regarding Soyoung, Riot hooks an arm on Soyoung's shoulder, telling the A-ranker to stay by her side since she likes her. Yoojin can only wonder if those two together will be okay. They'll be fine. Riot's a dragon, after all. Yoojin shifts his thought to his brother, thinking that he's the problem. He knows that Yoojin doesn't have a poison resistance skill. With him being the closest to Sukwon at the time it happened, Yoojin believes that Yoojin also lost his memories just like Noah did. He wonders if his brother will even let them approach. In a different location, Hyunja arrives at the scene. He looks at the fog, observing how weird it is and how it can even block his senses. Hyunja ponders if this is similar to the illusion that happened back in his place. Considering that it might be related to poison or curse, he thinks that going in could be a terrible idea. Before Hyunja can even decide, the fog near him thickens, and he is surprised to find someone before him. The other greets Hyunja, and the S-ranker can only call the other Yoojin Han. The Yoojin before him has an innocent expression as he asks if Hyunja remembers his childhood. Hyunja falls silent momentarily and says the other can contact his marketing team to schedule an interview. However, he'll only be free around the same time next year. Right, because you're only free if it's for a Yoojin. The Yoojin before him comments on Hyunja's cold response. Hyunja says this is normal since he's not interested in a fake Yoojin. The fake Yoojin, or should we just say jellyfish, smiles, amused at how the other is quick to catch on. She even mentions how her looks are perfectly similar to Yoojin's. Hyunja points out that her reactions are boring, unlike how his item would act. He imagines how Yoojin would diss him for taking so long or make fun of him for getting into traffic despite being the Sejong Guild Master. With such thoughts, Hyunja takes out his chains, intending to hurry. With a grin, he announces that a mere S-ranker can't be late for his meeting with an F-ranker. Electricity travels through the chains as Hyunji tells the other to look for someone else if she will only bore him. Jellyfish thoughtfully looks at Hyunji's chains, asking if they don't remember its former owner. She mentions how it wouldn't have gotten into Hyunji's hands without reason. Using her jellyfish form, she rises into the air and looks down at Hyunji. Hyunji looks up at her, asking if she's referring to Crescent Moon. He mentions looking up at it a few times a year. Oh, Hyunji literally meant the moon you see at night. Jellyfish smiles, thinking of what he means when suddenly, the chains once again stab at her. This surprises her, but Hyunji doesn't wait and simply sends his lightning through the chains. Hyunji comments on how there is probably no moon from where Jellyfish is from and finds this conversation already dull. Jellyfish coughs up and mentions how cruel Hyunji is for mercilessly attacking her. She grins using Yoojin's face, claiming how she even picked the person Hyunji likes the most. I can hear some people rejoicing over this. Jellyfish repeats her question, asking if Hyunji doesn't remember anything from his childhood. She can't help asking if Hyunji even had one. Hyunji glares at her and sends more electricity through the chains, making her light up so brightly. In a short while, Jellyfish lies on the ground while still in Yoojin's form. As if unaffected by what just happened, she ponders out loud whether it was planted instead of moved. Jellyfish pixelates and rises in the air as she speaks of her desire to ask Crescent Moon but thinks otherwise. Chuckling, she announces her intent on investigating. With Jellyfish now gone, Hyunji looks down, speaking of how he misses the real one. You were just together a few hours ago. Hyunji mentions how the filial piety addicts are now interfering and wonders where everyone else is and if Soyeon is now with them. Returning to our MC's group, they are now moving together. Soyeon observes how the fog is thickening and mentions how she has never heard of such a skill. A formed fog approaches her suddenly, and she quickly deals with it. However, Soyeon doesn't feel like she has slain anything. The fog engulfs her, making her question what she is doing. A dragon hand touches her shoulder, and Riot warns how Soyeon will vanish if she spaces out like that. With Valera wrapped around her neck, Rate's arm glows gold as she uses her skill on Soyeon. Soyeon looks up in surprise, asking why Riet is now acting friendly to her. She quickly creates distance between them while Riet reminds her about sticking close to serve as her antidote. Riot then speaks of her curiosity as to why Soyeon is not intimidated even though she's not an S-ranker. Anything that defies your logic makes you interested. Right. Soyeon admits to being an A rank and says she's not intimidated by dragons because of her skill. Upon saying that, Soyeon brightens as she asks if Riet is also a dragon. Riot cheekily grins at this, while Noah appears surprised. As for Yoojin and Taewon, they remain expressionless as Yoojin admits his relief of having those two together. Taewon looks back at Yoojin, saying how even a high-ranking hunter can be affected by the fog if they don't have resistance to it. He then voices his appreciation of Yoojin's skills. Yoojin laughs at this, saying that the downside to this is that his range is relatively small, so he can't really help everyone. Yoojin suddenly looks serious, wondering how much of his brother's memories were lost. He knows that Yerim won't forget him since they've been together since Yerim's birth. However, considering how he doesn't recognize Noah, this only means that a month's worth of memories is now gone. It's probably more than that, big bro. Riot suddenly notices something as she quickly throws Soyeon to her brother. Riot quickly defends as a flaming sword attacks her. Soyeon groans while Noah is beside her. Riot announces that she found Yoojin's brother. Commenting on how flamboyant his greeting is, Yoojin looks at them, asking who they are. Noah calls out to Yoojin while Yoojin finally gets off Taewon's back. Yoojin shouts to everyone that it's dangerous and that they should fall back. He then announces his intention to talk with his brother. Yoojin interjects, commenting on how his brother came to see him despite what happened. Yoojin stops at these words. Yoojin reminds Yoojin that he shouldn't have shown himself in front of him again. Oh no, not this again. Yoojin finally realizes how bad this situation is. Yoojin glares at him, demanding that his brother should have accepted this already. Yoojin observes Yoojin's cold glare and low voice, which are both strange and familiar to him. Yoojin states that Yoojin is nothing but an interference in his life. Yoojin pales as he realizes that this is the brother who did his utmost to push him away from him. He recalls the past, back when Yoojin said the same words. At that time, they fought, even to the point that they blocked one another. Yoojin hopes this will not be the case, as Yoojin pulls at Yoojin. His younger brother asks about the mana he detects and asks if Yoojin awakened. Yoojin also notices the earrings, commenting on how high-ranking it looks. Heh, those are gifts from the tour guide, lil bro. He pulls his older brother close and glares down at him. Yoojin mentions how Yoojin is accompanied by S-rankers and demands what he's scheming. Looking at Taewon, he asks Yoojin if he's cooperating with the civil servant and claims that nothing will change even if he does this. Taewon then shouts at Yoojin, telling him about how he lost his memories. He reminds Yoojin of how Yoojin awakened as an F-ranker and how his older brother is active and is considered by the nation as a specially skilled hunter. A special skill of F-ranker. Definitely defies the logic. Noah then shouts, saying how he's affiliated with Yoojin. Yoojin glances at him, surprised and confused. Yoojin confirms that what they said is all true. He adds that Yoojin already knows of this, but it just happens that he has lost his memories. Yoojin says many things have already happened, adding that these are actually good and Yoojin shouldn't worry. Yoojin tries to look positive as he reminds the existence of peace and iron. He then recalls something else, telling Yoojin about how he broke his contract with Diarma. Yoojin urges his brother to check this as well. Yoojin checks, but unlike Hanji's reaction, Yoojin pushes his brother off him. He can't believe how this happened while Yoojin calls out to his younger brother. Oh no, little bro doesn't like this. Yoojin expresses his frustration on how he can let his brother get involved in all of those, including him. Flames envelop his sword as Yoojin complains of how he went through all of that to let his brother go. Yet look at him now. He intends to do something drastic while Yoojin runs to him. Yoojin tells him to calm down and that he'll use his skill on him. However, Yoojin denies this and slashes, sending flames towards the others. They manage to avoid it as Yoojin shouts for his brother. Yoojin claims that even if everything they told him is true, that only means that he's been making all the wrong decisions. With black flames surrounding them, Yoojin announces that he must correct his mistakes. He believes that he must erase everything related so that Yoojin will stop getting involved. Facing the other hunters, Yoojin judges that he'll also have to get rid of them so that no one will speak of Yoojin. At his words, Yoojin can only internally scream at his brother's decision. Lil bro is a total yandere. Yoojin gets hit with a massive wave of nostalgia, but not the good kind. He's stuck thinking back to a past memory where Yoojin was basically pushing him out of his life. In the flashback, guards are literally shoving him out the door while he tries to understand why his brother is working so hard to cut ties. He even offers to fix whatever the problem is, but his brother just looks him dead in the eyes and drops the ultimate unfriend bomb, telling him that his very existence is a total hindrance. Hearing that Yoojin thinks he's a burden leaves him absolutely stunned. The brother doesn't hold back, asking if he really needed it spelled out for him to finally stop bothering him. Feeling completely rejected, Yoojin just looks down and admits he was being too presumptuous. In a moment of pure frustration, he tosses his phone on the floor and tells his brother that if he's such a burden, he'll just ghost him for real. He declares that his brother doesn't deserve such a great sibling anyway, and promises to block him and never look back. The memory ends with a broken phone on the floor and a heavy silence. Back in the present, Yoojin realizes the person standing right in front of him is that exact same brother, Yuhwan, from right after that brutal argument. Yuhwan is clearly tilted, with the flames on his blade flickering as he gets more irritated. He takes to the sky, swinging his weapon like he's ready to delete everything in sight. Liette doesn't miss a beat. She jumps up with a smile, hyped for the scrap, and the two of them start clashing in the air at blink-and-you-miss-it speeds. Yoojin watches this play out and knows he has to stop the chaos before the whole neighborhood gets cooked. He's worried they're going to burn through all their stamina on a pointless fight, but he's also second-guessing himself. He wonders if Yuhwan will even listen to him this time, remembering how in the past, no matter what he said about magical beasts or elementals, it just never got through. It's a total coin toss whether his brother will actually hear him out or just stay on the offensive. Just then, an officer nearby tells Yuhwan to back off, warning him that even with damage cancellation, the heat from the guy's flames is no joke. The rest of the group is watching from a safe distance, trying to figure out how to put a stop to the two powerhouses. But Yuhwan notices something different. He gets the feeling that those flames won't actually hurt him at all. He locks his eyes on the tongues of fire erupting from the sky, and turns to Noah to ask for a huge favor. Liette pushes off a surface, admitting it's wild because she can't even get within range of the heat. She lands nearby with a huge grin, looking a bit crispy around the edges, and notes that even her high-tier fire resistance gear is getting absolutely gapped by this heat. She faces Yuhwan, who coldly tells her that since she finally gets the situation, she should just stop resisting and take the L. Liette isn't intimidated at all. She just reverse grips her weapon and asks a pro-gamer question. If the boy is such a nuisance to him, why not just hand him over to her? She promises to treasure him and keep him far away from his sight, which is basically the ultimate bait. The comment hits Yuhwan right where it hurts. His bloodlust spikes into the red zone, and he unleashes a massive fire tornado from his blade that starts deleting everything in its path. Liette is genuinely shocked by the sheer scale of the attack and gears up to match his energy, but the fight is suddenly interrupted. Yuhan's voice rings out, ordering them both to stop, just as Noah flies in carrying him. Both fighters freeze, caught off guard by his sudden entrance into the danger zone. Yuhan looks his brother in the eye and tells him straight up that he's closing his eyes, and if he falls from this height, it's game over. The second Noah lets go, Yuhan panics, screaming at his brother for pulling such a reckless stunt. He catches him midair, holding him out and asking if he's actually lost his mind. But Yuhan doesn't even let him finish. He lunges forward and pulls him into a tight hug, refusing to let go. He tells Yuhan that he's staying right here, and if he really hates it, he'll have to physically throw him off. Internally, the boy is 100% confident because he knows Yuhan would never actually hurt him. As they hover there, Yuhan realizes the flames don't feel hot at all, since this is his own flesh and blood. Yuhan's fire literally can't touch him. He then drops a truth bomb, mentioning that he knows Yuhan kept calling his block number over and over again despite everything. The big bro freezes like his game just crashed, looking back in total shock and wondering how his brother could possibly know his secret. Yuhan just tells him that he knows everything, and as he says it, a flood of memories from his past life hits him like a tidal wave. He remembers the trauma of finding his brother gone, and the final memories that were passed down to him in those last moments. An image flashes in his mind of his brother trying to call him at the very end, only to find the line busy. Back then, he had spent his own sleepless nights staring at his phone and dialing that blocked number, knowing it wouldn't connect but doing it anyway, just for the small bit of comfort it gave him. Holding his brother close, Yuhan finally lets out a sigh and calls him a fool, gently patting the back of his head like he's just a kid again. He tells him straight up that he's still his little brother, and there's absolutely no reason for him to be carrying the weight of the world on his own. As they hover there, Yuhan gets lost in the thousands of times he replayed their past in his head, feeling the crushing weight of all those lonely years. He realizes now that even when Yuhan was acting toxic and pushing him away, he should have been the one to take that extra step forward instead of getting angry. He looks back at the image of his brother standing alone in that office and blames himself for not being the bigger person back then. The guilt really starts to sink in, as he remembers the sight of his brother lying still on his shoulder in another life. He thinks about how he took on every single burden solo and even felt the need to apologize for it, which just feels completely wrong. Yoojin wonders if things would have been different if he'd been stronger, or at least a bit more mature back then, so he could have stood by his side as an equal. He decides he's done waiting and finally says he loves him, the words he should have said years ago, before the snow, before the 3-year gap. Yoojin seems to short-circuit after hearing those words, falling into a dazed, confused sleep with the feeling of being loved finally sinking in. Yoojin watches him, thinking about how he should have done this 5 years ago, instead of letting time slip through his fingers. Yoojin's hands twitch as he pulls his brother into a hug, whispering that he's heard those words before. When Yoojin asks if he remembers how they actually made up in the past, he can only recall tiny fragments, admitting that the details are super fuzzy, even though it was a major moment for both of them. Before they can have a real heart-to-heart, Yoojin reaches out to grab his head, but a thick, sus fog suddenly erupts from his brother's body. The squad nearby starts panicking and rushes over, but Yoojin notices that the same fog is pouring out of everyone else too. He realizes it's a memory-eating fog that's literally stealing their pasts right out of their heads. He tells everyone they need to move fast because the fog is streaming toward a single location, the mansion. Noah shields his eyes from the wind, warning that whatever is vacuuming up these memories is definitely bad news. Suddenly, the concrete ground beneath them shatters into a million pieces like it's nothing. A massive nightmare-fuel hand bursts through the floor, followed by a monster covered in writhing tentacles crawling its way into the light. Everyone freezes, looking up at the absolute unit of a creature that just crashed the party. Yoojin pops his analysis skill to see what they're dealing with, and can't even hide his shock seeing that the nightmare is an awakened creature that has officially evolved to SS rank and is Sukwon Choi. How did things come to this? The scene shifts back to a totally different vibe where a group of guys are playing football on a sunny field. One of the players, Choi, scores and points to the stands, which are packed with fans recording him on their phones. He grabs a mic and promises to prove himself as a worthy captain even though he's technically a hunter, but he stops mid-sentence because the whole situation feels glitchy. He gets teleported back to the football field where he looks at his jersey in the turf, totally confused right as another player passes him the ball. As he swings his leg to kick it, the SS rank monster in the real world mirrors the motion, swinging its massive limb and bringing the two realities crashing together. Back with the squad, Yoojin and his friends are staring at the skyscraper-sized monster in disbelief. Yoojin wonders if this thing is even a normal monster at all, but he doesn't have time to overthink it because the thing launches itself forward like a freight train. The team scatters as the beast thunders past, and director in charge immediately starts calling the association to get the area evacuated. When Yoojin asks if any other S-class hunters are coming to carry the raid, he gets the bad news that everyone else is already busy. Realizing he's still waiting on his skill cooldown, Yoojin is about to strategize when his brother Yuan suddenly yanks him backward and tosses him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. He tells him he needs to find shelter ASAP and starts hauling him away, while Liet stays behind, sickles out and ready to scrap. Yoojin realizes his brother's memories are still totally MIA, and he's still rocking that L-class rank, which seems to surprise Yuan. Liet, ever the daredevil, wonders if they can hobble the beast by taking out one of its legs. She leaps toward the monster, activates her skill and prepares to slice, but the monster has cracked reflexes and clocks her at the last millisecond. She's forced to bail on the attack, which was a smart move because the monster's counterkick sends her flying through the air. She smashes into a building and slides to the ground, noting that the creature's armor is definitely not standard issue. Just as the monster swings its leg for a finishing blow on the downed Liet, golden chains erupt from nowhere and wrap around its arm, stalling the attack in its tracks. Liet dodges the impact while a man steps in to provide cover, finally dragging the massive monster down to the dirt. Noah appears on the scene as the chains tighten, binding the monster's limbs so hard it can't move. A massive explosion rocks the area, and a man steps onto the beast's shattered plating. It's Guildmaster Sung standing nearby, observing the wreckage and realizing the monster's armor isn't just physical, it's actually a high-level skill. The rest of the group watches the spectacle from below, with someone grumbling that the blonde reinforcement took way too long to show up. Sung starts geeking out about skills and wonders why Yoojin's own ability didn't do the trick. Yoojin looks over at his brother, who admits he can't exactly spam his skills the way Yoojin does. Sung rubs his face trying to figure out their next move, and realizes they might need to try unification to end this, turning his attention towards So-young to see if they can pull off the ultimate combo. So-young, standing behind Yoojin, looks up at the man, then suddenly pivots to Noah and grabs his hands. The blonde guy is caught totally off guard by the sudden move. She announces that the big moment has finally arrived, explaining that she has a specific skill that lets her sync her stats with a dragon whenever she's riding one. She claims if they can hit a perfect 100% sync rate, the results will be absolutely cracked. While Yoojin is still trying to process the logic, she keeps holding Noah's hands with a massive smile, geeking out over the possibilities. She's about to ask Noah to transform into his dragon form, but Liet cuts in and steals the kill. She points out that the sync skill works on her too, and offers to team up instead, mostly because she's still salty about getting tossed into a building and wants to pay the monster back in full. In a massive flex, Liet transforms into a giant black dragon right there on the spot, giving her a choice of who to ride into battle. The sight is so overwhelming that So-young actually gets a tiny nosebleed from pure excitement. Yoojin looks at Noah, who's wearing a pretty awkward expression and is gooning on her thick thighs. Liet gestures for So-young to hop on, and the blonde girl wastes no time climbing onto the dragon's neck. As they gear up, the monster starts dragging itself back off the ground, looking for round 2. So-young activates her skill as Liet lunges forward, slamming into the monster and pinning it back down to the dirt. They slide across the battlefield, with Liet using her weight to push the monster further back. Yoojin looks up and asks for a status report on the sync rate, and So-young yells back that they're currently sitting around 60%. Just then, Yoojin grabs his brother's elbow, trying to pull him away from the chaos. He insists that the situation is way too high stakes and that he needs to evacuate immediately, but Director Song walks up and shuts that idea down. He points out to Yoojin that Yoojin has been in the thick of this from the start. Yoojin just smiles and ruffles his brother's hair, telling Yoojin that he's actually been a huge help the whole time. He tells his brother to just trust the process and promises to show him exactly what he's been working on. As the monster tries to reach out and grab Lee Tate, the boy waves his hand over his book, and the sync rate between So-young and the dragon instantly teleports to 100%. The blonde girl is absolutely floored by the sudden power spike. Lee Tate goes in for a direct bite, but the monster is still a tank. Its armor reflects the blow, even with golden chains trying to lock it down. Lee Tate warns the team that the creature's defense is still ridiculously high, but Sung tells her that just keeping the beast pinned is enough for the next phase of the plan. Hovering in the air with Noah and the others, Yoojin reaches out and takes Yuan's with him. He mentions how happy he is about finally sharing his secret skills, even if Yuan isn't quite ready to admit it himself. Yoojin stays close to his brother's side as a small orange spirit pops up on Yuan's shoulder. The boy explains that this is an elemental spirit, Yulin, that's going to pipe its power directly into his system. Yuan closes his eyes, bracing himself as the new energy starts to flow through him. Our boy turns to Director Song and lets him know it's officially his turn to carry. Noah drops Song, who goes into a freefall and lands perfectly on the monster's heavy plating. Song triggers his skill and touches the armor just as Yuan sends his attack diving down, draped in intense red flames. He aims straight for the weak point Song just debuffed, smashing through the armor and landing a direct hit that has the monster clutching its own head in pain. Liet doesn't miss the window and slices the monster's leg, while So-young starts cheering like they've already won the raid. The blonde guy has to tell her to stay locked in, though, because the celebration is a bit premature. The W doesn't last long because the monster's leg starts regenerating at a cracked speed, healing completely in just a few seconds. The monster stands back up, restores its barrier, and everyone watching is absolutely stunned by the health reset. Doing that, it swings at Liet again, but the dragon manages to dodge the hit just in time. The director is back in the air being held by Noah, while he tells Yoojin that he really needs to bounce from the area for his own safety. The boy tries to argue, but even his own brother sides with the director on the evacuation plan. Yoojin sits on a rooftop next to his brother, his brain moving a mile a minute trying to figure out how to bypass the regeneration and the armor at the same time. He asks the director if his skill can be applied to weapons, but the guy explains that most gear would just shatter under that much power. Yoojin isn't worried though. A blue glow surrounds his hand, and his bracelet starts beeping. He manifests a blue spear that looks basic but is actually a legendary class item with insane durability. It doesn't have its own flashy skills, but it can tank the power output they need, so he hands it over to the director and tells him to sync up his attack with Liet or Sung-young. Yoojin is visibly nervous, pointing out that Yoojin actually needs that spear for his own protection. The boy just flashes a smile at his brother and reminds him that he's not alone. He's got a brother to back him up. With this, he walks over to the director and lays out the final play that he, Liet, or Sung-young are the main DPS. Noah is on healer duty and Sung is the backup. He tells Yoojin to just stay close and play bodyguard while the rest of the team goes for the finish. With the plan set, the golden chains erupt again, pinning the monster's hand as Leader charges in with Sung-young and the director on her back. Noah pumps his own strength and skills into Sung-young to max out the buff. As Leader slams into the monster, the director activates the spear's skill along with another ability, driving the point directly into the monster's chest. The armor holds for a second, but as they press harder, cracks start spiderwebbing across the surface until it finally shatters. A blinding flash of light washes over the battlefield, and the force of the strike sends the monster flying through a building. When the dust settles, the dragon plants her feet and looks at the wreckage, seeing the monster collapsed on the ground with a massive game-ending hole torn right through its body. So Young lets out a victory screech at the top of her lungs, absolutely hyped that the boss is down. But the director notices something is seriously wrong with her hands after that final clash. Sung also returns the chains, noting they all got pretty lucky that nobody ended up in a respawn tube after a fight that intense. Yoojin despawns his spear while Noah starts working his healing magic on So Young's hands, though Liet tries to skip the line by asking to have her dragon horns patched up too. The whole squad is just standing there in shock, vibing over the fact that a group of S-class fighters actually managed to play together without throwing the match. That's when Yoojin realizes it was all because of his brother, who coordinated and led it all. He looks over at his brother, who's just chilling on the roof next to him with a smug little smile looking like a 90-year-old grandpa. Yoojin asks if Yoojin is finally done calling him useless, and he immediately folds, apologizing for ever saying something so out of pocket. He admits out loud that his brother has always been cracked, but internally, he's still feeling a massive wave of anxiety that he just can't shake. Yoojin keeps talking, but his brother suddenly tunes him out because he spots something catastrophic looming behind him. Without a second thought, Yoojin lunges forward, using his own body as a human shield, just as a massive explosion deletes a chunk of the city and a blinding beam of light shoots into the atmosphere. When Yoojin finally opens his eyes, the world is a total mess. The first thing he sees is Yoojin lying right next to him with a brutal wound across his back, and his heart sinks. He scrambles up, screaming his brother's name, only to realize the rest of the team is in shambles too. Liet is half collapsed, Noah and So Young are down, and only the director is barely pushing himself up from the dirt. Our boy is confused about why it all happened. But then in the middle of the carnage, the monster, now transformed into its humanoid form, is lifted into the air by a faint, eerie glow. A female voice cuts through the silence, calling the monster a useless tool, and a glowing figure named Jellyfish appears out of thin air. She starts complaining that she thought the monster would be invulnerable if it joined her clan. Yoojin demands to know what she's done, but Jellyfish just acts like she's barely lifting a finger. She reaches out with her long, creepy fingers and pokes Yoojin right in the chest, noting with a smirk that the mana stone inside him has finally stabilized. She gets right in his face, clearly enjoying how much he hates her being in his personal space. She floats into the sky and claps her hands, pointing at the monster as something red is ripped out of the man's chest. Suddenly, a massive dungeon materializes in the clouds above them. She tells Yoojin that once that dungeon with SS rank monster breaks, it's game over for everyone in the area. But she offers him a shady deal. If he signs a contract with her right now, she'll stop the timer. The poor guy Choi, sensing his life is about to hit zero, desperately begs Jellyfish to stop and promises he can fix the mess himself. She just wraps her long arms around him in a silky, predatory way, mockingly asking if she should lend him her power again, so he can just finish the job and kill everyone. As she whispers in his ear, Choi's hand starts to mutate into something monstrous, proving that Jellyfish is way more interested in causing chaos than saving the day. Yoojin is stuck kneeling next to his brother with Liet and the rest of the squad backing him up, while Choi points his mutated nightmare fuel hand at the whole group, ready to delete them in one shot. Yoojin covers his face, bracing for the end, while Jellyfish stands behind the chaos with a smug smile, slowly counting down like it's a game. Just as things look completely cooked, those golden chains erupt out of nowhere and snag Jellyfish's arm, yanking her sideways and causing Choi's massive energy beam to whiff completely, scorching a massive trail into the distance instead of hitting the team. Yoojin spins around and instantly recognizes Sung's signature chains as the veteran hunter touches down. Jellyfish isn't bothered for long though. A golden flash erupts where she's standing and she snaps the chains like they're made of wet paper. She rants about making her miss and that Irreverent knew what they were doing when they chose him before turning her toxic energy back on Choi, demanding he finish off the blonde. But the vibe shifts instantly when Choi's mutated arm is literally torn right off his body, sending him crashing to the dirt in agony. Jellyfish just scoffs, calling him a useless tool who's too far gone to be of any help, and starts fading away into the ether. Before she fully despawns, she leaves Yoojin with a chilling reminder to think over her shady contract, leaving everyone in a state of pure shock. Choi isn't done being a menace though, and he launches a desperate aerial attack at Yoojin. The boy manages to parry the blow at the last millisecond, throwing up a barrier to protect himself and his injured brother. Choi is basically losing his mind, screaming that he has to kill them because Jellyfish promised to stop the Sky Dungeon if everyone dies, and he's terrified of his own life hitting zero. Yoojin looks at the absolute unit of an SS-class threat in front of him and realizes that even in this messy state, their group is completely outmatched. Making a high-stakes play, he gently sets his brother down and tells Choi to just take him instead. He figures if Choi hands him over to Jellyfish, he can negotiate a deal to save everyone, including Choi's own life. Yoojin wakes up and starts panicking, but Yoojin stays firm, telling the guy to take him to Jellyfish as long as the rest of the squad is left alone. He and Choi stand off in a tense stare-down while Yuan tries to stop the sacrifice play from the ground behind them. Yuan keeps selling the plan, pointing out how obsessed Jellyfish seemed with him earlier. He tries to push Choi's hand away, arguing that this negotiation has a better survival rate than just trying to kill everyone while a dungeon is about to pop. Choi pauses, actually doing the math on Yuan's words and wondering if this might be his actual get-out-of-jail-free card. The director tries to talk the boy out of throwing his life away, but he just points out that it's better than a total team wipe. Choi suddenly shoves him to the ground, calling out the boy for just stalling for time until his clock runs out. But the boy just looks up at him and tells that if he's still doubting the plan, he'll set up a face-to-face meeting with Jellyfish right now. He picks himself up off the dirt and walks straight toward the floating dungeon, studying the energy with a clinical eye while the rest of the squad watches with their nerves shredded. When he taps the structure, it glows a brilliant blue and a gate materializes out of thin air, leaving Choi, Lidi, and the others absolutely shocked. The boy explains that he's sending a signal to the transcendent beings, but he's secretly smirking because he knows it's not Jellyfish on the other side, it's a chaotic entity he calls the volleyball. He thinks back to the last time he and his brother raided this specific spot, remembering how the volleyball told them the secret knock was just 3 taps on the gate. He knows the place is packed with high-level toy soldiers who are more than enough to ratio someone like Choi. Pointing toward the portal, he tells the man that a snowy field is waiting on the other side and dares him to take the leap. Choi checks his own stats and notices the HP leak has stopped, which convinces him that the boy is too weak to be faking an illusion of this scale. Grabbing Yoojin by the shirt, he starts dragging him toward the gate, growling that if this is a prank, the boy is as good as dead. Just as they're about to cross the threshold, Yoojin lunges forward and grabs the man's leg, desperately begging his brother not to go through with it. Yoojin realizes his brother's memories are still a mess and there's no time for a full lore dump, so he just tries to shout a quick reassurance. It doesn't help much. Choi loses his temper and slashes Yoojin with enough force to send him crashing back, blood pouring from the wound. Seeing that, Yoojin's protective side completely takes over, and he lunges toward his brother as Yoojin hits the ground, his heart dropping at the sight. The boy grabs the man, screaming that his brother should be left out of this, but Choi just hits him with a villain monologue about how he's wanted to take his anger out on the kid for a long time. Yoojin is barely conscious, blood streaming from his mouth, but when Choi tries to swing again, Yoojin catches his fist in a total power move. Standing as a human shield for his brother, he warns the man that the gate is closing and that if he touches Yoojin again, the whole deal is off, and Choi will be the one who dies. Infuriated, Choi gives Yoojin one last spiteful kick, sending him sliding across the ground, and the last thing the younger brother sees before blacking out is the boy and the madman stepping through the gate together. On the other side, they land in a massive freezing snowfield. Choi is looking around for Jellyfish, but instead of a lady, he gets a spear flying at his head, which he barely manages to parry at the last millisecond. Yoojin ducks for cover as a literal army of toy soldiers starts marching toward them, swords raised and ready for war. Choi starts laughing, mocking the idea that a bunch of toys could actually delete an S rank like him. But then he notices a protective barrier forming around Yoojin. Realizing he's been played, he starts pounding on the shield and screaming for the boy to drop it, but he just stays silent, watching the toy army close in to finish the job. As it's happening, a blue and purple glow suddenly wraps around Sung, as Jellyfish looks down with those 3 creepy glowing eyes. She admits she usually wouldn't give him the time of day, but his weapon is currently surging with some high-tier energy she didn't expect. She tries to play the big boss, claiming she'll just imprison him for now, but warns that if he keeps griefing her plans, the gloves are coming off. Sung isn't even flinching though. He just hits her with a smug smile and flat out tells her she's dead wrong about how this is going to go down. Right as the tension peaks back in the gates, the volleyball manifests between Choi and Yoojin, leaving the guy completely shook. The boy explains the situation to it, calling out Choi for making a shady contract with Jellyfish. He tells the volleyball that just canceling the deal isn't enough to fix the mess, so he asks for a little developer interference to even the odds. The volleyball is down for the cause and activates her intervention protection skill. With this, he orders the toy soldiers to move out. They jump out of their box like a literal army, forming a ceremonial arch with their swords while a tiny toy farmer walks up with a seed. Choi starts grinning, thinking the whole thing is a joke, right until the farmer yeets the seed directly into his chest. The second the seed touches him, things get gnarly. Thorny branches erupt from his chest, wrapping around him and shredding his back while he panics, unable to process the nature damage he's taking. The branches hit the ground with enough force to hoist Choi into the air before suddenly imploding inward, crushing the life out of him in a single, brutal squeeze. The boy is genuinely stunned when the volleyball casually mentions that Choi is officially deleted. To finish the job, a toy soldier pokes the wooden ball with its sword, causing it to explode and rain stolen memories all over the snow. The volleyball explains that this memory thieving was a perk Jellyfish gave Choi as part of his contract. It gathers all the floating memories into a jug and hands it to the boy, noting that they'll automatically return to their rightful owners once he gets close enough to them. The toy farmer then hands over the mana stones, both Choi's and the one belonging to Yoojin. The volleyball roasts Choi one last time, mentioning his stone was pretty mid despite his high level, but tells the boy to keep it anyway. As the toy soldiers fly back into their box, Yoojin realizes every single one of those toys was actually an S-class threat. The volleyball bounces around, hyped that they managed to take out one of Jellyfish's contractors, but it warns the boy that she's definitely going to scout for a replacement soon. The boy drops a truth bomb, revealing that Jellyfish didn't go for another S-class hunter. She actually tried to recruit him by promising to save the people he loves. The mood shifts instantly as the boy clenches his fist, finally letting his hidden anger bubble to the surface. He points a finger at the volleyball, calling it out for being just as sus as Jellyfish. He reminds the entity that it was the first one to lie to him, claiming the wishing stone wouldn't be enough to save everyone. He's getting genuinely heated now, accusing the volleyball of failing to properly reset time or make the fusion work right. The volleyball tries to play dumb, but the boy hits it with the ultimate gotcha moment. He reveals that Sung actually remembers events from before the regression. The volleyball is visibly shook, stammering that something like that should be physically impossible. Just then, a mysterious tree suddenly sprouts behind the boy, wondering if Sung's memories are actually linked to Crescent Moon. The tree explains that Crescent Moon and Jellyfish have similar attributes and used to be teammates before they had a falling out and went their separate ways. Yoojin stands up and tries to get some meta-info, asking if the tree knows any of Jellyfish's weaknesses, but the tree is basically useless and says it's got nothing. He then turns to the volleyball and asks about the bird counting stars, but it's the same story, zero info. The boy eventually drops to his knees, clutching his head in frustration because every single person he asks just hits him with the same "I don't know" NPC dialogue. The volleyball tries to explain that the white bird can see the future, making her basically impossible to track down. The boy sits there questioning if teaming up with these guys was even the right play, feeling like they're low-key gatekeeping the truth from him. He loses his cool, grabs the volleyball, and squeezes it hard, demanding they actually prove they can be useful for once. He threatens to just walk away and sign Jellyfish's contract instead, which sends the volleyball into an absolute panic. Yoojin spreads his hands, pointing out that since they provide zero help and zero answers, he might as well go with the side that actually offers something. Desperate to keep him on the team, the volleyball begs for a month to prep a perfect reward. The boy isn't buying it, doubting Jellyfish will wait that long, so the volleyball bargains down to 3 weeks and tearfully promises to include something for the people the boy cares about too. The tree warns that time is running out and tells the boy it's time to head back, begging him not to be too hard on the newcomer or it'll start crying. Yoojin doesn't care about the waterworks though. In a world where items and skills are literally life or death, he's willing to sit through a bucket of tears if it means getting the gear he needs to survive. Before the boy leaves, the volleyball warns him that the dungeon is going to revert to its original state once he's back, though it promises to try and nerf the difficulty level a bit. It asks if his squad can handle the remaining threats, and the boy just looks at his damage-negating bracelet, admitting that without this cheat item, he'd be finished already. The volleyball spots a specific shape on the bracelet and starts to ask a question, but the gate slams shut before the boy can hear it. Meanwhile, 2 mysterious figures are watching everything go down on a monitor. One notes that it looks like Shalos's mana stone was used to craft the boy's bracelet, while the other agrees it looks exactly like the gear Shalos used back in the day. They mention that Shalos was actually tight with the white bird, suggesting that the solve for this whole mess might be hidden in that old connection. Back in the real world, the boy finds himself standing in the middle of a desert with the blue gate glowing above him. He scratches his head, making sure he actually made it back in one piece, and checks his inventory to find the memory balls and Choi's mana stone are already tucked away. He looks at the stone and thinks about how cold those guys are, since they don't even blink when telling him to use a dead guy's stone as a power-up. He realizes that to beings like them, there's probably no real difference between a human and a monster. Everyone is just a resource to be used. Just as he's getting his bearings, a pack of creatures starts closing in. Yoojin looks up and realizes he's basically surrounded by a mob of A-class saber-toothed wolves, all of them baring their teeth and growling like they haven't eaten in weeks. He checks the gate behind him. It's close, but not exactly a walk in the park. Seeing a tiny window of opportunity, Yoojin sprints for it, but the wolves aren't about to let him walk away that easily. One of them lunges and snags him by the collar, yanking him backward and slamming him into the dirt. The pack swarms him, tearing at his clothes while he desperately reaches for the gate that's just a few inches out of reach. He tries to play it cool, thinking he can just wait for them to get bored before using the gate stone, but the situation is looking pretty grim. Suddenly, the wolves are literally ripped away from him, yelping as they're tossed in every direction. Black flames flicker through the air, and there stands Yoojin right by the gate. Yoojin scrambles up and rushes over, totally panicked, asking his brother why he's there and if he's took any damage. But as soon as he reaches him, Yoojin just collapses into his arms, leaving the boy terrified and desperately trying to figure out what happened to his usually stoic brother. Then a tear hits the ground. The boy is absolutely shook because seeing Yoojin cry is like spotting a unicorn. It just doesn't happen. Back when they were kids, he would only cry until he saw his big brother start tearing up, at which point he'd instinctively lock it down to be the tough one. Since Yoojin grew up and left Yoojin's care, he hasn't seen a single tear, so watching him sob like this now is a total system shock. The boy tries to chill him out, mentioning that Choi is finally out of the picture, but Yoojin isn't having it. He screams that nothing is okay, clinging to his brother and admitting he felt like he was going to die from the stress. He grips Yoojin's shirt, crying about how if something had happened inside that dungeon, there would have been nothing left of him. No body, no trace, just a game over screen. The boy listens in complete shock before pulling him close and firmly promising that he isn't going to die and leave him hanging. The older brother hits him with a reassuring smile, explaining that he literally can't die and leave his sibling behind. He pulls out the memory marbles, showing that his plan was actually big brain and perfectly safe. He tells Yoojin that once those memories finally finish downloading, everything will make sense. Yoojin just pouts, clearly still salty about the whole dangerous stunt, which only makes the boy let out a quiet laugh. Yoojin wipes his face, grumbling about how his brother is just going to keep pulling these risky plays, and the boy doesn't even try to cap. He knows it's true. Instead, he pulls out a handkerchief and gently cleans his face, reminding him that he only does this stuff because he trusts his brother 100%. He reminds Yoojin that it was his own promise to come help that gave Yoojin the confidence to move. Looking him dead in the eye, the boy tells him to just believe in the process. No matter how bad it gets, he's going to survive. He tells Yoojin to come help when needed, but not to crash his own system trying to rush it. Finally, the two of them stand up and head for the gate, with Yoojin helping his injured brother keep a steady pace. Yoojin asks him to maybe try not needing a rescue next time, and the boy agrees that yeah, that would definitely be the vibe. When Yoojin asks how he actually managed to escape, his brother just says he was there long enough to figure out the mechanics. Before they can get into the deep lore, they step through the gate, and the rest of the squad comes rushing over to welcome them back. The boy stands in front of the whole squad, keeping his brother steady while he drops a slightly edited version of what went down with Choi. He definitely leaves out the extra spicy details, and while the group looks a bit skeptical, they're mostly just relieved both brothers didn't hit a game over. Once the air is cleared, the older brother starts the tedious process of returning everyone's stolen memories one by one, like he's handing back lost files after a system crash. While Yoojin is busy restoring So Young's memories, Liate decides to jump into his business, telling him he needs to be way gentler with his younger brother from now on. Yoojin is instantly annoyed, making it clear he didn't ask for her life coaching. But then Noah backs her up, which only makes him more tilted. Liate starts bringing up receipts of things she saw while Yoojin was busy elsewhere. But before she can finish the call-out, Yu Yuan sneaks up and tells her to zip it. Naturally, this kicks off a loud argument between Yu Yuan and Liate, with Noah stuck in the middle trying to keep the peace while the two of them yap. A little further away from the noise, the director and Yoojin have a much more chill talk. The director tells him straight up that it's time for the brothers to head home, but Yoojin just sighs, wondering why everyone is suddenly on Yu Yuan's side today. He scratches his head, feeling the fatigue hit, and quietly asks him for a quick favor before they split. The yapping between Liate and Yu Yuan gets cut short when the boy calls out to his brother. Yu Yuan turns around to see Yoojin reaching a hand out, asking if he's ready to head home together. Caught totally off guard, Yoojin asks him to repeat that, probably thinking he's lagging. The boy just keeps smiling, keeping his hands steady, and explains that even if it's not their old place, it's still home. Yoojin stands there in stunned silence. Ever since their massive fallout, he's been desperate to go back, but felt like he was permanently blocked. Seeing his brother waiting for him changes everything, and after a long beat, he finally reaches out and takes Yoojin's hand. The scene shifts to their new spot, a sleek, round glass building glowing with sunlight. The two brothers are finally crashed out side by side, with the sun just barely missing the bed while a clear blue sky stretches over the tall white tower. For the first time in forever, Yoojin is actually home, and the vibes are finally peaceful. The next day, things get busy over at the Hunter Association. A hand rests on a mountain of paperwork as the director announces he's finally finished the last document from the MKC incident. An employee nearby, clutching a coffee, mentions that he hasn't slept a wink since he got back and begs him to take a nap. The director is looking like a total mess but refuses to log off, insisting he still has to organize dungeon gear, shower, and hit a press conference. He grabs his coffee like his life depends on it, claiming he's totally fine. Suddenly, the office door flies open and the purple-haired former director Yoojin, now the new VP, bursts in looking absolutely furious. She roasts him for trying to solo all the paperwork and tells him to leave it to the team and get some sleep already. She also mentions that his ride is waiting outside in a flashy car. The director is completely lost, but before he can ask for details, a blonde guy walks in with a round bird chilling on his head. It's Sung, and he's stepped up to make sure the director actually makes it home. The director recognizes the guild leader and checks if he's doing okay, to which he admits he's salty about missing all the endgame action. Since Sung ditched her reports for a dungeon date, Sung is the only one left to give the director the real story. He pulls up a chair and makes himself comfortable, making it clear he's staying until the job is done. The director finally snaps, slapping the table and telling them both to just let him finish his work. While the VP gives a thumbs up, happy that her plan to annoy him into finishing faster actually worked. Later on, the little bird is busy flying over some lush green trees while Sung and the director catch a breather on a bench outside. Sung asks for the details on the official report and the director breaks it down. The story is that Choi used an illegal item to hit SS rank but instantly lost control, forcing a squad of high-ranking hunters to team up and stop him. According to the files, Choi escaped into a dungeon and just vanished. An image of Yoojin pops up on a screen, and the director admits there was no other way to spin it, because putting it in writing that an F-class hunter deleted an SS rank threat would basically break the internet and the association's credibility. Sung leans back, thinking it over, and guesses that Yoojin must have borrowed some god-tier power while he was inside that dungeon. The director confirms that's the story Yoojin is sticking to, even if he's being vague about the details. Sung asks with a chill smile if he is starting to feel threatened by Yoojin again, treating him like some kind of rare item. The director just sighs, making it clear that the boy is a person, not a piece of gear. He admits that regardless of where the power came from, he's just genuinely grateful that Yoojin stepped up and stopped a total catastrophe. However, the director confesses that he's actually spiraling over the specific power he used. It reminds him of a dark incident from 3 years ago when a shelter for high-class hunters burned to the ground. Sung remembers the news that was the exact day Yoojin awakened as a hunter. While the official story called the fire an accident caused by Yoojin losing control, the leaked truth was much darker. Apparently, some suits in the association tried to blackmail a depressed teenage Yoojin, threatening his family to force him into joining them since he'd just awakened at S-class. The director starts flashing back to that day, remembering himself running through the flames and looking up in absolute shock. He saw a young Yoojin standing on the rooftop with purple energy glowing from his hands and eyes that looked like straight-up fire. In that moment, the kid looked like a monster who answered to nobody. That was the first impression that stuck with the director for years. Since then, Yoojin has always been a ticking time bomb, starting his own guild and causing constant headaches for the higher-ups. But the director admits that last night, he saw a completely different side of the beast. He remembers Yoojin trembling on the ground, crying his eyes out and begging his brother not to leave him. The director notes that it was the face of someone who felt like they had absolutely nothing left to lose. He saw the kid crawling toward the dungeon entrance in his own blood, looking less like a top-tier hunter and more like a terrified teenager who just reached adulthood. It makes the director rethink everything. He used to think Yoojin was way too weak to keep a wild animal like Yoojin on a leash, figuring his brother was just playing along for fun. But now he's starting to realize the truth. If Yoojin's presence is the only thing making a literal monster like Yoojin act like a normal human being, then maybe Yoojin is the strongest one in the room after all. Back at the house, the boy finally wakes up in bed. He notices his vision is back to 100%, and checks the time with Yoojin. He looks over to find him crashed out right next to him on the pillow, both of them tucked under the same blanket. Yoojin can tell his brother is totally drained, especially since his wounds are taking way longer than usual to heal. He wonders if there's some debuff slowing down the recovery. But for now, he just watches his brother sleep peacefully in the morning sunlight, hitting him with a small, tired smile. Yoojin spends a minute reflecting on the absolute chaos of the night before, realizing those wild events finally patched the 3-year glitch that had been sitting between him and his brother. Walking down the hallway later with a towel around his neck, he thinks about how even though he apologized immediately after his regression, they never actually had a real talk about their feelings until now. He remembers how tightly his injured brother clung to him, and feels like he's finally met the real Yoojin face to face. Honestly, he figures it was way better for him to just cry it out, than to keep all that emotional baggage bottled up. A little red snake crawls up his leg, and Yoojin gently lifts it onto his arm, acknowledging that the little guy must have had a rough night too. He also spots the bird flying nearby and realizes she probably teleported in just to check on Yoojin's vitals. Before he can even process that, a blonde guy wearing an apron over his gear strolls out of the kitchen. It's Sung, who casually explains that since the fridge was looking like a desert, he went out to do a grocery run for the house. Yoojin curses under his breath, trying his best not to wake the sleeping Yoojin while slipping into a defensive stance. He asks why the guy is basically home invading them, though he secretly feels a bit relieved the guy made it out okay. Sung just brushes it off, claiming a deal is a deal, and he still has a responsibility to make sure they're fed properly. He starts digging through the fridge, asking where the S-class scallions are, which makes Yoojin realize the guy is still low-key obsessed with him. The boy tosses a bag of scallions at him and tells him to get to chopping, claiming that if an S-class hunter cuts a veggie, it becomes an S-class ingredient. But the vibe shifts instantly when Sung, while staring at a scallion, mentions he's curious about a specific scar on Yoojin's body, one that even high-tier potions can't touch. The boy freezes up, remembering how even that jellyfish girl had a weird reaction to him. Before he can think of an excuse, Sung suddenly rips open his shirt, towering over him with a serious look. Sung states flatly that the mana radiating from that scar feels way too similar to his own, and Yoojin feels the color drain from his face as he stands there awkwardly dropping the bag of groceries. Backed into a corner, he finally explains, after taking down Diorama, he figured out how to fuse mana stones to create a new type of poison and cursed dragon. He touches his chest, explaining that this thing is living inside him now, and that it would have been a waste to let an SS-class transcendent dragon stone go to nothing. Sung listens, but still demands to know why the energy feels so familiar, pressing his palm against the scar. As he tries to touch it, the scar starts to glow, and Yoojin watches in total shock as energy begins swirling like a vortex. He staggers forward, nearly hitting the floor, but Sung catches him. Yoojin's brain is lagging as he realizes his mana is being sucked dry, while Sung's energy is being absorbed by whatever is nesting in his chest. The blonde guy is visibly shook, realizing the dragon isn't rejecting his mana at all, it's eating it up. Dizzy and trying to play it cool, Yoojin touches his cheek and asks him what he's even talking about, though internally he knows he used a specific fragment to build a mana dam inside himself. Clenching his teeth, he decides to troll Sung a bit to deflect. He points out that while the mana might be similar, this mana stone is at least SS class, and asks Sung if he really thinks he's on that level. He jokes that Sung has clearly been reading way too many web novels about overpowered main characters, and needs to touch grass. Sung brushes it off, telling him he's being way too arrogant for someone in his position. Yoojin just turns away and chugs a blue mana potion, muttering that Sung really needs to work on his own self-awareness. Sung doesn't argue though, he's too busy spiraling into a deep thought session. The idea of a monster created by fusing SS-class mana stones is a total game changer, way beyond just leveling up basic mobs. He imagines Yoojin as a beastmaster of sorts, creating high-tier monsters from scratch using transcendental ingredients, creatures that could actually stand a chance against world-ending threats. Getting way too hyped on the idea, Sung suddenly grabs him by the arms, making the poor guy choke on his potion in surprise. While Yoojin struggles to break free, Sung analyzes the situation, figuring he didn't just shove a high-class stone in his chest for fun. He notes that putting it near the heart was probably a tactical move to maximize the success rate. Yoojin keeps thrashing, complaining that his F-class build isn't made for being manhandled like a kitten, but Sung isn't listening. He's already looking for more real estate on Yoojin's body, eyeing his back for the next potential upgrade. Yoojin yells that there's absolutely no more room for monster crafting, but the guy just gives him a look like a bird eyeing a snack. He suggests that he needs to bulk up just to increase his surface area for more stones. Indignant, Yoojin starts flapping his arms like a free-range, antibiotic-free goose, shouting that if Sung is serious about this, he'd better bring at least 2 SS-class mana stones from poison and cursed dragons first. Sung agrees without hesitation, basically pre-ordering a spot on Yoojin's back right above his heart. With the bird now perched on his shoulder, Yoojin reluctantly accepts the deal, though he makes sure to remind his esteemed client that the reservation fee is going to be massive. As the boy pulls on a fresh shirt, Sung leans in and asks if he is doing all right. He knows he fed the guy well, but he's still worried that an F-class body might just explode from trying to host a skill that heavy. He thinks back to what the jellyfish girl said and realizes there's definitely more to this mystery than a simple skill slot. Sung sits down and asks for a pinky promise that Yoojin isn't going to sign a contract with the jellyfish queen. Yoojin is visibly annoyed, wondering why he is being so clingy, but the guy admits he just hates having his belongings taken away. Yoojin, who spent years dealing with a difficult younger brother, just pouts and notes that it must be nice to live without that feeling of loss. But when Sung honestly admits he's just worried about him, the room goes quiet. Yoojin thinks about the girl's offer to protect everyone he loves and how tempting that easy mode really is. Before the mood gets too heavy though, Yoojin bursts into the room, ready to throw hands because he can't figure out why Sung is still in their kitchen. Yoojin steps in to play the peacemaker, explaining that Sung is actually their personal chef for the day. He holds a fuming Yoojin back, telling him to chill out, get his wounds treated, and prep for a meal. Without even looking back, Yoojin drops the final answer. He's not signing anything with jellyfish. He leans against the doorframe, thinking about how his brother is still way too young to be left on his own. He turns back to Sung with a smile, telling him to stop stressing and get to cooking, promising to help make something extra since Sung did the grocery run. The guy just smiles as the morning sun fills the room, asking what's on the menu, and Yoojin demands the works, a full-blown S-class Korean feast fit for an emperor. And so that's exactly how the morning plays out. A very satisfied Yoojin sits at a table that is absolutely loaded with a top-tier feast, grinning from ear to ear like he just won the lottery. Next to him, Yoojin looks a bit embarrassed by the whole spectacle, while Sung sits across from them wearing a look of pure bro. In front of the mighty guild leader is nothing but a bag of plain bread and a nearly empty jar of jam. Apparently that's the special dish Yoojin prepared for him as a thank you. The boy leans back, acting all cheerful, and asks if the 5-star meal of dry bread is to Sung's taste. The guy just opens the bag and deadpans that he's so moved by this special treatment, he could actually cry. Eventually they get down to business. Their guilds are planning to split the massive MKS's loot, since they're basically the only ones left with enough power to manage assets that big. Yerim checks his tablet and is genuinely shocked to see that Sung has already handed over the lion's share of the best resources to his guild. Yerim just pours Sung a drink and explains that this is basically his my bad for invading their house earlier. Whether he admits it or not, it's a peace offering. Around the table, the little ones are going absolutely feral on their plates while the morning sun hits the room. Yerim realizes that thanks to this haul, his whole crew is going to be seriously buffed. The scene pans out to show the rest of the world adjusting to the new meta. The VP is busy reorganizing the association. The director is finally catching up on chores like hanging laundry, and the rest of the squad, So Young, Liet, Noah, are all finding their own version of peace. Even the people who weren't on the front lines are looking at a brighter future. However, somewhere far away, the big bads are still watching. Jellyfish sits holding a shell, sensing that the timeline has officially glitched. She notes that something is definitely different this time. The wicked children she watches over have chosen a lowly F-class caregiver to look after them instead of some powerhouse S-class hunter. She admits she was convinced the man with the crescent moon marks was the key, especially since her clan got wiped while she was busy keeping him locked up. A figure in a black cloak sits across from her at a chessboard, laughing as he admits he didn't see this coming either. He points out that in every other world, these naturals killed their caregivers because they were the ones who made their behavior so unpredictable. He slides a black piece across the board, reminding her that they've spent across every world deleting caregivers to keep the S-classes pure. Jellyfish wonders what changed their minds this time, as she plays with a glowing ball of energy. She tells the man she wants Chatterbox to track down the one person the caregiver loves most. As she thinks about Yufuan's body lying in the dirt and the glowing orb reflects his face, she doesn't know why the white bird is involved, but she feels like all these weird threads are finally starting to tangle together. Back at the house, the moment is still pure. Yufuan looks up with his chopsticks in hand, caught off guard by something, while Sung holds his cup and the boy just laughs, genuinely happy for once. Little do they know, the deities are watching these clips of his life like a movie, knowing that the final boss truth behind all these changes is coming for them all. Meanwhile, Min-hee Kim in pajamas rocking a cap is stretched out on his bed, looking like he's just trying to survive the morning. He turns to the man beside him and asks if it's finally safe to get up, figuring the chaos is officially over. The man agrees that it's definitely over, though he mumbles under his breath that it's actually Min-hee Kim's peaceful life that's finished. The guy doesn't catch that last part because he's too busy staring at his phone in total confusion, wondering why his notifications are blowing up like he just went viral. He reads one message out loud and finds out people are actually congratulating him on hitting S-class, which is wild considering he's strictly B-class. The director claps his hands, looking like he's ready for the full tea. But before anyone can explain, the door bursts open in the most extra way possible. A group of staff members marches in equipped with a whole orchestra of instruments. The director starts belting out a song, claiming the guy is a legendary hunter who's been hiding his true power levels this whole time. A guy with a flute joins in, singing about how Min-hee Kim supposedly sliced a truck in half to save people, while a blonde member chimes in with a triangle to celebrate him one-shotting an A-class hunter from the guild. The performance hits its peak with someone banging castanets, singing about how he was the MVP who helped stop that SS-class hunter who went totally berserk. As they scream his name in the grand finale, Minnie Kim's jaw hits the floor in pure, unadulterated shock. He lets out a cry so loud that it can be heard even outside the tall building as he wonders what in the world is actually going on.